Ding ding ding. The bell rang for the end of get out of class at Yayan District Number 3 Middle School, and the campus instantly became bustling with activity. Lunzi, aren't you going to the martial arts gym tonight? Three figures walked out from the crowd of students. One of them was a boy about 1.75 meters tall and slightly thin. He looked at the guy next to him who was over 1.85 meters tall and much stronger than him, and asked, "No, I have something to do tonight. Let's go tomorrow." Zhou Lang shook his head slightly and responded to Luo Feng. "Is it rare for the prodigal son to not go to the martial arts gym today? We've known each other for almost 3 years, and this is the first time." Wei Wen looked at Zhou Lang in surprise. Everyone has unexpected situations. "I'll go tomorrow." Zhou Lang smiled and shook his head, and a light blue transparent screen that only he could see appeared in front of him. The progress bar shown above has reached 99.99%. Just one more jump to reach 100% success. This is the golden finger that Zhou Lang brought with him. That's right, Zhou Lang is a time traveler. He got lucky in his previous life and found himself a high school student after waking up. RR virus, the era of catastrophe, monsters, warriors, generals, gods of war. All the information told him that Zhou Lang had come to the world of the novel Devouring the Starry Sky that he had read in his previous life. Moreover, he happened to be a classmate of Luo Feng in Wei Wen. However, to Zhou Lang's surprise, his martial arts talent is surprisingly good, at least better than Luo Feng's. Of course, Luo Feng's talent as a warrior was not outstanding. In the original novel, Luo Feng's main talent is spiritual master. Now in his third year of high school, Zhou Lang became a senior student of the extreme martial arts school earlier than Luo Feng, and his strength is slightly stronger than Luo Feng. However, the difference in strength is not that big. When Luo Feng awakens his talent as a psychic, Zhou Lang will be left far behind. If the system fails to start, Zhou Lang's future may be just a junior general or a senior warrior. Senior brother Luo Feng. At this time, a young man who was over 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build and dark skin walked up to Luo Feng. "Who are you?" Luo Feng seemed unfamiliar with the other party. "Brother Luo Feng, I have something I would like to ask for your help." The young man spoke, but Zhou Lang was in a trance for a moment. The plot has officially begun. Compared to Zhou Lang, Luo Feng is more popular in the martial arts gym, because Luo Feng always patiently explains the key points of boxing to others. When asking Zhou Lang for advice, the result is often that he would spar with him, and after being beaten to a certain extent, he would naturally understand. Over time, the younger brothers and sisters in the martial arts school were more willing to seek help from Luo Feng. Zhou Lang didn't care about this. His comprehension was not particularly bright, and he relied mainly on hard work. The same goes for fighting skills. If you get hit enough times, you will always know how to fight back. Crazy, on, I'm leaving first. See you tomorrow. After Luo Feng finished explaining to the other party, the three of them walked out of the school gate together. Zhou Lang said goodbye to Luo Feng. "See you tomorrow, prodigal." "See you tomorrow." At the school gate, Zhou Lang said goodbye to the three people. Although he is an orphan in this life, Zhou Lang's living conditions are much better than those of Luo Feng and Wei Wen's families. Zhou Lang's parents were both soldiers and died fighting monsters. Therefore, Zhou Lang lives in a military community, receives a fixed subsidy every month, and goes to school for free. After the age of disaster, the status of soldiers was greatly improved. When he returned home, the system was still at 99.99%, but Zhou Lang was not worried. "I have waited for 3 years, so I don't care about this moment." Zhou Lang lives in a villa because his parents are both high-level warriors. The entire villa covers an area of more than 400 square meters. The first floor is the living room and dining room, and the second floor is the bedroom and entertainment area. The basement is a workout area. Arriving at the training room, Zhou Lang went straight to the punch strength tester. "During the test last month, my punching power was still 7 kilograms away from the 900 kilograms required by a quasi-warrior. I'm not sure if I can reach the quasi-warrior level this time." Zhou Lang thought in his mind, turned on the fist strength tester, took a deep breath, and squatted slightly. Twisting his waist, Zhou Lang clenched his right fist. Bang! He threw a punch quickly and hit the punch force tester hard, making a loud noise. 897. Still a little short. Seeing the numbers displayed on the punching strength tester, Zhou Lang couldn't help but shook his head. Currently, his punching power is nearly 90 kilograms higher than Luo Feng's. But when it came to the college entrance examination, Luo Feng fainted again, and his punching power could easily exceed 1,100 kilograms. By then, the gap between the two will only become more obvious. There's no point in thinking so much. Just focus on training first. Only true strength belongs to you. Zhou Lang shook his head and put the chaotic thoughts in his mind behind him. It has been nearly 3 years since he awakened his memories of his past life. Although Zhou Lang has been looking forward to the awakening of the system, he has never relaxed his training. After all, Zhou Lang had read the original work and knew very well that the Earth was just a place that could not be any smaller. Those so-called generals and gods of war are collectively referred to as apprentices in the universe. In the universe, apprentices are not even qualified to obtain legal citizen status. Only those above the planetary level can officially become citizens of the cosmic kingdom, and the stellar level can only barely make a living in the universe. Only the cosmic level is considered strong in the eyes of ordinary people. Above the universe level, there are domain master level and realm master level. Above the realm lord level, there are immortal military lords, marquises, kings, and universe lords. Although he didn't know when the system would awaken, Zhou Lang did not waste time waiting for it to start. However, the limitations of his talent do pose challenges to Zhou Lang's growth. Every day, he spends several hours exercising without any interruption. However, he still did not reach the 900 kilograms required of a quasi-warrior. After more than 2 hours, Zhou Lang supported himself on his knees with his hands, panting, and sweat dripping onto the ground. Congratulations to the host for successfully crossing Panlong. This system has blocked Hongmeng, and Hongmeng cannot detect the host's existence. Congratulations host, you have received the novice gift package. Would you like to open it? A crisp mechanical sound rang in Zhou Lang's mind. Ah, not the pigeons, Panlong? Zhou Lang's face was full of confusion. Am I swallowing the Starry Sky? As someone who has read the original novel, Zhou Lang has long developed the habit of never talking to himself on Earth. Therefore, he has always communicated with the system through thoughts. But the system seems to have no intelligence at all. Would you like to open the newbie gift pack? Would you like to open the newbie gift pack? Excuse me, open the newbie gift pack. The voice in his head was too annoying, so Zhou Lang quickly communicated with the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the novice gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the bloodline of the god-eating rat, the super talent of the fire element, the meditation method, the full set of fire element magic, and the secret book of fire element Do Chi. Host, please cultivate to the saint realm as soon as possible and get rid of the troubles of lifespan. Is it really a product of the Panlong world? Facing the system panel that only he could see, Zhou Lang was speechless for the reward he received after opening the novice gift package. Now comes the question. Are the laws and rules of the coiled dragon world applicable in the devouring star world? Zhou Lang felt confused. Despite being works by the same author, there is no direct connection between coiled dragon and devouring the stars. In Panlong's novels, the laws and rules are divided into 11 types: earth, fire, water, wind, light, darkness, thunder, life, death, destruction, and destiny. In the original universe of Devouring Starry Sky, the laws are only divided into upper laws and lower laws. The higher laws include space and time. The lower level laws corresponding to space are gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The lower level laws corresponding to time are wind, thunder, and light. In the original novel, the god-eating rat is a dark beast. However, in the world of Devouring the Stars, there is no dark beast, or rather, the dark beast is included in the law of light. Forget it, having a system is better than not having one, so it won't hurt to give it a try. Zhou Lang shook his head. System, extract the novice gift package. He communicated with the system, and the next moment, a tingling sensation came from Zhou Lang's body. He felt that the blood and bone marrow in his body were undergoing a transformation. Powerful force continuously emerged from his body. The floor and walls of the basement could withstand the daily training of high-level warriors, but at this moment Zhou Lang's hands tore the ground into pieces like tofu. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, yet it also seemed to have passed for a long time. Zhou Lang felt that his body was finally returning to normal. However, before he could relax, a large amount of information was violently poured into his mind. After a while, Zhou Lang came to his senses and kept gasping for breath. Fire magic. From the first level fireball to the holy magic meteor shower, there is also a fire-based fighting spirit secret book. He recalled the information in his mind, and it seemed as if he had memorized the secret books of magic and fighting spirit himself without missing a single thing. Then, Zhou Lang felt something in his heart, and a light blue transparent panel opened in front of him. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 18. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Physical level, level 6. Magic level, 0. Fighting spirit level, 0. Law affinity, fire super. Rule affinity, none. Level 6. What does that even equate to in the world of devouring stars? Besides, the bloodline of the god-eating rat is at least a special life form, right? According to the Panlong world, this is a super beast, with only 2 in the entire Panlong universe. If it were in the devouring star world, it would at least be a special life form, right? Zhou Lang thought in his mind and walked to the punch strength tester. He punched the punch force tester with a loud bang, which made a deafening sound and caused the entire tester to vibrate. The punching force tester did not display Zhou Lang's punching force data, but it kept making beeping sounds. The punching force tester at home was installed by the military. It can test the punching force of a high-level war god. If the punching force exceeds 400,000 kilograms, it will not display any information. In other words, my punching power now exceeds 400,000 kilograms? Zhou Lang looked at his fist, then at the fist strength tester in front of him. His whole face was stunned. Can a level 6 warrior from the Panlong world surpass the god of war level? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He shook his head hastily. No matter how you calculate it, a level 6 warrior in the Panlong world cannot exceed the god of war level. level. According to the original work, the sanctuary can fly freely, and the planetary level can also fly freely. If we calculate it this way, the planetary level corresponds to the sanctuary, and the 6th level warrior corresponds to the high level warrior. This system doesn't have any intelligence. I can only rely on myself to check it. Zhou Lang scratched his head helplessly, but the next moment, he noticed that the system panel in front of him began to change. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 18. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction. Gene multiples, 100 times. Level, apprentice level 6. Affinity with the laws. Time, light, fire. Rule affinity, none. Realm, none. Innate magical power, God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huaying, click to view detailed introduction. Time stand still, click to view detailed information. Looking at the changing system panel, Zhou Lang fell silent for a moment. The system obviously knew that it was in the devouring star universe. However, the God-eating rat actually has a 100-fold gene and is at the 6th level of apprenticeship. In other words, it is at the level of a high-level general with a minimum punching force of 32,000 kilograms. And now I have 100 times the gene, so that means a punch force of 3.2 million kilograms? After some mental calculations, Zhou Lang felt his breathing become somewhat rapid. The lowest planetary level punch force was only 2,000 tons, or 2 million kilograms. Calm down, calm down. Zhou Lang took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Yes, innate magical powers. The God-eating rat also has innate magical powers, he thought. In the original novel, the God-eating rat's innate magical power is truly outrageous. Anyone not at the great perfection of a higher god or possessing a soul defense artifact is practically doomed to failure against its innate power. Unfortunately, this skill is completely ineffective against the power of will, making it ineffective at the main god stage. However, its ability to absorb divine power and enhance physical strength is indeed quite impressive. Zhou Lang had inherited the God-eating rat's bloodline, so all his memories of its innate magical powers were in his mind. When he quickly reviewed the God-eating rat's 3 innate magical powers in the devouring star world, he couldn't help but sigh. How perverted. Zhou Lang opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise in them. Now, in the devouring star's world, he naturally underwent changes. This change struck Zhou Lang as a bit too outrageous. According to the bloodline's description, as the universe's first God-eating rat, Zhou Lang hadn't inherited any secret techniques, but basic information was clearly visible. As a special life form born with 100 genes, the God-eating rat reaches the realm master level upon reaching adulthood. Its talents are even more extraordinary. First is God-eating. The God-eating rat can devour and digest any material containing genes, using the digested material to increase its own gene multiplier by up to 10,081 times. Second is shadow transformation. This combat secret talent makes the God-eating rat a natural darling of the laws of time and light, allowing it to create shadow clones in battle. As its understanding of these laws deepens, the number of shadow clones it can unleash increases. Finally, time prohibition. The God-eating rat can completely stop time in an area, and the range of this area increases with its cultivation level. Zhou Lang's expression was momentarily dazed as he sensed the God-eating rat's abnormal innate secrets. Abnormal was the only adjective he could use to describe the God-eating rat's bloodline. Except for the fact that it has no clones, the bloodline of the God-eating rat is definitely much more powerful than the golden-horned beast that Luo Feng possessed in the original novel. He thought to himself. Ding! Just as Zhou Lang was still sighing, the system's voice sounded in his mind. You have a new task. Please check it. Mission: kill the level 7 Velociraptor. Quest reward: Soul Gold Bead. Quest description: in the original novel, the Velociraptor is an iconic Warcraft beast from the early stages. After arriving in the coiling dragon world, how could one not see it with their own eyes? Are you crazy? After seeing the tasks issued by the system, Zhou Lang couldn't help but feel speechless. You knew I was already in the devouring stars world, so why did you ask me to kill Velociraptors? Are there really Velociraptors in the devouring stars? Zhou Lang kept complaining to the system in his mind, but unfortunately the system did not respond at all. Forget it, let's check if there are any monsters similar to the Velociraptor in devouring the stars later. Since I can't explain it to the system, I'll just let it be. It's better than having no system at all. Let's first check out the internal space inside the pronucleus. As a special life form, the God-eating rat naturally possesses a prokaryote. This means that as long as Zhou Lang's pronucleus is not damaged, he will never die. At most, he will consume some resources to condense his physical body. At the location of Zhou Lang's heart, there is a pitch-black crystal with a diameter of about 10 centimeters. This is his pronucleus. Moreover, Zhou Lang can control the movement of the prokaryotic cell to any location in the body at will. It's about 1 kilometer in diameter, much smaller than the golden horned beast. However, when Luo Feng took over the golden horned beast, it was already at the stellar level, while I'm only a 6th level apprentice now. Feeling the changes in the space inside his body, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile. There's still over a month until the college entrance exam, but obviously, these things no longer matter to me. Earth is too small, and I must quickly quickly discover Babata, improve my strength and enter the universe. The Genius War is not far away. Although there are other ways to join the human core, the Genius War is obviously the fastest. Zhou Lang thought about it in his mind and then made a decision. Although Han and Lei Shen, the first and second strongest men on Earth, both hope for a genius, my current strength is too dazzling, so I just need to show it a little. My strength surpassing that of the God of War is too exaggerated. I will first retain my strength to pass the quasi-warrior test, cultivate my genetic energy, and then moderately display some strength to become a genius. The system rewards are all from the coiling dragon world and cannot be guaranteed to be usable in the devouring star. The God of War training camp at the Extreme Martial Arts Hall should still bring me a lot of benefits. Having made his decision, Zhou Lang no longer hesitated. While the quasi-warrior exams were held monthly, the warrior exams were only held in February and August. However, Zhou Lang had no intention of following Luo Feng's lead. Luo Feng in the original novel was too cautious. If he had shown his talent as a psychic from the beginning, his growth process would certainly not have been so difficult. It just so happens that tomorrow is the first. The Extreme Martial Arts School has a test for prospective warriors. Let's pass the test first. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang simply washed up and went to sleep. After the system awakened, although it seemed to be of low intelligence and often misjudged tasks and rewards, it was enough for Zhou Lang. With the blood of the god-eating rat alone, Zhou Lang was confident that he could become immortal. Although immortality seems to be a lot and seems worthless in the original work, in fact, in the universe, immortality is definitely a big deal. Zhou Lang directly sent a leave request message to his class teacher, and then went to the Extreme Martial Arts Gym. As the power of the world's strongest man, Han, the Extreme Martial Arts School's quasi-martial arts certification enjoys extremely high recognition worldwide. Even the military has warriors undergoing quasi-martial arts certification at the Extreme Martial Arts School. The Extreme Club of Yangzhou City is located in Mingyue Community. The next morning, Zhou Lang got up early and took the subway to Mingyue Community. Sir, this is Mingyue Community. I have the right to shoot anyone who breaks in. As Zhou Lang arrived at the gate of the community, a soldier in military uniform, holding an assault rifle with the muzzle pointed downward, warned him. With the advent of the cataclysm, the status of warriors has greatly increased. The residents of Mingyue Community are all warrior families affiliated with the Extreme Martial Arts School, so the security level is extremely high. I'm Zhou Lang, a senior student in the military. This is my student ID. I'm here to take part in today's quasi-warrior assessment. Zhou Lang took out his student ID from his pocket and handed it to the other party. Unlike Luo Feng, Zhou Lang's senior student certificate was issued by the military. As a descendant of a martyr, the military took good care of him. Although Zhou Lang spent most of his time training at the Extreme Martial Arts School in Ian District, he was not a member of the school. Oh, senior student? You're only 18? Not bad, not bad. I hope you can pass the warrior assessment. A white-haired old man walked out of the lobby, took Zhou Lang's student ID and scanned it, and then Zhou Lang's information was displayed. After confirming that everything was correct, the old man handed the student ID back to Zhou Lang. Thanks. The next morning, after receiving the student ID, Zhou Lang politely thanked him. Then, a soldier opened the gate of the community and led him forward. Please follow me. You only have permission to enter the extreme gym. You are prohibited from moving around in other areas. Otherwise, I have the right to kill you. Thanks for the reminder. Zhou Lang had a smile on his face, but he was secretly feeling emotional in his heart. The status of warriors is indeed very high. However, there is nothing wrong with this. Countless warriors died in fierce confrontations with monsters for the survival of mankind. Although warriors are well paid, their mortality rate is also exceptionally high. Just like the villas in the original novel, the military community can't compare in this respect. However, the army isn't entirely made up of warriors. Most of them are actually ordinary people. Zhou Lang followed the soldier closely, looking around. He was able to live in a villa in the military community because Zhou Lang's parents were both senior soldiers. Ordinary soldiers live in buildings. This is normal. The official members of the Extreme Martial Arts School are all formal warriors who have undergone strict screening. As for the army, as long as you meet the physical fitness requirements and pass the political review, you can join the army. After all, the operation of an army does not rely solely on warriors. Fighter jets, artillery, and even nuclear weapons. One does not necessarily have to be a formal warrior to control these techniques. Therefore, a large army naturally cannot afford to let all soldiers' families live in villas. Of course, compared to the tube-shaped building where Luo Feng's family lives now, the living environment in the military community is much better. Neither the soldier who led the way nor Zhou Lang communicated with each other after entering Mingyue Community. After walking silently all the way to the outside of the Extreme Club, the soldier turned and left. Sir, are you here to take the quasi-warrior assessment? Please wait over there. The quasi-warrior assessment will begin at 10 o'clock this morning. When Zhou Lang just stepped into the Extreme Club, a girl walked up to him with a smile on her face. Thank you. Zhou Lang nodded and walked to the the corner of the lobby. There is a small bar with bartenders and waiters busy. He sat on the sofa and waited. As it was still early, Joe Lang was the first person to arrive, and there were only staff from the Extreme Club around him. He was not familiar with these people, but he was also happy to be free. He closed his eyes and took a nap, silently studying the secret talent of the God-eating rat. However, just over 10 minutes later, a figure walked in from outside and greeted Joe Lang. "Prodigal son, you are here too." Joe Lang heard the voice and looked up to see a thin man in his 20s with a ferocious scar on his face walking towards him. "Brother Yang, you're here too?" Seeing the visitor, Joe Lang greeted him with a smile. Yang Wu, the person who passed the test together with Luo Feng in the original novel. However, this does not mean that Yang Wu has not participated in the assessment before. "You're right, I've taken every test in the past year. I hope I can pass this one." After hearing what Joe Lang said, Yang Wu couldn't help but respond helplessly. His punching power has long been up to standard, but speed has always been his shortcoming. The assessment of prospective warriors does not only look at one item, but also considers the overall strength. "I think it's not easy for you this time." Yang Wu had just finished speaking when another person took over. Joe Lang and Yang Wu turned to look. A bearded man about the same age as Yang Wu walked over. "Xiao Zhou, long time no see." He greeted Joe Lang. "Brother Tong." Joe Lang nodded slightly. The person who came was Tong Guan, a military warrior. As the world's largest force, the certification of quasi-warriors issued by Extreme Martial Arts School is recognized worldwide. Therefore, many military warriors also come here for certification. As a family member of a martyr, Joe Lang naturally knew Tong Guan. "Mr. Tong, don't talk about me, your nerve reaction is not much better." Hearing Tong Guan's words, Yang Wu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Yang Wu's speed is not good enough, and Tong Guan's nerve reaction is not up to standard. Both of them had been stuck in the quasi-warrior assessment for more than a year and often met during the assessment, so they were quite familiar with each other. "Okay, stop arguing." A voice sounded, and Joe Lang and the other two turned to look. A middle-aged man in loose training clothes walked down from upstairs. "Instructor." Joe Lang and the other two greeted in unison. The person who came was Zhang Yan, the instructor of Yian District. "Today's test is very simple. Only the three of you will participate. Yang Wu, perform well later. Do you understand?" Zhang Yan knew all three of them. After all, the extreme martial arts gyms in the 12 districts of Yangzhou City were open to the public, and Zhou Lang and Tongguan had also trained in them. But Zhou Lang and Tongguan are closer to the army, and only Yang Wu completely belongs to the extreme martial arts school, and is more likely to join the martial arts school in the future. "Come with me." Zhang Yan led the way without waiting for Yang Wu to answer. When we reached the 6th floor and the elevator opened, a huge practice hall came into view. There were a total of 12 people in the training hall, and including Zhang Yan, there were exactly 13 people. The owner of an extreme martial arts gym is called an instructor, while the owner of an extreme club is the chief instructor. Everyone is here, so let's start the test. When Chief Instructor Wu Tong saw Zhang Yan, Zhou Lang, and the other two coming over, he began to give instructions. "Give me your ID cards, all three of you," Wu Tong said, and Zhou Lang and the other two handed over their ID cards together. "Old Zhang, they're both from your Yian district, so why are both of them in the military? Have you been slacking off lately?" Wu Tongyong used the machine to scan the ID cards of Zhou Lang and the other two, and saw their information, and said with a smile, "Head instructor, you misunderstood me. We do have a genius in the martial arts school recently, but I estimate that he will be able to take the test in about a year, and he won't even be 20 years old by then." Zhang Yan responded quickly. Although Wu Tong's words sounded like a joke, who knows? 18-year-old boy, are you interested in coming to our extreme martial arts school? Wu Tong did not respond to Zhang Yan's words, but turned his gaze to Zhou Lang. "I haven't thought about it yet." Zhou Lang replied with a smile, neither agreeing nor refusing. Wu Tong was not surprised by his answer. Nowadays, various forces have a strong demand for warriors, and warriors have the right to be sold at a high price. What's more, Zhou Lang is only 18 years old. If he can pass the quasi-warrior assessment, it will not be too late to give him treatment then. "Okay, let's start the test. Zhou Lang, you go first and test your punching power." After hearing Wu Tong's words, Zhou Lang nodded and walked to the fist strength tester. He exhaled a breath, slowly preparing himself, and the next moment, he twisted his waist and punched out. The right fist hit the dartboard, causing it to shake violently, and then a number appeared on the screen. 1779 kg. A 4-digit number flashed on the screen, and in an instant, the entire training hall became unusually quiet. Yang Wu was the first to speak, staring at Zhou Lang in disbelief. "Zhou Lang, right? Have you ever used potions that increase your punching power?" Wu Tong frowned slightly, stared at Zhou Lang, and asked. "No, my financial situation does not allow me to use such medicines." Zhou Lang shook his head. This was not a false gesture. Although the subsidies given to him by the state are not small, they are only enough for him to maintain a normal life and go to school. Zhou Lang couldn't even afford those punching power-enhancing potions that had serious side effects. "Then no one has privately taught you how to cultivate your genetic energy, right?" Wu Tong Lang nodded. Zhou Lang's message just now mentioned that he was the child of a martyr. With such family conditions, they really cannot afford the cost of such medicines. No. Zhou Lang shook his head again. After getting his accurate answer, a smile appeared on Wu Tong's face. Continue the assessment. Zhang Yan, you take charge. I'll be out for a while. Wu Tong handed the important task of assessment to Zhang Yan and left the training hall. Continue. Next, Tongguan. Zhang Yan glanced at Zhou Lang, feeling somewhat puzzled. Zhou Lang knew very well that his punching force was close to 900 kilograms. After all, Zhou Lang often went to the extreme martial arts gym with Luo Feng to train. However, now, his punching power is close to 1,800 kilograms. This growth is truly astonishing. However, the chief instructor is now going to verify the situation. If everything is normal, he will definitely extend an invitation to Zhou Lang. Tongguan walked to the punch strength tester, still thinking about the power of Zhou Lang's punch just now. 907 kg. Pass. Zhang Yan glanced at Tongguan's punching power. Normally, Tongguan's punching strength is around 967. It seems that Zhou Lang's punching strength just now affected his mentality. Next, Yang Wu. Tongguan stepped back. Yang Wu stepped forward and took a deep breath. Yes, 958. Compared with Tongguan, Yang Wu's mentality seems more stable. Of course, it may also be because he has had a longer interval and has adjusted himself. Next item, speed test, Zhou Lang. Zhang Yan was just about to announce the start of the next assessment when the elevator door suddenly opened and Wu Tong walked out. Zhou Lang, I formally invite you on behalf of the Extreme Martial Arts School. Are you willing to accept? Wu Tong smiled and looked at Zhou Lang with sharp eyes. However, everyone present was focused on Zhou Lang, but did not notice that Tongguan quietly put his hand into his pocket. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Lang shook his head slightly. Chief Instructor, I haven't made up my mind yet. Let's wait until I pass the warrior combat assessment. 24.9 meters per second, still a little short. Yang Wu, please stand aside first. Zhou Lang rejected Wu Tong's invitation and the assessment continued. Yang Wu was the last participant in the boxing strength test, so the speed test was his first item. Unfortunately, Yang Wu's speed was still a little short of the mark and he failed the test. He stepped aside with a frustrated look on his face, while Tongguan stepped forward and walked into the speed test area. Tongguan's footsteps suddenly stomped on the ground, making a muffled sound, and instantly increased his speed to the limit. When he reached the finish line, he looked back anxiously. 25.3 meters per second, not bad, passed. Zhang Yan looked at the numbers on the display screen and nodded slightly. Tongguan then breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been sarcastic towards Yang Wu before, in reality, the two were almost equally strong, and it was inevitable that they would meet in so many quasi-warrior assessments. Next, Zhou Lang. Zhang Yan turned his gaze to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang took a few steps forward and entered the speed test area. He exhaled a breath of foul air. Zhou Lang rushed out from his original position like a cheetah. 30.1 meters per second. After the test, Zhou Lang glanced back at his speed, nodded slightly, and was secretly satisfied with his control. Yes, follow me. Wu Tong nodded slightly, and his idea of keeping Zhou Lang and letting him join the Extreme Martial Arts School became more and more determined. The group followed Wu Tong to the neural response testing room next door. The testing room is about 100 square meters in size, with a tall instrument placed in the middle. The top of the instrument has multiple holes shot out like a machine gun, and there are dozens of them densely packed together. The first one is Zhou Lang. As Wu Tong spoke, he walked to the front of the testing equipment and stood in a circle with a diameter of 3 meters and 6. When the switch is turned on, red light emits from the edge of the circle. From the outside, the entire inside of the circle looks like it is surrounded by a red gauze curtain. Remember, no matter what happens, you cannot leave the red circle. Otherwise, even if you fail, you will lose points if you touch the red light. After saying that, Wu Tong turned on the testing machine and began to adjust the test intensity. Start! Zhou Lang stood in the circle and Wu Tong pressed the switch. Bang bang bang. The muzzle on the machine began to rotate continuously, spraying out red bullets. These red bullets were flying at different speeds, with unpredictable trajectories, and were shot towards Zhou Lang densely. Zhou Lang's eyes were fixed on the front, and his body kept dodging back and forth and left and right. Although he was hit occasionally, he always adjusted quickly. In the blink of an eye, 60 seconds had passed. Within 60 seconds, you were hit 7 times without touching the red light. Excellent, Zhou Lang, congratulations. Wu Tong looked at Zhou Lang, and the more he looked, the happier he became. Such a genius deserves to join the Extreme Martial Arts School. I'll tell you in detail about your treatment in a moment. Next up, Tongguan. Wu Tong said with a smile, and Tongguan hurriedly stepped forward. Unfortunately, Tongguan ultimately failed the nerve reaction test. 3 people took the test, but only Zhou Lang passed and became a quasi-warrior. August 1st is the day for the warrior assessment. Don't be late then. Yang Wu and Tongguan had already left because they failed the assessment. Now only Wu Tong and Zhou Lang are left in the hall. Next, Next, let me tell you about how the martial arts school treats you, Wu Tong said, handing Zhou Lang a document. Normally, warriors sign contracts only after their warrior assessments are complete, but for a genius like you, special arrangements will be made, Wu Tong explained with a smile. First, you will have the right to reside in Mingyue community and will be assigned a villa. Of course, you only have the right to reside there, not the right to buy or sell it. Zhou Lang listened to Wu Tong's explanation and looked at the contract in his hand without interrupting. Secondly, we will provide 20 million in startup capital, which will be directly deposited into your martial artist account. We will also provide 50 million worth of body movements, guiding techniques, and attack methods. As long as it does not exceed 50 million, the rest will be borne by the martial arts school. Of course, if the price exceeds this, you will need to make up the excess yourself. How's it going, Zhou Lang? The benefits of this contract are already quite generous. As the world's leading force, you don't need to doubt the strength of the Extreme Martial Arts School. If you join the Extreme Martial Arts School, a genius like you might even have the chance to meet the school's owner, Hong, the world's strongest man. After he finished speaking, Wu Tong looked at Zhou Lang expectantly. Wait a moment. Before Zhou Lang could speak, the elevator in the lobby opened. Zhang Yan followed a middle-aged soldier and looked at Wu Tong with a little embarrassment. It was this middle-aged soldier who spoke. Zhou Lang, right? After hearing the conditions of the Extreme Martial Arts School, why not listen to the conditions of our military and then make a choice? How about it? The middle-aged man looked at Zhou Lang with a smile. As he spoke, he stuffed a document into Zhou Lang's hand. Needless to say, the right to live in the villa is worth 30 million in startup capital, 80 million in body movements, guiding techniques, attack methods, and the rank of major. Moreover, as long as you meet certain requirements later, you can obtain more resources. The most important thing is that during the beast tide in the base city, you only need to obey orders and you can act freely at other times. In the wilderness, you can always call in artillery fire or aircraft support. As he spoke, the middle-aged soldier looked at Zhou Lang. You have the opportunity to join the Huashan organization, which was personally established by Chief Jiai. What do you think? Consider it. After hearing the middle-aged soldier's conditions, Wu Tong felt helpless. The conditions are much better than those at the Extreme Martial Arts School. Commander, I want to know how much freedom I have. Zhou Lang glanced at the document in his hand, then looked up at the other party. Zhou Lang really doesn't have much interest in organizations on Earth. But after all, we are on Earth, and finding a suitable organization can save a lot of trouble. Aside from the beast tide, you will not receive any orders. There is only one thing you need to do: improve your strength as quickly as possible. The middle-aged soldier's face turned serious when he heard Zhou Lang's question. Okay, I've decided to join the military. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Lang nodded in agreement. Welcome, Major Zhou Lang. My name is Zhang Zhao. Seeing Zhou Lang agree, Zhang Zhao smiled and stretched out his right hand. The two shook hands, and Zhou Lang then looked at Wu Tong. I'm sorry, Chief Instructor. That's too much. Even though Zhou Lang did not choose to join the Extreme Martial Arts School, Wu Tong still smiled and extended his right hand to him. I hope you can kill more monsters next time. Hello, Major Zhou Lang. I'm your correspondent, Tanya. In the evening, at Zhou Lang's home, Zhou Lang met his correspondent. The warrior assessment you submitted has been approved and will be conducted at the military district tomorrow morning. Here are my contact information, as well as your ID and uniform. In addition, your internal rank has been upgraded, allowing you to log into the soldier's home, and the benefits in your account have been issued. As Tanya spoke, she handed the ID and military uniform to Zhou Lang. Okay, thank you. Zhou Lang took the military uniform, glanced at it, and then nodded in gratitude. I live next door, so please let me know if you need anything, Tanya said, saluted, and left the room. Zhou Lang put his ID and military uniform aside and turned on his computer. Although he could apply for a villa now, Zhou Lang had already gotten used to his current residence and did not move. After the quasi-warrior assessment was completed during the day, Zhang Zhao introduced the military situation to Zhou Lang, and Zhou Lang applied for the warrior assessment. Generally speaking, there are only 2 warrior assessments each year, one on February 1st and the other on August 1st. However, as a genius specially recruited by the military, Zhou Lang is obviously not subject to this restriction. He opened the soldier's home and logged in using the number on his certificate. Ding. Name, Zhou Lang. Address, Jiangnan Military Region, Huaxia. Warrior ID number, 42612************************************************************************************************************************.. Currency million Huaxia currency. After identity verification, Zhou Lang's basic information gradually emerged. Although Zhou Lang hadn't yet taken the warrior assessment, his identity verification showed he was a warrior-level warrior. The entire web page was simple and clear, with a row of buttons. The button representing email was blinking. When the mouse hovered over it, it indicated 2 emails. Zhou Lang opened one of the emails. Hello, Major Zhou Lang. When the email was opened, a young man in military uniform appeared on the screen. I'm Colonel Zhang Zhao's correspondent. The 30 million star startup funds promised in the contract have arrived. You can check at any time. Subsequent purchases of secret manuals will be free of charge, as long as the price does not exceed 80 million. All operations within the soldier's home will be handled by a dedicated person. Welcome to join the army, Major Zhou Lang. The video ended and Zhou Lang nodded slightly. To him, the secret manual and other things weren't that helpful. After all, Earth was just a small place. Then, Zhou Lang opened another email. This is still a video that introduces the detailed operation of the soldier's home, which is similar to the extreme home in the original book. In the soldier's home, Zhou Lang could purchase weapons of various levels, guiding techniques, body movement secrets, attack secrets, and even firearms, transportation vehicles, and protective gear. In short, for low-level warriors, the soldier's home can meet almost all of their material needs. The preferential policy is the same as that of extreme home, and you can enjoy up to half price. However, the soldier's home cannot obtain contribution points through monetary donations. If you want to obtain contribution points, you must kill monsters. Fortunately, the army does not determine the contribution points based on the amount of materials, but evaluates the contribution points based on the strength of the monsters. After closing the video, Zhou Lang briefly browsed the soldier's home. There were quite a few posts on the soldier's forum, but they didn't mean much to Zhou Lang. After all, his knowledge of the original novel far surpassed that of other warriors on Earth. On Earth, the only secret manuals worth buying are the 9-layered Thunderblade and the World Destruction. Without a spaceship, leaving Earth is extremely difficult, not to mention that the outer space is blocked by Huyanba. We must rely on Babata's help, so we have to stay on Earth for the time being. In that case, let's buy a secret manual. Thanks. Soon, Zhou Lang made a decision. After opening them all, he went straight to the attack sheets. Destroying the world, category, gunmanship, rating, ultimate, price, 100 billion Chinese currency, full price, 50 billion Chinese currency, half price. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. 9-layered Thunderblade, category, sword skills, rating, ultimate, price, 100 billion Chinese coins, full price, 50 billion Chinese coins, half price. Requirement, 4-star contribution points. Zhou Lang did not look at other secret books. Although the secret manuals inside the extreme house and the soldier's house are not exactly the same, the military also includes the skills of Hong and Lei Shin, the first and second strongest people on Earth. From the original work, there are no specific weapons in the primitive universe. After all, the shape of the precious treasures is uncertain. Usually, after obtaining a certain kind of precious treasure or treasure, the corresponding secret method will be created according to their shape. In this case, let's choose destruction of the world. After all, this kind of gun method looks more handsome. Zhou Lang made a decision quickly. Destroying the world, full 7 levels, price 100 billion Chinese currency, full price, 50 billion Chinese currency, half price. Requirement, for star contribution points. The first 3 levels of destroying the world, price, 500 million Chinese currency, full price, 250 million Chinese currency, half price. Requirement, 2-star contribution points. The first 2 levels of destroying the world, price, 200 million Chinese currency, full price, 100 million Chinese currency, half price. Requirement, 2-star contribution points. Destroying the world level 1, price, 100 million Chinese currency, full price, 50 million Chinese currency, half price. Requirement, 1-star contribution points. World destruction is the ultimate spear technique, extremely difficult to practice and extremely challenging to master. Many warriors around the world have chosen this spear technique, but have not even been able to master the first level. Please be cautious when choosing this spear technique. On the purchase interface of destruction, the small blood-red text at the bottom flashed as a reminder. The 9-layered Thunder Blade has 9 layers, while the world-destroying blade only has 7 layers. However, this is normal, as Hong's power is inherently lower than that of the Thunder God. But this price is more expensive than the 9-layered Thunder Blade, plus 30 million in startup capital. A total of 110 million is required. The first purchase can enjoy half price, but you can only buy the first 2 layers, so the first 2 layers are the only 2 layers. Zhou Lang shook his head and clicked to confirm. Fill in the delivery address and verify your identity. Zhou Lang finally completed the order. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The first 2 levels of the secret manual for world destruction will be delivered to Major Zhou Lang within 24 hours. Prompts appeared on the screen one after another. There are only 10 million left. Luckily, the weapons and armor within the army are all provided free of charge, which can save us a lot of money. Next, let's try to cultivate genetic energy. Gender, male. Rank, major. Zhou Lang turned off the computer, stood up and walked towards the practice room in the basement. Before leaving the House of Extremes, Wu Tong had already shown Zhou Lang the 5 hearts towards heaven cultivation method. With my current talent, it should be easy to succeed in cultivation, right? Zhou Lang sat cross-legged on the ground, his legs crossed, soles facing up, his hands lightly placed on his legs, palms facing up, and his back straight. If it was my previous talent, I definitely wouldn't be able to sense it in one night, but now that I've fused the blood of the god-eating rat, my talent should be outstanding. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang closed his eyes and slowly adjusted his breathing. At the moment he closed his eyes and relaxed his breathing, a trace of air flowed into his body at an extremely fast speed through the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. This is too fast. Zhou Lang suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In the original novel, Luo Feng spent several hours just to sense the cosmic energy, but I sensed it the moment I adjusted my breathing. It seems that, at least on Earth, I have the strongest talent. A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's lips. Then, he closed his eyes again. This time, he focused his consciousness on the 5 hearts. The next moment, countless cosmic energies seemed to rush into Zhou Lang's body as if they couldn't wait. As the cosmic energy entered his cells, Zhou Lang felt a tremor emanating from deep within his bone marrow. A large amount of energy was absorbed by the cells, which then began to divide. The DNA within them was also quietly changing. Time passes quietly. Zhou Lang felt that his body was like a traveler who had been thirsty in the desert for several days and suddenly saw water. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 10 hours. Zhou Lang remained absorbed in the absorption of cosmic energy. Even though the secret book of world destruction he had purchased had been delivered, since Zhou Lang was practicing in the training room, the communicator, Tanya, did not bother knocking on the door to disturb him. Therefore, the 2 soldiers who had delivered the secret book had no choice but to wait patiently with Tanya in the living room. And so, 24 hours passed. Tanya stared at the still-closed door of the training room and decided to contact Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao became a little uneasy when he learned that Zhou Lang had been practicing in the training room for a full 24 hours without coming out. He instantly realized a possibility. Could it be that Zhou Lang practiced the 5 hearts towards heaven for so long on his first try? Zhang Zhao felt his breathing become a little rapid. When he recruited Zhou Lang, he simply considered him a genius. The military always valued talent, but most warriors yearned for freedom. Granting Zhou Lang such extensive freedom was simply a new policy the military had recently experimented with. However, Zhang Zhao really didn't expect Zhou Lang to be so outstanding. A would-be warrior who tested close to 1,800 kilograms of punch strength was considered a genius, but in the entire Chinese world, only 1 or 2 such individuals were found each year. However, their subsequent developments were quite different. But if the first time you practice 5 hearts towards heaven it takes 24 hours and it's still going on, that's truly amazing. After hanging up the phone with Tanya, Zhang Zhao turned his gaze to the red landline on the table. He was only a regimental commander of the Yangzhou branch military district under the Jiangnan military district, and still had the right to contact Jia Yi directly. Of course, although direct contact is possible, it will never be used lightly unless it is something particularly important. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone. Commander Jia, I am Zhang Zhao from the Yangzhou Sub-Military Command of the Jiangnan Military Region. I have something very important to report to you. After the other party answered the call, Zhang Zhao hurriedly reported Zhou Lang's situation. At this time, Zhou Lang, who was still immersed in cultivation, knew nothing about this. The process of absorbing cosmic energy was so comfortable that Zhou Lang completely forgot about time. He just felt that his cells were like hungry travelers, longing for a large amount of cosmic energy to fill themselves. So, Zhou Lang maintained this posture and continued to absorb cosmic energy. Finally, when Zhou Lang felt that his cells were completely saturated and could no longer absorb any cosmic energy, he opened his eyes. Is this what genetic optimization feels like? It's truly fascinating. Feeling the changes in his body, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile. The next moment, Zhou Lang opened the system panel. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 18. Bloodline, god-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction. Gene multiples, 100 times. Level, apprentice level 9. Affinity with the laws. Time, light, fire. Rule affinity, none. Realm, none. Innate magical power, god devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huayin, click to view detailed introduction. Time stand still, click to view detailed information. Hiss. Looking at his improved strength, Zhou Lang couldn't help but take a breath. After just his first training, he jumped directly from the 6th level of apprentice to the 9th level of apprentice. The standard punching force of a high-level war god is 256,000 kilograms, and I have a 100-fold gene. In other words, my punching force has now reached 25.6 million kilograms? After some silent calculations in his mind, Zhou Lang came to a shocking conclusion. The standard punching force of the 3rd planetary level is only 16 million kilograms. Judging from the punching force alone, Zhou Lang now even exceeds the 3rd planetary level. Is this the power of special life? He swallowed, feeling a surge of emotion. I don't know how long I've been practicing. Luo Feng's first practice in the original novel took several hours. I think it will take me at least a day, right? Zhou Lang thought in his heart, stood up, pushed the door and walked out. Chief. When Zhou Lang walked out the door, Tanya was waiting outside. She saluted him immediately when she saw him. Time passes by little by little. Why are you here? Zhou Lang glanced at Tanya in confusion. The day after you entered the practice room, room, I was worried about your condition, so I notified Colonel Zhang Zhao. Colonel Zhang Zhao has already had people check with instruments, and no accidents occurred in the practice room, so I waited here for you. Tanya gave a brief explanation, but Zhou Lang was a little surprised. How long did it take me to practice this time? It was 10 days, 8 hours, 27 minutes, and 36 seconds before you came out. Tanya glanced at the time and then reported truthfully. So long? Zhou Lang himself was also surprised. By the way, is Colonel Zhang Zhao, whom you mentioned, here too? Yes, not only Major Zhang Zhao, but also 2 military war gods are waiting for you in the living room. The gun technique you ordered has been delivered. Tanya nodded and spoke quickly. Come on, let's go up. Hearing that the military god of war had also arrived, Zhou Lang immediately walked towards the elevator. He secretly wondered in his heart what the military god of war was doing in coming to find him. How could a genius who could practice 5 hearts towards heaven for 10 days on his first try not be worthy of their trying to win him over with all kinds of conditions? This is our military's #1 genius, Zhou Lang, right? When Zhou Lang walked into the living room on the first floor, he found 6 or 7 people waiting. Seeing him coming up, a man in his 30s walked up to Zhou Lang with a smile and stretched out his right hand. My name is Lu Gang, and my military rank is Major General. Time passes slowly. Hello, Major General Lu Gang. When Zhou Lang heard the other party's self-introduction, he couldn't help but look at him more. In the original novel, in order to resist the rat tide, the military god of war Lu Gang fought bravely and eventually died in battle. This is Zhou Lang's evaluation of Lu Gang. Now that he already knew the ending of the original novel, Zhou Lang would never let Lu Gang repeat the same mistake. My name is Li Dawei, commander of the Southeast Military Region. Major General Zhou Lang is indeed a promising young man. Another middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s also walked up to greet Zhou Lang. Hello, General. Zhou Lang saluted. This person was also a character that appeared in the original novel. I'm actually a Major General? Zhou Lang looked at Zhang Zhao puzzledly. Well, after Tanya informed me during your retreat, I contacted Commander Jiayi. According to Commander Jiayi's instructions, your rank was promoted from Major to Major General. The military has regulations that anyone without military merit can only be promoted to Major General at most, so if you want a higher rank, you must go kill monsters. Zhang Zhao explained. Zhou Lang, could you please tell me about your current strength? As soon as Zhang Zhao finished speaking, Li Dawei asked hurriedly. The Southeast Military Region commanded by Li Dawei is one of the 4 major military regions in China. The Jiangnan Military Region is under the Southeast Military Region, and Zhou Lang's relationship is in the Yangzhou Military Region. Li Dawei is naturally very concerned about Zhou Lang's strength. I haven't tested it yet, but it should be a high-level war god. Zhou Lang did not lie. Although he, a high-level war god, is a full 100 times stronger than the average high-level war god, he is still considered a high-level war god. High-level war god? Li Dawei's voice became noticeably louder. Xiao Zhou, forget it, let's go and test it. There was a hint of trembling in Li Dawei's voice. What kind of talent is it to be able to reach the level of a god of war for the first time absorbing cosmic energy? Just imagining it is enough to make people excited. As for the possibility that Zhou Lang was lying, Li Dawei did not think Zhou Lang was a stupid person. In this situation, if he still lies, then Zhou Lang's talent will be wasted. Zhou Lang did not refuse, and they all walked towards the practice room in the basement together. Bang! Zhou Lang punched the punch force tester. Ding ding ding. The fist target kept shaking and making rapid sounds. Li Dawei couldn't help but clench his hands. When the punch force tester makes such a sound, it means one thing: the punch force exceeds the upper limit of the tester. The punching force testers in the military area are all unified and can test the highest punching force of a high-level war god, which is 400,000 kilograms. Zhou Lang's punching power has exceeded the test range, which means that he has truly reached the high-level war god level. Genius. A true genius. The greatest genius on earth. In front of Zhou Lang, Hong and Lei Xin are just ordinary. Zhang Zhao, in the name of the commander of the Southeast Military Region, I order that the entire military community be placed under immediate martial law. Internet signals are cut off. No one is allowed to enter, but no one is allowed to leave. Li Dawei recovered to normal in just a few seconds and immediately gave orders. Yes, Chief. Zhang Zhao immediately saluted and agreed, and then Li Dawei looked at Lu Gang again. Lu Gang, you stay here now. No one except Zhou Lang is allowed to move freely in this villa. Yes, Chief. Lu Gang saluted quickly and then walked out of the practice room. Xiao Zhou. Li Dawei then turned to Zhou Lang. This is for your safety. Your freedom is not restricted, but I hope you can wait a moment. Mr. Jia may want to see you. Li Dawei looked at Zhou Lang with a smile, but Zhou Lang did not refuse. Zhou Lang's current talent is nothing special in the universe except for his hundredfold genes. But on Earth, his talent can definitely be called #1. After Li Dawei explained a few things, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Zhou Lang did not eavesdrop on Li Dawei's conversation, but went to the living room. In the living room, Tanya and several other military soldiers who delivered the secret book had been controlled by Lu Gang. Lu Gang looked at Zhou Lang, who was walking over, with curiosity in his eyes. But he didn't speak at this time. Seeing this, Zhou Lang didn't want to cause trouble for the military, so he simply sat on the sofa and closed his eyes. To outsiders, it looked like he was resting his eyes. But in fact, Zhou Lang was quietly checking the information in his mind. When the system was bound, he not only obtained the bloodline of the god-eating rat, but also received rewards of super talent of fire magic, and the secret book of firefighting spirit. It is obviously impossible to practice fire magic now. However, you can explore the secret book of fire-type fighting spirit first. Burning Sky Secret Book. Just from the name, you can tell that this Do Chi secret book is of high level. What made Zhou Lang even more delighted was that it not only contained the content of fighting spirit cultivation, but also a set of spear techniques and a set of footwork, collectively known as the Burning Heaven Spear Technique. The Burning Heaven Spear Technique is divided into 9 levels. The first level is twice the force, the second level is 3 times the force, the third level is 4 times the force, and the 9th level is 10 times the force. Moreover, the most important thing is that the power of this Burning Heaven Spear Technique is all round, not only with speed and strength but also with defense. Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile. You still have to practice to destroy the world. At least you have to have a cover. When you leave the base city, you can use the Burning Heaven Spear Technique. If you are asked, just say that you obtained it from ancient relics. He made a quick decision in his heart. Compared to the World Destruction Spear Technique, the Heaven Burning Spear Technique is more complete and of a higher level. In the original novel, there is a foundation for a spiritualist in Ruins number 9, but I don't know if there is a foundation for a warrior. Although Yunma Star is mainly populated by spiritualists, there are definitely warriors as well, so similar basic secret manuals should exist. Zhou Lang's thoughts couldn't help but fly to the number 9 ruins on Earth. Although he has obtained the system now, the rewards from the system are all things from the Panlong world. Therefore, Zhou Lang had to set his sights on the potential opportunities on Earth. It's a pity that I'm not a spiritualist, otherwise I could try to directly obtain the inheritance of Yunma Star. He shook his head secretly, but he didn't feel too disappointed. In the original novel, whether it is a warrior or a spiritualist, everything is the same after becoming immortal. This feeling seems very similar to Panlong. Whether it's a warrior or a magician, there's no difference when they reach the god level. Just when Zhou Lang was still studying the Burning Heaven Spear Technique, Kyoto Base City, a fighter plane took off quietly and headed straight for Yangzhou City. As one of the world's top masters, Jia Yi is also the number 1 person in the Chinese military. His fighter jets are registered with organizations in various countries. Therefore, the intelligence departments of various organizations around the world have already received the news. However, when Jia Yi took off, Huaxia also issued a statement at the same time. Jia Yi went to inspect the Jiangnan military region. As a leading figure in the military, inspecting the military region was his job. Therefore, other intelligence agencies did not think much about it. Just over 10 minutes later, Zhou Lang then met Jia Yi, the old man who was now ranked first in power in China. Although he was called an old man, Jia Yi actually looked to be no more than 40 years old. He had a calm demeanor, neat short hair, a straight military uniform, a gentle smile on his face, but a firm look in his eyes. Aha, Zhou Lang, that's amazing. The world really belongs to the young people now. After arriving at Zhou Lang's villa, Jia Yi walked up to Zhou Lang with a smile and stretched out his right hand. Hello, Chief Jia Yi. Zhou Lang had seen Jia Yi on TV, so his face was not unfamiliar to him. Okay, Xiaozhou, you just turned 18, right? When Jia Yi heard Zhou Lang's greeting, he smiled and nodded, took Zhou Lang's right hand, and patted his shoulder with the other hand. Yes, I just turned 18 in March. Zhou Lang nodded, full of admiration for Jia Yi. In the original novel, in order to fight against the golden-horned beast, Luo Feng and Jia Yi and 6 others burned their souls together and cast the forbidden technique of meteorite ink star. It was precisely because of their heroic efforts that Luo Feng was able to seize the body of the golden-horned beast at the critical moment. If Zhou Lang were in Jia Yi's position, he would definitely not have the courage to make such a sacrifice. But this did not prevent Zhou Lang from respecting and admiring Jia Yi. Xiaozhou, I want to talk to you about your future treatment. What do you think? Jia Yi treated Zhou Lang in a friendly manner and had no airs of a leader at all. As a senior who came from the Great Nirvana period, Jia Yi was well aware of the importance of a genius to China and mankind. No problem, Chief Jia Yi, please tell me. Zhou Lang nodded, indicating that Jia Yi could speak frankly. Don't call me Chief. I'm a few years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Jia. Jia Yi smiled and shook his head, motioned his secretary to leave, and then said to Zhou Lang, that won't do. I'd better call you Mr. Jia. Otherwise, if my parents knew I called you Brother Jia, they would probably beat me to death for being such an unfilial son. Zhou Lang quickly refused with a smile, thinking that it wouldn't be a disadvantage to call him Mr. Jia. Okay, good boy, come on, let's sit down and talk. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Jia Yi laughed even more happily and pulled Zhou Lang to sit on the sofa. According to military regulations, without military merit, the highest rank anyone can be promoted to is Major General. I personally stipulated this, so Xiaozhou, you need to be prepared for your military military rank. Jia Yi opened his mouth, but Zhou Lang quickly waved his hands. Mr. Jia, there's no need for military rank. Just follow the rules. Okay, Xiaozhou, I was right about you. I can't do anything about your military rank, but I can compensate you in other ways. Jia Yi smiled and nodded, then his expression turned serious. Your current strength is already that of a high-level war god. Neither the basic training camp nor the elite training camp is meaningful to you. But I will fight for you, and the rewards you deserve will definitely not be less, and the military will cover everything. Jia Yi patted his chest and said, then raised his wrist and clicked a few times on his smartwatch. A transparent screen rose up. First, let's have dragon blood. This is Hong's exclusive formula. The military only has 5 copies this year. I'll make the decision and give you 2. Then there is the Black God set. There are regulations for this. Anyone who gets 1 set must enter the ruins to get another set, but the time you enter the ruins can be postponed. There are also fighter jets. The fighter jet I am currently using was built by the country by restoring ancient relic technology. I gave the order when I set out from Kyoto base city. You should be able to receive it in 3 months. The spacecraft is also equipped with an artificial intelligence. I will also give you a copy of my experience in breaking through to the planetary level, that is, surpassing the God of War level. The military has paid for the complete set of world-destroying gun techniques you purchased. Although you possess the Black God suit, as a major general in the military, you can still receive a set of combat uniforms and weapons that match your strength free of charge every year. Jia Yi detailed the many rewards given to Zhou Lang by the military. Zhou Lang listened quietly, not interrupting, but accepting them silently. Also, the gravity chamber in the Ares training camp will be helpful to you. Before I came here, I made a deal with Hong, allowing you 30 hours of access each month. Your security level has been upgraded to my own, and your security is handled by Li Daowei's Special Operations Company, a platoon of 25 men. The weakest are high-level warriors, while the strongest are high-level generals. They will report to you today. If you're not satisfied with Tanya, the communicator, I can arrange for someone else. Tanya is fine, no need to replace her. Zhou Lang shook his head. He didn't care about the communicators and guards. They were just trivial matters anyway. Okay, in addition to these, your authority within the military has also been increased. Your current position is Deputy Chief of Staff of the Southeast Military Region Headquarters. Of course, this is just a nominal position, and you don't need to actually go to the military region. You only need to focus on improving your capabilities. You have the right to access a satellite at any time. This is your exclusive communication channel. The electronic products you use will also be delivered by someone specially assigned to you. From now on, you can only use internal military equipment. Please understand this. In addition, you can also mobilize 20 fighter jets. In terms of missiles, except for nuclear weapons, all other resources within the Southeast Military Region can be mobilized by you. That's about it. Xiaozhou, do you think there is anything else you need to add? Jia Yi spoke for more than 10 minutes before he finished explaining Zhou Lang's treatment in detail. That's enough. Zhou Lang waved his hands quickly, feeling deeply moved. He truly felt the importance Jia Yi and the Huaxia military placed on him, and he himself was no ungrateful person. As soon as Jia Yi finished speaking, Zhou Lang hurriedly spoke up. Mr. Jia, don't worry. My parents were both Huaxia soldiers, and so am I now. Huaxia is my root. Jia Yi came quickly and left quickly. As the chief of the military, Jia Yi's daily schedule was packed. He had to turn down several meetings to get time to meet Zhou Lang today. But, although Jia Yi had left, Zhou Lang's guards quickly arrived at the military family community. Jia Yi suggested that Zhou Lang move to Kyoto base city. However, Zhou Lang was already accustomed to living here, so he rejected Jia Yi's proposal. In the training room, Zhou Lang sat cross-legged with the secret book of the world-destroying spear technique spread out in front of him. The world-destroying spear technique is divided into guiding techniques, asking the source of the stars, fleeting body movements and attacking methods, collectively known as world-destroying. The entire world-destroying spear technique has 7 levels. Practicing the first level can achieve 1.8 times the force, and the second level can achieve 2.7 times, until the highest force of 6.3 times. Zhou Lang quickly flipped through it, then picked up the spear in the corner of the training room and began to practice. This spear is also one of Zhou Lang's privileges. Every year he has a chance to get one. Whether Zhou Lang chooses to sell it or use it himself, the military will not interfere. Compared to the burning heaven spear technique, the world-destroying spear technique seems a bit immature, and the way of exerting force is also a bit wrong. For me, there hasn't been much improvement after practicing. It can only be used as a cover-up in the early stages. After Zhou Lang practiced a set of shooting techniques, he decided not to continue. Although Hong is a genius, he has no correct guidance and eventually goes astray. Afterwards, Zhou Lang practiced the burning heaven spear technique again before sitting cross-legged again. Black God suit. He took out a black ring from his pocket, looked at it carefully, and put it on his hand. There was a sharp pain, and the black God suit pierced Zhou Lang's finger, continuously absorbing his blood. After a while, when the black God suit absorbed to its limit, it, Zhou Lang felt as if he could directly control it. The Black God suit, which was originally just a ring, began to expand and completely enveloped Zhou Lang. Only tiny holes for the eyes and nostrils are left. Zhou Lang's body has been completely covered by the Black God suit. With my current basic punching power, plus the defense of the Black God suit, a planetary level first order being has no other advantages except the ability to fly. Feeling his current strength, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile slightly. After verifying his own strength, Zhou Lang left the underground training room. Back in the bedroom, Zhou Lang turned on the computer and entered the soldier's home. No, not to mention the name, there's not even a slightly similar one. Zhou Lang looked at the illustrations of various monsters in the database and couldn't help feeling helpless. The system task required him to kill a velociraptor. But this thing belongs to the Panlong world, and it does not exist in the Devouring Star world. Forget it, if I don't have it, then so be it. At worst, I won't use the system. I have the blood of the god-eating rat. At least I can become immortal. As long as I can become immortal, even if there is no further progress, as long as I have a good relationship with Luo Feng, there is nothing to worry about. Zhou Lang shook his head and put the thoughts aside. Tanya, Major General Zhou. Zhou Lang opened the door and shouted, and Tanya came out from the next room. Please contact the military district. I want to go into the wilderness area. Zhou Lang began to explain, and Tanya immediately contacted the military district. Tanya knows Zhou Lang's strength, so there was no worry at all about him entering the wilderness area. Nothing will happen anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? Soon, Tanya communicated with the military district. Zhou Lang and Tanya left the villa together, and Tanya drove him to the train station. Tanya's strength is only that of a junior fighter. Considering her age of just 20, this strength is already quite good, but compared with Zhou Lang, the gap is too big. Therefore, Zhou Lang was the only one who took on the task of going into the wilderness. Keep in touch, Major General. At the train station, Tanya said goodbye to Zhou Lang, and Zhou Lang walked into the special train alone, entering the wilderness area for the first time. Although I had learned about it through novels in my previous life, this time I was truly there. However, Zhou Lang was not nervous at all. With his current strength, even if it is a king-level monster, Zhou Lang is confident that he can defeat it. This is just an ordinary wilderness area. He came here just to familiarize himself with his own strength. However, Zhou Lang soon realized that he had underestimated his own strength. Holding a spear, a giant silver-white wolf lay at Zhou Lang's feet. Silver Moon Wolf. In the original novel, the monster that almost wiped out the protagonist's team. Moreover, this monster is not the injured beast general level that Luo Feng and others encountered in the original novel, but it is a real, lord-level monster. Such a monster, no matter where it is placed in the world, is considered a powerful existence. What a pity. In front of Zhou Lang, the Silver Moon Wolf had no power to resist. He was shot through by Zhou Lang. Fortunately, because he was killed instantly, the body of this Silver Moon Wolf remains quite intact. The wilderness areas in general don't have any pressure on me at all. I don't need to pursue any particular combat pressure, as long as I can break through to the planetary level. Even if Hong has a domain, he won't be my opponent. Even if Hong and Thunder God join forces, it will be useless. Looking at the corpse of the Silver Moon Wolf at his feet, Zhou Lang was thinking in his heart. The next moment, soon, Zhou Lang made a decision. The right way is to seize the time to practice and break through to the planetary level as soon as possible. After realizing this, Zhou Lang stopped wasting time in the wilderness. Carrying the body of the Silver Moon Wolf, Zhou Lang rushed towards the military district. When he came out of the military area, Zhou Lang did not seem particularly eye-catching. But when he came back carrying the Silver Moon Wolf, the entire military region suddenly became boiling. Is that the Silver Moon Wolf? A lord-level Silver Moon Wolf. This kid looks like he's only 20 years old at most, right? Did he find something he missed? What are you thinking? Picking up a bargain? Why don't you go pick one up? The warriors who were resting in the military area looked at Zhou Lang carrying the Silver Moon Wolf in and talked about it. The people from the HR Alliance were about to come forward to negotiate the acquisition price with Zhou Lang. The military district's officer in charge of acquisitions stepped forward and saluted Zhou Lang. How much is this thing worth? Please calculate it for me. Zhou Lang nodded, glanced at the other party's rank, and then threw the body of the Silver Moon Wolf on the ground. Yes, Chief. The officer immediately saluted and then began to examine the body of the Silver Moon Wolf. Chief, this Silver Moon Wolf is a mid-level lord-level monster. 7 billion Chinese coins and 3 billion contribution points are the best offer I can make. The officer quickly checked the Silver Moon Wolf and then said to Zhou Lang, this price is quite fair. After all, there are contribution points. So Zhou Lang nodded directly. No problem, just take this price. Who is this person? I don't know either, but didn't you hear platoon leader Lu just call him the chief? I guess he's at least a major. Such a young major? Nonsense, don't you see the Silver Moon Wolf he brought back? It's a mid-level lord-level monster. Although Zhou Lang has left the military region, the topic about him continues. But Zhou Lang knew nothing about this. There is still half a month left before the college entrance examination, but for Zhou Lang, this no longer means anything. He spent a day in the wilderness and then returned to his familiar surroundings. Although Tanya was full of curiosity, she knew she shouldn't ask about anything, so she didn't ask any more questions. In the practice room, Lang sat cross-legged. Meditation allows you to constantly perceive the elements around you. He closed his eyes and, following the guidance of meditation, focused on sensing the elements around him. According to the meditation method, one must allow one's mental power to enter a specific vibrational frequency. When this frequency aligns with that of the surrounding elements, one is said to be sensing the element. The stronger the mental power, the more precise the control, and the better the talent. Meditation can also slowly elevate the level of mental power through vibrational frequency. Lang kept pondering the key points of meditation in his mind, and his mental power began to vibrate slowly. At the moment when his mental vibration reached a certain frequency, pure white, fiery red and silver auras surrounded him. Light, fire, and time. This isn't an elemental light point, is it? Lang sensed the laws around him and felt happy, knowing that he had succeeded, but he also felt that it was different from the Panlong world. White corresponds to the law of light, fiery red corresponds to the fire system, and silver white corresponds to the time system. I haven't obtained any light magic, and there's no time element in the original Panlong work. For me, refining fire elements brings the greatest benefits. Thinking of this, Lang had already made a decision in his heart. So, he took the initiative to push away the white and silver white auras, and absorbed the fiery red aura into his middle dantian. Warriors' levels are basically determined by their fighting spirit. The amount of fighting spirit they possess usually corresponds to their level. Magicians, on the other hand, are judged by their mental strength. The mana within their bodies is merely the trigger for activating the magical elements of heaven and earth. Mental strength is the foundation. The speed of absorbing fire aura is very fast. In just a few minutes, Lang had stored up enough magic power in his middle dantian. However, he did not stop but continued to meditate. As time passed, Lang began to feel a little tired. He exhaled deeply and finally opened his eyes. As expected, meditation can't be practiced for a long time, otherwise it will place a huge strain on your mental strength. It's a pity that I don't have an affinity with the earth element. If I could learn from Linley's carving, perhaps I could accelerate my mental breakthrough. Lang sighed, still not standing up, but stretched out his right hand. Tug! A flame ignited in his right hand. The high temperature caused the water vapor to evaporate, and the surrounding space seemed to begin to distort. But Lang's method was unconscious, as if all this had nothing to do with him. Boom! He threw the fireball towards the wall in front of him with a loud bang. My mental power hasn't liquefied yet. Right now, it's at most equivalent to a 6th level magician. Even if I cast a fireball spell with all my strength, it won't cause any damage to this wall. Looking at the intact wall, Lang shook his head. That's not right. He suddenly froze. In the original novel, a psychic's talent is divided into several levels from strong to weak, solid, liquid, liquid gas, and gas. And a magician's mental power progresses from gas to liquid, and then to soul manifestation. So, am I considered a psychic? Lang seemed a little confused. Forget it. As long as his strength improves, it's a good thing. As for whether he can be considered a psychic, let's go to Australia's Mist Island in a few days to see. If this can be considered a psychic's talent, then Babata will definitely take action. An idea quickly came to his mind. Chief. After finishing the meditation and magic experiments, Lang continued to try to cultivate his fighting spirit, or the absorption of cosmic energy. However, compared to the first time he absorbed it, the absorption now was like leaking out drop by drop. How long will it take to absorb this energy? No wonder in the original novel, the core disciples of the major forces directly used the nutrient capsule when breaking through the minor realms. If even advancing to a minor realm requires accumulating cosmic energy bit by bit on your own, isn't that a waste of talent? Lang opened his eyes, a hint of helplessness flashing in them. Jai had already passed on his experience of breaking through to the planetary level to Lang. To sum it up, it could be summed up in one sentence. Great power creates miracles. As long as the cosmic energy within the body is so abundant that it cannot be compressed any further, the breakthrough will come naturally. However, it was obvious that if Lang wanted to push his cosmic energy to its limit, it would take a long time to accumulate. No, I absolutely cannot waste time like this. Lang opened his eyes and kept thinking. Currently, the only place on Earth that can obtain large amounts of resources is the Mist Island created by Babata. Hundreds of Moya crystals are enough for a normal high-level war god to break through with just one or two. If I can consume all of them, the possibility of breaking through to the planetary level will be very high. Then, with Babata leading the way, I can directly enter the universe. That way, I don't have to waste time on Earth all the time. Thinking of this, Lang made a decision. Tanya. He turned on his smartwatch and called Tanya. Major General. Tanya's figure immediately appeared on the screen. Please help me apply for a flight route and a fighter jet. I want to go to Australia. Yes, Major General. Tanya nodded in agreement as Lang finished finished speaking. With Zhou Lang's current strength, status, and identity, his application for routes and fighter jets didn't require any review. Within 20 minutes, a fighter jet had landed in the military residential complex. This was a Chinese main battleship. 3 of them could directly fight against mid-level lord-level monsters, all of which were flying monsters. The spaceship advanced at full speed and arrived in Australia in less than 10 minutes. You guys go back first. I'll contact you when I'm done, Zhou Lang told Tanya. Then he freefalled, hitting the ground hard, sending up a cloud of dust. After confirming Zhou Lang's safe arrival, the pilot of the spaceship carried Tanya back the way they had come. Is this the Australian continent with the most monster species? Zhou Lang climbed out of the deep pit and looked around at the desolate scenery, feeling a little dazed for a moment. There are many dragon monsters in the original book. Let's look for them first. If killing other dragon monsters is also useful, then the subsequent system tasks should be easily completed. Zhou Lang muttered to himself and turned on his smartwatch. Since Jia Yi came, all of Zhou Lang's equipment has been replaced with special military equipment. In the original book, all smartwatches sold on the market are products of the HR Alliance. Each one has a backdoor. Therefore, for military organizations that require strict confidentiality, this kind of equipment with backdoors will definitely not be used. On the contrary, organizations such as Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School do not care too much about these things. Of course, the core members of these 2 martial arts schools will definitely not use these smartwatches on the market. There are a total of 176 dragon monsters, all mutated from reptiles from before the cataclysm. The closest one is about 78 kilometers away. I'll decide for you. Zhou Lang immediately called up the army's information and confirmed the nearest dragon monster. The next moment, Zhou Lang's entire body was covered by the black god suit, with only his eyes and nostrils exposed. Boom! With his legs slightly bent, Zhou Lang jumped from his original position, instantly crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and landed, then continued to leap forward. The chromatic dragons were just ordinary chameleons before the cataclysm. After the cataclysm, their levels ranged from beast soldier level to lord level. They are small and extremely fast, and can change color to camouflage themselves according to their surroundings. Their main methods of attack are their tongues and tails. Zhou Lang kept recalling the information about the phantom dragon in his mind. In less than 2 minutes, Zhou Lang arrived at the territory of the phantom dragon. Hiss! In the wilderness, looking around, you can see dozens of chameleons over 1 meter long wandering around. If it reaches the level of beast general, it is a phantom dragon, and if it reaches the level of lord, it is called a phantom dragon. This lord level phantom dragon only has these chameleons and 3 high level beast commander level phantom dragons under its command. Compared to other lord level monsters, it is much less troublesome. Zhou Lang didn't even hide his figure. After arriving at the territory of the phantom dragon, he jumped high and swept down with the spear in his hand. Boom! There was a loud roar when Zhou Lang landed on the ground, and the 2 chameleons around him were shaken up. Zhou Lang swung the spear in his hand and cut them into 2 pieces. Hiss hiss hiss. Zhou Lang's sudden intrusion caused many chameleons to roar. Dozens of chameleons surrounded Zhou Lang without fear. As members of the same clan as the lord-level monsters, this group of chameleons are the absolute overlords within a radius of 100 kilometers. Even if it is a beast general level monster, you have to take a detour when you see it. This was the first time anyone dared to attack within their territory. Zhou Lang was not afraid of the beast soldier level monster when he just merged the blood of the god-eating rat, let alone now. The spear simply swept and stabbed, and at least 1 chameleon was killed every time. Clang! A black shadow attacked Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang swung the spear in his hand, and the 2 collided, making a sound of metal clashing. Zhou Lang took a closer look and found that the black shadow was actually a scarlet tongue. The tongue was 50 or 60 meters long, and 50 or 60 meters away, a phantom-colored dragon with a body length of nearly 20 meters was staring at Zhou Lang. Its pupils were long and straight, showing no emotion at all. It has 3 sickle-like curved dragon horns on its head, its body is covered with black scales, its limbs are thick, and its claws are like scimitars that flash with cold light. There is a translucent webbed membrane growing between the claws. Its tail accounts for more than half of the total length of 20 meters. Hiss! The tongue collided with the spear, but there was no gain. The next moment, the phantom dragon retracted its tongue and roared at Zhou Lang. Bang bang bang! A phantom-colored dragon rushed towards Zhou Lang. The force generated by the 20-meter body running made the ground tremble slightly. What surprised Zhou Lang even more was that when the phantom dragon was running, the black scales on its body began to change color and gradually blended in with the surrounding environment. Oh, interesting. Seeing this scene, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile. I just don't know if you can still change color if you're injured. Zhou Lang retracted the spear in his hand and disappeared from the spot in an instant. Hiss! Zhou Lang's spear pierced into the back of the phantom dragon. Blood splattered everywhere and the phantom dragon roared in pain. The scales that had been gradually blending into the environment also began to slowly turn back to black. That won't do. Zhou Lang looked at the phantom dragon that had returned to its original form form and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. "I'll give you a ride." Zhou Lang pulled out his spear and stabbed it into the back of the phantom dragon's head. As the spear stirred, the phantom dragon's eyes instantly lost their luster. But, as a reptilian creature, even after death, the body of the phantom dragon still trembles unconsciously. Zhou Lang didn't care about it, but opened the system panel. However, the inner expectations did not bring about any changes. "I don't believe it. There are so many dragon monsters on the Australian continent. Can't we find a suitable one?" Zhou Lang closed the system panel and chose not to give up. He took out the dagger he carried with him and collected the tongue, horns and scales of the phantom dragon one by one. As for the other beast soldiers and generals, Zhou Lang did not continue killing them. They are cheap and take up space. Next, Komodo Tyrannosaurus, 147 kilometers from here, it's you. After collecting the spoils, Zhou Lang opened his smartwatch again and confirmed the area where the next dragon monster was. Over 3 consecutive days, Zhou Lang killed a total of 12 dragon monsters. This isn't because he's lazy, but although there are more than 100 dragon monsters on the Australian continent, most of them belong to the same species. Right now, the only dragon monster on Earth that hasn't been killed is the East Sea Azure Dragon. It's a king-level monster and can fly. In a wilderness, Zhou Lang sat cross-legged on the ground, chewing an energy bar. Forget it. In that case, let's put the system aside for now. The next major task is to find Kirishima. The original book does not specify in which area of the Australian continent Kirishima is located. Luckily, I can mobilize satellites, so I can use them to find it bit by bit. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang took a sip of water, swallowed the energy bar in his mouth, and then turned on his smartwatch. China has many military satellites, but not many satellites specifically designed to serve senior officials. It can be said that Jia Yi made great efforts to enable Zhou Lang to obtain the right to use a satellite. After sending the signal to call the satellite, Zhou Lang pondered the original work's description of Kirishima. There seems to be only fog, no other obvious features. Oh, and there seems to be a lake? It seems that Babata hasn't even figured out Kirishima yet. Next to a lake on the Australian continent, Zhou Lang shook his head with some regret. It was the 27th day since Zhou Lang arrived in Australia. He has found 3 small islands with lakes, but there is no fog, nor are there the spirits of plants and trees and the newly born emperor-level monsters mentioned in the original book. Apparently, Kirishima hadn't been born yet. Today should be the college entrance examination, which means Luo Feng's strength will increase rapidly. Since I don't have the talent for a psychic, Babata won't choose me, so I can only train Luo Feng and have him lure Babata out. Zhou Lang made a quick decision. After all, he didn't need to provide the resources for Luo Feng's training. With Zhou Lang's current talent and strength, he is fully capable of recommending Luo Feng to join the Huashan organization. What's more, Luo Feng's talent as a psychic is outstanding, so the military will definitely not lose money even if they spend resources. Tanya, come get me. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang didn't want to waste any more time on the Australian continent. After communicating with Tanya, less than 5 minutes later, a fighter plane flew over Zhou Lang. However, this was not the fighter plane that was originally sent to him. Major General, this is the fighter plane that Elder Jia just sent today. Elder Jia said that this was originally promised to you. The highest authority over the entire spacecraft rests in your hands. After Zhou Lang boarded the fighter plane, Tanya hurriedly reported. Okay, I understand. Let's go back. Zhou Lang nodded. The artificial intelligence of this fighter jet is just ordinary artificial intelligence and cannot be compared with intelligent life like Babata. Zhou Lang only left the authority and gave the order directly. Compared with the fighter plane that was originally sent to Zhou Lang, this fighter plane is much faster now. Soon, the fighter jets hovered over the military residential area. Colonel Zhang Zhao has ordered that the neighbors around your home have been relocated. You are the only one living in the entire military residential complex and villa area. The vacant space has been converted into a helipad and an open-air martial arts training ground. After stepping out of the fighter plane, Zhou Lang looked around and found that the surroundings were empty, with only his family's villa and 2 villas where the guard platoon lived a little further away. In the entire military community, except for the high-rise building area next door, there are only these 3 villas left in the villa area. Zhou Lang was at a loss for words for a moment, as he was not a person who enjoyed himself. There were military dependents everywhere, so there was no obstacle to the relocation at the order. But now there are no neighbors around, and Zhou Lang feels a little helpless. What about the relocated military families? Zhou Lang withdrew his gaze and asked Tanya beside him. The military dependents' residential complex is being expanded with new villa areas, and the relocated military dependents have already received compensation. Hearing Tanya's words, Zhou Lang nodded slightly. You can use the military channels to process the Lord-level monster materials I brought back this time, and use the proceeds to compensate the relocated military families. Also, tell Colonel Zhang Zhao that I don't have any requirements for living conditions, and please don't make such a fuss in the future. Yes, Major General. After hearing this, Tanya immediately saluted and agreed. Zhou Lang felt emotional. One can come and go freely in the the extreme martial arts school. There are rewards for doing practical things, and no punishment for doing nothing. But at the same time, the extreme martial arts school doesn't care about most of its warriors. If they die, and they even have to move out of the villa area after death. However, in the military, although freedom is restricted, the treatment of military families is always good. Not to mention the care the army gave Zhou Lang after his parents died. Even now, the treatment he enjoys is far beyond that of ordinary high-level war gods, and is almost the same as that of planetary-level parliamentarians like Jai. I'm going to wash up, and then we'll go to the college entrance examination venue, Zhou Lang said as he stepped into the villa, while Tanya drove a Dongfeng Mengsher from the parking area and parked outside the villa. Zhou Lang's guard platoon also parked behind in 2 cars. Did Mr. Jia send this over? After taking a shower and changing clothes, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up when he saw the warrior parked in front of the door. This is not a civilian version. It has a military license plate and an 82mm rapid-fire mortar on board, but it is not loaded with ammunition. These were sent over by Colonel Zhang Zhao. In addition to military vehicles, there are also a large number of civilian sports cars. They are all in the parking area. Tanya started to introduce herself, and Zhou Lang waved his hand, signaling her to get out of the car. Come down and let me drive. Tanya didn't object and got out of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Buzz. As the car started, the roar of the diesel engine followed. Although most civilian vehicles are now electric, military vehicles are still almost all diesel. The warrior roared out of the military residential complex, followed closely by 2 security vehicles. Although Zhou Lang hadn't taken the driving test in this life, he had in his previous life. Furthermore, with his current high-level war god level reflexes, getting into a car accident was practically impossible. Unfortunately, Zhou Lang's warrior was stopped 2 kilometers from the test site. Hello, this is the Gaokou area ahead. No vehicles are allowed to pass, the traffic officer who stopped Zhou Lang said. Zhou Lang covered his face helplessly. Even in the apocalypse, China's Gaokou remains a top priority. He didn't bother the traffic officer, handing the car over to Tanya and walking towards the school. 2 guards in black suits followed him from a distance. Xiao Zhou, why are you here today? I heard from Luo Feng that you're already a full-fledged warrior and have joined the army, so you won't be taking the college entrance exam. In front of the school, a large number of parents were waiting for the exams to be over. Upon arriving, Zhou Lang ran into Luo Feng's parents and Luo Hua. Uncle Luo, Auntie Xiaohua, Zhou Lang said, smiling and greeting them. I just got back from a mission today, and since today is the college entrance exam, I came to see Luo Feng and Wei Wen, he said, and Luo Feng's parents and Luo Hua nodded. Although Zhou Lang hadn't been to school recently, the military had communicated with the school, and Zhou Lang's communications hadn't been restricted. Luo Feng and Wei Wen had long known that he had joined the army. However, they didn't know Zhou Lang was a major general, nor were they clear about his position in the military. The test is about math, right? Zhou Lang looked around, but didn't see Wei Wen's parents, so he started chatting with Luo's parents. Yes, it's math. Luo Feng's math is his strong point. I hope there won't be any problems, Luo's father continued, then prayed with some concern. Hearing what Luo's father said, Zhou Lang smiled. Don't worry, Uncle Luo, Luo Feng will definitely not let you down. In the era after the Great Nirvana, China's college entrance examination only has 3 examinations: liberal arts, science, and mathematics. Today is the last day, and also the last subject of the math exam. There is still 1 hour left until the end of the exam. Ignore. The sound of an ambulance was heard, and the parents waiting outside the school looked towards the ambulance. Quick, get out of the way. A candidate has fainted. Please get out of the way. The driver shouted from the ambulance window to the many parents. Fainted? Mom and Dad, it can't be. Hearing the driver's words, Luo Hua's expression changed slightly. No, it's okay, it's definitely okay. As soon as Luo Hua finished speaking, Gong Xinlan's face turned pale in an instant, and then she quickly shook her head. Trust your brother. Although Luo Honghua was a little worried, as the head of the family, he must not panic at this time. Uncle, aunt, and Xiaohua, don't worry. Luo Feng has always had good luck. Zhou Lang comforted him, even though he knew in his heart that the only one who would faint at this time would be Luo Feng. Luo Feng, is Luo Feng's parent here? Luo Feng fainted in the exam room. As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, a teacher walked out of the school with a loud voice. The medical staff had already carried Luo Feng out on a stretcher. I am Luo Feng's father here. Hearing the teacher's call, Luo Honghua felt dizzy, but still forced himself to speak. Only one family member can be boarded in an ambulance. The medical staff had already lifted Luo Feng onto the ambulance. Seeing Luo Feng's family and Zhou Lang rushing over, they spoke directly. I'll go. I'm Luo Feng's father. Luo Honghua responded quickly and then looked at Gong Xinlan and Luo Hua. Xinlan, Xiaohua, take a taxi here. After saying that, Luo Honghua got into the car directly. After all, it was an ambulance, so the students and parents around made way, allowing the ambulance to easily drive away from the school gate. Auntie, you and Xiaohua can take my car to the hospital. Zhou Lang said this, and Gong Gong Xinlan and Luo Hua came back to their senses. Thank you, Xiao Zhou, thank you. Gong Xinlan quickly thanked him, and Zhou Lang smiled and shook his head. Auntie, you're so polite. There's no need to explain the relationship between Luo Feng and me. Come over and help push it. Tell Tanya to get ready. We'll set off right away when we arrive. Zhou Lang said this and waved to the guard not far away. A guard came forward, took Luo Hua's wheelchair from Gong Xinlan and pushed it, while another contacted Tanya. The curfew stretches for about 1 kilometer. If Gong Xinlan pushes Luo Hua, the speed will be much slower. Xiao Zhou, what's going on? Gong Xinlan looked at Zhou Lang in confusion. Luo Feng's family is quite familiar with Zhou Lang. After all, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng have been classmates since their freshman year of high school. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng and Wei Wen are almost inseparable. However, Zhou Lang is a descendant of a martyr and his family is not wealthy, so how could he have a bodyguard? This is my guard. Auntie, let's go quickly. Zhou Lang did not explain it clearly. After all, it would take time to explain it now. Yes, let's go. Gong Xinlan nodded quickly. When Zhou Lang and others arrived at the hospital, Luo Feng was still undergoing examination, but it seemed that he was not seriously injured. This made Luo Feng's family feel a little relieved, although Luo Feng had fainted before, and nothing happened that time. But what if? Uncle and aunt, please rest assured, Luo Feng will be fine. It's all thanks to you, Xiao Zhou. Thank you today. As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Luo Hongwa quickly expressed his gratitude to Zhou Lang. He already knew that it was Zhou Lang who brought Gong Xinlan and Luo Hua to the hospital. Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. It will probably take some time for Luo Feng to wake up. When he does, ask him to call me back. I have something important to discuss with him. Zhou Lang glanced at the time and thought that Luo Feng might not wake up until tomorrow, so he didn't plan to stay here any longer. Okay, I'll have Luo Feng call you back when he wakes up. Thank you, Xiao Zhou. Luo Hongwei nodded repeatedly and continued to thank Zhou Lang. After leaving the hospital, Zhou Lang sat in the passenger seat and Tanya drove. After returning home, Zhou Lang went into the bedroom and called Jia. Mr. Jia, Xiao Zhou, why did you have time to call me? Jia's figure appeared on the screen with a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Jia, I've found a very good candidate. He's very likely a psychic. I remember I have the authority to recommend talents to the Huashan organization, right? As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Jia's eyes suddenly lit up and he asked hurriedly, Psychic Master? How old are you? Is spiritual power in liquid or solid form? 18, the same age as me. As for whether it's liquid or solid, I think it's at least solid. What do you think? Xiao Zhou, you haven't confirmed it yet? Jia frowned slightly, obviously not satisfied with Zhou Lang's answer. Zhou Lang did have the right to recommend talents directly to the Huashan organization, even if they weren't particularly talented. However, Jia hoped to recommend a true genius. Mr. Jia, do I sound like I'm just bragging? Zhou Lang continued to explain with a smile on his face. I remember that the world's #1 psychic is Speaker East, right? According to records, Speaker East fainted once before awakening his psychic powers. His physical condition improved significantly, and he successfully passed the quasi-warrior assessment. Is that correct? Indeed, Chancellor East was born in the EU and has been a member of the HR Alliance since childhood. His upbringing is well documented. Jia nodded, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Suppose there's a person who's had headaches since childhood, and every time they faint and wake up, their physical fitness improves significantly, and this is their third fainting spell. Mr. Jia, what do you think the likelihood is that this person possesses the gift of a psychic? And what's the likelihood that their talent surpasses that of Speaker East? Zhou Lang's tone was slow and firm. As he finished speaking, Jia's expression gradually became serious. Xiao Zhou, how true are your words? Mr. Jia, no matter how young I am, I wouldn't joke about these things. Zhou Lang felt a little helpless, while Jia was already getting very excited. Xiao Zhou, I'm coming to your place now. Wait for me. Xiao Wang, hurry up and prepare the fighter plane. Mr. Jia, don't be anxious. Seeing that Jia had already asked his secretary to prepare to leave, Zhou Lang quickly spoke up to stop him. That guy just fainted in the college entrance examination room today and won't wake up until tomorrow. Mr. Jia, please come back tomorrow. Before that, I want to talk to him first. Hey, isn't this classmate Luo Feng who fainted in the exam room? Is he awake? Zhou Lang had just finished practicing meditation when he received a call from Luo Feng. When the call was connected, Luo Feng's first words were mocking himself, and Zhou Lang couldn't help but laugh and cry. Lungzi, thank you so much for what you did yesterday. Alright, let's not be polite, okay? What do you think? What does the doctor say? Zhou Lang waved his hand and then asked. Nothing, I've been through this before, this is a blessing in disguise. Luo Feng shook his head, a helpless smile appearing on his face. He must have failed the college entrance examination this time, but his physical fitness has improved. He had no idea whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Speaking of which, I just wanted to talk to you about this. I'll have someone pick you up and you can come to my house. After Zhou Lang finished speaking, he hung up the phone without giving Luo Feng any chance to refuse. Tanya. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lang got up and left the practice room. room. Major General, go to the hospital and pick up Luo Feng. Don't answer anything he asks on the way. Tanya saluted immediately and then turned and left. In the hospital, Luo Feng looked at the phone that was hung up directly and couldn't help feeling confused. However, Luo Feng believed that Zhou Lang would never harm him. Now that he was not seriously injured, Luo Feng got up and changed out of his hospital gown. Xiaofeng, why are you up? Gong Xilan had just come back from outside to get some water. When she saw Luo Feng standing up, her face was full of worry. Mom, I'm fine. The doctor said there's nothing wrong. Zhou Lang just called me and asked me to come over. He has something to discuss with me. Luo Feng walked around in front of Gong Xilan to reassure her. Then when you see Xiao Zhou, you must thank him. Hearing Luo Feng say this, Gong Xilan just whispered a warning. Okay, Mom, I'm leaving now. Luo Feng nodded and left the ward. As soon as he walked out of the hospital gate, Tanya appeared in front of Luo Feng. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng, please follow me. Tanya saluted Luo Feng, then turned around and led the way. Luo Feng hesitated for a moment, but still followed her into the car. Where are we going now? Sitting in the car, Luo Feng looked at the scenery rapidly receding outside the window and asked. Tanya looked straight ahead and didn't talk to Luo Feng at all. Seeing this, Luo Feng could only suppress the doubts in his heart. Soon, the car drove into the military family residential area. However, when Luo Feng saw the unfamiliar place in front of him, he was immediately confused. He had been to Zhou Lang's house before. If he remembered correctly, this should be the villa area. But now, why are there only 3 villas left? In other places, besides fighter jets, there are also parked cars, and there are even open-air training grounds. Especially at the door of Zhou Lang's house, there were armed guards on duty. Mr. Luo Feng, please. Tanya stepped forward, opened the door, and motioned for him to come in. Prodigal, what's going on? As soon as Luo Feng entered the room, he cast a puzzled look at Zhou Lang, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room. Are you here? Come sit here, Tanya, and get me a glass of water. Zhou Lang was holding a game console in his hand. When he saw Luo Feng come in, he stood up and hugged him and sat down. Thanks. Tanya poured Luo Feng a glass of water. Luo Feng quickly bowed to express his gratitude and then looked at Zhou Lang. What the hell is going on? How did the military community become like this? And, you. After Tanya left, Luo Feng asked with a puzzled look on his face. Let me introduce you again. The person sitting before you is the military god of war, Deputy Chief of Staff of the Southeast Theater Command, Major General Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng's shocked expression and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is there anything more satisfying than showing off in front of your brothers? God of War? Major General? You, prodigal? At this moment, Luo Feng is just a teenager who was confused about his future after failing the college entrance examination, and not the future Lord of the Galaxy. Sure enough, what Zhou Lang expected happened. Luo Feng was shocked after hearing his identity. Why, you don't believe it? Zhou Lang crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at Luo Feng. It's a little hard to believe. Luo Feng looked around, recalling the scenes he had just seen along the way. Even though it was hard to believe, he had to believe it. Okay, let's talk about this later. I called you here today because I wanted to discuss something with you. Zhou Lang waved his hand, thinking that he would have plenty of time to show off in front of Luo Feng in the future. However, if Luo Feng were to be taken away by the extreme martial arts school, it would be a huge loss. After all, Zhou Lang still wants to leave the earth as soon as possible. After fainting this time, your physical fitness has improved a lot, right? Zhou Lang leaned against the sofa and looked at Luo Feng with a smile on his face. It has indeed improved a lot, but the specific situation still needs to be tested. Luo Feng did not hide this fact. After all, Zhou Lang already knew that his physical fitness improved after he fainted when he was in the first year of high school. Crazy, to be honest, you fainted with just over an hour left in your math test, so your grades probably aren't very good. If you want to get into military school, I'm afraid there's no hope. Zhou Lang's words made Luo Feng's face flash with disappointment. It has always been Luo Feng's dream to be admitted to a military academy and live in a big house with his parents and younger brother. But, seeing Luo Feng's lost look, Zhou Lang lengthened his tone. But what? Luo Feng hurriedly looked towards Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang was now a major general, so perhaps he really had a solution. There's no hope of getting into the military academy. Even as a major general, I can't do anything about it. But what if you consider joining the army? I can be your recommender. Don't be too quick to reject me. When Luo Feng was about to refuse, Zhou Lang raised his hand to stop him. Let me first tell you about your situation. According to my speculation, you are likely to have the talent of a psychic, and your talent is very outstanding, perhaps even the best on Earth. At the planetary level, that is, after surpassing the god of war, the strength of both spiritualists and warriors depends entirely on their own understanding. But below the planetary level, that is, the warrior, general, and god of war stages, the advantages of the spiritualist are very obvious. Psychic master? After hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng showed a hint of doubt on his face. Early the next morning, to the general public, the information of the psychic master is not public, so Luo Feng naturally does not know about it. Indeed, your talent talent as a psychic is probably #1 on Earth. Any organization would value you and give you good training. So, lunatic, you want to join the military? At least I can guarantee your family the right to use a villa and at least 500 million in starting capital. I'll personally give you another 500 million, as well as a bottle of water of life. Maybe you don't know what the water of life is, but I can tell you that its function is very simple, that is to heal injuries. Even regenerating a broken limb can be achieved, and the market price of a bottle of water of life is as high as 30 billion Chinese yuan. Water of life? Luo Feng stood up from the sofa in an instant. He had known Zhou Lang for almost 3 years, and they did joke with each other from time to time, but Luo Feng knew in his heart that Zhou Lang would never make such a joke about his brother's disabled legs. In other words, everything Zhou Lang said was true. Don't get excited. Zhou Lang waved his hand and motioned Luo Feng to sit down first. Perhaps you think the water of life is extremely precious now, but when your strength reaches the level of a war god, you will understand that money is just a string of numbers. What is truly valuable is resources. So, kid, don't show that expression. 30 billion may be an astronomical figure to you, but to me, it's just a trip to the wilderness. After saying that, Zhou Lang turned on his smartwatch in front of Luo Feng. I've placed the order. The water of life will be delivered in 2 hours at most. So, lunatic, do you want to join the military? Zhou Lang showed Luo Feng the order he had placed and then turned his gaze to Luo Feng. Yes, I'm in. Luo Feng nodded and agreed. 30 billion Chinese yuan. Luo Feng wasn't sure if his talent was as good as Zhou Lang said, but he knew that no matter how good his talent was, it was only potential. Genius is just another name for the weak. Whether talent can be transformed into strength remains unknown. However, Zhou Lang was willing to invest tens of billions in him first. If he didn't agree, Luo Feng would look down on him. Just agree to it. I'll notify Mr. Jia and ask him to come over. You can discuss the specific treatment with him. Mr. Jia, could it be? Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. Yeah, you see it on the news every day. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, then dialed Jia Yi's number. Xiao Zhou, did Luo Feng agree? After the call was connected, Jia Yi asked the first question before Zhou Lang could speak. Although Zhou Lang did not mention Luo Feng's name last night, given Jia Yi's status, one sentence was enough to find out who Zhou Lang was talking about. That's right. After learning that I was a major general in the military, Luo Feng cried and begged me to let him join the military. He even said that after joining, he would be my bodyguard. I couldn't persuade him to stop. Zhou Lang nodded, his tone slightly helpless. Luo Feng, who was sitting opposite Zhou Lang, was originally a little excited. After all, he was about to meet Jia Yi, a hero in the hearts of many Chinese men. However, before Luo Feng could get excited, he heard Zhou Lang teasing him. No, Luo Feng was about to explain when Zhou Lang hung up the phone. Little crazy guy, go and pour me a glass of water. Zhou Lang looked at his future guard with a smile, but was greeted with 2 middle fingers from Luo Feng. Major General, someone sent a package claiming it's the water of life you purchased. Zhou Lang was just about to teach his future guard a lesson when Tanya came in from outside, followed by 2 warriors. Here you go, the stuff has arrived. I suggest you wait a while until Mr. Jia arrives and we finalize the contract and salary before giving it to your brother. Zhou Lang nodded and motioned Luo Feng to take it. Luo Feng looked at the silver suitcase in front of him and took a deep breath. The water of life worth 30 billion, the water of life that can free his brother from his disability. Zhou Lang, thank you. Call me Godfather. Godfather, be my guard after you join. Get lost. A few jokes between Zhou Lang and Luo Feng instantly dissipated the deep affection between them, but Luo Feng still remembered Zhou Lang's help in his heart. He could call him Godfather, but Luo Feng would never agree to be his bodyguard. Just as the two of them called each other Godfather, Jia Yi also came to Zhou Lang's house by fighter plane from Kyoto base city. Xiao Zhou, this must be Luo Feng, right? He's amazing. The world truly belongs to the young people now. Jia Yi greeted Zhou Lang with a smile, then cordially pulled Luo Feng to sit down. Listening to Jia Yi's words, Zhou Lang suddenly felt that they sounded familiar. Mr. Jia. Luo Feng also looked at Jia Yi with a little excitement. You know, Luo Feng had 2 dreams before, to become a warrior and to enter a military academy. Luo Feng knew a lot about the military, not to mention that his history grades were not bad either. Luo Feng could even say that he knew Jia Yi's deeds by heart, a hero of China. Xiao Luo, how much has your punching power improved this time? Jia Yi asked excitedly, but Luo Feng shook his head. I haven't tested it yet. It's okay, let's test it now. There's a punch strength tester in the basement. Jia Yi shook his head and turned his gaze to Zhou Lang, who stood up and led the way. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at the underground training room. Bang! Luo Feng's fist hit the punch force tester hard, and the fist target trembled slightly. 1087. A number flashed on the display, and Jia Yi's eyes lit up when he saw it. Okay. Jia Yi nodded happily. Luo Feng's punching power had just exceeded 800 kilograms before, but now it has exceeded 1000 kilograms. Before coming, Jia Yi was actually a little nervous, thinking, what if Zhou Lang made a wrong judgment? But now seeing Luo Feng's strength, Jia Yi completely put put his worries aside. Luo Feng does have the talent of a spiritualist, and his talent is even stronger than that of the current #1 psychic on Earth East, because Luo Feng had fainted for the third time but still hadn't woken up. A psychic's talent depends entirely on the psychic power displayed after awakening. Normal warriors also have mental power, but the level of mental power of both sides is the same, and even some planetary level warriors can control objects with mental power. However, this is only controlling objects. To carry out an attack is far beyond the ability of a genetic warrior's mental power. The talents of spiritualists vary. It mainly depends on the state of mental power in the sea of consciousness. The worst talent is gaseous, and the slightly better one is the coexistence of gas and liquid. If it were all liquid, it would be considered a good talent, and if liquid and solid coexist, then it can definitely be called genius. Currently, the world's #1 spiritual master, East, is in the state of liquid and solid coexistence when he awakens. But even so, the increase in East's punching power after he fell into a coma was just over 100. And now, Luo Feng has not yet awakened, but his punching power has increased by more than 200 kilograms, approaching 300 kilograms. At least it can be judged that liquid and solid coexist, or even that it is solid. Thinking of this, Jia Yi became more and more excited. Is China really going to rise? First it was Zhou Lang, now it's Luo Feng. Jia Yi's mind had already begun to wander. According to the information, there is another person named Wei Wen who has a close relationship with Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Could it be that Wei Wen also has some talent? To Jia Yi's disappointment, Wei Wen did not have any special talents. There has been no progress in martial arts training. After so many years, I am still just an intermediate student. His academic performance was good, but only good and far from the level of a genius. At the end of the day, he's just an ordinary guy. Perhaps, the only unusual thing is that Wei Wen has two talented friends, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Jia Yi came quickly and left quickly. Luo Feng's contract has been simply finalized. In addition to the 500 million starting funds that Zhou Lang had promised before, and the 500 million that Zhou Lang personally funded, there was also a secret book and the basic knowledge of spiritualists mastered by the military. In the original novel, this foundation of spiritual master was not exchanged from Hong until Luo Feng obtained a large number of plant spirits from Wu Island. And now, Luo Feng has already obtained all of these before he even fully awakens. In addition, there is a villa located in the military community. Every year, a set of equipment suitable for Luo Feng's strength is prepared, including battle clothes, weapons, throwing knives, etc. At the same time, Luo Feng was recommended by Zhou Lang to become a member of the new Huashan organization. As for Luo Feng's military rank, it is captain. After all, Luo Feng's current strength is still somewhat insufficient. When his spiritual power is fully awakened, his military rank will also be promoted. Jia Yi gave Luo Feng 10 days to deal with household chores. 10 days later, a special plane will pick up Luo Feng and take him to Kyoto base city. Zhou Lang will also go together. The reason why Zhou Lang wanted to go along was because Jia Yi recruited him to be one of the instructors of the Huashan organization. Zhou Lang had no objection to this. After all, this way, he could openly let everyone see Luo Feng calling him teacher. Zhou Lang thought to himself that Jia Laoshi understood his thoughts too well in this regard. I suggest you choose the 9-layered Thunder Blade as your secret manual. The military doesn't compete with martial arts schools, and all weapons and equipment are free. Therefore, keep a portion of the starting capital for emergencies, and use the rest for your family. However, if it is a generally mild medicine that can nourish the body, the price is very expensive. I'm afraid that 10 billion in your hand can't buy much. So, young man, work hard to improve your strength, set a goal for yourself, and break through to the planetary level. At the door of the villa, Zhou Lang said goodbye to Luo Feng and gave him some advice. I understand, prodigal. Thanks. Luo Feng nodded and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Zhou Lang. Okay, just call me Godfather more often from now on. Zhou Lang waved his hand indifferently, while Luo Feng raised his middle finger at him. Mom, my dad hasn't finished get off work yet? After leaving the military family community, Luo Feng called Gong Xinlan. At this time, Gong Xinlan was busy cooking at home. Because Luo Feng was hospitalized these days, she had to take leave. Good. Compared with Luo Hongwa, Gong Xinlan has a lower salary, so the loss from taking one day off is relatively small. Not yet. I just got a call saying the company took a last-minute order and I might be back late tonight. Have you left Xiaozhou's? Are you still dizzy? When Gong Xinlan's voice came, Luo Feng felt warm in his heart. Mom, cook more dishes tonight, especially braised pork. I have good news to tell you. I'm going to go find my dad and go home together. A smile appeared on Luo Feng's face. He didn't reveal much on the phone. After all, he was truly changing his family's destiny. After moving into the big villa, Luo Hua's legs will also be healed. You know, when Luo Feng woke up from the hospital earlier, he felt as if the world was about to collapse. If every time he fainted, his physical fitness would not have improved, giving him a glimmer of hope, he would probably have cried by then. After hanging up the phone, Luo Feng glanced at Luo Hongwa's location on his smartwatch, carrying a silver suitcase in his hand and walked walking briskly. Hurry up, don't dawdle, are you trying to be lazy? A tall girl looked at the 7 or 8 workers from a decoration company in front of her, frowned, and couldn't help urging them. Miss, this is valuable furniture. If it gets dented, we can't afford to compensate you. We'll go a little slower, but we'll do it safely. Don't worry, we won't delay the project, Luo Hongwei explained with a smile. Oof. The girl snorted coldly and didn't say much after hearing what Luo Hongwei said. Miss, Master Zhang is here. A nanny walked up to the girl and spoke, and the girl frowned slightly. What is he doing here? Although she was confused, the girl still walked over. Lu Ting, the college entrance examination is over. What are you going to do next? Zhang Haobai was wearing a white t-shirt and white trousers. When he saw Lu Ting coming out, he greeted her with a smile. If you have something to say, just say it. Lu Ting rolled her eyes. There are only 4 senior students in the 3rd high school. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had always had a good relationship, while Lu Ting and Zhang Haobai shared similar family backgrounds and possessed a strong friendship. Most importantly, both Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had previously assaulted these 2 individuals. However, Zhou Lang had suddenly disappeared in the past month, and inquiries to his homeroom teacher had yielded no clear answer. Fortunately, news arrived that Luo Feng had fainted in the exam room, which was good news for Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting. My second uncle will be coming back from the wilderness soon. I would like to ask him for some advice. Would you like to come with us? Zhang Haobai said to Lu Ting. Mountain-breaking tiger? Lu Ting hadn't cared much about Zhang Haobai, but upon hearing this, her eyes lit up instantly. Zhang Zihu, the mountain-breaking tiger, was already a high-level warrior, just 1 step away from becoming a general. Okay, then you. Hey, isn't that Luo Feng? Lu Ting's smile hadn't faded yet when she saw Luo Feng outside the villa door. Luo Feng? When Zhang Haobai heard Lu Ting's words, a fierce look appeared on his face and he turned to look at Luo Feng. Xiao Feng, why are you here? At this time, Luo Hongwei just walked out of the villa, and when he saw Luo Feng, he took the initiative to say hello. Is that Luo Feng's father? Zhang Haobai's eyes lit up and he whispered to Lu Ting close to him. Be sure to tell me when your second uncle comes back from the wilderness. Lu Ting thought for a moment and then spoke. No problem. Not only this time, but also before college starts, every time my second uncle comes back from the wilderness, I will take you with me. Zhang Haobai nodded and indicated that he could accept this condition as long as he could take revenge on Luo Feng. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's conversation with Luo Hongwei had concluded, and Luo Hongwei was explaining things to his co-workers. Actually, Luo Feng had noticed Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, but since they hadn't had a good relationship at school, he didn't intend to take the initiative to greet them. Xiao Feng, what exactly happened? It seems that the situation here is about to end. After Luo Hongwei finished his explanation, he walked out of the villa and asked Luo Feng curiously, Dad, let's go home first. I'll tell you when we get home. Luo Feng had a mysterious smile on his face as he supported Luo Hongwei and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Lu Ting stepped forward and pointed at Luo Hongwei, saying, I just lost a piece of jewelry. None of you here can leave. Hello? What? The fire department has already inspected the factory? What's going on? Why didn't they notify us in advance? Unqualified? Nonsense. Which factory's fire department would be qualified? What? The tax bureau has taken away the accountant and the computer? What? A deadline for rectification? In the villa, Zhang Zilong was sweating profusely and his cell phone kept ringing. Every time I got through, bad news came flooding in. In just half an hour, his company was subjected to various inspections, fire protection, taxation. Moreover, orders that had already been confirmed began to be returned one after another. The companies that cooperated with him found excuses to end the cooperation. He seemed to have offended someone, but he didn't know who it was. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Zilong slumped down on the sofa, his face full of dejection. No, it shouldn't be me. I hardly go out recently. What happened? A hint of doubt flashed in Zhang Zilong's eyes. Ding-ling-ling. What happened again? The cell phone rang again. Zhang Zilong subconsciously answered it and asked, What did you say? My son was arrested? What right do you have to arrest my son? When Zhang Zilong heard the voice coming from the microphone, his face changed drastically. He seemed to understand that his company's series of troubles were inextricably linked to his son's arrest. Dad, save me, you must save me. When Zhang Zilong rushed to the police station, he saw his son Zhang Haobai sitting in the regret chair in handcuffs. Be quiet and sit down. The policeman next to him pushed Zhang Haobai back into his chair as he was about to stand up. What did my son do? Zhang Zilong glanced at his son and felt a little uneasy, but he did not talk to Zhang Haobai. Instead, he turned to the policeman next to him. Your son is suspected of falsely accusing active-duty military personnel. The evidence is irrefutable, and his accomplices have confessed. So, prepare yourself for the next step. The military court has decided to prosecute. The policeman next to him spoke coldly, and Zhang Zilong's face suddenly turned pale and weak. No, comrade police officer, are you mistaken? Although my son is a little naughty, he would never break the law. Comrade police officer, I know you're Captain Li. Captain Li is now under investigation. Before Zhang Zilong could finish his words, he was interrupted by the police. He stood at the door of the police station in a daze and called his brother tremblingly. Brother? What happened? When Zhang Zihu saw his elder brother's expression, he knew that something big must have happened. You must save your nephew. Zhang Zilong spoke quickly and explained the whole story in a few words. Brother, I can only say that I will do my best. You should also be mentally prepared. Hearing Zhang Zilong's story, Zhang Zihu frowned. As a freelance warrior of the Leidian martial arts school, he knew very well that he was powerless to do anything about what Zhang Haobai had done this time. However, seeing his elder brother's distraught look, Zhang Zihu couldn't bear to speak frankly, so he softened his tone and said something comforting. And the other side, Zhou Lang has already driven Luo Feng and Luo Hongwa back to the community. Before, when Lu Ting said that she had lost her jewelry, Luo Feng knew that this was directed at him, so Luo Feng sent a message directly to Zhou Lang. Although Zhou Lang was surprised by his own butterfly effect, which caused Zhang Haobai to falsely accuse him half a month earlier, it was different from the original work. Luo Feng now is no longer the helpless free warrior. Lu Ting's crime is relatively minor, and if she behaves better, she should be able to be released within 10 years. But Zhang Haobai, you'll never get out in this lifetime. After all, this is the era after the Great Nirvana, and the status of warriors in this human world is too high. A senior student who framed an active duty captain and was a talented warrior in the army. Even if Zhang Haobai only serves a lifetime in prison, it would be considered a preferential treatment. Xiao Zhou, I'm going to trouble you again this time. Downstairs in the community, Luo Hongwa and Luo Feng got out of the car, and Luo Hongwa thanked Zhou Lang again. Uncle, you're welcome. There's no need to explain the relationship between Luo Feng and me. Crazy guy, I'm going back first. Zhou Lang smiled and waved, ready to say goodbye. Xiao Zhou, why don't you eat first before leaving? Yes, prodigal, give me a chance to thank you. Hearing that Zhou Lang was leaving, Luo Hongwa and Luo Feng immediately tried to persuade him. I won't disturb your family dinner tonight. I'll go over and eat with you when you move to the military housing complex. Don't look down on me then, uncle. Zhou Lang shook his head. Tonight is destined to be a fate-changing night for Luo Feng's family. At this time, he doesn't want to get involved. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Lang quickly started the car and left. Thanks to Xiao Zhou, Xiao Feng, please bring Xiao Zhou home for dinner more often in the future. He lives alone and it's always inconvenient for him to eat. Watching Zhou Lang's car gradually disappear at the end of his sight, Luo Hongwei gave Luo Feng some instructions. Don't worry, Dad, I will. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, but he couldn't help but recall the communicator and guard he met when he went to Zhou Lang's house before. Come on, Dad, I have a surprise for you guys later. Shaking his head, Luo Feng put aside the thoughts in his mind and tightly grasped the silver suitcase in his hand. What was contained inside was the water of life worth 30 billion. It was the hope that could give his younger brother Luo Hua the chance to regain his strength. It was an indescribable surprise. It was late at night when Zhou Lang returned home. Tanya, go to bed first. I need to practice tonight. Seeing that Tanya had not fallen asleep yet and was quietly waiting for him, Zhou Lang gave a brief instruction and walked straight into the underground training room. In the original novel, Luo Feng awakened his telekinesis because of an assassination incident in prison. Now the plot has changed. Instead, it is Zhang Haobai who is imprisoned. If Luo Feng wants to fully awaken his mental power, he can only rely on slowly cultivating his genetic energy to make his body strong enough to withstand mental power before he can awaken normally. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, Zhou Lang was thinking about his next plan. We must improve Luo Feng's strength as quickly as possible and then take him to the Australian continent more often. I don't believe that Babata would become so patient after waiting for more than 50,000 years. At present, Luo Feng's talent as a psychic master can only be regarded as an average genius in the universe, but Babata has no other choice. As long as I can get some Moya crystals from Babata, I can break through to the planetary level. By then, contacting the universe will be the real opportunity for me to improve my strength. Special life forms are indeed powerful, but the resources required to upgrade them are simply too enormous. Zhou Lang felt a little helpless. Unfortunately, he does not have the talent of a psychic. Therefore, after searching for so long on the Australian continent, we were still unable to attract Babata's attention. Xiao Feng, when you arrive in Kyoto, remember to take good care of yourself and discuss things with Xiao Zhou. Brother, be careful on the road. Xiao Zhou, please take good care of Xiao Feng. 10 days later, Luo Feng and his family saw Zhou Lang off in front of his helipad. In addition to instructing Luo Feng, he also wants to thank Zhou Lang. Uncle and aunt, please rest assured. With me here, nothing will happen to Luo Feng. Zhou Lang said with a smile. During these 10 days, Luo Feng's family has moved into the military family community. Luo Feng also began to cultivate his genetic energy. Just as described in the original book, the dark golden sphere in the mind has begun to appear. After Jia Yi confirmed Luo Feng's talent, he immediately improved his treatment. His military rank has been raised to major, and his treatment in other aspects has also improved accordingly. Longzi, thank you so much for this time. On the fighter plane, Luo Feng expressed his gratitude to Zhou Lang, but Zhou Lang just just waved his hand gently. You're welcome. This time when you enter the Huashan organization, remember to be well prepared. Elder Jia has applied for a dragon blood for you. With this dragon blood, your spiritual power talent will soon awaken, and your strength will then experience a surge. Once you reach the level of a high-level war god, the rate of improvement in your strength will slow down. During this time, if you need anything, you can come to me at any time, but remember to call me teacher. Zhou Lang held a glass of red wine and looked at Luo Feng through the glass and said, "Screw you." When Luo Feng heard Zhou Lang ask him to call him teacher, he rolled his eyes and raised his middle finger at him. After leaving Yian district, they arrived at Kyoto base city a few minutes later. As the largest base city in the country, Kyoto base city is also the center of the entire China. Zhou Lang's fighter plane landed directly outside Jia Yi's villa. Jia Yi came in person to greet Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. "Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, I've been waiting for you since morning." Jia Yi stepped forward with a smile on his face, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng also took 2 steps forward. "Let's go in first." Jia Yi patted Zhou Lang and Luo Feng on the shoulders and took them into the villa. There are a total of 167 people in Huashan this term. Xiao Zhou, as the chief instructor, these are all geniuses selected from various military regions. You have to teach them well. "Mr. Jia, I'm the chief instructor? If I were just an instructor, it would be fine, but I might not be suitable for the chief instructor position." Hearing Jia Yi's words, Zhou Lang couldn't help but frown. It's okay to be an ordinary instructor, but the chief instructor is responsible for all the students. Zhou Lang's current strength mainly depends on his talent. If he were to teach, he might not be as good as some general-level warriors. You don't need to worry about that. Jia Yi waved his hand. You just need to grasp the general direction. The Huashan organization is already quite mature, so you don't need to worry about its internal operations. After hearing Jia Yi's words, Zhou Lang nodded. Obviously, Zhou Lang's position as chief instructor is just a figurehead. There's still an hour until this batch of students starts enrolling. As the chief instructor, you can't be late. Come on, I'll take you there. Jia Yi looked at the time, then set off with Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. The Huashan base is not located in the Kyoto base city, but in the neighboring Tianjin base. In addition to the military district station in Kyoto base city, there is also Huashan base. The entire Huashan base and the military region each occupy half of the Tianjin base. Because it is close to the port, sea monsters would land from time to time, and battles would occur almost every day. On the way, Jia Yi introduced the basic information of Huashan base to Zhou Lang. The entire Huashan base was actually built in imitation of the war god training camp of the extreme martial arts school, and is considered the cradle of high-level warriors of the entire Chinese army. Each batch of students are selected from various military regions. After leaving, they are at least high-level generals, and the probability of becoming a god of war always remains above 30%. Although it is certainly inferior to the war god training camp, the war god training camp is an extreme martial arts school after all, and it has the support of the world's #1 master Hong behind it. Although the Huashan base has the support of the Chinese army, it cannot be compared with the god of war training camp. There are a total of 26 instructors in the entire Huashan base, including 18 senior generals for primary war gods, 2 middle war gods and 2 high-level war gods. Now, there is another high-level war god, Zhou Lang. The interior furnishings of the Huashan base are very different from the war god training camp depicted in the original novel, and are built entirely according to military camp standards. Most of the students were a little dissatisfied with Zhou Lang, a young man who just turned 18, being the chief instructor. After all, they were also geniuses selected from various military regions. Within their respective units, they were treated like precious treasures. Zhou Lang's solution, however, seems simple and direct. Just give them a good beating and be done with it. After all, the Huashan organization was part of the military. In the military, strength was the ultimate persuasive force when it came to gaining respect. Hiding your true intentions wouldn't earn you more respect. It seems my support today is a bit unnecessary, Jia said with a smile, looking at Zhou Lang, who had already shocked the entire Huashan organization. Just now, Zhou Lang attacked not only the students, but also the instructors. Not to mention the 18 high-ranking generals, even the combined strength of the 8 war gods failed to cause any harm to Zhou Lang. Jia even began to wonder if Zhou Lang's strength was approaching his own. Xiao Zhou, I'll be issuing orders soon to help you find more plant spirits. At the entrance of the Huashan organization, Jia patted Zhou Lang's shoulder before bidding him farewell. Old Jia, what? Zhou Lang was stunned by Jia Yi's words. Now wasn't the time for the great nirvana to begin. To find plant spirits, they had to delve into the monster congregation. This wasn't an easy task for the military either. Xiao Zhou. Jia Yi raised his hand to interrupt Zhou Lang. I was a military academy student before the great nirvana period. My father and grandfather were also soldiers, and I've lived in the military since childhood. I understand that this order will put the soldiers in danger, but Zhou Lang. Jia Yi looked at Zhou Lang, tears glistening in his eyes. This is no longer the era before the great nirvana. Warriors, powerful warriors, are the true guarantee, and you, Zhou Lang, are now our hope. If you can break through to the planetary level, I will be no match for you, and I can even compete with the speaker. This means a lot to us, Zhou Lang. This is not just my personal decision, so please don't refuse. I understand, Master Jia. Zhou Lang was silent for a moment after listening to Jia Yi's words. Master Jia, I will upgrade to the planetary level as soon as possible and challenge Hong. Jia A left. Huashan Base now completely belongs to Commander Zhou Lang. However, Zhou Lang, the chief instructor of Huashan Base, handed over all matters to other instructors the next day and began to retreat. Luo Feng also went into seclusion with him, because the dragon blood that Jia Yi applied for Zhou Lang and Luo Feng finally arrived. Dragon blood is not the blood of a real dragon monster, but the name of a potion. In a secret room at Huashan Base, Zhou Lang sat cross-legged, staring at the password box in front of him. The safe was opened, revealing a test tube filled with a light golden liquid. The liquid only filled 1/3 of the test tube. After using the dragon blood, go to the God of War training camp and make full use of the 30 hours of gravity room this month. Zhou Lang held the dragon blood in his hand and made a quick decision. In fact, based on Zhou Lang's physical condition, the effect of this dragon blood on him is minimal. However, Jia Yi's words before leaving made Zhou Lang change his mind. He was determined to quickly improve his strength and become the #1 on Earth in order to resolve the threat of monsters. The dragon blood was slightly sticky, like mercury, and Zhou Lang rolled it gently in his hands. Simply apply dragon's blood anywhere on your body and it will be absorbed. So Zhou Lang directly applied the dragon blood on his hands. According to the instructions, using dragon blood will cause severe pain, but why don't I feel anything? Zhou Lang looked at his hands in confusion. In the original novel, Luo Feng was in so much pain when he used the dragon blood that he lost consciousness. At this time, Zhou Lang only felt a slight fever all over his body and had no other special feelings. It seems my guess was right. Dragon blood has almost no effect on me. A punching force of 10,000 to 20,000 kilograms is a significant improvement even for a war god. But for me, it's still too little. The Earth's resources are so scarce. Zhou Lang shook his head and used another portion of dragon blood. Feeling the slightly increased punching power, Zhou Lang did not feel disappointed. Apart from the spirits of plants and trees, only the wood sprout crystal and Babata's hand can help me break through. Zhou Lang shook his head slightly, stood up and walked out of the secret room. Less than half an hour after announcing the retreat, Zhou Lang had already left the secret room. Luo Feng, who was in seclusion with him, was still screaming in pain. Compared to Zhou Lang, who absorbed dragon blood easily, Luo Feng was in much more pain. However, as Luo Feng's physical fitness improved, his mental power began to gradually awaken. However, Zhou Lang had no time to take care of these things for the moment. At this moment, Zhou Lang had already boarded a fighter plane and headed straight for Hongning Base City. In order to allow Zhou Lang to practice, Jia Yi made a deal with Hong. Zhou Lang could practice in the gravity room of the God of War training camp for 30 hours every month. This equates to an hour per day. Moreover, since we cannot interfere with the training of the warriors in the training camp, Zhou Lang also cannot occupy the gravity room's training time all at once, and continuous use cannot exceed 2 hours. The planetary level can withstand 1,000 times the gravity, but the gravity chamber in Hongning Base City can only withstand 1,000 times the gravity at most. I hope it helps. Zhou Lang sat in the fighter plane, recalling the plot of the original novel. When the fighter plane arrived over Hongning Base City, it had received a tow signal from the base. "Hello, Commander Zhou Lang, I'm Yang Hui." When Zhou Lang got off the fighter plane with a rifle on his back, he was greeted by a middle-aged man. "Hello, War God Yang." Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, greeting the other party. In the original novel, Luo Feng was also received by Yang Hui when he joined the God of War training camp. I wonder if Major General Zhou intends to use the gravity chamber now. Yang Hui had a smile on his face. Although he didn't know how much resources the Chinese military had spent to secure Zhou Lang's quota for using the gravity chamber, he was certain that Zhou Lang is definitely a genius, and a genius that the military values very much. Otherwise, they would never spend so much effort to fight for a place. As for saying that Zhou Lang is actually a fool and the Chinese military is partial to him, Yang Hui didn't think the military would do such a stupid thing. "If no one is here right now, I'll just use it for 2 hours." Zhou Lang spoke, and Yang Hui did not object. Anyway, there are no students using it at this time. The place where Zhou Lang landed was the fighter jet parking area in Hongning Base City. Yang Hui drove Zhou Lang to the entrance of the training camp. Inside the training camp gate stands a black dragon statue that is over 50 meters tall. A pair of dragon eyes stared at the direction of the gate. Zhou Lang looked up and his eyes met black dragons. An endless dark aura attacked him. Poof! Zhou Lang just snorted coldly, and the feeling of oppression disappeared instantly. Yang Hui, who was standing next to him, had not reminded Zhou Lang in advance. When he saw the scene, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even an ordinary war god level warrior would be stunned for a moment when facing this black dragon statue. However, Zhou Lang remained unmoved. "This black dragon statue is nice." Zhou Lang curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, his eyes fixed on the 2 dragon eyes on the black dragon statue. Rumor has it that these 2 dragon eyes were obtained by Hong after killing the king-level monster black dragon, and they are real dragon eyes. However, even though this black dragon is a king-level monster, it still only has ordinary genes. Zhou Lang has 100 times the genetic bloodline, so he is not afraid even if the black dragon is alive, let alone 2 dead eyeballs. Chief Zhou's strength is truly impressive. Yang Hui forced a smile on his face. Zhou Lang is still young, and although I don't know his true strength, it is definitely beyond my reach. Thinking of this, Yang Hui felt even heavier in his heart. Zhou Lang didn't care about it. He scanned the black dragon's scales and found many names that appeared in the original book. Xu Chang, Shi Jiang, Zhao Rua. However, Zhou Lang didn't have the mind to get to know them one by one. Seeing that Zhou Lang was not interested in visiting the training camp, Yang Hui took him directly to the Zhouchong Tower. The most important parts of the 9-story building are naturally the challenge room, trial room and gravity room on the 9th floor. This is the gravity room. In a room with walls and floors made of yellow and black alloy, Yang Hui began to introduce Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang immediately saw a fist mark about 5 millimeters deep on the wall. This is the fist mark left by Gym Master Hong. On the entire earth, only Gym Master can do this. Yang Hui said this with a hint of reverence, while Zhou Lang stared at the fist mark in front of him, deep in thought. Thunder God's power is higher than Hong's, so it's obviously not Hong's power alone that left this mark. Could it be because of his domain? Let's try 100 times gravity first. After Yang Hui left, Zhou Lang turned on the gravity switch of the gravity room and quickly adjusted it to 100 times gravity. It doesn't seem to be a big feeling. Zhou Lang jumped twice in the gravity room and carefully felt the changes in his body. 100 times the gravity did cover his entire body, but considering Zhou Lang's current physical condition, this gravity did not bring too much pressure. 500 times, 600 times, 700 times. Soon after, Zhou Lang adjusted the gravity of the gravity chamber to 1,000 times. It's not bad. Although it still feels relatively easy, it's still much better than exercising under normal gravity. The spear on his back now weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. Zhou Lang untied the spear and tried to weigh it in his hand. Considering the special conditions of the gravity room, he did not use his SSS level spear. It's indeed a bit too heavy for combat, but it's perfect for training now. After feeling the heaviness of the spear, Zhou Lang began to practice his spear skills. The Burning Heaven spear technique has 9 levels, and the first level already doubles the power, far surpassing all the existing secret manuals on Earth. And the way I exert force is also correct. If I can comprehend the first 3 levels, reach quadruple force, and break through to the planetary level, Hongdu will not be able to compete with me at all. Zhou Lang thought in his mind and thrust out quickly with the spear in his hand. Swish! Under 1,000 times the force of gravity, a spear weighing hundreds of thousands of pounds pierced through the air, making a sharp explosion. For 2 whole hours, Zhou Lang practiced his shooting skills in the gravity room. Hoo. The constant gravity exerted by the gravity chamber causes all the cells in my body to consume energy every moment. The effect of this exercise is indeed much stronger than normal exercise. 2 hours later, Zhou Lang walked out of the gravity room sweating profusely, but with a smile on his face. These 2 hours of training were enough to equal his training for more than a month. After all, Zhou Lang is now a 9th level apprentice and possesses 100 times more genes. Whether it is training or fighting, the consumption is insignificant to him. Major General Zhou, do you want to try the battle tower? Yang Hui looked at Zhou Lang, who was sweating profusely, and spoke with a smile. Okay, but will it be too much trouble? Zhou Lang glanced at Yang Hui. Although he did not refuse, there was a hint of hesitation in his tone. No trouble, there are no other students using the trial tower right now. Major General Zhou, please follow me. Yang Hui led Zhou Lang forward with a smile on his face. The trial tower was right next to the gravity room. Zhou Lang followed Yang Hui into a room. The room was not big, and Yang Hui turned on the lights after entering. There were only 2 sofas in the room, and on each sofa was a dark blue helmet. This helmet was made by us imitating the virtual space equipment consciousness sensor in ancient ruined civilization. Of course, we can only replicate the consciousness sensor. The host computer cannot be replicated for the time being, so we still use the one discovered from the ruins of ancient civilizations. Yang Hui introduced Zhou Lang and handed him a helmet. Put this on, and your consciousness will enter a 100% realistic virtual space, where the trial tower is located. Zhou Lang took the helmet, examined it carefully, then lay on the sofa and put it on. Buzz. As soon as he put on the helmet, he felt a buzzing sound behind his head, and Zhou Lang found himself on an endless silver land. Yang Hui's figure appeared next to Zhou Lang right after. This body is too weak. Zhou Lang felt his physical body in the virtual space and couldn't help but sigh. In the virtual space of the Earth, the physical strength is only 1,000 kilograms of punching force, the speed is 150 meters per second, and the reaction speed is equivalent to that of a junior general. Compared to his own strong body, the body in this virtual space seems too fragile. That's the trial tower over there. Yang Hui pointed to a tower 300 or 400 meters away and introduced it to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang looked up and saw that the exterior interior of the tower was carved with sculptures of monsters of various shapes. The entire tower was 7 stories high. Name: Zhou Lang. Status: Elite Training Camp Visitor. Trial Tower Level 1. Zhou Lang's information is displayed on the black stone pillar on the left side of the tower. On the black stone pillar on the right is Yang Hui's message. Name: Yang Hui. Identity: God of War. Trial Tower Level 3.1. Enter the Trial Tower. After passing the first level, you will directly enter the second level. At that time, your Trial Tower level will be increased to 2.0. Entering the third level will be 3.0. If you start at the third level like me, your performance will change, and you'll reach different levels, such as 3.1, 3.2, and so on. This Trial Tower has 7 levels, but so far, no one on Earth has ever reached the 7th. Even Hong, the world's strongest person, has only reached the 6th level. Yang Hui began to introduce them, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Did you start with the A-level test? Yang Hui looked at Zhou Lang, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Zhou Lang, please select your combat uniform and weapons. Once selected, please enter the trial tower within 1 minute to undergo the A-level test. An electronic sound echoed throughout the virtual space, and a virtual screen appeared before Zhou Lang's eyes. He chose a combat uniform and a broken arming spear, then walked towards the dark entrance in front. The space fluctuated, and the scenery in front of Zhou Lang turned into an endless grassland. Zhou Lang, the A-level test requires you to kill 100 wild bulls besieging you within 30 minutes. 50 of them are elementary beast generals, and the rest are advanced beast soldiers. If you haven't killed all 100 wild bulls after 30 minutes, you'll fail. Dying midway also counts as a failure. You have 5 minutes to prepare. The electronic sound that sounded earlier echoed again across the prairie. In the original novel, Luo Feng's B-level test also seemed to require killing 100 wild bulls, but those 100 were all primary beast generals. Zhou Lang recalled the original plot in his mind and clenched the spear in his hand. A-level test begins. The 5 minutes of preparation time passed quickly. As the electronic sound rang out, hundreds of wild bulls nearly 3 meters tall with long hair and curved horns appeared 100 meters in front of Zhou Lang. Hundreds of wild bulls roared, their eyes red, and charged towards Zhou Lang. Each wild bull weighed more than 1,000 kilograms, and with hundreds of them running together, Zhou Lang could even feel the ground shaking. At a speed of 100 meters, the bull, which was at least a high-level beast soldier, arrived in front of Zhou Lang in the blink of an eye. The fastest was a novice beast general-level bull. Zhou Lang thrust his spear forward, instantly piercing the bull. However, he didn't stop. He quickly turned, drew his spear, and aimed at a nearby bull again. Just when Zhou Lang was participating in the trial tower, in Honing Base City, inside a giant spaceship-like building that was 10,000 meters long, a black-haired man who looked to be in his 30s sat cross-legged on a mat. He sat there quietly, as if attracting all the light in the surrounding space. This person is none other than the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School, the strongest man on Earth, Hong. On the screen in front of Hong, the scene of Zhou Lang in the trial tower was being played. His power is about double, and his body movements have basically reached the level of perfection. It's a pity that he's not from my Extreme Martial Arts School. Watching Zhou Lang's trial video, Hong couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Zhou Lang's information had already been clearly investigated when Jia Ian himself traded the right to use the gravity room. However, Hong still did not have an accurate estimate of Zhou Lang's strength. After all, the military had no intention of incorporating Zhou Lang into the palace of the God of War, and Zhou Lang himself had never actively applied for it. Fortunately, the Extreme Martial Arts School has control over everything in the training camp. However, after seeing Zhou Lang's strength, Hong was still amazed. Exercising in a gravity room using 1,000 times gravity is definitely a physical fitness that only planetary-level people can possess. As for Zhou Lang's double strength and subtle body movements, Hong still thought he was quite good. After all, according to the information, Zhou Lang had only been recruited by the military for over a month. In just over a month, he was able to reach this level of strength, which is extremely rare in the training camp. Perhaps, when he becomes a planetary being, I, the #1 person on Earth, should give way. Hong felt emotional. After holding on for so long, he finally met a potential newcomer. Instead of feeling jealous, he felt relieved. I hope you can grow up soon. Speaking softly, Hong turned off the video and closed his eyes again. Both Zhou Lang and the military had already been prepared for the possibility that their strength would be discovered by the Extreme Martial Arts School. On the entire Earth, only Hong has so many creations of ancient civilizations in his hands. The elite training camp of Extreme Martial Arts School includes not only members of Extreme Martial Arts School, but also members from various organizations around the world. As long as you are talented enough, you can join the training camp of Extreme Martial Arts School. Hong was selfless in this regard, so Zhou Lang didn't care about the leakage of his strength. Before the realm, moves are divided into basics, specialization, perfection, artistic conception, and finally the realm. Body techniques also progress from basics, subtlety, perfection, artistic conception, and finally the realm. The world of Panlong is divided into mastering the moves, making light of heavy or light of heavy, the power of heaven and earth, and finally understanding the laws or rules. By analogy, the power of heaven and earth should encompass two levels, perfection and artistic conception. On the fighter plane flying to Huashan base, Zhou Lang pondered the differences between the two worlds. In terms of moves, I'm still at the basic level, or at the proficient level. In terms of body movements, relying on my strong nerve reactions, I barely reached the subtle level. If I can get help from the spirits of plants and trees in the future, I should be able to break through to the planetary level soon. With the god-eating rat's bloodline, as long as I reach the planetary level, I will be able to comprehend the realm of light. Coupled with my innate secrets, I should be able to make significant progress in understanding the laws of light and time. The practice of moves and body techniques is just a supplement. For me now, the most important thing is to improve my realm. As a special lifeblood, working tirelessly to comprehend techniques and physical skills is far less effective than rapidly improving strength. Zhou Lang quickly made a choice in his mind. Compared to Luo Feng at the beginning, Zhou Lang's bloodline advantage is now too obvious. Even though Luo Feng's physical skills had been raised to the perfect level, he was still killed instantly by Zhou Lang. The fundamental gap between the two sides is simply too huge. Just as Zhou Lang made the decision, the fighter plane had already landed inside the Huashan base. Where have you been, prodigal? As soon as Zhou Lang got off the fighter plane, he saw Luo Feng with a smile on his face. How many times have I told you to call plants when you're working? Hearing Luo Feng's address, Zhou Lang's face turned serious, and Luo Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. Okay, Chief Instructor Zhou, let me show you something. Luo Feng said this and excitedly took out 3 throwing knives. The next moment, 3 flying knives flew up out of thin air in Luo Feng's hands, with no sign of any external force. Your spiritual power has awakened? Have you told Mr. Jia? Seeing this scene, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. Apart from anything else, as long as Luo Feng awakens his mental power, he can go to the Australian continent to lure Babata. It depends on the location of the Earth. Combined with Hianbo's blockade of the solar system's coordinates, Luo Feng became practically the best possible successor Babata could find. Of course, facts have proven that Hianbo and Luo Feng truly complemented each other. In the early days, the wealth Hianbo left behind was of immense benefit to Luo Feng, and later, Hianbo's resurrection was only possible thanks to the support of his disciple, Luo Feng. Otherwise, for someone like Hianbo, with no backing and barely a chance at a nobility title, resurrection would have been a pipe dream. Even if he were resurrected, he would have been forced to toil for the clan for the rest of his life. I've already spoken to Master Jia, and he told me to seize the opportunity to improve my skills. Luo Feng nodded. After speaking with Jia Yi, his rank was promoted again to major. Keep going, young man. I'm very optimistic about you. Zhou Lang patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and nodded encouragingly. You need to make a lot of preparations in the near future. I will lead the team in 3 days, and you will need to survive on the Australian continent for 2 weeks. Zhou Lang's voice was firm and powerful. Australian continent? Luo Feng was stunned when he heard Zhou Lang's words. How come the topic suddenly turned to the Australian continent? That's right. Everyone will have the task of killing monsters at that time, so we should work harder on the 9-layer lightning and body movements. Zhou Lang nodded. Through the data within the Huashan organization, he has seen Luo Feng's current strength: warrior strength, advanced general, spiritual master strength, intermediate god of war. In the original novel, it took Luo Feng nearly a year to reach this level of strength. However, now, just 2 weeks after joining the military, he has already reached this level. Naturally, this is also mainly due to Zhou Lang's guidance. Luo Feng did not hide his strength. I understand, Instructor Zhou. I wonder if I could have a sparring match with you, Luo Feng asked earnestly. After listening to Zhou Lang's advice, his strength had improved significantly, but he still had some shortcomings in his swordsmanship and body movements. So, you rushed to see me just to test my strength? Zhou Lang raised an eyebrow, then put his arm around Luo Feng's shoulder and walked towards the training room. No problem. As the head instructor, it's my unshirkable responsibility to answer the students' questions. Don't worry, I'll definitely guide you well. Obviously, Luo Feng overestimated his own strength. He remembered that Zhou Lang once said that his strength was at the level of a god of war. During this period, after Luo Feng joined the military, his authority increased significantly, so he gradually realized that before the planetary level, the advantages of psychics were too obvious. Therefore, when the spiritualist's strength breaks through to the war god level, Luo Feng couldn't wait to challenge Zhou Lang. The result is obvious. He returned to the dormitory with a bruised face. For the next 3 days, Luo Feng practiced alone in the dormitory. Fortunately, although the Huashan organization belongs to the military, but the requirements for him are not as strict as those for the military. Otherwise, he will have to go to training with black eyes. The reason for not staying for 2 more days was that Zhou Lang had confirmed that the survival training on the Australian continent would be carried out in 3 days. Although Zhou Lang was not too involved in specific affairs, but he is the chief instructor of the Huashan organization after all. The training plan he determines must be followed throughout the training camp as long as it does not violate the principles principles. Australian continent. This was exactly the area where Zhou Lang landed. 3 fighter planes landed. Except for Zhou Lang's fighter plane, which was filled with instructors, the other 2 fighter planes were filled with trainees. Zhou Lang only needs to give instructions, and the specific training content will be formulated by other instructors. And he didn't intervene. For Zhou Lang, the tasks of these students are not the most important. The most important thing is that Luo Feng came to the Australian continent. Anyway, whether it is Zhou Lang or Luo Feng, after entering the universe, they will all return to the Earth. So, Zhou Lang didn't think there was anything wrong with these students accompanying Prince Luo Feng to study. Chief Instructor, the trainees have been sent out. They have 2 weeks to return. Before Zhou Lang came, Zhang Zhua, the strongest instructor of the Huashan organization, came to report to him. I understand. Keep a close eye on the students and report any emergencies immediately. Zhou Lang nodded, but he didn't feel too worried. The students of Huashan organization are all elites. The lowest level of strength is that of a primary general. Gender, male. In addition, the Huashan organization has 3 satellites that monitor these students in real time. The trainees even have positioning devices on their bodies. Therefore, the possibility of accidents happening is very small. Yes, Chief Instructor. Zhang Zhua saluted Zhou Lang and left, while Zhou Lang directly turned on Luo Feng's positioning system. Gender, male. Babada, I've brought Luo Feng to you. I hope you can perform well. Zhou Lang looked at the flashing green light on the screen and felt emotional. In an area more than 10,000 meters deep under the Australian continent, the interior of a spaceship. Brain width reached 20%? The previous East was only 15%. Let me check your information. Luo Feng, the Chinese military? Zhou Lang, this guy has been here before. He has a really good talent as a warrior, and he probably has a special bloodline. It's really strange. How can humans on Earth have special bloodlines? And he's not even a spiritualist. A boy with 2 sharp horns on his head, bloodshot eyes, and dressed in black, was watching the images playing on the screen in front of him. This boy is none other than Babada, the intelligent assistant of the immortal Hianbo. He looked at the picture of Luo Feng, and a trace of struggle flashed in his eyes. After waiting on Earth for more than 50,000 years, Luo Feng was the first Earth genius he met who could reach the elite level. However, he still felt a little unwilling. Back then, the meteorite was famous in the universe. Although geniuses like Luo Feng are not rare, they are definitely not too precious either. There are many more powerful people who are better than Luo Feng who can truly become the master's disciples. In that case, let's conduct a major search. Have all the strong men on Earth come here, and I will select them one by one. Babada made a quick decision. Although he knew that Luo Feng might be the best Earth spiritual master he could ever meet, but Babada still felt a little unwilling. In fact, if Zhou Lang is a spiritual master, he prefers Zhou Lang, but unfortunately, he was just an intelligent assistant and could not disobey his master's dying orders. And, since Hu Yanba is a spiritualist, the successor of Yunma Star must also be a spiritual master. Otherwise, even the inheritance left by Hu Yanba will not be obtained. Having made the decision, Babada immediately took action. Above the ground, Luo Feng looked at the fog that gradually spread around him, his brows furrowed. Smells so good. A faint aroma of rice wafted into Luo Feng's nostrils. He quickly found the source of the rice fragrance. An oval off-white crystal, slightly smaller than the size of a football, was not far from him. The crystals exude a light rice aroma. Just by smelling it, Luo Feng felt a shock in his spirit. Muya Akira? He scanned it with his smartwatch and quickly confirmed the true identity of the white crystal. Nice one. Seeing the introduction on the watch, Luo Feng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. This thing can be absorbed directly to improve strength. This is undoubtedly a huge help to the prodigal son. If there is any extra, Luo Feng plans to leave some for Lanzi. He reached out and put the sparkling wood bud crystals on the ground into his backpack. This backpack is specially made to block out odors. However, after putting away the wood bud crystal, Luo Feng found that the fragrance of rice was still lingering at the tip of his nose. Really? Luo Feng's eyes lit up again and he looked towards the source of the rice fragrance. Just over 10 minutes later, Luo Feng found 3 wood bud crystals. Australia has been explored by humans for so long. How could such a treasure be left here? After putting the 3rd wood bud crystal into his backpack, Luo Feng felt a little hesitant as he could still smell the fragrance of rice in the distance. Lanzi is much stronger than me, so let him come over and take a look. Soon, Luo Feng made up his mind and called Zhou Lang. Crazy, what happened? As soon as Zhou Lang opened his mouth, he already had a guess in his mind through the light mist around him. Prodigal, come to me quickly. The situation is a little bad. I'll explain it to you when we get there. It was difficult to explain a few words on the phone, so Luo Feng simply asked Zhou Lang to come over. Okay, wait, I'll be there soon. Zhou Lang nodded in agreement and then hung up the phone. Sure enough, it has to be Luo Feng again. With a sigh in his heart, Zhou Lang arranged for other instructors to guard the camp while he flew his fighter plane towards Luo Feng. Not long after, when Zhou Lang's fighter plane flew over Luo Feng, he finally saw the place clearly. It was the small
island he passed by when he came to the Australian mainland.
What to do? No matter how he behaved, Babata never reacted. It seems that this should be the Kirishima in the original novel. However, Babata probably hasn't cultivated the emperor-level monster yet.
Zhou Lang pondered in his heart but did not say these words out loud.
After all,
Babata is probably monitoring the global network at this moment, and Zhou Lang doesn't want his secret to be known by Babata.
Prodigal, look at this. As soon as Zhou Lang landed, Luo Feng couldn't wait to take out the wood bud crystal to show Zhou Lang. Muya Akira?
Although he had already guessed the situation, Zhou Lang still looked surprised.
Yes, I found 3 in less than half an hour. Prodigal, do you think there will be any problems here? Luo Feng nodded and looked around vigilantly. It's hard to say.
I'll notify Mr. Jia first and then we'll make a decision after he arrives.
Zhou Lang shook his head and then spoke.
According to Babata's personality, although he is optimistic about Luo Feng now, he probably won't give up easily without meeting other people.
So, Zhou Lang decided to follow Babata's wishes and find other people first.
After all, on Earth, no one can match Luo Feng's talent as a psychic.
Zhou Lang was quite sure about this. Luo Feng was able to directly enter the elite assessment of Ruins number 9, and his talent far exceeded that of others. Currently, the world's #1 spiritual master, East, has not even met the requirements for the elite assessment. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng did not refute.
After receiving Zhou Lang's call, Jia Yi did not delay and immediately took a fighter plane to Misty Island, Australia.
Is it really Mu Yajing?
Jia Yi was stunned when he saw the 3 wood bud crystals in Luo Feng's backpack.
After a long while, Jia Yi looked up at Luo Feng. Xiao Luo, I want to discuss something with you.
Jia Yi seemed a little hesitant, but still spoke.
Mr. Jia, please speak.
Luo Feng was stunned for a moment, then nodded. The country hopes to purchase these 3 wood bud crystals. Don't worry, the country will reimburse you for the cultivation resources until you reach the 3rd planetary level.
Mr. Jia, please stop talking. Luo Feng interrupted Jia Yi.
I haven't made any contributions since I joined the army, so these 2 are my gifts, but I want to keep this one. Luo Feng had a smile on his face. The military treated him very well, but in reality, Luo Feng did not particularly value external things. But the military gave him the most important thing, the dignity of his family. If he had not joined the army, it would have taken a long time to explain the last time Luo Feng's father was wrongly accused of being a thief. Once the thief is labeled, no matter how clear the explanation is, it will be of no use.
Not to mention, the family later moved into a military residential complex. Mr. and Mrs. Luo's favorite thing now is to take a walk in the community. Wanderer, this one is for you. You must break through to the planetary level. Then, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang and handed him a wood bud crystal.
My younger brother Luo Hua's legs were able to recover to normal thanks to the water of life given by Zhou Lang. Although Luo Feng now knew the situation of the water of life, he also understood that with his current strength he would be able to buy a bottle quickly.
But the meaning is different. Ha ha ha, Xiao Luo, we really have a tacit understanding.
Before Zhou Lang could speak, Jia Yi started laughing. Xiao Zhou, you should use these 2 together and break through to the planetary level as soon as possible. Looking at the 3 wood bud crystals handed over by the 2 people in front of him, Zhou Lang smiled slightly but did not refuse. Mr. Jia, crazy, thank you both, but I have to tell you some disappointing news. These 3 wood bud crystals are not enough for me to break through, so we have to continue searching. Zhou Lang reached out to take the wood bud crystal and spoke.
Luo Feng looked puzzled, but Jia Yi's expression became excited.
Compared with Luo Feng, Jia Yi naturally has more information. Generally speaking, whether it is Hong, the strongest man on Earth, or the 2nd strongest man, Lei Shin, or even any other strong man on Earth, the energy required to break through from a high-level war god to the planetary level is the same. Basically, absorbing all the cosmic energy in a wood bud crystal is enough to achieve a breakthrough. But now, Zhou Lang said that 3 are not enough.
Xiao Zhou, I won't ask anything else.
I'll just ask, how many wood sprout crystals do you think you'll need to break through to the planetary level? Jia Yi's voice trembled slightly. He remembered what Zhou Lang said when he left Huashan base a few days ago. Mr. Jia, I will reach the planetary level as soon as possible and challenge Hong. At that time, Jia Yi thought Zhou Lang was just expressing his goals. But now it seems that Zhou Lang is clearly telling the truth. With 100 times the energy comparison, even if Zhou Lang has just broken through to the planetary level, even if Hong has a domain, he is definitely not his opponent.
Well, God bless China. It really is God bless China. An ecstatic smile broke out on Jia Yi's face.
Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, you 2 wait for me for a moment, Jia Yi said as he made a phone call.
It's me.
From now on, I want all energy item rewards that are about to be distributed nationwide to be suspended.
Just say it's my order. If anyone feels embarrassed, I can explain it to them personally. Yes, ship everything to the Australian continent. I'm here now. You will lead the team personally, and absolutely no information can be leaked. Jia Yi hung up the phone, took a deep breath, and turned to look at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng.
Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, there's another planetary level counselor coming from our country. My idea is that no matter how many resources we harvest,
Here, give them to Zhou Lang to absorb first. Once Zhou Lang reaches the planetary level, you can absorb them, Xiao Luo. Once you both reach the planetary level, any additional resources you harvest will be confiscated. What do you think? Jia Yi finished speaking, a smile on his face. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng exchanged glances. Luo Feng hesitated. After all, it was clearly against the rules for two people to monopolize so many benefits. No problem, thank you, Mr. Jia. However, before Luo Feng could even open his mouth, Zhou Lang nodded in agreement. Don't think too much. Although this may be a bit cruel, the two of us are indeed more talented than others. As we grow up, our contribution to China will obviously be greater. Since you feel a little indebted, you can give more back to China after you reach planetary level. Zhou Lang explained when he saw that Luo Feng was a little confused. Jia Yi watched the scene and nodded inwardly. It seemed Zhou Lang had taken his last conversation to heart. Sometimes, excessive humility is a bad thing. After all, it implies a reluctance to take responsibility. Jia Yi had every confidence in Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. They were by no means ungrateful, which was why he dared to allocate so much resources to them. Xiao Zhou is right, Jia Yi continued, his gaze fixed on Luo Feng. The most important thing for you and Xiao Zhou right now is to seize the opportunity to improve your strength. Come, let me introduce you. This is Counselor Zhu Shi, and these two are Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Not long after, a fighter plane hovered in the air and a middle-aged man flew down from the plane. Jia Yi introduced him to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Counselor Zhu Shi. At the same time, hello, Counselor Zhu Shi. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng greeted each other in unison. Zhu Shi glanced at them and smiled. You guys are great. China's future development depends on young people like you. Zhu Shi smiled and nodded, then turned to Jia Yi. I've brought all 7 plant spirits. What are you going to do with them? Just leave it all to Xiao Zhou. Hearing Zhu Shi's words, Jia Yi smiled and pointed at Zhou Lang. Okay. Zhu Shi was stunned for a moment, but did not object. He flew back to the fighter plane, took out 2 password boxes, and handed them to Zhou Lang. Xiao Zhou, you must absorb it as soon as possible after returning to the fighter. The 3 of us will continue searching nearby to see if there are any other wood bud crystals. Understood, Mr. Jia. If there is anything, just contact me directly. After listening to Jia Yi's words, Zhou Lang nodded and returned to the fighter plane with 3 wood bud crystals and 7 plant spirits. Although the cosmic energy contained in the spirits of plants and trees is much less than that of wood bud crystals, they each have their own unique effects. After returning to the fighter plane, Zhou Lang first opened the 2 password boxes. One of them contained 4 plant spirits, and the other contained 3, with introductions about these plant spirits attached. Ginkgo biloba essence can enhance cell activity. Green bamboo heart crystal can purify impurities in the body. Thorn spirit thorns can greatly increase the user's punching power. The 7 plant spirits each have their own characteristics. Some focus on increasing punching power, some increase cell activity, and some can purify impurities in the body. Zhou Lang glanced at the introduction and began to take the spirit of plants. For other high-level war gods, taking these plant spirits under the influence of huge cosmic energy is enough to reach the planetary level. But for Zhou Lang, the road is still long. Although there will be some improvement, for his 100-fold genes, the effect of these plant spirits will only be a slight improvement. It is still not enough to break through to the planetary level. Without wasting any time, Zhou Lang held a wood bud crystal in each hand and began to absorb it. Under the guidance of genetic energy, the energy in the wood bud crystal quickly flowed into his body. At this time, compared to the energy he absorbed from his usual practice, the energy of the wood bud crystal seemed purer and full of vitality. What's going on? 1 wood bud crystal is enough to allow an apprentice from level 8 or 9 to break through to the planetary level. However, in just 10 minutes, the energy of the 2 wood bud crystals in Zhou Lang's hands was completely absorbed by him. My previous calculations were correct. I'll need about 100 wood bud crystals to break through to the planetary level. However, Babata should have some skills that can help me break through to the planetary level directly. Unfortunately, Babata obviously won't show up so easily now. In the original novel, Luo Feng's process of obtaining various inheritances was very smooth, but now it seems that, unless one directly enters the core of a major power, the various inheritances are simply too precious for ordinary people. Zhou Lang sighed inwardly and then opened his system panel. Why is it a coiled dragon panel? Where can I find a velociraptor to kill? Looking at the tasks on the panel, Zhou Lang couldn't help but shake his head. Forget it. Having the bloodline of the god-eating rat isn't a loss. I won't really start exerting my strength until I leave Earth. Putting aside the thoughts in his mind, Zhou Lang prepared to continue practicing. Prodigal. Luo Feng's voice came from outside the fighter plane, interrupting Zhou Lang, who was about to continue practicing. There's definitely a secret here. Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi and I have found 3 more wood bud crystals. Next, the door of the fighter plane opened, and Luo Feng threw 3 wood bud crystals to Zhou Lang with a smile on his face. Okay, thank you very much. This was not the time to be pretentious. Zhou Lang took the wood bud crystals, held them in his hands and began to practice. Luo Feng did not delay and left the fighter plane to continue searching. At the same time, deep underground, the screen in front of Babata was playing the scene of Zhou Lang practicing. It's amazing, he's clearly an ordinary earthling, yet he seems to have special blood. Why isn't he a psychic? If only the master were still alive. Babata looked at Zhou Lang practicing on the screen, with a hint of envy in his eyes. If Zhou Lang could become a member of Yunma Star, then revenge for his master would no longer be empty talk. What if I directly let Luo Feng become my disciple, and then rely on his relationship with Zhou Lang to make Zhou Lang my registered disciple? The master's last disciple must be a spiritual master. But as long as he is a registered disciple, there doesn't seem to be any big problem, right? Should we continue to attract other people on Earth to come and explore? Babata felt a little conflicted for a moment. Luo Feng is undoubtedly the most gifted spiritualist on Earth. Even if he made a wrong bet this time, Luo Feng's talent would definitely be ranked in the top 3, plus his relationship with Zhou Lang. The risk was worth taking, that was the decision. Babata made a quick judgment in his mind. Instead of continuing to recruit other people, it is better to directly confirm Luo Feng. In the end, with the help of the relationship between Luo Feng and Zhou Lang was also brought into the Yunma Star lineage. In this way, there will be a real hope of avenging the master's great hatred. Having made the decision, Babata no longer hesitated. In the fog, Luo Feng smelled the fragrance of rice and gradually walked into a cave. He went down the cave, entered the underground river, and continued to explore deeper into the earth. Luo Feng, who was walking underground, suddenly felt a sharp pain in the soles of his feet. Luo Feng flew backwards with his shield under his feet, looking around. He is wearing S-level combat uniform and is a war god level psychic. In this situation, how could one get injured without realizing it? Luo Feng used his mental power to scan the surroundings and finally found an object where he had just stood. Palm-sized blood-red fragments. What shocked Luo Feng was that when he simply picked it up with his hands, it felt extremely heavy. It weighs at least a ton. Feeling the weight of the blood-red fragment in his hand, Luo Feng was in disbelief. Human technology on Earth is absolutely incapable of producing metals of such high density. This must be an alien creation or a relic of ancient civilization. My feet? Luo Feng looked down at his heels. The heel of the S-level combat boots was cut by the fragment. Such sharp fragments. Even a Lord-level monster can't cause such damage to S-level combat boots. Xiao Zhou. When Zhou Lang had absorbed all 3 wood bud crystals brought by Luo Feng in the previous one, Jia and Zhuxi walked in with serious expressions. Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhuxi, what happened? Seeing their expressions, Zhou Lang already had some guesses in his mind, but he still asked. Xiao Luo is missing. Jia Yi's expression was very serious. Although Zhou Lang's talent far surpassed Luo Feng's, Luo Feng was still ranked second in the entire Chinese world. Now that he had disappeared without a trace, this was undoubtedly a great loss for China. Missing? How could that happen? Is it impossible to contact him? Zhou Lang asked in surprise. This scene didn't seem to appear in the original novel. Luo Feng had spoken with Su Xian before entering the meteorite star while deep underground. How could he have suddenly disappeared? Zhuxi shook his head helplessly. For some reason, all communications in the entire area have been cut off. Communication interrupted? Zhou Lang's doubts deepened. Babata had released so many wood bud crystals to attract spiritualists from around the world. How could he have proactively cut off communication? Could it be his own butterfly effect? Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhuxi, don't worry. Luo Feng has always had good luck. And with his current strength as a psychic close to the mid-level war god level, there aren't many monsters in the entire Australian continent that can threaten him. Nothing should happen. Although he was confused, Zhou Lang still spoke to comfort the two. Xiao Zhou is right. Xiao Luo should be fine. After hearing Zhou Lang's words, Jia nodded, but he was still worried. Xiao Zhou, the most important thing for you right now is to make the most of your time to practice. Zhuxi and I will go and look after Xiao Luo. Don't let anything happen to you again. After saying that, Jia handed the 7 wood bud crystals that he and Zhuxi had collected to Zhou Lang. In the original novel, almost all of Earth's high-level officials gathered on Kirishima Island, resulting in a limited number of wood bud crystals available to each individual. However, now, only Zhou Lang and his 4 companions remained on Kirishima Island. While the smaller group made searching each area more difficult, the corresponding amount of wood bud crystals each individual could obtain also increased. I understand, Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhuxi, I will speed up my cultivation. Zhou Lang nodded. Now that he had read the original novel, he was no longer worried about Luo Feng. Improving his strength was the most important thing at the moment. The spaceship soon fell into silence. Zhou Lang resumed his cultivation, while Jia Yi and Zhuxi continued to look for Luo Feng in Muyajing. At this time, in the meteorite star deep underground, Luo Feng, honestly, Earthlings are incredibly incompetent. Your brain width has reached 20, the highest on Earth. Actually, I'd rather choose your friend, but I have no choice. Babata, who was wearing a black robe, said to Luo Feng helplessly. Zhou Lang? Luo Feng was stunned when Babata mentioned Zhou Lang. Before coming to Australia, Luo Feng had challenged Zhou Lang once, but was defeated miserably.
Understandably, he could tell that Zhou Lang hadn't given it his all. Why? Zhou Lang's talent is much stronger than mine, why not choose him? Luo Feng felt no envy of Zhou Lang's superior talent. Even if Zhou Lang were his friend, or even a stranger, Luo Feng wouldn't harbor jealousy. Luo Feng's mindset of resolutely pursuing his own path had already begun to take shape. However, he was puzzled as to why Babata didn't choose the more talented Zhou Lang. Because Zhou Lang is not a spiritualist. Babata glanced at Luo Feng and continued, "My master, the great immortal spirit Hu Yanba, is renowned even in the universe, and his most core heritage is that of a spiritualist. Zhou Lang is only a genetic warrior, and I cannot allow him to inherit his master's core heritage." However, Luo Feng, having said that, Babata turned his gaze to Luo Feng. "With your talent, and with my help, you should be able to break through to the realm master level within the next 100,000 years. But my master's enemy is also an immortal, so if you want revenge, you will need the help of Zhou Lang's power. Although I don't know the reason, I am sure that Zhou Lang possesses a special bloodline, and it is a special bloodline with 100 times the genes. With Zhou Lang's bloodline, even without cultivation, as long as the race reaches adulthood, he can naturally break through to the realm master level. As long as you reach adulthood, you can become a realm master?" Luo Feng, who was not surprised at first, was now completely shocked. He knew that Zhou Lang was extremely talented, but he didn't expect the gap between them to be so huge. Babata estimated that it would take him at least 100,000 years to become the lord of the realm. As for Zhou Lang, he only needs to eat, drink and have fun, and he will naturally become the master of the world when he grows up. This gap cannot be described in numbers. That's right, so Luo Feng, you will become my master's disciple, and then, as the heir of Yunma, you will accept Zhou Lang as my master's registered disciple. This way, not only can I get my revenge, but once Zhou Lang becomes immortal, he can also help you." Babata nodded and continued. He gave up on attracting other people from Earth. Wasn't it because he had his eyes on Zhou Lang? Luo Feng has now inherited the legacy from his master and can continue to pass on the Yunma star. And Zhou Lang can lead Yunma star to greater glory. Babata thought that if Master Hyunbo were still alive, he would definitely appreciate his decision. "Okay, Luo Feng, stop talking nonsense. You can become my disciple now." Babata interrupted Luo Feng, who was about to continue speaking. "Of course, you can choose not to become my disciple, but since you know so much information, I have no choice but to kill you." There was a dangerous red light flashing in Babata's eyes. Looking at the handsome, fair-skinned man in black robes in the huge crystal coffin in front of him, and then looking at Babata who was staring at him, Luo Feng knew that he didn't have much choice. Moreover, the gap between him and Zhou Lang is so huge that if he can obtain the inheritance, he may still have a chance to catch up. "How do I become your disciple?" Luo Feng looked at Babata, who held his head high. "Very good, you made the right choice. Under your choice, the entire Earth will benefit. Luo Feng, your name will spread throughout the entire galaxy. Your words can decide. How do I become your disciple?" Seeing Babata preaching excitedly, Luo Feng interrupted him with a helpless smile. "Well, as a master, you should invite all your friends to join you in accepting a personal disciple. But the master has passed away, and the ink meteorite star has been destroyed. So, let's keep it simple. You only need to kowtow 8 times to the master's corpse." "So, what you mean is that you became a disciple of a great being and obtained his inheritance?" 3 hours later, inside Zhou Lang's spaceship, Luo Feng briefly explained what happened during the time he was missing. Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng in surprise. Jia Yi and Zhu Xu were not around at the moment, and Luo Feng actually told Zhou Lang that he was a member of Yunma Star. "That's right, prodigal son, there is only one spot for a direct disciple, but you can join Yunma Star and become a registered disciple. Only in this way can I pass on many resources and secret inheritance methods to you. But prodigal son, I have to tell you in advance that the enemy of the master of Yunma Star is an extremely powerful immortal god. If you become my disciple, you may become enemies with the immortal gods in the future, so you should consider this seriously." "Luo Feng, what are you doing? Why did you explain all this in advance? You know what a genius like Zhou Lang means to a faction. What if he doesn't join Meteorite because he's afraid?" Seeing Luo Feng telling Zhou Lang about the enemy of the Lord of Yanma Star, Babata said anxiously and angrily in Luo Feng's mind. "Babata, the prodigal son and I are friends, and I believe that if I'm in trouble, he will definitely help me." "But I didn't want to deceive him." Luo Feng responded to Babata in his mind, but Babata could only choose to remain silent. To be honest, Luo Feng's personality not only did not disgust Babata, but made him happy. This means that even if Luo Feng becomes stronger in the future, he will not betray his trust. As long as there is a chance to help his master get revenge, Luo Feng will do it. This is undoubtedly a good thing. However, persuading Zhou Lang to join Yunma Star is Babata's most important task at this time. But Luo Feng's personality prevented him from doing such a thing. However, Zhou Lang's next words made Babata ecstatic. "It's impossible to just take advantage without paying anything in return. In the future, as long as I am strong enough, I will definitely avenge the Lord of Meteorite Star." "Zhou Lang, I was right about you." Before he finished speaking, before
before Luo Feng could say anything, Babata jumped out of Luo Feng's smartwatch. This is Babata, the intelligent life left behind by the Lord of Meteorite Star. Looking at the impatient Babata, Luo Feng smiled helplessly, but still introduced him to Zhou Lang. How should I become a disciple? Zhou Lang looked at Babata, feeling somewhat disappointed. It's a pity that it's the Shota in the original novel, not the female kid in the anime version. The master has passed away, so keep everything simple. Zhou Lang, all you need to do is kowtow 8 times to the master's image. When mentioning Hu Yanba, Babata felt a little depressed. An image was projected from Luo Feng's smartwatch. Zhou Lang had no objection to becoming a disciple. In the world of devouring the stars, everyone will have more or less teachers on their growth path. This is perfectly normal. From today on, you are the master's 76th registered disciple, and the only living registered disciple. Looking at Zhou Lang who had become his disciple, Babata spoke. But the master has passed away, so from now on, I will be responsible for teaching you in Luo Feng. The most precious inheritance of Yunma Star is the inheritance of spiritualists. Although Yunma Star's warrior inheritance is not top-notch, but on Earth, it is absolutely unique. Now that you have become the master's registered disciple, I can't be perfunctory with you. This is a space ring, which contains the 256 basic secret warrior moves and the guiding techniques for warriors from Yunma Star. I am the only intelligent life form in the master's hands, so I can only give you an auxiliary optical computer, Babata said, and at the same time signaled Luo Feng to hand the items he had just brought out from the meteorite to Zhou Lang. A silver wristband. Zhou Lang put it on his hand. A cold feeling came over him, and the wristband disappeared on his wrist. Without a breakthrough inheritance, you can only continuously absorb energy. When the energy in your body reaches its limit, you can then break through to the planetary level. But with inheritance, you can compress energy spontaneously, and there is no difference between the two breakthroughs. However, with the inheritance, you can save a lot of time. There are also some wood bud crystals in the space ring that you can use to break through. Use your spiritual power to touch the space ring to open and close it. Although you are a warrior, the essence of spiritual power is the same whether you are a warrior or a spiritualist. After Zhou Lang put on the space ring, Babata continued to explain. Zhou Lang used his mental power to touch the wrist guard on his wrist. The next moment, a space about 120 meters long, 60 meters wide, and 80 meters high appeared in his perception. The space seemed a bit empty. Hundreds of wood bud crystals and 2 silver suitcases were scattered on the ground. Zhou Lang opened one of the silver suitcases, which contained a pair of silver arm guards. This auxiliary optical computer is a dream treasure for warriors on Earth, but when you step into the universe in the future, you will definitely get something better, Babata explained, and Zhou Lang just nodded slightly. When the arm guard was put on the arm, the silver arm guard instantly fit tightly to the skin, and dense words began to appear on the surface. And they are all Chinese characters. You can slowly study the functions of the auxiliary optical brain. Next, focus on the inheritance of the warriors of Yunma Star and strive to break through to the planetary level. Babata was eager to know Zhou Lang's strength after the breakthrough. Zhou Lang had no intention of waiting any longer. Only by reaching the planetary level can one qualify as a citizen of the universe and wander freely in the universe. He opened another suitcase, revealing 2 golden books made entirely of a special metal. One book was about 30 centimeters thick, while the other was only 2 or 3 centimeters. Zhou Lang could not understand the words in the books at all. I forgot that you don't understand the universal language yet, but it doesn't matter. You can directly use the auxiliary light brain to translate it. Looking at Zhou Lang's confused eyes, Babata was also a little embarrassed. Zhou Lang didn't care. He scanned the book with the auxiliary light brain and the contents of the book were translated. The thick one contains the 256 basic secret martial arts moves, while the thin one contains the planetary guidance techniques for Yunma Star martial artists. Zhou Lang opened the planetary guidance technique, which recorded a total of 9 consecutive movements. Crazy, Elder Jia and Counselor Zhu Shi are still looking for you. Tell them you're safe first. Also, tell them I'm preparing for a breakthrough and don't bother me for now. After memorizing all 9 moves, Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng. Okay, Longzi, you break through first. Babata, lift the nearby communication blockade. Luo Feng nodded in response, then gave Babata some instructions before leaving the fighter plane. Watching the fighter plane door slowly close, Zhou Lang exhaled and recalled the 9 actions just now in his mind. Let's start the breakthrough. As the 9 consecutive movements began, Zhou Lang felt his entire body heating up. With each movement, every cell in his body seemed to be boiling. The latent, unabsorbed genetic energy continued to gather like tiny droplets of water. The heat surged and gathered towards Zhou Lang's dantian in the abdomen. Just like Pango creating the universe, the previously non-existent dantian suddenly opened up and the swirling genetic energy continuously expanded and contracted. Each change made the volume smaller but more condensed. What's going on? Within the vast dantian, a miniature planet gradually emerged. Its color was fiery red, composed entirely of numerous fiery red 6-sided crystals. The miniature planet
continuously rotated, emitting strange fluctuations. Zhou Lang's heart moved, and strands of fiery red genetic energy flew out from his dantian and flowed into his body. At this moment, every part of Zhou Lang's body, his bones, blood, hair, meridians, internal organs, was undergoing a transformation. This transformation was like a genetic upgrade, a physical change. He felt as if someone had crushed his bones and then put them back together. There. At the moment Zhou Lang successfully broke through, blazing flames burst out from his body, instantly enveloping him. Miraculously, despite the flames covering him, they did not cause any harm, and not even his clothes were ignited. However, Zhou Lang didn't pay attention to the flames at this moment. At the moment of breakthrough, he felt as if he had merged into some kind of law. So, this is the flame? Is this light? Time, so this is what it is like. As time passed, the flames on Zhou Lang's body gradually receded into his body. But then, endless flames surrounded him, covering the space dozens of meters around him. The flames surged, and the entire fighter plane was instantly reduced to ashes. The next moment, the flames dissipated again, but Zhou Lang's transformation continued. Endless darkness descended, and the area dozens of meters around him was instantly shrouded in darkness. Even though the surrounding fog had dissipated and the sun shone directly, not a single ray of light could penetrate. Buzz. The darkness gradually receded, and Zhou Lang suddenly opened his eyes, his figure becoming somewhat ethereal. The next moment, within a radius of more than 10 meters around him, time seemed to stand still. The grass, the dust, even the wind stopped moving. Buzz. The whole process was completed in less than a second, and time around Zhou Lang began to flow again. Everything that just happened seemed like an illusion. Swish. The next moment, Zhou Lang's figure became completely illusory, and then split into two, becoming two Zhou Langs. Boom. The two figures simultaneously punched forward, making a loud roar. After the blow, one of Zhou Lang disappeared, leaving only Zhou Lang alone. Ha 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 ha. As his figure solidified again, Zhou Lang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Although he had only just broken through to the first level of the planetary realm, he had already comprehended the light and fire realms, albeit only the lowest level. But with his hundredfold genes, Zhou Lang was undoubtedly the strongest on Earth. Furthermore, he possessed a natural innate secret technique. Although his current understanding of the laws of time was still rudimentary, relying on this innate secret technique, he could remain stationary for 0.8 seconds within a 12-meter radius around him, and through his shadow transformation, he could cast a time-based phantom. Ha! Exhaling, Zhou Lang took in his surroundings. Although the wilderness was in ruins, having destroyed a lot himself, and the wreckage of the fighter plane that had just been burned by the domain, in his eyes, this environment seemed full of vitality. The miniature planet in his body started to rotate, and Zhou Lang began to float. Is this what flying is? He was extremely excited while flying in the air. Planetary flight did not require the mobilization of genetic energy, but relied entirely on the miniature planet in the body. Boom! Zhou Lang suddenly accelerated, and with a loud bang, his figure appeared thousands of meters away in the blink of an eye. So strong. Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. He clenched his fists and opened the system panel. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 18. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction. Gene multiples, 100 times. Level, planetary level 1. Affinity with the laws. Time, light, fire. Rule affinity, none. Realm, first level of light domain. First level of fire domain. Innate magical power. God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huayin. Click to view detailed introduction. Time stand still. Click to view detailed information. My current basic punching power has reached 200,000 tons, almost approaching the 8th level of the planetary level. With double the force, the punching power approaches the 9th level of planetary level. With the blessing of the domain, Hong is now at the 6th planetary level and has the first level of the light domain. My current strength is at least on par with his. Zhou Lang carefully pondered his own strength level in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the Holy Realm, getting rid of the troubles of lifespan, and receiving a Holy Realm gift package. While Zhou Lang was still thinking, a system prompt sounded in his mind. A sanctuary gift pack? Does this mean I can really fly freely? This system is completely devoid of intelligence. Hearing the system prompt, Zhou Lang couldn't help but shook his head. He has accepted this system willingly. It was originally thought that if the Velociraptor's mission was not completed, the subsequent systems would fail. I didn't expect that I would get a big gift package just after breaking through to the planetary level. If you can get a big gift package in the process of breaking through the stars, universe, domain master, realm master, and even immortality. So even if the task is not completed, the system is still useful? System, open the Holy Land gift package. Without hesitation, Zhou Lang fell from the air and communicated with the system to open the Holy Land gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious fragment of the shadow clone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious fragment of the element of fire. Congratulations to the host for obtaining one lower level material attack artifact, one lower level material defense artifact, and one soul defense artifact. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Space Ring *1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate move, Shadow Strangulation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate move, Blazing Sky. A series of prompts sounded in Zhou Lang's mind. Such a generous reward information made his thoughts stop instantly. Buzz. Zhou Lang's territory expanded again. The darkness covered an area of dozens of meters and continued to expand outward. In an instant, the light field was retracted and endless flames began to burn the surroundings. After a while, the flame field was retracted, and Zhou Lang opened his eyes, the excitement in his eyes difficult to conceal. The flame realm is at the 3rd level, the light realm is at the 4th level, and my understanding of the laws has also deepened. The 2 copies of the mysterious laws awarded by the system improved Zhou Lang's fire domain and light domain at the same time. But this was not the entire reward. Shadow Strangling, the secret technique of light, requires at least the 1st level of the light realm to be practiced. Blazing Sky Burning, the secret technique of fire, also requires the 1st level of the fire realm to be practiced. In addition to the mysterious fragments of the shadow clone and the mysterious fragments of the fire element, the rewards that Zhou Lang values most are these 2 secret techniques. Shadow Strangulation has 3 levels. The first is Shadow Entanglement, the second is Shadow Strangulation, and the third is Light and Shadow Destruction. The first level requires only the understanding of the light domain to cultivate. Within the light domain, light and shadow tentacles are formed to entangle and restrict enemies, with a maximum of 108 light and shadow tentacles. Blazing Heaven is also divided into 3 levels. The first level is Red Flame Burning the Prairie, the second level is Flame Dragon Burning the World, and the third level is Scorching Heaven and Ashes Destroying. The first level requires the mastery of a single flame realm. Within this realm, red flame balls are formed to attack enemies, with a maximum of 108 fireballs. The levels of these 2 secret techniques should be comparable. With these 2 secret techniques, I should be invincible among the planetary level. Zhou Lang secretly compared his own strength with that of an ordinary planetary level person, and his heart was filled with confidence. The space ring is not precious. It is much larger than the space ring Babata gave me, but I don't have much need for it right now. He skipped over the space ring reward and turned his attention to the final artifact reward. A lower level artifact. I wonder what rank this weapon would be in the world of devouring stars? He gazed at the 3 artifacts in the system space, his heart surging with emotion. Physical defense artifacts and physical attack artifacts aside, in the original Panlong novel, soul defense artifacts are extremely rare. Only Shura-level masters with profound soul attainments can craft them, and they possess the ability to defend against soul attacks. If this happened in the Devouring Stars world, wouldn't this be a soul treasure? Zhou Lang secretly compared the 2, a look of surprise on his face. This was a valuable treasure, especially one of the soul defense variety. With this, I don't even have to worry about soul enslavement or soul annihilation in the early stages. Compared to the mystical fragments or secret techniques, the soul defense artifact is actually my greatest gain. He was a little excited, but he didn't take out the artifacts immediately. After all, there was no existence on Earth that could threaten him. To avoid being discovered by the Great Axe in the future, Zhou Lang decided to take these things out of the system space after leaving Earth. Xiao Zhou, you broke through to the planetary level? Just as he finished counting all the rewards, Jia Yi and Zhu Shi flew over from a distance. Seeing the destruction around him, Jia Yi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi. Zhou Lang greeted the 2 of them, and without saying much, he floated up from the ground and flew away. Apart from psychics, there is only one possibility for a warrior to be able to fly freely, and that is to break through to the planetary level. Good. God bless China, God bless China. Seeing Zhou Lang flying in the air, Jia Yi was so excited that he was almost incoherent, and Zhu Shi next to him also had a smile on his face. Xiao Zhou, what are you going to do next? After a moment, Jia Yi's smile faded and he looked at Zhou Lang, while Zhu Shi watched him expectantly. As a member of the Chinese parliament, Zhu Shi naturally knew something about Zhou Lang's situation. Although not entirely clear, judging from the wood bud crystals Zhou Lang absorbed during his breakthrough, his strength was undoubtedly far beyond the average planetary level. Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi, 35 years have passed since the end of the Great Nirvana, and 41 years have passed since the outbreak of the RR virus. Gentlemen, monsters have been invading human living areas for almost half a century. Zhou Lang spoke, and Jia Yi and Zhu Shi's eyes became brighter. Xiao Zhou, are you sure? If not, why not hold off for a while and wait for Xiao Luo's strength to improve? Although Jia Yi was excited, he couldn't help but dissuade him. But before he could finish his words, endless darkness spread out from Zhou Lang's center. Jia Yi and Zhu Shi didn't even have time to react before they were instantly enveloped by Zhou Lang's domain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in just a split second, the domain was withdrawn by Zhou Lang. Jia Yi and Zhu Shi's faces paled, their breaths gasping. Xiao Zhou, have you comprehended the domain? Jia Yi and Zhu Shi looked at Zhou Lang in surprise. They had seen the domain before, on Hong, and even felt it themselves. However, the moment Zhou Lang's domain enveloped them, the shock they felt was beyond words. Jia Yi and Zhu Shi both felt a a strange feeling.
Seem, Zhou Lang's area of strength is more powerful than Hong's.
Thinking of this, Jia Yi and Zhu Shi looked at each other at the same time. After working together for many years, both Jia Yi and Zhu Shi could understand what was conveyed in each other's eyes.
One may be delusional, but are both of them wrong? That is to say, is Zhou Lang's strength really above Hong's?
Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi, please rest assured. With my current strength, the Thunder Dragon King and the Octopus Beast King are no match for me. Even if both of them attack together, I can defeat them in an instant.
Zhou Lang is full of confidence.
In the original novel, although it is not clearly stated what level of planetary level the Thunder Dragon King and the Octopus Beast King are, it is certain that they definitely cannot reach the stellar level.
As long as it does not exceed the stellar level.
Facing Zhou Lang now, they are undoubtedly a dish served to them.
Okay.
Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Jia Yi's eyes turned slightly red. As a Chinese who has lived through the RR virus outbreak, during the period of Great Nirvana, he witnessed many of his comrades die at the hands of monsters. Over the years, Jia Yi's dream is to completely defeat the monster and regain his former homeland.
However,
even strong men like Hong and Lei Shen would find it difficult to kill the two beast kings in the ocean, and because of the lack of combat power of the human high-level forces, I can only maintain the strange balance between myself and the monsters now.
Xiao Zhou, can you broadcast live while you kill the two beast kings?
Although Jia Yi was sad, Zhu Shi was already preparing for what would happen after the monster was killed. Zhou Lang can deal with two beast kings alone. This means that his strength has surpassed that of Hong and Lei Shen combined.
In other words,
Zhou Lang is now the strongest person on Earth, and he is also a member of the Chinese military.
That's right, Xiao Zhou, can we broadcast live?
Hearing Zhu Shi's question, Jia Yi put away his depressed mood and asked hurriedly. Zhou Lang showed a smile on his face.
Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi, we can broadcast it live. Moreover, I suggest a global broadcast. What do you think?
I suggest a global live broadcast.
What do you think?
When Zhou Lang spoke, Jia Yi and Zhu Shi could hardly hide the smiles on their faces. The strongest man in the world, he will become a member of the Chinese military in the future.
It can also completely eliminate the monsters on the earth.
For Jia Yi and Zhu Shi, who had experienced the Great Nirvana period, this was undoubtedly exciting news.
Prodigal son, Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi.
Luo Feng flew back with his shield under his feet. The moment they saw Luo Feng, Jia Yi and Zhu Shi became even more excited. With Zhou Lang in front and Luo Feng behind, the land of China will surely be blessed.
Longzi, have you broken through to the planetary level? Luo Feng looked at the destroyed environment around him and had some guesses in his mind.
He landed and asked hurriedly, I just broke through.
Crazy, you have to hurry up and don't get left behind by me. Zhou Lang nodded. Hearing Zhou Lang's confirmation, Luo Feng clenched his fists and swore secretly in his heart. No problem, I won't be too late.
Luo Feng said with confidence. Although during this period, Luo Feng asked Babata to release some wood crystals for Jia Yi and Zhu Shi to pick up. There were only 17 in total. For the wood bud crystal in Babata's hand, this is nothing. Although Babata said that wood crystals were needed to cultivate plant life, the remaining ones were enough for Luo Feng to quickly break through to the planetary level.
Luo Feng, don't think about comparing yourself with Zhou Lang.
Just as Luo Feng finished speaking, Babata's voice rang in his mind. I don't know what adventures Zhou Lang has experienced, but I can tell you that the gap between you and Zhou Lang cannot be made up by resources alone. Zhou Lang's advantage in basic physical fitness is 100 times greater than yours. In other words, for every kilogram of punching power you increase, Zhou Lang can increase it by 100 kilograms. When you only have 10 kilograms of punching strength, Zhou Lang has already reached 1,000 kilograms of punching strength. And when you have a punching force of 1,000 kilograms, Zhou Lang's punching force has reached 100,000 kilograms. The more your strength increases, the bigger the gap between you and Zhou Lang will become. So, Luo Feng, don't try to compare yourself with Zhou Lang. Focus on improving your own strength.
Babata's words made Luo Feng silent for a moment, but he didn't say anything more. At this moment, although Luo Feng's state of mind was not completely clear, it already contained some rudiments.
Zhou Lang was indeed very strong, but not to the point where Luo Feng lost the desire to catch up. Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi, with what Luo Feng has gained this time, he will soon be able to reach the planetary level, and he is also a spiritualist. So I think, when Luo Feng reaches the planetary level, I can let him be my exclusive photographer and broadcast live to the world the process of us killing the two beast kings.
What do you think? Zhou Lang said.
Jia Yi and Zhu Shi looked at each other and nodded. Before Xiao Luo and Xiao Zhou made the breakthrough, we agreed that all the gains from this time would be used by you and Xiao Zhou.
Xiao Zhou has already made a breakthrough, so the remaining Muya crystals should belong to you. There are 17 in total, you can count them.
As Jia Yi spoke, he and Zhu Shi took off the backpacks behind them and handed all the wood crystals inside to Luo Feng.
Mr. Jia, Counselor Zhu Shi. Luo Feng simply shook his head and refused.
My gains are enough for me to grow to the planetary level. Besides, the army needs these wood crystals more than I do. So, you two should keep it. I also hope that China can become stronger.
Luo Feng said firmly, and Jia Yi and Zhu Shi's smiles became brighter. Okay, Xiao Luo, we won't be polite with you either. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, what arrangements do you have for the Muya crystal this time? Jia Yi asked.
As Zhou Lang has reached the planetary level and Luo Feng is about to reach the planetary level, the two will naturally participate in China's decision-making level. The only difference at the moment is that they have not yet been officially appointed. Mr. Jia, Councillor Zhu Shi, Luo Feng, and I are not particularly familiar with the members in China.
Good. The commanders of each war zone must be given priority for breakthroughs, and as for the rest,
Zhou Lang shook his head slightly, thought for a moment and continued. Mr. Jia, Councillor Zhu Shi, Luo Feng, and I will take out some more Muya crystals and let you distribute them.
What do you think?
That's right, Mr. Jia, Councillor Zhu Shi, Zhou Lang, and I are indeed not familiar with these things, so please let the two of you take charge of the distribution.
Luo Feng also echoed.
One of them had joined the military for just over a month, and the other had been in the military for less than a month. They were obviously not familiar with the high-level war gods in the country.
Moreover, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng believed that neither Jia Yi nor Zhu Shi would show favoritism, and that was enough. As long as it is for China's internal personnel to improve their strength, anyone can participate. Let me add one more thing, Zhou Lang said immediately.
Mr. Jia, Councillor Zhu Shi, I hope you two can each keep some of the Muya crystals.
It would be best if you could make a breakthrough.
That's right, Mr. Jia, Councillor Zhu Shi, Zhou Lang, and I don't have much experience in management, and we don't intend to be distracted.
Luo Feng nodded repeatedly. Next, we will focus on improving our capabilities. Management matters will still require the hard work of you and the other counselors.
Luo Feng was happy with his cultivation, but giving it up to govern the country would be a torture for him.
Zhou Lang felt the same way.
After all, in this world where strength is paramount, no matter whether he participates in management or not, as long as he can maintain the growth of strength, no one will dare to look down on Zhou Lang.
Well, you're right.
In terms of talent, one of you is the strongest warrior on earth, and the other is the strongest mentalist.
It would be irresponsible to let you waste your time on management. Let's put it this way. The current quota allocation, excluding the warzone commanders, is temporarily set at 10. The selection will begin with the Huashan organization, who will select 8 candidates. The remaining 2 will then be selected by the administration. I will then give the list to the two of you for review. Jia Yi nodded at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's proposal.
Having experienced the RR period, the complete Great Nirvana, and the present, he and Zhu Shi understood the importance of a strong
person to China.
Therefore, they did not want Zhou Lang and Luo Feng to be bogged down by trivial matters. Seizing the opportunity to improve their strength was the most important thing.
Mr. Jia, just make the arrangements as you see fit. Zhou Lang nodded without any objection.
I'd like to trouble Elder Jia and Councillor Zhu Shi to take care of the Huashan organization's training in Australia.
Luo Feng should now be considered a graduate of the Huashan organization.
With this achievement, I think we can begin the plan to broadcast the global killing of the 2 Beast Kings in 10 days.
After handing over the Huashan organization's affairs in Australia to Jia Yi and Zhu Shi, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng returned to Huashan base.
Since Zhou Lang's fighter plane had been burned by the field, the two could only go back in Jia Yi's fighter plane.
Is this the virtual teaching space created by Babata?
In the silver-white space, Zhou Lang looked around curiously at the empty environment.
This was his second time entering the virtual space since crossing over.
The last time was at the elite training camp at the Extreme Martial Arts School.
Zhou Lang,
Babata, dressed in a black robe, suddenly appeared in front of him.
Based on your situation, I have set training goals for you.
Babata said this and waved his hand, and the entire silver-white space turned into a training room. At the same time, dozens of silver-white boxes more than 1 meter high appeared in Zhou Lang's field of vision. Your basic physical fitness is 100 times that of an average planetary-level player, which gives you a huge advantage when facing an average planetary-level player. But don't be proud, your basic strength level is still too low, only twice. Moreover, according to the information I got from my previous invasion of the Extreme Martial Arts Gym Trial Tower, your marksmanship is also quite poor. Although it is a bit difficult to comprehend the realm at the planetary level, at least your marksmanship should reach the level of artistic conception. This way, once you break through to the star level, it should be much easier to comprehend the realm with your bloodline. Babata floated in front of Zhou Lang, explaining things to him incessantly.
Field?
Zhou Lang was stunned when he heard Babata's words.
I can. What?
Babata, who was interrupted, seemed a little unhappy, but when he heard Zhou Lang's words, he screamed.
What are you talking about? Do you know how rare the domain is?
Planetary level comprehension of the domain, you. Babata seemed a little excited, but the next moment, he seemed to be strangled by someone and couldn't speak.
Because at this moment, with Zhou Lang as the center, the thick darkness spread out to the surroundings.
Soon it enveloped the entire training room.
There's more to it than that. After Zhou Lang finished speaking, he retracted the light field, and the next second, the fire field spread out.
The training room was burning under the flames, emitting waves of heat.
However, since it was a virtual space, the training room was not burned down.
Looking at Zhou Lang, who had taken back his territory, Babata was stunned for a moment.
Why? Why isn't Zhou Lang a spiritualist? Why is this? However, thinking that Zhou Lang was now a registered disciple of Yunma Star, Babata felt a little relieved. Ahem. After 2 dry coughs, Babata reorganized his thoughts. Zhou Lang, you must hurry up and practice the 256 basic martial arts secret techniques. This can speed up the improvement of your power level. You should have obtained other inheritances. All other secrets of exerting force on the earth are wrong ways of exerting force, but your way of exerting force is correct. But the level is too low. According to the consensus of the universe, the maximum level of force can reach 100 times, which is called perfect force. If you want to break through to immortality, achieving perfect power is one of the conditions. However, some true geniuses in the universe can achieve perfect power at the planetary level. Therefore, Zhou Lang, there is still a big gap between you and those geniuses in the universe, and you must not be proud and complacent. These boxes contain some secret techniques of the Yunma Star warrior lineage. You can choose some to practice. As for weapons, the only weapons left on the Yunma Star are those of the psychic, so I'll have to put you in vain for now. After you and Luo Feng enter the universe, go buy a suitable weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Babata disappeared from the training room as if he was running for his life. Am I that scary? Looking at Babata, who seemed to be running away, Zhou Lang shook his head helplessly. 256 basic secret warrior forms. He did not check out other secret techniques of Yunma Star, but turned on the auxiliary light computer on his right arm and began to study the basic secrets of warriors. Similar to the 312 basic spiritualist secret techniques that Luo Feng practiced in the number 9 and elite assessments in the original novel. This is what Yunmoxing passed down for the basic training of its disciples. The only difference is that one is a warrior inheritance and the other is a spiritual master inheritance. While Zhou Lang was practicing the warrior 256 style, in another part of the virtual space, Luo Feng is in the training room. Babata, what's wrong with you? Luo Feng looked at Babata, who seemed lost from the beginning, and his heart was full of curiosity. Alas, Babata looked up at Luo Feng, then couldn't help but sigh. Looking at Babata's expression, Luo Feng couldn't help but reveal a hint of helplessness. That look just now was clearly one of contempt for him. However, Luo Feng quickly shook his head and decided to ignore Babata, just like Zhou Lang. At this time, Luo Feng was also fully practicing the 312 basic moves. Since he was a dual cultivator of spiritual mind and martial arts, he not only had to practice the 312 basic moves of spiritual mind, but also the 256 basic moves of martial arts. When Zhou Lang and Luo Feng returned to the Huashan base to begin their training, Jia and Zhu Shi remained on the Australian continent. 10 days, not long, not short, but the entire China had unknowingly undergone earth-shaking changes. Jia and Zhu Shi harvested a total of 17 Muya crystals, while Zhou Lang and Luo Feng each received 10. This brought the total to 37 Muya crystals. If 37 high-level war gods were directly selected without any screening, China would soon have 37 planetary-level first-level powerhouses. But Jia and Zhu Shi would definitely not do this, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng would also not agree. Firstly, the commanders of the 5 major war zones, as the highest military rank in the war zones, are all high-level war gods. After 10 days, the energy of the Muya crystals they each obtained will be enough to absorb and break through to the planetary level. Next, Huashan's organizational and administrative teams selected 10 members in just 3 days. Therefore, in just 10 days, Huaxia had already added 15 planetary-level experts, not including Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. During these 10 days, despite daily training tasks assigned by Babata, Luo Feng's rate of absorbing the wood crystals remained unabated. By the 7th day, Luo Feng had successfully broken through to the planetary level, both as a spiritualist and a warrior. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and the Moyun vine Babata had prepared for him hadn't yet matured, otherwise it would have boosted his combat power by another point. However, Luo Feng only needs to participate in the filming, and the real main force in the battle is Zhou Lang, so this does not delay anything. 10 days later, click the door of the secret room opened, and Zhou Lang, wearing a black god suit and holding an SSS-level spear, walked out of the secret room. Outside the secret room, Jia, Zhu Shi, and the other warzone commanders, along with Luo Feng, all turned their gazes towards Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang glanced at everyone, then turned his gaze towards the Pacific Ocean outside the base. Let's go and kill the Beast King. Has it started yet? Not yet, it's still news. It may take a while. Didn't my brother and Zhou just set off? At Luo Feng's home in the military community, Luo Feng's parents and Luo Hua sat together in the living room, watching the live broadcast of China Channel 1 attentively. Thanks to the water of life that Zhou Lang had given him, Luo Hua's legs had long since recovered. The news was playing on the TV screen. Luo Feng's family had already known that he and Zhou Lang were going to challenge the Beast King today, and they had informed the three of them in advance that the live broadcast would be broadcast worldwide. So, they gathered in the living room and waited. At this moment, the news screen on TV suddenly froze for a moment and then switched. In the sky, Zhou Lang was wrapped in the black god suit, with only his head exposed. closed. The camera followed Zhou Lang closely, ensuring that his entire body could be captured. Zhou Lang, holding a spear, had a solemn expression on his face, his eyes fixed on the sea below. Dear friends from around the world, hello everyone, this is China number 1. The announcer's voice sounded, and at the same time, all the viewers watching China Channel 1 witnessed this scene, and even foreign viewers had subtitles explaining it. Oh my god, are the Chinese going crazy? Challenging the Beast King? This will trigger a war between humans and monsters. Have you contacted the Chinese leadership? The Chinese leadership has currently severed all contact. Quick, contact Hong and Lei Shun. Damn the Chinese. If they cause the extinction of humanity, they can't bear the responsibility. The live broadcast of China Channel 1 quickly caused a global sensation and was filled with criticism of China's top leaders for ignoring the overall situation. However, at this time, the top leaders of China had already taken the initiative to cut off contact, resulting in the top leaders of other organizations or countries being unable to contact China at all. Brother Hong. In the sky, two figures merged and quickly headed towards the Pacific Ocean. They were the two most powerful men in the world today, Hong and Lei Shun. Huaxia really made big news this time. Thor's expression grew serious. The two beast kings were no match for them, but the sea was the monster's home turf. Here, the two of them couldn't easily kill the beast kings either. If they let them go, it would inevitably trigger a war between humans and the vast number of monsters. Compared to the monsters, the combat power of the human leaders was very weak. Therefore, the fact that China did not inform them in advance and caused such a big incident made the Thunder God angry. Perhaps, they are not unprepared this time. Hong looked into the distance. They were already close to the Pacific Ocean, and could even see Zhou Lang in the sky and Luo Feng filming. What? Brother Hong, what do you mean? Lei Shun was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Hong. Zhou Lang, this man once came to my elite training camp. Although he wasn't at the planetary level back then, he could withstand 1,000 times the gravity. Although his power level was slightly lacking, his true strength was definitely not weak. Now that he's broken through to the planetary level, his strength is probably not much different from ours. Hong's words made the Thunder God's eyes sparkle instantly. Brother Hong, doesn't this mean that if we join forces, we really have a chance to take down the two beast kings? Thor was particularly excited. As humanity's second strongest being, he had always dreamed of completely defeating the monsters. However, the human leadership had never been able to train enough planetary warriors. Even though the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Extreme Martial Arts School have been committed to training new people, planetary-level warriors are still difficult to emerge. Get out here! Just as Hong and Lei Shun were approaching, Zhou Lang had already arrived in the central Pacific Ocean. With the spear in his hand pointing downward, Zhou Lang fell into the sea. Boom! The huge impact force caused the seawater to splash high, and Luofeng followed closely and fell into the sea. Hiss! At the bottom of the sea, a huge monster as big as an island opened its eyes, and those eyes, which were as big as houses, stared at Zhou Lang. An extremely thick tentacle stabbed towards Zhou Lang like a spear. Poof! Zhou Lang snorted coldly and swung the spear in his hand. Bear! Endless flames spread rapidly around Zhou Lang, flames burning the sky. Even though he was in the sea, the flames around Zhou Lang could not be extinguished. As he swung the spear in his hand, 7 fireballs the size of human heads quickly condensed into a straight line and rushed towards the giant beast. The giant beast's 2 thick tentacles quickly stretched out, trying to block the attack of the fireball. The size difference between the fireball and the tentacle is obvious. However, the moment the fireball touched the tentacles, the giant beast immediately let out a deafening roar. The 2 tentacles couldn't even block the first fireball and were burned through in an instant. The fireball bombarded fiercely and hit the beast directly on the head. Except for the first fireball that burned through the tentacles and consumed some power, the other 6 fireballs were intact and all hit the giant beast's head. The seawater evaporated, the giant beast's head was burned, and endless flames instantly ignited on the seabed. All of this seems like an unreal illusion. Crash! Zhou Lang carried the giant corpse of the octopus beast king, which was several thousand meters tall, out of the sea. From the moment Zhou Lang jumped into the sea to fight the octopus king, to his current posture, the entire process took less than a minute. Hong and Lei Shun were floating in the air, staring blankly at the corpse in Zhou Lang's hands. The scene of Zhou Lang fighting with the octopus king was broadcast live without any omissions. The field, that is the field. And it's a stronger field than Hong's. The world's strongest person is about to be replaced. OMG, another Chinese? China is about to become the world's #1 power. Boss, communication with the Chinese leadership has been restored. Hurry, put me through, I need to contact Huaxia. Zhou Lang's performance caused a sudden change in the attitudes of many organizations and senior national leaders. The article that was originally criticizing China was removed instantly. Hong's strength was already beyond their reach, not to mention that Zhou Lang was even stronger than Hong at this time. Moreover, Hong is not interested in power. He is concerned about the fate of all mankind. But now, the new strongest person on Earth is actually a Chinese. Moreover, this announcement was not to challenge Hong, but to kill the Beast King through a global live broadcast. This is clearly not a friendly friendly sign. There are currently only two Beast Kings in the world, the Octopus Beast King and the Thunder Dragon King. When the Thunder Dragon King's body length exceeded 1 kilometer and the Octopus Beast King's body length reached several thousand meters, their corpses were publicly displayed in front of the camera. The global live broadcast transmitted this scene to every corner of the Earth, and the entire Earth seemed to stand still at this moment. All planetary-level forces in China are dispatched to slay the king-level monsters. Zhou Lang, holding two monsters in his hands, faced the camera and spoke firmly. The next moment, the live broadcast was closed. Longzi, it's done. Next I'm going to find some monsters to test my strength. As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Luo Feng spoke excitedly. Okay, take the bodies of these monsters back and let Jiao Lao and the others deal with them. Zhou Lang nodded, handed the bodies of the two monsters to Luo Feng, and then turned to Hong and Leishan, who were not far away. Let's wait until the monsters on Earth are eliminated before we discuss anything else. Hong and Leishan wanted to speak, but were interrupted by Zhou Lang. Communication between monsters and humans is different. Humans have communication equipment and have no difficulty communicating, but monsters are scattered all over the world and have no means of communication at all. Even though the Thunder Dragon King and the Octopus Beast King were already dead at this time, only some planetary monsters in the sea learned the news, and the monsters in other areas did not even react at all. Now is the best time for humans to take action. While Zhou Lang ordered all planetary forces in China to mobilize, Jia Yi had also contacted other organizations and countries around the world, calling on all planetary forces of mankind to mobilize. On August 13, 2056, a fierce war broke out between humans and king-level monsters on Earth. The monster side lost two emperor-level monsters, while the human side gained Zhou Lang, a high-level fighter. The balance of victory completely tilted towards humans. In just one day, all the king-level monsters on Earth were wiped out. However, this is not the most surprising thing. China's strength is the most shocking. Originally, there were only 5 speakers and 51 members of parliament in the world, but today, China not only welcomed Zhou Lang, the new strongest man on Earth, but also added 16 new parliament-level strongmen. Before this, China had only 4 counselor-level experts. Although some counselors from the extreme and lightning martial arts schools were Chinese nationals and had good relations with China, they were not direct members of the Chinese lineage. But now it's different. The total number of parliamentarian-level strongmen in China has reached 21, accounting for almost one-third of the world's parliamentarian-level strongmen, and all of them are affiliated with the Chinese government. With the addition of Zhou Lang, the strongest man on Earth, China has become the #1 force on Earth. Late at night, in Zhou Lang's villa in the military community in Yayan district, there were only 4 people there: Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Hong, and Leishan. Jia Yi and Zhu Shi are busy receiving planetary-level visitors from other forces around the world. These people originally wanted to visit Zhou Lang, but were rejected by Zhou Lang and handed over to Jia Yi and Zhu Shi for handling. I have seen many geniuses, even Thor and I are among them, but compared to you, it is really far behind. Hong looked at Zhou Lang opposite him, feeling deeply moved. Not long ago at the elite training camp, he still thought that although Zhou Lang was a genius, it would probably take a long time for him to catch up with him. In particular, he has a domain, and the difficulty of comprehending a domain can be seen. Just look at Thor. Over the years, he has given Thor a lot of guidance. Although Thor has surpassed him in terms of strength, he has never been able to comprehend the domain, so he is always slightly stronger than him. But what about Zhou Lang? According to his understanding, Zhou Lang passed the quasi-warrior assessment in just 2 months, became a planetary level, and comprehended the domain. Such a genius cannot be described in any language. Yes, the field. It's a pity that I haven't been able to comprehend it for all these years. Thor also nodded in agreement. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to comprehend a domain. Thank you both for the compliment. Let's have some tea. Zhou Lang smiled slightly and poured a cup of tea for them. As the pioneers of mankind, you have laid order for humanity and protected humanity for so many years. We, the later generations, should be grateful to you. Placing the teacup in front of the two, Zhou Lang said sincerely. Although Zhou Lang did not fully agree with some of Hong's actions in the original novel, as the strongest human being, Hong did what he should do and protected mankind to this day. It has created a relatively safe living environment for many people. That's enough. What are you going to do next? Hong shook his head and asked instead of continuing the topic. Now Zhou Lang is the strongest person on Earth. Then the future development of the Earth must follow Zhou Lang's opinions. As a former killer, Hong is no stranger to this kind of thing. People with strong abilities will naturally listen to him. This is simply common sense. The monsters cannot be completely eliminated, so I decided to clear Australia first and then exile a large number of monsters to the Australian continent. This way, the new generation of warriors will have a place to train, and this requires the support of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School. Zhou Lang said that these matters had actually been discussed within China a long time ago. However, in terms of the number of warriors, the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School obviously have more advantages. This undoubtedly requires the assistance insistence of Hong and Leishan.
Extreme Martial Arts School has no objection.
The Thunder and Lightning Martial Arts School didn't object either. As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Hong and Leishan responded immediately.
You are now the most powerful person on earth, and you should also participate in the Council of the War God Palace. At that time, I will hand over the power of the first speaker in front of all the members. Hong continued, but Zhou Lang shook his head.
There's no rush for this.
Zhou Lang responded with a smile, but in his heart he was thinking about the next arrangements.
On Earth, the Chinese are enough.
After entering the universe, we will first purchase 2 life planets and migrate the organizations of other countries out. As for those in China, those who want to leave can be sent away, but they still need to be careful when participating in the genius competition. Zhou Lang shook his head and refused, having already made a decision in his heart. However, Zhou Lang did not tell Hong and Leishan these words. As for whether to stay on Earth, it depends entirely on their own choice. After all, both of them have made contributions to mankind. Zhou Lang was also unable to force them to leave. Hong and Leishan did not leave until the next morning. At the same time, other heads of state received by Jia Yi and Zhu Shi also left. Immediately afterwards, the plan to build the Australian Monster Ecological Park will be promoted simultaneously around the world.
Celebrate.
The streets and alleys were filled with celebrating teams.
In the war between humans and monsters, humans won. Zhou Lang became a hero of mankind overnight.
However, at this time, the hero Zhou Lang was sitting cross-legged in the underground training room.
At the planetary level, I am ready to set off into space. There should be quite a few relics of ancient civilizations in China. In the original novel, Babata had no backup when he repaired the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft, but now with the whole of China as backup, the time to repair the spacecraft will definitely be greatly shortened. In the original novel, the golden horned beast first appeared 4 years later, but now we can start searching earlier. At least the satellites have to keep an eye on the Pacific Ocean. Zhou Lang kept recalling the plot of the original novel in his mind.
The repair of the spacecraft will take at most half a year, and then we can set off into space.
Zhou Lang opened his eyes and had already made a decision in his heart.
Although the 100-fold gene is extremely powerful, it is useless without sufficient resources.
Fortunately, I can set off to space soon.
He shook his head with emotion, pushed the door and walked out of the underground training room. Although there was no one else living around Zhou Lang's villa, the entire military community was filled with cheers and celebrations today. Tanya and the guard were both given leave by Zhou Lang. In fact, with Zhou Lang's current strength as the strongest on Earth, he doesn't care whether he has protection or not.
It is just a symbol of status. He took 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator and walked straight to the rooftop.
Sitting in the chair, looking at the fireworks blooming in the sky, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile.
We can no longer return to our original Earth. We will never allow anyone to invade this Earth. He secretly made up his mind. Swoosh! A streak of light flew towards Zhou Lang from a distance. He glanced at it and then looked away. My parents asked you to come to their house for dinner this afternoon. Why didn't you go? The light fell on the rooftop, and it was Luo Feng wearing his battle suit. It would be inappropriate for me to disturb this moment of reunion.
Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand.
Where's Babata? I have something to tell him. What do you want from Master Babata? As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Babata instantly popped up on Luo Feng's smartwatch. He looked at Zhou Lang with a slightly fearful expression.
As an intelligent life form that barely achieved the title of immortal, Babata had seen many scenes, but a genius like Zhou Lang really shocked him. With 100 times the genes, he mastered a field at the planetary level, and it was not just a single field. He had already comprehended it just after breaking through the planetary level. This was beyond Babata's understanding.
Originally, Babata was proud when facing Zhou Lang and Luo Feng.
After all, he was the intelligent life left by the great immortal.
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng should be grateful for being able to obtain the great immortal's inheritance. However, after seeing Zhou Lang's talent, Babata's thoughts began to waver.
In the future, Zhou Lang will have to avenge his master.
Moreover, the master's inheritance was actually not of much help to Zhou Lang. This made Babata feel vaguely scared.
If Zhou Lang feels that his master's inheritance is of no help to him and ultimately does not intend to avenge his master, Babata will have no place to cry. Babata, I know there's a spaceship on Earth, but I'm not sure if it's intact.
Do you have any ideas? Zhou Lang didn't care about Babata's attitude, as his surname was not Tang. Babata did help him, and he should repay the kindness with 1,000 times more. Moreover, once Zhou Lang becomes powerful, resurrecting Huyen Bo will be a piece of cake. Spaceship? Are you serious? When Babata heard Zhou Lang's words, his eyes instantly flashed with light. Ever since the first day he left the Yunma star, he has always wanted to take Zhou Lang away from Earth.
Unfortunately, without a spaceship, he could do nothing.
The Yunma star encountered a powerful enemy and was severely damaged. Now even its parts cannot be repaired. Moreover, flying a planetary-level spaceship that even the immortals would be jealous of is simply courting death.
Therefore, Babata could only put this idea aside for the time being and plan to see if there was anything suitable among the relics collected by humans in the future to build a spacecraft and at least leave the Earth first. Unexpectedly, Zhou Lang gave him a surprise. Of course it's true, I don't need to lie to you. You can take a look at the situation first. Whatever materials you need, whether it's from China or other countries or organizations, as long as they are available on Earth, I can help you find them.
Zhou Lang nodded and continued speaking. Great, with a spaceship, we can easily enter the universe. Luo Feng, you must seize the time to practice. Once you reach the star level, you will be able to unlock the first account your teacher left for you.
Babata flew up, rolled a few times, and then landed steadily on Luo Feng's shoulder. Don't worry, as long as I have enough wood crystals, I will be able to reach the star level in a short time.
Luo Feng nodded.
During this period, he truly realized what it meant to rapidly improve his strength. With the support of Mu Yajing, Luo Feng has now reached the third level of planetary level,
plus his strength as a psychic. Apart from Zhou Lang, Hong and Lei Shen, Luo Feng is the most powerful person on Earth. However, others were unaware of this. Luo Feng, you might not be able to use the Muya crystal anymore.
As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, Babata spoke awkwardly.
Can't use it anymore? Didn't you say there was a lot of this stuff? Luo Feng looked at Babata in confusion.
It is indeed a lot, but this is what your teacher prepared for you to cultivate plant life. If you continue to use it, there won't be enough material to grow plant life.
Plant life? Luo Feng was confused by Babata's words, and then Babata explained to him the concept of plant life. Anyway, you can't use Muya crystal anymore. Okay, I understand. After listening to Babata's explanation, Luo Feng nodded helplessly. Well, don't worry about it, there must be some good stuff in the hands of various organizations on Earth. We'll collect some and sell them in space, and we should be able to make a lot of money. Zhou Lang interrupted the conversation between Luo Feng and Babata. Luo Feng, now that the monsters are dealt with, don't you plan to go see Su Xian? Longzi, why are you bringing this up?
Luo Feng, who was originally very confident, suddenly became a little shy when he heard Zhou Lang mention Su Xian.
Luo Feng's reaction made Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Okay, stop pretending in front of me. According to your current situation, Su Xian's family will definitely not object. I've already made an appointment with Su Xian for you. Go shopping with her tomorrow. As for Babata, come with me to see the spaceship. You're right, the so-called ruins here are actually an interstellar fleet mothership.
Babata emerged from Zhou Lang's smartwatch, his eyes fixed on the intertwined metal wreckage before him, and began to speak.
This should be the fleet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire that my master destroyed. Now it's a bargain for us. Zhou Lang heard Babata's confirmation and nodded. I've already scanned the map of this place. You just need to follow my instructions. Babata quickly scanned the entire interior of the mothership. Yes, this is indeed the fleet carrier that my master destroyed back then.
This mothership is 16,000 meters long, 3,200 meters wide and 800 meters high.
Although it is not the largest battleship in the entire fleet, it has the strongest defense and attack capabilities. No wonder it has become one of the most desperate situations on your planet.
Babata transferred the map to Zhou Lang's auxiliary optical computer, and then said with a little pride. After all, Zhou Lang was indeed very smart, but he was still far behind his great master.
Zhou Lang did not respond to Babata's words.
He followed the map through several cabins and finally stopped in front of a huge secret cabin. In the central area of the cabin, there was a disc-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of about 100 meters. The spaceship is entirely black in color. Even though it has been quietly here for hundreds of thousands of years, the pattern of a two-winged dragon on the hull is still clearly visible.
So that's it, Zhou Lang, we're going to get rich. When he saw the spaceship, Babata cheered excitedly. This is the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft, which is quite famous in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire and is designed specifically for space adventures. The cost of this spaceship alone is far greater than that of the mothership, and its flying speed is not slow either. When we set off on this spaceship, we will feel proud even in space. Babata seemed particularly excited.
You know, the Hailongshan X-81 model spacecraft is a collection-level spacecraft, and people who can afford it generally don't dare to mess with it.
Zhou Lang, insert this into the gap between the gate and the ground.
Babata's face was full of excitement, and then a strange tool appeared in front of Zhou Lang. This tool resembles an axe with an extremely thin blade, about 3 meters long and more than 1 meter wide.
Babata, if there's an intelligent system inside, can you defeat it? Zhou Lang nodded and asked as if unintentionally. How is that possible? I am Lord Babata, an intelligent being. Hearing Zhou Lang's doubts about his abilities, Babata quickly responded. But you reminded me, if there really is an intelligence system after entering. Babata frowned slightly, then took out a USB drive and handed it to Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang, if you encounter an intelligence system once you enter, throw this onto the console. Don't worry, it's made of memory metal, and it will automatically find and invade the system when the time comes.
Okay. Zhou Lang took the USB drive and nodded slightly.
In the original book, it was because Babata did not take this into consideration that the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft's intelligent brain directly destroyed the operating system. Even the Baba Tower took more than half a year to restore.
Now, although Zhou Lang couldn't say it explicitly, Babata had been with immortal strong strongman and had a quick mind. Following Zhou Lang's suggestion, Babata quickly figured this out.
The entrance channel inside the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft is a laser channel, and this laser is powerful enough to kill planetary level 5 or 6.
Time passes slowly.
Only Hong and Lei Shen, wearing the black god suits, could resist a little.
But it's of no use to you.
As Babata spoke, his eyes swept towards Zhou Lang again. If his master were still alive, he would probably be extremely happy to see Yunmoxing accept such a genius.
Zhou Lang, get ready.
Shaking his head, Babata put aside the thoughts in his mind and said to Zhou Lang,
"Open."
The cabin door opened under Zhou Lang's control. A passage appeared in front of Zhou Lang. The densely packed holes on both sides of the passage make people feel a little scared.
Swish! Zhou Lang's figure suddenly rushed forward.
Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rays of white light flickered in the passage, running through the entire passage.
There are even some holes that can sense Zhou Lang's position and quickly adjust the direction. Boom!
With his arms folded in front of his chest, the laser hit Zhou Lang's arms. With the help of this power, Zhou Lang instantly arrived at the gate of the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft. Zhou Lang pushed the giant top into the gate, and under Babata's control, the gate slowly opened. This laser really hurts when it hits my body.
Zhou Lang rubbed his injured arms.
The Black God suit was broken and has not yet recovered, leaving some burn marks on his arms.
But for a warrior, this injury is just like a minor scratch.
You will recover soon.
Zhou Lang, get ready. The laser channel of this Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft is much simpler than the one in the cabin. Babata reminded. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and then instantly rushed into the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft.
Several lasers brushed past Zhou Lang's body but did not cause any harm to him.
Okay, there's no danger inside the spacecraft. Let's go to the command room first. Babata couldn't hide the smile on his face. Zhou Lang's strength is so strong that he doesn't look like a planetary-level warrior at all.
If Luo Feng had followed him, it would have taken quite a bit of effort for him to get into the spaceship.
But with Zhou Lang, everything became much simpler.
Just as Zhou Lang passed through the passage and entered the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft, the lights came on in the dark command room. A man sat calmly in the center of the command room, with 3 of his men in black uniforms standing behind him. The console screen in the command room suddenly lit up. A large amount of universal language appeared on the screen.
Human planetary genetic warriors are breaking in. Threat level, medium, kill him.
On the bottom floor of the spacecraft, in a closed room, 3 metal robots about 2 meters tall were instantly activated. The red eyes lit up, and the next moment, the 3 robots turned into 3 streams of light and rushed out of the room.
Zhou Lang, the spaceship's guard robot is coming. Speed up. There must be an intelligence system here. We must not let it destroy the spaceship's control system.
Babata said anxiously. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, already having some guesses in his mind.
These 3 robots should be the maintenance robots in the original work.
But the most important thing now is to control the spacecraft first. There is no rush to fight. What's more, the robots that Luo Feng could deal with in the original novel are nothing to Zhou Lang now. Zhou Lang's fist hit a metal robot in front of him hard. The robot flew backwards and hit the wall of the spacecraft heavily, making a deafening noise.
Babata, haven't you controlled these 3 guys yet? Zhou Lang's body flashed, and he nimbly dodged the attacks of the other 2 robots. The attacks of these 3 robots were not strong enough for Zhou Lang.
But their bodies are made entirely of yttrium metal.
This is a metal that even a cosmic-level powerhouse would have difficulty destroying. Even Zhou Lang is powerless now.
Fortunately, these metal robots do not have independent intelligence and their attack methods are relatively simple.
When facing Zhou Lang, they could only passively take the beating. Alright.
Babata spoke, and the 3 robots that were originally fighting with Zhou Lang stopped their movements instantly.
These robots are made entirely of black yttrium metal.
Once you and Luo Feng enter the universe, they'll be worth a lot of money if you sell them.
Babata seemed a little excited. The current situation is very different from the original work. Luo Feng was still far from being a star, and Babata only had a little change left. Once Zhou Lang and Luo Feng enter the universe, life will become quite difficult.
In particular, Zhou Lang has 100 times more genes, and is definitely a big consumer of resources.
Babata had to be frugal.
We're in the command room. Soon, Zhou Lang brought 3 robots to a silver gate.
Squeak! Zhou Lang opened the silver door, and a weak air convection blew through. Ha!
In the command room, the man sitting on the central chair instantly turned into powder like dust and flowed to the ground.
The 3 guards behind him in black uniforms trembled slightly and eventually broke into pieces, revealing their skin. Zhou Lang didn't pay attention to these.
After entering the command room, he took out the USB flash drive that Babata gave him and threw it on the console.
Gotcha.
After the USB drive landed on the console, several metal tentacles extended from the bottom and inserted into the console.
Beep beep beep.
A large number of characters instantly appeared on the console, and the head of a green woman appeared.
Warning, the system is under attack. Please enter the password within 30 seconds, otherwise the self-destruct program will be activated. The universal language of the universe rang out inside the spacecraft. Fortunately, Zhou Lang, you reminded me. 30 seconds? 10 seconds should be enough. When Babata heard the universal language of the universe, a trace of fear flashed across his face.
If the self-destruct program is really activated, he can only use brute force to crack it, and the spacecraft will have to be repaired at that time.
Ding!
As soon as Babata finished speaking, there was a beat, the original red light disappeared, and the spacecraft command room returned to normal.
The green woman's portrait was instantly dyed blue. Ha! The Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft is ours from now on.
Babata cheered excitedly, then turned his attention to the three figures in the command room.
Silver guards? We're rich, Zhou Lang, we're rich.
These are silver guards. With these 3 guards, we'll have the starting capital to enter the universe,
Babata said happily.
The liquid silver guard is made entirely of liquid silver, a metal more precious than black yttrium.
It possesses an intelligence system and can speak and act like a real person.
Due to the properties of liquid silver metal, even a cosmic-level expert would find it difficult to break free once entangled by the liquid silver guards.
Babata seemed more and more excited. Put these away for now.
I'll see if my inventory of energy crystals can match them. 800,000 years have passed, and the energy stored in the ship is definitely not enough to support interstellar flight.
I'll need to replenish it. Babata put away the silver guard while explaining to Zhou Lang. Let's go back first. Luo Feng is going out with a girl today. I don't know how it went. Zhou Lang smiled, walked out of the Black Dragon Mountain spaceship with Babata, and then instructed Babata to put away the spaceship. Wow!
Zhou Lang broke through the sea surface and flew into the sky.
Ha! Zhou Lang, Hong is contacting you, Babata said, pulling up Hong's communications. Please answer it. Zhou Lang nodded slightly.
Zhou Lang always maintained sufficient respect for Hong and Lei Shen, the 2 people who were once the first and second strongest people on Earth. If the 2 had not suppressed the monsters with their powerful strength over the years, the 2 beast kings would have led the monsters to attack humans long ago. Similarly, if it weren't for the intimidation of Hong and Thunder God given human nature, they would have been engaged in endless internal strife.
Zhou Lang, Hong's face appears in the video. Hello, Zhou Lang.
Thor squeezed into the video screen from the side and waved at Zhou Lang.
Excuse me, I hope I haven't disturbed you. Hong looked at Lei Shen helplessly.
Even though he had been in a high position for many years, Lei Shen's childish personality still made him feel helpless.
It's not a bother. What can I do for you too? Zhou Lang shook his head.
Hong and Lei Shen's contributions to the Earth are indeed enormous, but unfortunately, Zhou Lang is not familiar with them, so there is not much to talk about between the 2 sides.
Actually, this is the case. Zhou Lang, could you please come to the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters? Lei Shen and I want to challenge you.
Hong said this with a serious face, and the Thunder God beside him also put away his giggling expression.
Challenge me?
Hong's words made Zhou Lang stunned for a moment, but soon he nodded in agreement.
No problem, I'll come find you tomorrow.
After saying that, Zhou Lang hung up the phone.
Brother Hong, are you confident?
At the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters, Thor looked at the hung-up video and was silent for a moment before asking the first question.
Not at all. Hong shook his head.
They had witnessed part of Zhou Lang's strength when he killed the Octopus Beast King and the Thunder Dragon King, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. It was obvious that Zhou Lang did not use his full strength at that time. He could kill the 2 Beast Kings without using his full strength, but the 2 of them could only defeat them but not kill them even if they used their full strength. The gap between them is so huge that if they are not careful, they will be killed instantly when facing Zhou Lang.
Indeed, I'm not sure at all.
Thor sighed. We should be happy that there are masters like Zhou Lang on Earth.
Hong chuckled, stood up and looked at the word Zen hanging on the wall of the training room. We too have been supporting humanity for so long. Isn't it because we hope someone can catch up with us, or even surpass us? Brother Hong, you are right. The Thunder God nodded, stood up and walked over to Hong.
I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's battle with Zhou Lang.
Look, they're holding hands. Yangzhou District, Commercial Street. Zhou Lang and Wei Wen secretly followed Luo Feng and Su Xian. When Luo Feng took Su Xian's hand, Wei Wen seemed extremely excited. Keep your voice down, or the madman will hear you.
Zhou Lang rolled his eyes at Wei Wen, then took out his camera and captured the moment they were holding hands. More than 100 meters away, Luo Feng was holding Su Xian's hand, with a dark look on his face. With his current senses, and the fact that Zhou Lang and Wei Wen's voices were not concealed at all, he could hear it clearly.
What's wrong? Su Xian noticed that Luo Feng's expression was a little strange, so she started to ask. It's okay. It's getting late. Let's go eat. There's a restaurant just up the road. Luo Feng's complexion returned to normal and he smiled. Longzi, when do you think they will get married? Watching Luo Feng and Su Xian walk into the restaurant, Wei Wen sighed. Who knows, but I think it will be soon.
Zhou Lang shook his head, but his mind couldn't help but think of the golden-horned beast in the original book. During this period, he asked Jia Yi to keep an eye on the Pacific Ocean, but he never found anything.
Major General.
Just as Zhou Lang was lost in thought, Tanya came forward from a distance and stood beside him.
As you instructed, I've been keeping an eye on dragon monsters around the world. I've recently discovered a brand new dragon monster in the newly established Australian Monster Ecological Park.
Tanya said, turning on the projector projection on her smartwatch.
A brand new dragon monster?
Zhou Lang immediately became interested when he heard Tanya's words. The first task issued by the system was to let him kill the velociraptor, but there is no such monster on Earth. Fortunately, he later broke through to the planetary level and was rewarded by the system. Otherwise, Zhou Lang would have been prepared long ago and would have relied on Luo Feng to lead him after he achieved immortality. Yes, according to the observations of the on-site staff, this dragon monster is a mutated offspring of a Lord-level armored dragon. However, due to the monster migration plan, this dragon monster hatched prematurely and is currently only at the level of a high-level beast soldier.
The staff named it Velociraptor. What did you say? Tanya's words made Zhou Lang's eyes light up instantly. Notify them immediately.
Nothing can happen to this monster before I arrive.
I have something to do, so I'll leave first.
After Zhou Lang finished explaining, he threw the camera to Wei Wen and flew into the air without caring about anything else.
Strangeness.
Looking at Zhou Lang's departing back, Wei Wen shook his head, then sneaked closer to the restaurant to take pictures, because Luo Feng and Su Xian's seats were right by the window.
Could it be a velociraptor? Zhou Lang flew towards the Australian continent, feeling slightly excited. If just a name can allow me to successfully complete the mission, then future missions will be much easier.
Zhou Lang was thinking about it, but he hadn't seen the velociraptor yet, so he had no way to verify his guess.
Eager to prove it, he flew at full speed.
More than 10 minutes later, Zhou Lang had arrived above the Australian continent.
Tanya, give me the exact location.
Zhou Lang contacted Tanya, and soon he received the location information sent by Tanya through the auxiliary light brain.
In a park on the Australian continent. Mr. Zhou Lang.
The person in charge of the security of the park was Yang Hui, who had received him before.
Where's the velociraptor?
Zhou Lang landed from the air and asked directly.
Over here, please follow me, Mr. Zhou Lang.
Although he had talked with Zhou Lang before, Yang Hui seemed particularly reserved at this moment. After all, Zhou Lang is now the strongest man on Earth. Yang Hui has only met the previous strongest man, Hong, a few times, let alone Zhou Lang, who was even stronger than Hong.
Under Yang Hui's guidance, Zhou Lang soon saw a dragon-like monster imprisoned in a cage.
It was more than 3 meters long and was indeed similar to the velociraptor, a dinosaur that once existed on Earth. However, Zhou Lang still had no idea whether the system would recognize this as a velociraptor from the Panlong world.
Tanya said this is a mutated descendant of an armored dragon. Could it be the dragon egg that Luo Feng stole in the original novel?
Zhou Lang was thinking in his mind, but his movements did not slow down. For Zhou Lang now, defeating a high-level beast soldier-level monster is just a piece of cake. Looking at the dead velociraptor in the cage and then at Zhou Lang flying away, Yang Hui's face was full of confusion. At this moment, Zhou Lang, who was flying in the air, stared at the system panel in front of him that only he could see, and the smile on his face could not hide his excitement. Mission: kill the level 7 velociraptor. Quest reward: soul gold bead. Mission completed. Mission rewards have been issued.
It actually works? Is this because of the name change, or is it just a coincidence?
The excitement gradually faded, replaced by doubt. Please check your new tasks. Before Zhou Lang had time to think about this problem, the system panel changed again.
Mission: join the Magic Academy.
Quest reward: sanctuary level metal life.
Task description: early college life is so exciting, how can you not experience it yourself? When the new task was released, Zhou Lang's face suddenly showed a helpless expression. Even if you don't know that this is a world that devours the stars, don't you know that I'm already a saint? What on earth are you thinking of letting a saint join the Magic Academy?
I kept complaining to the system in my mind, but unfortunately, the system did not respond at all. Shaking his head, Zhou Lang completely lost confidence in the intelligence of his system.
What if I founded a Magic Academy on Earth?
This idea suddenly popped up in Zhou Lang's mind.
It doesn't hurt to give it a try. That's it.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang increased his flying speed. In the system space, the golden soul bead he had just obtained was still waiting for him. In the original novel, the golden soul bead can increase the amount of the soul. After all, every time you become a god, the essence of the soul can be enhanced. And with the setting of the divine incarnation, the importance of the golden soul bead is self-evident.
So, what would happen if it were placed in the world of devouring the stars?
The golden horned beast does not need to tear its soul apart when giving birth to its clone.
However, as the soul is elevated, the understanding of the laws should also be elevated, right?
Zhou Lang's heart was burning with excitement, and soon he arrived at the military family community.
Major General.
Zhou Lang landed at the entrance of the villa, and Tanya stepped forward to salute. Zhou Lang waved his hand and walked towards the underground training room while giving instructions. Please contact Mr. Jia. I plan to establish a martial arts college. I will discuss the details with him after I come out of seclusion.
Prodigal, are you really sure?
On the fighter plane heading to Hongning Bay City, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang.
Luo Feng, don't worry. Babata jumped out of Luo Feng's smartwatch.
Hong and Lei Shen's talents are indeed extraordinary, especially Hong, who was able to master domain abilities at the planetary level.
However, facing Zhou Lang, he has no chance of winning.
You also have to work harder and keep keep up with Zhou Lang's pace.
Babata said, not forgetting to encourage Luo Feng.
Yeah, lunatic, you have to work harder, otherwise once we enter the universe, the gap between us will only get bigger and bigger.
Looking at the smile on Zhou Lang's lips, Luo Feng couldn't help but clench his fists.
Don't worry, prodigal son, I will never be left too far behind by you.
The fighter plane moved forward rapidly and soon landed in Hongning Base City.
However, this time it wasn't a landing on a public tarmac, but rather a direct entry into an elite training camp.
Here he comes. Is that Zhou Lang, the strongest man on Earth right now? Such a strong aura. He just glanced at me,
but I felt like I was being stared at by some terrifying being.
The person next to him is Luo Feng, a newly promoted planetary-level psychic.
I heard that his psychic talent is even stronger than East's.
Is this true? East is the Speaker of the House, and Luo Feng just turned 18, right?
Zhou Lang is also 18 years old.
Hong and Leishan stood at the front, followed by 2 men and 1 woman, and behind them were the teachers and students of the training camp.
When Zhou Lang and Luo Feng walked out of the fighter plane, discussions instantly broke out in the venue.
Welcome, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng.
As the host of the base city, Hong took the initiative to step forward and greet Zhou Lang and Luo Feng.
Hello.
Thor behaved quite seriously in front of everyone.
Hello. Zhou Lang just nodded slightly, and Luo Feng responded to the greeting. Zhou Lang, I plan to broadcast this challenge live worldwide. What do you think?
Hong's words made Zhou Lang stunned, but he quickly realized that Hong had previously offered the position of speaker to Zhou Lang, but Zhou Lang had refused.
This public challenge, broadcast live, was likely Hong's attempt to gain public recognition of Zhou Lang's strength and a move toward a power transition. That's thoughtful.
Although Zhou Lang did not need such a transition, Hong's kindness was undoubtedly to support him, so Zhou Lang was very grateful for this kindness.
Alright, brother Hong, Zhou Lang, stop chatting and get started. Thor seemed a little impatient. I've prepared the venue, the cameras are all set up, and we're ready to go.
After hearing what the Thunder God said, Hong spoke directly. Afterwards, he took the lead and walked in front, followed closely by Luo Feng, 3 personal guards, and many students and teachers.
The space here should be enough for the 3 of us to fight.
Hong led the group to an open area in the training camp. Zhou Lang remembered that when he last came to the camp, there were still quite a few buildings here. Now it seemed that Hong had clearly cleared the area for this challenge.
The open space is about 3 acres, enough for Zhou Lang and the other 2 to fight. Start the global live broadcast. Hong opened his mouth and gave orders to his 3 personal guards.
Hearing Hong's words, Bingshan, one of the 3 personal guards, operated his smart device and began filming. 3 drones in the sky and 3 cameras on the ground operated simultaneously, ensuring full coverage. The news that Hong and Leishan were going to challenge Zhou Lang had spread among major organizations and national leaders around the world yesterday. Therefore, before the live broadcast began, senior leaders from organizations and countries around the world had already been looking forward to it.
Brother Hong, how about letting me go first?
After the live broadcast started, Leishan walked to the center of the venue first, staring at Zhou Lang with fiery eyes.
No problem, no need to bother.
Just as Hong was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhou Lang, who walked onto the field.
You 2 come together. Zhou Lang's words stunned both Hong and Leishan. Is Zhou Lang too confident?
He is Hong and the Thunder God after all.
I think this is confidence. Think about it.
Even if Hong and Leishan joined forces, they might not be able to kill the 2 Beast Kings, but Zhou Lang was able to handle it easily. Indeed, though, it's pretty crazy for one person to go up against Hong and the Thunder God alone. Yes, since the Great Nirvana period, Hong and Leishan have always been ahead of everyone. Yes, I even thought at one point that Hong and Leishan would always be in the lead. Zhou Lang's words quickly spread around the world through live broadcast. After Hong and Leishan started the live broadcast, all TV stations and websites began to broadcast the scene. Therefore, Zhou Lang said this almost in front of the global audience. But the vast majority of people support Zhou Lang, and very few oppose him. In the battle that killed the Beast King, Zhou Lang had already proved his strength. Hong and Leishan were silent for a moment, but they were not so tough as to challenge Zhou Lang alone. They also have some understanding of Zhou Lang's strength. After all, they witnessed Zhou Lang killing the 2 Beast Kings with their own eyes. However, as the former first and second strongest people on Earth, they now have to join forces to challenge Zhou Lang. Such a gap makes the 2 of them somewhat uncomfortable.
Fortunately, both Hong and Leishan have extraordinary personalities.
So, the 2 of them quickly adjusted and agreed to challenge Zhou Lang together.
You don't carry any weapons?
Seeing Zhou Lang preparing for battle with empty hands, Hong and Leishan frowned slightly. When Zhou Lang killed the 2 Beast Kings, he at least brought weapons with him.
No need, I will go all out later and let you feel my strength. Zhou Lang shook his head.
Now his strength is mostly reflected in his comprehension of laws and domains. In comparison, the secret techniques and moves are slightly lacking.
Certainly, this shortcoming is only relative to Zhou Lang's understanding of the law.
In fact, in recent times, Zhou Lang has also made some progress in practicing the 256 basic secret martial arts techniques. At least, Zhou Lang's current strength has reached 10 times, and it is the correct way to exert force, which can increase the force of defense tenfold. In comparison, Thor, the world's most powerful being, only exerts 7 times the power.
And it's the wrong way to exert force. Brother Hong, I'll take the first move. You look for an opportunity.
After hearing what Zhou Lang said, Hong and Lei Shen shut up silently. They have been cooperating since the Great Nirvana period, and can definitely be considered friends for life and death.
The tacit understanding between the two parties naturally needs no further explanation.
The next moment, Thunder God's whole body was flashing with lightning, and the sword in his hand turned into a stream of light and slashed towards Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang stood there without moving a step.
In an instant, with Zhou Lang as the center, boundless darkness spread out in all directions.
Oh no, it's the domain.
Endless darkness unfolded in an instant, and Thor's face suddenly turned pale. He had sparred with Hong countless times, so he naturally understood the power of the domain. However, the field expanded too quickly, leaving Thor no room to dodge. He only felt a black screen before his eyes, and his whole body fell into Zhou Lang's territory.
The quadruple light field instantly suppressed Thor.
Behind him, Hong saw Zhou Lang completely release his domain and quickly expanded his own domain. However, Hong's domain only had one level, and after it was expanded, it was quickly compressed by Zhou Lang's domain. In the end, Hong could only maintain a 1-meter radius around himself. On the other side, Zhou Lang expanded his domain, and the next moment, his figure quickly rushed out and appeared in front of Hong. He just threw a punch, and Hong's face changed drastically.
He crossed his hands to block Zhou Lang's attack.
However, when Zhou Lang's power hit him, Hong lost control and flew backwards. More than 200,000 tons of force bombarded Hong's arms. Even though Hong's basic strength had reached the 6th planetary level, his arms were broken at this time and he flew out of the venue.
Immediately afterwards, Thor also flew out of the venue, blood spurting out of his mouth.
Lei Shen's basic strength is 1 level higher than Hong's, and has reached the 7th level of planetary level. But facing Zhou Lang at this time, there was not much difference between the two.
The domain dissipated, and Zhou Lang's figure reappeared, without even the corner of his clothes being a mess.
I think this should be okay, right? Zhou Lang had a gentle smile on his face, while Hong and Lei Shen stood up from the ground, their eyes full of shock. They had thought that the gap in strength between themselves and Zhou Lang would be huge.
But I didn't expect it to be so big.
Instant kill, complete instant kill.
In other words, the two of them were not qualified to fight Zhou Lang at all. Is this the current strength of the prodigal son?
Looking at Zhou Lang smiling in the middle of the venue, Luo Feng clenched his fists. When Zhou Lang killed 2 Beast Kings, Luo Feng was responsible for filming the live broadcast. Therefore, he already had some guesses about Zhou Lang's strength. But Luo Feng never expected that when Zhou Lang killed the Beast King, he didn't even use half of his strength.
Hong and Lei Shen, once the first and second strongest men on Earth, couldn't even withstand a single blow from Zhou Lang. Such a gap was beyond Luo Feng's understanding.
They are both at the 1st level of planetary level. Why is there such a huge gap?
Luo Feng was a little confused.
Luo Feng, it's normal for Zhou Lang to be so powerful.
Babata's voice rang in Luo Feng's mind. Normal? Luo Feng was stunned. Is this normal? That's right, Luo Feng, didn't you notice?
If Zhou Lang hadn't achieved his breakthrough using the guidance technique of Meteorite Ink Star, he would have been able to only slowly accumulate energy. And the energy he needs is 100 times more than that needed by you or any other person on Earth.
Babata's voice sounded again. Luo Feng's understanding of the universe was too shallow. You mean, Zhou Lang not only needs 100 times more energy than us, but is also 100 times stronger? Although Luo Feng was not stupid, he had too little information before. Now, with Babata's hint, he quickly understood. That's right.
The energy required for 100-fold gene is 100-fold, but the strength is also 100-fold.
Coupled with Zhou Lang's domain,
it's normal for Hong and Lei Shen to be defeated so quickly.
However, Luo Feng, do you still have the confidence to catch up with Zhou Lang?
Babata's voice silenced Luo Feng for a moment, but soon he looked at Zhou Lang with a fighting spirit. Babata, don't worry, no matter how strong Longzi is, I will not give up. Besides, I don't need to compete with the prodigal son. As long as I am better than the day before and make progress every day, that's enough.
In just a moment, Luo Feng's state of mind changed again.
At this time, the top leaders of other organizations or countries on the Earth seemed a little silent.
Zhou Lang, is he so powerful?
They also had some guesses about Zhou Lang's strength, but in their opinion, although Hong and Lei Shen are not as good as Zhou Lang, they can still fight for a period of time.
However, what is the truth? Flash sale. Hong and Lei Shen were defeated by Zhou Lang without any resistance.
The strength of the two sides is completely not on the same level.
Hong, once the strongest man, doesn't care about other organizations or national forces, but what about Zhou Lang?
He is from Daxia and has joined the Daxia military. Now, Zhou Lang has become the world's #1.
The Earth is really going to change. This is a common thought among the top leaders of many organizations and countries.
The senior officials who had just returned from Daxia began to contact Daxia again, preparing for a new round of visits. Compared with the tension among other organizations or national leaders, Daxia seemed much happier. Jai, Zhuxi and others were also watching the live broadcast of Hong and Lei Shen challenging Zhou Lang. When they saw Zhou Lang easily defeat Hong and Lei Shen, nearly 30 Daxia executives executives in the entire conference room were grinning from ear to ear.
Xiao Zhou plans to open a martial arts college and incorporate the martial arts exam into the college entrance examination system. What do you think? Jia Yi looked at the defeated Hong and Lei Shin, withdrew his gaze, and then spoke. Now that the monster has been eliminated, does the role of warriors become less important from now on?
As soon as Jia Yi finished speaking, someone immediately refuted him, but the others just looked at him blankly.
How foolish.
Jia Yi's face darkened and his voice became much louder.
You should all have read the records in the remains of ancient civilizations. Humanity is not alone in the universe.
The Earth is so small.
Although the monsters have been destroyed, we cannot stop moving forward.
Martial arts were not included in the college entrance examination before because of the existence of Extreme Martial Arts School and Thunder Martial Arts School.
But the situation is different now.
With Xiao Zhou here, I think it is imperative that martial arts be included in the college entrance examination.
Let's vote by raising our hands.
As soon as Jia Yi finished speaking, he was the first to raise his right hand. Immediately afterwards, Zhu Shi also raised his hand. Soon, everyone in the conference room, except for those who initially refuted Jia Yi, raised their right hands.
I agree too.
Under the gaze of everyone, the person who originally refuted Jia Yi had to raise his right hand.
Alright then, unanimously approved. From now on, I will personally oversee the preparations for the Martial Arts Academy.
In addition, Zhou Lang needs equipment excavated from the ruins of ancient civilizations, and then record it and send it over.
Zhou Lang, you're only 18 years old. You're truly a hero.
In the Hong training room at the Extreme Martial Arts School headquarters, Thunder God looked at Zhou Lang with emotion.
Although the challenge was over, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng did not leave.
Hong and Lei Shen are the owners of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School respectively, and they have many precious treasures in their hands. Especially Hong. The original book mentioned the telekinetic weapon called the Sky Shuttle.
The next step is to head to the universe.
Waiting for Luo Feng's strength to reach the stellar level is not a long-term solution. He still has to do it himself and have enough food and clothing.
Hong, Lei Shen, you two should have quite a few collections from ancient civilization ruins, right? Zhou Lang put down his teacup and looked at Hong and Lei Shen opposite him. Hearing this, Luo Feng's eyes lit up.
Before coming here, Zhou Lang said that Hong and Lei Shen must have the treasure he needed, but Zhou Lang did not specify what it was. Hong and Lei Shen exchanged a glance, both knowing what was going on. Almost all the top leaders of organizations around the world knew they had a lot of valuable treasures, so they weren't surprised by Zhou Lang's knowledge.
I did gain something, but I wonder what you want to exchange for it, Zhou Lang. Hong nodded slightly and then asked. He didn't want to do business at a loss.
What I have here should be exactly what you urgently need, for example, the correct way to exert force.
Zhou Lang smiled slightly and spoke slowly. The correct way to exert force? Hong and Lei Shen both exclaimed in surprise.
That's right, the correct way to exert force.
Earth's method of exerting force has long gone astray and is unable to enhance the body's defenses.
This is why Earth's method of exerting force is always unable to break through to a higher level. Having said that, Zhou Lang paused for a moment, his eyes fixed on Hong and Lei Shen. If you're willing, I can exchange it for a set of basic secret techniques for cosmic warriors. This set of techniques can allow you to reach 100 times your strength.
How about it?
As Zhou Lang spoke, he took out a stack of printed A4 paper from his space ring.
The paper was densely covered with Chinese characters. This was printed out after Zhou Lang translated the 256 basic martial arts techniques into Chinese characters using the auxiliary optical computer. Whether it was Luo Feng's Spiritual Master Foundation or Zhou Lang's Martial Artist Foundation, they could both achieve a maximum of 100 times the force, or perfect force. However, the spiritualists of Yunhua Star are the core, so Luo Feng's Spiritual Master Foundation cannot be passed on to outsiders. But for the inheritance of warriors, the regulations of Yunhua Star are much more relaxed. Brother Hong?
Seeing the warrior foundation that Zhou Lang took out, Lei Shen's breathing became rapid, and he turned his gaze to Hong.
Zhou Lang, this is a list of all the items I have that can be exchanged. If you like anything, just take it.
Hong immediately turned on his smartwatch, and a light screen appeared between the two of them. The light screen is divided into several categories, including secrets, intelligent fighters, battlesuits, weapons, and elixir. For you, these weapons and elixirs are probably the only things you'd be interested in.
Hong took the initiative to open the window of weapons and elixirs. After all, he wanted to buy Zhou Lang's secret book at the moment, and the things in Zhou Lang's hand were obviously not in his consideration. As for intelligent fighter jets, China's high-level combat power was previously unable to compete with the Extreme Martial Arts School, but its technology was not inferior, so Zhou Lang certainly did not need it. In terms of battlesuits, the most effective battlesuit in the world is the Black God suit, but Zhou Lang obviously doesn't need it. Zhou Lang's eyes swept over the elixir and found that there were a total of 9 plant spirits. I want all these 9 plant spirits. Is that okay with you? For Zhou Lang, the role of the spirit of plants and trees is insignificant, but China still needs it. No problem, I'll have it delivered right away. What else do you need?
Hong was very generous and nodded in agreement. Zhou Lang continued to scan the weapon weapon exchange list. The hardness of SSS-level weapons can barely be compared with that of first-level weapons, but due to the lack of secret patterns of laws, there is still a considerable gap between them and real first-level weapons. The Sky Escape Shuttle, the Thunder Spear, and the Blood Pattern Knife, just these three. Zhou Lang glanced over and finally confirmed these three things. Needless to say, the Sky Escape Shuttle was a great help to Luo Feng during his early days in the universe. Furthermore, the Sky Escape Shuttle also had a companion secret technique, Sky Escape, which gave Luo Feng a significant advantage when used. Even if a better weapon becomes available, it can be directly sold for cash. As for the Thunder Spear and Blood Vein Knife, both are first-level warrior weapons, engraved with law patterns, but without the corresponding secret method, the power of these weapons is difficult to exert. Both Hong and Lei Shan understood this in their hearts. Without the blessing of the secret technique, the benefit effect of the first-level warrior's weapons on the two of them is actually very limited.
No problem, these are all the things I've unearthed from the ruins of ancient civilization. Hong nodded.
This time Zhou Lang had revealed all his cards.
What I have is not as good as Brother Hong's. I only have 5 plant spirits, and as for the weapon from the ancient civilization ruins, there is only one.
As soon as Hong finished speaking, Lei Shan turned on his smartwatch and showed Zhou Lang what he had.
Okay, bring them all.
Zhou Lang glanced at the weapon and found that it was a first-level long sword. The gravity room and the training camp should also be included. Then, Zhou Lang turned his gaze to Hong.
Can. Hong agreed without hesitation.
Although the gravity room can help trainees improve their training results, if they master the correct way to exert force, it will be easier for them to improve their strength than relying on the gravity room. Don't worry, I won't take these things for nothing. I plan to establish a martial arts academy, and the instructors from the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Lightning Martial Arts School will also join the academy. Zhou Lang said with a smile. Hong and Lei Shan looked at each other and then nodded in agreement.
No problem. Okay, I can finally relax a little.
Both of them breathed a sigh of relief. The first and second strongest people on Earth, the owner of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the owner of the Thunder Martial Arts School, these identities actually restrict Hong and Lei Shan. They would rather pursue higher levels of strength without restraint rather than wasting their energy on trivial matters. Unfortunately, humans were too weak at the time, so they had to hold on all the time.
Send all the other equipment you collected from the ancient civilization ruins to China. If it's quick, Luo Feng and I can take you two with us on our next space trip after we return.
Zhou Lang said with a smile, then stood up and left the training room with Luo Feng. Only Hong and Lei Shan were left. After a while, the two came back to their senses from Zhou Lang's words, looked at each other, their eyes showing a mixture of surprise and shock.
Universe? Babata, how long will it take for the Black Dragon Mountain spacecraft to be able to travel interstellar?
After leaving Honing Base City, on the fighter plane, Zhou Lang looked at Babata who was checking the sky shuttle and asked,
We're still short of energy. I need to get some from the meteorite and do a thorough inspection. That way, there won't be any problems.
After Babata finished speaking, he looked at Luo Feng with surprise.
There's actually a third-level telekinetic weapon here, and it was created by the original owner himself? A third-level telekinetic weapon? Luo Feng looked at Babata with a hint of surprise. Luo Feng's current understanding of the information about the universe is still very limited.
Indeed, a third-tier telekinetic weapon, typically wielded by cosmic-level powerhouses. This skydrifting shuttle was created by your teacher, my master, the great Huyen Bo. Although you have the arc blade disc left behind by your master, if this skydrifting shuttle were sold in the universe, it might add a significant amount to your startup capital.
Babata continued,
and then he added, I happen to have a collection of the matching secret method of escaping into the sky.
I will go look for it. After saying this, Babata disappeared again in Luo Feng's smartwatch. Prodigal son, are we just the two of us heading out into space? After Babata disappeared, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang expectantly.
It's our first time going to space, just the two of us. Zhou Lang nodded, and then his expression became serious. Crazy, this time we're heading out into space. My idea is to absolutely not have anything to do with Earth.
Why? Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang curiously.
According to Babata, Earth was once a monster breeding ground until it was discovered by Huyanba, who used a secret method to conceal the coordinates of the surrounding space, making it the private territory of the Yunma star. Later, Huyanba encountered a powerful enemy, and his spacecraft crash-landed on Earth.
For many years, Earth remained undiscovered. Babata suggested waiting until he received the stellar inheritance and then purchasing the Earth.
With legal status, the Earth would become his legal property, thus preventing him from forcibly attacking a powerful enemy in the universe. I don't know the specifics, but you just need to remember that after entering space, we shouldn't have anything to do with Earth.
As for Babata's suggestion of buying Earth, we can ask Su Xian or Elder Jia to handle it when the time is right. Zhou Lang didn't explain much. In the original novel, after the Earth's uniqueness was discovered, the human race suffered humiliation. The trigger for the Earth's exposure was Hong's will that defied heaven, leading to the human leader's awareness. Next, if all went well, Zhou Lang planned to allow himself, Luo Feng, Hong He and Lei Shan to enter the universe without revealing their Earth Earthling identities. Instead, they would disperse to other regions. While this would be more troublesome, it would make Earth safer. As for the future, when Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's Earthling identities were revealed, he believed they would be strong enough to protect Earth. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing that Zhou Lang was unwilling to say more, Luo Feng did not ask further questions. Soon after, the fighter jet landed in the military residential area in Yayan district. Xiao Zhou, Xiao Luo, you two are finally back. When Zhou Lang and Luo Feng got off the fighter plane, Jia Yi was standing in front of the villa door with a smile on his face. Mr. Jia, why are you here? Mr. Jia. The two men came forward to greet him. Jia Yi waved his hand, and the three of them walked towards the villa together. The martial arts high school you mentioned is already under preparation. Would you like to be the first principal? In the living room, after the three of them sat down, Tanya served them tea and then left. Jia Yi then smiled and asked, "Then Mr. Jia, you have to find a vice president to take charge. I don't have that much time." Zhou Lang did not refuse, but obviously he did not have time to manage it in detail. That's no problem. You don't need to worry about the specific affairs of the school. Jia Yi quickly nodded in agreement. By the way, Mr. Jia, by then, I will be the #1 student in this university. Zhou Lang has not forgotten the purpose of establishing a martial arts academy. No problem. Have you thought of a name for the school? Jia Yi nodded. The first principal was also the first student of a martial arts academy. Such an identity was indeed quite representative. As for the name, let's call it the First Magic Academy. Magic Academy? Zhou Lang's words made Jia Yi frown. Isn't this name a bit? I really like this name. Let's just decide it. Zhou Lang understood that this name was a little hard to accept, but in order to complete the task, he decided to use it. I understand that the school will be established in about a month. I have already arranged for someone to deliver the item from the ancient ruins you requested. It will arrive shortly, so please remember to accept it when you do. Jia Yi nodded in response, and although he was still confused about Zhou Lang's purpose, he did not object. It's getting late, and I still have to go check on Li Dawei. Also, you and Luo Feng have been promoted to general. As for your specific positions, you can consider what responsibilities you'll be responsible for, and let me know when you've decided. As he spoke, Jia Yi was about to get up and leave. Mr. Jia, let's forget about the specific work. Luo Feng and I don't have much professional knowledge, and we don't have that much time. Zhou Lang spoke, and Luo Feng beside him nodded in agreement. Okay, the relocation of the other military dependents in Luo Feng's family has already begun. Soon, it will be like here, with only Luo Feng and his family living there. Jia Yi wasn't surprised by Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's request. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to manage so many affairs, but he had no choice. Crazy, Mr. Jia still has some stuff sent by the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Lightning Martial Arts School. I'll leave it to you and Babata to sort through. Pick out all the valuable ones and sell them when we get to the universe. After seeing Jia Yi off, Zhou Lang turned and said to Luo Feng, "Okay, I'll take care of it." Luo Feng did not refuse. After all, Babata was following him. Even if Zhou Lang wanted to identify him, he would have no way to do it without Babata. The speed of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School was not slow. The next morning, the transport plane delivered all the items. Hong and Lei Xin did not hide their deal with Zhou Lang, so a large number of senior executives of the organization came the next day to prepare to trade with Zhou Lang. In this regard, Zhou Lang decided to leave all matters to Jia Yi. In just 2 days, Zhou Lang collected all the items excavated from the ancient civilization ruins by organizations around the world. Of course, other organizations were also very satisfied. They exchanged a lot of unusable things for the correct direction of cultivation, and obviously did not suffer any loss. A week later, a black and red streak of light flew out from the Earth and stayed in Earth's orbit. Is this Earth? How beautiful! In geosynchronous orbit, the spacecraft launched a 100% exterior scene simulation. Looking at the blue planet outside the window, Zhou Lang felt a little dazed. This was the first time in his past and present life that he had seen the Earth from outer space. This experience is completely different from what you see in photos or videos, and the shock it brings is incomparable. Indeed, this is the planet that feeds us. Luo Feng stood beside Zhou Lang and nodded with emotion. I've been feeling a bit uneasy about setting off for Qianglong Star this time. What about you, Longzi? Luo Feng asked, looking at Zhou Lang with a hint of uneasiness on his face. Relax. Zhou Lang smiled and patted Luo Feng on the shoulder, trying to calm him down. It's true that the strong prey on the weak in the universe, but the Qilong planet we're visiting this time is, after all, an orderly commercial planet. As long as we successfully complete the identity verification process this time, everything else should be safe. After hearing Zhou Lang's comfort, Luo Feng nodded, but the uneasiness in his heart still lingered. After all, this was his first time leaving the Earth and entering the vast universe. This is much more exciting than the nervousness he felt when he took the college entrance examination. The Qilong Star we are heading to this time is the commercial planet of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and the ruler of the planet is a domain lord level powerhouse. Planetary level, stellar level, cosmic level, and then domain master level. Such a powerful existence is
indeed an irresistible threat to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng at present. Babata, how long will it take to reach the speed of light? At this moment, the scenery outside the window had turned into streams of light, and even Zhou Lang could not make out anything. It will take another 20 seconds to reach the speed of light. Babata curled his lips in disdain, seeming to disagree with the spaceship. After all, this is just a C5 class spaceship, and it can't be compared with the meteorite star. However, within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it's already considered a pretty good spaceship. If it were a common Starfleet spacecraft, the acceleration would be even slower, and passengers would need to enter a safety cabin, otherwise they might die.
As a great intelligent life, Babata is indeed qualified to sneer at C-class spacecraft.
Okay, 8 seconds left to reach light speed. 3, 2, 1. As Babata counted down, in the vast starry sky, a spaceship that became blurred due to acceleration trembled slightly.
The next moment, the space rippled and the spaceship disappeared into the universe.
This is not because the speed is too fast to be captured by the naked eye, but because it actually disappears into the universe. The spacecraft jolted slightly, and finally stabilized after more than 10 meters.
Space travel successful, successfully entering the dark universe, closing the exterior scene simulation. As Babata's voice fell, the dark environment outside disappeared and the lights in the spaceship hull lit up. Dark universe? I want to see what the dark universe looks like. Why did you turn off the outdoor simulation? Luo Feng looked at Babata curiously, his face full of confusion. The spacecraft is currently traveling at the speed of light, so it can't capture any external scenery. However, if it were to decelerate and then re-accelerate, it would consume a lot of energy. I can simulate some scenes from the dark universe for you to see. As soon as Babata finished speaking, a projection popped up in front of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. The projection presents a gorgeous scenery. It was a vast space with only points of light like fireflies in it. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the vast space except a large number of spaceships. The dark universe corresponds to the coordinates of the original universe we live in. As Babata continued to explain, the scenery on the projection began to change. However, the distance between the dark universe and the primary universe is not the same. For example, if you travel 30 light seconds in the dark universe and then return to the primary universe, you will find that the distance you traveled is 10.081 million times 30 light years. Babata said, waving his hand to turn off the projection. The correspondence ratio between the dark universe and the original universe is 1 minute and 10.081 seconds million times. In the original universe, matter cannot exceed the speed of light. Once it reaches the speed of light, it will enter the dark universe. Only in the dark universe can it exceed the speed of light. The spacecraft is now gradually accelerating. The maximum speed of the Hailongshan spacecraft is 1.5 times the speed of light, but our energy is limited, and 1.2 times the speed of light is the most energy-efficient speed. It is estimated that it will take nearly 10 days to reach Zhou Star.
Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, during this time, you should study the universal language of the universe. In the universe, if you can't speak the universal language, it's very shameful. You might even be captured as a native and sold to slave traders. Babata's words made Luo Feng's expression even more serious. Seeing Zhou Lang's relaxed look, Luo Feng didn't say much. He closed his eyes and entered the virtual universe opened up by Babata to study. In the blink of an eye, 9 days have passed quietly. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, we have 20 minutes left to leave the dark universe and reach Zhou Star. Babata spoke, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng immediately opened their eyes. Both of them were at the planetary level, and their learning speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. 9 days was enough time for them to master the universal language of the universe. Babata, to enter the dark universe from the original universe, we need to accelerate to the speed of light. So how can we get out of the dark universe? Luo Feng looked at Babata curiously. Compared to Zhou Lang, who had read the original novel, this was Luo Feng's first real contact with the universe. It's simple. Slow down until you're still, and you'll be able to leave the dark universe. There's no static matter in the dark universe, Babata explained. As soon as he finished speaking, the spacecraft began to slow down. When the spacecraft slowed down from 1.2 times the speed of light to a standstill, the hull shook slightly, which lasted for more than 10 seconds. The space shuttle was successful, and we have returned to the original universe, Babata announced. Turn on 100% outdoor simulation, Luo Feng said hurriedly, and Zhou Lang also became energetic. Although I have seen it in the original book, the feeling of experiencing it in person is completely different. Swish! The vast starry sky appeared before Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. In the distance, a planet emitting colorful light was orbited by 2 satellites. That's the Zhou Star, Babata said, pointing to the planet in the distance. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, after we land, do as we agreed. Babata continued to instruct. Don't worry, we have checked Longzi's plan several times, and it will definitely not go wrong. Luo Feng nodded and glanced at Zhou Lang curiously. He remembered that Zhou Lang's thinking was not so meticulous when he was in school. But on this journey into the universe, Zhou Lang seemed to have foreseen all possibilities and even deduced introduced various coping strategies with Babata. Facing Luo Feng's curious gaze, Zhou Lang chose to ignore it. He couldn't reveal that he had read the original novel and knew something about Qianlong Star.
Okay, Babata, receive the rendezvous signal, we're landing. Babata, receiving the signal, we are about to land.
As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Babata received the docking signal from Qianlong Star.
By the way, Babata, do we have enough money?
Luo Feng seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly. Don't worry, I still have 923 Qianwu coins in my storage space, all of which Zhou Lang found from the miscellaneous items he collected from various organizations. I found a total of 3,726 Black Dragon coins, enough for the two of you to apply for identity cards.
Once your identities and bank accounts are in place, you can sell some of the miscellaneous items you don't need.
Over the years, the Earthlings have found some good things in the wreckage of the fleet.
Enough for you to spend.
As long as Luo Feng reaches the star level and takes out the inheritance your teacher left you, there's nothing to worry about, Babata said as he controlled the spacecraft to land on Qianlong Star.
What's the approximate total value of those things? Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly and asked.
Altogether, there are about 10 billion Black Dragon coins, which is enough for use. But Zhou Lang, you may have to wait until Luo Feng reaches the star level and inherits the inheritance before you can get your weapons. There's no need to rush this.
Zhou Lang waved his hand indifferently.
He didn't need to fight for the time being, so he could worry about weapons later. The spacecraft broke through the atmosphere, and through the exterior simulation, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng saw the huge silver city below. This is the port of call for the Qianlong Star. The port is densely packed with a large number of spaceships of varying sizes, with the smallest being only tens of meters long and the largest transport ships being 10,000 meters long.
We received the signal. Let's go to the sea level area, Babata introduced.
The A-level area is all ordinary spaceships and battleships, the B-level area is B-level spaceships and battleships, and the C-level area is C-level spaceships and battleships.
Above that, there is also a D-level area. The spaceship landed, the hatch opened, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng walked out. It's probably a little more than 3 times the gravity of the Earth.
Luo Feng jumped a few times on the spot and then said, "Well, let's go and get our identity cards first." Zhou Lang nodded and looked around. The scene before him was filled with people of every race in the universe. Although they were all different, they all had a generally human form.
This is the human race in the universe. However, the rich second generation that Luo Feng met in the original novel will obviously not appear again.
After all, Luo Feng entered the universe more than 4 years earlier this time. Compared with the original work, this amount of advance can be said to be huge.
Dear gentlemen,
a young woman less than 1.5 meters tall, with gray skin and 2 tentacles on her forehead walked up to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. "Welcome to Qianlong Star.
The parking fee for your Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft is 600 Black Dragon coins per year.
Any period less than a year will be charged as 600 Black Dragon coins.
Here are your parking cards."
She spoke in fluent universal language and handed over a silver-white translucent card.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Luo Feng took the card and then took out a Qianwu coin and threw it to her. "The extra is your tip." Qianwu coin.
When the gray-skinned woman saw the silver coin thrown by Luo Feng, a gleam flashed in her eyes.
The official exchange rate of Black Dragon Mountain is that 1 Qianwu coin can be exchanged for 1,000 Black Dragon coins, but the reverse is not true.
Of course, it is available on the black market, but the price will be 2 or 3 times higher. Qianwu coins are a symbol of status in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire.
To be able to ride on a luxurious spaceship like the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, complete with attendants, he must be from a prominent family. If I could.
The gray-skinned woman was fantasizing in her heart, but Zhou Lang and Luo Feng didn't even look at her and walked straight out of the harbor. However, before leaving the port, Luo Feng took out 3 silver guards dressed in black from his space ring. Silver guards were high-end products, and not everyone in the universe knew them.
But when everyone saw that Zhou Lang had not only Luo Feng as his attendant, but also guards, they naturally understood that Zhou Lang's identity and background were not simple.
Therefore, when Zhou Lang and Luo Feng went to Qianlong City, no one came forward to cause trouble.
"Prodigal son, why should you be the master and I the servant?"
Flying in the air, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang helplessly. In fact, Luo Feng did not participate when the plan was first customized on Earth because he was accompanying Su Xian at the time. Therefore, Luo Feng was not aware of the plan discussed by Zhou Lang and Babata. As a result, it was not until the spaceship docked and was about to get off the spaceship that Luo Feng realized that his identity was actually Zhou Lang's attendant. Luo Feng was secretly dissatisfied and wanted to resist, but due to time constraints, lack of prior training, and little knowledge of the universe, he was unable to disguise himself as a descendant of a large family.
Okay. Next time I'll definitely let you be the young master and I'll be the attendant."
Zhou Lang nodded repeatedly, while Luo Feng looked helpless.
"Who are you kidding? After obtaining this identity, do you still need to disguise yourself later? Look, the scenery is so beautiful."
Seeing that Luo Feng was not fooled, Zhou Lang directly changed the subject.
Luo Feng rolled his eyes and didn't say much, just looked up at the sky. Not good. The sky of Qiulong Star is indeed dreamy, as if covered by a thin layer of purple gauze, while the sky in the distance is a deep blue. The area further to the left is covered in a layer of green, while the area further to the right is bright red. Such beautiful scenery cannot be seen anywhere else on earth. Babada, is that Qianglong City? Not long after, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng saw a beautifully shaped city in the distance, and Luo Feng hurriedly asked, "Crazy, I told you long ago that you couldn't be a young master, but you still didn't believe me." Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng with disdain. Before leaving, this guy was only concerned with finding a date with Su Xian and hadn't even looked at her profile. This is a castle, equivalent to a villa on Earth. The powerful beings in the universe all live in extremely spacious places. For example, our teacher lives on Yunma Star. This kind of city is actually a private villa. Castle villa? Luo Feng chose to ignore Zhou Lang's contempt, but was surprised by the scale of the city, which was just a property. After flying for about half an hour and passing the small manor, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng saw an extremely huge city in the distance. The entire city wall was as black as ink, stretching to the end of the site. On top of the city wall, giant dragons made of transparent colored glaze are hovering above it. Seeing this scene, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng couldn't help but feel deeply moved. What a huge city! Before traveling through time, Zhou Lang had seen a description of Qiulong City in the original novel. However, the description in words is far less shocking than seeing it with your own eyes. The entire city is nearly 6,000 kilometers long and wide and has a history of more than 3 million years. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, your communication signal in Qiulong City has been received. Babada spoke, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng both opened the auxiliary light computer to check. Let's go in first. After turning off the auxiliary optical computer, Zhou Lang looked around and saw all kinds of races, so he called Luo Feng to follow. These strange-looking creatures aren't that different from humans on Earth. Some have 2 extra arms, some have 2 extra eyes, but overall they still look like humans. Luo Feng and Zhou Lang walked on the street, observing the cosmic humans around them. Planetary level, stellar level. Zhou Lang glanced at the people around him, carefully observing their strength. These people are beings on Earth that surpass the god of war. There are even many who are so powerful that the entire Earth combined cannot defeat them. Zhou Lang's words made Luo Feng realize the urgency and his heart tightened. Longzi, do you think we can protect the Earth? Looking at the people around him, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Through Babada, Luo Feng also learned about the universe's attitude towards the indigenous people. Slave. The only difference is between powerful slaves and weak slaves. Don't worry, lunatic, the coordinates of the Earth are covered by the teacher's secret method, so they will not be discovered under normal circumstances. You must quickly cultivate to the stellar level and take out your teacher's legacy. Then we can directly buy the Earth. With the legal supervision of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, the Earth is temporarily safe. Seeing Luo Feng's confusion, Zhou Lang comforted him. In the original novel, Luo Feng experienced a lot of things when he left Earth, and his mentality was completely different from what it is now. However, even so, Luo Feng in the original work encountered many shocks to his values when he first stepped into the universe. What's more, now, from the end of the college entrance examination to entering the universe, it is only more than 2 months. In fact, Zhou Lang had considered letting Luo Feng experience more things so that his character would become more mature. However, he ultimately rejected the idea. Luo Feng is by no means an ordinary person. Although he has relatively little experience, with his growth rate he will definitely be able to improve quickly. The cruelty of the universe always exists and will not disappear just because Luo Feng has experienced more. Since Luo Feng in the original novel could grow up, he can do the same now. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, I've already inquired with the planetary service. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire's administrative building on this planet is approximately 200 kilometers away. Here's the map. Babada said as Zhou Lang and Luo Feng checked the map on the auxiliary computer. Let's go. First, get citizenship. Then, sell the things you brought with you. After purchasing resources, we'll go back. When we come back next time, you'll be able to reach the star level. Zhou Lang patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and took off first. Looking at Zhou Lang's flying back, Luo Feng slowly followed. Babada, is the gap between me and Zhou Lang too big? There was a hint of depression in Luo Feng's tone. When he was in high school, he and Zhou Lang were both senior students with comparable abilities. However, when the college entrance examination was approaching, Zhou Lang stopped coming to school. When they met again, he had failed the college entrance examination, while Zhou Lang had become a major general and the god of war in the military. After becoming the god of war, he competed with Zhou Lang, but was completely crushed. Now that Zhou Lang has broken through to the planetary level, the gap between the two sides has become more and more obvious. Luo Feng originally thought that the gap was only in strength, but today he realized that the gap in character and mentality was equally huge. In fact, this gap made him even more helpless. Luo Feng, I've told you before, don't compare yourself to Zhou Lang. The gap between you two is simply too huge. There's no comparison at all. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Babata comforted him, but Luo Feng shook his head.
I'm not discouraged in terms of strength, but the gap between my character and Zhou Lang's is too big.
Heart? This time, Babata looked a little confused. What does this have to do with strength?
Luo Feng, with my guidance and the legacy left to you by your master, there is still hope for you to become a realm master. Maybe after Zhou Lang becomes immortal, he can help you, and you can become immortal too.
Babata completely didn't understand what Luo Feng meant by the relationship between heart and strength.
He stayed on Earth for more than 50,000 years. He also has some understanding of the so-called mental nature of those on Earth.
However, Babata does not think that these mentalities have anything to do with strength.
He had followed Huyan Bo for tens of thousands of years, and among the powerful people in the universe, he had never heard of the saying that character was linked to strength.
Babata's answer made Luo Feng a little stunned.
Although he did not specialize in studying ancient culture, he at least graduated from high school, unlike Zhou Lang who dropped out of school. He also comes into contact with some ancient texts on a regular basis, and he feels that these are of some help to his own practice.
Earth civilization has only been around for a few years, and how many years has cosmic civilization gone through? Babata's point of view does make sense. Luo Feng did not doubt Babata's words. Could it be that the Earth is more advanced than those cosmic races that have developed for countless billions of years? How arrogant does one have to be to think that? After all,
human history on Earth is only a few thousand years.
Luo Feng's communication with Babata lasted only a few seconds. Not long after, he landed next to Zhou Lang.
In front of them, a huge mountain-carved building with a black dragon coiled around it stood tall.
This is the office building of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire stationed on Xiulong Star.
At the entrance of the building stood two bronze-skinned strong men, nearly 6 meters tall, guarding the building.
Is it the Silver Guard?
Yes, it's the Silver Guard. When the two guards saw Zhou Lang and Luo Feng coming, they exchanged some words with each other and smiled cordially.
Gentlemen, please come in.
The guard seemed a little fawning, while Zhou Lang walked in with an expressionless face, and Luo Feng quickly followed behind him. He didn't even look at the guards, but the two guards stood straight, their faces full of honor.
32nd floor.
Walking into the lobby, Zhou Lang glanced around casually and knew which floor to go to.
He walked over and sat on the round sofa next to him, while Luo Feng and the three Luin guards stood behind the sofa.
A white halo emanated from around the round sofa. Without any bumps, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had already ascended to the 32nd floor.
Hello sir, how can I help you? Babata, where is the account opening location for the Virtual Universe Network? After walking out of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire office building, Zhou Lang asked Babata. In the original work, there are countless descriptions of the virtual universe. It can even be said that in the entire universe, only humans have achieved virtual network coverage of the entire universe. Other races, even the most powerful ones, can only establish regional networks between a few galaxies. All this is thanks to a great being in the human race. It's over 100 kilometers from here. Hurry up. I haven't been connected to the internet in over 50,000 years. Babata seemed more excited than Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Ever since falling to Earth with its master, Babata has been completely disconnected from the internet.
Over the years, he has become tired of single-player games and is now eager to get back online.
Babata, do you know what virtual networking technology is? It allows the entire universe to communicate instantly without any delay. Isn't this even more advanced than the technology of the most powerful mechanical race you mentioned? Luo Feng asked curiously while flying in the air.
I'm not too sure about this, but I only know that even the Qianwu universe, or even other cosmic nations, don't have this technology. The only company that truly masters this technology is the Virtual Universe Company, which has branches in every cosmic country. It is true that the technology of the mechanical race is the strongest in the universe, but when it comes to virtual universe technology, humans are the unrivaled number one.
Even my master, your teacher, may not understand this. In addition, although the Qianwu Universe Kingdom is a high-level universe kingdom and its strength cannot be underestimated, there are 1,008 high-level universe kingdoms in the entire human territory. However, there are only 5 top forces among human beings, namely the Universe Galaxy Bank, the Universe First Bank, the Giant Axe Fighting Arena, the Universe Mercenary Alliance and the Virtual Universe Company. These 5 companies are the real human giants, and even the Qianwu universe cannot be compared with them. Among them, the Giant Axe Arena is the fairest arena, and you will gradually understand how powerful it is in the future.
The Cosmic Mercenary Alliance is a loose organization, but in the entire human territory, more than 99% of warriors and spiritualists will join it, and your teacher was once one of them.
There is no need to say more about the Virtual Universe Company. The Virtual Universe can be said to be the second universe. The same is true for Galaxy Bank and First Bank. These are the only 2 banks that can freely deposit and withdraw money within all human territories.
Babata's words did not cause much impact on Zhou Lang.
After all, he had read the original work and knew much more about the universe than Babata. But Luo Feng is different.
Luo Feng is now just a teenager who just finished the college entrance examination 2 months ago, but he has already come into contact contact with the universe. More importantly, he will become the leader of the human beings on Earth and protect the Earth in the future. Being exposed to so many things in such a short period of time was undoubtedly a huge shock to Luo Feng. Fortunately, Luo Feng recovered quickly. Although we were flying within the city, the area of Qiulong City was quite large and there was ample space for flying. For Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, the distance of more than 100 kilometers was reached in less than a minute. "Sir, what can I do for you too?" A beautiful woman wearing a red uniform, about 1.7 meters tall, with furry ears on her head, walked up to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, bowed slightly, and had a smile on her face. "Open an account," Zhou Lang said. The other party's smile remained, and a projection popped up in front of him. Account opening services are divided into 3 tiers: 100 years, 1,000 years, and 10,000 years. The annual network fee is 10 Black Dragon coins or 0.008 Shenwu coins. The other party quickly listed the account opening fees and levels on the projector. "Where's the consciousness sensing helmet?" Zhou Lang nodded. "These prices are transparent and have a unified standard no matter which universe country they are in. One costs 10 Black Dragon coins." The smile on the woman's face did not disappear, but she felt a little confused. With followers and guards, shouldn't someone of such status use an auxiliary optical computer or a higher-level intelligent optical computer? 2 accounts, each open for 100 years, and 500 consciousness-sensing helmets. "What's the price for the anonymous account?" Zhou Lang nodded and stated his needs. Anonymous accounts do not require binding and need to be repurchased after expiration, which is very suitable for the current Earth. An anonymous account costs 2,000 Black Dragon coins or 1.6 Jinwu coins each. "Give me 50. After hearing the price, Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Now that Zhou Lang and Luo Feng have obtained citizenship of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it has become quite easy to open an account. After paying the fee, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng successfully obtained the account information and consciousness sensing helmet and placed these items into the space ring. "Hurry up, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, hurry up and find a shop. We need to enter the virtual universe first." As soon as the account was opened, Babata couldn't wait to urge the two of them. "Well, Babata, you're more anxious than both of us." Seeing Babata's anxious look, Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh. Hearing Luo Feng's ridicule, Babata snorted coldly. Although he didn't say much, his attitude was obviously somewhat dissatisfied. Not long after, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng found a restaurant on the street, booked a private room, and asked the waiter to leave. Zhou Lang didn't have an intelligent optical computer yet, so he could only log in with his auxiliary optical computer. Although it wasn't as good as the consciousness helmet, it was still quite useful. Luo Feng's situation was much simpler. He could just connect directly to Babata. Connecting to the virtual universe. A deep and grand voice echoed in Zhou Lang's mind, and he felt himself plunged into darkness in an instant. The people walking on the rocky streets were all different, with varying heights and races, but most wore plain gray clothing. Each of them had a fist-sized elf on their shoulder. Swish! Zhou Lang and Luo Feng suddenly appeared in the crowd, and the pedestrians around them did not show any surprise. "Is this the virtual universe?" Zhou Lang looked around and pinched his cheek. Everything was just like reality. The feeling of flesh and blood was shockingly real. However, this time, they were not in a combat zone or similar area, and everyone had the physical fitness of a 4th-level apprentice. The original ancestor is truly a genius. Feeling all this, Zhou Lang couldn't help but feel emotional. Then he turned his gaze to Luo Feng. At this moment, the Babata on Luo Feng's shoulder was only the size of a fist, making it look much cuter. In comparison, the light ball on his own shoulder seemed ordinary and could not be compared with Babata at all. The login experience of the consciousness helmet, auxiliary optical brain and intelligent optical brain is obviously completely different. "Let's go. We've already experienced the virtual universe. Next, let's go sell some things and buy some more," Zhou Lang said, and exited the virtual universe with Luo Feng. In the virtual universe, money is needed everywhere, so Zhou Lang and Luo Feng can only visit it at will. After all, they can only be considered poor now. "You two have too much stuff on you. It would be best to find a treasure shop to sell it all at once." Babata gave his suggestion, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng naturally had no objection. "Babata, how about I sell the arc blade disc?" On the way to the Qibao store, Luo Feng suddenly asked. "Now that you have the Sky Escape shuttle, the arc blade disc is indeed not that important, and you and Zhou Lang are both short of resources. The purchase price of the arc blade disc is approximately 20 billion Black Dragon coins, but if it is sold, it may only be sold for 18 billion. Adding in the things Zhou Lang looted from Earth, altogether, it should be able to sell for close to 30 billion Black Dragon coins." Babata did not object, but instead thought about the feasibility. After all, although the Sky Escape shuttle is a 3rd-grade, low-quality telekinetic weapon, and the arc blade disc is a 3rd-grade, mid-quality telekinetic weapon, the grade is not determined solely by the power, but by the difficulty of control. The second form of the Sky Shuttle requires the telekinesis amplitude to reach 30 before it can be used. In the original novel, Luo Feng was able to cultivate into his second form in a short period of time because he took over the body of a golden-horned beast. But now, Luo Feng is still stuck in the first form. The third form of the sky-drifting shuttle is even more demanding, requiring an amplitude of 48, and also requiring cosmic level and domain. Such conditions are undoubtedly too harsh, so the price of Duntian shuttle is relatively low.
In comparison, the arc cutter disc is much simpler to operate. However, in terms of power, there is no essential difference between the two. Moreover, the sky-drifting shuttle is a telekinetic weapon created by Huyen Bo, the master of Yunmo Star. For Luo Feng, the descendant of Yunmo Star, it is obviously more suitable. Then sell the arc knife disc. After hearing Babata's words, Luo Feng made up his mind. Soon, the two arrived at the Qibao store. A treasure shop in the universe can be understood as a grocery store on Earth. Although the selection may not be as good as in specialty stores, the variety of goods here is very complete. Stepping into the Qibao store, Babata introduced it to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Luo Feng's eyes scanned the projections of the surrounding merchandise, while Zhou Lang walked straight to the counter. "Dear guest, how may I help you?" Seeing Zhou Lang coming to the counter with a clear purpose, the waiter's eyes lit up and he immediately asked, "I need to sell some things, including a third-level telekinetic weapon." "Telekinesis weapon? Level 3? The waiter seemed to stutter when he heard what Zhou Lang said. "Sir, please wait a moment. A third-level telekinetic weapon would cost at least tens of billions, and the more expensive ones could even cost hundreds of billions." No wonder the waiter was so excited. "Gentlemen, please come inside and discuss in detail." Soon, the waiter came out and took Zhou Lang and Luo Feng into a reception room. "Dear guests, I heard that you two want to sell a telekinetic weapon?" In the reception room, a 6th-level star-level expert stood up with a smile and asked Zhou Lang, "Some fleet sundries, and a third-order telekinetic weapon, the arc blade." Zhou Lang said this, motioning Luo Feng to take out the arc knife disc. According to the quote from the telekinetic weapon specialty store within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, it's approximately 21 billion Black Dragon coins. For 19.5 billion Black Dragon coins, this arc blade disc can be yours. Zhou Lang took the arc knife disc and said in his hand, "Sir, you're putting me in a difficult position. 17 billion Black Dragon coins is the highest price I can offer." When the other party heard Zhou Lang's words, he hurriedly shook his head, but there was a hint of desire in his eyes, and he secretly glanced at the arc knife disc in Zhou Lang's hand. The standard arc cutter disc is made of solid materials and is in good condition. When it arrived at his store, there were people willing to buy it even with a price tag of 20 billion. 19 billion, this is my lowest price. Zhou Lang still shook his head. According to Babata, the reserve price of the arc blade is 18 billion. It can be seen that this boss can definitely make a lot of money, so raising prices is inevitable. Now Zhou Lang and Luo Feng are both poor, so any extra money they can earn is good. "Sir, your price is too high. How about this, 17.5 billion? What do you think?" The boss had a wry smile on his face, but he was not reconciled in his heart. The minimum imitation standard for telekinetic weapons is the Realm Master level. In addition, this is not a specialized store for telekinetic weapons, so there is a lack of special purchasing channels. It is not easy to come across such a well-preserved arc blade. 19 billion, this is my lowest price. If it doesn't work out, I'll have to go somewhere else. After Zhou Lang finished speaking, he quickly put away the arc knife disc. "Wait a minute, sir." Seeing Zhou Lang was about to leave, the boss hurriedly called him. "Guest, 18 billion is definitely the highest price I can offer." The boss stopped Zhou Lang and Luo Feng who were about to leave and raised the price slightly. However, neither Zhou Lang nor Luo Feng showed any intention of stopping and continued to walk outside. 185 billion, sir, this is truly my highest offer. Even if you find another store, it will definitely not be possible to pay more than this. Seeing that Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were really about to leave, the boss shouted loudly. This time, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng stopped. "I have some fleet sundries here, boss, take a look." Zhou Lang turned around and handed a space ring to the boss. This was given to him by Babata before, not a system reward. The space ring rewarded by the system is too large and taking it out may easily cause unnecessary trouble. More than half an hour later, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng and the owner of the Qibao store walked out of the Universe Galaxy Bank branch. Since Zhou Lang and Luo Feng did not have a bank account, they had to come here to open an account first. The miscellaneous items plus the arc knife disc sold for a total of 30 billion Black Dragon coins. For them, the starting capital is enough. Let's go to the slave market. When saying goodbye to the owner of Qibao store, Zhou Lang's tone seemed a little low. Slaves? Market? Luo Feng was stunned when he heard Zhou Lang's words. Although he knew that slaves existed in the universe, he did not expect them to be so straightforward and form a market. On the way to the slave market, both Zhou Lang and Luo Feng seemed silent. After all, it was the first time for them to actually see a slave. This requires some mental preparation. Despite this, when Zhou Lang and Luo Feng stood at the entrance of the market and looked at the slaves being bought and sold as commodities, they still felt a chill in their hearts. A slave of the 9th rank of apprentice, if not a beautiful woman, can be purchased for only 20 Black Dragon
dragon coins. On Earth, these slaves are all high-level war gods, but now, they have become commodities for anyone to choose from. There are countless planetary and stellar slaves, and even cosmic slaves. As long as you have a first-level star-level slave, you can easily conquer the entire Earth. Here, you can buy a slave for 1 million black dragon coins. No one on the entire Earth can resist. Maybe Zhou Lang can hold on for a while? Thinking of this, Luo Feng glanced at Zhou Lang, but his heart gradually felt cold. If the coordinates of the Earth were discovered by others, the whole world would be enslaved, including my parents, Hua, Su Xian, Wei 1. Thinking of this, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. Gentlemen, the stellar-class slaves here are indeed a bit low-end, but we also have cosmic-class slaves. Would you like to take a look? A slave trader approached Zhou Lang and Luo Feng in a slightly flattering manner. Anyone with a silver guard must be a descendant of a big family. If you can make a deal, you will definitely make a lot of money. Universe level? Luo Feng was shocked by the slave trader's words. Under normal circumstances, there will only be one cosmic-level strongman in a galaxy, a slave? Luo Feng couldn't connect these two words together. Fortunately, before arriving at the slave market, Babata had already taught Zhou Lang and Luo Feng some knowledge about slaves. In universe, the way slaves are controlled is usually through biochips. All slaves have biochips implanted in their heads that can trigger an explosion with just a thought. Therefore, cosmic-level slaves are the highest level of slaves. Going further up, the domain lord level can control the soul to leave the body, so even if it is blown up, it is not considered a fatal injury. Therefore, the 9th level of the universe is the highest level of slaves. How many stellar and planetary slaves do you have here? Zhou Lang spoke without asking about the cosmic-level slaves. The minimum price for any cosmic-level slave is 1 trillion black dragon coins. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng can't afford it now. You too, we have ready stock here. 467 stellar-level psychics, 1,869 genetic warriors, 1,400 planetary-level psychics, and 3,900 genetic warriors. Of course, if you need more, we can transfer it from other planets in 10 days at most. Seeing that Zhou Lang had no intention of purchasing cosmic-level slaves, the slave trader was not disappointed and continued to introduce them enthusiastically. 5 stellar-grade 7th-level warriors, 5 stellar-grade 7th-level spiritualists. All spiritualists must be from the Black Ming tribe, and all warriors must be from the Black Ox tribe. How much is the total cost? The Haiming tribe often produces spiritual masters, while the Wunyo tribe's warriors are even more outstanding. 5 stellar-level 7th-order warriors, a total of 2.5 billion. 5 stellar-level 7th-order mind masters, a total of 7.5 billion. A total of 10 billion black dragon coins. I'll give you a 10% discount, a total of 9 billion black dragon coins. This is the biggest discount I can offer. After hearing Zhou Lang's words, the person in charge smiled widely. 8 billion plus 20 first-level stellar-class warriors, 10 each of warriors and spiritualists, plus 2,000 9th-level planetary-class warriors, half each of warriors and spiritualists. If you can agree to this, I will pay you now. As he spoke, Zhou Lang took out the bank card of Universe Galaxy Bank. No problem, just as you say. After hearing Zhou Lang's words, the slave trader originally wanted to refuse. After all, if he really did what Zhou Lang said, his bonus would be much less. However, what Zhou Lang took out was the bank card of Universe Galaxy Bank. Generally speaking, people in the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, even some wealthy people, open accounts in banks within the Black Dragon Mountain Empire. It's not that they don't have the ability to open an account at Universe Galaxy Bank and Universe First Bank, but that local banks offer many preferential policies to attract local people to deposit money. Those who open accounts at Universe Galaxy Bank or Universe First Bank are usually not local people from Hailongshan, or they simply don't care about the discounts offered by local banks. No matter which type Zhou Lang is, he is worth making friends with. I'll advance 1 billion, and will hand it over at the planet's docking port. Seeing that the slave trader agreed, Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and then asked for the other party's account. No problem, this is my virtual universe account. If you need anything else, you can come to me. The slave trader nodded repeatedly. With less than 10 billion, we have purchased so many slaves that each one could potentially sweep across the entire planet. Walking out of the slave market, Luo Feng seemed a little depressed. Zhou Lang reached out and patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. The Earth is indeed very small, but with the two of us, in the future, the Earth will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the universe. He had a confident smile on his face. Zhou Lang had already understood this when he'd read the original novel in the slave market. Although the real-life encounter had just shaken him slightly, he never doubted his ability to lead Earth's rise. Besides, even if he couldn't, Luo Feng was there. This time, with so many slaves scattered across the Pacific, Zhou Lang didn't believe he wouldn't find a planetary-sized golden-horned behemoth. Luo Feng, Zhou Lang is right. When you grow to the star level and get your teacher's inheritance, you will be able to buy the Earth. With the protection of the imperial law, the human beings on the Earth will be temporarily safe. Babata also comforted. Don't worry, I'm just a little shocked inside. In this universe, the strong prey on the weak, and I've already prepared myself mentally.
Luo Feng showed a smile on his face. He was not the type to complain about himself. That's good. Next, Babata, please guide us to the Qianwu dojo. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, his heart full of anticipation. Before leaving Earth, Zhou Lang had tried. Although he had named Earth's martial arts academy the School of Magic, joining it hadn't fulfilled his mission. Therefore, the previous mission with the Velociraptor was merely a coincidence. If the academy on Earth wasn't working, he would have to turn his attention elsewhere. The Qianwu dojo, the place where the Qianwu Empire cultivates geniuses, is similar to the original secret realm of the virtual universe company. In the original novel, Luo Feng also joined the Qianwu dojo when he first left Earth, but he was only a peripheral member. Now, for years earlier than the original timeline, Zhou Lang wants to try to join the Qianwu dojo to see if he can complete the mission. If that still doesn't work, the only option left is to join the core of the company through the genius competition. At the gate of a huge city, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng walked out side by side. The Qianwu dojo on Xianglong Star is the largest of the hundreds of surrounding star systems, guarded by 3 cosmic level 1-leaf Qianwu masters. Although located within Xianglong City, the Qianwu dojo is a city within a city, with a diameter of 280 kilometers, equivalent to the size of a small province on Earth. However, joining the Qianwu dojo is relatively simple. Simply paying an 800 Black Dragon coin registration fee and an annual renewal fee of 10 Black Dragon coins grants you ordinary student status. Upon reaching the star level, you have the opportunity to be hired as an instructor, becoming an elite student at the dojo. Universe-level practitioners are designated as 1-leaf Qianwu practitioners, domain lords as 2-leaf Qianwu practitioners, and realm lords as 3-leaf Qianwu practitioners. If your teacher had joined the Qianwu universe or other forces, his enemies would never have attacked him. That's why he told you to join the forces. Babata's voice was a little low, and he obviously thought of Huyen Bo. However, Zhou Lang had no intention of paying attention to these things at the moment. His eyes were only focused on the system panel in front of him. Mission: join the Magic Academy. Quest reward: Sanctuary level Metal Life. Task description: early college life is so exciting, how can you not experience it yourself? The status of the task did not show completion. It was obvious that the system did not recognize the Qianwu dojo that Zhou Lang joined as a magic academy. If I remember correctly, in the original book, the Virtual Universe Company allows joining as an external member, and it will not affect participation in the genius battle? Zhou Lang frowned. He absolutely did not want to miss the genius war. This was a great opportunity to become the core of the entire human race and cultivate geniuses. This was much faster than slowly improving through the Qianwu branch. In the original novel, it was Luo Feng's performance in the virtual universe that attracted the attention of Man Luo from the Qianwu branch. After returning to Earth, I have to hurry. As far as I know, the sanctuary level metal life forms in the Panlong world are intelligent, and the metal life forms in the Devouring Stars world seem to be able to cover spacecraft. Zhou Lang was full of anticipation for the reward for this mission. Next, we'll go buy some resources and then return to Earth tomorrow. Go back to Earth tomorrow? Luo Feng was stunned when he heard Zhou Lang's words. Shouldn't he go back directly after purchasing the resources? I have something else to do. I'll help you open a bank account later. There are many places to spend money in the virtual universe. Zhou Lang's mouth corners rose slightly, but he did not explain his plan. Okay, let's go shopping in the surrounding shops first. Luo Feng nodded without objection. Luo Feng needed to cultivate plant life, and both needed resources for cultivation. Zhou Lang chose the same Bibbo marrow that Luo Feng purchased in the original novel, but this time he purchased 350 kilograms, rather than the 30 kilograms in the original. Since no one or two shops could provide such a large amount of resources, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng visited many stores, ultimately spending 2.6 billion Black Dragon coins. As for the resources needed for Earthling evolution, they could be processed at the warehouse planet after returning. Of the 30 billion Black Dragon coins, approximately 10 billion had been spent on slaves and resources, leaving the remaining 20 billion for each person to split. With the Bibbo marrow, Luo Feng could quickly break through to the stellar level, unlocking Hu Yanba's account. The stellar account held a total of 10 billion Qianwu coins, equivalent to 10 trillion Black Dragon coins. Even buying Earth would only require 3 trillion Black Dragon coins, leaving 20 billion more than enough for Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Furthermore, there was the opportunity to become rich overnight in the realm within a realm. However, their current strength was too weak, and Zhou Lang didn't even dare to plan for the rock divine water. Pan Shi, a realm lord-level powerhouse, possessed the wealth only available to the immortal king. Truly enviable. After parting with Luo Feng, Zhou Lang didn't wander around. Instead, he found a hotel and checked into a standard single room. The room contained only a table, a chair, and a bed, yet it cost 20 Black Dragon coins, enough to buy a 9th-level slave. Entering the room, Zhou Lang looked around and then turned off his auxiliary computer and smartwatch. System: extract the reward. Immediately afterwards,
words, Zhou Lang communicated with the system, and a thumb-sized golden bead appeared in front of him.
Is this the golden soul bead?
Looking at the golden beads in his hand, Zhou Lang just took a breath and felt his spirits jolt. On Earth, whether it was Babata or the Great Axe retrospection that might appear in the future, Zhou Lang didn't even dare to take out the system's reward openly. Whether it was the artifact he had obtained before or the golden soul bead, he left them in the system space. This time when he came to Qilong Star, in addition to purchasing cultivation resources, Zhou Lang also planned to carefully check the mission rewards he had obtained.
How do you take the golden soul bead in the original novel? Do you swallow it directly? This thing is made from souls, so it shouldn't be taken directly, right?
Looking at the golden soul bead in his hand, Zhou Lang took the initiative to extend his mental power to touch it. Buzz. The moment his mental power touched the golden soul bead, the bead disappeared before his eyes. But then, a golden bead appeared in Zhou Lang's mind. It slowly rotated and emitted golden mist,
etc. Zhou Lang suddenly realized that something was wrong. Golden beads, mist, how come this is exactly the same as when Luofeng awakened his spiritual power? He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on the table in front of him.
The next moment, the table floated up out of thin air. As a planetary-level being, Zhou Lang can indeed use his mental power to control objects, although he knows that this cannot be used in combat. But now, he felt that he could really use his mental power, or rather his mental power to fight. After the soul gold beads are used up, can I still use my mental power, or do I need more soul gold beads? This question emerged in Zhou Lang's mind. However, the soul golden bead has not been completely absorbed yet, so he can't be sure. Even if I need more soul gold beads to continue working as a spiritualist, this is good news for me. Zhou Lang showed a smile on his face. The difference in strength between a warrior and a psychic depends entirely on the understanding of the laws, but the weapons used by psychics are usually more powerful than those used by most warriors. Especially if one controls the 9 magical weapons and cultivates them to the highest level, he can be comparable to an immortal. Warriors also have similar weapons, but they are far less popular than the magic weapons of the masters.
Ha!
Exhaling a breath of foul air,
Zhou Lang withdrew his thoughts.
Now let's see if the rewarded artifacts, especially the soul defense artifact, can really be compared with the soul treasure.
Is this the soul gold bead?
Holding the golden beads in his hand, Zhou Lang just took a breath and felt refreshed. On Earth, whether it was Babata or the Great Axe retrospection that might appear in the future, he didn't dare to take out the system rewards easily. Whether it was the artifact he had obtained before or the golden soul bead, Zhou Lang left them in the system space. This time when he came to Qilong Star, in addition to purchasing cultivation resources, Zhou Lang also planned to carefully check the mission rewards he had obtained.
How do you take the golden soul bead in the original novel? Swallow it directly? Something made from souls shouldn't be swallowed directly, right?
Staring at the golden soul bead in his hand, Zhou Lang took the initiative to extend his mental power to contact it.
Buzz.
The moment the mental power came into contact with the golden soul bead disappeared before Zhou Lang's eyes. At the same time, a golden bead appeared in his mind, slowly rotating and releasing golden mist,
etc. Zhou Lang suddenly realized something was wrong. Golden beads and mist, how come this is exactly the same as when Luofeng awakened his spiritual power? He was stunned for a moment, then his eyes fell on the table in front of him.
The next moment, the table floated up out of thin air. As a planetary-level being, Zhou Lang can indeed use his mental power to control objects, but this is not for combat, and he is very aware of this. However, now, he actually felt that he seemed to be able to use mental power to fight. After the soul gold orb is used up, can I still use my mental power, or do I need more soul gold orbs? This question emerged in Zhou Lang's mind. However, the golden soul bead has not been completely absorbed yet, so it is difficult to draw a conclusion.
Even if I need more soul gold orbs to continue to become a psychic master, this is good news for me. A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face.
The difference in strength between warriors and spiritualists depends entirely on the understanding of the laws.
However, the power displayed by the weapons of psychics is often stronger than that of most warriors.
Especially if one controls the 9 divine weapons and cultivates them to the peak, he can be comparable to an immortal being. Warriors also have similar weapons, but they are far less popular than the magic weapons of the controllers.
Ha!
Exhaling a breath of foul air,
Zhou Lang withdrew his thoughts.
Now let's see if the rewarded artifacts, especially the soul defense artifacts, can really be compared with the soul treasures. A spear about 2 meters and 3 meters long suddenly appeared in Zhou Lang's hand. The spear was fiery red all over, and its surface was engraved with complex secret patterns, like burning sparks. The gun blade was about 30 centimeters long and emitted waves of heat. Red Flame Spear, a lower-level material attack artifact, equipped with the secret method of red flame.
System, do you still dare to say that you don't know that this is the devouring star universe?
As soon as he took out the spear from the system space, the information was quickly transmitted to Zhou Lang's mind. The red flame secret technique is divided into 3 levels. The first layer, the red flame domain, requires 20 times the force and a layer of fire field. The second layer, the red flame realm, requires 50 times the force and 4 layers of flame field. The third layer, the world of red flames, requires 80 times the force and 9 levels of flame field. The planetary level corresponds to the Holy Land, so the stellar level corresponds to the lower gods? In other words, this lower level artifact is equivalent to a second grade weapon? Then this red flame spear is definitely the lowest of the low grade second grade ones. Zhou Lang couldn't help but shook his head. The minimum requirement for the first level alone is 20 times the force and 1 level of domain. For Zhou Lang, this was not difficult, but if it were someone else, let alone at the stellar level, being able to use this red flame gun at the cosmic level would already be considered very good. After all, whether it is a telekinetic weapon or a warrior weapon, the evaluation level only depends on the difficulty of control. The simpler the control, the greater the power it can exert, and that is the top quality or even the best quality. However, weapons like the red flame spear, which require extremely high control requirements, are usually of low quality. This doesn't mean that its power is small, but that few people can control it. Although it's a little difficult to use, it's still acceptable to me. Zhou Lang shook his head and dripped a drop of blood to refine the spear. This refining method is exactly the same as that in the Panlong world. He complained helplessly, put away the refined spear, and then took out a piece of armor that was completely black. The Black Nightmare armor is a lower-level material defense artifact that can weaken the 9th-level star-level material attack by 90%. It can even weaken the attack on the first level of the universe by 10%. You're not even going to act anymore? Where did the 9th-level star level 1 come from in Panlong world? Zhou Lang rolled his eyes and used blood to refine the Black Nightmare armor. The next moment, the Black Nightmare armor turned into a black light and covered Zhou Lang's body. Following Zhou Lang's thoughts, the Black Nightmare armor continued to change into various shapes. The enhanced version of the Black God suit is really nice. Looking at the dark robe on his body, Zhou Lang nodded with satisfaction. Finally, here's the soul defense artifact I'm most looking forward to. In the original novel, only soul master level characters can refine the soul defense artifact. Generally, these characters are all powerful among the upper gods, so there is no low, middle or high level division of soul defense artifacts. In other words, this soul defense artifact is a higher level artifact. Based on this calculation, the soul defense artifact is comparable to a soul treasure, without a doubt. Zhou Lang rubbed his hands and took out a bracelet from the system space. The shattered light glazed ring is a soul defense artifact that can ignore soul attacks or soul enslavement below the immortal army lord level. The soul attack of the immortal military lord level is weakened by 90%, the soul attack of the immortal marquis level is weakened by 50%, and the soul attack of the immortal king level is weakened by 10%. The bracelet can transform into hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of glass fragments, acting as a telekinetic weapon. Matching secret method, Liuli Qianhuan. First floor, 100. The telekinesis amplitude reaches 30 and possesses a time phantom. The second layer, 1000. The amplitude of telekinesis reaches 50 and it possesses 100 time phantoms. The third layer, 10,000. The amplitude of telekinesis reaches 100 and it possesses 1000 time phantoms. Hoo. Looking at the glass bracelet in his hand, Zhou Lang took deep breaths and tried to calm himself. A soul treasure, even though it's only the lowest level of treasure, is still a treasure. If I were to sell this one, it would probably earn me at least 0.1 treasure points, right? Zhou Lang's thoughts were flying in his mind. Of course, he would never sell it. In other words, I don't plan to sell it at this moment and will wait until I have a better one. Ding! A drop of blood dripped from the fingertip onto the glass bracelet. The next moment, the glass bracelet turned into countless fragments, floated to Zhou Lang's wrist, and condensed into a bracelet again. At the same time, a glazed light shield enveloped the pronucleus in Zhou Lang's heart. After becoming a special life, Zhou Lang's soul existed in the pronucleus. As long as the pronucleus does not rupture, Zhou Lang will not die. And now he has the precious soul defense treasure, plus the defense of the Black Nightmare armor. Below the cosmic level, Zhou Lang is not afraid of anyone. Go back to Earth, start participating in the killing fields, try to attract Manhwa's attention, and then join the virtual universe company as an external member. Now, I am increasingly looking forward to what the sanctuary level metal life will become after devouring the starry universe. Zhou Lang's mouth corners curled up slightly. The reward for a mission gave him the talent of a psychic, although it is not yet known whether this is permanent. Another time, he received a sanctuary gift pack which gave him weapons, defensive armor, and even a precious soul treasure. It's time to go back. Zhou Lang put on his auxiliary optical computer and smartwatch again and started them up before leaving the hotel. Luofeng, Zhou Lang's signal has appeared again. In a restaurant in Xiaolong City, Luofeng was tasting delicacies from other planets when Babata suddenly spoke. Babata, are you monitoring Zhou Lang again? Hearing Babata's words, Luofeng couldn't help but frown. Didn't I tell you last time? We must remove surveillance on all Earthlings. But he disappeared for several hours. Luofeng, you don't know. People's hearts are unpredictable. Babata. Luofeng's tone couldn't help but become more serious.
serious. I'll say this one last time. Remove the surveillance, especially on Zhou Lang.
I believe in our friendship. If you don't agree, I can give up the inheritance of Yunma Star.
What? Luo Feng, are you crazy? Do you know what you are talking about? When Babata heard Luo Feng's words, he screamed instantly. How could someone choose to give up after obtaining the inheritance of Yunma Star?
Babata, I know what I'm doing, and I hope you understand what you're doing too.
Luo Feng had a serious expression, his eyes fixed on Babata.
I will remove the surveillance on Zhou Lang, but Luo Feng, you must remember that the inheritance of Yunma Star is not something you can give up just because you want to. You must apologize to my master, your teacher.
Babata looked at Luo Feng with the same seriousness. I will.
When I return to Earth, I will apologize to the teacher, but I also hope that you will keep your promise.
Luo Feng was obviously very angry about Babata's monitoring of Zhou Lang, while Babata was dissatisfied with Luo Feng's easy mention of giving up the inheritance of Yunma Star.
When Zhou Lang found Luo Feng, he happened to witness the atmosphere of mutual disgust between the two.
When Zhou Lang learned the source of the conflict between Babata and Luo Feng, he couldn't help but laugh and cry.
Alright, Crazy, Babata's surveillance of me is over.
Babata, Crazy was just quick-witted. You two should stop bickering. Given the
close relationship between Luo Feng and Babata in the original novel, Zhou Lang hadn't expected to become the spark between them. In fact, when he learned that Babata was spying on him, he wasn't too surprised.
A moment's reflection made sense. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed too much information on Earth.
Looking at the still awkward Luo Feng and Babata, Zhou Lang couldn't help but shake his head. They would be together for a long time, and he didn't want to get too involved. Half a day later, the Black Dragon Mountain X-81 spacecraft finally departed Qianlong Star. 2,030 slaves were accommodated on this three-story ship, just over 100
meters in diameter.
The lower two floors were occupied by over 2,000 people, making the space somewhat cramped.
Fortunately, the journey from Qianlong Star to Earth wasn't too long.
5 7th-level stellar-grade spiritualists and 5 7th-level stellar-grade warriors stood respectfully behind Zhou Lang and Luo Feng.
The spaceship will reach lightspeed in 10 seconds and begin its journey through space. Babata's demonic image appeared on the control console screen. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The spaceship trembled slightly before entering the dark universe.
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng then turned their gazes to the 10 people behind them. From now on, you will be called Mengyi, Mengair, and so on, and you will be called Wuyi, Wuer, and so on, and so on. The 10 slaves bowed respectfully to Zhou Lang, because when they acknowledged their master, they would directly acknowledge Zhou Lang. Having Zhou Lang and Luo Feng acknowledge their masters separately would be a rather tedious process.
Everyone, go down.
Zhou Lang waved his hand, and the 10 people bowed and left.
Slaves, how pathetic. Luo Feng sighed as he watched the slaves depart.
I've heard that human slave chip technology originated from the mechanical race. After implantation, these chips retain all past memories, yet remain completely loyal to their masters. The slightest disrespectful thought will be countered by the biochip.
Currently, there's no example of a slave rebelling against their master in the entire universe. Only by reaching the domain lord level can a prokaryote be born, effectively rebelling against the biochip. As Babata finished speaking, Luo Feng's eyes lit up with determination. We absolutely cannot let Earth fall into this situation. That's enough, lunatic.
Zhou Lang reached out and patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. What we need to do now is not to feel sorry for ourselves, but to practice diligently.
We will definitely be able to support the Earth.
His tone was firm, and Luo Feng nodded when he heard this. Babata, you and Luo Feng go to the virtual universe and find a planet close to the Earth according to our plan. Purchase some warehouses as our second base.
Zhou Lang instructed. I've already made my choice, Luo Feng. I'll show you once we enter the virtual universe. Babata emerged from the console screen and beckoned Luo Feng into the virtual universe.
Zhou Lang, sitting on the sofa beside him, also entered the virtual universe. Reappearing on the Black Dragon Mountain Island in the virtual universe, Zhou Lang was teleported directly to the killing ground. The backdrop, like a surging sea of blood, startled him, with a single drop of blood standing out. Against this backdrop, a hall the size of a city stood. This was the killing ground on the Black Dragon Mountain Island. Zhou Lang walked to the counter and caught a glimpse of a green-skinned, wrinkled old man in the lounge area, squinting his eyes as he sat in a chair.
Man Luo. Zhou Lang just glanced at him without giving him any further attention. Man Luo's eyes widened slightly, noticing Zhou Lang linking his bank account at the counter. Interesting, someone actually told me my identity in advance? A smile curled up Man Luo's lips. Anyone with even a little power knew his identity. Even those with connections came hoping to catch his attention. However, without skill and talent, what good was a powerful background? How could it even compare to the power of the company behind him?
Closing her eyes again, Man Luo ignored Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang didn't realize that a single glance had already caught his attention. He linked his account and walked to the end of the hall.
Before him were corridors. Zhou Lang randomly chose one and walked in. Not long after, the scene before Zhou Lang suddenly changed. changed. He was standing on a meteorite, with the boundless starry sky before him and a golden book in his hand. The rules of killing floor are documented in books. Submit a request for 1000 planetary level 6th order spiritualists to use the arc blade disc. Give me a 2nd level force battlesuit and a 1st level ordinary force spear. The battle environment is set in a city ruins. After Zhou Lang briefly browsed the rules of the killing field, he gave instructions to the auxiliary computer on his shoulder.
Although the auxiliary optical brain does not have the intelligence of Babata and cannot make decisions independently, it has no problem handling the assigned tasks.
The next moment, the killing space began to change. The original Starry Sky disappeared, replaced by a ruined city. Zhou Lang was standing on a tall building at this time.
He was wearing a pitch-black battlesuit and holding a fiery red spear. All around, thousands of spiritualists standing on arc-shaped blades stared at Zhou Lang. Kill him.
A huge army of spiritual masters attacked Zhou Lang. Finally, I can kill to my heart's content. Looking at the spiritual masters rushing towards him, Zhou Lang smiled.
With Zhou Lang as the center, the pitch-black color instantly spread to the surroundings. Shadow entanglement.
As he spoke, dozens of pitch-black tentacles instantly wrapped around the first group of psychics who arrived.
Zhou Lang's figure disappeared in an instant.
When he appeared again, the psychic who was entangled by dozens of black tentacles had completely lost his breath.
However, this did not deter the remaining psychics. Zhou Lang was not in a hurry.
The light field retracted, and then the fire field expanded.
Red flames spread across the prairie.
Dozens more fireballs gathered and rose up.
Every fireball can take a life.
The fields of light and fire appear alternately. None of the 1000 spiritual masters approached the area within 20 meters around Zhou Lang.
Snort! The bonus of the domain is really too powerful. Zhou Lang's figure flew across the city, and the number of spiritualists continued to decrease. But no one chose to retreat.
When Zhou Lang pulled the spear out of the last psychic's body, the psychic's body fell from a high altitude.
The battle is over.
After the battle, Zhou Lang did not immediately leave the killing field, but continued to set new opponents to fight.
100 planetary level 7 spiritual masters.
Zhou Lang killed 98 of them and eventually died of his injuries. Luo Feng is at the 9th planetary level and his sky shuttle has reached the 2nd level of the swordfish formation.
A tragic victory. Hong is at the 9th planetary level and in the same field as Zhou Lang.
Kill. A 9th level planetary god who possesses a domain and whose strength surpasses Zhou Lang.
Kill. For the entire day, Zhou Lang was immersed in the battle in the killing field.
He is currently only at the 1st level of the planetary level, so his expenses in the killing field are only 10,000 black dragon coins a day. Even the price of a 9th level planetary rank is only 300,000 black dragon coins.
Although he didn't have much money, Zhou Lang could still afford it. After killing for so long, I feel like I'm taking a break. Next,
Zhou Lang's eyes fixed, and then he turned on the auxiliary light brain. Set the opponent to be planetary level 1, 100-fold genes, 5th level of light field, and 1st level spear-type force weapon.
The battle location is chosen to be in the wilderness, and the number of participants is set to 1 person. Just as it was set, the scene in front of me changed instantly. In the endless wilderness,
a figure floated in the air, holding a spear and covered in a pitch-black battlesuit.
The moment he saw Zhou Lang, he rushed towards him. Ding!
The two spears collided with each other, making a loud noise.
2 pitch-black areas unfolded simultaneously. However, upon closer inspection, Zhou Lang's domain was somewhat suppressed.
Although there was only 1 level difference, Zhou Lang was still able to resist. However, the basic strength of both sides is comparable, but the opponent's actual combat experience is far superior to Zhou Lang's.
Coupled with the suppression of the field, the fight lasted only 3 minutes. Zhou Lang was shot in the throat.
The scene before his eyes changed, and Zhou Lang had already left the wilderness and returned to the Starry Sky.
Ha!
Although this was not the first time he died in a killing field, the real feeling still made Zhou Lang feel creepy. Moreover, in the setting of the killing field, Zhou Lang did not add pronuclei to himself.
Apart from 100 times more genes, they are no different from ordinary planetary humans. His combat skills far surpass mine, and his domain application is also extremely powerful.
The killing grounds is indeed a great place to learn. Although he was killed, there was no trace of frustration on Zhou Lang's face, but rather excitement. According to the previous settings, Zhou Lang entered the killing field again.
10 times, 100 times, thousands of times, until the 3rd day.
Zhou Lang could no longer remember how many times he had challenged himself.
Swish!
In the sky, 2 figures kept crossing each other, the spears in their hands collided, and the light field was constantly squeezed. Although Zhou Lang only has 4 realms, but under the suppression of the opponent's 5th level domain, he was able to move freely and the power of the domain was not reduced.
Puff!
Zhou Lang crossed paths with the opponent, and there was a slight sound, then he drew out his spear.
The opponent's body fell downwards. Hoo. Zhou Lang was gasping for breath.
For 2 days straight, he had been fighting against copies of himself.
It was not until now that Zhou Lang dealt with the other party. With my strength, I should be able to attract Manhwa's attention, right? Zhou Lang pondered inwardly quickly and withdrew from the killing space. Walk out of the passage. Zhou Lang did not feel disappointed when he did not see Manluo in the hall.
After leaving the killing field, he logged off directly.
Lunzi, what have you been busy with these days?
You haven't logged off for 3 consecutive days, and you didn't reply to my messages.
When Luo Feng saw Zhou Lang offline, he quickly asked, have you found a good place in the virtual space? Have you dealt with the warehouse issue?
Zhou Lang smiled and did not explain much.
Babata would explain all this to Luo Feng. I've found it.
Over 10,000 light-years away from Earth, there's a planet called White Orchid Star, which belongs to the Silver Blue Empire.
The planet has a small population, is cheap, and is close to Earth. It will take about 6 days to get there.
When Luo Feng heard Zhou Lang's question, he answered hurriedly.
Okay, you've worked hard. You can let Babata take you to the killing fields.
Zhou Lang nodded, briefly reminded Luo Feng, and then entered the lounge. Physical strength is not consumed in the virtual universe, but during these 3 days, Zhou Lang has been in a high-intensity combat state.
With a few days' journey left, Zhou Lang decided to take a break. After a day of rest, Zhou Lang re-entered the killing field of the virtual universe. For Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, 2 wild types, being able to improve themselves in a place like the killing ground would make them want to stay there 24 hours a day. They stayed on Bylon Star for about 7 days until all the supplies they ordered arrived. They left behind 5 first-level stellar-grade spiritualists and 5 first-level stellar-grade warriors, as well as 109th-level planetary-grade spiritualists and 109th-level planetary-grade warriors on Bylon Star. After leaving some anonymous virtual universe accounts, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng set off for Earth with the purchased supplies. White Orchid Planet is only a few hours away from Earth.
However, when the spacecraft approached the dark space area of the Earth, the spacecraft began to orbit according to a specific trajectory.
This is because Hu Yanbai used the secret space method to cover up the coordinates around the Earth.
If you don't fly according to a special trajectory, you can only take your chances and find a wormhole to travel through.
After a full 5 minutes, the spacecraft finally stopped. As they left the dark universe, the spacecraft exterior simulation started, and the blue planet once again came into view of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, only 1 month away. But when he saw the Earth again, Zhou Lang still felt excited. This is his home in the devouring star world. Babata, informed Jiayi that Luo Feng and I are back.
Have him bring people to receive the supplies.
Zhou Lang raised a smile and said to Babata. Babata nodded.
This was undoubtedly an easy task for him. Before leaving Earth, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng informed Jiayi of their plan to go to space.
On Earth, after receiving the news from Babata, Jiayi immediately began to organize people. These people were all selected by Jiayi himself. He started selecting them when Zhou Lang and Luo Feng entered the universe. They are definitely trustworthy and reliable candidates. The stealth performance of the Hailanshan X-81 spacecraft is extremely outstanding, and it cannot be detected, at least at the technological level of the Earth.
Therefore, when the radar showed no movement, Jiayi had already seen the black light appearing in the sky. The hatch of the spaceship opened, and a large number of planetary-level psychics and warriors flew out, followed by stellar-level psychics and warriors.
Finally, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng also came out. Long time no see, Mr. Jia. You're saying that just this alone can make a senior student a full-fledged warrior? Jiayi stared at a test tube handed to him by Zhou Lang, which was half filled with purple viscous liquid. These are not even enough for a mouthful. Don't worry, Jia Lao, this is a common cultivation resource in the universe. The amount purchased this time is enough for all mankind. However, Jia Lao, Zhou Lang's expression gradually became serious.
Although the quantity is sufficient, you have been in power for many years and should understand the principle of gratitude and resentment. Therefore, I have decided to supply these only to the military and martial arts colleges for the time being.
What do you think, Mr. Jia? You have the right idea. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Jiayi nodded slightly. Well, I'll leave these to you, Elder Jia.
As for this stellar-level spiritualist slave and these planetary-level warriors and spiritualist slaves, you will be in charge.
Regarding the teaching of martial arts colleges,
or some missions to explore ancient ruins, with the exception of ruins number 31 in Shenangjia and ruins number 1 in the Bermuda Triangle, the stellar-level strength of the remaining ruins will generally be safer.
Zhou Lang continued, but Jiayi was stunned. Stellar-level slaves, planetary-level 9th Order slaves.
When these words were separated, Jiayi still knew what they meant.
But when they were put together, Jiayi felt a little unreal. Mr. Jia, the universe is very dangerous. We must grow as quickly as possible to resist it. I have sent you a document that provides a general overview of the universe and how to use the equipment. You can refer to it when the time comes. Luo Feng and I will be leaving first.
Zhou Lang said this, and called Luo Feng to hand the things to Jiayi, and then the two of them drove away in the spaceship. After Luo Feng came back, he wanted to reunite with his family in Suxian, so Zhou Lang did not disturb him. This time, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng ordered several sets of detachable castle devices, but there was no space to place them for the time being, so Zhou Lang was not in a hurry. After returning to the villa, Zhou Lang explained everything to Tanya, then went into the bedroom and went directly into the killing field. However, this time Zhou Lang did not walk directly into the passage, but sat down in the hall of the killing field. The next moment, a large screen appeared in front of Zhou Lang, displaying various introductions about the decisive battle space. Zhou Lang skipped over them one by one, and then the information on the screen changed to the star ratings and strength introductions of various opponents.
Zhou Lang clicks to register. What's a good name?
He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and made a decision.
God Devourer. Click submit. This is Zhou Lang's first time participating in the decisive battle space, so there is no star rating.
In the decisive battle space, everyone is divided into 10 levels, no rating, 1 star to 9 stars. Instead of embarrassing himself by challenging those with high star ratings, he sent out challenge invitations to opponents with no ratings. Soon, Zhou Lang's challenge was accepted. Disappear and reappear. Zhou Lang's figure appeared in the hall again, then quickly disappeared, and then appeared again. After just 3 times, Zhou Lang's rating had become 1 star. In the killing field, you need to set your own genes, but it is not necessary in the decisive battle space. In the decisive battle space, all of Zhou Lang's real strength can be reproduced, and even the shattered light glass ring can be used. He was once again amazed at the power of the virtual universe, but did not waste time and continued to challenge. This time, the opponent Zhou Lang invited was upgraded to 2 stars. Although there will still be rejections, there will also be acceptances. After 10 battles against 2-star players, Zhou Lang won all the games again and his star rank was upgraded to 2 stars.
Next is the invitation to 3 stars, and then to 4 stars.
Zhou Lang's 100-fold genes, quadruple light field, triple fire field, plus the matching secret techniques.
Among the planetary level, even at the 9th level, most opponents cannot even make Zhou Lang use a second move.
Not to mention that the person he initially invited to fight could only be a 1st level planetary level. Only after reaching 5 stars can you challenge the 9th level planetary level. Every time your star rating is upgraded, the number of wins you want to achieve next time will become larger and larger. In the 10 days after returning to Earth, Zhou Lang was immersed in the killing field combat space and did not even leave once. His opponent has become a planetary level 9, and a planetary level 9 with an 8-star combat space. However, Zhou Lang still maintains an undefeated record.
So strong. In front of Zhou Lang, a 3-meter-tall woman with grayish-blue skin looked at him in disbelief and her body collapsed with a loud bang. Finally, it reached 9 stars. Seeing his star rating rising again, Zhou Lang smiled. However, Zhou Lang didn't know. In a corner of the virtual universe, Manhwa, a man with green skin and wrinkles on his face, was watching the video playing on the screen in front of him with great excitement. 100-fold genes, triple flame field, quadruple light field, power at least 20 times, and most importantly, 1st level star. Manhwa knew in her heart that her chance to gain a large number of points had come. Come here. Ding ding ding.
Manhwa just opened her mouth and was about to call someone to contact Zhou Lang, but the next moment, a red light flashed in the space. A virtual female figure appeared before my eyes. Immortal Manhwa, I am the company's artificial intelligence, number 4396, and I am here to announce to you the company's position adjustment decision. Your position in the Qianwu Universe Company branch has been terminated, and someone will take you to the initial universe in 3 months. You will need to spend the next 3,000 years in the original universe, and from now on, you will not be able to send any information to the outside world, whether in the virtual universe or in reality. Otherwise, the company will regard you as a traitor to humanity. Do you have any objections to the company's decision? The tone of the artificial intelligence was as calm as water, and Manhwa was stunned for a moment.
What did I do? And go to the initial universe? Is this a good thing? Madman. Is it because of this God-Eater? Manhwa quickly figured out the whole story. I have no objection.
Manhwa said. The artificial intelligence's eyes flickered slightly and then disappeared in front of him.
What a lucky guy. We should be able to meet in the initial universe soon, right?
Manhwa looked at the video she had just watched, and as expected, the video had been cleared. But Manhwa didn't care, she just smiled and shook her head.
Certainly. At this time, Zhou Lang knew nothing about this.
After 10 consecutive days of challenges, he finally raised his star level to 9 stars. Zhou Lang plans to temporarily exit the virtual universe and have a good rest for 2 days.
However, when he left the killing field and prepared to exit the virtual universe, he found that although he disappeared on the Black Dragon Island, he did not really leave the virtual universe. Instead, he came to another space. A young man who was about the same height as an Earthling and looked to be about 17 or 18 years old was greeting Zhou Lang with a smile. Hello, little one. This is a pure white room with almost no furnishings except a few simple tables and chairs. The other party greeted Zhou Lang with a smile and then sat down on the chair. Let me introduce myself. You can call me Marquis of Lightflame. I was sent by the Virtual Universe Company to meet you. Meeting Lord Guangyan.
When Zhou Lang heard the other party's introduction, his eyes narrowed slightly and he saluted respectfully. Ho is one of the levels of immortal gods. Zhou Lang's teacher Hu Yanbo was barely granted the title of Marquis, but because he did not have an immortal body, he was unable to obtain an official title. The Marquis Guanyan in front of him obviously obtained the title of king by his own strength and was definitely not a canonized king like the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Zhou Lang knew in his heart that his performance in the killing field would inevitably attract attention. Originally, he wanted to attract Manhwa's attention, but he didn't expect that the virtual universe company would send someone to find him directly.
Don't be shy, come and sit down.
When Guan Yanho saw Zhou Lang saluting, he nodded slightly and motioned him to sit on the chair in front of him.
Zhou Lang walked forward and sat down. The virtual universe company values your abilities and is planning to recruit you into the company's core team. This is the salary the company is offering. You can take a look. As Guan Yanho spoke, he opened a projection in his intelligent brain and presented it to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang glanced at the projection and quickly saw the three most core conditions. 1. Enter the company's apocalyptic core. 2. 1 Hunyuan unit bonus. 3,100 points. Only the company's most elite talents can join the Doomsday Core, and the Hunyuan unit is the highest currency unit.
In the Black Dragon Mountain Empire where you are, the official exchange rate is 1,000 Black Dragon coins equal to 1 Qianwu coin, and 3,300 Qianwu coins equal to 1 universe coin. In other words, a total of 1 trillion universe coins are needed to exchange for 1 Hunyuan unit. Of course, the official exchange rate is limited to exchanges from high to low. Exchanges from low to high can only be made on the black market, and the price will only be higher. This means that the reward of 1 Hunyuan unit can be exchanged for 1 trillion universe coins, or 330 trillion Qianwu coins, or 330 quadrillion Black Dragon coins. Marquis Guanyan explained to Zhou Lang with a smile on his face. Zhou Lang had read the original novel in his previous life, so he naturally understood the value of this reward. For him now, this is definitely a huge sum of money. However, Zhou Lang still shook his head and refused. Lord Guanyanho, the genius competition is about to begin, and I want to participate in it. Oh, after hearing this, Guanyanho was not disappointed, but the smile on his face became even more intense. Good, ambitious. Guanyanho stood up with a smile and patted Zhou Lang's shoulder. Actually, not only did the company ask me to come this time, but a big shot also asked me to meet you. He wants you to participate in the genius competition, and your own request is even better. As Guanyanho spoke, he looked Zhou Lang up and down. Zhou Lang, you don't have a teacher, right? I became a disciple of a deceased immortal on my home planet and became his registered disciple. Zhou Lang answered, feeling a little bitter in his heart. He had originally planned to leave Earth with Luo Feng after dealing with the golden-horned beast in Newland Mountain to avoid being discovered about the Earth's peculiarities. But now it seems that even the battle of geniuses is still some time away, and the virtual universe company has actually discovered me first. Fortunately, despite his exceptional talent, it was not enough for the great axe to explore the Earth. Hong must be suppressed. He's so old, and still dating. How shameless. Zhou Lang responded to Guan Yanho while making a decision. Hu Yanba, what a pity for this kid. Besides, your talent as a spiritualist is not bad. Why isn't he your personal disciple? A hint of doubt flashed in Guan Yanho's eyes. Is Hu Yanba's vision so high, or is his injury so severe that he can't even leave the conditions to accept a disciple? Zhou Lang smiled slightly and didn't say much, and Guan Yanho didn't care either. Zhou Lang, in the universe, a strong person's growth process will definitely not rely on only one teacher. The great man I just mentioned wants to see you. Come with me and don't resist. Guan Yanho said this, placing his right hand gently on Zhou Lang's shoulder. The space before their eyes changed instantly, and the next moment, they appeared in a hall. Inside the spacious hall, there was only one figure sitting on a throne. He was wearing a green robe, had a handsome face, purple scales covering his head, and a faint smile on his face. Although he was sitting on the throne, he seemed to have nothing to do with the entire time and space. Teacher, this is Zhou Lang. Marquis Guanyan bowed slightly and saluted respectfully to the figure on the throne. Zhou Lang greets His Excellency. Zhou Lang was shocked and saluted hurriedly. Zhou Lang, hundredfold genes, triple flame domain, quadruple light domain, whether it's talent or strength, you've performed well. The figure on the throne walked slowly to Zhou Lang with a smile. You can directly reject the company's invitation. Can you tell me the reason? My lord, I hope to become a true core through the genius competition. As Zhou Lang spoke, the figure's smile became more and more obvious. Very good, Zhou Lang. The other party nodded and looked at Zhou Lang with satisfaction. I heard that you only studied under one teacher, Hu Yanba. Teacher, please accept me as your disciple. When Zhou Lang heard the other party's words, combined with Guan Yanho's previous hints, he understood the other party's intentions. So, after the other party finished speaking, Zhou Lang knelt down directly. This is also the basic procedure for strong people in the universe to recruit disciples. If a strong person asks a promising talent whether he is willing to become his disciple, and the other person already has a more powerful teacher, or simply does not want to become his disciple, then the strong person will lose face. Therefore, usually the genius is hinted at first, and then the genius takes the initiative to ask to be a disciple. Good. The figure nodded with satisfaction. Remember, my name is Zhou Jin. However, if you want to become my personal disciple,
disciple, there is still some gap. I can only accept you as a nominal disciple. Soon, the Universe Genius competition will begin. If you can get first place in the Genius competition, then you can become my direct disciple. Yes, thank you, teacher. Zhou Lang agreed immediately, but he did not show any surprise at Zhou Jian's identity. He wore a green robe, purple scales on his head, and hoped that Zhou Lang would participate in the Genius battle. He was also called Venerable by Guanyan Ho. This is obviously the Nine Swords Master who presided over the Battle of Geniuses in the original novel. I currently have 4 direct disciples and 17 registered disciples, but only 3 are still alive. He is your 4th senior brother. Zhou Jian sat on the throne, pointed at Guanyan Ho, and introduced him to Zhou Lang. Junior brother, from now on, we are family. After the Nine Swords Venerable introduced the Marquis of Guanyan, the other party greeted Zhou Lang with a smile. Hello, senior brother. Guanyan is good at light and fire. If you encounter any problems in your cultivation in the future, you can always ask him for advice. After the Nine Swords Master finished speaking, he paused for a moment and continued, you have only just reached the planetary level. If you want to participate in the Genius battle, you must be at the stellar level. How about this? I will give you 10 million primordial units as funds to purchase resources. As for the secret method, do you want to use light time or flame space? The Nine Swords Master looked at Zhou Lang, waiting for his answer. Teacher, I want to go to the light time. Zhou Lang answered without hesitation. The fire element is only a reward from the system, but he himself is a special life form of the time element, so walking along the light time is obviously the most suitable choice. Oh, in that case, then this set of Tracing the Light of the Universe can be considered your apprenticeship gift from your master. As the Nine Swords Master spoke, he placed an order in the virtual universe. Ding! Venerable Nine Swords has reserved the secret manual, Tracing the Light of the Universe for you. Please fill in the virtual universe address. Just as the Nine Swords Master placed the order, Zhou Lang's auxiliary computer also received a notification. Since it was a virtual item purchased directly, the delivery location was also in the virtual universe. Zhou Lang directly filled in his address on the Black Dragon Mountain Island. This cosmic light tracing contains a total of 9,267 secret methods. It is a top-notch manual for studying light and time. Your master looks forward to your performance in the Cosmic Genius competition. Yes, thank you, teacher. Zhou Lang respectfully expressed his gratitude to the Nine Swords Master. He knew that these resources were nothing to a venerable, but for Zhou Lang now, they were undoubtedly the best help. I've also increased your permissions within the virtual universe. From now on, you'll be able to search for many secrets. You're also now an external member of the Virtual Universe Company. However, you don't need to be overly concerned with company affairs. Just focus on preparing for the upcoming Genius battle. The Nine Swords Master nodded slightly, then waved to Zhou Lang and Marquis Guanyan, indicating that they could leave. In the future, we should at least get a set of treasures for the teacher, right? We can't just go to the original planet and have to borrow treasures from Luo Feng like in the original book. Before leaving the hall, Zhou Lang thought silently in his heart. Junior brother, this is my communication account. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm online most of the time. After Guanyan Ho sent Zhou Lang back to Black Dragon Mountain, he exchanged contact information with him before leaving. Seeing that the Nine Swords Venerable and the Marquis of Lightflame had joined his friends, Zhou Lang's heart was filled with excitement. Returning to his room on Black Dragon Island, Zhou Lang hurriedly opened the system panel. Mission: join the Magic Academy. Quest reward: Sanctuary level Metal Life. The mission has been completed and the rewards have been issued. Looking at the information on the panel, Zhou Lang smiled. In fact, when the Nine Swords Master mentioned that Zhou Lang joined the Virtual Universe Company, the system had already reacted. However, Zhou Lang didn't care about it at the time. It was not until Guan Yanho left that he had time to check the system. Please check your new tasks. Sure enough, after completing the task of joining the Magic Academy, the system quickly updated the new task. Mission: win first place in the college competition. Quest reward: random divine beast clone. Mission description: the protagonist of the original novel was provoked by the clown and had no choice but to go on stage. But now that the host has come to the Coiling Dragon world, how can he not experience the treatment of the first place student in the grade competition and live in a separate dormitory? Looking at the latest released tasks, Zhou Lang had a lot of complaints in his heart but nowhere to vent them. Grade competition? I think this is clearly a battle of geniuses, right? Zhou Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes, then directly closed the system panel. However, he was already looking forward to taking first place in the upcoming Genius competition and was determined to win it. In the devouring universe, what's the most important thing? The clone. Even the Lord of the Universe attaches great importance to clones. After all, as long as there are clones alive, they can be resurrected by consuming resources, which is really cost-effective. After calming down, Zhou Lang received the secret book not long after. An entire delivery truck the size of a truck was filled with the secret book of Zhoguang Trace. Each book is approximately 70 centimeters long, 30 centimeters high, and 40 centimeters wide.
wide. There are a huge number of them, but fortunately there is storage space in the virtual universe. Otherwise, Zhou Lang would not be able to store these secret books in the rented room. After putting away the rest of the books, Zhou Lang opened the first one. There are a total of 9,267 secret techniques in the cosmic light tracing technique. If one can fully master these techniques, one will be able to traverse the universe unhindered. When you open the book, the handwriting that comes into view is as deep as an engraving. In Zhou Lang's view, these words are like sharp swords. So powerful. After a while, Zhou Lang came back to his senses and turned to the second page. There are only 3 sword marks on the second page. These 3 sword marks are not in the same row, and there is no pattern at all, as if they were carved randomly. However, the moment he saw the 3 sword marks, he seemed to see the interweaving of time and light. Light and time can be used in this way? And I didn't know I was so lacking in light? Time is fascinating. There are only 3 sword marks on the second page. When Zhou Lang came to his senses again, he realized that 3 days had passed. So, can time be used in this way? A gleam of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Ha! Luo Feng actually called me several times? Zhou Lang opened the contact list and saw the videos Luo Feng had sent him many times. He had turned off communications before studying the traces of cosmic light, so he didn't see it until now. Lungzi, you finally replied. Why didn't you answer the video? I went to your house to look for you, and Tanya also said that you asked no one to disturb you. Zhou Lang quickly called back and Luo Feng quickly connected the video. The background should be the hall of the killing ground. I have some opportunities these days. When you log off, come directly to my villa and we can have a good chat. Zhou Lang had a smile on his face. The traces of cosmic light answered many of his questions about light and time during this period. If he wants to gain more insights, he needs more experiences. Of course, before that, improving strength is the most important thing. 10 million Hunyuan units. This is equivalent to 3.3 trillion Xianwu coins. It is even richer than the legacy Hu Yanba left to Luo Feng. There is no need to worry about Newland Mountain at all. Next up is the golden horned beast. Anyone who dares to show up will be caught and possessed. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang directly exited the virtual universe. As soon as Zhou Lang exited the virtual universe, Luo Feng came to his villa. The installation location for the castle has been selected. You can go and take a look when you have time. If you are satisfied with the environment, you can install it directly. As soon as he entered the living room, Luo Feng started hurriedly before he even sat down. Don't worry about this. Zhou Lang waved his hand and then said, let's set off today and go to Qiulong Star again. Going to Qiulong Star again? What are you going to do? Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. All the items that needed to be purchased in a short period of time had been purchased last time. What else was necessary? Go and buy the ownership of the earth. What? As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, before Luo Feng could respond, Babata jumped out hurriedly. Do you know how much it would cost to buy the entire earth? Based on the value of the earth, full ownership could cost trillions of black dragon coins. Luo Feng is still a long way from being a stellar powerhouse, so we simply can't afford it. Babata excitedly preached to Zhou Lang, but the next moment, he saw the projection Zhou Lang opened and instantly shut up. 10 million Hun Yuan? Babata, what currency unit is this? Luo Feng stared at the projection curiously, and what came into view was the account interface of Universe Galaxy Bank. He also had an account at Galaxy Bank, but the currency unit of his account was Black Dragon Coin, while Zhou Lang's was Hun Yuan unit, which he had never heard of. Thousands, tens of millions of Hun Yuan? Babata felt that he might be a little dizzy. Could it be that intelligent life could also be dizzy? Zhou Lang, you killed an immortal? When Babata saw Zhou Lang's account balance, an incredible idea emerged in his mind. Tens of millions of Hun Yuan, even when its owner was alive, the total assets might only be within this range? This is the total assets, not the funds. As a planetary level being, Zhou Lang actually possesses such a huge amount of assets. It's not too outrageous for him to kill an immortal, right? Why don't you tell me that I acquired the Universe Galaxy Bank? Zhou Lang rolled his eyes at Babata. It turned out that the brains of intelligent beings love association. Well, I was at the killing field. Then, Zhou Lang briefly explained to Luo Feng his apprenticeship to the Nine Swords Master. So, you still haven't told me what currency unit Hun Yuan is? After listening to this, Luo Feng was still curious about Hun Yuan's currency unit. The Hun Yuan unit is the highest level currency unit in the universe. 1 Hun Yuan is equal to 1 trillion universe coins, and 1 universe coin is equal to 3,300 Xianwu coins. You can convert the others yourself, Babata explained. After listening to it, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang with a different look. Stop. I'll give you a Hun Yuan. When we get to Qiulong Star, you can buy whatever you want. Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang with a somewhat uncomfortable look and spoke quickly. With enough money, it is natural to buy ownership of the earth as soon as possible. In addition, we can also purchase more cosmic level slaves, and the problems in Newland Mountain can be easily solved by then. If all else fails, Zhou Lang can still seek help from Guangyanho, the true immortal marquis, who is more than qualified for a cosmic-level family. The Hailanshan X-81 spacecraft flew away from the Earth again and headed towards the Cholong star. With enough Hunyuan units, Zhou Lang began to make large purchases in the virtual universe. I've devoured the flesh and blood of some monsters on Earth before, but the effect wasn't significant. I hope the flesh and blood of these races in the universe can be of some help. Looking at the list of various flesh and blood genetic materials in front of him, Zhou Lang finally decided to buy them. In total, he purchased the flesh and blood or body parts of 197 species, spending more than 40 million cosmic coins. The most expensive one was a drop of blood from a special creature with 100 times more genes, which cost Zhou Lang 12.7 Hunyuan units. Just like the golden horned beast, devouring the evolutionary gene multipliers requires a large amount of flesh and blood. Let's try out which of these has the best value for money first and then place a batch order later. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang closed the page and then began to choose the planetary defense system. In the original novel, apart from the moment when the human leaders discovered the peculiarities of Earth, only Newland Mountain experienced a crisis. In that case, for now, a domain lord level planetary defense system is sufficient. TSK, that's really expensive. A complete domain lord level planetary defense system costs 0.28 Hunyuan units? Although Zhou Lang felt emotional, he still chose to place an order. Zhou Lang then found the slave trader's contact information and placed an order for 10 universe level 7 slaves, 10 each of psychics and warriors. Psychics were slightly more expensive, costing 3 billion universe coins each, while warriors were 10. As a bonus, he also received 20 universe level first level warriors and 20 universe level first level psychics. The slave trader, thrilled by Zhou Lang's news, thought to himself that his original decision had been a success. Zhou Lang was clearly the scion of a powerful family. Soon, he had purchased universe level slaves. If this major client proved successful, future bonuses would be a sure thing. After preparing everything, Zhou Lang immersed himself in studying Zhou Guangsuan. Guan Yin Ho, the immortal marquis who was always available to answer his questions, allowed him to study without any worries. For the next few days, Zhou Lang didn't even leave the virtual universe. When he set foot on Cholong Star again, he and Luo Feng headed straight to the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's office. After giving the responsible staff a small tip, Zhou Lang spent 3 trillion and successfully purchased ownership of Earth, becoming its lord. Originally, Zhou Lang had intended to sever his ties with Earth before participating in the Genius Tournament. However, he hadn't anticipated being suddenly accepted as a disciple by the Nine Swords Master. While he was only a nominal disciple for now, the title of Genius Tournament champion was a prestigious one. Zhou Lang had to strive for the system's reward. Based on the system's previous rewards, the Divine Beast clones would undoubtedly be divine beasts from the Panlong universe, at the very least, special life forms. In the Devouring Star universe, clones represent both combat power and survival, especially those of special life forms, which were crucial to Zhou Lang. Alright, you can wander around freely. I'll go buy some other things, and then we'll go to White Orchid Star. Zhou Lang instructed Luo Feng after leaving the Imperial office, and the two separated. Zhou Lang no longer lacked weapons and force armor. The Red Flame Spear and Black Nightmare armor, a system reward, were sufficient for the time being, but he understood that he needed to carefully select intelligent life forms. Master, please give me a name. In the virtual universe, a 3-inch tall little guy with transparent wings, long green hair, and who looked like an elf sat on Zhou Lang's shoulder and spoke in a clear voice. From now on, your name will be Zhou Ling. Zhou Lang looked at this intelligent life, nodded with satisfaction, and then spoke. The intelligent life forms that can be sold are of the lowest level, and the price is 100 million cosmic coins, which is not negotiable. As for the extent to which intelligent life can evolve in the future, it depends on the ability and luck of the owner. If it is exposed to more information, over a long period of time, it may be able to evolve into a higher intelligent life form like Babata. As long as you have a mechanical heart, you can start practicing. Okay, master. From now on, I will be called Zhou Ling. Compared to Babata, Zhou Ling's intelligence is indeed somewhat lacking, but at least it is much more powerful than the auxiliary optical computer that Zhou Lang used before. Zhou Ling, from now on, collect all the information I have permission to access. Yes, master. After Zhou Lang issued the first command, he exited the virtual universe. In a square, Zhou Lang found Luo Feng, and the two went to the slave trader together to complete the handover of the slaves. Dozens of cosmic-level slaves are enough to rule over dozens of galaxies. Nothing happened on the way back. After arriving at Bailan Star, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng received the purchased domain lord-level planetary defenses in flesh and blood and other items, and ended their second journey in the universe. You bought a large number of bearer accounts again? The next moment, outside the Earth, Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng with some curiosity. That's right. Now the Earth is in your name, so there's no need to worry about being suddenly enslaved. Luo Feng nodded with a smile on his face. When Luo Feng first entered the universe and saw the scene of the slave market, his mentality had already changed. But no matter what, the improvement of strength must must go through a process, and Luo Feng's strength cannot increase suddenly. Therefore, how to protect the earth became a concern for Luo Feng. Fortunately, Zhou Lang was lucky enough to become a disciple of a big shot and had enough funds to buy the earth. With the legal constraints of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, slave traders naturally dare not attack the earth. In this way, Luo Feng's previous worries about his family and friends being captured by slave traders and the people of Earth becoming slaves for generations would not happen.
That's true. I hadn't thought of that yet. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhou Lang nodded slightly.
But we still need to be careful. After leaving Earth at a planetary level, we must also make a good explanation.
Luo Feng, what do you think of leaving only China on Earth? Are you going to kill everyone else?
Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng stared at him in astonishment.
Am I that cruel? Zhou Lang responded with a dark look on his face. Just kidding, just kidding.
Seeing Zhou Lang clenching his fists, Luo Feng quickly waved his hands. At this time, the spaceship landed in the military residential area, and Luo Feng hurriedly got off the spaceship.
What I'm thinking of is buying a few planets with life and relocating the populations of other countries on Earth. Of course, those in China who want to leave can also leave. What do you think? Zhou Lang walked down from the spaceship and expressed his thoughts. Wanderer, what do you think of the Earth? Just do as you say. Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang with some doubts, remembering Zhou Lang's original opinion on the Earth, and finally nodded. Okay, I'll tell Elder Jia about this.
I'll have to trouble you to go to Qilong Star again later. Elder Jia and Zhu Shi can also apply for the
identity of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire first. The subsequent matters will be left to Elder Jia to handle. I will transfer the money to him. Wow, you're going to be a hands-off boss, you prodigal?
You're the Lord of the Earth. Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang exaggeratedly, but Zhou Lang just gave him the middle finger and left.
Babada, why do I feel like I'm working for the prodigal son?
Looking at Zhou Lang's back with the cosmic level slaves, Luo Feng scratched his head.
Working? A salary of 1 Hunyuan unit? How can there be such a good job? Babada looked at Luo Feng in surprise. Luo Feng, get along well with Zhou Lang.
Your teacher's revenge in the future will depend on Zhou Lang. Babada said this with a serious look on his face, but Luo Feng frowned slightly.
The relationship between me and the prodigal son doesn't need to be so deliberate. Luo Feng didn't really like Babada's opinion of his relationship with Zhou Lang.
Luo Feng believed they had been close friends since their freshman year of high school. Their bond remained unchanged over the years.
Babada's approach seemed overly utilitarian. However,
what Zhou Lang had said last time made sense. He and Babada still needed to spend some time together. Some things only needed a brief reminder. There was no need for excessive elaboration. After returning to the villa, Zhou Lang had Zhou Ling send a message to Jia Yi, explaining his intentions.
Jia Yi naturally wouldn't refuse. Zhou Lang then led the Cosmic-class slaves to install the Domain Lord-class planetary defense system.
Zhou Ling was in charge of the control center.
Thanks to the assistance of dozens of cosmic-level experts, installation was extremely swift.
Furthermore, the equipment purchased was modular and assembled, requiring no specialized skills.
In just 3 hours, a Domain Lord-level planetary defense system covering the entire solar system was complete. Ding ding ding.
Master, planetary life forms have been discovered in the Pacific Ocean, and they are not from Earth.
As soon as the planet's defense system was completed, Zhou Ling issued a prompt. Oh, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. The Pacific Ocean, planetary scale. Isn't this the golden horned beast? Xiao Ling, lock onto the location of the living being.
Zhou Lang, floating in the atmosphere, gave the order and then flew towards the Pacific Ocean.
The next moment,
Master, the specific location of the life form has been locked. Along with Zhou Ling's voice, a projection appeared in front of Zhou Lang, showing the distance between him and the golden horned beast.
Master, according to the virtual universe information, there is over a 90% chance that the planetary life form is the golden horned beast, one of the star beasts.
Zhou Lang's authority in the virtual universe far surpassed that of a planetary level. Even Hu Yanba, the master of Babada, couldn't match him in this regard.
During
this time, Zhou Ling had been gathering information. Although he hadn't yet reached his target, he had already analyzed information about the golden horned beast.
It's you.
Hearing Zhou Ling's words, Zhou Lang smiled and sped up again. A few seconds later, Zhou Lang's figure stopped over an area of the Pacific Ocean.
Deep in the Pacific Ocean, a newly born golden horned giant beast is swallowing its eggshell bit by bit.
The next moment, the water surged, and Zhou Lang appeared in front of the golden horned beast and punched it.
Roar! The golden horned beast roared. Just a planetary human, it can be easily solved. But something is wrong. I feel dizzy.
The golden horned beast, which hadn't even finished eating the eggshell, rolled its eyes and fainted.
That's great. Luo Feng can also enter a period of rapid growth.
Looking at the unconscious golden horned beast, Zhou Lang smiled and shook his head, then picked it up and collected all the eggshells.
What? You said you wanted to marry Su Xian as soon as possible? In Zhou Lang's villa, Luo Feng raised his voice and looked at Zhou Lang in confusion. Yes, get married as soon as possible and leave children. Zhou Lang nodded and said seriously. Why? Luo Feng frowned. To be honest, the relationship with Su Xin is going well. Moreover, considering Luo Feng's strength and relationship with Zhou Lang, the Su family did not dare to stop him, and even wanted Su Xin to marry Luo Feng immediately. But obviously, Luo Feng and Su Xin still want to enjoy their relationship, because you will soon cease to be a human being.
With a sly smile on his face, Zhou Lang stood up and led the way towards the helipad.
Golden Horned Beast? Luo Feng was not familiar with the Golden Horned Beast, but Babata recognized it at a glance. The newly born Golden Horned Beast was only tens of meters in size, but Babata still recognized it immediately. Alive, Luo Feng, hurry up, seize its body. Use the Soul Seal secret technique to seize its body. Hurry up. Babata's eyes flashed red as he kept urging Luo Feng. Prodigal, Babata, what do you mean? Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang in confusion, completely unable to understand what was going on. It's very simple. First, you marry Su Xin, leave your bloodline, and then take over this guy's body.
Zhou Lang pointed at the Golden Horned Beast sleeping peacefully and explained.
Take possession of it? Impossible, prodigal son, I can't possibly give up my body. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng quickly shook his head. What a joke. He doesn't want to become a monster. Luo Feng, do you know what you're talking about? This is a giant Golden Horned Beast, capable of reaching the realm master level upon reaching adulthood. If you possess it, your chances of becoming immortal will greatly increase. It's a great immortal spirit, an eternal being. Why would you care so much about your own body? Luo Feng was about to refuse when Babata became unhappy. However, no matter what Babata said, Luo Feng kept shaking his head. Crazy, don't worry.
Zhou Lang, who had read the original novel, naturally understood how much Luo Feng valued his body. The Golden Horned Beast possesses the innate magical power to give birth to clones. When the time comes, you will possess the Golden Horned Beast and then use your earthling body to give birth to a clone.
There are clones?
As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Babata became even more excited and urged Luo Feng again.
Quick, Luo Feng, quick, seize the body. Can it conceive an earthling's body? Luo Feng was stunned when he heard Zhou Lang's words. I need to discuss this matter with Su Xin.
No problem, I'll keep watching this guy, but I have to tell you about this lunatic too. Zhou Lang nodded, but he felt a little dissatisfied in his heart.
After all, the current Luo Feng had not experienced everything in the original book. Therefore, he gave people the impression that he was a little hesitant. In the universe, strength is everything. You've seen the cruelty of survival in the universe. Even cosmic-level beings can become slaves, let alone Earth. I'm here now, but what about in the future? What if Earth is targeted by a more powerful being? Madman, we have already contacted the universe and allowed Earth to integrate into it. It is our responsibility to ensure Earth's survival in the universe. After Zhou Lang finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Luo Feng. Luo Feng was also stunned for a moment, then nodded and left absent-mindedly. Looking at Luo Feng's leaving back, Zhou Lang shook his head slightly. As expected, character and experience are closely linked. Luo Feng's character now is far different from that in the original novel.
But then again, in the original novel, Luo Feng had just separated from the Fire Hammer Squad.
I hope Luo Feng can figure it out. Zhou Lang sighed inwardly.
The Golden Horned Beast next to him twitched its eyelids slightly and was about to wake up. Zhou Lang casually slapped the Golden Horned Beast on the head. The Golden Horned Beast fell into a deep sleep again. It was not until the next day that Luo Feng found Zhou Lang again and brought the wedding invitation for himself and Su Xin. The wedding date was set for 3 days later, and Jia Yi was invited to be the witness. The timing for taking over the body of the Golden Horned Beast is set after Luo Feng's child is born. Xiaoling, start looking for the resources needed for the Golden Horned Beast to evolve to the stellar level.
Place the order directly, and set the delivery address on Bailan Star. After Luo Feng confirmed, Zhou Lang gave Zhou Ling the order without hesitation.
If a Golden Horned Beast swallows its eggshell after birth, it can evolve to star level within a year. If it swallows some metal, the evolution time will be greatly shortened. As one of the most powerful men on Earth, Luo Feng's wedding was a grand affair.
Besides Luo Feng's family, the Su family was the happiest.
Becoming in-laws with Luo Feng was undoubtedly a huge boost for the entire Su family.
After Luo Feng's wedding, he and Su Xin were busy enjoying a sweet honeymoon while also anticipating the birth of their child. As for the Golden Horned Beast, Zhou Lang directly handed it over to a cosmic-level slave to take care of it.
If the Golden Horned Beast showed any signs of waking up, he would slap it to ensure it remained unconscious and avoid any further trouble.
Zhou Lang returned to his castle.
Xiaoling, turn off all communications. He sat in the secret room, ordered Zhou Ling to turn off all communications, and then took out a test tube from the space ring.
Inside the test tube, a drop of sky blue blood emitted a faint glow.
The blood of a sea dragon beast, a creature with 100-fold genetic
power. I wonder if it will be effective in increasing my genetic power.
Zhou Lang stared at the test tube in his hand and then opened his mouth. A powerful suction force surged out, and the blood in the test tube was instantly swallowed up by Zhou Lang. In the empty prokaryotic space, the test tube appeared out of thin air and then shattered. Talent, God Eater. Zhou Lang activated his innate ability.
In an instant, a dark dark vortex appeared under the blood drop in the pronuclear space, continuously pulling the blood drop. The blood droplets gradually fell into the vortex. The genetic material contained within them began to be analyzed by Zhou Lang's innate abilities, and used genes were eliminated, while those that could enhance Zhou Lang's genes were rapidly replicated. Zhou Lang's body then began to replicate these genes in large quantities, until they were eventually spread throughout his body. Zhou Lang's body began to make noises, as if there were little mice moving back and forth under his skin. Waste genetic material is excreted through the pores, and new, more powerful genetic material is developed in the body. It took Zhou Lang 3 hours to completely absorb a drop of blood. He opened his eyes, and the energy in his body surged, cleaning out the waste genes discharged from his body, and then he opened the system panel. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 18. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction. Gene multiple, 101 times. Level, planetary level 2. Affinity with the laws. Time, light, fire. Rule affinity, none. Realm, 4th level of light realm, 3rd level of flame realm. Innate magical power, God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huayin. Click to view detailed introduction. Time stand still. Click to view detailed information. The gene multiplier has doubled? Seeing the data on the system panel, Zhou Lang raised his brows slightly. Although it seems to be only a one-fold improvement, it is definitely something that countless people in the universe envy. And then see how much the other creatures can improve. Zhou Lang did not end his retreat and continued to devour feathers, scales, blood. He purchased a vast amount of biological debris. Apart from the most expensive special blood with 100 times the gene, the other prices are not expensive. With the support of Zhou Lang's strong financial strength, the space ring was filled with various biological remains. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months, 2.5 months had passed when Zhou Lang left the castle again. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 18. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction. Gene multiples, 175 times. Level, planetary level 2. Affinity with the laws. Time, light, fire. Rule affinity, none. Realm, 4th level of light realm, 3rd level of flame realm. Innate magical power, God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huayin. Click to view detailed introduction. Time stand still. Click to view detailed information. Devourage increases gene multipliers. Quality is important, but quantity is even more crucial. Humans and bananas have similar genes. Only when the number reaches a certain level can more genetic blueprints be obtained, and the gene multiplier will also increase accordingly. Zhou Lang's figure was flying in the air, recalling the results of his devouring during this period in his mind. When it comes to his innate secrets, the top priority is variety, followed by quality, and finally quantity. Xiaoling, help me search for all biological remains with a genetic multiple of less than 10. Each species only needs a minimum share, and each species will only purchase one. Yes, master. Zhou Lang flew towards Yian district and gave instructions to Xiaoling at the same time. Now that he knew how to devour with maximum efficiency, he no longer wasted time. Before the genius battle, increased the gene multiplier to 500 times. He landed in the military family community, having already made his decision. Hey, lunatic, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why aren't you acting like a human anymore? Putting aside his thoughts, Zhou Lang looked at the huge golden-horned beast that was constantly devouring metal in the open space in front of him. In other words, it was the golden-horned giant beast that was possessed by Luo Feng. Before that, Zhou Lang had just devoured the last piece of biological debris when Zhou Ling reported Luo Feng's situation to him. 3 days ago, Luo Feng left a message to Zhou Lang, saying that he was preparing to take over the body of the golden-horned beast. Su Xian has been diagnosed with being pregnant with twins. Since he already had offspring, Luo Feng didn't plan to waste any more time. After several cosmic-level slaves beat the golden-horned beast to death, Luo Feng directly began to take over its body. In the original novel, Luo Feng encountered many dangers when he took over another's body because he was only at the planetary level at that time, while the golden-horned beast was already at the stellar level. Now, Luo Feng and the golden-horned beast are both planetary level, and the golden-horned beast is already dying. In addition, Luo Feng still has the soul seal. There were no accidents during the process of taking over the body. At this time, the metals that Luo Feng swallowed were all prepared by Zhou Lang before. Longzi, are you out of confinement? Luo Feng was stunned for a moment, and a hint of excitement flashed in his cold golden eyes. Come on, prodigal, let's practice together. Luo Feng's tone was filled with excitement. Only after taking over the body of the golden-horned beast did Luo Feng truly realize how powerful it was. So, the moment he saw Zhou Lang, he extended the invitation without hesitation. Zhou Lang naturally would not refuse Luo Feng's friendly proposal. In just 5 minutes, Luo Feng, who had taken over the body of the golden-horned beast, began to doubt his life. Luo Feng, I've said it before, even if you took over the body of the golden-horned beast, you would definitely not be a match for Zhou Lang. Babada's voice echoed in Luo Feng's mind, and he had to nod to admit it. Babada, what's going on with the prodigal son? How could this guy be even stronger stronger than a golden horned beast of the same level. Luo Feng originally thought that the golden horned beast was already quite powerful, but he realized it only after fighting with Zhou Lang. To ordinary people, the golden horned beast is indeed powerful, but it is obvious that Zhou Lang is not an ordinary person. In a simple contest of strength, I actually lost, but now I am a golden horned monster. Luo Feng couldn't help but think of the power of Zhou Lang's punch just now. Zhou Lang's fist is 100 times weaker than the front claws of his current golden horned beast. However, despite the huge difference in size, the final result was that his front paws exploded and he couldn't even take Zhou Lang's punch. The following battle was unilaterally suppressed by the opponent. I'm not sure. Although Zhou Lang looks exactly like a human on Earth, I actually suspect he's not human at all. He may just be a new species of creature. The universe is so vast that any kind of life form is possible. Babata said with emotion that he had witnessed the tragic scene in which Luo Feng was beaten just now. However, fortunately, Luo Feng has now taken over the body of the golden horned beast, and becoming the master of the realm in the future is a foregone conclusion. The possibility of becoming immortal is also quite high. With Zhou Lang's help, you may be stronger than the master in the future. Master, your hatred will definitely be avenged, but it's a pity that we will never see you again. Babata has already given up the idea of taking revenge through Zhou Lang. Luo Feng, who has taken over the body of the golden horned beast, is now qualified to avenge Huyan Bo. Babata's mood also became much more relaxed. This time, Zhou Lang came out of seclusion mainly to visit Luo Feng, who had taken over the body of the golden horned beast. Afterwards, Zhou Lang went to find Jia Yi. Before this, Jia Yi had already traveled to Qiulong Star alone once. Originally, Luo Feng planned to go with Jia Yi, but in order to make Su Xian pregnant as soon as possible and thus take over the body of the golden horned beast, Jia Yi was finally accompanied by 2 cosmic-level slaves to Qiulong Star to apply for an identity. This time, Zhou Lang went to find Jia Yi to clean out the termites inside the earth. For example, Li Yao and others in the original work. At the same time, there are plans to purchase life planets to allow people from other countries to immigrate. After Zhou Lang left Jia Yi's villa, a vigorous cleansing operation was launched on the earth. With Zhou Ling around, criminals who leave traces have nowhere to hide. As for resistance, Jia Yi had already arranged his men and brought star-level slaves to the scene to capture the prisoners. The whole earth. Currently, only Zhou Lang and Luo Feng have the ability to fight against star-level slaves. Hong and Lei Shen will undoubtedly be dead when facing the star level. Jia Yi also did not hide anything. Any evidence Zhou Ling found would be immediately made public on the internet. After being captured, they were all publicly executed. Many organizations collapsed due to the loss of their top combat power, but the people cheered. Then, Jia Yi summoned the leaders of the remaining organizations. Together they went to China to discuss matters of alien immigration. After hearing the conditions proposed by Jia Yi, most organizations, no objection. Everyone understands. In the future, the Earth will belong to China. Even if you stay, you will just be dependent on others. Leave the Earth, you can also get a life planet. Even the environment is better than the Earth. There will also be a startup capital and a stellar-level slave. Such favorable conditions. Many organizations are eager to agree immediately. But, however, Jia Yi asked them to mobilize ordinary members of the organization after returning. After all, if only the top members of the organization were to leave, there is no substantial change to the Earth in China. In response to this, many organization leaders said that there was absolutely no problem. New planet will belong entirely to their respective organizations. As long as the benefits are in place, a large number of people will definitely leave. However, only Hong and Lei Shen, the former number 1 and number 2 masters of the Earth, never made any statement. Brother Hong, why do you think Huaxia is so eager to send others away, even going so far as to offer such generous conditions? After the meeting, Lei Shen and Hong came to Hongning Base City together. Thor spoke with a puzzled look on his face. There must be something on Earth that Zhou Lang and Luo Feng value. Besides, this is my homeland after all, and it's hard to leave my homeland. Hong sighed. Regarding the secrets that Zhou Lang and Luo Feng valued, he didn't intend to pry. But the Earth is home. If we are really forced to migrate to the stars, he was still filled with reluctance. Yes, my hometown. Hong's words made the thunder god nod slightly. Hong himself is Chinese, and Lei Shen also has Chinese ancestry. Both of them were influenced by Chinese culture. His love for his homeland is no less than that of other Chinese people. Go talk to Zhou Lang or Luo Feng. If it is really forced immigration, we will agree to it. If it weren't for forced immigration, from now on, the extreme martial arts school will be incorporated into Huaxia. After a while, Hong finally spoke. Thor also nodded slightly. Okay, then the same goes for my Thunder and Lightning martial arts school. After making the decision, Hong and the Thunder God no longer delay. Fly towards Yayan district. At this time, Zhou Lang was also in the military family community. This trip also marked the first time that Hong and Lei Shen saw Luo Feng, who had taken over the body of the golden horned beast. This was also their first exposure to the true cultivation methods in the universe. It turns out that cultivation can actually take over other lives. After learning about Hong and Leishan's purpose, Zhou Lang also promised, as long as you abide by Chinese laws, all can stay on earth, whether it is Hong or Thunder God. During the period of Great Nirvana, they are all truly strong people who lead the entire human race forward. Zhou Lang is not really that heartless. The favorable immigration conditions given, it is also Zhou Lang's special treatment to many warriors. After all, whether it is for making money or other purposes, as long as you are killing monsters, that is contributing to the survival of human beings on Earth. Even in the original novel, at the last moment, he was able to sacrifice himself for humanity. Some are heroes in themselves. Therefore, if they abandon their organization and stay on Earth, Zhou Lang would definitely not object. After all, the real evildoers, they have all been arrested and executed according to law. After getting the exact news from Zhou Lang, Hong and Leishan felt relieved. After returning, the two announced that they would give up the management rights of the Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School, hand over the management authority of the martial arts school to China. Jia Yi also came forward to accept it immediately, and give Hong and Leishan corresponding treatment. The Extreme Martial Arts School and the Thunder Martial Arts School belong to Huaxia, but the owner of the museum is still Hong and Leishan. Original. After a large number of organizations returned, prepare vigorously to mobilize ordinary members. However, after seeing Hong and Leishan's actions, the leaders of many organizations stopped mobilization and chose to visit Hong and Leishan. However, no matter who came, Hong and Leishan only said one sentence: it's hard to move from one's hometown. After visiting Hong and Leishan, many leaders began to give up the idea of alien immigration. But they can choose to give up, but those behind them are not going to give up. This is a planet with life as its property. According to the data provided by Jia Yi, the environment, minerals and resources of all planets are far superior to those of the Earth. The leader doesn't want to go? That's easy, just replace the leader and choose a new one. However, the previous leaders were all the most powerful, so using tough measures was obviously unrealistic. So, we can only play the emotional card. The leaders don't want to go, they don't want a new planet with life, but they are eager for it. As a result, a large number of organization leaders who were unwilling to emigrate resigned from their positions and took the opportunity to contact Jia Yi. In response, Jia Yi welcomed all comers. In the blueprint Zhou Lang drew for Jia Yi, the Earth will still need a large number of people to manage it in the future. We can't always rely on slaves, right? The leaders of these organizations have management experience and their cultivation talent is not low. Once we obtain resources in the future, we will definitely be able to improve rapidly. In this way, when Zhou Lang received the list sent by Jia Yi, he found many familiar names: East, Henderson, Sokolov. These heroes who accompanied Luo Feng to death in the original novel all chose to stay. This is not surprising. After all, these people are the most powerful group on Earth and are definitely not fools. The fact that Zhou Lang can provide such favorable conditions proves that there must be even greater benefits on Earth than these conditions. Besides, Zhou Lang can bring cosmic-level slaves now. As long as they keep close to China, they may be able to obtain more resources in the future, even more than what a planet with life can bring. Of course, those who choose to leave are not entirely wrong. After all, who can guarantee that those who stay will definitely gain more benefits? 10 birds in the bush are not as good as 1 bird in the hand. It is truly wise to get the benefits early. When the number of immigrants was determined, Zhou Lang directly ordered a fleet and 100 life planets in the Milky Way in the virtual universe. Immigrants are escorted by cosmic-level slaves. Earth's numerous fleets will not encounter any accidents. Under normal circumstances, there will only be one cosmic-level strongman in a galaxy. Many starships are heading towards the life-bearing planets around the Earth. In a short period of time, the Earth's large organizations quickly integrated the remaining small organizations. By the time of immigration, there were only 7 large organizations in total, and Zhou Lang only approved 7 life planets. After the immigrants left Earth, the entire Earth began a vigorous transformation. The factories were completely demolished and a large-scale greening project was launched. In terms of energy, Zhou Lang continuously transported the resources purchased from other planets to Earth. The entire Earth is changing with each passing day. A month later, Luo Feng also successfully advanced to the star level and began to nurture his own Earthling clone. Zhou Lang, on the other hand, fell into seclusion again. All the cosmic creature debris he ordered has been delivered, and he has entered a state of devouring retreat again. At the same time, he also entered the virtual universe to study the traces of cosmic light. Under the guidance of Guan Yanho, Zhou Lang made rapid progress. Although Zhou Lang's body gene multipliers are constantly increasing, the growth rate of his strength has not slowed down and is still growing at a high speed. As long as he has enough funds, the resources Zhou Lang can purchase are enough to quickly build up his strength to the universe level, domain master level, and even world master level. However, considering that he is about to participate in the cosmic genius battle, Zhou Lang's goal is only the 9th level of the star level.
level. The gene multiplier has increased. Although the nutrient chamber is also improving the cultivation, the speed is still much slower. Zhou Lang walked out of the nutrition cabin. His strength had reached the first level of star level. Xiaoling, start placing orders for the nutrient solution needed to upgrade from the first to the 9th level of the star class.
After the cleanup was completed, Zhou Lang gave orders to Zhou Ling. No problem, brother.
After 1 year of study, Zhou Ling's intelligence improved significantly. Although it cannot be compared with Babata, it is much stronger than at the beginning.
Name, Zhou Lang. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction.
Gene multiples, 368 times.
Level, stellar level 1.
Affinity with the laws, time, light, fire.
Rule affinity, none. Realm, 9th level of light realm, 9th level of flame realm. Innate magical power, God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huaying, click to view detailed introduction. Time stands still, click to view detailed information. My gene multiplier has increased and my talent is also strengthening.
I have benefited greatly from senior brother Guanyan Ho's guidance. I have made great progress this year. Looking at the system panel that only he could see, Zhou Lang showed a satisfied smile on his face. After a year, both the light realm and the fire realm have been elevated to the 9th level.
Looking at the universe, Zhou Lang's progress is quite fast. Even Guanyan Ho was amazed by this.
The biological remains we purchased last time have been consumed, and we need to order a new batch.
Furthermore, this time cannot be repeated. Last time, the number of genes was less than 10 times, so there were too few practical genes.
Walking out of the room, Zhou Lang stretched and at the same time gave Zhou Ling the order to purchase biological remains again. This time, he asked for biological remains with 10 to 30 times the genes. Compared with the biological remains with less than 10 times the gene count that were purchased before, biological remains with 10 to 30 times the gene count are not only expensive but also scarce. Fortunately, Zhou Lang has sufficient funds and does not have to worry about these things for the time being.
There are still 9 years until the genius competition. I wonder how much I can grow in these 9 years. If I remember correctly, in the original novel, Bolin used thousands of spatial illusions when he was trying to break through the level.
Inside the castle, Zhou Lang's gaze fixed, and the next moment, his figure began to become blurred.
Zhou Lang's figures appeared all around.
Soon, the yard was occupied by Zhou Lang's figure.
763 time incarnations, 9 years, thousands of incarnations, doesn't seem like much of a challenge to me. Zhou Lang's figure gradually disappeared, and finally only one was left. In the original novel, Bolin couldn't even pass the first level of the 7th trial tower. So, should I set a small goal and try to pass all 7 trial towers?
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang clenched his fists. During the genius battle, the physical qualities used are the same. It all depends on one's understanding of the laws. Although I have reached the 9th level in both the light and fire realms, I still have a long way to go before being recognized by the laws of origin. It's really difficult to gain recognition of the origin of the law of time. But if you can achieve recognition of the lower laws during the genius competition, you should be able to pass the 7 trial towers smoothly, right? After all, recognition of the origin of the law is usually only achieved by the realm master level. Master, your teacher, the 9 Swords Master, is looking for you.
Zhou Lang was still thinking when he suddenly heard Zhou Ling's voice. She asked, "Teacher, are you looking for me?"
After hearing Zhou Ling's words, Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, but he did not waste time and quickly entered the virtual universe. Xiao Ling, teleport to my teacher's hall. Zhou Lang spoke, and the scene in front of him began to change. In the hall on the mountainside of Thunder Island where the Venerable resides, Zhou Lang only has the authority to go to the hall of the 9-Sword Venerable. Unless the 9-Sword Venerable personally leads him, Zhou Lang cannot leave the hall.
"Hello, teacher. Hello, senior brother." Zhou Lang appeared in the hall.
The 9 Swords Master was still wearing a green robe, and the Marquis of Guanyan was standing below with a smile on his face. After stabilizing himself, Zhou Lang saluted the two of them.
"Zhou Lang, you're quite good."
9 Swords Venerable smiled upon seeing Zhou Lang arrive. In just 1 year, Zhou Lang had reached the first level of the stellar rank, a remarkable achievement.
Even within
the Virtual Universe Company, there were better nutrient chambers and nutrient solutions that could accelerate Zhou Lang's growth. However, 9 Swords Venerable hadn't previously helped Zhou Lang apply. What the 9 Swords Master really valued was that Zhou Lang's domain had been elevated to the 9th level in just 1 year, and that he had also gained significant insights into the laws of time. "It's all thanks to the teachings of my teacher and senior brothers." Zhou Lang responded modestly, but the 9 Swords Master smiled and shook his head.
"You don't have to be so modest. I'm well aware of your talent."
"Get ready, your senior brother will be arriving on Xianglong Star soon."
"Brother?" Zhou Lang was puzzled.
Guan Yanho smiled softly and began to explain. "Junior brother, what the teacher means is that you will follow me to experience the universe from now on."
"That's right."
The 9 Swords Master on the throne nodded slightly. "I've selected 3 training locations for you, and your senior brother will take you there. Unless you're in a life or death situation, your senior brother won't rescue you.
If you want to survive, you'll have to rely on yourself."
After the 9 Swords Master finished speaking, speaking, he paused for a moment and then continued, "Of course, your growth this year does make me feel gratified. I have also prepared some rewards for you, and I will bring them to you when your senior brother comes."
What? You're leaving Earth now? You might not be back for a long time?
Inside Zhou Lang's castle, Luo Feng's earthling clone looked at Zhou Lang in surprise.
That's right, my teacher just contacted me and has already chosen a place for me to train.
My senior brother will come to Qiulong Star to pick me up soon. So, I am about to set off to wander the universe, and from now on, Earth is left to you.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. Babata, what do you think? Should I also go out into the universe to seek opportunities for training?
Luo Feng communicated with Babata in his mind and said goodbye to Zhou Lang at the same time. The only spaceship that can operate on Earth at a high speed is the Black Dragon Mountain X-81, so you have to accompany me to Qianglong Star this time.
No problem. When do we leave?
When Luo Feng heard Zhou Lang's words, he immediately nodded in agreement.
Let's go now.
When the time comes, please let Mr. Jia know. Besides, everyone has an account in the virtual universe now, so if we want to meet, we can just meet in the virtual universe. During this period, Zhou Lang has allocated 0.5 Han Yuan units of funds to Jia Yi for the construction of the Earth. All planetary warriors on Earth now have the identity of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire, and everyone has opened their own virtual universe account.
As the second universe of human beings, there is not much difference between meeting in the virtual universe. Aren't you going to say goodbye to Jiao Lao and the others?
Zhou Lang's words made Luo Feng stunned for a moment, but Zhou Lang just shook his head.
It's not like we'll be gone forever. Just tell me when the time comes. Let's go.
Having said that, Zhou Lang walked straight out of the castle. Looking at Zhou Lang's back, Luo Feng shook his head, but did not object. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng have traveled to Qiulong Star from Earth many times during this period.
Moreover, Babata took care of the driving of the spacecraft.
9 days later, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng arrived at Qiulong Star.
Wanderer, where are we going? Walking out from the tarmac, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang. I want to go take a look.
My senior brother told me to go directly to the castle of the Master of Qianglong Star.
Let's go there now. Zhou Lang opened the virtual universe to check Guan Yanho's message. The castle of the Master of Qianglong Star?
Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng was stunned for a moment. The Master of Qianglong Star was a powerful domain lord. This was the first domain lord that Luo Feng had actually seen since he came into contact with the universe.
Lanzi, what is your senior brother's cultivation level? Realm Master?
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng floated up and flew according to the map provided by Zhou Ling and Babata.
Luo Feng, can you be more careful? Hearing Luo Feng's question, Babata couldn't help but jump out. Realm Master? How could a great being like teacher Zhou Lang have a Realm Master level disciple other than the one who just became his disciple? He must be a powerful immortal military master. While Babata was complaining about Luo Feng, in fact his vision was not that broad.
In fact, in the original work, after entering the virtual universe company, Babata's help to Luo Feng became much less. Even when he first joined, because Babata had too little experience, he delayed Luo Feng once. After all, Babata is just an immortal intelligent life who has barely been granted the title of nobility. After Luo Feng entered the universe, he came into contact with higher-level existences in a short period of time.
It was just that Babata could not keep up with Luo Feng's development.
If it was an ordinary intelligent life form, it would be fine, but unfortunately, Babata was left to Luo Feng by his teacher Huyen Bo, and he was considered a guide on Luo Feng's path of cultivation. Babata likes to teach others and has positioned himself as an elder for a long time.
This led to him coming up with many bad ideas after joining the virtual universe company. Babata, I'll give you a piece of advice.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang glanced at Babata and then said,
don't make decisions too quickly about things you don't understand, and think twice before you act. You are Luo Feng's guide.
Perhaps a single decision you make will hinder Luo Feng's development, or even make it impossible to make up for it.
Zhou Lang's tone was serious, and Babata was stunned. Luo Feng, apart from monitoring Zhou Lang before, I shouldn't have offended him, right? Babata asked worriedly in Luo Feng's mind.
Before contacting the Earth, Babata felt that he could still control Zhou Lang, but after contacting the universe, Luo Feng quarreled with him for Zhou Lang.
Babata also understood the relationship between Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, and even withdrew the surveillance of Zhou Lang.
But even so, as a once immortal and powerful intelligent life, Babata still felt superior when facing Zhou Lang. It wasn't until Zhou Lang became a disciple of a great being, a being even more powerful than his former master, Huyen Bo, that Babata
no longer felt the same sense of superiority when facing Zhou Lang.
In fact, he couldn't help but feel a bit of awe in his heart.
Hearing Zhou Lang say this, Babata naturally felt uneasy.
Don't worry, Babata, Longzi is not that kind of person.
Luo Feng couldn't help but laugh at Babata's reaction. Although Luo Feng tried to comfort Babata, he clearly didn't believe him. Fortunately, Zhou Lang didn't say anything else. The Master of Qianglong Star is a territory lord-level powerhouse.
In the universe, territory lords have become the backbone of most factions.
A single star region may not even have a single territory. territory. Lord, Xiaolong Star is just one of this territory lord's many planets.
However, as a commercial planet in the surrounding area, Xiaolong Star is considered an important presence under his control.
In the most central area of Xiaolong City, there is a manor covering an area of more than 500 square kilometers.
This is the residence of the owner of Xiaolong Star.
Stop! As soon as Zhou Lang and Luo Feng approached and landed, a cosmic-level strongman immediately stepped forward and stopped them. I'm here to find my senior brother. My name is Zhou Lang, said Zhou Lang. Mr. Zhou Lang, please follow me. The cosmic-level figure's expression changed drastically upon hearing Zhou Lang's name, and he hurriedly led the way.
A few days ago, the master had instructed that any human named Zhou Lang who arrived must be respectfully invited into the manor.
Zhou Lang wasn't surprised by the cosmic level's attitude.
After all, his senior brother was an immortal marquis, and if he was assigned a territory lord level mission, then naturally, the territory lord wouldn't dare to disobey Marquis Guanyan. Under the guidance of the cosmic level, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng successfully entered the manor. Soon after, they arrived at a small courtyard.
Ah, junior brother, we finally meet in real life.
Guanyan Ho was sitting at the stone table in the courtyard, with a middle-aged man serving beside him. Seeing Zhou Lang come in, Guanyan Ho stood up with a smile on his face and greeted Zhou Lang.
Hello, senior brother. Zhou Lang saluted Guanyan Ho with a smile. Guanyan Ho waved his hand casually, put his arm around Zhou Lang and sat down.
This is Dis, the master of Xiaolong Star. Guanyan Ho pointed at the middle-aged man next to him.
Meet Master Zhou Lang.
Dis greeted Zhou Lang with a flattering smile. His green skin was covered in 2 tentacles, and his face was covered in wrinkles, which formed when he smiled.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly but did not respond. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Luo Feng, my good friend on Earth. Luo Feng, this is my senior brother, Marquis Guanyan.
Greetings, Lord Guanyanhu. Luo Feng saluted respectfully.
No need to be so polite. Since you are my friend, you are my friend. Please take a seat. Guanyan Ho waved his hand with a smile.
When the Nine Swords Master paid attention to Zhou Lang, Luo Feng was also investigated.
He was just an ordinary lucky man who inherited Hu Yanba's legacy.
Apart from this, Guan Yanho had no other impression of Luo Feng.
As for talent?
Frankly speaking, Luo Feng's talent was not bad in Babata's eyes, but Guan Yanho had seen too many geniuses.
If it weren't for Zhou Lang's good friend, Guan Yanho wouldn't even remember Luo Feng, nor would he even look at him twice.
A marquis-level immortal can be considered a middle to high-level person even in the virtual universe company and the entire clan.
And what about Luo Feng? Just entered the star level. As for Luo Feng's possession of the golden horned beast, Marquis Guanyan did not know about it.
If he knew that Luo Feng had taken over the body of the golden horned beast, Marquis Guanyan might have taken it more seriously. After all, in the eyes of the Lord of Chaos City, taking over the body of the golden horned beast is a small opportunity, but in the eyes of Marquis Guanyan, it is already a very big opportunity.
At least, Guanyan Ho himself did not have such an opportunity. Thank you, Lord Guanyanhu. Luo Feng thanked him cautiously.
The domain lord-level strongmen next to him were not qualified to sit down, but he was able to sit at the table, which made him feel uneasy.
This is a domain lord-level expert.
Babata, who was usually talkative, was silent at this moment. This being is so powerful that he even surpasses his former master Huyen Bo, both in terms of background and strength. Junior brother, the teacher has selected 3 training tasks for you. You have 9 years to complete all 3 tasks before the genius competition begins. I'll tell you the specific details of the mission when we set off.
First, take a look at the gift the teacher has prepared for you.
Guan Yanho said this and took out a ring and handed it to Zhou Lang. The contents include some cultivation resources, as well as the company's latest nutrition capsule and nutrient solution.
These are not considered precious, but there is a spaceship that you should like, my junior brother. This spaceship that your teacher gave you is enough for you to use until immortality. This is also the custom of the teacher's disciples.
The spaceship for each of the brothers is prepared by the teacher. Oh, and there is also a 3rd-level spear and a matching secret method, which is enough for you to use before the genius battle. Just acknowledge the master directly.
Guan Yinho introduced them.
Luo Feng looked confused, while Dis, who was standing next to him, had a face full of envy.
How much does an immortal-level spacecraft cost? Even if he sold all his wealth, it wouldn't be enough. Babata, what is a world ring? How is it different from a space ring?
Although Luo Feng has learned a lot of knowledge about the universe, the world ring is still unfamiliar to him.
How can a space ring be compared with a world ring? Luo Feng's words made Babata a little furious.
The world ring can only be made by a realm lord-level expert, and it can hold real living things.
Moreover, the spaceship that teacher Zhou Lang gave me may be more powerful than the Yunma star left by the master.
Babata briefly explained the world ring, then was filled with emotion. Now, the only things that can hold their heads high in front of Luo Feng are the account and the Yunma star left by their master. However, the Yunma star may not be able to compare with the spacecraft sent by a powerful being.
Take it out and let's see it.
Seeing Zhou Lang recognized the world ring as his master, Guang Yanho said with a smile. Zhou Lang did not not hesitate. He had no need to be afraid in front of Marquis Guanyan. The next moment, a disc-shaped spacecraft with a diameter of nearly a kilometer appeared above the courtyard, instantly covering the entire courtyard. The spacecraft is green in color, with complex patterns carved on it, and is about 300 meters high.
This shadow was once the teacher's vehicle during his immortal era.
The entire spacecraft is meticulously crafted from F9 grade metal, phantom
titanium.
It can reach a maximum speed of 65 times the speed of light and is equipped with 3 Star Destroyer cannons, all made of E9 grade metal.
Each Star Destroyer can unleash an immortal blow.
Of course, the energy consumption is also astonishing. The energy prepared by the teacher for you can probably only support you to fire dozens or hundreds of cannons. The ship's defenses are more than enough to withstand the Immortal King's attacks. Under normal circumstances, the Immortal King's vehicle might not be able to catch up with the
shadow.
Therefore, as long as you can step onto the ship, the Immortal King will be powerless against you. Honestly, I always envied this ship, but my teacher never gave it to me. There was a hint of emotion in Guan Yanho's tone, but he did not reveal any jealousy. Although the Nine Swords Master did not give him the shadow, the performance of the spaceship he gave him was also very good and helped him escape danger many times. Seeing the shadow now just made him feel a lot of emotions.
It's all thanks to the teacher.
Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand to put away the shadow, but in his mind, he was thinking about the mission rewards he had obtained before. Metal life devouring the starry world.
Generally speaking, the vehicles used by the Venerable and even the Overlord of the universe are almost all biological spacecraft. In the original work of Pan Long, the form of metal life is very similar to that of a biological spaceship. Perhaps, I can get a biological spaceship?
While Zhou Lang was thinking secretly in his heart, he was chatting with Guan Yanho. Luo Feng could only listen quietly on the side, and Dis could only wait on the side.
It's getting late.
The first trial mission that the teacher has arranged for you is not far from Qianglong Star.
It will take about a month to arrive. Let's set off now. More than an hour later, Guan Yanho spoke first. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and looked at Luo Feng.
Everything on Earth is now in the hands of you and Mr. Jia. If you need anything, please contact me in the virtual universe.
Don't worry, you must be careful.
Luo Feng nodded, but in his heart he was wondering whether it was time for him to set out to gain experience.
Luo Feng, don't worry.
Zhou Lang has his senior brothers looking after him, so there won't be any accidents.
But you are different, so you must improve your strength first.
Babata was worried that Luo Feng had some bad intentions, so he quickly spoke out to stop him.
Don't worry, Babata, I know my limits.
Luo Feng nodded, but a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. The experience with the golden-horned beast has more or less affected him, especially making him more warlike. On the other side, Zhou Lang and Guan Yanho had already left Qianglong Star. This spaceship was originally given to me by my teacher. He said that after I became king, I could add materials and modify it myself.
Unfortunately, so many years have passed and I still haven't become king. The spaceship entered the dark universe.
Guan Yanho and Zhou Lang sat in the hall, shaking their heads in self-mockery. Brother, your strength is not far from becoming a king.
I think it will be achieved soon.
Zhou Lang responded with a smile, which was not a compliment. Over the past year or so, he has been in very close contact with Guan Yanho, and occasionally learns about Guan Yanho's progress and strength. He is indeed getting closer and closer to being crowned king. We're still a long way from here.
Marquis Guanyan waved his hand.
Although his tone was humble, he couldn't hide the smile on his face.
Okay, let's talk business first.
Guan Yanho put away his smile, and a projection appeared in front of the two of them. The first trial mission that the teacher has arranged for you is here, in the Tsuilang Star region, where a group of notorious slave traders, the Fire Phoenix organization, gather.
The strongest person in the Fire Phoenix organization is a Realm Lord level expert. Of course, for you, this Realm Lord level expert is not your opponent yet.
Therefore, your opponent is just one of the small leaders, Zand, a member of the Pula tribe.
This race is extremely strong and even has an immortal military lord ancestor. This Zanda is a first-level cosmic level cultivator.
The teacher has arranged 3 trial tasks for you. Therefore, you have 3 years to complete the first task. The nutrition capsule that the teacher gave you is enough for you to reach the 9th level of the star level within 3 years, so this first trial mission is just an appetizer.
Guan Yanho smiled and gave a detailed introduction to the trial mission.
When Zhou Lang heard about the Tsuilang Star region and the Fire Phoenix organization, he was stunned.
Junior brother, what are you thinking about?
Seeing Zhou Lang distracted, Guan Yanho asked, and Zhou Lang came back to his senses and looked at Guan Yanho.
Brother, do you have any idea of getting rich? A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face.
He had already set his eyes on the rock holy water in Pan Shi's hand and was determined to get it. If I relied on myself, I would have to wait until I entered the virtual universe company and became a domain lord.
Add to that the time required to reach the initial universe for enlightenment. Even at my fastest speed, it would still take hundreds of years, perhaps even millions of years. After hundreds of years, would I really need the rock divine water in Pansy's hands? But the situation was different now. If I could obtain it it now, it would be a huge help. What? Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Wang Yanho was stunned. Getting rich? A stellar level being actually told a marquee level immortal like him, get rich. This was indeed a bit ridiculous. However, despite having only been together for a little over a year, Wang Yanho didn't think Zhou Lang was a boaster. Seeing Wang Yanho's confusion, Zhou Lang continued, brother, I have a path in the Cuilong Star region. It's low risk and the returns are very substantial. Cui Lang Star region? Wang Yanho's brows were furrowed. That place is only related to the Fire Phoenix organization. Although there was some dissatisfaction within the company, it did not reach the point where it had to be eliminated. After all, many of the company's top executives and senior human leaders support the slave trade. In addition to the old-fashioned issue of strength, there are also many high-level disciples or families who are more or less involved in the slave trade. Guan Yanho had a subtle attitude towards this. Although he did not support it, he did not oppose it either. The strong prey on the weak. This is the law of the universe. Even within humanity, when the top leaders are united in the general direction, there are often frictions among themselves in private, which outsiders do not understand. I wonder if senior brother knows about the Loch Divine Water. Loch's Divine Water? When Guan Yanho heard Zhou Lang's words, his brows raised slightly. In the universe, even the immortal level strong ones attach great importance to the Loch Divine Water. It has a wide range of uses, including healing, nurturing plant life, and even for spiritual practice. The price of Loch Divine Water is not cheap either. 1 cubic meter costs several million or even close to tens of millions of Han Yuan units. As a disciple of the Nine Swords Venerable, Wang Yanho's strength is close to that of a king, and his worth is comparable to that of an ordinary king-level immortal. However, he still drooled over the Loch Holy Water. How many? Wang Yanho asked directly. At least 700 cubic kilometers. How many? As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Wang Yanho's voice couldn't help but become louder. 700 cubic kilometers? The amount of rock divine water in the universe is extremely rare, which is one of the reasons why its price remains high. 700 cubic kilometers is enough to be compared with the entire wealth of an immortal king. Junior brother, are you sure this is true? Wang Yanho's expression turned serious. If what Zhou Lang said was true, then this matter must be kept secret, and even the teacher would have to be consulted. After all, wealth often moves people's hearts. Although he was confident that his strength could rival that of an ordinary immortal king, that was all he was capable of. Brother, how dare I lie about something like this? Zhou Lang answered seriously, and Guan Yanho nodded slightly, with a gleam in his eyes. I remember there seemed to be no immortals in the Cuilong Star region. Brother, your guess is correct. This Loch Divine Water is in the hands of Pan Shi, the leader of the Fire Phoenix organization. Luo Fang's and my teacher Hu Yanba accidentally learned this news when he was being hunted. Unfortunately, the enemy was too powerful and we didn't have time to take it, so the Rock Divine Water is likely still in Pansy's hands. Zhou Lang said that in order to increase his credibility, he had to involve Hu Yanba. Anyway, Hu Yanbo has not been resurrected yet, so it is impossible for Guan Yanho to go to him for verification. Just a realm master? Are you sure? Upon hearing Zhou Lang's words, Wang Yanho's eyes suddenly sparkled. For the rock holy water, it is okay to ask the teacher for help, but you must give the teacher some of it afterwards. This is an unwritten rule that cannot be broken. Moreover, asking the teacher for help would be an overreaction. If it was in the hands of an ordinary realm master, then this harvest could be shared by him and Zhou Lang. Brother, I only want 30%, how about that? Seeing that Guan Yanho was a little moved, Zhou Lang spoke directly. You kid. After hearing what Zhou Lang said, Guan Yanho smiled and pointed at him. Don't think of me as such a mean person, senior brother. You provided the information, so we can just split it equally. After saying that, Wang Yanho patted Zhou Lang on the shoulder with a smile on his face. Thank you, brother. Zhou Lang was delighted to hear Guan Yanho's answer. In fact, Guan Yanho chose to split it equally with Zhou Lang not only because of their fellow disciples' feelings. More importantly, he is optimistic about Zhou Lang's talent. Although Zhou Lang became a disciple of the Venerable Nine Swords, the one who truly guided him over the past year or so was Marquis Guanyan. Guan Yanho has been paying close attention to Zhou Lang's growth and has made a silent judgment in his heart. If junior brother can thrive, he will at least become a peak king in the future. Marquis Guanyan pondered in his heart. 100 times the genetic life. Although everything about the junior brother is manifested at the human level, it cannot be denied that the data in the fighting space is accurate. In the virtual space, everyone in other areas has the same physical fitness. However, in the fighting space, what is displayed is each person's true physical fitness. This is also the reason why Zhou Lang was discovered by the Virtual Universe Company. Brother, when the time comes, do you want to give it to the teacher? Zhou Lang thought about it and then mentioned it, but Guan Yanho shook his head. Teachers don't value these things. If you ask a teacher to help, it's normal to give him a share of the profits. But if we succeed, then we don't need to share anything with the teacher. The teacher has always been very generous to his disciples. Moreover, the teacher cares most about the strength of his disciples. Only when the strength of us disciples improves can the help to the teacher be truly substantial.
substantial.
Seeing Zhou Lang's hesitation, Guang Yanho explained.
Hearing Guang Yanho's words, Zhou Lang nodded and began to communicate with Zhou Ling in his mind, selecting the biological remains to be ordered later.
Over 700 cubic meters of locked divine water, converted into Hunyuan units, would yield over 6 billion Hunyuan units.
Even if Zhou Lang were to receive half, that would
still be over 3 billion Hunyuan units.
Perhaps I could be a bit bold and boost my genes 1,000-fold before the genius battle. A crazy idea flashed through Zhou Lang's mind.
Although everyone's physical fitness was the same during the genius battle, the increase in gene multipliers would significantly improve both comprehension and affinity with the laws. Zhou Lang's current comprehension was already terrifying, so what would happen if it improved further? I won't succeed in gaining recognition from the lower-level origin of the laws before the genius battle, will I? Zhou Lang sat cross-legged in the lounge as the spaceship sped through the dark universe.
Guang Yanho's spaceship had a maximum speed of 50 times the speed of light, but that consumed too much energy, so it was generally maintained at around 20 times the speed of light.
At this speed, traveling from Qianglong Star to Tsuilong Star region would take about a month in the dark universe. The Tsuilong Star region is basically located on the border of the Qianwu universe.
Although the Qianglong Star is prosperous, it is
actually also on the border of the Qianwu universe. This time it is basically equivalent to crossing the entire Qianwu universe. Brother, Guang Yanho sent you a message, asking you to prepare. We'll soon arrive in the Tsuilong Star region. Zhou Lang, immersed in his cultivation,
was awakened by Zhou Ling.
He opened his eyes, looked around, and exhaled. A month has finally arrived. The universe is truly vast. Zhou Lang sighed.
At 20 times the speed of light, it would take a month to reach the destination, and that was just to cross one cosmic nation.
The entire human realm consisted of 1,008 advanced cosmic nations.
As expected of one of the pinnacle races, Zhou Lang gained a direct understanding of the human realm for the first time. Of the entire universe, humanity only occupied a small portion of it.
Junior brother, how's it been this month?
Guang Yanho, still seated in the same position as before, greeted Zhou Lang with a smile upon seeing him emerge.
Not bad, senior brother, how long will it take? Zhou Lang nodded slightly and then asked. We're almost there. We're preparing to leave the dark universe.
The first place we'll arrive at this time is Moto, where Xander is.
On this planet.
In addition to Xander, a first-level cosmic-grade cultivator, there are 27 ninth-level stellar-grade cultivators, and a total of 150 from first to 8th-level stellar-grade cultivators. There are also thousands of planetary-grade cultivators, but most of them are slaves.
Your only target is Zamp.
You can decide what to do with the rest, but Zamp must die.
You only have 1 hour,
and I promise that no one will disturb you during this hour.
A ripple appeared in the pitch-black sky, and an elliptical spaceship emerged from space. This planet is Moto. No one within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers will come here.
You may begin now, Guang Yanho said directly as the spaceship appeared.
An hour?
Senior brother, it won't take that long. Upon hearing Guang Yanho's words, Zhou Lang shook his neck and drew out the red flame spear.
Black nightmare armor
emerged from his body, covering his entire body.
Are you sure?
You were just at the first level of the stellar rank.
The difference in energy between you and the opponent is 1,024 times. Guang Yanho was stunned.
Although Zhou Lang's genes had been enhanced 100-fold, there was still a 10-fold gap between him and Zonda. Even with the blessing of the secret technique and the 9-fold domain, winning within an hour was not an easy task, let alone the other stellar and planetary ranks.
Brother, don't worry. This is a test from my teacher. Since it's a test, I will definitely give it my all. With that, Zhou Lang left the spaceship and flew towards the purple-red planet ahead.
Zhou Ling, record my battle footage, Zhou Lang said to Zhou Ling as he passed through the atmosphere, then flew towards the map sent by Guang Yanho. On Motostar, in a large hall, Xander had just reported the situation to his superiors and exited the virtual universe. The Fire Phoenix organization had a total of 18 directors.
Each of them is a powerful world master.
You know, the emperor of a primary cosmic empire is only at the realm master level.
The Fire Phoenix organization actually has 18 such powerful people. Suddenly, Zamp's brows furrowed slightly as he noticed the movement outside the hall.
In the distance, a streak of light was rapidly approaching the hall.
Boom! A deafening roar followed, and the entire hall was covered in smoke and dust. Who is it?
The Zamp's furious voice emerged from the smoke.
Bang!
After a loud bang, Zamp's figure flew out from the smoke and dust and fell into the distance.
During the backward flight, Zamp was deeply shocked. That guy, is he really just a first-level star? How is that possible?
Inside the spaceship in the Starry Sky, Guang Yanho witnessed the scene with a look of surprise on his face. It seems that I still underestimated the potential of this junior brother.
Soon after, a smile broke out on Guang Yanho's face. No, it's not just me, the teacher feels the same way too.
Now it seems that the 3 trials arranged by the teacher don't seem to have any substantial effect on my junior brother's experience. Thinking of this, Guang Yanho quickly sent the video he had just recorded to Jiao Jianzun's In the hall on the mountainside of Thunder Island, Venerable Nine Swords raised his brows slightly when he saw the message sent by Marquis Guanyan.
Has Zhou Lang already started the trial? The first trial is only the first level of the universe.
Although it is a bit difficult for Zhou Lang now, he will be able to solve it quickly. The Nine Swords Master nodded slightly. These 3 trials were arranged by him personally, aiming to match Zhou Lang's strength and bring him a certain amount of pressure. As long as Zhou Lang can make good use of the resources he provides and give it his all, there will be absolutely no problem in completing the 3 trials.
However,
when Venerable Nine Swords clicked on the video, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise.
How is this possible?
Watching Zhou Lang's strength performance in the video, the Nine Swords Master was a little stunned. No, this is not right.
Is this basic punching power?
Compared with Guanyan Ho, the Nine Swords Master had a much sharper eye and easily discovered the abnormality in Zhou Lang's punching power.
Far more than 300 times the genes?
The Nine Swords Master was filled with doubts.
The virtual universe is infallible. Zhou Lang's gene multiplier in the fighting space was 100-fold. In other words, my disciple's gene multiplier can be further increased?
Thinking of this, the eyes of the Nine Swords Master lit up instantly.
Moreover, in just 1 year, his gene multiplier has tripled. His basic gene is a 100-fold gene.
The smile on the face of the Nine Swords Master grew brighter. Ha 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 ha, my disciple has the demeanor of a universe lord. The Nine Swords Master seemed to have already seen the scene of Zhou Lang becoming the universe master, or even the overlord of the universe. As a newly promoted venerable, it would be an unparalleled honor to be able to teach a disciple to be a universe venerable, or even a disciple to be a universe overlord. I have to increase the difficulty of the next 2 trials, otherwise it will be too easy for Zhou Lang now. The Nine Swords Master consulted for a moment, then edited an email and sent it to the Marquis of Lightflame.
At the same moment the email was sent. Brother, how about 12 minutes?
Inside the spaceship, Zhou Lang was carrying Xander's body with a smile on his face.
Yes, Junior brother, you really impressed me.
Guang Yanho looked at Zhou Lang, who was unharmed, and couldn't help but recall the email he had just seen in his mind, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes.
The teacher obviously raised the assessment requirements for Zhou Lang's subsequent trial tasks. However, considering Zhou Lang's current strength, the improvement requirements are reasonable.
Thank you for the compliment, senior brother.
Zhou Lang put away Xander's body and secretly wondered in his heart whether he could increase his gene multiplier by devouring this guy later. The first trial mission is completed.
Junior brother, you have 3 years to practice. Next, let's go find Panshi.
If what you said is true, then we brothers are going to make a fortune this time.
As Guan Yanho spoke, the intelligent life had already started the spaceship and flew away into the distance. Don't worry, senior brother.
This news is only over 50,000 years old. It will definitely not be outdated.
Zhou Lang nodded repeatedly, his heart full of anticipation. In the original novel, Luo Feng was already at the Domain Lord level when he served as the special supervisory envoy, more than 200 years later. Perhaps during this period, Pansy had sold some of the rock divine water. Therefore, the gains this time may even exceed what Luo Feng gained in the original work.
Yes, I found it. Pansy last appeared more than 300 years ago. It's in the Bane asteroid belt, not far from here. We'll be there soon.
Guan Yanho nodded slightly, and then found the area where Panshi was last seen. In the original novel, when Luo Feng killed Panshi had been practicing in the Bane asteroid belt for hundreds of years, and her position had not changed.
The Bane asteroid belt is a celestial body orbiting a star.
It has a total of 209 asteroids, the smallest of which has a diameter of only 12 kilometers and the largest of which has a diameter of 898 kilometers.
It was here that Panshi practiced asceticism. Ha, this guy is quite cautious. All of these asteroids have been transformed into technological weapons. The entire asteroid cluster is equivalent to a mechanical fortress.
Even if an interstellar team enters it, it will probably be difficult to escape. The spacecraft passed through the asteroid belt, and Guang Yanho had a smile on his face.
Junior brother. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhou Lang. Do you want to know how powerful the Star Destroyer cannon on your shadow ship is? What do you mean, brother?
When Zhou Lang heard what Guang Yanho said, he was stunned for a moment, and then Guang Yanho spoke directly. Xiao Guang, prepare to activate the Star Destroyer cannon and reload the energy.
Star Destroyer cannon is ready, energy reload complete.
As Guang Yanho finished speaking, a bald man appeared on the control screen of the spacecraft and immediately spoke. If someone was observing outside at this time, they would see a silver cannon quietly extending from the front of an elliptical spacecraft.
Buzz. Dazzling white energy began to gather in front of the barrel. Boom.
A beam of white light as thick as an adult shot forward. There were no other earth-shattering sounds. After the Star Destroyer cannon was fired, the white light rushed forward rapidly, piercing through the asteroids along the way.
One after another. Almost in the blink of an eye, the millions of kilometers of Bane asteroid cluster were completely penetrated. Boom.
When the white light of the Star Destroyer dissipated in the distant starry sky, the pierced asteroid began to explode violently.
Who is it?
An angry roar came from an area slightly left of the center of the asteroid belt. Pansy looked angrily at the completely destroyed defense system around her, feeling a little scared. The defense system he set up in the Bane asteroid belt area would surely kill any ordinary realm master who showed up. Even for ordinary immortal level, there will be prompts. But this time, his early warning system did not move at all. He did not even notice it until the other party launched an attack and destroyed his defense system. Moreover, it was not because of the early warning system, but because of the alarm triggered by the huge sound wave vibration. The next moment, when Pansy saw the spaceship in the distance, a look of fear spread across his face. Escape! This was the first thought that flashed through Pansy's mind. A Star Destroyer cannon, and a spacecraft that cannot be detected by its own early warning system. Immortal level. The other party obviously knew the existence of Locke's holy water. Pansy didn't hesitate at all and immediately ran away. Where do you want to escape to? At this moment, Guan Yanho appeared in front of Pansy with a gentle smile on his face. Mercy, mercy, sir, mercy. Pansy opened her mouth to beg for mercy, but her mind was constantly searching for a way to escape. However, Guan Yanho did not intend to give him this opportunity. He just pointed his finger, and Pansy's face turned crazy. Countless colorful vines stretched out from his right hand and wrapped around him. Iron vine grass of the 9th level realm master? A hint of surprise flashed in Guan Yanho's eyes, followed by joy. It is not easy to cultivate a plant life to the 9th level of the realm master, especially such a common iron vine grass. If this thing can be cultivated to the cosmic level, it would be rare. To be able to reach the realm master level, Pansy must have a lot of rock holy water on her body. Facing the attack of Guan Yanho, the iron vine grass's defense was useless. No! Pansy's face twisted, and several blood-red, enchanting flowers with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer suddenly appeared in the starry sky. Plant life, conch flower. Compared with common plants such as iron vine grass, the preciousness of the snail flower is no less than that of the moyun vine. Moreover, Shalua is also a 9th level realm master. Unfortunately, Pansy's dying struggle was ineffective under the attack of Guan Yanho. Guan Yanho just pointed with one finger. The next moment, Pansy's breath dissipated, the world inside her body collapsed, and a large number of objects were scattered around. Guan Yanho took a quick look, and when he saw a silver token, his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, all the items around were taken away by Guan Yanho. Let's go into the dark universe first. As soon as Guan Yanho entered the spaceship, he immediately gave the order. The spacecraft instantly accelerated to the speed of light and rushed into the dark universe. Brother, how is it? Zhou Lang asked expectantly. Wait a moment, let me check it out. Guan Yanho spoke, first carefully checking Pansy's other relics, but found no clues. Finally, he held the silver token in his hand and cleared away Pansy's remaining mental imprint. Hoo. When he saw the world inside the silver token, Guan Yanho's breathing became rapid. The world inside the token is only over 100 kilometers in radius. In the entire world, apart from the plains, there is a large lake with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers in the central area. The lake water was icy cold, and the chill it emitted filled the entire world. It's really the rock divine water, and it's hundreds of cubic kilometers. Although Guan Yanho's strength was comparable to that of an ordinary king, he still felt dizzy at this moment. This is the rock divine water worth billions of Hun Yuan units. What Junior Brother said was indeed true. The next second, Guan Yanho opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Lang with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Junior Brother, we are rich. Guan Yanho tried hard to keep his tone calm. However, what he held in his hand was the rock divine water, which was comparable to the wealth of a king. But he could not calm down, as long as the news is correct. After hearing what Guan Yanho said, Zhou Lang actually felt relieved. However, when Guan Yanho saw Zhou Lang's calm expression, he suddenly began to doubt himself. Is my character really that bad? A total of 714.23 cubic kilometers of rock holy water. Guan Yanho's face was full of excitement. This was definitely comparable to the total assets of a powerful king. Junior Brother, we agreed that this harvest will be split equally between the two of us, each with 357 cubic kilometers of rock holy water. As he spoke, Marquis Guanyan took out a world ring from his arms and took out half of the locked divine water. Thank you, brother. Zhou Lang felt slightly excited when he took over the world ring containing the rock holy water. 357 cubic kilometers of rock holy water is worth more than 3 billion Hun Yuan units. When Zhou Lang first became a disciple of the Nine Swords Master, in addition to the Zhoguang tracing trace, he only received 10 million Hun Yuan units of funds. And now, these more than 3 billion Hun Yuan units are more than 300 times the original number. Brother, could you please exchange all of this locked divine water for Hun Yuan units? I'll give you 10% of the Hun Yuan units sold. Zhou Lang thought for a moment, left 57 cubic kilometers of rock holy water, and handed the rest to Guan Yanho. No problem, Locke's divine water is in short supply among the immortals, so it's easy to sell. However, I definitely can't sell them all at once in the short term. However, I should be able to sell them all before you participate in the genius competition. Guan Yanho did not refuse. He was thinking about Zhou Lang's situation. Although Although he wanted to persuade him to keep more of the locked divine water with him, he finally decided not to say more. Junior brother, I will buy 100 cubic kilometers of your 300 cubic kilometers of rock divine water first. As for the others, I will slowly contact other immortals over the years and sell them bit by bit. Guan Yanho glanced at the liquid funds in his hands and continued.
Since it's brother who wants to buy it, then a total of 800 million Hunyuan units will be fine. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and then spoke.
Junior brother, although my strength is not that great, I am not short of Hunyuan units. You, on the other hand, are in need of Hunyuan units right now.
It's settled, senior brother. I'll buy this 100 cubic kilometers of rock divine water at the original price. Perhaps I'll need you in the future.
Guan Yanho smiled and waved his hand, then transferred the money to Zhou Lang.
Brother, why is it 900 million?
After receiving the transfer information, Zhou Lang looked at Guan Yanho in surprise, but Guan Yanho waved his hand indifferently.
This rich harvest is all due to the information given to me by my junior brother. Just think of it as me taking advantage of you. Thank you, brother.
Hearing Guan Yanho say this, Zhou Lang smiled. Admittedly, Guan Yanho's actions were based on his optimism about Zhou Lang's future development, but there was no doubt that the Hunyuan unit in front of him was of great help to Zhou Lang. Next, the other trial mission assigned to you by the teacher is also within the Qianwu Empire, so we will return to Qiulong Star to rest first.
I'll give you a year. Use the nutrition chamber to improve your cultivation first, and then we'll set off. Let me tell you something, the next mission won't be as easy as this one.
The spaceship was traveling in the dark universe, and Guan Yanho smiled and explained to Zhou Lang.
Age, 19. Don't worry, brother.
Zhou Lang nodded confidently, and at the same time communicated with Zhou Ling to place an order for all the biological remains that he had liked last time. Xiao Ling, all the biological remains selected previously are now placed on order. Although the quantity was much less than what Zhou Lang bought last time, the price had increased exponentially. However, Zhou Lang can now proudly say that he is a rich man in the entire Qianwu Empire, and he doesn't care about these expenses. After more than a month's journey, we return to Qiulong Star. The two brothers still live in the manor of Dis, the master of Qiulong Star. However, after landing on Qiulong Star, Zhou Lang set out again, this time alone. What a fast speed! In the dark universe, Zhou Lang sat in the shadow, feeling the sailing speed of 30 times the speed of light, his heart filled with excitement. Master, based on the energy stored in the spacecraft, at a speed of 30 times the speed of light, it can travel continuously for about 100 years. If it travels at the maximum speed of 65 times the speed of light, it can travel for about 15 years. If we travel at 20 times the speed of light, it will be the fastest and most energy-efficient way to travel, and we can travel for about 500 years. Zhou Ling flew out from the control screen of the spacecraft and then said to Zhou Lang, "Okay, just maintain a speed of 20 times the speed of light."
Zhou Lang nodded slightly.
There was nothing urgent at the moment, so he just needed to maintain the most energy-saving speed.
Yes, master. Hearing Zhou Lang's order, Zhou Ling responded and the speed of the spacecraft gradually decreased. For days later, there was a fluctuation in the starry sky, and the shadow flew out of the dark universe and entered the white orchid star. Owner. When the cosmic-level slaves in charge of guarding Bylon Star saw Zhou Lang coming, they immediately lined up to welcome him. Take out all the goods that were delivered earlier. Zhou Lang nodded slightly. These slaves were no longer of much use to him. They could only be left to run errands or help with production on Earth. If Zhou Lang hadn't been worried about the new Alanshan family's fleet, he wouldn't even have bought so many slaves. Yes, master. The cosmic-level slaves responded one after another, and then took out several space rings. The biological remains of 237 Hunyuan units. I hope they won't disappoint me.
Zhou Lang looked at the 4 space rings in his hands, and a surge of enthusiasm surged in his heart. Without saying much, Zhou Lang boarded the shadow again and left Bylon Star and flew towards Qiulong Star.
And on the other side,
after landing on Qiulong Star, Guan Yanho began to contact his immortal friends, preparing to sell the rock divine water. The first person he found was King Longyu, a powerful king under the command of the Nine Swords Venerable. Compared with Zhou Lang, Luofeng, and others, the Nine Swords Venerable seems very old, but he is still considered young among the entire group of venerables. As a newly promoted venerable, Venerable Nine Swords' influence wasn't particularly strong. This time, the company had put him in charge of the genius battle in order to expand his influence. After all, among the Nine Sword Lords, only King Longyu has been crowned as an immortal king. Although King Longyu is at the invincible level of kingship, she is the only one. As disciples of the Nine Swords Master, Marquis Guanyan and King Longyu have a very close relationship.
Guanyan, how come you have time to come to see me? Didn't the Venerable recently accept a new disciple and put him in your charge?
King Longyu looked at Marquis Guanyan with his golden eyes, a puzzled look on his face.
King Longyu, do you want the rock divine water? If you need it, I will give it to you immediately.
Marquis Guanyan spoke with a smile, and King Longyu raised his eyebrows slightly, showing some interest.
Rock divine water, how much do you have? If it's too little, I'm not interested. 50 cubic kilometers, a flat price of 500 million yuan units. If you need it, we can trade immediately.
Guan Yanho stretched out his right hand, with his 5 fingers pressed together. He definitely had no intention of selling the lock holy water in his hand. As Guan Yanho said, for immortals, there is absolutely no such thing as too much lock holy water. If his financial resources allowed, he really wanted to buy all the 300 cubic kilometers of rock holy water sold by Zhou Lang, but his financial resources were limited. However, after all, he is my junior fellow apprentice, so I still have to negotiate a higher price when selling him.
How many?
This time, even King Longyu seemed a little surprised.
50 cubic kilometers of rock holy water? Guanyan, you are not kidding, right?
King Longyu's expression turned serious. Although she is not a disciple of the Nine Swords Master, her status under the Master is higher than other disciples of the Nine Swords Master because she is the strongest. If Guan Yanho dared to make fun of her and brought this to the attention of His Holiness, he would be in big trouble. King Longyu, I am not someone who doesn't know the importance of things.
If you want the locked divine water, I can deliver it to you immediately.
The smile on Marquis Guanyan's face did not fade, but after seeing his expression, King Longyu began to waver in his heart.
500 million Hunyuan units are nothing to the invincible King Longyu. However, the 50 cubic kilometers of rock holy water represented a different meaning.
If it can be combined with other resources, perhaps a plant life that can reach the peak of the king level can be cultivated, which will be a great help to King Longyu.
I want 70 cubic kilometers of rock divine water, 1 billion Hunyuan units. How about that?
After thinking for a moment, King Longyu spoke again.
No problem, I'll contact someone to deliver it.
Upon hearing King Longyu's words, the smile on Marquis Guanyan's face grew even wider. With his teacher around, King Longyu would not be able to cheat him, which is why Marquis Guanyan chose to find King Longyu first. King Longyu, there is one more thing. However, Guan Yanho did not leave, but continued to speak.
I still have some locked divine water. I wonder if King Longyu can help me find a buyer.
As soon as Guan Yanho finished speaking, King Longyu's eyes moved slightly, but he did not answer immediately.
I want a 10% commission.
After a while, when Marquis Guanyan was feeling a little uneasy, King Longyu finally spoke.
No problem, I'll leave this matter to you.
Marquis Guanyan nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself that with a 10% commission, King Longyu would definitely go all out. Even after deducting his own share and King Longyu's share, junior brother could still make a considerable profit.
Go back first and wait for my news.
King Longyu waved his hand, and after Marquis Guanyan left, he teleported out of his own palace.
Jinyan, do you want the locked divine water? I can send it to you if needed.
Junior brother, a portion has been sold, and the rest will be dealt with slowly. I asked a crowned immortal to help me, and I will give him a 10% share of the profits after the sale.
On Sholong Star, as soon as Zhou Lang arrived at Dis's manor, Marquis Guanyan withdrew from the virtual universe.
Thank you for your hard work, brother, Zhou Lang said gratefully, and just as he finished speaking, his account received the transfer.
As for the 10% commission charged by the other party, Zhou Lang did not care. After all, if you want others to help you, you have to pay some price. It's just a 10% share, there's no need to take any risks, and the locked divine water is free, so Zhou Lang doesn't feel like he's losing money.
You're welcome, junior brother.
Stay in the nutrition cabin for the time being. We'll set off again in a year. Guan Yanho smiled and patted Zhou Lang on the shoulder, and Zhou Lang nodded in agreement.
The nutrient capsule and nutrient solution that Venerable Nine Swords gave to Zhou Lang were far more effective than those he bought himself. After a year, Zhou Lang estimated that he could at least reach the 3rd level of the star level. However, the Nine Swords Master provided the nutrient solution based on Zhou Lang's 100-fold genes, and Zhou Lang would probably have to purchase the subsequent nutrient solution himself. Fortunately, he is well off now, so Zhou Lang is not worried about it. At the same time, in a temple in the center of Qianwu continent in the virtual universe.
Zhou Jian, aren't you busy with this year's genius competition recently? How come you have time to come to me? The ruler of the Qianwu universe, Venerable Qianwu, looked at the sudden visit of Venerable Zhou Jian with confusion in his eyes. Qianwu, how do you know that my disciple has the appearance of a venerable? Ah?
Qianwu stared blankly at the Nine Swords Master, thinking to himself, who asked you that?
Zhou Jian, have you accepted another disciple?
Qianwu seemed a little confused by the sudden boasting of the Nine Swords Master, and he was also muttering in his heart, if he could teach the master a disciple, he could at least reduce half of his debt, right?
Yes, I just recruited him recently, and he's from your Qianwu universe.
The Nine Swords Master nodded, and the smile on his face couldn't stop blooming.
Someone from Qianwu universe? At this moment, the expression of King Qianwu was somewhat uneasy. Could it really be from my own universe? Why didn't I notice it? Zhou Jian, tell me why you're here.
However, the king of Ganwu quickly regained his composure. He couldn't believe that such a distinguished master as the Nine Swords Master would be so bored as to show off his disciple.
Qianwu, your apprentice is so talented. As a teacher, I'm happy, but I'm also worried inside, don't you think?
Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have an apprentice with that kind of talent. Venerable Zhou Jian showed regret on his face, and the king of Qianwu looked at him with a dark face.
Ahem.
The Nine Swords Master coughed a few times and adjusted his expression. Qianwu, my apprentice has great talent, which means that once he becomes known to other races, the danger he faces will be even greater. Having said that, the expression of the Nine Swords Master turns serious. The forces under my command are still not strong enough. If the mechanical race, the insect race, or the demon race intends to assassinate my apprentice, the forces under my command may not be able to protect him. Although Queen Longyu is invincible, she still has clan missions and cannot protect that boy all the time. Listening to the Nine Swords Master's narration, the king of Qianwu narrowed his eyes slightly. Zhou Jian, you've been talking for so long, but I still haven't seen your apprentice's talent, the king of Qianwu asked. He already understood the purpose of Zhou Jian coming to him, to protect his precious apprentice, and at least to prevent other races from attacking him before entering the battlefield outside the domain. However, the kings under his command each had their own mission. It seems a bit too cheap to transfer someone back to be a bodyguard for a little guy just based on a few words from the Nine Swords Master. I've sent you an email, you can take a look. Hearing the words of the Lord of Qianwu, the corners of the mouth of the Nine Swords Venerable curled up, and he was secretly happy in his heart. He took the bait. The king of Qianwu immediately opened the email sent by the Venerable Nine Swords. He can increase his own gene multiplier? Is this during combat or a permanent increase? Just a moment later, the king of Qianwu looked up at the Venerable Nine Swords. The Nine Swords Master did not answer, but just smiled. The king of Qianwu has already understood that it must be a permanent improvement, otherwise the Venerable Nine Swords would not be so sure that his disciple has the qualities of a venerable. Wu Qian, do you know how long it took my apprentice to improve his genes from 100 times to at least 300 times? After a while, the Nine Swords Master felt that he should throw out another bombshell. For how long? The eyes of the king of Qianwu narrowed, while the Venerable Nine Swords merely extended a finger. 100 years? No wonder Zhou Jian thinks your disciple has the qualities of a venerable. That's really good. I've finally been able to help you. 100 years? Who are you looking down on? In just 1 year, my disciple's genes have grown from 100 times to at least 300 times. The Nine Swords Master sneered and interrupted the king of Qianwu. What did you say? This time, the expression of the king of Qianwu changed obviously. In 1 year, the gene multiplier increased threefold, and his own foundation is already 100 times more genes? Even if he was a small, stellar character, it couldn't be that simple, right? Zhou Jian, where did you find this little guy? The Black Dragon Mountain Empire. The Nine Swords Master replied, and a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the king of Qianwu. He thought for a moment and sent an email. For the next 3 million years, the Black Dragon Mountain Empire's tax burden will increase by 300%. If the ruler of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire was not an immortal, this matter would have been torn to pieces by the ruler of Qianwu long ago. In order to pay off my debt, I have worked hard over the years to find and cultivate talents. Everyone in the universe knows that what he values most is genius. As a result, such a genius was taken away by the Nine Swords on his own territory. The ruler of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire deserves to die. However, the king of Qianwu did not show any abnormality on the surface. At the same time, he also knew in his heart that there was a glimmer of hope for him to repay his debts. If I could continue to support the growth of Zhou Jian's disciple, even if I am not a teacher, at least I have made some contribution. Perhaps 10% of the debt can be forgiven? What do you think, Qianwu? As long as my disciple grows up, he will at least become a universe supreme in the future. If you can ask the kings under your command to protect him for a period of time, you will definitely be rewarded handsomely in the future. The tribe may even be able to reduce some of your debts. What do you think? Seeing that Qianwu stopped talking, Venerable Zhou Jian continued to persuade him. I'll ask King Wuan to come back. Venerable Qianwu was silent for a moment, then spoke. Okay, Qianwu, thank you very much. Upon hearing what Venerable Qianwu said, Venerable Zhou Jian showed a bright smile on his face. King Wuan, an immortal who has reached the peak of the king realm, is capable of protecting Zhou Lang now. Anyway, as long as you pass the genius battle and enter the virtual universe company, given Zhou Lang's situation, the company will definitely send stronger protectors. At that time, he will dispatch King Longyu to protect Zhou Lang. In this way, nothing will happen to Zhou Lang before entering the battlefield outside the domain. As for the battlefield outside the domain, Zhou Lang can only rely on himself. The human race needs strong people, but they definitely don't need strong people who grow up in a greenhouse. What is needed are strong people who can fight and dare to fight. If he died in the battlefield outside the domain, then everything would be considered Zhou Lang's fate. A genius who cannot grow is, after all, just a genius. After the Nine Swords Master left, the king of Qianwu's eyes flashed slightly, and then he ordered his intelligent life to start searching for Zhou Lang's information. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire? Huh? Has Hu Yanba inherited this legacy? This Luo Feng? Although the Nine Swords Master blocked Zhou Lang's news, the Qianwu Master was the Lord of the Universe. His authority is even higher than that of the Nine Swords Master. Therefore, Zhou Lang's information can still be found by the king of Qianwu. Compared to his previous strength, his current strength has clearly improved abnormally. Could it be that he is also a genius
genius of the same level as Zhou Lang? There was a gleam in the eyes of the king of Qianwu. This Luofeng was merely a disciple of the late Hu Yanbo. If he is really a genius of the same level as Zhou Lang, if I accept Luofeng as my disciple, doesn't that mean that there is hope for me to pay off my remaining debts? Oh, or a member of my Qianwu dojo? We're destined to meet. The leader of Qianwu State thoroughly investigated Luofeng's information and couldn't help but smile. 13. The next moment, the king of Qianwu spoke and a figure walked in from outside the temple. Notify all Qianwu dojos in the territory to hold a selection competition for star-level members. The competition will be held in the virtual universe, and everyone's strength is limited to the 9th level of the star level. I will pay attention to this competition. Finally, if there are members who perform well, I will personally reward them. King Qianwu said, tapping his fingers lightly on the throne. Yes, Lord. Although 13 was confused, he did not ask any more questions. Since the king had given the order, he just did it. At the same time that 13 issued the order, Luofeng, check your emails, hurry up. In the virtual universe, on Black Dragon Island, in the Earth community, Babata anxiously found Luofeng who was chatting with Jiai. What's wrong? Luofeng looked at Babata with some confusion, feeling vaguely uneasy. Normally, Babata rarely looks like this. What a great opportunity. Check your email. Qianwu Dojo is about to hold a stellar-level competition across the entire universe. If you perform well, you'll have a chance to be received by the great lord of Qianwu. Luofeng, this is your chance. Babata's face was filled with excitement. Before his death, Qianbo had told Babata that he hoped his future disciples would join a powerful faction. Babata had acted accordingly. Now, in the Qianwu universe, could there be a greater power than this? Luofeng has now taken over the talent of the golden-horned beast. Although he is still not comparable to Zhou Lang, he is definitely not inferior to other human star-level geniuses, and it can even be said that he is far superior. What a brilliant opportunity it would be if I could really get an audience with the king of Qianwu. Qianwu Dojo is preparing to hold a stellar-level challenge? In a bar in the virtual universe, Zhou Lang and Luofeng were sitting together. Zhou Lang was stunned when he heard Luofeng's words. It seems that such a thing is not mentioned in the original book, but on second thought, Luofeng's chance to come into contact with the universe will be in a few years. The fact that it is being held ahead of schedule is probably something that happened in the original novel, except that Luofeng did not participate. Seeing that the War of Geniuses is about to come, the leader of Qianwu Kingdom, who is the first loser of mankind, naturally has to repay his debt as soon as possible by cultivating geniuses. It is obviously normal to conduct a screening in advance in the Qianwu universe. That's right. Babata suggested that I participate. I heard that if I perform well in this competition, the Lord of Qianwu will personally meet me. Luofeng nodded. Although he envied Zhou Lang's situation, he would never complain about it. Instead, he chose to work harder. As long as he can stand out in the competition in Qianwu Dojo, he will definitely be valued by Qianwu Dojo. Luofeng is no longer short of money now. After reaching the star level, he took out the first account legacy left to him by Hu Yanbo. Coupled with Zhou Lang's previous funding, Luofeng's growth path can be described as smooth sailing. However, Luofeng still lacks a teacher. After all, Babata has never practiced. Although there are teaching videos of Hu Yanbo, they cannot replace a real teacher. Before, Luofeng was not taken seriously in the Qianwu Dojo unless he could reveal the fact that he had taken over the body of the golden-horned beast. Obviously, this is impossible. This time, the star-level competition in the entire Qianwu Dojo happened to give Luofeng an opportunity. Babata's suggestion is good. If you can be valued by the Lord of Qianwu, your future will be much smoother. Zhou Lang nodded, feeling deeply moved. Could it be that Qianwu, the first human defeat, is finally about to have his turnaround? If Qianwu could get a ride on Luofeng's shoulders, he would have more than enough money to pay off his tribe's debts. It is said that in the original novel, it was because Luofeng was the lord of the galaxy that Qianwu was able to finally pay off his debts. By the way, weren't you going to go for training? Why did you return to Qianlong Star so soon? Luofeng nodded slightly, then looked at Zhou Lang. It's only been a few months. Could it be that Zhou Lang's experience was very easy? This shouldn't happen. With Mr. Zhou Lang's ability, he wouldn't make such a big mistake, right? It's done. By the way, crazy man, I left some good things for you on Bylon Star. It's not much, but it's enough for you to cultivate the Moyun vine in the early stage. Zhou Lang smiled slightly and said to Luofeng mysteriously, "Nice one?" Luofeng was stunned, but he didn't ask any more questions. It only takes a few hours to get from Earth to Bylon Star. You'll know when you go there tonight. After bidding farewell to Luofeng, Zhou Lang returned to his residence in the virtual universe and continued to study the traces of cosmic light. This cosmic light tracing process also seems to be taking the path of analyzing the essence of laws. While there are many difficulties in the early stages, it will be of great benefit to future development. I wonder if this is the same as the time and space essay that Luofeng saw in the original novel. There is a corresponding chaos monument in each. Zhou Lang turned to the 10th page of the first volume of Zhou Guang Trace. There were 10
10 crooked knife marks carved on this page. Zhou Lang had already learned the secret method on the 9th page half a year ago. Zhou Lang has been studying this 10th page for half a year and has only just begun to understand it. It will probably take quite some time for him to fully comprehend it. In the manner of the owner of Shilong Star in the real world, Zhou Lang was lying in the nutrition cabin given by the Nine Swords Venerable, and his cultivation was slowly improving. Devour biological remains, soak in the nutrient capsule, and practice tracing the traces of cosmic light. A year passed slowly. 1 year later, in Zhou Lang's room in the manner of the owner of Shilong Star. Click. With a slight sound, the nutrition cabin opened and Zhou Lang walked out of the nutrition cabin. The perfect figure was instantly covered by the black nightmare armor. The next moment, the system panel that only Zhou Lang could see opened. Name, Zhou Lang. Gene multiples, 439 times. Level, stellar level 3. The nutrient solution that the teacher gave me can be upgraded to the 9th level of the star class based on my 100-fold genes. I think there will be some left over. But now, my gene multiplier has increased to over 400 times, barely reaching the 3rd level of the star level. Zhou Lang looked at the information on the system panel and shook his head slightly. Also, the speed of devouring biological debris is getting faster and faster, but the effect is gradually weakening. During this year, Zhou Lang devoured a total of 47 Hunyuan units of biological debris, but the results were not ideal. He shook his head slightly and then made a decision. Xiaoling, search for special biological remains with 100 times the genes. He gave the order, and a projection immediately appeared in front of his eyes. A total of 27 kinds of biological remains appeared in front of him. The hair of the 100 Hades wolf, the feathers of the sky-splitting bird, the blood of the 100-armed giant. Among these various biological remains, the cheapest was the blood of the 100-armed giant, just 3 drops, priced at 1.85 Hunyuan units. The most expensive was the severed tail of a special creature called a dragon lizard, priced at a whopping 288 Hunyuan units. Zhou Lang watched the scene with a frown on his face, not because the price was too high. Over the past year, Guan Yanho had traveled extensively, even seeking help from his friends who had achieved immortality. 300 cubic kilometers of rock divine water had already been sold, generating a profit of 4.4 billion Hunyuan units for Zhou Lang. Money, clearly, wasn't a problem for Zhou Lang right now. However, the number of living creatures was far too small. While organisms with 100-fold genetic diversity were indeed rare, they were certainly not insignificant in the vast universe. And as one of the most powerful races, the human race clearly had no shortage of such resources. But Zhou Lang was well aware that his current permissions were insufficient, and he simply couldn't retrieve sufficient information. Place the order for all of these, Zhou Lang ordered, and then his account was deducted 576.88 Hunyuan units. For him now, this amount of money was just a drop in the bucket. After placing the order, Zhou Lang did not delay and went directly to Guan Yanho's courtyard. Junior brother, have you finished your training? Perfect. We can set off in 2 days. Guan Yanho beamed upon seeing Zhou Lang enter. For the past year, he'd traveled extensively to sell the rock divine water for Zhou Lang's benefit, earning a 10% commission and hundreds of millions of Hunyuan units. However, the most important thing was the acquaintance he'd made with numerous immortal kings through selling the rock divine water. Even before the genius battle began, he'd been preparing to enter the outer realm battlefield. Such an opportunity was crucial for Guan Yanho. Senior brother, I came to you because I want to ask for your help with something. I want to practice. Zhou Lang began to explain his purpose. Biological debris? That's easy enough. Guan Yanho nodded in agreement. Junior brother, your current authority isn't sufficient, so you don't know much about it. There are 9 garbage star fields within our human territory. These are used to store warship wreckage and corpse remains transferred from extraterritorial battlefields. If you'd like to purchase some, I can accompany you there after your training mission is over. Zhou Lang's eyes lit up at Guan Yanho's words. He had considered the garbage star region before, but it wasn't accessible to ordinary people. In the original novel, Luo Feng gained access only after becoming the Inspector General through the help of Zi Dianho of the Virtual Universe Company. Although Zhou Lang was a disciple of the Nine Swords Master, his status was clearly far inferior to that of Luo Feng, the Inspector General. Therefore, he had planned to wait until he officially became a core member of the Virtual Universe Company before planning to enter the Garbage Star region. However, now, with Guan Yanho leading the team, he could give it a try. Thank you very much, senior brother. Zhou Lang quickly expressed his gratitude, and Guan Yanho waved his hand, indicating that you're welcome. Since my junior brother has come out of seclusion, why don't we set off now? Guan Yanho suggested. It's all up to you, senior brother. Zhou Lang nodded, feeling a little regretful. He hadn't practiced the 9 Tribulations secret codex, so he had no hope of achieving the Tribulations armor in the Junk Star domain. Fortunately, however, he had a system, so he didn't have to follow the path set by the hermit sitting mountain. The elliptical spacecraft left the Chilong Star and soon entered the Dark Universe. Junior brother, this time our destination is
is the Yenyu Universe Kingdom outside the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Like the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, it is a high-level universe kingdom. And the target of this mission is an interstellar bandit gang called Bloodfang.
Bloodfang has a total of 3 universe-level commanders, the strongest of whom is Bloodfang, a 4th-level spiritualist in the universe. His commonly used weapon is the Yenshin weapon, one of the 9 divine weapons, and he can use the 4th level of the Yenshin weapon, which is simple and ingenious. At the same time, he is also the owner of the title of Giant Axe Warrior in the Giant Axe Arena. Junior brother, this time, your challenge is not easy. While the spaceship was sailing, Guan Yanho briefly introduced Zhou Lang to this opponent. Hearing Guan Yanho's words, Zhou Lang frowned slightly. The energy gap between the 4th level cosmic level and the 3rd level stellar level is more than 8,000 times. Not to mention, the 4th level of the Yenshin weapon is simple and ingenious. In the original novel, during the genius battle, Luo Feng had not even grasped the technique of simplicity. What's more, this guy is a giant axe warrior in the giant axe fighting arena. To become a giant axe warrior, one must win 1,000 life and death battles in a row to earn this title. In the original novel, the patriarch of the Nualanshan family, who threatens the earth, is the owner of the title of giant axe warrior. Therefore, the opponent this time is not simple. It can be said that this is the most powerful opponent Zhou Lang has encountered since he started practicing. Guan Yanho looked at the silent Zhou Lang quietly without disturbing him. This training was a temporary change of arrangement made by the teacher after seeing the strength of the junior brother. I hope my junior brother can pass this level. Within the territory of the Yenyu universe, a wave suddenly came from the Starry Sky. An elliptical spaceship flew out from the dark universe. Zhou Lang and Guan Yanho watched the simulated scene outside. This is where the Bloodfang pirates often hang out, an underground trading market. Guan Yanho pointed to the asteroid belt in front and explained to Zhou Lang. The information I received indicates that the Bloodfang pirates have just robbed a large tour group and are expected to come here in 3 days to sell the stolen goods. Every time they sell the stolen goods, the Bloodfangs will come in person, so you can start in 3 days. Guan Yanho continued, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly. This time, the two had been on the road for more than 4 months, and they were traveling at 30 times the speed of light. This was the first time Zhou Lang had experienced such a long voyage since entering the universe. Come on, junior brother. This is probably your first time on this kind of black market. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe we can find some interesting trinkets. Guan Yanho instructed the intelligent lifeforms to control the spacecraft and fly towards the asteroid belt while speaking to Zhou Lang. As a marquee-level immortal, Guan Yanho viewed the precious items that appeared on the black market as mere trinkets, while Zhou Lang was full of anticipation. In the novels of his previous life, the protagonists often found bargains at black market stalls, and Zhou Lang couldn't help but wonder if he could do the same. But after entering the black market, Zhou Lang was disappointed. The outer reaches of the asteroid belt were merely a surface. The true black market lay in the inner center, on a continent approximately 7,000 kilometers across. Here, a diverse mix of people gathered, and over 90% of the goods sold were counterfeits. Occasionally, there were genuine goods, often priced higher than those sold outside, clearly intended to rip Zhou Lang off. You're a new face here. They definitely won't let you see the real stuff they have. Even if you like it, they'll take the opportunity to rip you off. Guan Yanho said with a smile when he saw Zhou Lang standing up from a stall with disgust. Let's go. There are still 3 days before Bloodfang arrives. Let's go for a walk first, Guan Yanho suggested. Zhou Lang could only nod and follow Guan Yanho. At this time, in the dark universe, a spaceship was flying towards the asteroid belt of the black market. Brother, this time the harvest is good. We will definitely make a fortune. Inside the spaceship, a large man, approximately 2 meters tall, with 4 eyes and 4 arms, held a wine glass and looked at the man sitting in the hall. Despite his carefree tone, the awe revealed in his 4 eyes was undisguised. Of course, over the past 700 years, following Big Brother, we've always made a fortune. A figure with a snake-like body and tail walked in from outside the hall, licking its bright red lips with a forked tongue as it spoke. I'll give each of you an extra 10% this time, and share another 10% with the brothers below. The man on the sofa stood up, his voice hoarse. He was less than 1.8 meters tall, with a golden bone armor on his forehead, engraved with various mysterious patterns. Overall, he looked not much different from an earthling, except for 2 blood-red fangs growing from the corners of his mouth, giving him a somewhat uncanny appearance. This man is none other than Bloodfang, who became an interstellar bandit more than 700 years ago. He recruited a group of people and established the Bloodfang Interstellar Pirates, which became famous in many surrounding starfields. Several nearby primary cosmic empires have joined forces to send fleets to encircle and suppress them, but each time, Bloodfang has managed to escape. Rumors suggest that Bloodfang has close ties with the top leaders of several primary cosmic empires, but these have not been confirmed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. In the starry sky outside the black market asteroid belt, a triangular spacecraft flew out of the dark universe and entered the real universe. Boss, we're here. Through the exterior simulation calculation, the four-armed man's face was filled with a smile. After selling this shipment, it would bring in at least tens of millions of yen-yu coins. Furthermore, he would get 20% of the proceeds, nearly 2 million yen-yu coins, enough for him to splurge for a while. Thinking of this, the four-armed man could hardly conceal the excitement on his face, and his four eyes began to roll around.
After you get the money, you'd better spend more time on cultivation. Once your strength increases, you will have many opportunities to enjoy yourself.
Blood Fawn naturally understood the temperaments of his two subordinates.
They had stagnated at the first level of the universe rank 4.
Over 400 years, primarily because every time they received money, they had no desire to cultivate, only to indulge in pleasure.
Don't worry, boss. It won't happen this time.
The four-armed man responded quickly, and the snake-tailed woman beside him nodded repeatedly.
However, neither of them cared inwardly. Their aptitude was merely average. Reaching the cosmic level was already unexpected. As for advancing further, they no longer held out hope. They were simply absorbing energy, slowly absorbing the free cosmic energy, and ultimately achieving whatever realm they could reach. As for the money, it was better to spend it and enjoy it.
Blood Fawn said no more. The spaceship flew towards the interior of the asteroid belt.
Beep beep beep. The next moment, the spaceship's alarm suddenly blared.
Alert, alert, energy fluctuations 247 kilometers ahead.
Rapidly approaching, the intelligent computer's voice echoed.
The four-armed man and the snake-tailed woman's expressions changed
slightly, but Blood Fawn remained calm. Just then, a distant laser beam shot towards the spaceship. Boom!
The spaceship's exterior shimmered with light, deflecting the laser attack. Then, Blood Fawn and the other two left the spaceship, and Blood Fawn stored it away. Second brother, third brother, be careful. This person is not friendly, Blood Fawn warned, a 2-meter-long dark golden staff appearing in his hand.
The four-armed
man and the snake-tailed woman nodded slightly, holding a giant axe and two long swords.
Be careful.
The next moment, Blood Fawn's expression changed slightly, and he dodged to the side while speaking a warning.
Puff!
A flash of light passed, and Zhou Lang suddenly appeared, wearing black nightmare armor and holding
a red flame spear.
The four-armed man and the snake-tailed woman didn't have time to dodge, and the next moment, their figures were floating in the starry sky.
Stellar?
Blood Fawn frowned as he watched Zhou Lang suddenly appear. He could have killed two of his men in seconds, but the guy before him was only at the third level. If he were at the third level, he could still remain undefeated against a ninth level, but now, he was being killed instantly. This was simply impossible.
Who are you? I'm willing to give you all my savings, just to ask for your mercy. Blood Fawn didn't attack, but wanted to discuss it with Zhou Lang.
Why would such a genius attack him for no reason? While trying to appease Zhou Lang, he recalled his actions over the years, but he couldn't find the moment when he had offended this genius. Use all your strength.
Kill me or be killed.
Zhou Lang raised the scarlet flame spear, his gaze fixed on Blood Fawn in the distance. Although the Nine Swords Master had prepared a superior weapon and accompanying secret techniques for him, Zhou Lang was more accustomed to the scarlet flame spear.
Damn it! Blood Fawn's expression darkened upon hearing Zhou Lang's words. Such a talented warrior couldn't possibly travel without a protector. Yet, looking around, he couldn't find one. Seeing Blood Fawn's expression, Zhou Lang understood that if he didn't strike first, this guy would be hesitant and wouldn't attack.
So, Zhou Lang snorted coldly and quickly approached
Blood Fawn.
To Zhou Lang's surprise, Blood Fawn had no intention of engaging him. Instead, he fled towards the black market.
With the speed of a cosmic level 4, Zhou Lang couldn't catch up.
Brother, please help. Zhou Lang cried out helplessly as he saw Blood Fawn fleeing. As soon as he finished speaking, the figure of Guang Yanho suddenly appeared in front of the fleeing Blood Fawn in the distance.
Greetings, sir. Blood Fawn quickly stopped and saluted Guang Yanho. Go, attack my junior brother with all your might. If you can win, even if it means killing him, I will let you go.
Guang Yanho's expression remained unchanged, as he spoke coldly.
Hearing Guang Yanho's words, Blood Fawn's heart was filled with bitterness.
Looking back at the rapidly approaching Zhou Lang, he could only sigh inwardly, but,
in a split second, his gaze grew resolute. Great skill is not a work.
The next moment, the dark golden staff in his hand radiated light, transforming into a stout golden pillar of full 10 meters tall.
Upon closer inspection, countless small golden swords circled within the pillar. The fourth level of the divine weapon evolution. Great skill is not a work.
Completely integrating the sword domain within the totem golden pillar, a single strike unleashes boundless power. The moment the golden pillar took shape, Blood Fawn controlled it and smashed it towards the flying Zhou Lang.
Light and shadow destroy
the world. Seeing the golden pillar coming towards him, Zhou Lang didn't dodge. His light field unfolded, and he used the third level of the secret technique, shadow strangulation.
Endless light emanated from Zhou Lang, while the surrounding area was pitch black, eventually transforming into a giant black egg, enveloping Zhou Lang. Bang! The golden pillar finally landed on the black egg. Crack!
After only a moment of stalemate, the black giant dome began to gradually shatter, and the next moment, endless light burst out from the inside of the black dome. The originally falling golden pillar
pillar was slowly bounced up under the influence of the light. So powerful. Blood Fong was shocked as he watched his totem pole being bounced back. Is this guy really just a third-level star? However, Blood Fong no longer had time to be surprised because Zhou Lang, holding a spear, was quickly approaching him. In the distance, Wang Yanho, who witnessed the fierce battle between the two, was also shocked. Junior brother's strength is really the third level of the star level? Moreover, his gene multiplier. Thinking of this, Wang Yanho immediately opened his virtual universe account. The changes in my junior brother must be made known to the teacher. I must send this to the teacher to see. How is this possible? Inside the main hall, Venerable Nine Swords stared at the email sent by Marquis Guanyin, feeling a moment of disbelief. The energy gap between the 4th level cosmic level and the 3rd level stellar level is more than 8,000 times. Although his little apprentice has more than 300 times the genes, he still faces a gap of nearly 30 times. Moreover, this 4th level universe-grade weapon was carefully selected by him. The divine weapon has reached the 4th level of exquisite craftsmanship, which is almost equivalent to the 4th level of Tongtian Bridge. The reason why the Nine Swords Master dared to let Zhou Lang challenge him was mainly because he had witnessed Zhou Lang fighting in the fighting space. Zhou Lang mastered the art of time pause, although it was only a secret innate ability, and due to the limitation of his cultivation level, the pause time was extremely short, less than 1 second. But this is enough, at least there is no danger to life, not to mention that Marquis Guanyan is also there. However, in the email video sent by Guan Yanho at this moment, Zhou Lang did not use time pause at all. I've known about the 9th realm for a long time, but looking at Zhou Lang's application of the laws, the law of light and the law of fire have already crossed the threshold of the laws. There were also thousands of time phantoms. Even with the blessing of the innate secret method, this was truly astonishing. Moreover, the gene multiplier is far more than 300 times, even more than 400 times. In this year, the gene multiplier has increased again? Watching Zhou Lang's performance in the video, Venerable Nine Swords was completely stunned. Isn't this right? In his endless years of experience, Venerable Nine Swords has seen countless geniuses. But this disciple of his is too extraordinary. Could Zhou Lang's future achievements reach the level of a top universe overlord? The Nine Swords Master felt his breathing become rapid. As one of the top races in the universe, the entire human race has a large number of cosmic overlords. However, humans are limited in both divine bodies and genetic multipliers, so although there are many cosmic overlords, there are only 3 top cosmic overlords. Each of them is in existence standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Now, is it possible for his disciple to reach this level? My disciple Zhou Lang actually has the potential to become a top universe overlord? The Nine Swords Master suddenly realized that his luck seemed to have changed. In fact, when the company informed him that he would be in charge of this cosmic genius battle, he did not take it seriously. After all, the Universe Genius Tournament is held every 5,000 years, and the Virtual Universe Company and the Giant Axe Arena take turns hosting it. Although it has been held countless times over the endless years, only a few geniuses have truly grown up. Therefore, the Nine Swords Master just made the arrangements casually, thinking that it would be a win if there could be an immortal marquis in this session. However, Zhou Lang's appearance gave the Nine Swords Master a surprise. A special life with 100 times the genes, whether it is taking over another body or other means, will most likely become a king-level immortal if it breaks through to immortality in the future. And in just 1 year, Zhou Lang brought an even greater surprise to the Nine Swords Master. The increase in gene multiples reached more than 300 times within a year. Moreover, the speed of understanding the laws of the domain is also extremely fast. This made the Nine Swords Master full of confidence. If Zhou Lang had not died in the middle of the journey, reaching the realm of the Universe Master would have been absolutely no problem. At worst, he could become an invincible king. But what about now? Another year passed, and the law of light and the law of fire had already entered the threshold of laws, and the gene multiples increased again to more than 400 times. Although the law of time has not yet reached the threshold of the law, Zhou Lang's innate bloodline itself can enhance the law of time. This means that even though Zhou Lang has not yet fully comprehended the laws of time, he has already manifested thousands of time phantoms. Being able to kill without stopping time really surprises me as a master. But how should I plan this final training? My previous plan seems to have lost its effectiveness. The Nine Swords Master's brows were furrowed. Forget it, let's go meet Zhou Lang. It's time to prepare the nutrient solution. I'll spend more time this time and arrange the last task after Zhou Lang reaches the 9th level of the star level. Once this mission is over, the battle of geniuses will begin. Well, I'll have to send out more emails then, so everyone can see my disciple, the Nine Swords. Thinking of the reactions of his many venerable friends when they saw his apprentice's talent after the genius battle began, Venerable Nine Swords couldn't help but smile. At this time, in the elliptical spacecraft in the Black Market asteroid belt, Junior brother, you really gave me a big surprise. Guan Yanho looked at Zhou Lang before him, his admiration undisguised. Brother, you're too kind, Zhou Lang said with a smile, though a hint of frustration lingered within him. The blood fawn he had just slain was practically at the level of a 4th level Tongtian Bridge cultivator.
cultivator. Yet, he had already defeated it without even using his most powerful innate secret technique.
Time stop.
This meant that his current strength had indeed reached the level of a 4th-level Tongtian Bridge cultivator. In the original novel, Bolan's first attempt at the Tongtian Bridge ended with only 3 levels before being defeated on the 4th.
His arrogance,
at the time, hindered him by the laws of time. If Bolan had attempted solely using the laws of space, he would have been able to break through at least the 6th level, and possibly even the 7th. Therefore, if Zhou Lang had faced Bolan on his first Tongtian Bridge attempt, he would have
easily defeated him in real life. However, in the virtual universe, according to the rules of the genius battle, Zhou Lang was no match for Bolan.
The genius battle was different from the combat space, where punching power, physical fitness, and everything else were fixed.
Moreover, Zhou Lang couldn't use his own innate talents to enhance his abilities.
Without these, his time illusion could only barely reach 1,000. Junior brother, there is no need to be modest.
The teacher should have sent you an email. He wants to meet you.
Guan Yanho looked at the humble Zhou Lang and said with a smile on his face,
"Teacher wants to see me?" Zhou Lang was stunned when he heard what Guan Yanho said.
He then logged into the virtual universe and was directly teleported to the Hall of the Nine Swords Master.
"Greetings, teacher."
In the hall, Zhou Lang saluted the Nine Swords Master.
"No need to be so polite."
The Nine Swords Master smiled and looked at Zhou Lang with a gentle gaze, his heart filled with joy. "I am quite surprised by your growth and strength." After Zhou Lang stood up, the Nine Swords Reverend continued, "However, you should also understand that your bloodline talent cannot be used in the genius battle, so your strength is still insufficient." Zhou Lang nodded slightly at the Nine Swords Master's words. He had indeed been pondering the question. "I've already arranged for someone to deliver the nutrient solution, as well as a small
gadget I asked a friend to make. There are still 7 years until the genius competition begins.
You can rest for 6 years, and then complete the final trial mission in the final year."
"Yes, thank you, Master."
Zhou Lang felt a warm surge of emotion at the Nine Swords Master's words. In the world of devouring stars, the bond between master and
disciple is often closer than that between family members.
Master and disciple may spend countless years together, supporting each other in both cultivation
and other endeavors. Powerful individuals are always extremely cautious in selecting their disciples.
Even though he was only a nominal disciple, the Nine Swords Master had never treated him differently, even providing him with more care and support than his other brothers.
Zhou Lang was naturally grateful.
Meanwhile, in the virtual universe, on Qianwu continent, within a magnificent temple, a figure several thousand meters tall, radiating endless divine light, spoke, his gaze fixed on the little figure kneeling below.
"Yes, Lord, I am Luo Feng."
Luo Feng lowered his head, feeling deeply moved. This person was truly a great being on the same level as Mr. Longzi. Even in the virtual universe, he couldn't look directly at him.
If he met him in reality, wouldn't he even have the courage to approach? "You're quite good." The Qianwu king looked at the kneeling Luo Feng and nodded slightly. "Among the hundreds of millions of star-level competitors, it's truly remarkable that you took first place. Not only have you gained a deeper understanding of the domain and its laws, you've also mastered the first form of the divine weapon. Are you Hu Yanba's disciple?" The Qianwu king stared at Luo Feng, but his mind was occupied with another thought. Had the Nine Swords disciple not perished, he would have had a high probability of becoming a universe supreme, or, at worst, an invincible king. Luo Feng and that boy were closely connected, and since they were both from the same planet, should he be accepted as a registered disciple to establish a connection? Although his own Wuwan king was already protecting Zhou Lang, their relationship wasn't close. "Ha, Nine Swords sent me another email?" The Qianwu king stared blankly at the email from the Nine Swords Venerable before opening it. It contained a video of Zhou Lang battling Blood Feng.
The Nine Swords Venerable had even carefully noted the strength comparison between the two.
Another rise of a figure like the Sky Eclipse Palace Master? Watching the video, the Qianwu king was shocked. The next moment, he turned most of his attention to Luo Feng. In the universe, every person who grows into a powerful being has more than one teacher behind him. If you have the opportunity to meet such a teacher, Luo Feng, you must seize it. Qianwu had a smile on his face, the divine light on his body gradually faded, and his figure became no different from that of an ordinary person. "Luo Feng, hurry, 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 and become my disciple." As soon as the king of Qianwu finished speaking, Babata urged him urgently in Luo Feng's mind. "Teacher, please accept me as your disciple." Luo Feng was not stupid. He immediately knelt down and asked Qianwu to accept him as his disciple. Okay. Seeing Luo Feng bowing respectfully, Qianwu's smile became even brighter. To establish a good relationship with Zhou Lang, you don't necessarily have to show up in person, and taking Luo Feng as your disciple is also a good choice. "I will temporarily accept you as a registered disciple. If you perform well in this genius competition, I will officially accept you as my disciple." "What? You were accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Qianwu?" In the virtual universe, Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng with shock on his face. If Luo Feng really became the disciple of the Lord of Qianwu, how would King Jinyan deal with himself? Without Luo Feng's support, how could King Jinyan go to the Zushan sect and become the venerable Jinyan?
That's right, teacher, I will first be accepted as a nominal disciple.
If I perform well in the upcoming genius competition, teacher will consider accepting me as a personal disciple.
Luo Feng nodded excitedly, his face filled with joy. The king of Qianwu has not accepted any disciples for many years. By becoming his disciple, Luo Feng naturally gained a lot of precious resources. Although Venerable Qianwu was burdened with the tribe's debt, for him, all he lacked was the treasure points.
The resources below the immortal level were not a burden to the Lord of Qianwu. After all, the annual tax revenue of the entire Qianwu universe was already an astronomical figure.
Then I have to congratulate you. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhou Lang nodded slightly, expressing his congratulations.
You're not bad, Longzi. The teacher said that your talent is much better than mine.
Luo Feng smiled and shook his head, but there was no look of loss on his face. By the way, I have to thank you for the rock divine water you left me earlier.
My Moyun vine has reached the cosmic level and is the optimal evolutionary plan.
Now with the resources given to me by the teacher, I plan to continue cultivating it at a high standard.
No need to thank me. The genius competition is still about 7 years away. Have you finalized your second clone? Zhou Lang waved his hand and asked. It's confirmed.
It's a void cinder beast, a special creature with 1,000 times the genetic material.
Sensei has already prepared
the genetic material for me, and it should be delivered in 2 months. I'll be able to create a clone before the genius battle.
Luo Feng's face lit up with excitement when he mentioned the clones.
Although Babata and teacher Qianwu were disappointed when they learned that he had used the first clone quota on his original Earth body, Luo Feng didn't care.
The Earth is his root, and the Earthling's body is what Luo Feng values most. However, this doesn't mean he doesn't desire a stronger clone.
Now, his golden horn giant beast clone is about to break through to the cosmic level, and he will soon have a second clone spot. Originally, Babata had chosen the Demon Killer clan for Luo Feng, as this was the only option he could afford at the moment.
However, upon learning
about this, Lord Qianwu immediately rejected the proposal and used his connections to purchase a crystal core remnant of a void cinder beast for him.
Ethereal beast? Zhou Lang looked surprised when he heard Luo Feng's words. Like the Demon Killer clan, the void cinder beast is also a natural space darling, but it is more powerful. Similar to the Demon Killer clan, the void cinder beast is also an energy life form and is immune to soul attacks. The secret patterns of space laws on its body are more complex than those of the Demon Killer clan, and it possesses a natural secret method, space blockade, which can suppress the surrounding space. The range and time vary according to strength. More importantly, the void cinder beast was a creature born with 1,000-fold genetic power, making it extremely rare in the entire universe. Furthermore, since it was
an energy creature, upon death, only its crystal core and skin remained, the rest being spatial energy. It had no genetic information and was unable to spawn clones. For the sake of Luo Feng's clone, the king of Qianwu spent a lot of money this time.
Crazy, you're really going to take off this time.
You have 1,000 times more genetic clone, and you're also a space darling. I think your attainments and the laws of space will soon catch up with me. Zhou Lang smiled and was truly happy for Luo Feng, but he was not worried about being surpassed by Luo Feng. This time, Zhou Lang planned to go to the garbage star field to buy a batch of biological remains. As long as he devoured these, his strength and talent potential would definitely be greatly improved.
Don't give me that. My teacher said that I could only catch up with you after I gave birth to a clone of the void cinder beast.
Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng curled his lips.
He had learned about Zhou Lang's abnormal ability from his teacher.
Improving the gene multiplier is something that is being done by both immortals and venerables, but even the Lord of Qianwu and the venerable Nine Swords have never seen anyone do it as easily and as quickly as Zhou Lang. What's even more terrifying is that Zhou Lang's ability to increase his gene multiplier relies entirely on his innate ability and does not require any resources at all.
This is simply terrifying.
Generally speaking, methods to increase gene multiples require a lot of resources and even have strict requirements on cultivation and understanding of laws.
But Zhou Lang can do this easily.
This is also the reason why the Nine Swords Master and the King of Qianwu value Zhou Lang so much.
Of course, Luo Feng's status in the heart of the King of Qianwu is not low either. He is a disciple who possesses a clone of a golden horned giant beast. Moreover, with the support of Lord Qianwu, after giving birth to the Kongjin domain beast, Luo Feng's talent and potential increased dramatically.
If he can grow up normally without any accidents, he will at least become an immortal marquis in the future. Even if there are some more opportunities, it is not impossible to become an immortal king. I just thought you were envious of me.
Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng with a smile on his face. Then he glanced at the time and said goodbye to Luo Feng.
My brother and I will be arriving at the Garbage Star region soon, so we can talk after this is over. By the way, if you have the chance, you can also go to the Junk Star region.
The Wulong Star region I am going to now may bring you a surprise. Garbage Star Field?
Luo Feng was stunned by what Zhou Lang said before he left, but before he could ask any more questions, Zhou Lang had already logged off, and the others side. Junior brother, this is the Wulong Star region, one of the 9 garbage star regions. Inside the spaceship, the exterior scene simulation was turned on, and Guang Yanho introduced it to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang's gaze fell on the Wulong star field in front of him.
As one of the 9 garbage star fields, the Wulong star field is located in a remote corner of the human territory.
Zhou Lang and Guang Yanho traveled on a spaceship at 50 times the speed of light, and it took them a full year and 2 months to arrive.
Let's go into the virtual universe first.
I'll introduce you to the person in charge of this garbage star field. Guang Yanho spoke, and then the two of them entered the virtual universe together.
A hotel in the Demon Flame continent. Zhou Lang followed Guan Yanho in the elevator and arrived at the top floor. There was only one figure on the top floor. Short dark green hair, dark red skin, and a bloody mouth.
King Tianxian of Longjue is a powerful king-level warrior and also one of the leaders of the Wulong Star region.
Marquis Guanyan, long time no see.
Seeing Zhou Lang and Marquis Guanyan coming in, King Longjue greeted them with a smile. Although he had the ability to be crowned king, he was only crowned king with difficulty. Marquis Guanyan not only has a strong background, but also has considerable strength. There have been recent rumors that Guan Yanho has obtained a considerable opportunity. I'm afraid he will be officially crowned king soon. With Guan Yanho's background and strength, his status and position after being crowned king will definitely be much higher than his own.
King Longjue, long time no see. Let me introduce you. This is my junior fellow apprentice, Zhou Lang. Marquis Guanyan smiled.
Although the garbage star field is called the garbage star field, in fact, the value of the 9 garbage star fields in the entire human territory is more precious than the 9 advanced cosmic countries.
And
no immortals except those in charge are allowed to enter the 9 garbage star fields.
This is also the reason why Marquis Guanyan did not take Zhou Lang directly into the Wulong Star region to find King Longjue, but chose to meet in the virtual universe. To be valued by the Venerable, I believe you must have extraordinary talent.
Upon hearing Marquis Guanyan's introduction, King Longjue's pupils shrank slightly, and he opened his bloody mouth and smiled in greeting.
Greetings, King Longjue. Thank you for your praise. I was just lucky enough to be accepted as your disciple. I dare not borrow your name.
Zhou Lang placed his right hand on his chest and bowed slightly to King Longjue. If you have ambition, come on, Marquis Guanyan, little one, sit down and talk. King Longjue laughed heartily, then invited Zhou Lang and Marquis Guanyan to sit down.
The food in this restaurant is good.
Although it is in the virtual universe, the taste is not inferior to that in the outside world and is even better.
At the banquet, Zhou Lang remained silent the entire time, as it was mainly King Longjue and Marquis Guanyan who were talking.
When Zhou Lang was occasionally mentioned, he would just smile in response. No problem, little brother, since you are the junior fellow apprentice of Guan Yanho, you are my brother.
I will arrange for someone to pick you up right away. After you enter, you can choose as many as you want.
More than an hour later, King Longjue and Marquis Guanyan became brothers. King Longjue patted his chest and promised to let Zhou Lang choose freely.
This King Longjue is quite interesting. After leaving the virtual universe, Guan Yanho smiled and shook his head.
I hadn't met him much before, but I had heard a lot of rumors about him. King Longjue had no background, but he worked hard all the way to his position and he loved making friends the most. He was able to get the position of person in charge of the garbage star field thanks to the help of many friends. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect this guy to really make friends everywhere.
Zhou Lang did not respond to Guan Yanho's words.
After all, he is an immortal, and a king-level immortal at that.
Zhou Lang is confident that he will never stop at the king level in the future. But right now, he's still just a little star.
It is better not to speak about things that involve the immortal level. At the same time, a spaceship flew out from the palace complex in the distant Starry Sky and came to the side of Guan Yanho's spaceship.
Go ahead. The transaction that King Longjue can handle alone is 1 million Hunyuan units, which is absolutely enough for you. As for the money, I have already paid it. You don't need to worry about it. This is the teacher's order.
Don't worry, the teacher will compensate me.
Go ahead. Thank you, brother.
When Zhou Lang heard what Guan Yanho said, although he felt a little grateful, he did not act pretentiously. He directly thanked Guan Yanho and flew into the spaceship that came to pick him up. The spacecraft approached the palace complex, and the exterior simulation remained active.
Zhou Lang looked at the palace complex, feeling a little excited.
This time, the remains of corpses brought back from the garbage star field would definitely be enough to achieve a significant increase in his gene multiplier.
But I don't know how much it can be improved. 1,000 times? 2,000 times? Or 3,000 times? Zhou Lang was thinking in his mind, and the spaceship quickly drove into the palace complex.
The spaceship stopped at the spaceship berth outside the palace complex, and a man in black robe led Zhou Lang to a side hall.
The master is waiting for you. Please come in. Greetings, King Longjue.
In the hall, Zhou Lang saluted King Longjue, who smiled and waved his hand.
Your senior brother should have mentioned this to you, right? 1 million Hunyuan units, a total of 100 territory lord-level corpses. Each unit of domain lord-level corpses is equivalent to 1 billion domain lord-level peak peak-level corpses. You can choose from them.
King Longjue said this as he handed 150 metal plates to Zhou Lang. Whether it was the previous explanation by Guan Yanhou or the original book he read in his previous life, Zhou Lang was already familiar with the rules of the garbage star field.
King Longjue, I have a request. I wonder if you can increase the variety. Even corpses with inferior genes will do, but the most important thing is to have more variety.
Zhou Lang took the metal plate and did not choose it immediately. Instead, he asked, according to the regulations of the junk star domain, the corpses of each unit must be of the same race. However, Zhou Lang's talent means that the genetic improvement gained from devouring corpses of the same clan will gradually decrease. Only by devouring a large number of corpses of different races can he bring his innate secret skills to their full potential.
Oh,
upon hearing Zhou Lang's words, King Longjue was stunned. If all 100 units of peak-level territory lord corpses were replaced with those of different races, even in the garbage star region, there wouldn't be so many races.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a peak domain lord level corpse. Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. Since King Longjue did not refuse, it meant he could give it a try. A first level cosmic grade 1 is fine, or a peak level domain master is fine too. The key is that the variety must be rich and the quantity must be sufficient. Your request is quite unique.
As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, King Longjue smiled, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. However, this is not against the regulations, but it will take longer, perhaps about 2 months.
Time is not a problem. Thank you, King Longjue. Hearing King Longjue's promise, Zhou Lang smiled.
In this way, even if he passed the Cosmic Genius War and left Chaos City, there would be no shortage of corpses to devour.
Okay, in that case, I'll arrange the task according to your request. This is the world ring. You can go to Taba later.
King Longjue nodded in agreement, then threw a space ring to Zhou Lang.
Thank you, King Longjue.
Zhou Lang took the ring, returned the metal plate to King Longjue, and then expressed his gratitude.
Zhou Lang did not have high expectations for Taba.
After all, the garbage star field has been around for countless years, and there are indeed some lucky people who have found good things in it, and even made a fortune from it. However, such examples are rare. The world ring is 100,000 kilometers long, wide and high, which is very large, but the probability of finding good things in the garbage star field is still very low.
In the original novel, King Longjue personally accompanied Luo Feng to Taba, but Zhou Lang obviously did not receive such treatment.
A realm master took Zhou Lang on a space shuttle and arrived at the cargo storage area. The entire star field is filled with battlefield garbage transported from battlefields outside the domain. Standing here, Zhou Lang felt that he was not even as good as an ant. He had no intention of searching for treasures in this pile of garbage. A garbage mountain here is more than 100,000 kilometers long, wide, and high. In other words, the world ring in Zhou Lang's hand couldn't even hold a mountain of garbage. So Zhou Lang didn't waste any time. He took a portion from each garbage mountain and used the time limit to completely fill the world ring within 2 months. King Longjue had also made all the arrangements and prepared the 100 units of corpses that Zhou Lang requested. There are a total of 98.77 trillion cosmic level corpses, ranging from cosmic level 1 to cosmic level 9. There are a total of 93.6 billion domain lord level corpses, covering all levels from the 1st to the 9th level of the domain lord level. When I saw King Longjue again, he had already packed up the body.
Thank you, King Longjue. My senior brother asked me to give you his regards.
Zhou Lang took the world ring and expressed his gratitude to King Longjue again.
No problem.
King Longjue had a smile on his face. As the disciple of the Nine Swords Master, he would show kindness to Zhou Lang even if he was just a small star-level disciple. What's more, an immortal like Guan Yanhou, who is at the marquis level, is not far from being able to become a king. Compared with the assassination attempt on Luo Feng in the original novel, Zhou Lang's departure seemed peaceful.
After all, Zhou Lang is actually not well known in the universe now.
It is impossible for aliens to spend resources to assassinate a small-time, unknown star-level character. After leaving the garbage star field, Guan Yanhou took Zhou Lang and accelerated all the way back to the Qiulong star of Qianwu universe. The small gift that Venerable Nine Swords mentioned for Zhou Lang has been delivered.
Junior brother, let me introduce you. This is King Longyu, an invincible king under the master's command.
In the manner of the owner of Qiulong star, Marquis Guanyan introduced Zhou Lang. Greetings, King Longyu. Zhou Lang saluted hastily, but he was a little surprised. He wondered what the little gift the teacher was talking about was, and why it required the escort of a king.
Since we're meeting for the first time, I'll give you this little gadget as a greeting gift, little guy.
King Longyu smiled and looked at Zhou Lang gently, then casually took out a world ring and handed it to him.
Thank you, King Longyu.
Zhou Lang did not refuse, but he was not in a hurry to check the specific contents of the gift.
Okay, the Venerable said that he would hand this thing to you personally.
King Longyu said, taking out a silver white box that was as tall as a person and placing it in front of Zhou Lang.
Open it and take a look.
King Longyu looked at Zhou Lang expectantly, feeling a little surprised in his heart. After all, the gift given by the Venerable this time was indeed extremely precious, otherwise he would not have asked her, the only king to be invincible, to escort it.
Zhou Lang's surprise deepened upon seeing the silver-white box before him.
The box's code was unlocked based on his soul vibrations. The moment he opened the box, a triangular pyramid-shaped stone tablet came
into view.
There were only 10 knife marks on the stone tablet, crooked and irregular. However, when Zhou Lang saw these knife marks, his heart suddenly trembled, and he instantly recognized their origin.
Isn't this the 10th page of knife marks from the cosmic light tracing book my teacher gave me? Zhou Lang's mind flashed. Then, as if endless time were
flowing before his eyes, the knife marks gradually enlarged. In the endless starry sky, a giant sword pierced the sky and slashed towards a star ahead.
Boom! With just this one blow, the star shattered and eventually dissipated in the universe. Who the next moment, Zhou Lang suddenly came back to his senses, panting. So powerful.
Zhou Lang's eyes sparkled as he looked at the stone tablet in front of him. This was definitely a perfect match for the cosmic light tracing trace, and it was even possible that it was a replica of the Chaos Tablet in Chaos City. Soon, King Longyu spoke, further confirming his suspicions.
This stele is a replica,
but even so, the Venerable went through great pains to
borrow it.
The Venerable said you can view it at any time until the genius competition is over, but once it's over, it must be returned.
You're not giving it directly to me?
King Longyu's words left Zhou Lang feeling somewhat disappointed.
He thought, with this, wouldn't it be like having a replica of the Chaos Monument for him to view at all times? Wouldn't that allow him to quickly enter the realm of the law of time?
You wish. Upon hearing Zhou Lang's words, King Longyu shook his head helplessly.
Ignorance is indeed fearless.
The Venerable had promised many favors to lend this stone tablet. Furthermore, it was only available for 10 short years. The tablet must be
returned immediately after the genius competition.
For some weaker tribes, this was a vital treasure.
How could they simply hand it over to a stellar-level mortal? No matter how talented this little creature was, how could they possibly hand it over?
For the next period of time, the stone tablet will stay with me.
When you want to see it, just come to me directly, but you are absolutely not allowed to take the stone tablet away.
King Longyu's expression became serious, and Zhou Lang could only nod to show his understanding.
In fact, after seeing the stone tablet, Zhou Lang understood that no matter how much the Nine Swords Venerable valued him, he wouldn't give him such a precious item so casually. The genius competition was still over 5 years away,
and the genius competition would last for another 3 years, leaving him with less than 9 years. Devouring corpses, soaking in the nutrient chamber, and comprehending the stone tablet, that was what Zhou Lang had to do next. On this return trip from the garbage star region, Zhou Lang wasn't idle. This time, he purchased nearly 1 trillion cosmic-level corpses, and nearly 100 billion domain-level corpses. On the way back, after more than a year, Zhou Lang had already begun devouring.
Name, Zhou Lang. Gene multiples, 511 times. Level, stellar level 3.
Over the past year, I've devoured over 10 million cosmic corpses, but the increase in gene multiplier has only slowed. Furthermore, the more I devour,
the more similar genes I find.
Considering the cosmic standard of 10,081 times the number of genes for perfection, do I need to devour the genes
of every living thing in the universe to reach the highest level? Zhou Lang began to speculate. However, with the next trillions of corpses, there
would undoubtedly be some genes that haven't been devoured before. Therefore, in the short term, he didn't need to worry too much about these issues. While viewing the stone tablet did indeed allow Zhou Lang to gain some insights, he wasn't able to gain continuous understanding simply by staring at it.
After all,
the stone tablet was merely an external object. The real key lay in Zhou Lang's own accumulation. Therefore, Zhou Lang quickly made a thorough plan for his next move. He decided to spend a month in the nutrient chamber, and during this time, he would begin studying the cosmic light tracing technique in the virtual universe. He would then spend another
month focusing most of his attention on studying the virtual universe.
He would then spend another 7 days observing the stone tablet, and then repeat the process.
Queen Longyu had no objection.
Her mission here was to escort and guard the stele. As for when Zhou Lang would come to view it, she could
arrange that.
Furthermore, she also wanted to know whether this young disciple, whom the Venerable valued, truly possessed such high talent.
Zhou Lang's performance proved truly astonishing to Queen Longyu.
Every 2 months, Zhou Lang would visit the stone tablet, and almost every time, he made progress. Queen Longyu had never witnessed anyone else achieve this rate of progress in her countless years. She herself was the most gifted person of her time, and the self-proclaimed geniuses before her were ultimately left far behind.
Yet, after witnessing Zhou Lang's progress, Queen Longyu still felt a sense of emotion. Could this be a true genius? Zhou Lang was unaware of King Longyu's inner surprise.
With the upcoming genius battle looming, it wasn't just about his divine beast clones, but also about his future status among humans. In the original novel, before being hampered by the law of time, Bolan's comprehension of the law of space during the genius battle was truly extraordinary, rivaling the peak level of a realm master, allowing him to surpass the 6th level of the Tongtian Bridge and Challenge.
The 7th.
In the real world, Zhou Lang Lang could instantly defeat Bolin with a single-time pause, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of his talent. However, in the genius battle, Zhou Lang couldn't rely on his innate secrets, relying solely on his own understanding of the laws. Even in a virtual space, Zhou Lang couldn't utilize his physical abilities that enhanced the laws of time. Everything was real. Facing such an opponent, Zhou Lang inevitably felt a sense of unease. However, as time passed, his strength continued to improve, and his understanding of the laws gradually deepened, and Zhou Lang gradually felt at ease. Time slowly slipped by, and the genius tournament was still a year away. However, this time, when Zhou Lang arrived at King Longyu's residence to view the stone tablet, he unexpectedly experienced enlightenment.
A month, 2 months, time flew by, and less
than a month had passed before the genius tournament began, yet Zhou Lang still hadn't set out.
King Lonyu had even removed the
stone tablet from before him. Since the first month, Zhou Lang had closed his eyes, completely immersed in his own understanding.
There is less than a month left before the genius competition.
I am afraid that I will not have enough time to complete the training
tasks assigned by the teacher. Guan Yanho looked at Zhou Lang, who was still immersed in comprehension, and shook his head slightly. What does the venerable say?
King Longyu asked casually, his eyes still on Zhou Lang.
Teacher said that if you're still trying to comprehend something, it's okay to miss the genius contest. There are more ways to join the core of the company than just the genius contest. Light, is this what light is? Flame, that's what it is.
Zhou Lang sat cross-legged, and his understanding of the laws of light and fire finally reached a critical moment in his mind.
Buzz.
At this moment, a powerful aura descended upon the manor of the owner of Xiaolong Star,
and the center of the aura was Zhou Lang himself. This is?
When Marquis Guangyan and King Longyu saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in their eyes.
The origin law has arrived?
The two men, one is the invincible king, and the other is a strong man among the marquises. Naturally, they understand the significance of the advent of the law of origin. The recognition of the original law means that Zhou Lang's understanding of the law has reached the level of Realm Master.
But at this time, Zhou Lang was only at the 9th level of the star class. Boom! The space shook and Zhou Lang opened his eyes. Tick!
2 drops of water appeared above Zhou Lang's head, one white and one fiery red.
In an instant, 2 drops of water fell, penetrated into Zhou Lang's body without any hindrance, and finally landed on the pronucleus.
Immediately, a white secret pattern and a fiery red secret pattern appeared on the surface of the pronucleus. On Zhou Lang's forehead, a drop of white light and a mark of a fiery red flame appeared.
Is this the recognition of the original law?
A hint of joy flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. When the 2 drops of water of law merged into his soul, Zhou Lang felt that his soul was constantly receiving a call. It's like a mother calling her child. Afterwards, Zhou Lang allocated part of his consciousness to respond to the call.
Boom!
His consciousness came to an endless ocean of white.
This is the origin of the law of light, the source of the law of light in the entire universe.
Endless aura of laws enveloped Zhou Lang, and the powerful pressure far exceeded any strongman he had ever seen. Whether it was Marquis Guangyan, King Longjue, King Longyu, or even his own teacher, Venerable Zhou Jian. At this time, Zhou Lang has gained the recognition of the original law, merged into one of the drops of water, and continued to explore and comprehend the law of light. At the same time, he separated another part of his consciousness and entered the origin of the law of fire. It was an endless sea of fire, and Zhou Lang also merged into it, exploring the laws of fire. My consciousness has been recognized by the law of the origin of light and the law of the origin of fire. The speed at which I comprehend these 2 laws is now comparable to that of the law of time. When Zhou Lang regained consciousness, the excitement on his face was hard to conceal.
Ha, junior brother, congratulations.
The origin law acknowledges that you are only at the 9th level of the star level. When the teacher knows this, he will definitely be very happy. When Guan Yanho saw Zhou Lang wake up, he laughed heartily and walked to his side.
Senior brother, King Longyu.
Zhou Lang stood up and greeted Marquis Guanyan and King Longyu with a smile still on his face.
By the way, senior brother, how long is the genius competition going to last? I won't miss it, right? Thinking of his mission, Zhou Lang asked quickly. Don't worry, there's still 1 day until registration for the genius tournament officially opens.
Oh, and the teacher said that since you can't make it in time for your final training, forget it and just participate in the genius tournament directly.
After Guan Yanho responded, Zhou Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Fortunately, his divine beast clone did not fly away. As for whether he could get first place in the genius battle, Zhou Lang was full of confidence. Before this, he was no match for Bolin simply in terms of understanding the rules of spelling. But over the years, the recognition of the fundamental laws of light and fire has already allowed him to surpass himself.
And the progress in the law of time is no longer comparable to that of Berlan. Perhaps, we can try to see if we can get through the 7 trial towers?
A thought flashed through Zhou Lang's mind.
Alright, junior brother, prepare well from now on. Registration for the genius competition will begin tomorrow, so make sure you do your best.
Guan Yanho did not disturb him too much. Zhou Lang had just finished his training, and it would definitely take some time for him to continue.
The battle of geniuses is coming.
With Zhou Lang's strength, it will definitely not be a problem for him to win the first place in the genius battle. At that time, his status as a nominal disciple in front of the teacher will be transformed into a direct disciple. After Marquis Guanyan and King Longyu left, Zhou Lang also had time to check his gains. Gene multiples, 2,368 times.
Level, Stellar Level 9.
Realm, 9th level of Light Realm, 9th level of Flame Realm, recognized by the law of light, recognized by the law of flame. The system panel opened, and Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile as he looked at his system panel.
But soon, Zhou Lang's expression became a little depressed again.
During these years, except for the last year, Zhou Lang has been comprehending the laws, and the rest of the time he has been devouring corpses. However, the gene multiplier still failed to exceed 3,000 times.
There are still quite a few corpses left,
but even if I devour them all, I can only reach a maximum of 4,000 times the gene power.
Zhou Lang stroked his chin, brows furrowed.
In fact, the number of corpses left was still quite considerable, and he had only devoured about 1% during this period. At first, Zhou Lang could only slightly increase his gene multiplier by consuming 100 or so corpses, but later, even after consuming tens of thousands, the increase was negligible.
Forget it. At least before the end of the Genius War, I won't have to worry about not having enough corpses to consume when I leave the initial universe.
He shook his head, putting his chaotic thoughts behind him. Last time, the madman mentioned preparing to breed the Void Cinder Beast.
I wonder if it's successful. With this thought in mind, Zhou Lang entered the virtual universe. Xiaoling, contact Luo Feng.
In the virtual universe room, Zhou Lang asked Zhou Ling to contact Luo Feng. However, to his surprise, Luo Feng had cut off all communication.
Not
only him, but Jia Yi and the others also had no idea where Luo Feng had gone. All they knew was that Luo Feng was abducted by an immortal shortly after becoming a disciple of the Lord of Qianwu.
He didn't elaborate on the specific circumstances. Zhou Lang wasn't overly concerned about this. The Lord of Qianwu would never harm Luo Feng.
Furthermore, after becoming his disciple,
the entire Silver Blue Empire was bestowed upon Luo Feng by the Lord.
The Silver Blue Empire's royal family now served as
Luo Feng's servants.
This also accelerated the development of the Earth lineage. Although only a few years had passed, Jia Yi and his companions had already reached the stellar level and were attempting to take over the affairs of the Silver Blue Empire.
Zhou Lang had a brief chat with Jia Yi and other high-ranking officials from Earth.
The leaders of the various organizations that had remained behind now held senior positions throughout the Silver Blue Empire.
Thanks to
you and Luo Feng, in recent years, almost all newborns on Earth have become quasi-warriors before the age of 10 and are guaranteed to become warriors before adulthood, Jia said with emotion, looking at Zhou Lang.
Old Jia is right. Crazy and I are just hands-off managers. It's all thanks to your management. Zhou Lang waved his hand, not taking any credit.
He had hardly returned to Earth
in the years since leaving.
It wasn't until late at night that Jia said goodbye, and Zhou Lang prepared to head to the killing field to experience his current strength. Just as he stood up to teleport, a massive black banner, its edges radiating light, suddenly appeared in the night sky above Black Dragon Mountain Island.
On the
banner, glowing white characters gradually appeared. Universe Humanity Peak Genius Battle, once every 10,000 years, coming soon, jointly hosted by the
Virtual Universe Company and all the nations of the universe. Can't find a genius of your same rank and level to rival?
Then join the Peak Genius Battle, where
billions of geniuses from across the universe clash fiercely.
For details, please visit the official Virtual Universe website through your virtual assistant. The black list in the night sky stretched over 1,000,000 miles in length and width.
Even if Black Dragon Mountain Island had a population of
hundreds of millions, everyone would be able to see its contents.
Is the Peak Genius Tournament about to begin? Hundreds of millions of
geniuses from all universes will compete together.
A grand gathering for the entire human race.
I must take first place, Zhou Lang vowed
to himself. My expectations are modest. As long as I can make it into the top 1,000 of the Qianwu universe, I'll receive a generous reward.
Suddenly, everyone on Black Dragon Mountain Island was buzzing with news of the Genius Tournament.
Zhou Lang, upon seeing the announcement in the sky, smiled with anticipation. Finally, this moment has arrived.
I only have 3 years left to obtain the Divine Beast clone.
His heart was ablaze with excitement, and he immediately opened the official website of the virtual universe.
Skipping the introduction and the final rewards of the Genius competition, Zhou Lang focused directly on the registration page.
The number of applicants from Qianwu Universe, 782,001,423.
He opened the registration page almost the moment the list appeared, but even then, the number was already approaching 1 billion, and the number was still climbing rapidly. He filled in his information and clicked register. Ding, scan completed. Stellar level 9th rank warrior, registration approved. Zhou Lang shook his head slightly, sighing, it's a shame the soul gold orb has been used up, and my status as a spiritualist
is gone. However, he didn't feel disappointed.
After all, whether a warrior or a spiritualist, the ultimate goal is the same.
Instead,
he felt a pity for the shattered light glazed ring he he had obtained, along with the accompanying spiritualist secret technique. Furthermore, there wasn't any reward after reaching the star level this time.
How exactly does this system determine the rewards?
Zhou Lang thought to himself that he had received a reward when he broke through to the planetary level, but this time he got no reward when he broke through to the stellar level. He wanted to communicate with the system, but unfortunately the system's intelligence was not very reliable.
Forget it, let's not think about that for now. Hasn't the lunatic opened the communication yet?
The registration period for the genius competition is only 1 month. He shook his head, trying to put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, and looked at Luo Feng's communication, which still showed that it could not be connected.
Maybe the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom issued some trial mission, which delayed it.
After thinking for a moment, Zhou Lang did not worry too much, but chose to exit the virtual universe. The registration period for the genius battle will last for a full month. However, Zhou Lang was surprised that he was unable to contact Luo Feng during this period.
Today is the last day. If Crazy Man doesn't come online,
he will really miss the genius battle.
Zhou Lang frowned slightly and walked into Guan Yanho's yard. Junior brother, aren't you busy preparing for the genius competition? How do you have time to come here? Guan Yanho seemed a little surprised to see Zhou Lang coming to visit.
During this month, Guan Yanho had not disturbed Zhou Lang, and Zhou Lang was waiting quietly in his residence for the start of the genius battle.
Brother, this is what happened. My good friend Luo Feng. Zhou Lang briefly explained Luo Feng's situation to Guan Yanho. Simple, I'll just go and ask about this.
After hearing this, Guan Yanho did not refuse but nodded in agreement.
Soon, he withdrew from the virtual universe.
Don't worry, your friend is currently in seclusion in a secret realm owned by the Lord of Qianwu.
Now is a critical moment, and he will definitely not miss the registration for the genius competition.
Seeing Marquis Guanyan smiling, Zhou Lang finally felt relieved.
Just as Guan Yanho said, Luo Feng finally came online 1 hour before the registration for the genius battle ended.
Crazy, you kid, I thought you were going to miss the registration for the genius competition. After Luo Feng came online, he immediately signed up and sent a message to Zhou Lang in the virtual universe.
The teacher took me to a secret place that cannot connect to the virtual universe.
Luo Feng had a smile on his face, but Zhou Lang could see excitement in his eyes.
Oh, it seems like you've improved a lot in the past few years?
Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a hint of surprise.
Apart from anything else, according to the teacher's prediction, I will definitely have no problem getting into the top 1,000. If I can make further progress in the next 3 years, Lunzi, first place may not be yours.
Luo Feng smiled, but Zhou Lang shook his head and laughed.
By the way, prodigal, what's that on your forehead? Do you like this kind of virtual costume?
Luo Feng noticed that there was a light spot and a flame on Zhou Lang's forehead, and asked out of curiosity, but Zhou Lang just smiled mysteriously and did not explain.
You can ask Babata.
Also, I hope that after you know this, you will still feel that you have the ability to compete with me for the first place.
Zhou Lang patted Luo Feng on the shoulder and then stood up. I'm going offline now.
The genius war is about to start.
See you in the initial universe then.
After saying that, Zhou Lang went offline directly.
Babata, what does the prodigal mean by this? Isn't that thing on his forehead an ornament?
After Zhou Lang left, Luo Feng looked at Babata on his shoulder curiously, feeling confused. Babata usually talks a lot, but after seeing Zhou Lang this time, he seemed a little silent.
Babata? Luo Feng called out again, and Babata finally came back to his senses. What did you say?
The shock on Babata's face had not yet dissipated, and he did not hear clearly what Luo Feng said just now.
I'm asking, what on earth is that thing on the prodigal's forehead? Luo Feng noticed that Babata's shock seemed to be related to Zhou Lang. Could it be because of the light spot and flame on his forehead? He. Hearing Luo Feng's question, Babata sneered. Luo Feng, if Zhou Lang only purchased a virtual image from the virtual universe, then that's fine. But if it's true, then even if you're 3 years from now, you won't be able to compete for first place in this genius competition. Babata's tone deepened. He originally thought that Luo Feng would finally have the opportunity to catch up with Zhou Lang after he became a disciple of the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom. Moreover, the King of Qianwu also values Luo Feng very much. After learning that Luo Feng possessed a clone of the golden horned beast, he purchased the crystal core of the Void Cinders beast and allowed Luo Feng to breed the clone. In order to allow Luo Feng to catch up with the genius battle, he even forcibly created a clone in just 6 years, which would have taken thousands of years to create. The resources consumed during this period are absolutely astronomical. But even so, when he saw Zhou Lang again, Babata discovered that it was not only Luo Feng who was making progress. Zhou Lang's progress was equally significant, even faster than Luo Feng's. That's the recognition of the original law, and it's the law of light and the law of fire. Zhou Lang is currently only at the 9th level of the star class. Geniuses of this level are rarely seen in the entire human race even after countless years. What do you mean? Babata, can you explain it more clearly? Seeing that Babata never got to the point, Luo Feng felt a little anxious. Luo Feng, the flickering light and flame on Zhou Lang's forehead symbolized the recognition of the origin law. Babata was explaining to Luo Feng. At the same time,
in the Nine Swords Master Hall in the virtual universe. Your Excellency, the Genius War is about to begin, and the branches of each cosmic nation are fully prepared. King Longyu appeared respectfully in the hall and reported to the venerable Nine Swords. The Nine Swords Master opened his eyes with a gentle smile on his face.
Longyu, the next thing will be left to you.
Yes, Your Excellency. King Longyu bowed and left the hall, while venerable Nine Swords opened a virtual screen. The screen was showing Zhou Lang fighting in the killing space. With over 2,000 times the genes, the recognition of the original laws of light and fire, the law of time is still on the road to analyzing the essence of the law.
Zhou Lang's current level of time law should have reached the 6th level of Tongtian Bridge.
But if you add the laws of light and fire, it won't be a problem to pass the 10th level, and there's also a chance to pass the 11th level. Back then, Cody claimed to be a genius that was hard to come by in millions of eras. However, when he challenged the Tongtian Bridge for the first time, he only reached the 10th level. At that time, Cody was already at the cosmic level, while Zhou Lang was still at the 9th level of the stellar level. If Zhou Lang could break through to the cosmic level, there would be absolutely no problem for him to pass the 11th level.
Cody is far inferior to my apprentice.
After the video ended, the smile on the face of the Nine Swords Master still did not fade. In the past 2 years, Wu Qian has been telling me that his disciples' understanding of the laws of space might catch up with my disciples after he gave birth to his second clone.
Ha, you're a frog in a well.
The genius battle is about to begin, and it's time for me to go meet Qianwu. Thinking of this, the figure of the Nine Swords Master disappeared from the hall.
In the temple in the center of Qianwu continent.
Well, after Luo Feng bred the Void Cinder Beast, his talent in spatial laws increased significantly.
This is truly the reward for me setting up the time acceleration zone. King Qianwu watched Luo Feng's training video and nodded with satisfaction. His Highness Luo Feng is exceptionally talented and values loyalty and righteousness.
The king should be truly grateful to have such an outstanding disciple. 13. The immortal general of Qianwu universe stood in the hall and complimented. 13. Your words sound very pleasant. The king of Qianwu smiled.
An apprentice who will not die in the future will at least be at the king level, and may even reach the peak of the king level. The Lord of Qianwu State attaches great importance to this, not to mention the deep relationship between Luo Feng and Zhou Lang. As long as it is properly maintained, I can at least reduce 1/10 of the ethnic group's debt in the future. Qianwu.
The voice of the Nine Swords Master came from outside the hall, and then his figure appeared in the hall.
13. You go down first.
When the king of Qianwu saw the arrival of the Nine Swords Master, he waved to 13.
Zhou Jian, you haven't seen my apprentice's training video yet, right? Come on, come and take a look, and give some pointers to the young man.
After 13 left, the king of Qianwu sent Luo Feng's training video to the Nine Swords Master with a smile on his face.
Oh, that's great. Let me take a look first.
The Nine Swords Venerable, who had come to show off originally, couldn't help but brighten up when he heard the words of the Lord of Qianwu, but he didn't refuse. However, to Qianwu's disappointment, after watching the video, the Nine Swords Master did not show any expression of excessive surprise.
Your apprentice is indeed good, Qianwu.
The Nine Swords Master showed a smile on his face, and then sent Zhou Lang's video to Qianwu.
It's just right. You can also watch my apprentice's training video and give him some pointers.
Looking at the video sent by the Nine Swords Master, the king of Qianwu State frowned slightly and had a bad premonition in his heart.
Really?
When King Qianwu finished watching the video, his face darkened.
Qianwu, why are you silent? Are you naturally quiet? I also want to hear your opinion of my apprentice.
Looking at Qianwu's expression, the Nine Swords Master's smile became even brighter.
Tell me, what exactly are you doing here?
King Qianwu took a few deep breaths and reminded himself that this was a virtual universe and there would be no consequences even if he hit someone.
Let it all out next time we meet in real life. Ahem, Qianwu, what do you think my apprentice and your apprentice will achieve in this genius competition?
The Nine Swords Master also understood the principle of knowing when to stop. He cleared his throat twice and then began to ask. Judging from past results, your apprentice and mine will probably take first and second place this time. The king of Qianwu tapped the throne with his fingers and then spoke.
That's right. If other geniuses perform a little better, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's performance is a little worse in the early stages, how about we start another bet?
The Nine Swords Master said this, and the king of Qianwu looked at him with horror.
Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down? Hunting? This is a matter of accepting defeat. How can it be considered a hunt?
The Nine Swords Master said this with a relaxed look on his face.
Absolutely not. We absolutely cannot do this.
If someone finds out, we'll both be finished.
King Qianwu hurriedly shook his head. 2.
The Nine Swords Master did not try to persuade him any further. He just nodded slightly and turned to walk out of the hall.
I'm just wondering how much debt your tribe still has left. I don't mind, since I'm debt-free. But it's such a shame for you, Qianwu. If I come across such a good opportunity again, I don't know when it will be, etc.
The words of the Nine Swords Master made the king of Qianwu raise his head.
Are you sure you're okay?
The king of Qianwu still looked at the venerable Nine Swords with a troubled expression.
Qianwu, why are you so hesitant?
So many people people advised you not to go to the primordial star back then, but you've already been there. Is the situation now even more dangerous than the primordial
star? What's the big deal if we're discovered? The worst that can happen is a beating. Do they really dare to kill both of us? Just tell me straight up, do you dare to take this risk with me?
As soon as the Nine Swords Master finished speaking, the eyes of the Qianwu King fixed on the Nine Swords Master. The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation.
Let's do it! China time, May 16th. On a vast continent,
the entire Qianwu universe, more than 800 billion geniuses are all gathered together.
Lunzi, I'm from District 1, what about you?
Luofeng looked at the numerous geniuses around him, surprise clearly visible on his face.
Area 7-2. Zhou Lang glanced at the area he was assigned to and then answered.
However, his mind was still spinning around the email that the teacher had just sent. What do you mean? Don't show all your strength right from the start, and even spend money to cover up the mark recognized by your own original law.
Is the teacher doing anything dangerous? Zhou Lang had a vague feeling that something was not right with the teacher this time. Not only Zhou Lang, but even Luofeng received an email from the king of Qianwu.
During the qualifiers, you must keep a low profile and not reveal too much of your strength. Everyone, please note that this preliminary elimination round will be divided into 100 world regions, and a collective transfer will be carried out soon.
Please take this time to check your equipment.
Once the pre-selection begins, weapons will no longer be available for requisition.
A loud voice rang out on the mainland.
Zhou Lang stopped thinking about it and began to carefully check his equipment.
The second-level Black Nightmare armor and the Red Flame Spear are contained in the space ring. These equipments are enough for Zhou Lang to successfully pass the preliminaries.
Crazy guy, come on, let's pass the preliminaries together. Then, Zhou Lang turned his gaze to Luofeng with a smile on his face.
Come on, prodigal. Luofeng also had a smile on his face.
It has been 10 years since we left Earth and entered the universe, and now the time for the Battle of Geniuses has finally arrived. According to teacher Qianwu and Babata, as long as you successfully pass the genius battle, you can make a leap, join the virtual universe company, and become a true core member. The next moment, Zhou Lang felt a flash before his eyes, which lasted for about 3 seconds before the surrounding scene gradually became clear.
What an amazing gravity! Zhou Lang looked around and found himself in a magnificent building.
Participant, Zhou Lang, Qianwu Empire.
Points, 0. Ranking, 780-142-2300.
World Region, 72nd World Region.
Note, the 72nd World District is modeled after the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, and the planetary building is built.
The entire building is large enough to accommodate tens of billions of people. Many objects in the 72nd World Zone, such as houses and floors, are made of B9 grade metal. Zhou Lang raised his right hand, and his relevant information appeared on the arm guard screen. Hunting is too troublesome in the early stages.
In the later stages, you can get rich points for every kill. There is no need to rush into action for now.
Zhou Lang looked around and was not in a hurry to go hunting. However, the others around did not seem to be willing to wait leisurely. The battles in the later stages will inevitably be more intense, so it would be wise to hunt more now. Not everyone who participates in the genius battle regards the final battle as their goal like Zhou Lang and Luofeng. Their goal was simply to perform better during the genius competition. If they could achieve a good ranking in the domestic qualifiers of the Qianwu universe, it would be enough to get better training opportunities within their respective organizations.
Puff. In the pitch-black area, 3 bodies fell quietly. Really? Since you don't want me to be quiet, then I'll just have some fun with you.
Looking at the 3 corpses, Zhou Lang shook his neck slightly and walked towards the next floor. At the same time, Zhou Lang's information was updated on the arm guard screen.
Participant, Zhou Lang, Qianwu Empire. Points, 178. Rank, 347,801.
World Region, 72nd World Region. In the entire World Zone, the highest altitude of all the athletes is no more than 9,000 meters. Further up, there is an invisible film, and outside the film are spectator boats watching the race. In the talent battle, there are over 8.2 billion players in each world region, and the cost of broadcasting all of them would be too high. However, this is only for ordinary people. At this time, in the temple in the center of Qianwu continent,
both Luofeng and Zhou Lang have performed very well.
With the strength they've shown so far, they will definitely have no problem taking first place in their respective regions. But the strength he displayed wasn't enough to alert others. Looking at the performance of Zhou Lang and Luofeng in the projection, the king of Qianwu nodded slightly. King Longyu is already collecting information on players from other universe nations.
But from the current perspective, no one can match Luofeng, let alone Zhou Lang.
Venerable Zhoujian also checked the email sent by King Longyu, and then nodded slightly. That's good, Zhoujian, you can spread the news now. Hearing the words of the Nine Swords Master, the king of Qianwu also nodded slightly. Afterwards, under the manipulation of the two, the news that Zhou Lang and Luofeng were disciples of the Nine Swords Master and the Lord of Qianwu began to spread rapidly. Zhou Lang was unaware of his teacher's actions at this time. Inside the planet building, Zhou Lang cleared floor by floor, without even having to do anything himself. His domain expanded, submerging any opponent who came into contact with it, while Zhou Lang's ranking continued to rise. On the other side, the First World Area.
Demon Hammer? The gap between your reputation and strength is a bit too big.
Luo Feng held a bloody sword in his hand, and a figure holding a black hammer in front of him had fallen to the ground.
So, what about you? Are you planning to challenge me?
Luo Feng turned his head and looked at a residential building next to him.
How could you find me?
A figure walked out of the residential building. He had flowing green hair and a handsome face, but his face was full of surprise. He was confident that he had hidden well, but he didn't expect to be found anyway.
You're worthy of being called a madman. Then, a smile appeared on his face.
Only a strong man like him was worthy of his challenge.
Are you Feng Luan? Luo Feng pondered for a moment before confirming the other party's identity. Yes, it's me, Crazy Man. Now neither of us has enough points. How about a battle on the last day?
Feng Luan spoke with a smile on his face, but Luo Feng just shook his head.
Points? I have few points now, but it's just because I'm too slow in chasing people. As he spoke, Luo Feng walked towards the residential building. Feng Luan's expression changed slightly.
He wanted to say something, but he only saw a flash of golden light.
What a fast speed.
Feng Luan covered his neck and turned to look at Luo Feng behind him.
You're not bad. You almost reacted to this move. Luo Feng's mouth curled up slightly.
This move was already 30% of his strength.
Feng Luan almost reacted, which was indeed a good performance. Keep going. After taking a look at his own ranking, Luo Feng continued to run away.
And in the spectators' seats outside the First World Area.
Dad is so awesome. Luo Feng's two children, Luo Ping and Luo Hai, couldn't help but applaud their father's performance in the picture.
Brother is really good. He has already reached 273rd place. Luo Hua sat aside and nodded slightly.
But Uncle Zhou Lang is even better. Luo Hai suddenly pointed to the list next to him.
In the 72nd World Zone, Zhou Lang had already become the number 1.
Uncle Hong is also in the same world zone as Uncle Zhou.
Luo Ping then pointed to the position of more than 3,000 people in World Zone 72 and said, "There's also World Zone 88, and Thor is there too."
Jia Yi, sitting nearby, nodded with a chuckle. This time, not only Zhou Lang and Luo
Feng from Earth were participating in the genius battle, but also East and the others. However, their roles were merely participants.
At present, among the people on Earth who participated in the genius war and actually stayed in the world zone, there are only 4 people: Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen.
At this time, in the temple of Qianwu continent.
Qianwu, Jiao Jian, is this your disciple?
He is indeed a genius, but in this genius battle, your disciple can only compete for second place. More than 10 venerables looked at the performance of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, and someone spoke up.
Oh, Kumu, you are talking about the little guy from Noah Universe Kingdom, right?
When Venerable Zhou Jian heard the other party's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but his expression seemed a little unnatural. While that little fellow is quite powerful, my disciple is equally strong.
It's hard to say who will win.
Nine Swords spoke, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that
he was holding on.
After all, the little fellow from the Noah universe had mastered the laws of space to a degree unmatched by most realm masters, a genius once in a million. For ordinary people, the once every 5,000-year genius tournament might be a grand spectacle, but for the high-ranking cosmic exalted ones of the entire human race, it's nothing.
Over countless years, the Cosmic Genius Tournament has been held
countless times, with each event barely vying for even one immortal. Therefore, most of the time, the cosmic exalted ones rarely watch the broadcasts of the Genius Tournament unless a true genius appears, like this time's Bolin, who attracted quite a crowd.
That's right. I just contacted King Noah. Let's go and see how the little guy is doing.
Suddenly a venerable spoke, and many venerables agreed.
You guys go ahead.
I still have to preside over the talent competition, so I won't run around. Nine Swords Venerable's expression was somewhat
unhappy, and he then made an excuse to refuse.
The other venerables naturally understood that Nine Swords Venerable was a little embarrassed. Having a venerable preside over the genius battle was merely a nominal role. The real work was handled by the immortals.
The venerables
only showed up at the final stage to give the geniuses an explanation and let them know which venerable they would be under in the future.
Okay, you guys go first. Zhu Jian and I will follow. The king of Qianwu spoke quickly, and the many venerables did not say anything more and left one after another. After all the venerables had left, Venerable Nine Swords and the Lord of Qianwu looked at each other, their smiles spreading uncontrollably. Unfortunately, only the little guy from Noah Universe Nation has attracted attention this time. I don't think many people will take the bait.
Then, the Qianwu king put away his smile and shook his head helplessly.
That may not be the case.
The Nine Swords master smiled mysteriously and sent a video to the Qianwu king.
Is this guy related to the founder of the giant axe?
After seeing the video, King Qianwu showed a hint of surprise on his face.
Yes, from the same clan.
The Nine Swords master nodded slightly.
This is what Guanyan saw.
The one who was killed was a fellow villager of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. The 9th level venerable smiled. With the knowledge of a clan member from the great great axe founder, the topic of this talent competition would only get more hype. Also, King Longyu sent me a message. Besides the little guy from the Noah universe, there are quite a few other contestants worth keeping an eye on. There's a little guy from the Howling God clan who's quite good at illusion. Furthermore, a prince from the Savage Universe Kingdom also participated in the talent competition and performed very well. With each word, the smile on the Qianwu King's face grew wider. Great, we're definitely going to make a killing this time. He laughed heartily. Okay, put away your smile and don't be too happy later. We have to go to the Noah Universe Kingdom to face the ridicule. The Nine Swords Venerable reminded the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom with a smile. Afterwards, the two of them put away their smiles and teleported to Noah's continent. World Zone 72. Run, the light demon is coming. Oh no, run away. No, light demon, please, I am number 1001, don't kill me. No. Zhou Lang continued to expand his field of light, reaping contestants layer by layer with an expressionless face. Thank you. On a certain floor of the planet building, Hong expressed his deep gratitude to Zhou Lang. It was Zhou Lang's presence that had saved his life. No need, just work hard. If you can get a good ranking in the genius battle, it will be of great help to your future development. Zhou Lang shook his head and gave Hong some advice. I understand. Hong nodded slightly, watching Zhou Lang's departure, a flood of emotion welling up in his heart. Once upon a time, he'd been watching Zhou Lang's video reviews of the gravity chamber and the trial tower. However, when the two actually met for the first time, Zhou Lang's strength had already surpassed his own. The subsequent developments between Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were completely baffling to Hong. Keep hunting. My current ranking is still a little unstable for me to qualify, Hong thought to himself. Although Zhou Lang and Luo Feng are very powerful, he is still confident that as long as he keeps going, he may not fall behind. Time passed slowly. 1 day, 2 days, half a month later, the Qianwu Universe National Preliminary Tournament finally concluded. Zhou Lang was teleported out and saw the information that he was ranked first. He nodded slightly. Not bad. How's it going, prodigal? Luo Feng found Zhou Lang with a smile on his face. Zhou Lang raised his arm and showed his ranking. That's right, me too. Seeing Zhou Lang's information clearly showing first place, Luo Feng also revealed his own ranking. Then it seems that we can practice well in the next 3 years. In the original novel, Luo Feng experienced 3 years of ring competitions and reincarnation battles. But this time, Luo Feng doesn't need to go through all this. He just needs to practice well in the next 3 years. What he obtained was a clone of the Kongjin domain beast, which was far more powerful than the clone of the Demon Killer clan in the original novel. When the finals come 3 years later, Luo Feng will definitely surprise everyone. Teacher Chen Wu said that after the preliminaries, he will teach me specifically for 3 years. Don't wait until I get first place in 3 years. Luo Feng smiled and nodded, then put his arm around Zhou Lang's shoulders and spoke provocatively. What a coincidence. Teacher Jiu Jian also said that he will personally teach me in the next 3 years. Don't let me down then. A confident smile appeared on Zhou Lang's lips. Then it's a deal. We'll see who's better in 3 years. Having said that, Luo Feng's expression also became serious. Okay, let's see who's better in 3 years. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and then the two parted ways in the virtual universe. Luo Feng still wanted to chat with his family for a while Zhou Lang just sent an email to Wei Wen and Tanya, and then left directly. Teacher. In the hall of the Nine Swords Master, Zhou Lang saluted the Nine Swords Master, King Longyu, senior brother. Then, Zhou Lang saluted Marquis Guanyan and King Longyu in the hall. Ah, Zhou Lang, you performed really well this time. Looking at Zhou Lang with a respectful look on his face, the Nine Swords Master smiled. There are still 3 years until the finals. During these 3 years, you should practice in the hall. If you have any questions, you can always ask me. Thank you, teacher. Zhou Lang thanked him with gratitude. Having a venerable person to answer questions at any time is definitely a great privilege for Zhou Lang. Even though the Nine Swords Master was his teacher, this was considered special care. No problem. The Nine Swords Master waved his hand and continued. You have now gained the recognition of the law of light and the law of fire, and the road ahead will be much smoother. Today, I will tell you about the laws of time. Longyu, Guanyan, you two should stay and listen. Thank you, Master/Venerable. Upon hearing the words of the Nine Swords Master, King Longyu and Marquis Guanyan hurriedly expressed their gratitude. The Nine Swords Master nodded slightly and began to explain. The law of time is divided into 3 branches: time acceleration, time deceleration, and time stillness. Zhou Lang, your innate secret technique is the time still branch of the law of time. Time stillness can be further divided into instantaneous stagnation, continuous confinement, and precise control of prohibited range. At present, you are only at the level of applying the momentary stagnation. The Nine Swords Master continued explaining the law of time for a month. Afterwards, Zhou Lang began his own studies. He mainly watched the replica of the stone tablet offline and practiced the tracing of the light of the universe. Although the Nine Swords Venerable was instructing Zhou Lang at any time, as a venerable, he only needed to leave a little consciousness. As for the rest of his consciousness, the Nine Swords Master had already arrived at the temple on the Qianwu continent. 9 swords, this time we're in some trouble. That little guy from the Noah universe has attracted a lot of attention, and the people of the Great Axe Founders clan are also favored by many people. A rough estimate is that at least 300 venerables are paying attention to this genius battle, some of whom are even venerables from the Grand Alliance's allies. The expression of the king of Qianwu seemed a little worried. I originally just wanted to make a quick buck, but I didn't expect it to become so huge.
More than 300, and you can still hold on. You're not thinking of backing down now, are you?
The Nine Swords Master frowned slightly. I originally thought that this was just a genius competition, and that a few dozen venerables would be enough to pay attention to it. I didn't expect that there would be more than 300 people paying attention this time, which made Venerable Zhoujian feel a little nervous. If they are exposed, do they in Qianwu really have to hide in Chaos City? Back off? Who's going to back off? The expression of the king of Qianwu was solemn. This time, with over 300 venerables, if things are done properly, and each of them takes out a treasure worth 30 points, there shouldn't be any problem, right?
30 heavy treasure points? Upon hearing the words of Lord Qianwu, Venerable Zhoujian's breathing became a little rapid for a moment. Qianwu, isn't this a bit too much?
Most of the people who are watching the genius competition this time are low-level venerables.
30 treasure points are almost equivalent to their entire net worth.
Venerable Zhoujian felt that what King Qianwu was doing was a bit crazy. Although there are many low-level venerables, guys like Noah and his like all hold precious treasures in their hands. They definitely have no shortage of ordinary treasures, and our main targets are Noah and his group. The king of Qianwu clenched his fists and thought to himself that if this vote was successful, he could go to Chaos City and hide for thousands or even tens of thousands of epics.
Okay, let's do it.
The words of the king of Qianwu made the Nine Swords Master determined. If I control it properly, I can earn at least one treasure point this time. For the Nine Swords Master, this is definitely a considerable income.
Let's go. They are all in Noah Universe country now. We can just go there directly. Upon hearing Zhoujian's agreement, King Qianwu breathed a sigh of relief. The two took a step forward and arrived at the temple in the central area of Noah's continent. Hey, here comes the Nine Swords. Qianwu is here too. Before the genius competition, didn't you two say that you would have your disciples compete for first place? Now it seems that's a bit difficult.
Yes, this little fellow from the Noah Universe nation has a comprehension of the laws of space that is no less than that of a peak realm master. Also, Qianwu, there's another member of the same clan as the Great Axe Founder participating in the competition in your universe.
It looks like you two are going to miscalculate.
As soon as Venerable Nine Swords and Lord Qianwu appeared, they were ridiculed by many venerables.
Oh, I really miscalculated,
the king of Qianwu said with emotion, while the Nine Swords beside him looked quite dissatisfied.
However, in the next 3 years, Zhoujian and I will personally teach our apprentices. We may be able to compete with the little guy from Noah Universe for first place.
The king of Qianwu smiled.
What? Qianwu, you and Zhoujian still have hope?
The genius battle is just a test. There's no need to take it too seriously. No one can predict how these little guys will grow in the future. A venerable man with curved ox horns and a piece of green bone armor on his forehead spoke. It sounded like he was comforting the two of them, but his tone and expression were full of sarcasm. Venerable Kanglan had some conflicts with the king of Qianwu thousands of epochs ago.
However, King Qianwu is stronger than Venerable Kanglan in both strength and popularity.
Therefore, Venerable Kanglan suffered a great loss at that time.
Now that we have the opportunity, we must naturally fight back.
That's right, Zhoujian, there's no need to be like this.
We venerables have seen countless geniuses, but how many of them can finally become successful?
It's just a disciple, why bother with so much? Another venerable, who was bald but covered with fiery red scales, spoke. A tail grew out from behind him, which was 7 or 8 meters long. Venerable Flame Demon once had a dispute with Venerable Nine Swords, and later Nine Swords had a slight advantage. Then, the other venerables also smiled and nodded in agreement. Although the Nine Swords Master and the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom were ready to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune.
But I don't want to cheat my friends.
The venerables who came to participate this time either had grudges against the two of them, or they were not close friends with them and had difficult personalities to get along with. Oof. The Nine Swords Master, who already had a gloomy expression, snorted coldly. Yen Mo, you don't need to interfere in my apprentice's training. Besides, my apprentice has already secured first place in this genius competition.
Puff. As soon as Venerable Nine Swords finished speaking, Venerable Flame Demon couldn't help but laugh. Zhoujian, are you sure?
I've seen your apprentice's battle videos, and his light principle is indeed quite good, even though he didn't use his full strength in the preliminaries.
But you also know how this little guy from Noah Universe understands the laws of space. Do you plan to let him comprehend the laws of time in these 3 years?
Oof. The Nine Swords Master had a gloomy expression on his face. He snorted coldly but said nothing more. But the Flame Demon Venerable did not intend to give up. He recently heard that the Nine Swords Master had a valuable sword-shaped treasure in his hand. The reason why the Nine Swords Master has this name is because he owns a set of precious sword-shaped treasures. The sword-shaped treasure may not be very useful to him, but he just happens to be lacking an offensive treasure.
What? Zhou Jian, you're not convinced? Okay, let's make a bet.
If your apprentice can take first place in the genius contest, I'll give you a precious treasure.
On the other hand, if your apprentice doesn't get first place, you can give me a precious treasure. How about that?
The corner of the flame demon's mouth curled up, and in an instant, the eyes of many venerables were focused on Venerable Nine Swords.
Snort!
The Nine Swords master just snorted coldly but did not respond.
Flame demon, come on, come on.
We're all from the same clan.
There's no need to be so stiff. Let's just make a bet. Qianwu, why don't we make a bet too?
The king of Qianwu tried to dissuade him, and seeing this, Venerable Kanglan also joined the conversation directly.
Hold on, you can't agree to it yet.
The others haven't been lured here yet. The king of Qianwu and the Venerable Nine Swords communicated through emails, but did not show anything unusual on the surface.
Yes, Qianwu, Zhou Jian, why don't we make a bet together? Come on, I'm going to bet on a valuable item like a pair of boots. I want one too. Zhou Jian, Qianwu, are you too scared?
Many venerables and kings spoke up and started to place their bets. Those who had grudges against Zhou Jian and Qianwu began to encourage them with words. After hearing the words of the many venerables around them, Zhou Jian and Qianwu looked at each other.
The fish is hooked. Let's gamble. Who's afraid of who?
When Venerable Nine Swords and Lord Qianwu exited the Noah Continent Temple, their faces were filled with sorrow. Many other venerables watched them leave with smiles on their faces.
Although the gains from this bet weren't particularly lucrative for everyone, after all, no one else had bet on their disciples besides the two of them. They were already content that they had suffered a loss. However, what they didn't know was that after returning to the Qianwu Continent Temple, smiles gradually appeared on the faces of the Qianwu King and the Nine Swords Venerable, totaling about
8,764 treasure points, the Qianwu King said with satisfaction after tallying up everyone's bets. The two smiled at each other and said, if we split it evenly, each gets 4,382 treasure points. The Nine Swords Venerable said this, and the Qianwu King nodded in agreement, offering no objection. This time, they had jointly earned a
considerable fortune.
However, they would have to be more careful when traveling. After all, having offended so many venerable kings,
they could be attacked at any time. Would you like to make another fortune when we get to the trial tower?
The Qianwu King smiled, thinking about the valuable points he had earned this time. If he could come a few more times, he would have hope of paying off his debts.
Quit while you're ahead.
Don't even think about staying in Chaos City forever, the Nine Swords Venerable quickly advised.
He wasn't burdened with debt like Qianwu. After this was over, he could just hide in Chaos City for a while. No one would pay attention to him. That's right.
After hearing the Nine Swords Venerable's words, the Qianwu King smacked his lips and finally nodded.
Alright, the bet is done.
I'll go teach Zhou Lang. After the Nine Swords Master settled on the spoil share, he didn't linger and bid farewell to the Lord of Qianwu.
Zhou Lang and Luo
Feng had recently noticed that their teacher seemed to have experienced something joyful, and his face was smiling more often.
However, neither Zhou Lang nor Luo Feng questioned him further.
Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 years later. September 5, 2070, Chinese calendar.
In the virtual universe, on a floating island above Qianwu Continent, Zhou Lang appeared at the island's teleportation point. Mr. Zhou Lang, please come this way. A cosmic class warrior in work clothes stood beside the teleportation point and respectfully guided him. Thank you. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, then walked forward.
Soon, he arrived at a square surrounded by flowers and plants.
Hundreds of people, both men and women, with diverse appearances, gathered in the square. However, about a third resembled Earthlings, the dominant type of human in the universe. It's Guangyamo, number 1 in World District 72 back then. What's so special about number 1 in a world district? Yes, there are 100 number 1 in every 100 world
districts, and many others have entered the Samsara tournament, like Rongjun.
That's right, number 1 in the world isn't worth noting. Zhou Lang, once number 1 in World District 72, was quite famous. However, over the past 3 years, the broadcast of the Samsara tournament has made many players famous, while Zhou Lang's popularity has gradually declined. Langzi, over here. Luo Feng waved at Zhou Lang from a distance. This is Rongjun, this is Zhou Lang. When Zhou Lang approached, Luo Feng was chatting with a wild-looking fellow. Hello, light demon. Hello, wild man.
Rongjun was the first to greet Zhou Lang, and Zhou Lang smiled back. However, Rongjun looked at him gravely. He had also seen the video of Zhou Lang's battle during the Samsara War.
Although he didn't appear to be intimidated, he knew that Zhou Lang clearly had some strength left.
What worried him most was the uncertainty of how much strength Zhou Lang had hidden.
Feng Luan, I heard you were killed by that lunatic in the first world zone? Rongjun asked.
You've made such remarkable progress in the
past 3 years. You can finally avenge your past defeat. The people around him echoed, yes, Feng Luan, you must keep up the good work when the time comes. However, Feng Luan, the center of the discussion, looked at Luo Feng with a pale face. Even though 3 years had passed, he still refused to forget the shadow Luo Feng had cast on him, a power so powerful that he had no chance of resisting.
bang. Boom, an invisible pressure covered the entire square, and the many geniuses who were originally chatting suddenly fell silent. Feeling the pressure on him, Zhou Lang frowned. The genius here, even the weakest body has begun to tremble. Although Zhou Lang did not tremble, the bloody smell emanating from the other parties still shocked him. Is this immortality? Zhou Lang had come into contact with titles such as Marquis, King, and even Venerable. However, no one has ever released the pressure on their own initiative. This was the first time he personally felt the power of the immortal level. A giant wearing a scaled armor and a helmet, more than 8 meters tall, appeared in the square. The 1,000 geniuses of the Qianwu universe will be led by me according to the order of the Lord. The giant's voice boomed like thunder, echoing throughout the square. You may address me as Master 13, understand? Clear. Thousands of geniuses responded in unison, including Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun. What terrible pressure! Zhou Lang exchanged glances with the three of them, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. Immortality is immortality. Even if 13's strength is only that of a marquis-level immortal, he is still an irresistible existence for Zhou Lang and Luo Feng now. His Highness Luo Feng, His Highness Zhou Lang, and Rong Jun. Then, 13 smiled and looked at Zhou Lang and the other two. You are the group from our Qianwu universe country that has the greatest hope of entering the finals. His Highness Luo Feng and His Highness Zhou Lang are qualified to compete for first place, and you, Rong Jun, also have a chance to enter the top 10. As for the others, 13 withdrew his gaze and glanced at the others coldly. For the others, there's not much hope. As soon as he finished speaking, a large number of geniuses clenched their fists, while some looked puzzled. Rong Jun's strength has already been demonstrated in the 3 years of Samsara Wars. What's the difference between this light demon and the madman? And this lord even calls them your highness? This was a question that arose in the minds of many geniuses, but neither Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, nor the 13 generals wanted to clarify it for the others. Don't be unconvinced, strength can't be just talked about, it has to be proven through fighting. Apart from the two princes and Rong Jun, the strongest among you are only Feng Luan and his men. According to our intelligence, there are many rare talents in this class, and people like Feng Luan don't even have a chance of making it into the top 5,000. Of course, you may also create miracles. In history, there are indeed some geniuses who started out mediocre but suddenly broke out in the peak showdown. 13 finished speaking, glanced around, and changed the subject. Okay, follow me. Under the leadership of 13, thousands of geniuses were teleported to a new dimension in the virtual universe. A vast continent. 1,001 people appeared together on the continent. Grown-ups. A middle-aged man in a white robe saluted respectfully to the 13 divine generals. There are 1,008 buildings ahead. The Qianwu universe team is assigned to building 0825. The 13 generals snorted coldly. The accommodation arrangements are based on the rankings of the previous genius competition. Number 0825 means that in the last genius competition, Qianwu universe ranked 825th overall. There are only 1,008 advanced cosmic kingdoms in the entire human race. It's the genius team from Qianwu universe. Rong Jun, that wild man Rong Jun. I heard that many people are optimistic about him. Which one is Rong Jun? Savage Rong Jun? After seeing the Qianwu universe country team, many geniuses from the universe country began to discuss. But among all people, only Rong Jun is the target of attention of geniuses from other cosmic countries. Obviously, apart from Rong Jun, other geniuses in Qianwu universe kingdom are not valued at all. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had already discussed this among the many venerables. However, the other immortals didn't even know much, let alone these geniuses. In fact, all the famous geniuses today have fought their way through the reincarnation battles. Even the strongest genius of Noah universe kingdom, Bolin, is like this. Same as Rong Jun. It's not that they can't get first place in the world, but they are more eager to compete with other geniuses in the reincarnation battle to hone themselves. This has led to the fact that the original world leaders of various cosmic countries are rarely discussed. Crazy, did you hear that? Everyone else is talking about Rong Jun, aren't you jealous? Zhou Lang listened to the discussions around him and a smile appeared on his lips. Come on, Rong Jun is already quite strong. Besides, we don't have any achievements for them to mention. Luo Feng didn't care about these things at all. He knew his own strength well. Hey, can you two keep your voices down when you're discussing other people? Rong Jun glanced helplessly at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng beside him. These two had no idea how to lower their voices, and he was listening to every word they said. Okay, I have tokens here from 1 to 1,000. Everyone, take one and go into your respective rooms with your number. The 13 generals spoke, interrupting the conversation of the geniuses, and then began to distribute number plates. Zhou Lang got number 1, Luo Feng got number 2, and Rong Jun got number 3. You are free to disband. You can rest in your rooms or choose to communicate with geniuses from other universes in the square. The 13th god continued, glancing at everyone. When it's getting dark, the organizers of the virtual universe company will notify all of you. No matter where you are in this dimension, you will hear the news. As soon as he finished speaking, the 13 generals left, leaving Zhou Lang and his 6,000 men behind.
Come on, let's go check out the room first.
Zhou Lang gently shook the number plate in his hand, then waved to Luo Feng and Rong Jun.
In fact, Zhou Lang was actually a little curious.
In the original novel, Luo Feng and Rong Jun had fought each other during the Samsara War, so they seemed very familiar with each other.
But this time, Luo Feng did not participate in the reincarnation battle. Why are they still so close? Feeling.
Rong Jun replied coldly. You two are both very powerful, and you've hidden a lot.
I noticed that when I watched the video of your battle. It's Rong Jun.
I heard he has the potential to break into the top 10.
He's truly an amazing guy. His understanding of the fundamental laws of Earth and space is quite high.
After taking a quick look around the room, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng came to the square. Rong Jun is still the focus of attention of many geniuses, but Zhou Lang and Luo Feng do not feel jealous about this.
That's Ai Chen, a member of the Mengluoi tribe, nicknamed Lightsword.
He also has the ability to break into the top 10. Rong Jun collected a lot of information in advance and introduced other powerful players to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. That's the Phantom Demon Galesi, a member of the Howling God clan. This race is known for its illusionists.
During the genius battle of the Pengu universe, he used illusions throughout and didn't fight at all.
And the Prince of Mankastar and the brother and sister. Compared with Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, in the past 3 years, Rong Jun has not only participated in the reincarnation war, but also continuously collected various types of intelligence.
He knows almost everything about the outstanding geniuses in various cosmic countries.
At this moment, hundreds of thousands of geniuses in the originally noisy square suddenly became quiet, and their eyes were all focused in one direction. In the distance, a young man in white walked out of a building.
Grim Reaper. It's the god of death, Bolin.
It is said that almost all immortals believe that the god of death, Bolin, is the number one in our class.
What a powerful aura.
Many geniuses began to talk, and Bolin glanced at them expressionlessly, then walked aside.
Death Bolin? Looking at Bolin's back, Zhou Lang's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a smile.
In the original novel, Bolin was indeed very strong, and was the number one before entering Chaos City.
Sadly, that's just the original version. Over the past 3 years, Zhou Lang's growth has already left Bolin far behind. Not only that, after several years of training, Luo Feng has already surpassed Bolin in the original work. This time, Bolin is luckier and might get 3rd place. If you are unlucky and run into Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, you will have to enter the Taichu secret realm. Bolin is truly terrifying.
He's at the same star level as us, but his comprehension of the laws of space has reached an abnormal level. Many realm lords are no match for him in terms of understanding the laws.
Rong Jun looked at Bolin seriously. In the central square, Bolin walked into a restaurant under everyone's gaze. Come on, let's go get something to drink. We don't meet up until tonight anyway.
Watching Bolin walk into the restaurant, many geniuses were thinking about their own things, while Zhou Lang greeted Luo Feng and Rong Jun with a smile.
Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, aren't you too worried about running into Bolin at all? Rong Jun looked at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng in confusion.
Since Bolin appeared, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were the only 2 geniuses who did not show any solemn expressions. Although he knew that these 2 people had hidden their strength, Rong Jun was still confused.
Could it be that these 2 people were even stronger than Bolin? This is obviously unlikely.
If that were the case, the news would have leaked out long ago.
Who knows?
In response to Rong Jun's doubts, Zhou Lang just smiled and said nothing more.
Time passed slowly and it was evening. All contestants from the 1008 universe country, please gather at the central square.
A voice sounded in the minds of all the contestants. Zhou Lang and others stood up involuntarily. Millions of geniuses gathered in the central square. Only after everyone gathered neatly into a square formation did they realize their previous situation.
What's going on? What happened? Was I still in the house?
Millions of geniuses looked at the scene around them in shock.
Only Zhou Lang and Luo Feng remained calm.
They had seen a lot of methods at the venerable level in the past 3 years. Just as many geniuses were discussing, 1008 immortals released powerful auras. In an instant, all the geniuses fell silent. Welcome to the Peak Genius Battle hosted by our virtual universe company.
A gentle voice sounded.
The 9 Swords Master suddenly appeared in the empty sky. Just the fate aura emanating from him was enough to make millions of geniuses surrender to him naturally. 1008 cosmic nations, each selecting 1,000 geniuses, for a total of over 1,000,000 geniuses. The 9 Swords Master spoke with a gentle smile on his face.
And in other spaces of the virtual universe.
At this moment, Zhou Jian can still laugh.
Hey, if you don't laugh now, do you have to wait until the end, when his disciple is eliminated by Bolin, to laugh? That's true. It's a pity that Zhou Jian is unwilling to put his 9 precious swords on the line for gambling. Zhou Jian is not a fool.
He would not have agreed to this losing bet if you hadn't pushed him from behind.
Qianwu, why don't you speak?
Many venerables spoke up, and most of them were mocking Zhou Jian and Qianwu. Qianwu had a gentle smile on his face, not affected at all.
But inwardly he was already laughing uncontrollably. Just have fun as much as you can. In the end, you will be the ones crying.
At the same time, on the mainland plain, the 9 Nine Swords Master had announced the rules of the competition and left. Zhou Lang and others returned to their rooms to rest until the next morning.
Everyone, get ready.
We will immediately begin a mass teleportation, sending all participants to their respective trial spaces. A clear and pleasant voice echoed throughout the space. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng and Rong Jun were standing at the door of the building.
Come on, madman, savage, you too, and you, savage.
The three of them encouraged each other, and the next moment, an invisible force descended upon the entire continent.
Millions of geniuses were teleported away in an instant.
Zhou Lang felt a flash before his eyes, and then he appeared on a huge meteorite that was nearly 100 kilometers long and tens of kilometers wide. There are a total of 7 trial towers on the meteorite, each of which is more than 10 kilometers high and covers an area of several kilometers. These 7 trial towers occupy almost the entire area of the meteorite. Then, Zhou Lang looked down at the screen on his wrist.
Participant, Zhou Lang, Qianwu Universe, points, 0, rank, none, trial space, number 0279376. There are 7 trial towers in the trial space, each with 7 floors. After looking at the information on the screen, Zhou Lang skipped the introduction of the trial tower. Let's get started.
After shaking his neck, Zhou Lang raised his foot and walked towards the first trial tower. In the past 3 years, following my teacher, I have gained a deep understanding of the laws of time. But I have a disadvantage. The training time is too short, and I can only stay in a trial tower for a maximum of 70 days.
This is a good time for me to digest what the teacher has taught me. First tower, first floor, 10,000 ferocious beasts, blood-haired mammoths.
As soon as Zhou Lang stepped into the first floor of the first trial tower, a message appeared in front of him.
Roar! The next moment, Zhou Lang appeared in a plane, and tens of thousands of blood-haired mammoths roared at him and ran towards him madly. Buzz! The light field expanded, and Zhou Lang's figure flashed. The next moment, all 9,999 blood-haired mammoths were completely eliminated by him, leaving only one dying. Afterwards, Zhou Lang found a place to sit cross-legged, recalling the teachings given to him by the Nine Swords Master a month ago. Zhou Lang, you have embarked on the path of analyzing the essence of time. There are 108 kinds of time essence.
The first 108 secret methods of Zhou Guang tracing correspond to these 108 time essences.
Next, I will demonstrate to you the essence of these 108 laws of time one by one.
The next moment, Zhou Lang felt the scene in front of him blur. He was surrounded by a starry sky. The Nine Swords Master held a long sword in his hand and swung it out as if explaining the essence of time. But the Nine Swords Master did not stop and continued to strike with his sword.
Zhou Jian, your disciple has a good idea. Did you tell him?
One level takes at most 10 days, and a whole tower takes no more than 70 days, which is less than a year in total.
Could it be that he still wants to catch up with Bolan's understanding of the laws of space in this year? Let him try. After all, this is a treasure related to the 9 swords. Yes, Zhou Jian, are your treasures ready?
The mocking voices of many venerables were heard, and Venerable Nine Swords snorted coldly and remained silent.
Do you think Bolan can make it to the 7th seat this time?
Seeing that Venerable Nine Swords did not respond, another venerable spoke up to change the subject.
The first floor of the 7th building is somewhat possible.
Yes, the first level should be impossible to pass, but it will be no problem if you persist for a while. For so many years, only a handful of people have been able to pass the 7 trial towers.
Yes, back then, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace had already passed through 7 seats, right? Indeed, the entire tribe was shocked at the time.
The Zergan demon tribe spent a lot of effort to assassinate him, but ultimately failed. Many venerables gathered together to chat, but it was obvious that the focus of everyone's discussion was on Bolan, not Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Zhou Jian, you are full of confidence in your disciple.
Do you think he can pass the 7 trial towers?
Venerable Yanmo looked at Venerable Zhou Jian with a smile on his face, and the sarcasm on his face was not concealed at all.
Hey, Yanmo, you are wrong.
It is already very good for the disciple of Zhou Jian to pass the 5th level. How could he break the record of the 7th
level? Venerable Kanglin interrupted quickly.
The two cooperated tacitly, obviously to maintain the face of Venerable Zhou Jian and Lord Qianwu.
Zhou Jian, I'll be the banker.
I bet that your disciple can't pass the 7th trial tower. The stakes are the 9 precious long swords in
your hands. Do you dare to play?
The ridicule of the flame demon was unpleasant, and the breathing of the 9 swords master became rapid.
The Qianwu king, standing nearby, had a gloomy expression on his face, but he kept urging the 9 swords venerable, what are you still hesitating about?
We're not trying to instigate this, they're voluntarily giving us this precious treasure.
Are you really willing to throw away so many valuable treasures? Don't hesitate, agree to it. The king of Qianwu could no longer bear it. He and Zhou Jian didn't want to continue this game.
But these venerables took the initiative to give the two of them precious treasures, which was really hard to refuse.
Okay, I'll make a bet with you.
The 9 swords master snorted coldly, his face slightly ferocious.
Zhou Jian, don't do this. Yeah, don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously.
Several venerables hurried to dissuade him. Although they were trying to persuade him, their eyes were filled with amusement. Seeing this scene, the last trace of hesitation in the heart of the Nine Swords Venerable also disappeared. I'm betting all my treasures on my disciple being able to pass the 7 trial towers. As soon as the Nine Swords Master opened his mouth, the entire hall instantly fell silent.
Everyone couldn't help but wonder, was the Nine Swords Master truly a fool? Was he making such a big bet just to vent his anger? Was he just putting on an act? Are you too cowardly? If you don't dare to gamble, then forget it.
The Nine Swords Master snorted coldly and turned to leave. Wait! Venerable Flame Demon called out to him, and Venerable Nine Swords' face looked unnatural.
He is indeed bluffing.
The venerables present clearly saw what he was thinking.
Okay, Zhejian just said that in anger.
Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously, King Xianwu said with a smile. Xianwu, Zhejian himself said that he wants to bet all the treasures in his body, so don't interrupt him, you poor guy.
Venerable Kanglin walked forward with a smile. I'm going to make a bet too.
I bet your disciple can't pass the 7 trial towers, and I'll also bet all my treasures. Venerable Kanglin spoke, and Venerable Zhejian looked hesitant.
And me, I'm betting too.
Venerable Flame Demon followed closely behind, but the other venerables seemed a little hesitant.
Is Zhejian just pretending to be powerful, or is he trying to bluff everyone?
However, in the end, several venerables could not help but place their bets. The other treasures on the Nine Swords Master were insignificant, but his set of 9 long swords was truly top tier. If he could truly obtain them, and if he could create 1 or 2 secret techniques, his strength would surely increase significantly.
You guys?
Venerable Nine Swords looked embarrassed, while Venerable Flame Demon had already begun to sneer. 9 swords, if you don't dare, forget it, no one will say anything more.
Who said I don't dare? I'm taking the bet.
The Nine Swords Venerable spoke with a serious expression and exchanged glances with the Lord of Qianwu, but he was already smiling in his heart. In the past 3 years, he has been teaching Zhou Lang, and he knows Zhou Lang's strength very well. It's really hard to persuade the damned ghost with kind words. My good disciple, all the future cultivation resources depend on you.
Come on.
Compared to the hundreds of billions of contestants in the preliminaries, the number of eliminated geniuses in the trial tower was only 1 million, a significant decrease. However, it is almost impossible to broadcast the entire event. Unless you have a certain status in the virtual universe or among humans, you can freely watch the players' tower-breaking scenes. Otherwise, ordinary people can only see the ranking broadcasts and the players' personal promotional videos played by the virtual universe company.
It's Rong Jun.
Finally, a contestant from our Qianwu universe has made it into the top 1000. Rong Jun is so handsome, his swordsmanship is unparalleled.
Bolin from Noah universe is truly powerful.
His speed in clearing levels is unmatched.
That's right.
If Rong Jun faced Bolan, he would probably lose. The contestants who are able to have the virtual universe company produce promotional videos are all the best among the top 1000.
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng regarded the entire trial tower as a place for cultivation. At each level, they entered the next level within 10 days of the deadline.
Among the millions of geniuses, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were ranked far at the bottom. Despite this, the immortal leaders of various cosmic countries and the venerables who were paying attention to the competition did not think that this represented the true strength of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. After all, they are all disciples of the venerable. Although everyone felt that they were not as good as Bolin, no one would believe that they were eliminated. At the very least, they should have the strength to break into the top 10. Time passed slowly, and more contestants were eliminated from the trial tower.
Hey, Fengluan, you were eliminated too?
Yeah, we've reached the 7th floor of the 3rd tower.
This trial tower is truly outrageous. Could it be that there's a stellar class Zerg Hive? Fengluan, who was eliminated, said with an indignant look on his face.
There are 7 trial towers, and the trial objects on each floor of each tower are the same. The only difference is the difference in strength. By the way, look, that lunatic who eliminated you before is still hovering in the bottom few places. And that light demon, I don't know why, but Lord 13 calls them Your Highness. It seems that he values them very much. Rong Jun has already reached 168th place. Someone spoke. Thingluan turned around to look at the ranking, then shook his head. I don't know the madman's full strength, but I'm sure this is definitely not his true ranking.
Look, hundreds of thousands of geniuses have already been eliminated.
As long as Crazy Man continues to work hard, his ranking will surely rise steadily. As Fengluan spoke, his mind involuntarily recalled the move that Luo Feng had used to kill him.
Powerful.
He was so strong that even after 3 years, when his strength had improved a lot, he still had no confidence in the battle. Among the 7 trial towers, there are millions of geniuses. Except for the first 2 trial towers, which are relatively simple at the beginning. The 3rd trial tower began to eliminate people in large numbers, especially on the first level, where almost half of the geniuses were eliminated. Only those who passed the first level of the 3rd trial tower could be called the true top genius of the 1008 universe kingdom. However, the human population is too large, and even so, there are still hundreds of thousands of geniuses. As time passed, more and more geniuses were eliminated, while Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's rankings rose steadily. The 1st trial tower, the 2nd trial tower, the 3rd trial tower.
did you manage to get through the third level?
Rongjun looked at Luo Feng's ranking and raised his eyebrows slightly, but when he saw Zhou Lang, who had the same ranking as Luo Feng and was also rising steadily, his brows unconsciously frowned.
Light demon, I'm absolutely right. You're stronger than a madman.
More than 1 million geniuses now focused their attention on the 5 screens in the central square.
The god of death Bolin of Noah universe, the blood blade Candida of Zhouyan universe, the sword of Lifefeng of Guluan universe, the madman Luo Feng of Qianwu universe, and the light demon Zhou Lang of Qianwu universe.
In a competition of millions of talents, only these last 5 remain.
At this time, Bolin was still in first place by a huge margin. Candida, Yifeng, Luo Feng, and Zhou Lang were in the 5th trial tower. Candida and Yifeng were fighting fiercely on the 4th floor, while Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had just entered the 4th floor. As for Bolin, puff,
a bloody afterimage passed through the fragile body of the Queen Mother. Throughout the square, more than 1 million geniuses exclaimed in unison. The 6th one, the god of death Bolin, really passed the 6th trial tower. Unbelievable, I couldn't even get through the 4th floor, but this guy could actually get through the 6th floor.
Is he really just a star level 1?
The current overall rankings from 2nd to 6th are all stuck on the 1st floor of the 6th trial tower. Yet, the god of death Bolin has already successfully reached the 7th floor.
How big is the gap? Powerful, unrivaled power. This was the common feeling of all geniuses after witnessing Bolin's performance. In a certain trial plane, Zhou Lang's figure shuttled among ferocious flying beasts. Oh, he glanced down at the ranking changes on the screen on his wrist. Number 1 Bolin, Noah Universe, points 777-777-0000. Number 2 Guthro, Ema Universe, points 168-297-0000. Looking at Bolin's points on the screen, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you passed the 6th trial tower?
Zhou Lang showed a slight smile, but he didn't care too much.
He has not yet fully digested Master Jiujian's teachings over the past 3 years.
After all, the challenge of the trial tower will be fine as long as you grasp the last moment.
And in another dimension of the virtual universe. Ha ha ha, this little guy Bolin is really amazing. He has already passed 6 trial towers.
Jiujin, Xianwu, why are your 2 disciples still lingering in the 5th trial tower? When Venerable Flame Demon saw this scene, he smiled and spoke. Jiujian and Xianwu had no expression on their faces.
They just glanced at Yan Mo coldly without responding.
Seeing their expressions, the corner of the fire demon's eye twitched slightly. They have been like this since the bet was established.
Could it be that the boy could really successfully pass the 7 trial towers? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Back then, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace had to work very hard to barely pass the trial tower.
Is this kid really more talented than the Sky Eclipse Palace Master? Absolutely impossible.
Yan Mo kept comforting himself in his heart.
In fact, it's not just Balrog.
Since the bet was established, when the expressions of Venerable Nine Swords and Lord Qianwu returned to normal, many venerables also noticed something unusual.
But the bet has been signed and there is no chance to go back on it. And, what if?
That is the challenge of 7 trial towers, which will never be easily achieved. In fact, from the beginning of its design, the trial tower had no expectation that anyone could successfully pass it. However, there are some geniuses who cannot be predicted by common sense at all. For example, Cody in the past. There is also the Lord of Tianshi Palace.
Could it be that the disciples of the 9 swords could really create this miracle again?
The key is, regardless of whether or not a miracle can be created.
I have already placed a heavy bet.
Thinking of this, the eyes of many venerables looking at Venerable Nine Swords and Lord Qianwu became different. If Jiujian's apprentice and Qianwu's apprentice really have such strength, then there is only one possibility.
These 2 people cheated them.
Jiujian, I have contacted the Lord of Chaos City and will leave for Chaos City immediately. The king of Qianwu had a calm expression, but he felt a little flustered when he sent an email to the Venerable Nine Swords.
No, you're just leaving like that? The Genius War isn't over yet.
I have to wait 3 years before I can go to Chaos City.
Seeing the message sent by Lord Qianwu, Venerable Jiujian felt a little uneasy. Don't worry, you're working for the company now, and they won't dare to do anything to you no matter how bold they are. This time when I enter Chaos City, I will not leave until the city lord drives me away.
The king of Qianwu comforted Venerable Jiujian, and Venerable Jiujian thought about it and felt that it was right.
Apart from anything else, now is the time to carry out company tasks. Who would be so bold as to do this?
Thinking of this, Venerable Nine Swords gradually relaxed and even wanted to shout out loud, "Who dares to kill me?"
And in the trial plane,
any one of the blood-haired mammoths on the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower can easily defeat 99% of the geniuses in this genius battle. The joint attack of 10,000 heads is basically equivalent to the joint attack of 10,000 geniuses before this genius battle.
Faced with all this, Bolin transformed into thousands of forms and drew his sword. But, faced with tens
of thousands of blood-haired mammoths, Bolin was still unable to kill them all and only killed 5,612 of them.
Phew, it's finally over. Yeah, Bolin still hasn't passed the first level of the 7th building, but it's still horrifying. It's really perverted. When Bolin was eliminated, millions of geniuses couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The sense of oppression that Bolin brought to all geniuses was too strong.
It is so big that many geniuses dare not even think of resisting.
Death God Bolin is far ahead in the entire genius battle and ranks first.
In the overall ranking, the 2nd to 6th places all stayed on the 1st floor of the 6th trial tower.
The 7th to 11th floors are the 7th floors of the 5th trial tower.
But Bolin was the first one, and he was eliminated on the 1st floor of the 7th trial tower.
With Bolin's elimination, Candida fell on the 5th floor of the 5th trial tower, and Yifeng fell on the 6th floor.
In the end, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were the only ones left in the entire trial tower.
Continue, next floor, the 6th floor.
On the 5th floor of the trial tower, Zhou Lang opened his eyes, killed the Fei Ho, who was breathing his last breath, and entered the 6th floor of the 5th trial tower.
On the 6th floor of the trial tower, 10 giant star beasts Song are waiting.
The golden-horned beast that Song and Luo Feng possessed was both a golden-attributed star beast, but Song's strength was far inferior to that of the golden-horned beast.
Zhou Lang still dealt with the 9 giant beasts.
After beating the last one to death, he sat cross-legged and began to comprehend.
Luo Feng's actions were exactly the same as Zhou Lang's.
At this time, millions of geniuses gathered in the square, their eyes focused on Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's training in the trial tower.
Passed. I also passed the 7th floor of the 6th building. So strong.
Both of them look like they still have some energy left in them.
Better than Bolin.
In the square, the eyes of millions of geniuses were focused on the screen. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, one after the other, successfully killed the Zerg Queen on the 7th floor of the 6th tower and broke into the 1st floor of the 7th tower.
The strength they displayed amazed everyone. Look at Luo Feng. There are too many spatial phantoms. Surpassing Bolin. So strong.
Passed the 1st level.
He has entered the 2nd level. So strong, even the 9-headed python on the 2nd level can't stop him?
His spatial illusion has been broken.
He's going to lose. Many geniuses looked nervously at the surrounded Luo Feng. At this time, Luo Feng's strength far surpassed Bolin's.
But they were still curious. Is this Luo Feng's limit? Soon, Luo Feng proved with his actions that it was not the case.
The 4th level of the divine weapon, the ultimate in skill and simplicity.
A golden pillar over 10 meters long appeared in front of Luo Feng. The moment the golden pillar appeared, the surrounding 9-headed pythons were instantly killed. The 2nd floor of the 7th building passed.
On the 3rd level, we were greeted by warriors from the metal life-form Tora clan.
Even the 4th level of the Yenshin weapon seems to be stretched to its limits when facing such an enemy. However, Luo Feng did not give up. The 5th level of the divine weapon, space cutting. The original golden pillar turned into a golden sword more than 3 meters long. With the swing of the golden sword, the Tora warriors were defeated one after another. The 4th level, flying hound. This time, even Luo Feng's spatial cutting was difficult to resist. Finally, when only 53 flying beasts were left, Luo Feng was killed and left the trial space. Number 1 Luo Feng, Jinwu Universe, points 1724-777-0000. When Luo Feng returned to the square, all the geniuses' eyes were fixed on him. A genius more powerful than Borlin, with the 5th level of divine weapon evolution and a spatial phantom body that surpasses Borlin's.
Luo Feng's strength made many geniuses lose the confidence to pursue him. Bolin looked at Luo Feng, his eyes full of resentment. Rong Jun's eyes were blazing and full of fighting spirit. Xian Shui, Wuka, all the geniuses' eyes were focused on Luo Feng. Look, the light demon has finished his training.
Suddenly, someone spoke, and the many geniuses in the square turned to the screen.
The 7th trial tower, inside the 1st floor. Has the madman finished his battle? Luo Feng glanced at the screen on his wrist and saw that he was ranked 1st. The 2nd place went to Zhou Lang.
Bolin, who was ranked 1st in the original book, is now ranked 3rd. I have almost digested the teacher's previous lectures, and it will be difficult to understand the subsequent ones without sufficient understanding.
Then, I will rush through it in one go.
Zhou Lang shook his neck and killed the last dying blood-haired mammoth on the 1st floor. The 2nd time, he faced the ferocious beast 9-headed python. Hiss! As soon as Zhou Lang's figure appeared, tens of thousands of 9-headed pythons roared at him and then rushed forward quickly.
I don't feel like playing around with you anymore.
Zhou Lang smiled, and the next moment,
light. Endless light illuminates the entire 2nd floor of the trial tower. Recognized by the original law? In the space where the venerable is. Luo Feng's outburst made many venerables look embarrassed.
At this time, the strength displayed by Zhou Lang made them feel even more pressured. The recognition of the original law is definitely a comprehension of the law at the level of a realm master.
Even if it's just a lower level law. Ha 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 ha. The Nine Swords master couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw Zhou Lang's performance. Yen Mo, why aren't you smiling? Are you born not to smile? And you, Kanglin, can you smile?
Venerable Nine Swords stood up and looked looked around. The sneer on his face made many venerables look gloomy.
In the trial tower space, Zhou Lang quickly and efficiently dealt with the 9-headed python on the second floor, and then entered the third floor. The third layer is the metal life-form Tora warriors. This time, Zhou Lang did not use the law of light. Bear. With Zhou Lang as the center, endless flames instantly enveloped the entire third floor of the trial tower. Recognition of the law of the origin of fire. Another recognition of the fundamental law? In the venerable space, Zhou Lang's performance made many venerables exclaim. This is not because the venerable is short-sighted. In their long lives, they have indeed seen people who are more talented than Zhou Lang and have more or less heard of them. The reason they exclaimed was mainly because they had all made a bet with Venerable Nine Swords and Venerable Qianwu. Zhou Lang's performance is getting better and better. By then, their losses will be even more severe. At least, there are several valuable points involved. For some low-level venerables, this is already a huge fortune. But at this time, Zhou Lang knew nothing about the movements among the venerables. The fourth level, the star creature Fei Ho. Under the repeated bombardment of Zhou Lang's light law and fire law, he still passed easily. At this time, Zhou Lang's ranking had jumped to first place. Luo Feng had just taken the first place for a short time before he was pushed to second place. Of course, Bolan's position remains stable, still in third place. After all, Zhou Lang is the only one exploring the trial tower now. The fifth level, mechanical puppets. The sixth floor, the Starry Sky giant beast song. It still didn't stop Zhou Lang, and he hardly even felt any consumption. In the square, all the geniuses held their breath and stared intently at Zhou Lang fighting on the screen. The seventh level, can he pass it? The sixth Zerg Queen can easily kill most geniuses in seconds. Only a very few geniuses can pass. So how powerful is the Zerg Queen on the seventh floor of the seventh tower? In the endless desert, a sphere with a diameter of about 120 meters and a bumpy surface stands. Venom was flowing on the ball and the poisonous gas was spreading in all directions. This is the Zerg hive. The next moment, gray-white, mantis-like insects emerged from the potholes on the surface of the mother nest. Their forelimbs are as sharp as swords, flashing with cold light. Mantis Hunter is a Zerg unit with extremely strong melee capabilities. Many Zerg queens use Mantis Hunters as their main battle group. When Zhou Lang just appeared on the seventh floor, 3,000 densely packed mantises flew towards him. And what's even more tricky is, a transparent ripple, centered at the insect nest, attacked Zhou Lang. Soul attack. It really won't be that simple. Who else can pass the seventh floor besides me? Zhou Lang looked at the approaching transparent ripples and his expression changed slightly. Which good guy at the star level can release such a powerful soul attack? Although he was dissatisfied, Zhou Lang did not slow down. Swish! The next moment, tens of thousands of Zhou Langs in black armor appeared in the desert. Time stands still. Immediately afterwards, tens of thousands of black-armored Zhou Langs spoke in unison. The entire desert seemed to have pressed the pause button in an instant. The mantis-hunting insect attacked Zhou Lang. The soul attack ripples emitted by the insect nest. Poisonous fog spreads across the surface of the hive. Everything seemed to be frozen in the air. Only Zhou Lang, who was wearing tens of thousands of black armors, could still move freely. Bang! The insect nest broke, and Zhou Lang's figure instantly flew into the center area of the insect nest. There was not even any change on the Zerg Queen's face, but Zhou Lang's spear had already pierced into the Zerg Queen's body. Buzz. Ah! The next moment, time resumed its flow, and the Zerg Queen was completely dead. Time has stopped? This little guy has crossed the threshold of the law of time? How is this possible? At least an immortal military lord-level comprehension of the higher laws. Genius. If this little guy doesn't die, he will at least become the overlord of the universe in the future, or even a top overlord like the lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace. Damn it, we've all been tricked by Zhou Jian and Qianwu. The strength that Zhou Lang finally displayed made many venerables realize it. Zhou Jian and Qianwu are working together to cheat people. But when everyone reacted, they found that Zhou Jian and Qianwu had already left. Damn it. It's over, my treasure. This is the only precious treasure I have. Damn Nine Swords, damn Qianwu. Many venerables wailed. However, the bet is now established. Moreover, at that time, everyone pulled Qianwu and Zhou Jian together to demand a public trial in the virtual universe. There is no way to default on the debt. After all, even the venerable cannot change the rules of the virtual universe. Damn it, no, I have to go find Qianwu and Zhou Jian to settle the score. I want to go too. Add me in. The many venerables made their decision almost instantly. I'm going to settle the score with Qianwu and Zhou Jian. Forget it. Suddenly someone spoke, and everyone turned to look. The speaker was none other than the King of Noah. King Noah glanced at everyone. Zhou Jian and Qianwu came to make a bet for the second time, claiming that their apprentices could pass the trial tower. He had already sensed something was wrong. Therefore, he did not participate in the subsequent bets. Even though I lost, it was just one treasure, which added up to less than 40 treasure points. For King Noah, this loss is bearable. Do you think Qianwu and Zhou Jian are fools? I think Qianwu has already gone to Chaos City. Don't tell me, you still want to chase him to Chaos City? Lord Noah said, and the many venerables understood understood instantly. Yes, these two are not fools. After cheating people, will he stay here and wait for everyone to come to him? That's not right. Qianwu is gone, but Jiu Jian is still here. He's the genius battle host. That's right, find the 9 swords. Are you two really that stupid? Do you know that Jiu Jian is the host of the genius battle? He is working for the company now. Do you want to go against the company? King Noah glanced at the two venerables who had just spoken, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. The words of King Noah once again made many venerables fall into silence. Going against the company? They don't have the courage. And the other side. As King Noah had said, Qianwu had indeed entered the Chaos City through the kingdom of soul slaves. As the host of this genius battle, Venerable Nine Swords was not afraid of these people coming to cause trouble. My dear disciple, you are indeed my good disciple. This time, I have to think carefully about what reward to give you. The Nine Swords master had a bright smile on his face. The bet was directly announced by the virtual universe, so after Zhou Lang passed the trial tower, the Venerable Nine Swords and the Lord of Qianwu State had already received the bet. Looking at the harvest this time, Venerable Nine Swords couldn't help but sneer. A total of 278 valuables. I'd made a fortune. Well, this gun-shaped valuable is for Zhou Lang. This bunch of venerables, all of them tried to trick Qianwu and me before. This time, I will just teach you a lesson. The moment the Zerg Queen fell, the projected numbers on Zhou Lang's wrist changed again. Then he appeared in the square. In an instant, the eyes of millions of geniuses were all cast on Zhou Lang. Did he actually pass? Finally, is that the law of time standing still? Time stands still. This is a law that only the immortal can comprehend. It's incredible. Zhou Lang's appearance instantly sparked heated discussions among many geniuses, and everyone was amazed at his performance in the trial tower. The original laws of light and fire are still acceptable, but time standing still is actually mastered at the stellar level. Prodigal son, you are really good at hiding things. Luo Feng walked up to Zhou Lang with a smile on his face, but his tone was a little helpless. Teacher Qianwu had repeatedly warned him that Zhou Lang's strength and talent were far beyond his reach. Even if he possessed the Void Cinder Beast, he could only barely keep up with Zhou Lang's pace, and if he wasn't careful, he would be left far behind. But Luo Feng still felt a little unwilling in his heart. Since high school, Zhou Lang has always been ahead of him, and after graduating from the college entrance examination, he left him far behind. I thought I finally saw hope of catching up, but Zhou Lang ended up further behind me. Of course, Luo Feng was also happy for Zhou Lang deep down in his heart. It's just SOSO. I was lucky, Zhou Lang said with a smile, and what he said was actually not false. During the genius battle, Zhou Lang struggled to use the virtual universe's prepared body to freeze time. He had only gradually mastered it during the 6 months he had spent in the trial tower. Furthermore, the duration of the freeze didn't even last a second. If it were his real body in the outside world, he was confident that he could remain still for more than 3 seconds. However, being able to defeat the Zerg Queen in the end cannot be considered a failure. Congratulations, Light Demon, but I think you might need to change your title. Rong Jun walked up to Zhou Lang, his eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Title? I don't really care about that. After hearing Rong Jun's words, Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Your Highness Zhou Lang, Your Highness Luo Feng, Rong Jun, follow me. At this moment, a voice sounded in the minds of the 3 people. Everyone, return to your residence. The 1008 immortals who were originally in the restaurant walked out one after another, and the 13 generals came to the genius team of Qianwu Universe and spoke. On the first floor of building 0825, 1000 geniuses from the Qianwu Universe fell silent under the pressure of the 13 divine generals. This time, our Qianwu Universe performed very well. The 13th divine general spoke, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Lang and the other two. His Highness Zhou Lang and His Highness Luo Feng ranked first and second, respectively. Rong Jun also made it into the top 100, directly qualifying for the core position at the Virtual Universe Company. Furthermore, 3 more people ranked in the top 7,300, vying for the final 900 spots. Having said that, the 13 generals paused for a moment, then continued. Except for these 6, the genius battle journey of everyone else has ended. As the 13 generals finished their words, the mood of many geniuses seemed a little low. After working hard for so long, it ended just like this. You can return to reality now. The Virtual Universe Company will then relay your rankings and elimination information to your respective universes. Your Highness Zhou Lang, Your Highness Luo Feng, and Rong Jun, the 3 of you follow me. After the 13 generals finished speaking, they turned and walked towards the corridor, followed closely by Zhou Lang and the other 6. In the hall, the geniuses who had been eliminated could only watch as several figures disappeared. These people will basically be absorbed into the Qianwu secret realm. After all, even though they lost the battle of human geniuses, they are still geniuses. For the Qianwu secret realm, being able to absorb so many geniuses at once is really good news. In the outside world, especially within the Qianwu universe, it was definitely big news that Zhou Lang and Luo Feng won the first and second place in the genius battle respectively. At the suggestion of Lord Qianwu, the news that Luo Feng was Lord Qianwu's disciple began to spread
widely. However, at this time, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world.
You three should go first. Tomorrow's qualification battle will depend on your performance.
The 13 generals spoke first, dismissed the 3 people, and then turned to Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Rong Jun.
Your Highness Zhou Lang, Your Highness Luo Feng,
the king has said that as long as you perform normally, the final first and second place will definitely be decided between you two. Facing Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, the 13 generals' attitude became noticeably gentler, especially towards Luo Feng. Although Zhou Lang is a disciple of the Venerable, he does not have a close relationship with the 13 divine generals.
But Luo Feng is different. He is the disciple of the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom. The master-disciple relationship is far more important than the father-son relationship in this world. Therefore, Luo Feng can almost be regarded as the prince of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, especially since he is very likely to inherit the throne.
The 13 generals were not employees of the Virtual Universe Company, but the king's retainers.
Naturally, they did not dare to show arrogance in front of Luo Feng. But Rong Jun.
The expressions of the 13 generals suddenly became serious and they looked at Rong Jun. You are indeed very strong at 14th place, but this trial can only reflect part of your strength. In fact, except for the top 3, the rest of the rankings are still uncertain. After the 13 generals finished speaking, Rong Jun's expression did not change at all.
His character was far beyond that of an ordinary genius.
Rong Jun, judging by our many immortals, your final ranking should be within the top 20. Your specific ranking will depend on your own performance.
Alright, you guys need to get some rest from now on.
Tomorrow's fight has nothing to do with you. Just prepare for the final fight. Although the core layer can have a total of 1,000 members, their ranking determines their individual treatment. According to our speculation, the company may offer 2 places to enter the primordial
secret realm this time.
These places have already been reserved by His Highness Zhou Lang and His Highness Luo Feng. The best the rest of us can strive for is the primordial secret realm.
Go for it.
The 13 generals encouraged the 3, mainly Rong Jun. After all, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's performance was not surprising. This genius battle is divided into several levels.
The first place Zhou Lang occupies 1 level, the second place Luo Feng occupies 1 level, and the third place Bolin occupies another level. After top geniuses like Rong Jun, the rest are ordinary geniuses. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng.
After the 13 generals left, Rong Jun looked at the 2 of them with a fighting spirit on his face.
I admire your strength very much, but I will never give up. I will definitely defeat you 2 in the future.
Rong Jun said firmly. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng looked at each other and then smiled.
Come on, I'm waiting for the day when you catch up with me.
Luo Feng patted Rong Jun's arm lightly, thinking that it would be better if he could pat his shoulder, but the height difference made him helpless. I'm giving you a chance to chase me, but I don't think you can catch up, but I still hope you try your best. Zhou Lang smiled, and the 3 of them looked at each other and laughed together. On that day, the rest of the eliminated geniuses were teleported away, leaving only Zhou Lang and 6 others and the 13 generals in Building 0825. The next morning, Zhou Lang and 7,300 other geniuses gathered in the central square. Suddenly, an invisible aura enveloped the entire square, making the geniuses present feel awe. Everyone looked up and saw the 9 Swords Master floating in the air with a gentle smile on his face.
Your Excellency, the 1008 leading immortals saluted respectfully in unison. The trial competition has ended.
First of all, congratulations to the top 100 trialists.
You have earned the opportunity to enter the core layer of the Virtual Universe Company. Now, if anyone doesn't want to join, please step forward. My Virtual Universe Company will never make things difficult for you.
The 9 Swords Master spoke, scanning the room, but heard only silence.
Very good.
Next, for contestants ranked 101 to 7,300, the Virtual Universe has automatically arranged your arena opponents based on
your performance in the trial space.
Those who win 3 consecutive matches will receive a spot, and all losers will be eliminated. The tone of the 9 Swords Master was gentle, but it still made many geniuses feel lost.
After 3 matches, 6,300 out of 7,200 talents will be eliminated, leaving only 900.
In the ring battle, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng did not need to participate, they just watched quietly. However, most of these 100 people were not paying attention to the ring battle, but were all focused on Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang didn't feel uncomfortable about this.
He had a smile on his face and his eyes were on the performance of other players on the ring.
Light Demon Zhou Lang.
A voice sounded from behind him, and Zhou Lang turned around. Bolin, dressed in white and with a grim face, looked straight at him. I'll surpass you. Bolin's voice was cold and ruthless, but everyone could feel the resentment in his heart.
I'll give you a chance to catch up with me.
When Zhou Lang heard Bolin's declaration, he chuckled and seemed unconcerned. He knew in his heart that in this virtual universe, Bolin's understanding of the laws was even inferior to his own.
Not to mention the real world.
When the genius battle is over, Zhou Lang will break through to the cosmic level, and his level of comprehension is expected to increase further. Even if this time Bolin did not choose to practice with him in time and space as in the original book, it would be impossible able to catch up with him. What a pity for Bolin. Yeah, I was unlucky to run into those two perverts, Light Demon and Madman.
Do you think the name Light Demon really suits him?
Yes, his most powerful law is time.
Hey, it's nothing, just a name. The scene of Bolin challenging Zhou Lang was seen by everyone.
Many familiar geniuses gathered together and whispered,
"Hey, lunatic, did you hear that? Bolin only challenged me and not you." What does that mean? It means he looks down on you. I support you.
Go and teach Bolin a lesson. After Bolin left, Zhou Lang hugged Luofeng with a smile and started to provoke him. Roll. Luofeng rolled his eyes and raised his middle finger at Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang did not lower his voice, and the geniuses around him heard it.
Bolin was naturally among them. Hearing Zhou Lang's provocation, Bolin's mouth twitched slightly. "Crazy, I will surpass you too."
He spoke again, then turned and left. "Anyway, there is no requirement for me to watch the fight in the ring. Madman, you've discouraged Bolin so much that he doesn't even want to watch the ring matches anymore.
This is definitely your fault." Looking at Bolin's departing back, Zhou Lang felt a little surprised. I remember that in the original book, Bolin didn't have this kind of personality. Was it really because of myself that I was hit?
Luofeng naturally understood Zhou Lang's character, so he ignored his words and focused on the competition on the ring. While the virtual universe competition is still in full swing, deep in the starry sky, in a temple located in the cracks of space. Master, something bad has happened. Outside the temple, a hurried voice was heard, and an immortal who looked like a lizard man rushed into the temple in panic.
On top of the temple, a woman in a veil was taking a nap. The woman couldn't help but frown as the lizardman's immortal voice disturbed her peace. "What's up?" Her appearance was flawless by any human aesthetic standard, and even when she frowned, she looked exceptionally charming.
"Master, I just received news that a genius has successfully passed all 7 trial towers in the Human Peak Genius competition." The lizard man immortal knelt down before the woman with a look of adoration on his face, and then spoke.
"What did you say?"
Hearing this, the woman was shocked. She knew that all humans who could pass the 7th trial tower were famous. The most recent one is the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace, one of the top overlords of mankind.
Understood. Gather all the information about that human genius as soon as possible.
The woman frowned and gave orders, while conveying the message to the soul slaves who remained in the tribe. Not only her, but all the races in the universe that had placed spies among humans received this news at this time.
Humanity is about to give birth to another Sky Eclipse Palace Master?
Assassination must be assassinated.
Humanity must not allow another Sky Eclipse Palace Master to appear. But how do you assassinate him?
Yes, the genius war has just ended,
and the human geniuses are under strict protection. We are not strong enough in their territory. Then let's wait. A genius is only a genius.
A human genius at the domain lord level will definitely be sent out, and then we can assassinate him.
That's it. The news that Zhou Lang had opened up the 7 trial towers spread quickly among all races in the universe. And the races that are hostile to humans have also made their decision. As long as Zhou Lang is exiled, aliens will come to assassinate him. However, before entering Chaos City, no one will come to cause trouble for the time being. After all, this is the time when the human race is most protective of geniuses. 3 hours later,
900 winning geniuses gathered together with Zhou Lang and other geniuses who had secured 100 spots in advance. Normally, the primordial secret realm would only accept 1 talent in each genius competition, but this time, the genius competition performed exceptionally well. Therefore, the company has decided to give you a total of 3 places to enter the original secret realm.
The top 3 will enter the original secret realm and receive a reward of 10,000 Han Yuan units. The 4th to 10th place winners will enter the Taichu's secret realm and receive a reward of 1,000 Han Yuan units.
The 11th to the 100th place winners will enter the secret realm of heaven and earth and receive a reward of 100 Han Yuan units. Those ranked 101st to 1000th will enter the secret realm of the end of the world and receive a reward of 10 Han Yuan units.
Moreover, everyone can obtain a place to enter the initial universe for enlightenment.
The 9 Swords Master announced with a smile on his face. As for how the rankings are determined, the specific rules have been sent to you.
You can check them out for yourself.
As soon as he finished speaking, many geniuses began to look it up, but soon they all expressed their objections.
How so? Why don't you even give us the qualification to fight? I don't accept it.
The virtual universe system may not be able to accurately judge our strength.
Yes, I don't accept it.
At that moment, many geniuses spoke up one after another, and Zhou Lang looked at these geniuses calmly. The recent genius battle has made them a little too proud of themselves. They have received a lot of attention since the talent battle elimination match began more than 3 years ago.
After entering the finals, the Universe Kingdom also gave them generous rewards.
Their respective organizations regard them as rising stars, and they are already tired of hearing all kinds of praise. Although there were more and stronger talents in the finals, especially the top 3, Zhou Lang, Luofeng, and Bolin, who put pressure on all other talents. But apart from these 3 people, they are still the chosen ones of heaven and the most dazzling ones. Therefore, when they saw the final battle rules, the 800 people did not even have the chance chance to fight and directly entered the worst secret realm of heaven and earth. It was as if the virtual universe company didn't care about them at all. This sense of disparity is difficult for many geniuses to accept.
What do you want to do? Shut up, everyone.
Upon seeing this, the immortals leading the team from Universe 1008 all changed their expressions and started to scold, and instantly appeared in front of the 800 noisy geniuses. The powerful pressure made the 800 geniuses fall to the ground in an instant. If you have objections to the rules of the virtual universe system's decisive battle, you can choose not to join my virtual universe company.
I will never force anyone.
The Nine Swords Master spoke softly with a smile on his face, but the expressions of the 800 geniuses lying on the ground changed drastically. They just wanted to make some noise and fight for a chance to get a higher ranking.
But not joining Metaverse? They're not that stupid. How foolish.
If Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bo Lan had any objections, perhaps the virtual universe's top management would consider it.
But you? Why do you think you have the power to change the decision of the top management of the virtual universe?
Among the leading immortals, a long-haired immortal sneered and glanced at the 800 geniuses lying on the ground, his eyes full of mockery. Remember, you are indeed geniuses, but you are nothing in front of the virtual universe company. Every 10,000 years, the virtual universe company would hold a genius competition.
Over countless years, what the virtual universe company lacked the least was geniuses. Going against the decision of the top leaders is a big taboo.
1,008 immortals glanced over, warning the numerous geniuses. The final battle in the ring was about to begin the next day, and many geniuses also realized at this time that the virtual universe company actually valued geniuses. However, geniuses of Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bo Lan's level are highly valued.
Ordinary geniuses are endless in the virtual universe company.
The next morning, 1,000 geniuses gathered in the central square, with the immortal leading them standing in front of them.
Your Excellency.
The figure of the Nine Swords Venerable appeared, and the immortals saluted to show their respect. Today, we will select the top 100, top 10, first, second, and third place from among you.
The showdown begins now.
As the Nine Swords Master finished his words, 100 massive arenas appeared in the central square.
Simultaneously, Zhou Lang and 200 other young men and women were teleported directly to the arenas. Each arena held 2 players, and the attention of the numerous immortals and other geniuses was focused on just 3, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bo Lan. Light Demon, you are very strong, but I will never give up easily.
Opposite Zhou Lang stood a strange young man less than 1 meter tall, holding a nearly 2 meter long green stick, his face looking very determined.
Your spirit is commendable, but your strength is too weak. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and immediately unfolded a field of light.
The opponent was instantly enveloped by his field, and by the time the field dissipated, his opponent had already lost his breath.
So strong, he only used his domain.
Damn it, Utama's ranked 127th, and Zhou Lang defeated him just by using his domain.
Too strong, he's no match at all.
Zhou Lang's speed was shocking, and many geniuses looked at this scene with despair in their hearts. At the same time, Luo Feng and Bo Lan had also concluded their respective battles almost at the same moment Zhou Lang finished his fight.
Although Bo Lan's strength was significantly different from Luo Feng's, the gap between him and the other contestants was even greater.
They were all killed instantly, without any suspense.
After more than 10 minutes, there was only one contestant left in each of the 100 arenas. Congratulations, little ones, you've made it into the top 100. Next, I'll announce a list of 20 people based on the selections made by the virtual universe system, and the top 10 will compete.
Nine Swords Master smiled and began reading out the list.
Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Bo Lan, Gusi Luo, Ai Chen. You 20 can rest and recover first. After a while, the battle for the top 10 will take place.
After the words of the Nine Swords Master fell, many contestants relaxed and took a rest in the square. Congratulations, Zhou Lang, and you, Luo Feng.
Rong Jun walked up to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng and said, congratulations, too, on making it into the top 20. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded. Luo Feng also congratulated Rong Jun. Aside from these 20 people, the remaining 980 seemed relaxed. After all, they no longer had to fight.
Next, everyone would join the virtual universe company and potentially live together for a long time. Boom! More than half an hour later, the entire square began to shake, and 10 giant arenas emerged. Zhou Lang and 20 others were also teleported to the arenas in pairs.
Guthro has run into a madman. It's over. Guthro was ranked 4th in the trial tower and had a chance to compete for the top 10. Yeah, now that he's run
into a madman, he's going to lose early.
The Phantom Demon is even worse off. His opponent is the Light Demon. That may not be the case. The Phantom Demon's
illusions are very powerful.
What if the Light Demon has a flaw in dealing with illusions? How is that possible? The Light Demon wouldn't have such a big loophole, would he? Opetra has run into Bolin, and there's no hope.
Many geniuses were talking as they watched the 20 people fighting on the ring. Across from Zhou Lang, the illusionist Demon Gillespie stared coldly at him, a ripple of emotion flickering in his icy eyes.
Zhou Lang's performance performance in the trial tower had left Gillespie worried. He wasn't sure if his illusions would work on him, but he had no intention of giving up. "I will never give up," Gillespie said, his gaze fixed on Zhou Lang. Invisible waves of telekinesis enveloped him, and the black halo beneath his feet transformed into a dark light, slashing towards him. However, the next moment, Zhou Lang's domain instantly expanded. Unlike the previous battle, this time, Zhou Lang appeared in front of Gillespie the moment his domain expanded, and the red flame spear in his hand pierced Gillespie's body. So strong, Gillespie was shocked. He had just activated his illusion, but to his disbelief, it had no effect on Zhou Lang at all. "Gillespie, are you failing so quickly? Who else can defeat him? So powerful." Luo Feng also defeated Gu Siluo. Bolan has fought hundreds of spatial phantoms in actual combat, and Aichen was also defeated. The gap in strength between these three and us is simply too great. On the ring, the contestants defeated their opponents one by one. In the end, all 10 winners have been decided. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Bolan, Rongjun, Zhenshui, Zhang Yimou, Wuka, Long Yun, Aichen, and Lancelot. Congratulations on making it into the top 10. Next, the fastest and slowest finishers will battle, followed by the second fastest and second slowest, and so on. The Nine Swords Master said with a smile, and everyone quickly understood their battle arrangements. Zhou Lang versus Lancelot, Luo Feng versus Long Yun, Bolan versus Wuka, Zhenshui versus Rongjun, Zhang Yimou versus Aichen. In the end, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Bolan, Rongjun, and Aichen won the victory. The battles between the top 5 are their reincarnation battles. In the end, Zhou Lang won all 4 games and took first place. Luo Feng won 3 games and lost 1, finishing second. Bolan won 2 and lost 2, finishing third. All 3 of them were qualified to enter the original secret realm. Rongjun had 1 win and 3 losses, while Aichen had 4 losses, so the 2 could only go to the Taichu secret realm. This genius competition has officially concluded. This year's genius competition was extremely exciting. I believe that dozens or even hundreds of epochs from now, many of you will be famous throughout the universe. Later, someone will contact you and send you to the virtual universe company's universal headquarters. After you gather, you will go to the initial universe. In the future, whether you become a renowned entity that shakes the universe or perish along the way, everything depends on you. The words of the Nine Swords Master echoed in the minds of every genius. However, Zhou Lang didn't care about these. The moment the Nine Swords Master announced that he had won first place, the system prompt sounded in Zhou Lang's mind. Mission: get first place in the college competition. Quest reward: random divine beast clone. The mission has been completed. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. You will each arrive at the company headquarters on a separate spacecraft. Someone will arrange for you. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng. Teacher, Your Excellency. The Nine Swords Master spoke, and Zhou Lang and Luo Feng stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Teacher, Guan Yimou is the Venerable's disciple? I see. No wonder he's so strong. Hearing Zhou Lang address the Nine Swords Reverend as such, the numerous geniuses were shocked. Previously, the Qianwu universes. Leading Immortal had shown great respect to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, which inevitably raised doubts within the group. After all, the Noah universe's leading Immortal hadn't shown such respect for Bolan. Now, they finally understood Zhou Lang was the Reverend's disciple. However, how would Luo Feng explain this? At this point, the numerous geniuses were left with no one to answer their doubts. You two will be picked up personally by King Longyu. Now, everyone, disperse. The Nine Swords Master smiled and nodded, feeling proud of his disciple. Not only did he take first place, but he also brought in a lucrative profit. To be frank, the Nine Swords Master's gains from this genius competition were enough to rival the wealth of an ordinary high-level master. After the Nine Swordsmen and the other immortal leaders left the virtual universe, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng also left. As for the others, they were required to leave their addresses with the staff of the virtual universe company. In the Qiulongsing manner, Zhou Lang opened his eyes. System, receive the reward. Zhou Lang communicated directly with the system without any hesitation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Divine Beast Azure Dragon clone. The next moment, a message flooded into Zhou Lang's mind. At the same time, a giant blue egg with a diameter of several thousand meters began to grow in his prokaryotic space. Xinglong is a special life form born with 8,000 times the genes. Talented secret time slowdown. After casting, you can freely slow down the target's time flow. Innate secret clone, Azure Dragon can naturally create 3 clones, namely White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. All 3 are special life forms with 8,000 times the genes. Fusion of innate secrets, Azure Dragon can fuse with the clones of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, transforming into a special life with 10,081 times the genes, one of the 4 symbols divine beasts. When Zhou Lang finished reading all the information in his mind, his breathing became rapid. For clones, this is stable. Zhou Lang couldn't hide the smile on his face, secretly delighted. The fact that all 4 of them were born with 8,000 times the genetic makeup of a creature, and that the fusion of their innate secrets could transform them into special beings with 10,081 times the genetic makeup,
was enough to make him incredibly excited.
Based on our current strength, it will take another 4,000 years to create a Azure Dragon clone?
However, when Zhou Lang felt the speed at which the Azure Dragon's clone was growing, he couldn't help but feel helpless.
The genius war is over. Let's break through to the cosmic level first.
That will definitely shorten the gestation period. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang immediately sent an email to King Longyu and Luo Feng. Then, he closed his eyes and began to break through with all his strength. Inside the body, 9 star systems were operating independently, and under Zhou Lang's control, the 9 star systems began to collapse.
Boom!
The planet broke apart, and the fragments continued to gather towards the center, eventually turning into a vast 8-spiral nebula.
In the most central area of the nebula, a miniature black hole was gradually taking shape. Ha! Zhou Lang opened his eyes and exhaled.
A first-level cosmic-grade creature, at the current rate of development, will be able to be bred in about 400 years at most. Feeling the time it would take for the Azure Dragon clone within him to develop, Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Then, a system panel that only he could see appeared before him.
Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 28. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction.
Gene multiples, 3,181 times.
Level, Universe Level 1. Affinity with the laws, time, light, fire. Rule affinity, none. Avatar, Azure Dragon, in development.
Realm, recognized by the law of light origin, recognized by the law of fire origin, threshold of the law of time.
Innate magical power, God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huayin, click to view detailed introduction. Time stand still, click to view detailed information. Looking at his system panel, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile.
His gene multiplier had already exceeded 3,000 times, thanks to his
massive devouring over the years.
Zhou Lang had already devoured nearly 1,000th of the corpses purchased from the garbage star field.
Luo Feng sent an email?
Zhou Lang closed the system panel and asked Zhou Ling to sort out the recent emails.
An hour ago, Luo Feng was picked up by King Longyu on Bylon Star. Teacher wants to see me?
Zhou Lang had just finished replying to Luo Feng's email when the Nine Swords Master sent a message. After entering the virtual universe, Zhou Lang was directly teleported to the hall of the Nine Swords Master.
Teacher, my dear disciple, welcome.
Just as Zhou Lang was about to salute, the Nine Swords Master stood up from the throne and helped him up kindly. My dear disciple, you performed very well in this genius competition. The smile on the face of the Nine Swords Master was extremely sincere, and his eyes revealed gentle concern.
This is what a disciple should do. Although Zhou Lang was confused, he still answered, hey, no need to be modest.
The Nine Swords Master smiled and waved his hand. Next, you will enter the initial universe, and the teacher will prepare a great gift for you. During these 3 years, you must seize the time to practice. The genius battle is just a starting point.
The road of cultivation in the future is still very long. If you have any questions, you can always ask me.
According to our agreement, from now on, you are the 5th direct disciple of my 9 swords.
Yes, thank you, teacher. Zhou Lang bowed and left. He was not surprised that he became a direct disciple, but he still didn't understand why teacher Zhoujian was so happy.
A day later, King Longyu's spaceship arrived at Jiulong Star. Without stopping, after picking up Zhou Lang, he drove directly to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company.
Zhou Lang originally wanted to say goodbye to senior brother Guanyan Ho.
However, senior brother Guanyan Ho had already gone to the battlefield outside the domain during the genius battle.
Your Highness Zhou Lang, His Highness Luo Feng.
At the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company in the Virtual Universe, 2 realm masters came to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, who had just been teleported and saluted.
In the original novel, the person who picked up Luo Feng was the master of the Doomsday Zone.
This time, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were escorted by King Longyu. But regarding the affairs of the headquarters, King Longyu obviously would not condescend to come. The two were received by 2 realm masters from the Tian area. They accompanied the two to the entrance of the primitive area before bidding farewell reluctantly. Your Highness Zhou Lang, Your Highness Luo Feng, welcome to the primitive zone and become a member of it.
My name is Ador, and I am the manager of the primitive zone's trivia.
When Zhou Lang and Luo Feng entered the primitive area, an old man with white hair and beard and wearing a white robe walked towards them.
Thanks.
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng thanked him in unison, and then the old man took them to fly towards the manor area.
This is your residence, Your Highness Zhou Lang. Soon, the old man brought them to a manor. There are only 3 people at the original Secret Realm universe level, but because of this genius competition, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bolan joined. Therefore, there are now a total of 6 cosmic level people in the original area. The manor Zhou Lang was assigned to was number 113. In front of the manor, square formations were arranged in neat rows, with at least tens of thousands of people. At the front of the team stood a man with 2 horns on his head. After seeing Zhou Lang, the man with ox horns bowed slightly. Your Highness.
The thousands of soldiers behind him knelt on one knee, and the servants in the back even knelt down directly.
Greetings, Your Highness. This is Ron, the leader of His Highness's guard.
He is considered a strong man among the many military leaders of the universe. Iter introduced with a smile, smile, and Ron took a step forward.
Your Highness, my teacher is King Ing Luo.
Big brother?
Hearing Ron's words, a trace of trance flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. There are 4 current disciples of Master Zhu Jian, including himself.
Apart from himself, among the living disciples, 2 are direct disciples and 1 is a registered disciple.
However, the only one Zhou Lang had seen was Guan Yanho.
The others were all carrying out company tasks, and the 2 sides had not met yet.
However, in the virtual universe, I have seen it under the organization of Guan Yanho.
King Ing Luo is the first disciple of Master Zhu Jian. The disciple he accepted when Master Zhu Jian was crowned king is an immortal and powerful person who has reached the peak of the king level.
Mr. Ron, I'll trouble you from now on. After listening to Ron's introduction, Zhou Lang also understood. These are the guards that teacher Zhu Jian prepared for his domain master to be sent abroad.
They are his own confidants and are of course more reliable.
Your Highness Zhou Lang, Mr. Ron is your guard leader and also the manor steward. Mr. Ron will introduce you to other matters.
I will send Lord Luo Feng to his manor first. Ateor smiled, and Zhou Lang responded with a smile, then gave Luo Feng some instructions.
Thank you, Mr. Iter, madman. Get familiar with the environment first and we'll get together later. Your Highness, please follow me. After seeing off Luo Feng and Ateor, Ron led Zhou Lang into the manor. Next, I will begin to comprehend the primordial universe. Which chaos monument should I choose?
According to the analysis of the traces of the cosmic light in the imitation stone tablet given to me by my teacher, there is very likely a cosmic light chaos tablet hidden among the 52 chaos tablets in Chaos City. Furthermore, both the bloodline of my god-eating rat and the next divine beast clone, Azure Dragon, are connected to the laws of time, so following the path of time is definitely a bright path.
In the study, Zhou Lang came here just after he got familiar with the manor with Ron.
I have 100,000 points now, but I'm not in a hurry to spend them. I'll decide how to use them after I enter Chaos City and choose the Chaos Monument.
Moreover, newcomers to the Genius Battle can receive 10 times the points reward when entering Chaos City for the first time.
According to my teacher, I am now strong enough to reach the 12th level. Before leaving Chaos City, you must try more and accumulate more points. In the primitive area, manor number 113, inside the training ground.
Simulated battle,
Zhou Lang said while wearing black nightmare armor and holding a red flame spear. The opponent is set to myself, and the strength is set to the peak of the Genius Battle period, with more combat experience. As soon as he finished speaking, another Zhou Lang wearing black nightmare armor and holding a red flame spear appeared in the huge training field, but his eyes looked dull. Start! As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, his body instantly transformed into thousands and pounced towards the simulated self.
Time stands still. Time stands still.
The two spoke almost simultaneously, but the next moment, a flicker of surprise crossed Zhou Lang's eyes. Although the simulated version of himself spoke, it didn't use time stop, instead distancing itself from him.
Time stands still.
At the moment when his own time stopped, the simulated self approached again.
Puff!
The spear pierced Zhou Lang's neck, and then changes occurred in the training field.
The simulated Zhou Lang disappeared, and Zhou Lang's injuries recovered as before.
No, this is already the 10th time. The simulated me is too experienced in combat and can always find my flaws. Zhou Lang sat cross-legged and shook his head slightly. This training ground is similar to Killing Floor in that it can simulate the opponents you need.
What's more, it's completely free and doesn't cost a penny.
These days, Zhou Lang battled against a simulated version of himself every day. Although his understanding of the rules was the same, his lack of actual combat experience meant he was always tricked and killed.
We'll continue tomorrow.
Now, it's time to devour the corpse.
Glancing at the time, Zhou Lang exited the virtual universe.
Zhou Lang opened his eyes as his consciousness returned to his body. At this time, Zhou Lang was in a single room on King Longyu's spaceship.
Consciousness comes to the prokaryotic space.
At this moment, Zhou Lang's prokaryotic space had expanded to over 1,000 kilometers in length, width, and height. A giant white egg with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers was still in the process of gestation, but Zhou Lang was not in a hurry. A world ring floated in the pronuclear space, and then countless corpses flew out and fell into the pronuclear space.
Swallow! The next moment, a black vortex appeared, and corpses were swallowed up and disappeared one after another.
They practiced sparring in the virtual universe and devour corpses in reality.
Just like that, 3 years passed in a flash.
In the spaceship hall, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng stood behind King Longyu.
Soon, the spacecraft vibrated slightly and sailed out of the dark universe.
Enable exterior simulation 100%. King Longyu whispered, and in an instant the hall became transparent, and Zhou Lang seemed to be in a starry sky.
And in the distant starry sky, a supercontinent floats. We have arrived at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. Mainland?
Zhou Lang already had an idea of what was going on, but this was Luo Feng's first time seeing the Virtual Universe headquarters. Although the Qianmu King had previously told Zhou Lang a lot about the universe, he hadn't told Luo Feng about the Virtual Universe headquarters. The company's headquarters continent is dozens of light years in diameter and was built by the company's great being.
You may live here for hundreds of years. years. Work hard, little one.
King Longyu looked back at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, then said. After sending Zhou Lang and Luo Feng away, King Longyu no longer accompanied them. If any alien race dared to assassinate a human genius at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, it would probably be provoking a large-scale war between the two races. If a large-scale war between the two top races develops to the later stages, the entire universe will be affected. So here, there is no need to worry about being assassinated. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng bid farewell to Queen Longyu and were taken to a hall by the staff. The Light Demon and the Madman are here.
Crazy, here. Long time no see. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng walked into the hall, and many people greeted them. Although Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had entered the primitive area, they did not have any thoughts of being superior to others. Moreover, they often go to the common area during their training, and they meet each other quite often. Light Demon. At the edge of the hall, Bolin, dressed in white, still greeted Zhou Lang with a cold face. During these 3 years, Bolin challenged Zhou Lang's simulated image from the genius battle period every day, and defeated him instantly without exception. Of course, there was also Luo Feng. However, he had made considerable progress recently, from being killed instantly by Luo Feng at the beginning to now lasting longer than 2 seconds, almost approaching 3 seconds. Hey, Bolin, long time no see, lunatic. Bolin only greeted me and ignored you. It's obvious that he looks down on you. I support you in killing him, Zhou Lang said with a grin, then poked Luo Feng beside him, but only got a middle finger in response from Luo Feng. Bolin looked at Zhou Lang with a dark face, not knowing why. Over the past 3 years, every time they met, Zhou Lang always tried to sow discord between him and Luo Feng, either to make him challenge Luo Feng or to make Luo Feng deal with him. The others around him also smiled when they saw this. After 3 years of teasing, everyone realized that Bolin, who was originally cold and difficult to approach, was simply too indifferent to other people. However, Zhou Lang only teased Bolin for a moment before finding a corner to sit down. It wasn't because he was a loner, but because the system, which had been silent for 3 years, had finally responded. 3 years ago, after completing a mission, the system stopped issuing new ones, and when I broke through to the cosmic level, the system didn't offer any rewards. But just now, the long silent system sounded a warning again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the highest plane of hell. It has been detected that the host is currently only at the Saint Realm level. To prevent the host from falling, the system has specially distributed a gift package from the high plane. Please check it out. The system prompt in his mind made Zhou Lang stunned for a moment. System, are you kidding me? You're not sending gift packs to stellar and cosmic ranks because you think I haven't broken through to the lower god level yet? That's outrageous. Also, this is clearly the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. How did it become hell? Countless complaints came to my mind, but unfortunately the system ignored them. Forget it, let's go to the Supreme Plane and open the gift package. The gift package was opened successfully. So you can understand this sentence? After complaining about the system again, Zhou Lang focused his attention on this gift package reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Soul Gold Beads * 3000. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Dark Lower Godhead * 100, Dark Middle Godhead * 10, Dark Upper Godhead * 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 customized higher level material attack artifact, 1 customized higher level material defense artifact, and 1 customized soul defense main artifact. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Dark Shura level enlightenment * 1. Congratulations to the host for achieving the Fire Element Shura level enlightenment * 1. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate move, Devouring the World. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ultimate move, Flame Ashes Destroying the Sky. A series of system prompts sounded in Zhou Lang's mind, and his eyes gradually lit up. The Soul Gold Orb makes it easy for me to disguise myself as a psychic, but it doesn't significantly improve my strength, considering I didn't invest much in psychic before. The Godhead doesn't seem to be of much use to me either. I don't know what level of weapon the higher level artifacts are, but the Soul Defense main artifact is definitely a treasure. The previous Soul Defense artifacts were just pseudo-treasures. Furthermore, the Shura level comprehension opportunities of the Dark and Fire element should allow me to gain a deeper understanding of the laws of light and flame. As for my ultimate skills, I can't leave the Virtual Universe Company headquarters for now, so they're not very practical, although the system is indeed very generous this time. Zhou Lang briefly reviewed the situation but didn't remove all the items from the system space. He was about to enter the initial universe and undergo inspection by the Chaos City Lord. It wouldn't be too late to retrieve them after the inspection was completed. Hey, is everyone here? Zhou Lang had just finished counting the system rewards when Rong Jun, over 3 meters tall and dressed like a wild man, walked into the hall. Everyone greeted him, and then one genius after another arrived. Time passed, and more than an hour later, 1,000 geniuses gathered together. Brother Zhou Lang, everyone, please follow me. A tall, thin man with red eyes, dressed in a plain white robe, appeared in the hall. The faint aura he exuded made everyone's heart palpitate. After following him out of the hall, Zhou Lang also saw him in the virtual universe. He is the registered disciple of Master Jian, and the only living registered disciple, the Realm King, a strong man who was barely crowned as a king. A force spread out, surrounding everyone, and turned into a stream of light. After flying for several minutes, it stopped in front of a strange spaceship on the lawn. Let's all get into the spaceship. The Realm King had a cold expression on his face, and no one dared to say anything as they all walked into the spaceship. Many geniuses were surprised by the appearance of the spacecraft, which looked like a fish, but its interior was no different from that of an ordinary spacecraft. But now is not the time to ask questions. Zhou Lang was also thinking carefully. It has been quite some time since he obtained the sanctuary level metal life, but he has never found an opportunity to merge it with his shadow. Once he leaves the original universe, he must give it a try. Inside the spaceship, the Nine Swords Master was standing in the center of the hall. When he saw Zhou Lang, he smiled slightly, nodded, and then spoke directly. Let's go to the initial universe. Facing the Nine Swords Master, many geniuses stood obediently in the hall, not daring to make any noise. The figure of the Nine Swords Master seemed to be right in front of him, but it was like a phantom, as if the two were not in the same space at all. As the voice of the Nine Swords Master rang out, the tail fin of the spacecraft swung like a big fish and disappeared from the spot in an instant. The speed of time in the initial universe is different from that in the original universe, so you may feel a little uncomfortable now, but you will feel much better after entering the initial universe. The spaceship was flying in the passage, and many geniuses felt a little relieved after listening to the explanation of the Nine Swords Master. Among everyone, Zhou Lang's performance was the best, although he only frowned slightly. After about 5 or 6 minutes, many geniuses finally recovered, climbed up from the ground, and hurriedly wiped away their tears. We'll enter Chaos City later. I hope you'll all be alive in 30 years. When the Nine Swords Master spoke, many geniuses were confused for a moment. Isn't this the safest place for humans? Why is there still danger? But obviously, Venerable Nine Swords did not have time to explain these. Soon, the big fish spaceship arrived above the ancient city, and the hatch at the belly of the fish opened. Nine Swords, get out. Jian, bastard, get out here. Damn Nine Swords, come out. However, before the geniuses could leave the spaceship, angry shouts were heard outside. Zhou Lang clearly saw the teacher's expression change slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Everyone, this is Chaos City, no violence allowed. A voice sounded, and the originally angry voice gradually subsided. Gi, you also know what Jian and Qianwu did. Are you going to stand up for him? That's right, Gi. Do you really want to protect him? Outside the spaceship, everyone was asking questions at once. Everyone, I have clearly stated that fighting is prohibited in Chaos City. I will not be involved in any other matters. Venerable Nine Swords, please let all the geniuses of this session come out. The voice sounded again. The first half of the sentence was spoken to the people outside, and the second half was spoken to the Nine Swords Master. All of you, get out. The expression of the Nine Swords Master had long since returned to normal, with a faint smile still on his face. Zhou Lang looked at the teacher again, and felt vaguely that it seemed dangerous for him to go out now. Those who can call the teacher by his name must be respected people of the same level. Even if it is a primary venerable, I can't compete with him now. Don't worry, they won't attack you. Faced with his disciple's suspicious gaze, Venerable Nine Swords felt a little embarrassed. However, the venerables outside will not cause trouble for Zhou Lang. After getting the teacher's approval, Zhou Lang felt relieved and walked out of the spaceship. The next moment, he felt dozens of gazes falling on him. Is this boy the disciple of Jian? It was him who caused me to lose a precious armor. TSK, to be able to clear the genius battle trial tower, he must be a true genius. The voices of many people talking echoed in his ears, and Zhou Lang felt cold sweat on his back. Everyone, welcome to Chaos City. I am the guide this time. Just follow me. Among the crowd, a bald man in a fiery red battle robe said with a smile. Seeing the other party's attire, Zhou Lang's heart moved. This appearance, coupled with the word Gi mentioned by many venerables just now, might be the disciple of the Lord of Chaos City, Venerable Gi. Come with me. Chaos City doesn't have many rules. I hope you can learn from them in the next 30 years. As the bald man spoke, he turned around and began to lead the way. Zhou Lang looked back and found that the teacher had already put away the big fish spaceship and even seemed quite arrogant in front of so many venerables. Unfortunately, although many venerables were extremely angry, they did not dare to act rashly. In fact, a conflict had occurred as early as when the king of Qianwu came to visit. However, neither side dared to take action, and apart from a big quarrel, all the immortal masters in the entire Chaos City knew about this matter, and neither side gained any advantage. Chaos City has existed longer than most cosmic nations. It is currently managed by the Virtual Universe Company, the Great Axe Arena, the First Universe Bank, the Galaxy Bank, and the Universe Mercenary Alliance. Venerable Gi walked in front and introduced Chaos City to Zhou Lang and 1,000 other geniuses. Just as Venerable Gi was introducing the many geniuses, many immortal venerables in Chaos City were also paying attention to Zhou Lang and his group. Is this boy a disciple of the Nine Swords? I heard that many venerables believe that he has the potential to become a venerable, and at the very
very least, he can become an invincible king.
That's fake. I just happened to meet Venerable Nantua.
He said that more than one venerable believed that this little guy had the potential to become a top universe overlord.
Top universe overlord? You mean, the palace master of the Sky Eclipse Palace again? Is this true?
Many immortals were discussing Zhou Lang, but they were not the only ones paying attention to him.
In the city lord's mansion of Chaos City,
in a quiet courtyard, the land of endless ruins is littered with countless corpses, some as huge as planets, while others are even smaller than ordinary humans. A figure about 3 meters tall, wearing dark red armor, combat boots, and with a scaly tail extending from under his battle skirt, stood there. He had 2 red horns on his forehead, and his eyes were calmly gazing at the many geniuses behind Reverend Yi.
Ha! Is this Qian Wu's disciple?
He possessed the body of the giant golden-horned beast and also had the clone of the Void Cinder beast.
Could it be that Qian Wu wanted him to use the time acceleration room?
He was stuck at the level where he could possess another body.
Is that someone from the same clan as the Great Axe? A descendant of Manka Star? Is this the kid from the Noah universe?
A disciple of the 9 swords?
A special being born with special abilities? And one that looks exactly like a human? Their souls are human too, and their genes are over 3,000 times as strong? There are even clones being conceived?
The Chaos City Lord, who had seemed calm, had a hint of surprise in his eyes when he saw Zhou Lang.
Junior brother, what do you think? We are just walking on the path of time, Ray.
Then, the Lord of Chaos City spoke and turned his eyes to the side. Above the ruins, a black shadow gradually condensed and turned into a bald man. He was wearing a black coat with a set of silver and black patterned armor underneath. His skin was white and his bald head was covered with black secret patterns.
It's a good seedling.
The shadow spoke, a look of satisfaction in his eyes.
Since junior brother likes you, then I won't compete with you.
The Lord of Chaos said with a smile, then his expression turned serious again.
Zhou Jian and Qian Wu's performance this time was indeed inappropriate.
They will be punished to serve as guards of Chaos City for 1,000 epochs.
I will have Gue pass on this message. Brother, it's up to you to decide. I recently discovered some good things in the Universe C. I'd like to ask you to keep an eye on this kid for now. I'll accept him as my disciple when I return from the Universe C.
The shadow spoke and then gradually disappeared. He came here just as a clone of divine power and disappeared without a trace after the divine power dissipated. Naturally, many geniuses were unaware of what was happening in the City Lord's mansion.
At this time, Zhou Lang and other geniuses were already selecting the Chaos Monument in the corridor of the City Lord's mansion. The Chaos Monument of the Mother Ancestor. Great Axe Chaos Monument. Cosmic Chaos Monument. Zhou Lang's eyes kept wandering across the 52 pictures.
Each person only had half an hour to choose, and Zhou Lang spent less than a minute on each painting.
This is?
When he saw the 17th picture, he was stunned.
The picture is densely covered with 10,081 knife marks.
Some of the knife marks gave Zhou Lang a strange sense of familiarity. Looking up, I saw the name of the Chaos Monument was also marked on the picture.
Monument of Chaos of Cosmic Light. First, look at the other Chaos Monuments. If there's nothing more suitable, I'll choose the Zhoguan Chaos Monument.
Zhou Lang had made up his mind and his eyes continued to wander over the remaining Chaos Monuments. Soon, half an hour later, Venerable Gi also came in front of Zhou Lang.
Which one do you choose?
Venerable Gi smiled, and Zhou Lang had already made a decision.
I choose the Chaos Monument of Cosmic Light. Good choice.
Venerable Gi nodded in agreement and then walked towards the others. Soon, Venerable Gi finished recording and then brought Zhou Lang and others to the end of the corridor, which was a training ground that was dozens of kilometers long and wide.
There are 52 Chaos Monuments.
Currently, 12 of the secret rooms are occupied, and the other 40 are empty.
Now I will report the names of these 40 Chaos Monuments.
Reverend Gi spoke, his eyes sweeping over everyone as he continued.
Tingshan Chaos Monument, Heartmark Chaos Monument, Zhoguan Chaos Monument. Those who choose these 40 Chaos Monuments, please enter the entrance on the left front. Someone will arrange for you later. As Venerable Gi spoke, he pointed to the entrance on the left.
Among the 1,000 people, at least 800 turned into streams of light and left. Among them was Zhou Lang. As for Luo Feng, just like in the original novel, he chose the 9U Chaos Monument and now needs to continue waiting.
When Zhou Lang and others walked into the entrance, there was another corridor inside.
In the corridor, each door has a different name written on it.
Giant Axe, Universe, Heartscar, Mother Ancestor.
And at the door was an identical Chaos Monument guardian named Kendry.
You are the new batch of young guys from the Virtual Universe Company, right? My name is Kendry. You can call me Master Kendry. Greetings, Lord Kendry.
Zhou Lang and others saluted in unison, and the other party nodded slightly. Soon, Zhou Lang and 7 other geniuses walked into the secret room of the Zhoguan Chaos Monument. The space of the training chamber is very spacious, with endless chaotic air currents surrounding it, and in the center, a huge stone tablet stands tall. This stone tablet is 100 meters high and nearly 100 meters wide. The words Zhou Guang are engraved on the side in the universal language of the universe. There are a total total of 9 patterns on the Zhoguan Chaos Monument. In the first picture, 3 knife marks are clearly visible.
The second picture has 6 knife marks.
In the third picture, the number of knife marks reached 12. The fourth picture depicts a long sword chopping off a star. The fifth picture also shows a long sword, but this time it is cutting down an entire galaxy. At first glance, it seems to be just a single cut, but upon closer inspection, it appears to be made up of countless densely packed cut marks. The sixth image shows a figure holding a long sword, surrounded by a starry sky.
The seventh picture shows the figure fighting, but the opponent is just a long sword.
The eighth picture still shows fighting figures, but this time the opponents have transformed into countless densely packed long swords.
The ninth picture still showed a human figure,
but he was not fighting. He was just slashing with a long sword, and countless sword shadows covered the entire universe.
The moment Zhou Lang saw the Zhoguan Chaos Monument, he was completely immersed in the insights contained therein. Boom!
The huge bronze door slowly opened, but Zhou Lang and others did not react at all.
Everyone, come out. Candeli's voice rang in the ears of Zhou Lang and others, instantly waking everyone up.
Teacher. After leaving the Chaos Monument's training chamber, Zhou Lang did not immediately choose a place to live, but first came to the residence of the Nine Swords Master.
Get up. We have already seen the Chaos Monument. What do you think?
The Nine Swords Master smiled and nodded, then asked.
The effect is very good.
If I can comprehend it a few more times in the future, I think I will have a bigger breakthrough in the law of time. Zhou Lang nodded, with a gleam in his eyes. After hearing what Zhou Lang said, Venerable Nine Swords couldn't help but burst out laughing. Don't worry, with your strength, it's no problem for you to pass the 10th floor smoothly. If you add the laws of light and fire, passing the 11th floor will be no problem. However, the 12th floor is a bit dangerous, but not impossible.
As for the 13th floor, the
comprehension of the laws at that level is close to the marquee level, which is indeed a bit difficult for you.
However, if you work hard
in this Chaos City for 30 years, you may have a chance before you leave. The Nine Swords Venerable looked at Zhou Lang with emotion. Over the past few years, Zhou Lang had consistently surprised the Nine Swords Venerable. Even now, it was difficult for the Nine Swords Venerable to offer Zhou Lang advice, as he was gradually finding his own path. The Nine Swords Venerable could only provide resources and answers to his questions, while Zhou Lang needed to explore his own path.
Thanks to you this time, I, your teacher, have also gained a lot. Take these things first. Before you leave Chaos City, your teacher has something else to give you.
As he said that, the Nine Swords Master took out a world ring and handed it to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang didn't hesitate and immediately claimed the world ring as his master. The items in the ring were not many, just a set of crimson armor, a pair of boots, and a spear.
These 3 items are all common treasures. During your time in Chaos City, I will exchange some more. Remember to come see me when you leave Chaos City.
Yes,
thank you, teacher.
Zhou Lang's eyes flashed with excitement when he heard the words of the Nine Swords Master. Such a valuable treasure, usually not even a peak-level king could possess one, and even an invincible king like the Longyu King only possessed 1 or 2.
But now, he actually possessed 3.
Under the watchful gaze of the Nine Swords Master, Zhou Lang recognized the 3 treasures as his masters, and the information about the treasures was also transmitted to his mind. The red mysterious armor, a common treasure, can greatly weaken the attacks of ordinary venerables. The red shadow spear is a common treasure. The tip of the spear can condense a red shadow spear light, which turns into a red stream of light to attack when released. Star-stepping boots, a common treasure, can significantly increase the wearer's movement speed.
After Zhou Lang recognized the master, 3 pieces of information quickly flooded into his mind. Unfortunately, with Zhou Lang's current understanding
of the laws, if he wanted to use these 3 treasures, he would probably need to improve his cultivation further during his 30 years in Chaos City.
Thank you, teacher.
Zhou Lang thanked the Nine Swords Master with gratitude on his face.
Alright, I should be the one thanking you.
The Nine Swords Master laughed heartily, then continued, the next 30 years will be crucial for you. Although I am stronger than you, I am not from the Zhoguan lineage, so it is not appropriate for me to instruct you.
Next, I will find a suitable teacher for you. As for the secrets of combat, I have already prepared them for you. You can simply receive them directly in the virtual universe.
Also, I suggest you visit the rooftops of the 2 training residences, numbered 021-410-0872 and 017-524-1428. Yes, disciple, I'll take my leave. Zhou Lang nodded in response, then said goodbye to the Nine Swords Master and left. Then, following the guidance of the Nine Swords Master, he went to the residence numbered 021-410-0872 and found that it was already occupied. Therefore, Zhou Lang had no choice but to go to the second residence. What a pity, each time I comprehend the Chaos Monument, I only have 7 days.
In the residence number 017-524-1428 in Chaos City, Zhou Lang
stood on the rooftop on the 3rd floor, looking at the laws of the universe constantly flashing in the sky, with a lot of emotions in his heart. Countless insights flashed through his mind, but he found it difficult to sort them out, as if everything had nothing to do with him.
The Chaos Monument is still better.
Zhou Lang shook his head and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He then contacted Zhou Ling and entered the virtual universe. Your Highness, Zhou Lang's figure appeared in the virtual universe, and many guards and servants saluted him when they saw him. Xiao Ling, apply to enter Tongtian Bridge. After a slight nod and a greeting, Zhou Lang asked Zhou Ling to submit an application. Identity confirmed. Zhou Lang, you have permanently gained access to the Tongtian Bridge plane. I hope you will work hard to reach the end of the Tongtian Bridge. Transmission begins now. A voice sounded in Zhou Lang's mind, and then his figure disappeared in the manner. In the Tongtian Bridge plane of the virtual universe, the entire world is covered by boundless seawater, with only an island standing in the central area. There are 52 ports on the edge of the island, each with an endless bridge extending out. A moment later, Zhou Lang appeared in the central area of the island. Light Demon, the Light Demon is coming. Prodigal, this way. When the young people around saw Zhou Lang, they greeted him enthusiastically, and Luo Feng waved to him from a distance. Prodigal, have you chosen a place to live? Zhou Lang nodded slightly, greeted the geniuses around him, and walked towards Luo Feng. There were people at the 9U Chaos Monument that Luo Feng chose before, but after Zhou Lang chose his residence, he went to see the Nine Swords Venerable and also chatted with Jia Yi and others in the virtual universe and on Earth. Therefore, the time when Zhou Lang entered the Tongtian Bridge was almost the same as Luo Feng's. My teacher has recommended an accommodation for me. What about you? Zhou Lang smiled slightly and then asked, Luo Feng's teacher is Venerable Qianwu, so he must have made some preparations. Teacher Qianwu also recommended a place for me to live. Moreover, this time he actually gave me 3 valuable treasures. He also said that when I leave Chaos City, he will give me 3 more even better ones. Luo Feng nodded, then spoke to Zhou Lang in a low voice, sounding a little mysterious. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhou Lang's mouth curled up slightly, thinking to himself that he was almost confirmed that his teacher and the king of Qianwu must have cheated many people during the Genius War. Otherwise, they would not have been stopped by so many venerables when escorting the genius into Chaos City. Moreover, the two of them will definitely gain a lot. Both the Nine Swords Master and the Lord of Qianwu State had given away 3 ordinary treasures, and by the time he and Luo Feng left Chaos City, there would be even better ones, at least high-level treasures. The 2 gifts combined are worth at least hundreds of treasure points. As a new Venerable Nine Swords Venerable and the Lord of Qianwu, the largest country in the entire human race, they can be so generous, so the gains must be at least 10 times more. Hello Zhou Lang, I am the guardian of the Tongtian Bridge plane. My name is Beifan, but I prefer others to call me the guardian. Just as Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were talking, a man wearing a black star robe, with 4 ears but no nose, walked over with a smile on his face. Hello, Lord Guardian. Zhou Lang bowed slightly and greeted the other party. Although Beifan is a life form created by the virtual universe, after several years of development, its intelligence has long surpassed that of ordinary humans, and is even more advanced than intelligent life forms such as Babata. Let me introduce you to this. This Tongtian Bridge plane was created specifically for the 52 Chaos Monuments. Beifan began to explain to Zhou Lang the Tongtian Bridge plane and the rewards for crossing the Tongtian Bridge. The Cosmic Light Bridge has 29 levels in total. If you pass 10, you'll become an ordinary immortal. If you pass 18, you'll be practically invincible. Among the kings, if you pass 21, you'll reach the level of a Cosmic Lord. Furthermore, if you pass 18, you'll become a permanent resident of Chaos City. Beifan introduced the Tongtian Bridge to Zhou Lang with a smile. Although he already knew about it, he was still a little excited. After more than 10 years of traveling through time, I finally reached this crucial step. Luo Feng, there's no one on the Juyutan Sky Bridge right now. You can go ahead and try it. Then, Beifan looked at Luo Feng next to him and said, Alright, Bolin crossed the Sky Bridge yesterday and even passed the 5th level, but failed on the 6th level. He crossed the Cosmic Sky Bridge. Luo Feng was about to enter the Juyutan Sky Bridge when Beifan added with a smile. Oh, after hearing this, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. In the original novel, Bolin chose to practice space-time cultivation out of arrogance, which resulted in him only making it through the 2nd level and failing at the 3rd. But now, with Zhou Lang and Luo Feng holding him back, Bolin naturally didn't dare to be so arrogant. Although he still chose the Universal Bridge to Heaven, the Universal Bridge to Heaven does not require only the path of space-time cultivation. One can take either the space or time path first. Bolin obviously chose to go through the space first, and with his strong spatial talent, he easily passed the 5th level. Master Guardian, I wonder if I can watch Luo Feng's level-breaking video. After Luo Feng stepped onto the Juyutang Bridge, Zhou Lang began to ask. Sorry, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng's video is extremely confidential and cannot be played. Of course, the same goes for your video. You don't have sufficient permissions to view it. Beifan shook his head and said with a smile. Zhou Lang was not surprised by this. Meanwhile, Beifan began sending out mass emails. There were many people paying attention to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, but due to authority issues, all the emails sent by Beifan were only sent to those at the King Invincible and Venerable levels. Those whose strength is lower than that of the Invincible King have no right to watch Luo Feng's level-breaking videos. At the moment Beifan sent the email, more than 10 figures figures appeared outside the Zhouyu Tongtian Bridge and the Tongtian Bridge Plain, and their number was still increasing.
Hey, isn't this Venerable Kanglin? Why is he so concerned about my disciple? The king of Qianwu was the first to arrive. When he saw his enemy coming, he smiled particularly brightly. Venerable Kanglin had a gloomy expression on his face. He ignored Lord Qianwu and just snorted coldly. Alright, Qianwu, Song Lan, stop arguing. Yes, it's just some minor friction. Yes, we have all known each other for countless epochs. There is no need for this. Look, Luo Feng has already started challenging the first level. The dispute between Lord Qianwu and Venerable Kanglin drew the attention of numerous surrounding venerables. Most venerables sided with Lord Qianwu. After all, he was significantly more popular than Venerable Kanglin. Lord Qianwu and Venerable Zhoujian had tricked venerables, who were already unpopular. It could be said that aside from the venerables who were tricked, everyone else was just watching the fun. If Lord Qianwu and Venerable Zhoujian hadn't acted deliberately, they would likely have a significant number of venerables supporting them. Venerable Kanglin snorted coldly, gritting his teeth. He knew that his temper was not pleasant, and that everyone here was clearly on Qianwu's side. Even if he continued to argue, it would be fruitless, so he turned his attention to Tongtian Bridge. On the Juyutong Bridge, Luo Feng came to the front surrounded by thick fog. Please choose your opponent, warrior, controller, or illusionist. When the voice sounded, Luo Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. I choose the controller. He finished speaking, and the next moment, a ball of black liquid flew out of the mist before him, eventually condensing into a figure wearing a black mask. The other person, carrying the Yenshin weapon on his back and stepping on the Dark Cloud shuttle, said coldly, the battle begins. Oh, using only the first level of the Divine Weapons Illusion Sword style, you can defeat the first level Gatekeeper's second level of the Divine Weapons Sky Piercing style? Qianwu, you really have a good disciple. Indeed, his application of the laws in the Genius Battle was already remarkable. I didn't expect his combat talent to be so impressive. Qianwu, you are so lucky. Luo Feng acted swiftly, easily dispatching the Gatekeeper on the first floor and proceeding to the second. The numerous venerables and 5 king-level immortals who were watching also gazed at Luo Feng with admiration. What a pity, Luo Feng is already a disciple of the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom. A man wearing purple battle armor and carrying a golden sword said with regret on his face. Yes, it has been a long time since we, the Zhouyu lineage, have seen such a gifted genius. Another king with 2 dragon horns on his forehead and red dragon scales all over his face nodded slightly. What does it matter? Although Lord Qianwu is Luo Feng's teacher, he is not a member of our Zhouyu lineage after all. During his time in Chaos City, Luo Feng still needs to listen to our teachings. Moreover, as a member of the Primal Secret Realm, he also needs the guidance of the immortal teacher. A giant ape man in golden armor spoke with a smile, and the eyes of the others also lit up. Okay, let's keep watching. Luo Feng has already passed the second level. His understanding of the laws of space is even stronger than Bolan's. Bolan has already made it through the 5th level. I wonder what level Luo Feng can reach. King Longyu, the only familiar face to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, spoke, and the other 4 kings nodded in unison, focusing their attention on Luo Feng who was trying to break through. The 3rd floor, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. The first few floors of Tongtian Bridge could not stop Luo Feng's pace at all. He's already passed the 5th level. This Luo Feng is indeed much more talented than Bolan. Zhou Jian, isn't your disciple more talented than Luo Feng? How many levels of Tongtian Bridge can he cross? Yes, Zhou Jian, this kid's performance in the Genius Battle Trial Tower is almost comparable to the enlightenment of a marquis-level person. You must have given him some special training in the past few years. Tell me about it. That's right, Zhou Jian, tell me. Numerous venerables turned their gazes towards the newly arrived Venerable Nine Swords, standing beside the Lord of Qianwu. The Venerable Nine Swords smiled but offered no explanation. In truth, the Venerable Nine Swords had already instructed Beifan to inform him of any incidents involving Zhou Lang or Luo Feng invading the Tower of Heaven. However, after receiving Beifan's email, the Venerable Nine Swords received an invitation from the Lord of Chaos City. So, he first visited the City Lord's mansion, where he learned of the punishments meted out to him in Qianwu, and of the great being's concern for Zhou Lang, who had further elevated his authority. From this point forward, no one below the High Venerable had the authority to know about Zhou Lang's situation. Although the Venerable Nine Swords was a mid-level venerable, he was Zhou Lang's teacher, and thus, was privy to the knowledge. Seeing that the Nine Swords master remained silent, the other masters stopped asking for trouble. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's speed in breaking through the barriers remained swift. The 6th floor, the 7th floor, the 8th floor. Luo Feng never stopped. However, the Tongtian Bridge upgrades 1 level every 3 levels. Luo Feng, who barely passed the 8th floor, trembled on the 9th floor for less than a minute before being killed. Although the 9th floor still uses the 6th level of the Sword World of the Divine Weapon, the gap between the Sword Worlds is obvious. Luo Feng's control in this area is obviously not as good as that of the controller of Tongtian Bridge. The 8th floor. Qianwu, you are really lucky. I've experienced nearly 1,000 genius battles battles in the virtual universe. During my first visit to Chaos City, only 32 people made it to the 5th level of Tongtian Bridge. Including this year's Bolin, there were only 33 people, and Luo Feng reached the 8th level on his first try. It's incredible. Don't forget, besides Luo Feng, there is also Zhou Lang, who is even more talented. Yes, look, Zhou Lang is also about to set out to cross the Tongtian Bridge. Let's go, and see. Many venerables and kings spoke in praise. When they saw Zhou Lang also stepping onto the Zhoguang Tongtian Bridge, everyone was ready to watch the battle. However, Venerable Flame Demon, you do not have sufficient permissions to view this. King Jinyan, you don't have enough permissions to watch. King Longyu, you don't have enough authority to watch. There were many venerables and immortal kings present, as well as a large number of venerables who had received emails from Baffin and rushed to watch. At this time, a message popped up in front of most people. They did not have sufficient authority to watch the video of Zhou Lang breaking through the overpass. Hey, Venerable Flame Demon, why don't you come and see my disciple cross the Tongtian Bridge? Come on, let's take a look together. The tone of Venerable Nine Swords seemed to show that he cared about Venerable Flame Demon, but the mocking smile on his face was nowhere to be hidden. Snort! The Flame Demon Venerable's face turned ashen. He snorted coldly and turned away. Most of the other venerables, including King Longyu, left with Venerable Yanma. The ones who stayed behind, except for the middle-level universe Venerable Jiujin Venerable, were all universe lords like Lord Qianwu and high-level universe venerables. However, this is not the end, and more venerable people are still coming. Soon, the number of high-level cosmic masters on the scene exceeded 100. There are even the 3 top universe overlords, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace, the Venerable Zushu, and the Lord of the Star Prison Demon. Boom! When the 3 top universe overlords, including the Lord of the Eclipse Palace, arrived, a roar was heard. A figure about 3 meters tall, wearing dark red armor, combat boots, and with a scaly tail appeared in front of everyone. Seeing this, many cosmic venerables and the 3 top cosmic overlords all saluted. Meet the city lord. No need to be so polite. I just came to see Zhou Lang crossing the Tongtian Bridge. Everyone is welcome to do as they please. The Lord of Chaos City nodded slightly and then spoke. Many venerables also focused their attention on Zhou Lang, who was trying to break through the barrier. However, I began to feel emotional in my heart. No one below the level of high venerable has the authority to access Zhou Lang's information. Even the first time he crossed the Sky Bridge, he could attract the attention of the Lord of Chaos City. Thinking of this, many universe lords glanced at the Lord of Sky Eclipse Palace, who was closest to the Lord of Chaos City. At the beginning, this person received the same treatment. Many of the venerables present were much older than the palace master of Tianshi Palace. However, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace, who was just a junior at the time, has now become an indispensable member of the human race, even more important than some great beings. In just a moment, Zhou Lang had passed the first 6 floors and reached the 7th floor. The 7th floor of Tongtian Bridge is already in the boundless starry sky, and at the end of the 7th floor, there is a small meteorite with a diameter of several kilometers floating. Choose your opponent, warrior, master, or illusionist. The voice came from the meteorite, and Zhou Lang also made a choice. I choose warrior. Zhou Lang held a red flame spear and wore black nightmare armor. Following Zhou Lang's choice, a piece of the meteorite on the opposite side broke off and fell onto the bridge, transforming into a figure wearing gray armor and holding a red flame spear. You can reach the 7th floor by crossing the Sky Bridge for the first time. You are the first to reach it in nearly 1,000 epochs. However, this is the end. The figure in gray armor said this, but Zhou Lang smiled. If you can stop me, then try. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Lang rushed towards the opponent with a spear in his hand. The figure in gray armor also came forward with a spear in his hand. The two collided with each other and retreated at the same time the next moment. One shot brought down an entire field of light. You're indeed good, but that's all. The figure in gray armor stopped and spoke to Zhou Lang, but Zhou Lang did not respond. He just instantly turned into hundreds of figures and rushed out. Countless spear shadows fell one after another. The gun shadows either emitted a pitch black light or flashed a fiery red light. Thousands of gun shadows descended at the same time. The gray armored figure on the opposite side changed his expression drastically and hurriedly raised his spear to try to defend himself. These gun shadows turned into a thick and huge gun shadow, rushing straight into the sky. Above the gun shadow, pitch black and fiery red light intertwined, and finally fell down with a loud bang. Being able to combine the realm of light with the realm of fire, his understanding of the laws of light and fire has almost reached the realm of immortality. Indeed, we are only one step away from fully mastering the laws of light and fire. So far, he has only used the time illusion. Zhou Lang is definitely a genius rarely seen in billions of eras. Everyone exclaimed in amazement, and even the Lord of Chaos City couldn't help but nod slightly. You know, Zhou Lang's current strength is already at the cosmic level. The lower laws are almost fully understood, and the law of time is even closer to the realm of immortality. Such talent, a genius that only appears once in billions of eras, even seems a little underestimated. Thinking of this, the Lord of Chaos City couldn't help but glance at the venerable Nine Swords and the Lord of Qianwu. Although Luo Feng's talent is not as good as Zhou Lang's, he can also be called a genius that appears once in tens of millions of epics. Especially because Luo Feng can still give birth to clones, his talent has not yet fully blossomed. This time, the Virtual Universe Company made a fortune from the genius battle. The 8th floor, the 9th floor, the 10th floor. Zhou Lang continued to move forward on the Tongtian Bridge. Starting from the 9th floor, he began to use the law of time to break through the levels. My comprehension of the laws of time is definitely close to the weakest level of Marquis. It's incredible, this little guy is only at the cosmic level now. There are always some geniuses that cannot be measured by common sense, right? Indeed, after tens of millions of years, another top cosmic overlord will appear and dominate the universe. I'm afraid it's more than that. The talent Zhou Lang has shown now seems to be even stronger than that of the Sky Eclipse Palace Master. Listening to the discussions of the surrounding venerables, the smile on Venerable Jiujian's face became increasingly difficult to conceal. As time went on, more and more high-level cosmic masters came to watch Zhou Lang cross the Tongtian Bridge. In the entire human race, there are less than 200 high-level cosmic masters, and they have all arrived at this time. The 3 top universe overlords and 26 ordinary universe overlords are now following closely behind the Chaos City Lord. Even next to the Lord of Chaos stood a figure wearing a silver gold robe, brown-red hair, and a long dragon tail, another great existence in the Virtual Universe Company, the Lord of Dragons. He's already at the 12th level. The level of understanding he's showing now is only about as good as that of an immortal who barely achieved the title of Marquis, right? It's incredible, but the 12th level should be his limit. It's incredible. Back then, I was the strongest in my class, but after 30 years in Chaos City, I've only just made it past the 5th level. Back then, Cody only made it past the 9th level and stopped at the 10th. Looking at Zhou Lang, who had already passed the 12th level on the Tongtian Bridge, many high-level cosmic masters couldn't help but feel deeply moved. And here, the weakest and only middle-level universe master, the Nine Swords Master, looked up at this moment. As Zhou Lang's teacher, Venerable Nine Swords is now extremely excited. What does it matter if those who are strong are stronger? Are my disciples more powerful than me? Moreover, the stronger Zhou Lang becomes in the future and the better he develops, the better his treatment will be and the more generous his rewards will be. This is also why the king of Qianwu placed his hope of repaying his debt on cultivating geniuses. After all, the rewards are really extremely generous. But genius is really rare, especially a genius like Zhou Lang who can only be seen once in hundreds of millions of epics. Even geniuses of Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and even Bolan's level are extremely rare. Look, we've reached the 13th floor. They actually fought back and forth? When he was on the 12th floor, was he still hiding something? Incredible. This can definitely be called a Marquis level understanding. Not even close. Indeed, although it seems like there's a lot of back and forth, it's clear that the gatekeeper on the 13th floor is suppressing Zhou Lang. I lost, just by a little bit. Indeed, the training time is too short. With Zhou Lang's talent, he will definitely not be able to stop the 13th level in another year at most. He just arrived in Chaos City. After 30 years, how many floors can he reach? 14th? 15th? I think this will definitely not be his focus. Perhaps, are we about to witness a historical moment? In human history, is there any record of reaching the 15th or 16th floor on the first visit to Chaos City? Yes. In the 23rd era after Chaos City was founded, he was known as the greatest genius of mankind. When he left Chaos City, he had already passed the 17th level. However, while he was away, the demons and insects used 2 top universe overlords to assassinate him, and he was ultimately unable to be resurrected. 2 top universe overlords? Just to assassinate a domain master? A genius at the cosmic level who can pass through the 17th level of the Tongtian Bridge may become a great being in the future. That's true, I remember now. At that time, the human border was unstable, so we had no choice but to suffer this loss. Many high-level cosmic masters were having a heated discussion, while on the other side, Zhou Lang had already withdrawn from the plane of Tongtian Bridge. The 13th level. If I were given a few more months, I would be absolutely sure to pass it. Zhou Lang shook his head slightly, a trace of regret flashing across his face. In fact, in the final confrontation, Zhou Lang was only 1 move behind. After passing the 12th level, plus the 10 times points for newcomers, the total points are 4,095,000, and there are 12 more opportunities to comprehend the Chaos Monument. It's really good. After taking a look at the gains this time, Zhou Lang nodded with a smile. However, what surprised Zhou Lang was, I didn't ask Zhou Ling to shut down the virtual universe communication, but after Zhou Lang exited the Tongtian Bridge plane, except for 1 email from the teacher, no one else sent any emails. So, does this mean my virtual universe privileges have been increased? Zhou Lang finally understood everything after reading the Nine Swords Venerable's email. Only those with the strength of a high-level venerable could view his level-breaking videos, which in turn caused Zhou Lang's reputation to gradually decline. This decision, proactively made by the human race's high-ranking officials, showed that high reputation
position wasn't necessarily a good thing. So, next up, the Lord of the Universe might be the one to accept a disciple? Teacher Jian, a mid-level venerable, is so generous, so the Lord of the Universe shouldn't be too stingy when accepting a disciple, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile and shook his head. This time, after comprehending the Chaos Monument and crossing the Tongtian Bridge, I have gained a lot of insights. Next, I will look at the secret method prepared by my teacher, and then start to comprehend it well. The next time I go to cross the Tongtian Bridge, it will probably be before I leave Chaos City. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang closed his eyes and re-entered the virtual universe. He didn't feel much of the turmoil, but in reality, the information blockade against him had already begun before he left the Tongtian Bridge. Plain. Every one of the higher cosmic masters received an email from the virtual universe. Even the Flame Demon Master, who had a grudge against the Nine-Sword Master, knew the gravity of the situation. The Nine-Sword Master's vendetta was a private matter, but anyone who dared to leak information about Zhou Lang would be a traitor to humanity. He had a clear understanding of the importance of this matter. Junior brother, you need to speed up. Inside Chaos City, the city lord looked outward, a solemn look in his eyes. The emergence of a genius of Zhou Lang's caliber among humans was certainly cause for celebration. However, the alien races, especially the demons and insects, would definitely not sit idly by and watch Zhou Lang grow. With this in mind, the Chaos City Lord roughly determined the security forces needed for the two men after they left the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Qian Wu, and Jiu Jian are incredibly lucky. Thinking of the benefits that Qian Wu and Jiu Jian would gain this time, the Chaos City Lord couldn't help but smile and shook his head. Bolin successfully passed the 5th level of the Tongtian Bridge. Luo Feng broke through to the 8th level. Many geniuses received email notifications. Is the gap so huge? Bolin stared at the message on the email, a trace of disbelief flashing through his mind. Can't watch? He wanted to view the replay video of Luo Feng breaking through the overpass, but was told that he did not have sufficient permissions. Where's Zhou Lang? I don't even know how many levels Zhou Lang has passed. When Bolin inquired about Zhou Lang's information, he was told that he was not qualified to view it either. No, I have to work harder. One day I will catch up with them. After turning off the screen, Bolin's gaze became firm. Simulated opponent, Zhou Lang, strength, peak condition during the genius battle period. The next moment, Zhou Lang appeared in front of Bolin. Just as Bolin, dressed in white, was about to attack, Zhou Lang quickly approached and pierced his neck with the spear in his hand. Come again. After the simulation, Bolin's eyes were filled with endless fighting spirit, and he did not give up. Bolin, madman, are they all so strong? Rong Jun looked at the email, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Zhou Lang's information is completely unavailable, and the madman's breakthrough video is also unavailable. How many levels did he clear? 9, 10? Immediately, Rong Jun closed the email and teleported directly to the plane of Tongtian Bridge. Longyun, Xianshui, Jiangma, Wuka. After learning about Bolin and Luo Feng's Tongtian Bridge results, each genius became more determined to catch up. As for Zhou Lang, except for Bolin, other geniuses did not regard Zhou Lang as a target. The gap is really too big. Just over half an hour later, many geniuses received new emails. Rong Jun successfully passed the 1st level of Tongtian Bridge. In Chaos City, this genius battle took place in less than 3 days. Only Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Bolin and Rong Jun successfully passed the 1st level of the Tongtian Bridge. Among them, Rong Jun made the slowest progress, having only passed the 1st level. Bolin reached the 5th level, and Luo Feng even broke through to the 8th level. Rong Jun and Bolin's Tongtian Bridge videos are still available for viewing, but Luo Feng's level-breaking video is no longer available to them. They even didn't know which level Zhou Lang had reached. The gap between them is really too huge. After all, every genius who has ever comprehended the Chaos Monument has tried to break through the Sky Bridge. However, giving up is never an option for them. The geniuses who can reach this point have all struggled to emerge from hundreds of millions of geniuses of the same level. They themselves represent the most outstanding group of geniuses among the human race in the universe over the past 1,000 years. Although there are geniuses like Rong Jun, Bolin, Luo Feng, and even Zhou Lang who are completely not on the same level blocking the way ahead, but they firmly believe that one day they will catch up. However, Zhou Lang did not pay much attention to these waves. The 3 treasures of Chaos City. Zhou Lang had already seen the laws of the universe and the Chaos Monument. As for the 3rd treasure, the Chaos Beast, Zhou Lang spent some time hunting it. He didn't stop until his soul could no longer transform. It's been over 3 months. It's time to go to the lecture. During this period, Zhou Lang almost constantly hunted Chaos Beasts outside Chaos City. Now that his soul had reached its limit, he decided not to waste any more time and left the residence. King Tongnan, if I remember correctly, is a close friend of King Jinyan and King Longyu, right? In front of a mansion in Chaos City, Zhou Lang looked up. After passing through the Tongtian Bridge, he received information from many masters of the Zhoguan Chaos Monument lineage. Most of them are at the peak of being a king, and only 5 have reached the limit of being a king, and King King Tongnan is one of them. Moreover, his teacher, Venerable Nine Swords, also sent an email suggesting that Zhou Lang choose King Tongnan's lecture.
Zhou Lang did not refuse this. Shut up.
After all, although King Tongnan did not appear much in the original novel, he did appear and was considered an acquaintance.
Oh, the madman chose King Jinyan just like in the original novel? Zhou Lang walked into the mansion and glanced at the email sent by Luo Feng. It was impossible for King Jinyan to accept Zhou Lang as his disciple. Moreover, the Lord of Qianwu has almost arranged Luo Feng's cultivation path.
Just like in the original novel, Luo Feng still embarked on the path of analyzing the essence of the law. Although this road is difficult, once you get through it, it will be the road to heaven. There were quite a few people coming to listen to the lecture, including world masters and even immortals. On the contrary, Zhou Lang, who is at the cosmic level, stands out among them.
Is that the contestant for this year's talent competition? It should be. It just became cosmic level. What a genius. I've fought my entire life on the battlefields outside the domain just to get this chance to come to Chaos City. What can we do about this?
I heard that this year's top talent has already reached the 8th level of Tongtian Bridge.
Is this true?
The discussions around him did not affect Zhou Lang, and he found a place to sit down.
Boom! A powerful pressure suddenly descended, covering the entire square.
A thin man in a white robe appeared in the center of the square. His eyes swept over the many immortal world masters who came to listen to the lecture, and his gaze lingered on Zhou Lang for a moment. Today I will explain the basics of the first 3 diagrams on the Cosmic Light Chaos Monument.
The first diagram's operating principle is as follows. King Tongnan didn't say any more nonsense.
He just sat cross-legged, then stretched out his right hand and gently pointed at the space in front of him. A flash of white light appeared, and then a series of secret patterns of laws appeared in the air. As King Tongnan spoke, the secret patterns of the laws began to change. Although teacher Zhou Jin is more powerful and has a deeper understanding of the laws, he himself is not from the Zhoguang school, although he can explain a lot about the nature of time.
However, it is still too profound for me. Although King Tongnan's understanding of the laws is not as good as teacher Zhou Jin's, he has the Zhoguang Chaos Monument as a reference. It's like having a textbook, making my understanding much more intuitive. I think I'll have to attend more classes here in the future.
Zhou Lang made a secret decision in his heart, then focused his attention and quickly immersed himself in King Tongnan's lecture.
Okay, this lecture ends here. 3 days later, King Tongnan spoke. Thank you, teacher. Many immortal world masters stood up and saluted King Tongnan. After leaving King Tongnan's mansion, Zhou Lang returned to his residence and directly entered the virtual universe. Your Highness, you need to decide on your instructor.
Zhou Lang was about to continue practicing when the guard leader Ron came over.
Instructor?
After hearing Ron's words, Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Among the geniuses in the original secret realm, in addition to having an immortal level guard leader, you can also choose an immortal level instructor. This was different from the closeness of Zhou Lang's apprenticeship to the Nine Swords Master, but it was also not as distant as attending King Tongnan's lectures.
It's a compromise choice. Let me think about it first.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly and was about to go to his teacher to ask when he suddenly received an email.
It's an email from King Longyu. Let me choose Tongnan Wang as my instructor? Do I have that much face?
Zhou Lang was stunned when he saw the email from King Longyu.
Feng Wang Wudi as the instructor, even if his own teacher is a venerable, this is too exaggerated.
After all, the instructors in the original work all seem to be immortals of the marquis level. Even Luo Feng's instructor, although his strength was barely enough to compete with the king, still did not get the title of king. However, King Longyu wouldn't tease me for no reason.
It must be that my teacher has given me instructions. In that case,
after thinking for a moment, Zhou Lang submitted his candidate for instructor in the virtual universe system.
Sure enough, not long after,
he received a reply, and King Tongnan agreed to be his instructor.
Sure enough, maybe the teacher gave instructions, or maybe a higher level being gave the order?
Seeing King Tongnan's agreement, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. His teacher was just a newly promoted venerable, and to have an invincible king serve as his instructor would probably cost a considerable price.
Unless there is an order from a higher being. Ron, follow me to the gate of the manor to greet the teacher.
After Tongnan Wang passed, he sent an email to Zhou Lang, telling him that he would be there soon. Zhou Lang didn't delay and called Ron, and the two of them went to the gate of the manor to wait. Soon, a streak of light streaked across the sky in the distance and landed in front of Zhou Lang. We just met at King Tongnan's residence, and King Tongnan was still dressed the same.
Zhou Lang, right?
King Tongnan had a smile on his face, but Zhou Lang did not show any disrespect.
Zhou Lang meets teacher Tongnan Wang. King Tongnan smiled and nodded.
He knew in his heart that he had gotten a good deal this time. After all, even if he had become Zhou Lang's instructor, he was not qualified to watch the video of Zhou Lang crossing the sky bridge. He only knew that Zhou Lang had reached the 12th floor when he first broke through the sky bridge.
Genius. The future of the Zhoguang lineage. This was King Tongnan's first thought.
However, unlike what Zhou Lang thought, he believed that his teacher had paid a considerable price to invite Tongnan Wang to be his instructor.
In fact, fact, the 5 invincible kings of the Zhouguan lineage all paid a huge price to become Zhou Lang's instructor. However, it just so happened that Zhou Lang was the disciple of the Nine Swords Master. It just so happened that the Longyu King and the Tongnan King, both under the command of the Nine Swords Venerable, were close friends, and they harbored some inexplicable emotions. Therefore, when the Nine Swords Venerable recommended Zhou Lang to attend the class, he also recommended the Tongnan King. Ron greets Lord Tongnan. Luoan, standing beside Zhou Lang, a nervous expression on his face, bowed respectfully to King Tongnan. Even his own teacher was exceptionally respectful to King Tongnan, so how much more so should he be? Furthermore, being His Highness's guard was a real bargain. His instructors were all at the invincible level of the king, so wouldn't his future as the guard leader be filled with even greater opportunities and glory? You said your instructor is King Jinyan? In a restaurant in the Yuxiangshan public area in the virtual universe, Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng opposite him with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Yes, teacher Chen Wu told me that the Zhouyu school I chose hadn't produced a genius in a long time. When I was crossing the Tongtian Bridge, several masters of the Zhouyu school were paying attention to me. Teacher Jinyan was very satisfied with my performance and was the first person to take the initiative to ask teacher Chen Wu to be my instructor. Luo Feng nodded slightly, and Zhou Lang also reacted at this time. Both he and Luo Feng are far superior to the genius Bolin in the original novel. Normally, geniuses in the original zone will be equipped with a marquee-level instructor, while a very small number of geniuses may have some teachers with barely the strength of a king to guide them. Only Zhou Lang and Luo Feng could no longer be measured by ordinary geniuses. It is indeed shocking that Feng Wang Wudi serves as the instructor, but it is not unacceptable. Yo, madman, light demon. Wuko walked in from outside and waved to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, followed by Chen Shui, Mo and others. Why isn't Rong Jun here? Zhou Lang looked at Wuka and others curiously. This guy is quite active in this genius competition, and it is basically Wuka who organizes every gathering. This gathering was also proposed by Wuka, so why is Rong Jun not here? Don't you know? Today, 2 universe masters competed to take Rong Jun as their apprentice, but Rong Jun chose Yuancheng Universe Master. I'm afraid he's trying to become their apprentice now. Wuka looked at the two of them strangely. This was a big event in Chaos City today. Don't they know about it? Neither of us paid attention. Luo Feng shook his head. He and Zhou Lang really didn't pay much attention to what was happening in Chaos City today. This year, Zhou Lang, you became a disciple of the Nine Swords Master. Luo Feng became a disciple of the Lord of Qianwu. Bolin became a disciple of the Lord of Noah, and Rong Jun also became a disciple of the Lord of Yuancheng. Compared to the hundreds of previous classes, our class can be said to be very outstanding. Long Yun sighed, and the others nodded in agreement. Alright, let's stop talking about this and drink. After the party, I plan to go into seclusion for a while. At least I have to get through one level of the Tongtian Bridge before leaving Chaos City. Wuka waved his hand, and everyone stopped talking about this topic. The party lasted for 3 days. After it ended, most people went back to seclusion, including Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. However, the incident involving Zhou Lang and Luo Feng crossing the overpass did not subside. Among this generation of outstanding geniuses, 2 super geniuses emerged. One of them broke through the 8th level on his first attempt at the Sky Bridge, while the other, because humans had blocked the news, no one knew how many levels he had broken through. Moreover, because of the virtual universe, the video of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's breakthrough was not spread. Kill, these 2 must be killed. There must not be a second or third Sky Eclipse Palace Master in the human race. Raise Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's assassination levels to number 1 and number 2. Kill them. Do it while the Territory Master is away on a mission. Be prepared. When their Domain Master is sent out, we will start organizing the assassination. After learning the news, the alien race hostile to humans has begun to arrange the assassination of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. However, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, who were still in the original universe at this time, were relatively safe. Even after leaving the initial universe and arriving at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng did not have to worry about being assassinated. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Zhou Lang and his generation of geniuses entered the Chaos City of the initial universe. In the original universe, more than 30 years have passed. In the 8th month after entering Chaos City, Galassi passed the 1st level of the Tongtian Bridge. In the 10th month, Bolin passed the 6th level of the Tongtian Bridge. In the 3rd year, Rong Jun also passed the 2nd level of Tongtian Bridge. Afterwards, Wuka and others who joined the Taichu Secret Realm also passed the 1st level of the Tongtian Bridge one after another. However, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, who had caused a sensation when they first entered Chaos City, remained silent during this period, especially since time is precious in Chaos City. Except for the occasional gathering organized by Wuka, everyone is in seclusion practicing the rest of the time. Almost no one knew about the progress of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. In the primitive area, Manor number 113, inside the training ground, system used the Shura level understanding of the Dark Law. Zhou Lang sat cross-legged and began to communicate with the system. The Shura-level realization was the system reward he received after stepping into the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company.
But before this, Zhou Lang had been concentrating on comprehending the Cosmic Light Chaos Monument. By now, he felt that all his previous understanding of the Cosmic Light Chaos Monument had been exhausted, so he decided to communicate with the system and use the laws to comprehend.
The next moment, Zhou Lang entered the land of the origin law. Countless insights related to the law of light began to emerge in his mind. 1 day, 2 days, after 10 days, Zhou Lang finally opened his eyes. So, this is the true meaning of light? A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he didn't rush to stand up, choosing instead to continue comprehending the laws of fire. System, use the Shura-level comprehending of the laws of fire. This time, Zhou Lang felt as if he were in a sea of fire, surrounded by endless flames. 10 days later, Zhou Lang opened his eyes again, and they seemed to be burning with flames. It's been 10 years. It's time to go see the Chaos Monument again. But first, I have to go to Tongtian Bridge. Zhou Lang opened his email and checked it. Although he had been in seclusion for many years, he still checked his emails regularly, mainly information related to Earth. Every year, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng would receive updates on Earth's developments from Jiayi. Currently, the entire Silver Blue Empire was completely under Luo Feng's control, and the upper echelons of the Silver Blue Empire were all Earth humans. However, Luo Feng had left all of the Silver Blue Empire's prophets on Earth. The current prophets held no appeal to him. After replying to the email, Zhou Lang teleported directly to the Tongtian Bridge dimension. In Manor 114, next to his own manor, King Jinyan looked at Luo Feng, who sat cross-legged, a flicker of satisfaction and a hint of regret in his eyes. Luo Feng, your progress over the past 10 years has been remarkable. I think it's time for you to challenge Tongtian Bridge again and revisit the Chaos Monument. Yes, teacher. Luo Feng opened his eyes, his gaze etched with determination. Langzi, I don't know how much progress you've made in the past 10 years, but I hope you won't be surpassed by me. Thinking of this, Luo Feng also teleported to the Tongtian Bridge plain. Hey, crazy guy, it's been over a year. How did you find time to come here? Zhou Lang had just chatted with the guardian Beifen for a few words when Luo Feng also teleported over. Langzi, are you here to cross the Tongtian Bridge too? Luo Feng was stunned when he saw Zhou Lang. He had never expected to meet him here. You go first. I'm not in a hurry. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, speaking. Luo Feng glanced at the Juyutang Sky Bridge in the distance and walked over without hesitation. Master Guardian, do I have the authority to watch Luo Feng pass the level now? Zhou Lang watched Luo Feng walk away and turned to Guardian Beifen to ask. Sorry, still no. Beifen shook his head. Zhou Lang wasn't surprised. According to teacher Tong Nan Wang, the lowest level of strength to watch Luo Feng's challenge was to be at the level of Invincible King. Although he was a genius, the gap between him and the level of Invincible King was still huge. After all, a genius is just a genius. Beifen also sent a large number of emails about Luo Feng's breakthrough, and now, many people are paying attention to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Last time, Luo Feng encountered setbacks on the 9th level, but this time, he didn't even waste a second on the 9th level. The 10th level, the 7th level of the Yenshin Bing, a stick blasted the heavens and the earth, still killing instantly. The 11th level, the 8th level of the Yenshin Bing, the golden sword cut through the void and passed smoothly. How is it possible? In just 10 years, there has been such a huge improvement? Incredible, truly incredible, everyone exclaimed. He still has some strength left after reaching the 11th level. Could he possibly challenge the 12th level? Compared to Luo Feng's last attempt at the Tongtian Bridge, this time not only were many venerables present, but even a large number of invincible kings came to watch. But soon, when Luo Feng reached the 12th floor, King Blood Swallow, you do not have enough authority to watch. King Longyu, you do not have enough authority to watch. King Tongnan, you do not have enough authority to watch. Prompts popped up in front of the many invincible kings who were originally watching, and then the screen of Luo Feng's breakthrough was closed. Only King Jinyan, as Luo Feng's instructor, retained viewing privileges. However, the virtual universe system also restricted King Jinyan, preventing him from disseminating information about Luo Feng through the system. The numerous invincible kings looked at each other in bewilderment, ultimately shaking their heads and leaving. The battle of geniuses continued. Generally speaking, it takes dozens or even hundreds of generations for a genius, rare only in tens of thousands of epochs, to emerge. The simultaneous emergence of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, two geniuses of hundreds of millions of epochs, is truly exceptional. It's not that such cases don't exist, but simply that they are incredibly rare. Precisely because of this contrast, Bolan, supposedly this generation's greatest talent, seems somewhat overshadowed. However, the many venerables still watching had no time to ponder these matters. They were all eagerly anticipating whether Luo Feng would successfully pass the 12th level. Meanwhile, King Jinyan wore a relaxed expression. As Luo Feng's instructor, King Jinyan knew Luo Feng's strength inside and out, even better than his other teacher, the Lord of Qianwu. Obviously, the 12th level still couldn't stop Luo Feng's pace. Although they fought for a long time,
time, Luo Feng finally won the victory. What a pity, we're still a little short of the 13th floor. That's right, but judging by his progress, he'll probably be able to break through to the 13th level in less than a year. With Zhou Lang and Luo Feng winning this genius competition, my virtual universe company is really making a killing.
Yeah. On the 13th floor, Luo Feng persisted for about 10 minutes, but ultimately ended up in defeat.
The gatekeeper of the 13th floor of Tongtian Bridge uses the 9th level of Yenshin weapon, which can make it immortal and even withstand attacks.
Luo Feng used the 8th level, the golden sword slashing the void.
However, Luo Feng was defeated in the end. There is a big level on every 3 levels of Tongtian Bridge, namely 1 to 3, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, and 10 to 12.
However, Luo Feng did not feel disappointed when he left Tongtian Bridge.
Instead, his face was filled with excitement. Just now, in the battle with the gatekeeper of the 13th floor, Luo Feng finally grasped the last bit of enlightenment. He seemed to have realized that even the immortal could be defeated at the 9th level of the Yenshin weapon. More importantly, the reason why this move is called even immortal can be defeated is that when the Realm Lord level uses it with full strength, it can allow the divine weapon to instantly travel through space, as if teleporting, suddenly disappearing, and then suddenly appearing. Although teleporting the body is extremely difficult, it is much simpler if you just teleport your weapon. Over the past 10 years, Luo Feng has been trying to comprehend the laws of space, but his understanding of teleportation has always been vague. Unexpectedly, this time, during the confrontation with the gatekeeper of Tongtian Bridge, he suddenly had an epiphany.
Prodigal, I have some understandings. I'm leaving now.
When Zhou Lang was about to step forward to say hello, Luo Feng spoke and then teleported away. Looking at the direction Luo Feng left, Zhou Lang shook his head, said nothing more, and walked straight towards the Zhuguangtangshan Bridge. Zhou Lang began to challenge the Tongtian Bridge. Many venerables who had been watching Luo Feng gradually left, but at the same time, more venerables came. However, most of those who left were primary and intermediate venerables, while the newcomers were high-level venerables, or even the overlords of the universe. This time, the Lord of Chaos City did not come, but other great beings came.
We have met the Lord of Yuho.
Many venerables and overlords saluted towards a tall and thin figure wearing green scale armor.
No need to be polite, just follow Zhou Lang and cross the Tongtian Bridge.
The Lord of Yuho waved his hand and turned his gaze to Zhou Lang, who was trying to cross the sky bridge. 10 years ago, Zhou Lang fought with the gatekeeper of the 13th floor for a long time and was eventually defeated. But 10 years later, Zhou Lang was able to kill the gatekeeper of the 13th floor with one blow. 10 years ago, Zhou Lang's comprehension barely reached the level of a marquis, but now his understanding of the laws can definitely be called a marquis. Being able to kill the gatekeeper of the 13th floor in one strike is indeed a performance of the marquis level. Within just 10 years, he has made such a huge improvement. I think Zhou Lang can definitely be called the #1 genius of our human race.
But that's not enough. If he can make it through the 18th floor before leaving Chaos City, that would be considered a true achievement. 18th level, the king level understanding of the laws, he is only at the cosmic level now. But there were people who could do it before. What about Zhou Lang's security after he leaves Chaos City? Seeing Zhou Lang pass the 13th floor neatly, many venerables talked about it. The Lord of Yuho nodded slightly, praising Zhou Lang's performance. Teacher, you have to speed up. Many people in the company are very optimistic about Zhou Lang. If you are a step slower, you will be disappointed. The Lord of Yuho thought to himself, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He's already passed the 14th floor successfully, and he hasn't even used his full strength yet. The 15th floor shouldn't be a match for him. Is he really going to reach the 16th floor? Level 16, that's the comprehension of the laws at the peak of the Marquis 8. No, he shouldn't be able to break through the 16th level. Indeed, you see, the 15th floor was a battle where he gave it his all. Yes, there is no problem in passing the 15th floor, but it is still not enough to pass the 16th floor. The speculations of many venerables were not wrong. After passing the 15th floor, Zhou Lang went directly to the 16th floor, but was killed instantly. Was that scene just now also a pause in time? Why is it different from what I felt before? In the Tongtian Bridge plain, Zhou Lang frowned and kept recalling the scene in his mind. Let's go check out the Chaos Monument. I think we'll get quite a bit this time. He suppressed the doubts in his heart, teleported out of the Tongtian Bridge plain, and then exited the virtual universe. On the rooftop, Zhou Lang opened his eyes and headed straight for the Chaos Monument's secret room in the City Lord's mansion without hesitation. Zhou Lang, long time no see. Guardian Kandri was still the same as before, standing in front of the door of each secret room. When he saw Zhou Lang coming, he greeted him with a smile. Lord Kandri. Zhou Lang bowed respectfully, and Kandri nodded slightly in response. You now have a total of 15 opportunities to comprehend, but you will have to wait a while. Someone is currently comprehending the Chaos Monument of Cosmic Light. Kandeli glanced at the number of times Zhou Lang had comprehended, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhou Lang has made such remarkable progress in just 10 years since arriving in Chaos City. Fine. Hearing that there was someone else in the secret room, Zhou Lang was not impatient. He sat cross-legged in front of the secret room door door and waited quietly. 3 days later. Come out, come out, come out, come out.
The door of the secret room opened, and Kendry said. Although the three realm masters in the secret room looked at each other unwillingly, they had to leave in the end.
Come in.
Kendry spoke again. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and walked into the secret room.
The chaos monument in the secret room did not change at all.
Zhou Lang sat cross-legged, looking at the chaos monument intently. There are 3 knife marks on the first picture of the Zhoguan chaos monument, 6 knife marks on the second picture, and 12 knife marks on the third picture. However, Zhou Lang only glanced at the first 3 pictures and then focused his attention on the 4th picture.
108, 108, 108. Time passes by bit like this.
In his 11th year in Chaos City, Rong Jun successfully broke through the 3rd level. That year, Bolin tried the Sky Bridge again and successfully passed the 6th level, but ultimately failed on the 7th level. Other geniuses also tried again and again, but never succeeded. In the 20th year after arriving in Chaos City, Wuka broke through the 3rd level.
In the 23rd year in Chaos City, Long Yun and Galassi also passed the 3rd level.
In the 26th year in Chaos City, Shen Shui also successfully broke through the 3rd level.
In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed in Chaos City. In Chaos City, in the residence of the Nine Swords Master, Zhou Lang, in another month, the geniuses of your generation will leave Chaos City.
The Nine Swords Master had a smile on his face as he looked at Zhou Lang in front of him.
After you get out, if you encounter any problems, you can come to the teacher.
Of course, the teacher will be more pleased if you can solve the problem on your own.
Yes, thank you, teacher. Zhou Lang was wearing the Black Nightmare armor.
Over the past 30 years, his aura had become more restrained, with a gentle smile on his face.
Go ahead.
I'll give you a ride when you leave Chaos City, and I'll have gifts for you. Now, go and cross the Tongtian Bridge and show everyone how much you've improved over the past 20 years.
I will definitely live up to the teacher's expectations.
Zhou Lang knelt on the ground and saluted the Nine Swords Master.
Go!
The Nine Swords Master nodded slightly, and Zhou Lang immediately stood up and left.
Not far away, in the residence of Lord Qianwu, Luo Feng was also bidding farewell to Lord Qianwu. On the way back, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng met and smiled at each other. Xiao Ling, teleport to the Tongtian Bridge plane. After returning to his residence, Zhou Lang entered the virtual universe and was directly teleported to Tongtian Bridge. Hey, Light Demon, long time no see. Light Demon, the madman is here too.
As soon as Zhou Lang appeared on the Tongtian Bridge Island, Wuka came forward to greet him, and Luo Feng also teleported over right after him.
How about it?
Zhou Lang nodded slightly and looked at Wuka, but Wuka shook his head with regret.
The 4th level failed again. You'll get through it one day, come on.
Zhou Lang could only pat Wuka's shoulder comfortingly, then turned to Luo Feng.
Crazy, do you want to go first or should I? Let me go first.
Luo Feng showed a smile on his face, and then walked straight towards the Juyutong Bridge. When Luo Feng and Zhou Lang arrived at the Tongtian Bridge plane, the Guardian Baffin had already sent out a large number of emails.
At this time, the only 2 immortal kings who could watch Zhou Lang and Luo Feng cross the Tongtian Bridge were King Jinyan and King Tongnan. The rest are all venerable ones. Can Luo Feng break through the 13th floor? Should be no problem, right?
With Luo Feng's talent and the growth he's experienced over the past 20 years, I estimate the 14th level won't be a problem.
Jinyan, you are Luo Feng's instructor. Which level do you think he can pass?
When a venerable one spoke, everyone turned their eyes to King Jinyan.
King Jinyan just smiled slightly but did not answer.
Look, he's already in, and we'll know the result soon.
That's right, let's take a look first. Since King Jinyan did not say anything, the many venerables did not continue to ask questions.
At this time, Luo Feng had already entered the Tongtian Bridge, and the many venerables focused their attention on Luo Feng. But in the next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the many venerables.
Meet the Lord of Chaos City.
Many venerables were startled and quickly saluted the figure in front.
No need to be so polite.
The Lord of Chaos City waved his hand and turned his attention to Luo Feng, who was crossing the Sky Bridge. The 13th level, the 9th level of the divine weapon, can defeat even the immortal. 20 years ago, Luo Feng used the 8th level golden sword of the ancient weapon to cut through the void, but was ultimately defeated. And now, 20 years later,
Luo Feng still used the 8th level of the ancient weapon.
The golden sword cut through the void and passed the 9th level easily.
Only cosmic geniuses can reach the 14th level. In human history, only a few have been able to do this.
The gatekeeper of the 14th floor, carrying the ancient weapon on his back, spoke to Luo Feng approvingly.
However, that's all.
From the 13th to the 15th floor, immortals can still be used as enemies, but the difference between them is huge. As soon as he finished speaking, the divine weapon behind the gatekeeper disappeared instantly, and the next moment, a golden sword appeared in front of Luo Feng.
Luo Feng's expression remained calm and he did not flinch at all.
The golden sword finally fell powerlessly less than 3 centimeters in front of him.
Impossible.
The gatekeeper's face was full of disbelief, and a golden sword suddenly flew out from his chest. At the 9th level, even the immortal can contend with it, and Luo Feng can do the same.
This talent is truly enviable.
In just 20 years, he has already reached the level of Marquis key-level comprehension of the laws.
I have nothing to say.
When I left Chaos City years ago, it took me 1,000 years to break through the 14th level, and this little fellow has already reached this point before even leaving Chaos City. If Luo Feng hadn't fallen, he would have at least become an invincible king.
Becoming the invincible king? I think I've underestimated this kid's talent. Luo Feng's performance made many venerables exclaim in admiration.
As Luo Feng's instructor, King Jinyan always has a smile on his face. On the 15th floor, although Luo Feng experienced a long struggle, he finally won. However, when he reached the 16th floor, his understanding here had reached the level of a marquis. Luo Feng fought with the gatekeeper for only a moment before he was killed. On the small island of Tongtian Bridge, Luo Feng shook his head with some regret, then looked up at Zhou Lang. Although he didn't know the result of Luo Feng's challenge, Zhou Lang still gave him a thumbs up and then walked towards the Zhoguang Tongtian Bridge.
At the moment Zhou Lang entered the Zhoguang Tongtian Bridge, another figure appeared beside the Lord of Chaos City. Meet the Lord of Yu-Ho.
Many venerables immediately saluted. The other party just waved his hand, nodded to each other with the Lord of Chaos City, and then turned his attention to Zhou Lang. On the 16th floor of the Zhoguang Tongtian Bridge, the gatekeeper appeared in front of Zhou Lang. Young man, there have only been a handful of humans in history who have been able to reach the 16th level of the universe, but it's not enough for you to pass now. The gatekeeper spoke.
Oh, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. I believe I can pass this time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Lang looked at the gatekeeper. Time paused. Time paused.
The next moment, time began to flow simultaneously above, but it was only a moment before the gatekeeper saw the spear had pierced his neck.
How is that possible? The 17th floor is no match for him. Yes, now it depends on whether he can pass the 18th level successfully.
Since the construction of Tongtian Bridge, only 7 geniuses in human history have ever passed the 17th level at the cosmic level, but no one has yet passed the 18th level at the cosmic level.
I think he has a chance to make history this time. Do you think it's possible for him to pass the 19th floor? Impossible, absolutely impossible.
Ever since the construction of the Tongtian Bridge, no one has ever passed through the 19th floor at the cosmic level.
That's right, the 19th floor.
He definitely can't pass through directly. I think when he was at the Domain Lord level, he would have no problem getting through the 19th level, but now, there's absolutely no chance. Yes, you see, on the 18th floor, he already seems to be struggling. However, being able to pass the 18th level, Zhou Lang can be called the greatest genius of mankind. Amidst the discussions of many venerables, Zhou Lang was completely unaware of the situation.
Ha! After defeating the gatekeeper of the 18th floor, Zhou Lang breathed a sigh of relief. The 19th floor, I wonder how strong it is. He thought in his mind and then stepped into the 19th floor. In the endless darkness, a figure appeared in front of Zhou Lang. In countless years, since the birth of Tongtian Bridge, you are the first human to come here with cosmic level strength.
The gatekeeper sighed with emotion.
After so many years, he never thought that one day he would face a cosmic level challenger. Don't you see it now?
Zhou Lang's lips curled up slightly, remembering what the gatekeeper of the 18th floor had said. 7 cosmic level masters had made it through the 18th floor, 4 of whom perished, 1 became a great figure of the human race, and 2 became cosmic rulers. And now, on the 19th floor, he was the first cosmic level master to reach this place. After so many years, he finally achieved a great achievement. The fact that you've reached this point shows that your understanding of the laws has reached the level of an immortal. If you can get past me, and don't die in the future,
becoming a venerable will definitely not be your limit. But you're still not qualified.
You should go back and cultivate to the Domain Lord level before trying again. The gatekeeper tried to dissuade Zhou Lang, but it was obvious that he had come this far and would never back down.
Kill! The only response from the gatekeeper was Zhou Lang's angry roar.
The next moment, Zhou Lang felt as if everything in front of him was fast-forwarded. Puff! There was a sharp pain in his neck, and when Zhou Lang opened his eyes again, he had returned to the island on the Tongtian Bridge plain.
Ding ding ding. Master, your teacher sent an email.
Just as Zhou Lang was about to chat with Luo Feng, Zhou Ling suddenly reminded him.
Teacher wants to see me? He glanced at the email and raised his eyebrows slightly. Crazy, I'm leaving first. Come on, savage. After waving to Luo Feng and Rong Jun who were not far away, Zhou Lang teleported away directly. Didn't we just meet? Why do you want to see me again now?
Inside the residence, Zhou Lang opened his eyes with a look of confusion on his face. However, Zhou Lang did not waste any time. He quickened his pace and rushed to the residence of the Nine Swords Master.
Teacher!
When Zhou Lang arrived at the hall, the Nine Swords Master was talking respectfully to a man in dark green armor. The man was tall and thin, with an upward curved horn on each ear and an eye between his eyebrows. Seeing Zhou Lang come in, he smiled and nodded to Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang, this is the great being of my virtual universe company, the Lord of Yu-Ho.
The Nine Swords Master introduced with a smile.
Meet the Lord of Yu-Ho.
Hearing the words of the Nine Swords Master, Zhou Lang did not show too much surprise, but just bowed respectfully. Given his current talent, it would be truly strange if the Lord of the Universe didn't come to accept him as a disciple.
However, if I remember correctly, in the original novel, the strength of the Lord of Yuho was basically at the bottom among the many lords of the universe?
No need to be so polite, Jojian, I want to talk to this little guy, the Lord of Yuho said with a smile, turning his gaze to the Venerable Nine Swords.
No problem.
To this end, Venerable Nine Swords had no objection. In the universe, the relationship between teacher and disciple is indeed very close.
But a teacher cannot have only one student, and similarly, a genius cannot have only one teacher. Especially someone like Zhou Lang, who can be regarded as the greatest genius in human history. Moreover, Zhou Lang has now successfully passed the 18th level.
The Nine Swords Master of Tongtian Bridge had only made it past the 21st level and was still stuck on the 22nd, unable to advance any further. Regarding the principles, the Nine Swords Master had little to impart to Zhou Lang. Rather than feeling disappointed that such a great being had accepted Zhou Lang as his disciple, the Nine Swords Master was actually delighted for him.
Don't be so reserved. Take a seat.
After the Nine Swordsmen left, the Lord of the Nether Marquis pointed to a chair at the table. Zhou Lang hesitated for a moment, then thanked him and sat down.
A cosmic level expert has passed the 18th level of Tongtian Bridge. Zhou Lang, you are the greatest genius since the establishment of Tongtian Bridge. The Lord of the Nether Marquis looked at Zhou Lang's face with satisfaction. Thank you for the compliment, sir.
Zhou Lang wore a reserved smile, while the Lord of the Nether Marquis shook his head slightly.
This is simply the truth, Zhou Lang.
The Nine Swords Master is no longer of much help to you in teaching.
Do you plan to become his disciple again?
The words of the Lord of the Dark Marquis froze Zhou Lang's expression for a moment.
So blunt? Wouldn't he be afraid of my rejection?
Although the possibility of rejection was small, it was still
possible. Wait. Zhou Lang suddenly remembered the original novel, The Lord of the Dark Marquis' teacher, the Lord of Darkness.
A lord of the universe secretly hidden by the human race, the junior brother of the Lord of Chaos. His strength reached the top of the Fifth Order Lord of the Universe. He has been wandering the sea of universe for many years and is extremely mysterious to the outside world. Most importantly, the Lord of Darkness is the only person in the original novel, besides the Hermit and the later Lord of Chaos, who clearly taught a disciple of the Lord of the Universe.
What does Lord Yuho mean? Zhou Lang looked at the Lord Yuho expectantly, thinking of this.
I'm only asking you on behalf of another great being.
He's currently in a dangerous place, unable to log into the virtual universe. The Lord Yuho spoke, and Zhou Lang's suspicions were confirmed.
Sir, I do wish to become your disciple, but the great being you mentioned. Zhou Lang didn't finish his words, but just stared at the Lord of
Yuho quietly. The Lord of Yuho smiled and nodded.
Indeed, but if you agree to become your disciple, I can accept a disciple on your behalf.
Accepting a disciple on behalf of the master? You mean? Zhou Lang looked at the Lord of Yuho with excitement. He didn't think someone at his cosmic level could deceive a master of the universe face to face.
Fortunately, his excitement and thrill at being able to become a disciple of the
master of the universe was genuine.
After all, in the original universe, the master of the universe was practically the pinnacle of existence.
Even the strongest were limited in the original universe.
Being able to become a disciple of the master of the universe was truly a rare opportunity. Indeed, it was my teacher who was planning to accept you as his disciple.
However, when you first arrived in Chaos City, the avatars he
left behind had already been consumed. Therefore, I can only officially accept you as his disciple when he returns.
Are you willing?
Yes, of course. Zhou Lang nodded repeatedly, and the Lord of Yuho also said with a smile. Very good, we'll discuss the formal apprenticeship after the teacher returns. However, I'm sure the teacher will be very happy to have a disciple like you.
The Lord of the Marquis paused, then continued. However, junior brother, I have a few words of advice for you. Remember, while you may declare yourself
my disciple, you must never reveal your master's existence.
Do you understand?
At this point, the Lord of the Marquisite's expression grew serious, and
Zhou Lang naturally wouldn't refuse.
Being able to completely conceal the existence of a Lord of the Universe demonstrates the remarkable intelligence work
of humanity. However, perhaps even greater credit must go to the virtual universe system.
It must be said that the original ancestor was truly a genius. Please rest assured, senior brother, I will not leak any information, Zhou Lang said, and the Lord of the Marquis of Hell nodded in satisfaction.
After you become my disciple, I will introduce you to my disciples. As for this, it's my gift to you,
the Lord of the Marquis of Hell said, producing a world ring.
Since you don't have any plant life yet, I'll give you one. This plant life is named Thorn Dragon Vine.
If cultivated perfectly, both its defense and attack capabilities will reach the ultimate level of
a king. It contains 3 perfectly cultivated resources, enough for you to cultivate it.
It also contains a palace-like treasure, the 1,000-star palace.
With your current talent, you'll undoubtedly
face numerous assassinations from alien races while on the move.
With this, even the Supreme Universe will be unable to harm you. As for the Lord of the Universe, such a being wouldn't risk their lives for a mere creature like you.
As the Lord of the Marquis spoke, Zhou Lang recognized the world ring as as his master.
Besides the abundant resources, it also contained 10 identical plant seedlings.
The seedling has only one main vine, about 2 meters long, light silver in color, covered with rice-sized scales, and 3 heart-shaped young leaves growing on the top. Thorn dragon vine is a plant life with both defensive and offensive capabilities.
The price of its seedlings is as high as 650,000 Han Yuan units.
A perfectly cultivated thorn dragon vine can grow 720 vines, and its strength is comparable to the king limit.
However, the success rate of the cultivation plan for thorn dragon vine is extremely low. Snort!
The cultivation plan for the strongest 720 vines requires a total of 137 billion points.
The need for 3 cultivation resources means that these resources alone will require 411 billion points.
Zhou Lang now has a total of only more than 200 million points, including the points he earned from passing the 18th level of the Tongtian Bridge and the 10 times points for newcomers.
This is not even a fraction of what it was.
Not to mention, there is another precious treasure, a palace-type treasure, which is definitely a top-level treasure and is even not inferior to some supreme treasures.
Thank you, brother.
Zhou Lang put away the world ring and bowed to the Lord of Yuho to express his gratitude.
You don't have to do this, junior brother.
The Lord of Yuho smiled and waved his hand to help Zhou Lang up.
When the teacher returns, he will definitely meet me in the virtual universe.
As for the gift he will give me as a disciple, I'm afraid it will be much more generous than mine.
Hearing the words of Lord Yuho, a smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face.
More than an hour later, Lord Yuho bid farewell to Venerable Zhoujian's residence, and Zhou Lang and Venerable Zhoujian saw him off together.
Teacher, take care. Well, if you have any questions in the future, just come to me in the virtual universe. The Lord of Yuho smiled and nodded, then left. Teacher, I.
After the Lord of Yuho left, Zhou Lang looked at the Venerable Nine Swords, but the Venerable Nine Swords raised his hand to interrupt him. Disciple, it is very common in the universe to have multiple teachers.
I have also had several teachers during my cultivation.
At this point, your understanding of the law is no longer of much help to you, but if you need anything else in the future, you can still come to me. The Nine Swords Master spoke sincerely, his eyes full of encouragement.
Thank you, teacher. I will definitely remember your teachings.
After hearing what the Nine Swords Master said, Zhou Lang bowed down to him without hesitation.
Good disciple, get up.
The Nine Swords Master smiled and helped Zhou Lang up.
You have passed the 18th level of the Sky Bridge and are now eligible to reside permanently in Chaos City. I'm sure someone will soon ask for your opinion on building a mansion for you.
I, Zhoujian, started out as a bastard from a family and went through many hardships.
Taking you as my disciple is one of the best decisions I have ever made.
Looking at Zhou Lang in front of him, Venerable Nine Swords couldn't help but feel emotional. In fact, it has only been about 40 years since he accepted Zhou Lang as his disciple, and even in the original universe, it has only been more than 100 years. But in such a short period of time, Zhou Lang has grown to this point.
Although he did help Zhou Lang, it was Zhou Lang's talent that helped more. Go ahead. When you leave, I will escort you to the headquarters.
The Nine Swords Master spoke, and Zhou Lang said goodbye and left.
Soon after returning to his residence, the Chaos City staff took Zhou Lang to choose the construction area of the mansion.
The 18th level just reached the threshold for permanent residence of Chaos City.
Zhou Lang's mansion was built in a relatively remote location, but he didn't care about it. In any case, Zhou Lang has no plans to stay in Chaos City in the short term. After choosing the mansion area, Zhou Lang went directly to the Chaos Monument secret room in the City Lord's mansion. Lord Kandrai, Zhou Lang, I haven't seen you for several years.
Kandeli said with a smile when he saw Zhou Lang.
You have 12 Chaos Monument comprehendments remaining. The Chaos Monument is currently empty, so you can go in directly. Then, Kandri glanced at Zhou Lang's message and spoke.
During these 20 years, Zhou Lang had come to the Chaos Monument secret room many times.
Thank you, sir, but I would like to use 2 chances this time. Zhou Lang nodded, and Kendry did not refuse.
After all, Zhou Lang has enough insights, and how to use them is entirely up to him.
The huge bronze door closed, and inside the secret room, Zhou Lang was completely immersed in the contemplation of the Chaos Monument. Time passes slowly.
As they were about to leave Chaos City, many geniuses wanted to seize the last chance to challenge the Tongtian Bridge. Those who have comprehended the Chaos Monument several times will no longer be retained.
Come out, come out, come out.
Kandari's voice echoed in Zhou Lang's mind, instantly waking him up from his deep contemplation.
After looking back at the Chaos Monument, Zhou Lang turned and left. Come see me quickly. Come see me quickly. Come see me quickly.
2 days after Zhou Lang returned to his residence after leaving the Chaos Monument secret room, the voice of the Nine Swords Master rang in his mind. Not only Zhou Lang, the voice of the Nine Swords Master rang in the minds of all the surviving geniuses of this generation.
The next moment, more than 900 figures rose into the sky in Chaos City.
In addition to the geniuses in this genius battle, there are also hundreds of immortals who have gathered in front of the Nine Swords Master. King Longyu and more than 10 other immortals stood behind the Nine Swords Master.
Greetings, Your Excellency. Many immortals took the lead in saluting, followed by geniuses such as Zhou Lang. Lang. Greetings to the teacher/venerable one.
The Nine Swords Master snorted coldly, like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of many geniuses, and many immortals lowered their heads. In Chaos City, only a few venerables and great beings were unaffected, while the rest of the immortals felt powerful pressure.
Chaos City is the safest place arranged for you.
The Nine Swords Master looked around and said coldly. However, nearly 20% of you still died, which is really disappointing.
If it were in the original universe, after 100 years, there would only be 500 of you left, right?
No one dared to refute the words of the Nine Swords Master, and many geniuses broke out in cold sweat. This year, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng both performed very well. Bolan was also good, and Rong Jun was barely keeping up.
As for the others, they weren't very good. After these merciless words were spoken, many geniuses couldn't help but clench their fists.
There are still 10 days left. In the following days, those who need to cross the Tongtian Bridge should do so, and those who need
to comprehend the Chaos Monument should do so. After you leave this time, you will have to wait a long time before coming back.
When everyone heard the words of the Nine Swords Master, they responded and then left.
Teacher, I am leaving now.
Zhou Lang stayed behind and said goodbye to the Nine Swords Master.
Go!
After the other geniuses left, Venerable Nine Swords had a smile on his face. After bidding farewell to the Nine Swords Master, Zhou Lang came all the way to King Tongnan's residence.
Teacher, I'm about to leave Chaos City. Why are you here?
King Tongnan seemed a little surprised by Zhou Lang's sudden visit.
After I leave this time, it will be at least several hundred years before I return to Chaos City, so I came here to say goodbye to you, Master.
Zhou Lang said this and stood up to salute King Tongnan. Although Zhou Lang did not formally worship King Tongnan as his master, he had already regarded him as his mentor in his heart.
Ha 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 ha.
After hearing Zhou Lang's words and seeing him perform the disciples' salute, King Tongnan smiled and nodded.
Okay.
If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. King Tongnan kindly helped Zhou Lang up and patted his shoulder.
Thank you, teacher.
Zhou Lang smiled and said goodbye to King Tongnan. Now that we have dealt with the trivial matters, let's go meet Mr. Jia and the others. The Earth should have developed quite well in recent years. Zhou Lang curled up his lips into a smile, returned to his residence and logged into the virtual universe.
Hey, Suxian, are you chasing your husband across thousands of miles?
He originally planned to go to the public area to meet Wu Ka and the others, but unexpectedly he ran into Suxian and Luo Feng, whom he had just met, in the public area. However, Suxian does have a talent for business as he was able to become a member of the Tian district through investment. Of course, with the support of Luo Feng and Zhou Lang, and doing business in the Qianwu Universe Kingdom, where the king is Luo Feng's teacher, it would be strange if her business was not doing well.
Okay, you guys chat about your things. I'm going to go meet the savages first. Seeing Luo Feng's murderous expression, Zhou Lang quickly said goodbye.
After meeting and chatting with Wuka, Rongjuan, Bolan, and others in the public area for a while, Zhou Lang teleported back to the Yinlan community on Hailanshan Island.
Mr. Jia, long time no see.
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had the highest authority here, so they were directly teleported to Jia Yi's office area.
Xiao Zhou, long time no see.
Come, sit down, and I'll tell you about the current development of our Earth. Seeing Zhou Lang, Jia Yi quickly pulled him to sit down and showed him the latest developments on Earth. Zhou Lang was not very familiar with these specific matters, so he could only nod in agreement, thinking about how excited Jia Yi was.
After being dragged into conversation by Jia Yi for several hours about the development of the Earth, Zhou Lang finally broke free. Hong and Lei Shen's experiences are similar to those in the original novel.
After leaving Jia Yi's office area, Zhou Lang returned to his residence in Yinlan community. Although he has never been to the realm within the realm, Lei Shen still obtained the inherited optical computer.
Hong also became a disciple of Luo, the Lord of the Time Realm, and is now wandering in the universe.
This information was told to Zhou Lang by Jia Yi. After all, in the entire Earth, apart from Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, Hong and Lei Shen are also the strongest. As for other geniuses originally from Earth, such as East, although they have abundant resources, they are ultimately not as good as Zhou Lang and the other four.
Moreover, the affairs of the Silver Blue Empire also took up a lot of their energy. Lanzi, how come you have time to come back?
Zhou Lang had just taken a walk around the community when he met Wei Wen.
What? Can't I go home?
Hearing Wei Wen's words, Zhou Lang raised his middle finger.
Where's Offling? Does he always come back with you? Suxian just found Yuxiang Mountain. I'm afraid he won't be back anytime soon. Did you hear he's traveling in space now?
Yes, I just recently arrived in the Iron Shuttle Empire.
The tourist scenery here is very charming. Don't just focus on traveling, you should spend more time practicing. I heard from Elder Jia that you're only at the stellar level right now. After this trip, you should first raise your cultivation to the cosmic level.
Don't worry, let's go. It's been a while, let's go have a drink together. After they chatted for a few minutes, Wei Wen pulled Zhou Lang towards the bar. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Many geniuses bid farewell to the Chaos City where they had lived for 30 years and returned to the original universe. Original District, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Bolan, you will follow the Venerable and set off together.
Members of the Taichu district, you will board that rock-gray spaceship that looks like a meteorite. Members of the Celestial region, please board the second purple-red spaceship. Members of the Doomsday Zone, you will board the largest jet-black spaceship. Under the assignment of the staff, Zhou Lang and other geniuses boarded different spacecraft. Meet the teacher. Greetings, Your Excellency. Not long after, inside the Big Fish spaceship, the figure of the Nine Swords Master appeared in front of everyone. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bolan saluted the Nine Swords Master. The Nine Swords Master smiled and nodded slightly. Let's go, and head straight to the original area. As the Nine Swords Master finished speaking, the tail fin of the Big Fish spaceship swayed gently, and the next moment, it flew forward. When 136 stars flashed before his eyes, a prompt sounded in Zhou Lang's mind. You have new tasks, please check. Mission, enter the city to cultivate and reach the lower god realm. Quest reward, Death Puppet *100. As a time traveler, you don't even know how to keep a low profile and dare to go straight to the highest plane. In order to avoid danger to the host, please enter the city as soon as possible. The system prompt sounded. Zhou Lang opened the system panel and looked at the newly triggered task, feeling helpless. Zhou Lang no longer had much hope for the system's intelligence. Thank you for the escort, teacher. Thank you, Your Excellency. In the center of 136 stars, a spaceship over a kilometer long slowly sailed out. Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bolan expressed their gratitude to the Nine Swords Master and then stepped onto the reception spaceship. Your Highness, Zhou Lang's guard leader Luo En, as well as Luo Feng and Bolan's guard leaders were also present. The receptionist was a beautiful woman with silver hair and silver eyes. Your Highness Zhou Lang, Your Highness Luo Feng, Your Highness Bolan, welcome to the ninth spacetime of the primordial secret realm, also known as the Wuchen spacetime. After a brief introduction, the spaceship took Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Bolan to their respective residences. Compared to other secret realms, the living conditions in the primordial secret realm were undoubtedly superior. Each member had a territory of nearly 1 million kilometers in radius. After checking in, Zhou Lang chatted briefly with Ron and then walked into the study alone. System, extract mission rewards. Zhou Lang communicated with the system without hesitation. The rewards from his last encounter with the Supreme Plane had only yielded Shura-level insights and 2 unique skills. As for the Godhead, artifacts, and golden soul beads, Zhou Lang hadn't retrieved them. After all, in Chaos City, he couldn't guarantee the Lord of Chaos was paying attention. Now, however, he could rest assured. The soul gold orb is of little use to me for now. Can I still devour the Godhead now? A hint of doubt flashed through Zhou Lang's mind, and then he used his innate secret method to devour a lower-level Godhead. The speed of devouring the Godhead was not very fast. It took Zhou Lang nearly 3 days to devour a Godhead, but after devouring it, his spirits were lifted, and a task panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Gene multiples, 4,039 times. Seeing his gene multiples, Zhou Lang frowned slightly. Could it be an illusion? The gene multiplier has actually increased? But the system data hasn't changed. Zhou Lang was filled with anticipation. Thinking of this, he looked at the remaining 99 lower-level Godheads, 10 middle-level Godheads, and 1 upper-level Godhead in the pronuclear space. Calm down and try again. Zhou Lang exhaled a breath of foul air, and in the pronuclear space, a black vortex enveloped all the lower-level Godheads. 3 months later, Zhou Lang's face lit up with joy. The next moment, the task panel reappeared before him. Gene multiples, 4,069 times. 10 lower-level Godheads double the gene power, 1 middle-level Godhead doubles the gene power, and 1 upper-level Godhead increases the gene power tenfold. Moreover, there is no attenuation at all. Godhead, I need more Godhead. A glint of greed flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. You know, the amount of genetic multipliers he could increase from consuming corpses was already decreasing. Over the past 30 years, he had consumed nearly 3% of the corpses purchased in the Junkstar region, but the increase in genetic multipliers hadn't reached 1,000. Compared to the beginning, the decline was truly drastic. However, this Godhead, at least for now, seemed to increase in genetic multipliers undiminished, no matter how many he consumed. For Zhou Lang, this was truly crucial. Unfortunately, Zhou Lang has no way to obtain godhood at the moment. I can only hope that the system will release more tasks that reward divine power in the future. Zhou Lang shook his head and then turned his attention to the artifact rewards. For a superior material attack artifact and a material defense artifact, the Scarlet Flame Spear and the Black Nightmare Armor are more suitable. I'm already used to using these two. Soon, Zhou Lang made his choice, and the artifacts he finally chose were still the Red Flame Spear and the Black Nightmare Armor. Red Flame Spear, a superior material attack artifact. Black Nightmare Armor, a superior material defense artifact, can greatly weaken the attacks of high-level venerables. 2 higher-level artifacts identical to the lower-level artifacts appeared before Zhou Lang. After he swore his name with blood, information about the artifacts surfaced in his mind. System, you're being too funny. Wouldn't it be better if you just turned into a star-devouring system? The information in his mind made Zhou Lang silent for a moment, and then he tried to communicate with the system
system again, but unfortunately, the system was still silent. Shaking his head, Zhou Lang turned his attention to the last reward.
Choose your own main soul defense artifact. The higher level divine artifacts are all top treasures, so isn't this main artifact of soul defense a treasure?
A hint of excitement flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. I just happen to have a golden soul bead, so I'll choose the shattered light glass ring. Zhou Lang made a decision quickly, and the next moment, a glass bracelet covered with cracks appeared in front of him. The shattered light glazed ring, a primary soul defense artifact, was capable of ignoring soul attacks and soul enslavement from beings below the 5th tier universe master, and could even weaken the
soul attacks of a 5th tier universe master by 90%.
Even more miraculous, it could transform into hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of glazed fragments, acting as telekinetic weapons.
Zhou Lang exhaled a breath of foul air. This is a treasure, absolutely a treasure. Stay calm, you must stay calm.
He kept suppressing his excitement in his heart.
None of the things rewarded by the system are useless. So what will the next death puppet be?
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang shook his head and temporarily put aside the thoughts in his mind. By the way, before leaving, my teacher gave me another world ring.
Let me see what good things are inside.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang recognized the world ring given to him by the Nine Swords Master before leaving the spaceship. Inside the ring, there was a single blue-gray flying boat. Over 70,000 kilometers long and less than 20,000 kilometers wide, it resembled a small boat, only much larger. The Qingyan boat can withstand the physical and spiritual attacks of the Universe Master level, and its fastest flying speed reaches 650 times the speed of light. After recognizing the Master, the information was quietly transmitted to Zhou Lang's mind.
Teacher must have made a lot of money this time.
He shook his head and put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind. Zhou Ling, apply for nutrient capsules and nutrient solutions of Universe level 1 to 9 for me, a total of 4,500. Zhou Lang put away the world ring and gave orders to Zhou Ling.
Yes, Master, your application has been approved and someone will deliver it soon. Zhou Ling replied.
Zhou Lang's authority was very high, so he easily applied for over 4,000 doses of nutrient solution. Upgrading to the 9th cosmic level will definitely speed up the development of the Azure Dragon clone.
Hopefully, it will be born in a short time. Zhou Lang walked out of the open nutrition cabin. The 9th level of the universe, the Azure Dragon clone will be born in 10 years.
Feeling the improvement in his strength, Zhou Lang felt happy and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. The Azure Dragon in the original Panlong novel is a superb water-attributed beast, but the one I'm nurturing now is simply a
time-attributed beast. As for the white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise that will appear later, what attributes will they have? With this in mind, Zhou Lang was full of anticipation for the secret talents of the Azure Dragon's incarnation. This is a kind of life form that is born with 8,000 times the genetic power, and can also give birth to 3 more clones with 8,000 times the genetic power. I'm only at the cosmic level right now. What level will the divine beast clone I give birth to be?
Normally, a creature with 8,000 times the genes
would be at least at the venerable level after birth, right? But can a cosmic level like me really give birth to a venerable level clone? It seems unlikely.
This thought flashed through his mind, and Zhou Lang immediately shook his head and put these distracting thoughts aside.
Next, I can accept quests.
Although I don't need points right now, there are many good things in the various secret realms of the human race, especially the Blood Luo world mentioned in the original book.
I wonder if swallowing the Blood Luo crystal can increase my gene multiplier?
The original book mentioned that the gene boost of the Blood Luo crystal is more like a temporary one, and the secret pattern needs to be activated before it can be restored.
Touching his chin, Zhou Lang thought about the next task.
According to regulations, cosmic-level geniuses in the original zone can accept 10 missions every 100 years, and a maximum of 3 desperate-level missions. The missions in the Shuelua world are dangerous, so there's no need to worry about not having enough times. In that case, let's first breed the Azure Dragon clone, and then complete the mission after we have the clone. Soon, Zhou Lang made a decision. Anyway, there is only 10 years left, and the senior brother of Lord Yuho also gave me the thorny dragon vine, which can be used for cultivation. For Zhou Lang, the help of becoming the king is crucial. After all, even though Zhou Lang's comprehension of the laws is extremely high, his basic strength is only at the cosmic level. Even with more than 4,000 times the genes, there is still a huge gap compared to the true immortal king. He took out the world ring given by the Lord of Yuho and took out 3 thorn dragon vines from it. With 3 resources, one should be successful, right? Looking at the 3 thorny dragon vines in front of him, Zhou Lang prayed silently in his heart. After all, a perfectly cultivated resource requires 137 billion points, and his current points total only more than 200 million. After all 3 thorn dragon vines recognized their master, Zhou Lang put the cultivation resources and the thorn dragon vines into the prokaryotic space. Now the diameter of his pronuclear space has reached 90,000 kilometers. Most of the area is piled with purchased corpses, which are constantly being devoured. At the same time, corpses are constantly flying out of a world ring, filling the empty area. In another small area, area, a giant white egg with a diameter of about 1 kilometer is being nurtured. After the 3 thorn dragon vines and the cultivation resources fell into the prokaryotic space, they began to devour continuously, and their strength continued to grow. The complete volume of Zhouguang Tracing Trace requires 180 billion credits. My teacher gave me a set directly when I became his disciple, so I didn't have to buy it. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang decided to go and see the Immortal Altar and the Sea of Illusion. Although he had enough points for the time being, he couldn't always rely on his teacher and senior brothers, so Zhou Lang logged into the virtual universe. The Immortal Altar, whether it's the Sky Bridge or the Sea of Illusion, rewards a lot of points, but the Immortal Altar rewards the least points. Appearing under a black mountain, Zhou Lang felt his body. Without the fluctuations of the origin of the universe, the original energy in the body has disappeared, and now there is only pure physical strength. Moreover, no matter it was 1 times the gene or his current more than 4,000 times the gene, the evaluation in the Immortal Altar was based on the gene multiples, which could not be falsified at all. He stepped onto the stairs, walked to the altar, and faced a human-shaped target. On the screen next to the target were written the rules of the Immortal Altar. Please use your fist, elbow, head, knee, and foot to hit the target within 1 second. The strength will be calculated based on the lowest attack of these 5 hits. Bang 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 bang. Zhou Lang hit the target quickly, and 5 muffled sounds followed. 100 units, 100 units, 100 units, 100 units, 100 units, earning 50,000 points. In just one time, Zhou Lang obtained all the rewards from the Immortal Altar. However, in the virtual universe, the Immortal Altar is not taken seriously. After all, if one exerts his strength perfectly, basically anyone at the peak of the realm can achieve it. Unlike the Tongtian Bridge and the Fantasy Sea, the Immortal, the Lord of the Universe and the Lord of the Universe will all challenge it. At the deepest part of the Fantasy Sea, on the edge of the 21st island, an old man in a golden robe covered with black scales slowly opened his eyes. The cosmic level has passed the 7th island of the Illusionary Sea? It turns out to be this little guy. As the manager of the Illusion Sea, he felt relieved when he saw that it was Zhou Lang who was breaking through. After all, Zhou Lang's cosmic level only passed the 18th level of the Tongtian Bridge, and he only passed the 7th island in the Fantasy Sea, which was not surprising. Breaking through the 9th island is the limit for a realm master. Can he even pass this? Although he failed on the 10th island, fortunately for his talent, becoming a future universe venerable is definitely not his limit. However, how far he can go depends on him. The old man closed his eyes again. Compared with the shock caused by Luo Feng's breakthrough into the 9th island in the original novel, Zhou Lang's breakthrough into the Sea of Illusion did not cause much waves. After all, Zhou Lang has already made a big enough noise, and his consciousness and will are comparable to those of the top realm masters. In terms of understanding the laws, Zhou Lang can even be compared with Feng Wang. There is really nothing to be surprised about. However, the old man didn't know that Zhou Lang didn't actually try his best to break through. According to Zhou Lang's estimation, he could at least break through to the 12th level. However, Zhou Lang is not short of points now, nor does he want to be in the spotlight. Moreover, in the original novel, the exposure of the Earth was due to Hong's state of mind. Therefore, Zhou Lang chose not to continue. In the original novel, Luo Feng failed on the 10th island after passing the 9th island. Although this news was reported to the human top leaders, they did not pay much attention to it. A call from Luo Feng? As soon as he left the virtual universe, Zhou Lang received a call from Luo Feng. Crazy, what's the matter? When Zhou Lang answered the call, he found that Luo Feng on the other end seemed a little depressed. Lungzi, I have made up my mind. I will be leaving on a mission soon. Luo Feng forced a smile and then spoke. A mission? I plan to leave in 10 years, and I still have a lot of preparations to do. Hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, but soon understood the reason for his low mood. 2 days ago, Luo Feng and Wu Ka and others met in the public area of the virtual universe. At that time, Zhou Lang was devouring the divine power, so he rejected their invitation. After the meeting, Luo Feng learned that a member of the Taichu district had recently died. Moreover, the incident happened during his exile period, and he was assassinated by a foreign race. The death rate of geniuses in the entire Taichu area is as high as 95%. The death rate in the primitive area is slightly lower due to the smaller number of people, but it also exceeds 90%. In the original novel, Luo Feng had experienced many life and death tests before joining the virtual universe company, so his state of mind is naturally incomparable to now. Fortunately, even though his state of mind was not as good as in the original novel, Luo Feng never gave up the idea of practicing. Crazy, go explore the Sea of Illusion. Also, for your first mission, I recommend you choose the Shuelua World mission. After hearing what Luo Feng said, Zhou Lang didn't think that he would be devastated. Even though Luo Feng's current experience is not as rich as in the original novel, his character has long been shaped. As long as he goes through some hardships, Luo Feng will eventually improve his state of mind. Also, read more of the works of the ancient sages of Earth. My help in terms of the state of mind is limited. You can talk to Lei Xin and Hong. Their achievements in the state of mind surpass many powerful
powerful people. Zhou Lang could only give Luo Feng some advice. Okay, I get it. Thank you, prodigal. After hearing Zhou Lang's suggestion, Luo Feng had no doubts. After hanging up the call, he headed for the Illusion Sea. In the original novel, Master Luo Feng, as the Lord of Chaos City, was too selfless, which led to the division of the earth. Although I haven't officially become master. Dark's disciple, according to senior brother Yoho's description, he's likely a protective person, and my talent is not comparable to Luo Feng's in the original novel. If the earth could be exposed later, I should be able to protect it, right? After ending the call with Luo Feng, Zhou Lang was thinking in his mind, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Next, I will focus on cultivating the thorn dragon vine. He shook his head, put aside the thoughts in his mind, and decided not to worry about it anymore. As the saying goes, things will work out when the time comes. Thinking about these things now will undoubtedly only add to his troubles. Although Luo Feng's result in the Illusion Sea was not too bad, it was far inferior to the original work. He only passed the 7th island. Afterwards, Luo Feng accepted the Shuelua world mission and left the original secret realm, and Bolin also accepted other missions and left shortly afterwards. Among the geniuses who entered the original secret realm at the same time, only Zhou Lang remained here. However, there were no rumors here. After all, Zhou Lang's talent had long been recognized by the human upper echelons. Many geniuses didn't even know which level Zhou Lang had reached on the Tongtian bridge, so naturally, they didn't dare to challenge him easily. Time passes slowly. In the 7th year, Zhou Lang successfully cultivated the first thorny dragon vine. In the 9th year, the cultivation of the second thorn dragon vine ended in failure. By the 10th year, the third spinosauce vine was successfully cultivated. In the 10th year and 2.5 months, Zhou Lang was sitting in the territory study, with only one pronucleus quietly remaining on the chair. In the space of the pronucleus, Zhou Lang looked at the giant white egg in front of him with a diameter of 1 kilometer, and a sense of excitement surged in his heart. Finally, the Azure Dragon's clone is about to be born. Zhou Lang stared at the giant white egg in front of him, and then a soft sound came from the egg. Cracks quietly appeared on the surface of the white dome. Finally, a ferocious dragon head emerged from above the dome. Deer antlers, camel head, rabbit eyes, cow ears, and tiger mouth. The appearance is strange and majestic. Then, the neck and body stretched out from the dome and floated in the air. It has a snake neck, a clam belly, and green scales covering its entire body. The spines on its back extend from the neck to the tail. There are 5 dragon claws on the limbs, shaped like eagle claws, and the tail is like a snake's tail. When it flew into the air, the dragon opened its mouth wide and all the eggshell fragments on the ground flew into its mouth. The next moment, the body length, which was originally several thousand meters, began to expand rapidly, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers. In just a moment, the body of the Azure Dragon clone had reached a size of 80,000 kilometers, and was 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers thick. Each scale on its body is hundreds of kilometers in radius, enough to be comparable to a small continent. At this moment, Qinglong entered the prokaryotic space at the heart position in the body. The continent, which was originally hundreds of millions of kilometers long, wide and high, was madly attracting the surrounding white mist. In the blink of an eye, the entire continent was shrouded in white mist. However, the continent, which originally covered hundreds of millions of kilometers, began to shrink gradually, while the space inside it continued to expand. Eventually, the continent covering hundreds of millions of kilometers turned into a magnificent mountain range. Tianji Mountain Range, stand! The voice of the Azure Dragon's clone roared in the world inside his body, and then 4 statues stretching for more than 100,000 kilometers appeared on the mountains: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. However, only the statue of the Azure Dragon is colorful, like a living dragon. The statues of the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are grayish-white and lifeless. The Tianji Mountain Range can only be formed after the 3 clones of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise are fully nurtured. Qinglong's clone instantly understood the reason. Immediately afterwards, the first ray of world power was born, and Zhou Lang's consciousness descended to the origin of the universe. Sure enough, it's really big. Zhou Lang's consciousness reached the origin of the universe. Feeling the vast space, he couldn't help but marvel. Even a grain of sand on the continent contains endless cosmic crystals. This is the universal currency of the universe. Just as Zhou Lang's consciousness touched the origin of the universe, the world inside the body of Qinglong's clone also began to change. Originally, the continent in the inner world condensed into the Tianji Mountains. Apart from that, there was nothing else in the inner world. And the next moment, a passage seemed to appear between the inner world and the place of origin, and endless world power poured into the inner world of Qinglong's clone. In just a moment, the world inside the body was filled with the power of the world. You know, the inner world of Qinglong's clone has just expanded and its diameter has reached 1 billion kilometers. What a pity! The universe will only be so generous when you break through to become a realm master. Zhou Lang felt a little regretful, but he did not waste time and began to control the power of the world in his body. Then first of all, the outer regions of Zijing Continent, Bifu Continent, Kalaosha Continent, Moya Continent,
continent and Siafeng continent have
the Chaos Sea as their outer sea and the Starry Mist Sea as their inner sea.
The Tianji Mountains guard the center of the Starry Mist Sea.
With Zhou Lang's control, the inner world of Qinglong's clone quickly took shape.
Eventually, it transformed into a world with a diameter of more than 1 billion miles, 5 continents, an inland sea and an outer sea.
Endless things, life.
Zhou Lang did not try to interfere with the evolution of the creatures in the world inside his body, but left everything to the laws of nature.
Plants, flowers,
and mountains gradually appeared in the inner world of Qinglong's clone.
Inner world, done.
Finally, the unused cosmic crystals condensed into a mountain range, standing in the center of the inner sea of star fog below the Tianji Mountains.
Just now, a first-level realm master possessed an inner world with a diameter of 1 billion kilometers. How can I achieve immortality then?
As the world inside his body took shape, Zhou Lang's thoughts began to swirl. In the original novel, Luo Feng achieved genetic perfection due to his 9 nether clone, and the world within his body eventually expanded to 1 trillion kilometers in diameter. But even so, when Luo Feng was at the first level of realm master, the diameter of the world inside his body was only tens of millions of kilometers.
My original god-eating rat will eventually achieve perfect genes.
If the Azure Dragon clone is integrated into the 4 symbols divine beasts, it will also have perfect genes.
When I reach the 9th level of Realm Lord, how hard will the nucleus be?
Furthermore, although the Azure Dragon clone was conceived within the pronuclear space, it also possesses a pronucleus. Moreover, the strength is not only based on the original form of the god-eating rat, it is even possible to break through to immortality without any obstacles at all. In the original novel, Luo Feng created a secret method of the ultimate level in order to break the pronucleus.
Now I also want to know, what level of secret method will I create?
The next moment, the Azure Dragon clone opened its eyes, and its body gradually shrank, turning into a miniature dragon about 1 meter long. The 2 pronuclei, the Azure Dragon clone's strength does not affect the god-eating rat's strength, but their understanding of the laws is mutually interoperable.
Is this the speed of understanding at the Realm Master level?
A hint of excitement flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. Having just broken through to the Realm Master level, the things I didn't understand about the laws before have now been completely clarified. The 3 clones, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, must be nurtured before achieving immortality.
Otherwise, once they
break through immortality and the world within their bodies transforms into a divine kingdom, they will no longer be able to nurture.
Then, let's start gestating right now.
The next moment, the Azure Dragon clone closed his eyes, and the center of the world inside his body was on the Sky Mountain range. A giant egg with a diameter of about 1 kilometer appeared on each of the statues of the White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise.
The same 8,000 times the gene, the Azure Dragon clone is now at the Realm Master level. Why does it still take 3 years?
A hint of doubt flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. As a cosmic level being with 4,000 times the genes, it only took him more than 40 years to breed the Azure Dragon clone. As a Realm Master, it takes Qinglong 3 years to produce 3 clones. Forget it, as long as it can be conceived, it's only 3 years, I can afford to wait.
Zhou Lang no longer dwelled on this.
The most important thing now is the issue of the Azure Dragon clone and the subsequent White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clones. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang couldn't help but frowned.
Alright, I just happened to cultivate 2 thorn dragon vines.
The Azure Dragon clone will take one with him and protect the earth when he returns. Moreover, I have a lot of treasures on me, and I can distribute some of them to Qinglong's clones.
With my understanding of the law of time and my own 8,000-fold gene multiplier,
the combat power should be more than 100,000 times that of a Realm Lord, but without actual comparison, it is difficult to determine the specifics.
After confirming the whereabouts of Qinglong's clone, Zhou Lang finally relaxed his brows. It just so happens that the 2 thorn dragon vines, the one carried by the Azure Dragon clone, established the kingdom of God near the earth. As for the other one, leave it at the entrance to the outer battlefield. This will make traveling much easier in the future.
Thinking of this, the black nightmare armor on Zhou Lang's body began to wriggle, and finally a 1-meter-long thorny dragon vine covered with black scales attached to the Qinglong clone. The original green scales were covered and replaced with pure black.
A heart-shaped leaf fell into Zhou Lang's hands.
Wuchen Spacetime, including the entire company headquarters, prohibits teleportation from the kingdom of God. So, let's find a location outside the company to set up a teleportation point. The next moment, Zhou Lang left the pronuclear space and communicated with Zhou Ling to accept the mission of the Shui Luo world. By the way, he ordered armor and other items in the style of the Shui Luo world. Afterwards, Zhou Lang applied to go out. Since the spacecrafts to the mission world are all dispatched by the company and cannot move freely, Zhou Lang can only apply for free movement in advance.
Your Highness, the spaceship is ready.
When Zhou Lang walked out of the manor, Ron was already waiting with his guards.
Let's go. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and boarded the spaceship.
After leaving the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, Zhou Lang chose a desolate planet nearby and left behind the divine mark of a thorn dragon vine. Then, the spacecraft took off again, but not in the direction of the Earth, but in the opposite direction. After about a day of flight, the spacecraft emerged from the dark universe again and landed on a meteorite with a diameter of more than 30,000 kilometers. A bald man about 3 meters tall was waiting.
Your Highness Zhou Lang, the master asked me to pick you up.
This bald man is an immortal of the marquis level and the sole slave of the Lord of Qinwu.
His soul imprints were left near the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company and in the central area of the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. This is the passage that the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom uses to travel between Qianwu Universe Kingdom and the headquarters of Virtual Universe Company when there is no emergency.
Thank you.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly.
Ron put away the spaceship and followed Zhou Lang into the Kingdom of God with many guards. When they came out of the Kingdom of God again, they were already in the Iron Shuttle Universe Kingdom.
Afterwards, after sailing in the Dark Universe for about 3 months, Zhou Lang finally returned to Earth.
However, this time when he returned to Earth, Zhou Lang did not alarm anyone on Earth. During this century, China has developed all the planets in the solar system, whether they are planets or asteroids, without the pressure of survival.
China's total population has exceeded 10 billion.
Moreover, due to generous welfare benefits and the policy of encouraging childbirth introduced by Jia Yi and others, the population continued to grow. As for the Earth, there are no factories or other buildings, and the ecological environment has been completely restored.
Ron and others were left outside the solar system, and Zhou Lang returned to Earth alone.
He left Qinglong's clone, the precious black nightmare armor, the precious red flame spear and the green smoke boat to Qinglong's clone. Then, the thorny dragon vine of the Azure Dragon's clone established the Kingdom of God in the space layer close to the Earth. As for the mark of divine power, it was left on the White Orchid star, far away from the Earth. After Zhou Lang and his group returned to the Virtual Universe Company near the desolate planet through the teleportation of the Kingdom of God,
they set out again.
The target this time is the Shueluo world. From the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company to the Shueluo world, the spaceship flew in the dark universe for more than 10 hours and finally arrived at its destination.
Your Highness, we're here.
Ron walked into the spaceship hall and spoke to Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes.
Opened the exterior simulation. At Zhou Lang's command, a magnificent palace floating in the void in the distance appeared before his eyes. This palace is called the Sky Eclipse Palace. It's the palace of a super powerful person in the company, mainly responsible for monitoring the Shueluo world.
The cleared area over there is used for spacecraft to accelerate through the dark universe.
Ron introduced himself to Zhou Lang, who nodded slightly. Your Highness, the Eclipse Palace has sent a signal for you to come in. The Palace Master wishes to see you. Originally, according to the rules, Ron only needed to drop Zhou Lang off here, and Zhou Lang would be able to enter the Shueluo world
on his own.
However, the reception signal from the Eclipse Palace forced Ron to steer the spaceship towards the Eclipse Palace.
The Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace wants to see me?
Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard Ron's words. In the original novel, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace seemed to have made a bet with other universe lords when he met Luo Feng.
Could this be the case now?
Soon after, the spacecraft docked on the first floor of the Eclipse Palace according to the guidance signal. Your Highness Zhou Lang, I am the envoy from the Sky Eclipse Palace.
Murloc, please follow me.
Zhou Lang got off the spaceship, and a realm master smiled at him and said,
Excuse me, Ron, you just wait here.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly, turned around to explain to Ron and the others, and then followed Murloc to the second floor of the Eclipse Palace. Waiting on the second floor was a burly man with a huge axe on his back.
I have seen the immortal.
As soon as he saw the other person, Zhou Lang's whole body was instantly enveloped by pressure. He knew that the person in front of him must be immortal, so he immediately saluted.
Zhou Lang, the palace lady wants to see you. Come with me.
The burly man nodded slightly, and then an invisible force surrounded Zhou Lang and flew towards the upper level of the Tianshi Palace. Compared with other floors, the 9th floor of the Eclipse Palace has no partitions, and the spacious hall is in full view. In the center of the hall stood a figure. He was wearing a silver robe, and his long brown-red hair moved in the wind, as if there were countless phantoms behind him.
Palace Master, go down.
After the burly man saluted, the figure spoke softly and then turned to Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang.
His face was very similar to that of an earthling, except for the vertical mark between his eyebrows. The voice seemed to echo in Zhou Lang's mind.
Zhou Lang pays his respects to the Palace Master.
Zhou Lang hurriedly saluted, while the Lord of Tianshi Palace looked at Zhou Lang with interest. He hadn't intentionally influenced Zhou Lang just now, but Zhou Lang had lost consciousness in just a moment. This meant that Zhou Lang's consciousness had already reached the immortal level.
Your awareness is quite good.
If you don't die, the future position of the Venerable will not be your end. I look forward to walking side by side with you. The Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace spoke, and Zhou Lang lowered his head and listened quietly.
Because of your existence, your generation's genius competition may be the best in human history.
I also met Luo Feng when he came here 10 years ago.
When you entered Chaos City, someone predicted that Rong Jun would achieve the highest level of achievement in your class. Unfortunately, your performance in Chaos City completely humiliated that person.
Having said that, the Palace Master of Tianshi Palace smiled. I was there watching you break through the 18th floor
of the Tontian Bridge. You've gained a pretty good understanding of the laws of time. How much you can remember from now on is up to you.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace waved his right hand, and 9 white spheres with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers flew out. Zhou Lang's eyes were fixed on these white spheres, and countless combinations of the laws of time suddenly appeared in his mind.
The chaos monument of cosmic light, the traces of cosmic light.
All the content related to the law of time flashed through Zhou Lang's mind, and his previous doubts were also resolved.
1 day, 2 days.
It was more than 10 days later that Zhou Lang slowly opened his eyes.
Thank you, Palace Master.
Zhou Lang bowed to express his gratitude to the Lord of Tianshi Palace.
Go!
The Palace Master of Tianshi Palace waved his hand. Zhou Lang saluted again, and then left the 9th floor. Under the guidance of the burly man, Zhou Lang returned to the 1st floor.
Your Highness Zhou Lang, according to regulations, your guards cannot enter the Shueluo world. When Malak saw Zhou Lang returning, he stepped forward and said, I see.
Zhou Lang nodded and walked up to Ron and the others.
Ron, you best just stay here and wait. I will return to Wuchen spacetime after I come out of the Shueluo world. Yes, your Highness, be careful.
Ron nodded in agreement and then spoke. Apart from Ron's identity as the leader of Zhou Lang's guards, his teacher happens to be Zhou Lang's senior brother.
There is a deep connection between the two, and their interests are closely linked.
If Zhou Lang can rise, Ron will naturally benefit greatly.
Therefore, Ron was very concerned about Zhou Lang's safety. Don't worry,
Zhou Lang said with a smile, then took out his shadow.
Xiao Ling disguised the spaceship as an ordinary meteorite fragment. After entering the Shueluo world, don't show up.
Just maintain conscious communication. After entering the spacecraft, Zhou Lang instructed Zhou Ling again. The next moment, the shadow disguised itself as a meteorite and gradually approached the Shueluo world. The exterior scene simulation started, and Zhou Lang stood in the hall, gazing at the vast world ahead.
It's expected to enter the outer cloud layer in 2 hours. Zhou Ling's voice sounded, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly.
Soon, the shadow entered the outermost cloud layer of the Shueluo world. Xiao Ling, just pretend to be a meteorite and float.
Zhou Lang did not enter the Shueluo world immediately. The language of the Shueluo world is different from the universal language of the universe. Moreover, Zhou Lang cannot be active in only one place, so he needs to learn local dialects.
So, he floated in the outermost layer of the Shueluo world for about 3 days, eventually mastering more than 10 mainstream dialects and changing into the attire of a warrior from the Shueluo world.
The next moment, Zhou Lang appeared in the clouds and folded up the spaceship. What a strong gravity!
Zhou Lang's figure continued to fall, and he felt the powerful gravity of the Shueluo world, and his eyebrows raised slightly. The natives of the Shueluo world cannot fly out of the outermost layer of clouds, but within the 18 layers of clouds, strong people from the Shueluo world often fly. Therefore, as his body dropped rapidly, Zhou Lang's eyes kept scanning the surroundings.
Fortunately, he was lucky and did not encounter any natives.
Zhou Lang's figure fell heavily on a grassland, and a huge roar echoed around.
Thousands of meters away, 3 figures suddenly appeared above Zhou Lang. Who's coming? 3 figures instantly appeared above Zhou Lang's head.
Swoosh! Several streaks of light flew out from the big pit where Zhou Lang fell.
In a flash, 2 figures had landed.
Only one of them was seriously injured and could barely maintain his flying state.
Thousand Seal Soul Lock.
Zhou Lang's voice came from the bottom of the pit, and the next moment, a soul mark flew out from the bottom of the pit and went straight into the other party's mind.
Ah!
Screams followed, and when Zhou Lang's figure emerged, the other party was looking at him with admiration on his face.
Xue Lai greets the master.
Despite being seriously injured and his clothes torn, Xue Lai still showed reverence on his face, secretly blaming himself for why he had thought of resisting before and should have surrendered to his master long ago. Several streams of light flew back to Zhou Lang's wrist and turned into a glass ring.
Zhou Lang looked at Xue Lai in front of him with emotion. The soul slavery in the devouring star world is too overbearing.
After being enslaved, although their thoughts are still their own, they can never disobey their masters, and even transform their lifelong pursuits into serving their masters. Even if you die and are resurrected, you cannot escape this shackle. Fortunately, I now have the broken light-glazed ring.
Even if I am enslaved by the soul of a 5th-level universe master, I am not afraid. Heal your wounds first, then tell me what you know about this world.
Zhou Lang looked around, then took out some healing items and threw them to Xue Lai.
Thank you, master. Xue Lai took the healing items, his eyes flashing with fanaticism.
The healing items brought by Zhou Lang were very effective, and Xue Lai's injuries recovered quickly.
Master, we are now in the territory of the Blood Rock territory, which belongs to the Tuyue world territory.
The entire Blood Rock
territory covers an area of more than 10 million kilometers. The Lord Blood Rock is a powerful 9th-level domain-level expert. After recovering from his injuries, Xue Lai hurriedly told Zhou Lang everything he knew. Tuyue world territory, Blood Rock territory. Zhou Lang looked into the distance, his eyes slightly narrowed. Xue Lai is just a Yunxiu-level existence, which is cosmic level according to the universal realm of the universe. His cultivation level is equivalent to Zhou Lang's, so his understanding is naturally limited. But in fact, fact, what Shuelai knew was far beyond most Yunqiu-level people, because Shuelie is the son of the lord of Shueyan territory. However, Shuelie was not taken seriously. How far is this place from Blood Rock City? Zhou Lang fell from the air and asked. Master, there are still about 130,000 kilometers. Hearing Zhou Lang's question, Shuelai answered hurriedly. Do you have any blood crystals on you? Zhou Lang asked, and Shuelia's expression suddenly dimmed. Master, please forgive me. I am not valued, so I have not been allocated any blood crystal. However, my father must have some blood crystal. I can take you to get it. Shuelai seemed a little anxious, silently praying in his heart that he hoped his master would not be disappointed in him because of this. Seeing Shuelia's appearance, Zhou Lang kept warning himself in his heart that he must never be enslaved by others in the future. You lead the way, we're going to Blood Rock City. People outside will call me your friend. Before entering the Shuelua world, Zhou Lang had sent an email to Luo Feng, but Luo Feng has not replied yet. Zhou Lang's purpose of coming to the Shuelua world this time was to see if he could fuse the Shuelua crystal. Although the effect of fusing the blood crystal may not be great with his current genes being more than 4,000 times, he still has the innate secret method of devouring. If swallowing the blood Luo crystal is effective, then the entire blood Luo world will be Zhou Lang's blessed land. After all, judging from the original work, the number of Shuelua crystals in the Shuelua world is definitely not small. The original novel mentioned that blood crystal is the condensed essence of the beast god's body after his death. However, it has been billions of years since the natural beast god fell. Even if his body is huge, it is probably difficult to sustain after billions of years of consumption. Therefore, Zhou Lang suspected that the natives of the Shuelua world mastered the manufacturing technology of Shuelua crystal. However, judging from the original work, at least the world master would never be able to access this kind of secret. Perhaps only the real core of the Shuelua world, the high-level officials of the Immortal Temple, know it. With Zhou Lang and Shuelai's Yunqiu-level flying speed, they arrived outside Shueyan City in about 10 minutes. Sir, this is Blood Rock City. About 1 or 2 kilometers away from the city, Shuelai pointed to the huge city in front of him that was more than 300 meters high and stretched for countless kilometers. From now on, call me Luo Feng. To others, we're just friends. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, then gave Shuelai some more instructions. Understood, Lord Luo Feng. Shuelai nodded quickly and led the way. The gate of Blood Rock City is more than 200 meters high and about 100 meters wide. More than 10 Earth-level warriors were guarding the city gate under the command of a Sky-level warrior. There was a long queue in front of the gate, and everyone who came paid money honestly to enter the city. Young Master Shuelia is back. Master Shuelia, please come in. How blind you are. Didn't you see young Master Shuelia is back? As soon as Shuelai arrived at the city gate, the city guards rushed forward to greet him and complimented him continuously. Although he is not important in the eyes of his father, the city lord, he is the city lord's son after all. Moreover, Shuelai himself is also a Yunqiu-level strongman. Naturally, these city guards did not dare to look down on him in the slightest. Well, brother Luo, please. Shuelai just nodded lightly, then called Zhou Lang to enter the city together. As the core of the entire Blood Rock territory, one can imagine how prosperous Blood Rock City is. However, Zhou Lang was not in the mood to go sightseeing, so he followed Shuelai directly to the city lord's mansion. I have 8 brothers in total, and I am the 9th. 5 of them have passed away. The remaining eldest brother is at the 9th level of the domain level, just like my father. The 4th brother is at the 8th level of the domain level, and the 8th brother is at the 4th level of the domain level. Shuelai's residential area in the city lord's mansion was close to the edge. After arriving, he told Zhou Lang about the situation at his home. You should know the location of Tuyue World City, right? Zhou Lang picked up the cup, took a sip of the drink from the Shuelua world, then nodded and asked. I know. My father took me there once when I was still at the earth level. When Shuelai heard Zhou Lang's question, he immediately nodded in response. Where is the book collection area in the city lord's mansion? Do you know? Of course, I can take you there. No rush, kill your father and brothers tonight first. Zhou Lang waved his hand and raised his eyebrows slightly. He had been emailing Luo Feng for several days and finally received a reply. However, after seeing Luo Feng's email, Zhou Lang was a little confused. Just like in the original novel, Luo Feng is still being hunted. Luo Feng's current strength far exceeds that of the original novel. Not to mention Sion from the original novel, even Ba Qi, who captured Luo Feng as a blood god guard in the original novel, can't be his current opponent, right? Looking at the email, Zhou Lang was a little puzzled, so he sent another email to Luo Feng to inquire. This time, Luo Feng responded quickly. I see. Looking at the email, Zhou Lang smiled. Just as he expected, Ba Qi in the original novel was indeed no match for Luo Feng, because Ba Qi had died at the hands of Luo Feng. However, because of this, Luo Feng is now being hunted down by the immortals of the Immortal Temple. Fortunately, the one chasing Luo Feng was only an immortal at the military lord level, and he was not the top among the military lords. Therefore, Luo Feng has been thinking about how to kill this immortal military leader. With Luo Feng's current understanding of the
the 15th level of the Tongtian Bridge and 1,000 times the genes, he has reached the Domain Master level of the Kongjin Domain Beast Clone. It is possible to kill an immortal military lord with all your strength.
Why does it feel like there's something wrong with this guy's tone? Looking at the email sent by Luo Feng, Zhou Lang shook his head and put the thoughts in his mind aside. Time passes slowly. Night falls.
Thin vines stretched out from the courtyard where Xuelai lived.
Each vine is only as thick as a thumb, covered with dense black scales, and has 3 heart-shaped leaves at the front. Puff! A patrol team of 9 Earth-level guards and 1 Sky-level guard were instantly pierced by the vines and lost their breath. The black scales on the vines opened up like sharp thorns, instantly crushing the corpse, and the flesh and blood were absorbed by the vines. All of this was completely unnoticed by anyone, and this scene is happening in every corner of the City Lord's mansion.
There are 720 vines in total, and they are waging a massacre. The 720 highest-level thorn dragon vines have grown to their peak, with each vine exceeding 3 million miles in length.
Although the entire City Lord's mansion covers an area of more than 30 kilometers, it all seems too simple for the thorn dragon vine. And
the power of the peak thorn dragon vine is comparable to the limit of becoming a king.
It is really easy to deal with an existence whose highest strength is only the 9th level of Domain Lord.
Kill, take away the space arm guard, and kill again.
In just 1 hour, no one survived in the entire City Lord's mansion except Zhou Lang and Xuelai. Are there only 3 blood crystals in total?
After checking all the space arm guards and space rings, Zhou Lang held 3 triangular column-shaped blood-red crystals in his hands.
Is this blood Luo crystal? It's so beautiful.
Looking at the blood crystal in his hand, Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile. Unlike others who would cut themselves when fusing the blood crystal, he simply opened his mouth and swallowed the blood crystal. In the pronuclear space, 3 blood crystals quickly appeared, and then a dark vortex enveloped them.
The next moment, Zhou Lang opened his eyes in surprise.
It can be swallowed, but the time it takes to swallow it is much slower than swallowing a lower-level godhead. It is estimated to be similar to swallowing a middle-level godhead.
It will take about 10 days to completely digest it.
While carefully feeling the swallowing speed, Zhou Lang did not feel disappointed but became more and more excited. If devouring it really can increase my gene multiplier, then I won't have to bother looking for corpses anymore. In 10 days of Earth time, only a little over a day has passed in the Shueluo world.
Next, I have to clean out all the big families in the entire Shueyan city.
Thinking of this, the vines that were originally confined to the City Lord's mansion began to spread outward. In addition to the City Lord Shui family, there are 2 other big families in the city, namely the Shanyu family and the Lei family. The Shanyu family has 2 domain-level masters, one at the 9th level and one at the 7th level, while the Lei family only has 1 domain-level 9th level. With the thorn dragon vine that has reached the king's limit, this blood Luo world is simply my blood Luo crystal granary. Zhou Lang was extremely excited, but he quickly suppressed his emotions and looked at Xuelai who was standing beside him.
Take me to the library in the City Lord's mansion.
Yes, sir, please follow me.
Hearing Zhou Lang's instructions, Xuelai immediately led the way.
As they walked along, the entire City Lord's mansion was silent, but Xuelai didn't care about it. In his mind, the most important thing was to take his master to the library in the City Lord's mansion. Sir, this is the library of the entire City Lord's mansion.
Xuelai brought Zhou Lang to a 9-story attic. Zhou Lang didn't waste any time and immediately used the world ring to collect all the books in the attic.
At the same time, the thorn dragon vine was killing members of the other 2 families one by one.
Is there only 1 blood Luo crystal? That's normal.
The blood family dominates the blood rock territory, so it's reasonable that the other 2 families don't have much in stock. After Zhou Lang checked the space storage equipment, he found 2 more blood crystals. After swallowing the 2 blood Luo crystals together, Zhou Lang and Xuelai arrived at the city gate.
Master Xuelia, what are you doing? The guard at the city gate was a Yunxiao-level commander.
When he saw Zhou Lang and Xuelai approaching, he immediately stepped forward to ask questions.
Stop talking nonsense and open the city gate. Xuelia glanced at the other party with disdain and gave a direct order. Yes, Master Xuelia, please wait a moment.
The Yunxiao-level guard who was scolded did not feel angry and still nodded in agreement with a smile on his face.
Although both of them are Yunxiao level, Xuelia, as the son of the Lord of Shueyan territory, has a much higher status than him. It was just a scolding, no big deal. After the city gate opened, Zhou Lang and Xuelai quickly left Shueyan territory. The tragic situation of the City Lord's mansion and the other 2 families was discovered the next day. However, at this time Zhou Lang and Xuelai had already left Shueyan territory. The entire Shueyan territory is only tens of millions of kilometers in radius.
After more than 10 hours, Zhou Lang and Xuelai have entered the neighboring Jinghu territory. The Blood Rock territory was in chaos at this time. When a Yunxiao-level general went to the City Lord's mansion to report, he found that no one was left in the entire City Lord's mansion. Then, the situations of the 2 families were also revealed.
The City Lord's mansion and the 2 major families have always monopolized the power of the Blood Rock territory. However, now, whether it is the City Lord's mansion or the 2 major families, only a few
people escaped the disaster because they were not at home. When they discovered their entire family was gone, the surviving members joined in the struggle for power. War broke out in the entire Shuayan territory in an instant, and no one paid any attention to Zhou Lang and Xue Lai, who had already left. Unlike Luo Feng in the original novel, who cautiously entered the Shuelua world, Zhou Lang appeared to be more daring. In the following time, Zhou Lang and Xue Lai changed their territory almost every 10 hours. Every time they arrived at a place and found a territory or city, they would start a massacre with the thorny dragon vines. In the blink of an eye, more than a day had passed in the Shuelua world. In a territory city called Shazhou Territory, Zhou Lang and Xue Lai lived in an inn. Zhou Lang sat cross-legged, watching the Shueluo crystal that was constantly being devoured by him in the pronuclear space. When the last trace of blood red dissipated, Zhou Lang opened his eyes. This feeling is exactly the same as when I devoured the godhead. The gene multiplier has indeed increased slightly, but it is not reflected on the system panel. Gene multiples 4,128 times. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang opened the system panel and checked again, and indeed there was no change. 10 years ago, when he devoured the godhead, his gene multiplier reached 4,069 times. But in the past 10 years, although Zhou Lang continued to devour corpses, the increase in his gene multiplier was only less than 100 times. Compared to the previous improvements brought by devouring corpses, progress has slowed significantly. Moreover, since he was promoted to the 9th level of the universe, Zhou Lang's swallowing speed also increased a lot. At present, more than 5% of the corpses purchased last time have been devoured. It seems that I need to devour more to make it more obvious. In that case, let's continue devouring. With this thought, another dark vortex appeared in Zhou Lang's pronuclear space, enveloping a blood luo crystal. Nearby, there were another 37 blood luo crystals. After more than a day in this blood luo world, Zhou Lang and Xue Lai had already traveled through 8 territories. Fortunately, in the last territory, they encountered 4 temple messengers, who contributed 10 blood luo crystals. Master, I have found out information about the city lord's mansion and the 3 major families in Shazhou territory. While Zhou Lang was devouring the blood luo crystal again, Xue Lai also brought news. Well, let's rest for a bit and wait until dark before we start. Zhou Lang glanced around and nodded. Of the territories he'd passed through, only one had started at daybreak, the others had all been after dark. A day in the Shuelua world was roughly equivalent to a little over 7 on Earth, while a night was equivalent to a little over 3. Acting at night would minimize attention. While Zhou Lang didn't mind the killing, the wanton slaughter of unrelated people displeased him. Yes, Master, Xue Lai responded quickly. Over the past day or so, following the Master, he had truly witnessed the true meaning of power. Whether lords or temple envoys, they had no power to resist the Master, and some even died without even seeing him. I was so blind back then, even thinking of killing my master. Xue Lai couldn't help but recall his first encounter with Zhou Lang. He'd assumed he'd fallen and injured, and was ready to kill him and steal his belongings. Now controlled by a spirit, Xue Lai regretted his decision every day. My master is so great, how could I have been so ignorant back then? He could only sigh, the sheer perversion of soul slavery. Time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and Zhou Lang and Xue Lai began their movement. Meanwhile, Luo Feng's situation became much more dire. He fled through the ruins of the ancient god. Although his understanding of spatial laws was comparable to that of an ordinary marquis, and his speed wasn't as fast as a true immortal, it was still quite fast. However, behind him, a 5-meter-tall immortal with a single horn was relentlessly pursuing him. Zhou Lang, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will not let you go, the immortal said, his voice thunderous. Luo Feng didn't even turn, simply slashing with his sword. Damn it! The sword stopped the immortal's advance, forcing him to slow down. Even though he was immortal, if he resisted the attack head-on, he would be injured. He wasn't immortal, and if he was accidentally injured, his divine power would be seriously lost. Moreover, his divine body was only a little over 5 meters long, so any loss would be disproportionate. For most immortals, divine power is conserved whenever possible. This is why, despite chasing Luo Feng for over 10 days, Luo Feng was always able to escape. No, this can't go on. Luo Feng glanced back. The next moment, within the protonuclear space, his void cinder beast clone opened its eyes. Babata, prepare the mechanical spaceship and the Star Destroyer, ready to finish off. Luo Feng also contacted Babata, who had remained in the storage space since entering the blood Luo space. Don't worry, Luo Feng, I've been waiting for this, Babata replied quickly. Generally speaking, Star Destroyers take a long time to prepare, and immortals have extremely strong perceptions, making them difficult to use against them. However, if Luo Feng's Earthling clone and the Void Cinder Beast clone attacked together, even if they could not defeat them, as long as they could trap the immortal for a while, the Star Destroyer would definitely hit them. After all, it was just an immortal without immortality. If it was hit head-on by the Star Destroyer, there was no chance of survival. Everything was ready, and Luo Feng's speed gradually slowed. Ha 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 ha, Zhou Lang, have you run out of your energy replenishing treasures? The immortal behind him instantly instantly noticed Luo Feng's
slowdown, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Zhou Lang had killed Bai Qi, the most outstanding genius in the temple's history, and if he could kill Luo Feng, wouldn't he receive a rich reward?
But at that moment, a massive beast, measuring over 1,000 kilometers in length, appeared beside Luo Feng. It had 4 legs and 8 arms, its body covered in grayish-white scales, engraved with countless intricate mystical patterns. Instantly, the mystical patterns on the scales illuminated. Innate secret technique, space sealing, the beast spoke, instantly causing the immortal to feel as if the space around him had frozen, the look of terror on his face frozen in time. Then, Luo Feng's earthling clone spoke, and the space that had just solidified began to distort, squeezing towards the sealed immortal. Within the clouds, a light shone beneath a meteorite. Swoosh! There was just a slight sound, and a ray of light fell downwards. There was no other movement around, but anything blocking the way, whether it was dust or meteorites, all dissipated quietly.
No, it's an alien, coming to avenge me.
Immortal screamed wildly in his heart, but the space around him was oppressed and distorted, and he couldn't even make a sound. He could only transmit information to the temple through the temple's communicator. In a flash of light, the immortal body instantly disappeared, and a bottomless hole with a diameter of more than 10 meters was blasted out on the ground. On the other side, the immortal temple immediately issued an order after receiving his message.
Find Zhou Lang and kill him no matter the cost. Madman, what have you done?
In the virtual universe, Zhou Lang stared at Luo Feng opposite him with a frown on his face. A year on Earth had passed since Zhou Lang entered the Shueluo world.
During this year, he thrived in Tuyue world, killing numerous lords and snatching countless Shueluo crystals.
However, in the past 2 days, Zhou Lang noticed something strange. After killing a temple envoy, he found a wanted poster on the other party.
Although there was Luo Feng's portrait on it, the name was Zhou Lang. Ahem, prodigal son, I can explain this.
Luo Feng coughed twice, and under Zhou Lang's almost murderous gaze, he hurriedly started to defend himself.
What a waste!
Upon learning that Luo Feng had killed an immortal, but no body was left, not even the spoils of war, Zhou Lang couldn't help but shake his head, his face full of regret.
The body of an immortal is full of treasures.
Even the value of the body of a weak immortal cannot be underestimated. Of course, for Zhou Lang and Luo Feng now, this Hunyuan unit is actually nothing. No, I can defeat the immortal, but it's still a bit difficult to kill an immortal completely.
It also takes too much time. It's better to just use the Star Destroyer cannon to save trouble.
Luo Feng said this helplessly, but he always felt that there seemed to be something wrong with Zhou Lang's expression.
By the way, crazy man, how many blood Luo crystals have you fused now?
Seeing Luo Feng's expression change, Zhou Lang took the initiative to change the subject.
I have fused 2 of them into my human body,
and am currently training my will in the ruins of the ancient god.
As for the golden
horned beast, I have already fused over 100.
At this rate, I believe my human body will be able to fuse the 3rd one soon. Luo Feng answered. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and then thought of another question.
In the original novel, Bai Qi's existence allowed Luo Feng to obtain the beast god statue.
Now that Bai Qi is dead, what should Luo Feng do with the beast god statue?
But soon, Zhou Lang shook his head. For Luo Feng, the beast god statue was indeed precious, but it was not a necessity. Anyway, Luo Feng will definitely have the opportunity to contact the Golden Horn tribe in the future. In the past few years, under the guidance of King Jinyan, Luo Feng has gradually embarked on the path of golden space fusion. Contact with the Golden Horn clan is almost inevitable, and Zhou Lang does not need to worry too much.
What about you, prodigal? How many have you fused? Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang curiously. Zhou Lang smiled slightly, shook his head and said, I haven't fused a single one. How is that possible? Luo Feng was greatly surprised by Zhou Lang's words. Is it impossible to grab the blood crystal? This is simply impossible. Zhou Lang's willpower is not enough to merge? This is even more impossible.
After all, Zhou Lang's willpower can be so strong even in the 9th level of the Illusion Sea, stronger than his own.
Is it because Zhou Lang doesn't practice the law of space? This doesn't make sense.
Even if the blood Luo crystal doesn't practice the Golden Void path, it can still be integrated.
Don't worry, you just need to know that I have gained a lot in this Shueluo world.
Zhou Lang curled up the corner of his mouth into a smile, then raised the wine glass in front of him and drank it all in one gulp.
A realm lord is looking for trouble with me.
I'll go deal with it first. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Lang put down his wine glass and his figure instantly disappeared in the virtual universe. Tuyu's world, Xingluo territory. Zhou Lang and Shuelai rode on the back of a wild cattle-like beast that was 7 or 8 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. In the distance, a streak of light flew towards them quickly.
Luo Feng, bloody.
The man was nearly 3 meters tall, holding a huge axe in his hand, with blood-red lines all over his face. When he saw Zhou Lang and Shuelai, his face became ferocious. He is Tuyu, the world master of Tuyu world, a 7th-level realm master, and also a black warrior. During this period, he frequently received news of lords under his command being killed. At first, Tuyu did not take it seriously. After all, only a few lords were killed. However, he soon realized something was wrong. He has less than 300 territories under his command, but so far, 100 978 lords under his command have been killed in the territories of Zhou Lang and Shuelai, and this is just the news he has received. There may be some that he has not yet learned about. If Zhou Lang could understand Tu Yu's inner thoughts, he would definitely give him a clear answer. Because up to now, Zhou Lang has killed a total of 234 lords. Master, be careful. Seeing Tu Yu rushing towards him angrily, Shuelai hurriedly stood in front of Zhou Lang. Tu Yu, I hope you have more blood luo crystals. Looking at Tu Yu who was gradually approaching, Zhou Lang smiled slightly. This Tu Yu was actually lured here by Zhou Lang on purpose. Otherwise, if Zhou Lang had used the thorny dragon vines directly, it would have been impossible for anyone to detect his actions. Mainly, the recent slaughter of lords had made Zhou Lang feel that the rate of collecting blood crystals was too slow. From 234 lords, plus the major families within each territory, and the occasional envoy from the temple, Zhou Lang had only obtained a total of 995 blood crystals. This was far from enough for him to devour. In a single Earth year, Zhou Lang devoured no more than 300 blood luo crystals. He had already understood that doubling one's genetic power required 100 blood luo crystals, a rate 10 times lower than even that of a lower level godhood. However, like a godhood, blood luo crystals did not decay when consumed to enhance their genetic power. As for godhood, Zhou Lang had no way of obtaining it yet, but blood luo crystals were plentiful throughout the blood luo world. Therefore, before leaving the blood luo world, Zhou Lang planned to acquire all the blood luo crystals capable of reaching genetic perfection. A conservative estimate put his needs at over 500,000. In the original novel, Luo Feng spent 30 years diligently collecting blood luo crystals, only to acquire nearly 10,000. Now, with his privileged access, Zhou Lang was able to search for blood luo crystals for sale within the virtual universe. A blood luo crystal cost 1,000 points, but Zhou Lang, as a member of the Primitive Zone Secret Realm, received no discount, and purchases were limited. He could only buy a maximum of 10, and the requirement was that a blood luo crystal must be integrated into the crystal. First, Zhou Lang felt helpless. He had already attempted to fuse flesh and blood, but it had failed. It wasn't that his gene multiplier couldn't be increased, but rather that the blood luo crystal simply couldn't be integrated into his body. Zhou Lang didn't understand why. Therefore, it was nearly impossible to purchase enough blood luo crystals through the company, so he could only rely on himself. Luo Feng, I really admire your courage. You didn't even run away when you saw me? Do you think running away doesn't matter? Tu Yu appeared above Zhou Lang and Shuelai, looking at the indifferent Zhou Lang with a mocking smile. No. Zhou Lang chuckled and shook his head, his figure flying into the air to meet Tu Yu's gaze. Because I don't think your strength is enough to let me escape. Long Tongue, attack. Long Tang, take action. As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, a vine quickly stretched out from the black armor and pounced towards Tu Yu in an instant. What? Tu Yu opened his eyes wide and tried to resist, but he could only watch helplessly as the vines wrapped him tightly. Liuli Qianhuan, 1. As Zhou Lang spoke, the colored glass ring on his wrist instantly turned into countless colored glass fragments, surrounding Tu Yu layer by layer. The fragments of colored glass continued to cut Tu Yu's body, and his injuries rapidly worsened. Bound by the thorny dragon vine, Tu Yu couldn't even use his ability to unfold the world within his body. He could only passively endure the attack without even a chance to defend himself. In the blink of an eye, Tu Yu had become incredibly weak. Thousand Seal Soul Lock. Immediately afterwards, a mark flew out and sank into Tu Yu's mind. The excruciating pain of his soul being enslaved made Tu Yu scream. However, he was so weak that he couldn't fight back at all, and could only look at Zhou Lang respectfully. Meet the master. Tu Yu said this with a flattering look on his face, but he was actually annoyed in his heart. He actually wanted to attack his master just now. It was really wrong. Fortunately, the master is powerful and enslaved me. Otherwise I would never be able to understand how great the master is. How many blood crystals do you have? Zhou Lang asked directly, and Tu Yu took out a wooden box and handed it to him without hesitation. Master, there are a total of 13 blood crystals here. I completed a mission for the temple before, and the temple distributed 3 more blood crystals to me. They are still on the way. Tu Yu answered truthfully, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Compared with robbing the Lord, the speed of robbing the World Lord was indeed much faster. However, these numbers are far from enough. Contact all the lords under your command now and have them come to see you. Zhou Lang continued to explain, and Tu Yu nodded in agreement. In a territory, in addition to the Lord, there are often 2 or 3 powerful families. These families usually have 1 or 2 or even 3 or 4 blood luo crystals in their hands. Just let Tu Yu contact the Lord to come. Although the income will be reduced, the speed can be greatly improved. Control the World Master and kill the Overlord. This is Zhou Lang's next plan. Yes, Master, I'll contact them right away. Tu Yu nodded immediately, then took out his communicator and sent a message to the surviving lords under his command. Not long after, Zhou Lang, Tu Yu and Shuelai returned to Tu Yu's world city together. 3 days later in the Shueluo world, Zhou Lang, Tu Yu and Shuelai went to the neighboring world. In the entire Tu Yu world, Zhou Lang harvested 1,300 377 blood luo crystals.
This was mainly because Zhou Lang did not have time to clean up the big families in each territory one by one.
The size of the world territory is not fixed, ranging from hundreds of millions of kilometers to more than 10 billion kilometers. In the following time, Zhou Lang traveled around various worlds, find the world master, control his soul, and obtain the blood crystal. 1 year, 2 years, in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years have passed in the Shui Luo world, which is nearly 20 years on Earth. Zhou Lang spread out from 2U world territory to all directions, traveled to 57 world territories, and obtained 63,872 blood luo crystals. But there is still a long way to go to reach his goal.
Master, I found it.
In 2U's world, 2U found Zhou Lang with excitement on his face. 3 years from now, the Immortal Temple will have a spaceship dispatched to distribute blood crystals, led by 7 immortals. Each spaceship will carry over 300,000 blood crystals. As 2U finished speaking, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up instantly, and a hint of joy appeared on his face.
Finally, I've been waiting for this.
Although controlling the world lord to snatch the blood crystal of the lord under his command is fast and safe.
Moreover, under the protection of the world lord, the Immortal Temple is currently unaware of Zhou Lang's existence. But in the 2.5 years in the Shuelua world, which is close to 20 years on Earth, he only harvested less than 70,000 Shuelua crystals, which is really too slow. If we directly seize the Immortal Temple spaceship, the speed will definitely be much faster. These world masters controlled by Zhou Lang are more or less connected with the internal members of the Immortal Temple. Therefore, over the years, Zhou Lang not only killed the lords, but also asked these world lords to use their respective connections to find out the news about the Immortal Temple's transportation of blood crystals. Now, there is finally some clue.
There are 7 teams, each with more than 300,000 blood crystals, totaling more than 2 million blood crystals.
Do you know the transportation routes? Zhou Lang asked, and 2U nodded repeatedly.
It has been confirmed. According to our direction of advance, after we are far away from the Immortal Temple, we can only take action against 2 spaceships at the same time. 2U spoke immediately, and then showed Zhou Lang the route of the spaceship. These are 7 transport ships, each carrying more than 300,000 blood crystals. Although Zhou Lang did not speak, he was not satisfied in his heart.
Immediately afterwards, Zhou Lang logged into the virtual universe with a determined look in his eyes. Lunzi, what's the matter that makes you so anxious for me to go online?
The incarnation of the Kongjin domain beast was outside hunting lords and world masters to obtain blood
luo crystal. At this time, Luo Feng, the earthling incarnation, was tempering his will in the ruins of the ancient gods. Hearing Zhou Lang's voice, he asked in some surprise, "Crazy, how many blood luo crystals do you have in your hand now?" Zhou Lang did not answer Luo Feng's question, but asked back, "What? Are you short of crystals? I have about 10,000 on me. Do you want me to send them to you?" Luo Feng responded immediately, but Zhou Lang shook his head. "Crazy, are you interested in making a big deal?" Zhou Lang said with a mysterious smile on his face, but Luo Feng looked at him warily. "Don't look at me like that. Let me tell you, this is a rare opportunity. If you agree, I guarantee you can get at least 300,000 blood luo crystals." Zhou Lang continued, secretly looking forward to Luo Feng's reaction. 300,000?
As expected, Luo Feng became excited after hearing this number. "Prodigal son, are you telling the truth?" he asked in disbelief.
"When have I ever lied to you? Let me ask you one question. Are you willing to do it?" Zhou Lang went straight to the point.
"Fuck." Luo Feng agreed without hesitation, and then moved closer.
"Prodigal son, what do you think is going on?"
The temptation of 300,000 blood luo crystals made Luo Feng impatient, and he was already thinking about the next plan in his mind. In the blood luo world, 3 years later, the Immortal Temple will send 7 teams to distribute blood luo crystals.
Each team will carry more than 300,000 blood luo crystals. However, each team will be led by an immortal. Do you dare to join me in this endeavor?
Zhou Lang's words made Luo Feng hesitate slightly.
With his current strength, killing a realm lord would be easy.
If the opponent was the weakest immortal army lord, whose strength was only 100 times that
of a realm lord, he should be able to deal with it.
However, immortals are difficult to kill, and even the weakest immortal army lord is still a difficult task.
"I'll lend you my shadow." Luo Feng finally made up his mind. "Let's do it."
Luo Feng, who was originally hesitant, immediately nodded in agreement after hearing Zhou Lang's words. "Okay, in 3 years, I'll set off now and we'll meet outside the ancient god ruins."
A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's lips, and the two sides quickly decided on a meeting place. Opening his eyes again, Zhou Lang looked at 2U.
"Next, except for you and Shuel Ai, all other world masters must commit suicide.
You must report what happened here and inform the Immortal Temple that the attacker is an alien named Luo Feng. You must also send my image to the Immortal Temple.
Afterwards, you and Shuel Ai must commit suicide together.
Do you understand?" Zhou Lang spoke.
Although 2U was asked to commit suicide, he did not show any dissatisfaction.
Instead, he nodded excitedly and agreed.
Being able to serve the master, even if it meant committing suicide, was a great honor.
Soul enslavement was simply too powerful. Zhou Zhou Lang didn't leave these world masters behind mainly because soul enslavement also had a limit. The soul secret technique Zhou Lang used was called the Thousand Seal Soul Lock, a secret technique originally given to him by the Nine Swords Venerable. It was a pinnacle immortal level secret technique sold internally for a whopping 6,000 points, making it extremely valuable. However, despite being a high-level soul secret technique, the number of soul slaves it can control is limited and can only have a total of thousands of soul slaves. Compared with the 10,000 heart soul control that Luo Feng practiced in the original novel, it is naturally quite different. However, Zhou Lang currently had no plans to delve deeper into the soul realm, so naturally, he didn't need any higher-level secret techniques. These world masters were only at the realm of realm masters, and only a few would achieve immortality in the future, so their help to Zhou Lang would be minimal. Rather than letting them waste their soul slaves, it would be better to use them to attract the Immortal Temple's attention. Once the Immortal Temple received Tuyu's dying message, they would naturally not let Zhou Lang, the culprit, go. A wanted order for Luo Feng was quickly issued. Of course, the Immortal Temple also dispatched an immortal to handle the aftermath. The deaths of dozens of world masters, and even the deaths of all the internal lords, were a major event within the Immortal Temple. However, what further infuriated the Immortal Temple was that the immortal sent to handle the matter was killed by Zhou Lang simply by appearing. Zhou Lang's true strength was thus fully revealed to the Immortal Temple. It turned out that a minor figure at the cloud level was so arrogant simply because he possessed an immortal plant life. As a result, the Immortal Temple once again dispatched a large number of immortals, including 3 king-level immortals and numerous marquis-level immortals. Within the Immortal Temple, the strongest were only these 3 cosmic exalted ones. King-level immortals had become the Immortal Temple's pinnacle of combat power, but their numbers were limited. However, they had an agreement with the outside world. Anyone who could detect and kill the aliens would receive a generous reward. A Yunxiao-class cultivator possessing immortal plant life is likely to be among the best among external geniuses. Killing it would undoubtedly yield a substantial reward. However, as these immortals departed the Immortal Temple, a spaceship disguised as a meteorite quietly sailed towards the ancient god ruins beyond the 18 clouds. By the time these immortals reached Tuyue World's territory, their joy would be in vain. On the outskirts of the ancient god ruins, Zhou Lang had already met with Luo Feng's Void Cinder Beast clone. Langzi, tell me, what's the plan? The Void Cinder Beast clone asked, eyes full of anticipation. Don't rush, take your time. Our goal this time is 2 million blood crystals, so proceed with caution. Damn outsiders. In the Shueluo world, 3 figures over 10 kilometers tall witnessed the blue spaceship flying out of the world and couldn't help but roar in anger. However, even though they were only one step away from the edge of the world, the 3 did not dare to act rashly. More than 2 million blood crystals were snatched away by 2 small characters who were not even at the domain lord level. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel a pang of pain in their hearts. But facing the huge palace, the 3 of them still lacked the courage to chase after them. Alas! Finally, they looked at each other, sighed, and turned away helplessly. And inside the spaceship, in a world ring. Ha, prodigal son, we're both really lucky this time. We actually got 2 million blood Luo crystals. In front of Zhou Lang, the Sky Ash's domain beast, which was over 1,000 kilometers in size, roared with excitement like thunder, its face filled with excitement that was beyond words. Calm down, lunatic. Be extra careful with your earthling clone in the ancient god ruins. Although he doesn't have much on him, a mechanical clan spaceship is worth a lot, thousands of primal elements. Zhou Lang smiled but remained calm. Don't worry, I estimate that after staying in the Shueluo world for 10 years, my earthling self will be able to come out. Luo Feng's Sky Ash domain beast clone nodded, then glanced at the 7 boxes between the 2 of them. These boxes are only the size of a person, and each contains a small world. They are made in the same way as world rings. Each box contains no less than 300,000 blood crystals. I'll take 4 and you take 3. Is that okay? Zhou Lang spoke, and the clone of the Kongjin domain beast nodded in agreement. No problem, I'll choose first then. After saying that, Luo Feng's Kongjin domain beast clone put the 3 boxes close to him into the nucleus in his body. Okay, that's settled. When we get there, I'll hand the world ring over to the leader of your guards. Zhou Lang nodded, then exited the world ring. Master, we have received the signal from the Eclipse Palace. When Zhou Lang came out of the world ring, Zhou Ling spoke to remind him. Connect and enter the Eclipse Palace. The spaceship has started the exterior scene simulation. When Zhou Lang saw the huge palace outside, a smile appeared on his lips. Nearly 43 years of Earth time had passed since entering the Shueluo world. This was the first time Zhou Lang had stayed in the same place for so long. Although I have experienced more than 100 years in the original universe in Chaos City, I have actually only been in Chaos City for 30 years. When Zhou Lang arrived at the Tianchi Palace, he was received by another realm master. This time, the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace did not summon Zhou Lang. After reuniting with Ron and others, Zhou Lang left the Sky Eclipse Palace directly. Your Highness, there were no accidents during the mission, right? Inside the spaceship, Ron asked with a smile,
and Zhou Lang waved his hand casually.
It's just a dangerous mission. What kind of accidents could happen? Zhou Lang's words may sound a bit arrogant, but in fact they are not.
If I go all out, I can reach a combat power nearly 10,000 times that of a realm lord, and can barely compete with the peak of the Marquis. However, compared to immortality, Zhou Lang's own disadvantages are indeed obvious. Moreover, Zhou Lang also has the thorn dragon vine that can reach the ultimate level of kingship in his hand.
Not to mention dangerous level missions, even desperate level missions pose almost no threat to Zhou Lang.
After more than 10 hours of sailing, Zhou Lang finally returned to the Wuchen spacetime. He handed the world ring containing Luo Feng's Kongjin domain beast clone to Luo Feng's guard leader, and then returned to his manor. Afterwards, Zhou Lang applied for mission completion. A few hours later, the inspectors arrived and Zhou Lang tested and handed in a piece of blood crystal, earning 10,000 points.
As for the Blood Warriors mission, Zhou Lang naturally did not complete it.
It's just 100,000 points, which really doesn't mean much to Zhou Lang now. As for the company's mention of recycling blood crystals, although Zhou Lang had more than 1 million blood crystals on him, he was not in a hurry to sell them.
Let's improve the genes first.
According to my speculation, only a little over 500,000 crystals may be needed to improve the genes by 10,081 times. Just in case, it's better to keep these blood crystals.
So, after submitting the task, Zhou Lang rejected the proposal to trade blood crystal.
So far, from the various secret realms Luo Feng visited in the original novel, it seems that only the Blood Luo crystal from the Blood Luo world is useful to me.
The demonic sound god's inheritance doesn't seem to be of any help.
Back in the study, Zhou Lang sat cross-legged with a slightly frown. Every 100 years, you can take on 10 missions in the primordial secret realm, 3 of which are at the desperate level.
Ask teacher Jiujian or senior brother Yu Ho later.
Shaking his head, Zhou Lang put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind.
By the way, let's go to the universe-level Tongtian mountain first.
There was a gleam in his eyes. Although passing the universe-level primordial Tongtian mountain only rewards 100 million points, and you have to wait until you reach the Realm Lord realm to claim it, passing the Domain Lord level primordial
Tongtian mountain and becoming a Realm Lord will earn you 3 billion points.
And if you successfully pass the Realm Lord level primordial Tongtian mountain, you will be directly rewarded with 100 billion points. At this time, Zhou Lang's strength was only at the cosmic level, so naturally he could only choose to challenge the cosmic level original Tongtian mountain. According to the strength requirements, the cosmic level needs to comprehend 12 levels of Tongtian bridge, the domain master level needs 16 levels, and the realm master level needs 20 levels. For millions of years, no one has been able to completely cross the original Tongtian mountain.
However, for Zhou Lang, this was just a piece of cake.
At the same time, Xianwu Universe, Black Dragon Mountain Empire, Silver Blue Empire, Milky Way, and Earth. Deep in the Pacific Ocean, a divine dragon that looks exactly like the one in Chinese mythology, although its scales are black and its body is only a meter long, is lying on the seabed. In a flash, the dragon disappeared on the seabed, leaving behind only a white sphere with a diameter of less than 3 centimeters, engraved with complex secret patterns. In the inner world with a diameter of more than 1 billion kilometers, in the center of the central Starfog Sea, the huge Tianji Mountains stand tall. The clones of the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, each occupy one of the 4 directions. In the 3rd year of entering the Shuelua world, the clones of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise had already been conceived. The White Tiger, a special creature born with 8,000 times the genes, possesses a secret talent, space shattering. After casting it, it can shatter the space around the target and control these space fragments to attack. Fusion of innate secrets. The White Tiger can fuse with the Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise clones, transforming into a special life with 10,081 times the natural genes, one of the 4 symbols divine beasts. Zhu is also a special creature born with 8,000 times the genes. It has a secret talent, time acceleration. After casting it, it can freely accelerate the target's time flow. Fusion of innate secret techniques. Suzaku can also fuse with the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clones, transforming into a special lifeform with 10,081 times the natural genes, the 4 symbols divine beasts. Xuanwu, a special creature born with 8,000 times the genes, possesses a secret talent, space blockade. After casting it, it can block the space around the target and control the surrounding space to squeeze the target. Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird control the laws of time, while White Tiger and Black Tortoise control the laws of space. In the original novel, Bolin chose to follow the laws of time and space because of his arrogance, but I am different. For me, the understanding of both time
and space seems extremely simple.
And with the White Tiger clone and the Black Tortoise clone, it would be a waste not to follow the laws of space.
Besides,
the eyes of the Azure Dragon clone flickered, and the next moment, the 4 clones took off into the air and flew towards the sky above the Tianji Mountains.
Innate secret method, fusion.
4 voices sounded at the same time. In an instant, the 4 clones of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise intertwined together, and time and space completely merged.
Buzz.
In the world inside the body, time seemed to be fast-forwarded, and creatures were born quickly. Then it was as if the deceleration button was pressed, and many creatures moved in slow motion. Then, everything seemed to be still, and all creatures stopped moving. In terms of space, the existence of the entire world inside the body seemed to teleport without any pattern, and at the same time seemed to be completely blocked and unable to be shaken in the slightest, as if all existence was being squeezed by the surrounding space. Confusion. The entire world inside the body fell into chaos, until a deafening beast roar resounded throughout the space inside the body. In an instant, the entire space inside the body returned to normal. No, not actually back to normal. The world inside the body began to expand rapidly. The inner world, which initially had a diameter of 1 billion kilometers, continued to expand outward. 2 billion, 3 billion, 4 billion, 10 billion, 20 billion, 30 billion, 100 billion, 200 billion, 300 billion. Finally, when the diameter of the inner world reached 1 trillion kilometers, the expansion stopped. However, due to the lack of sufficient cosmic crystals, the inner world with a diameter of trillions of kilometers now seems extremely empty. In the sky of the inner world, a huge dark green divine beast, nearly 100,000 kilometers in size, stood tall. It has a dragon head, a tiger body, a tortoise shell on its back, wings that cover the sky and the sun, and a dragon tail that is raised. At the neck, the bottom layer is dark green scales, the next layer is long white hair, and the outermost layer is fiery red feathers. The 4 elephant divine beasts are special creatures born with 10,081 times the genetic makeup. However, before Zhou Lang had time to carefully investigate, the entire world inside his body seemed to freeze in an instant. Zhou Lang himself, who was at the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company and was about to challenge the universe-level Tongtian Mountain, was also completely frozen in place. Is this the origin of the universe? In a flash, Zhou Lang found himself in a space filled with countless light spots. Each point of light contained endless power, far more powerful than the strongest man he had ever seen. Senior brother Yuho. Perfect genes, a secret gift from the universe. As someone who is familiar with the original work, Zhou Lang naturally understands the reasons behind this. Just then, in the distance, a point of light flew rapidly towards Zhou Lang. The speed of the light spot was so fast that Zhou Lang had no time to react. Then, the light spot hit Zhou Lang accurately, and countless pieces of information instantly flooded into his consciousness. Zhou Lang's consciousness was kicked out of the origin of the universe, and the space and time of heaven and earth resumed operation again. In the Wuchen spacetime of the Virtual Universe Company's headquarters, Zhou Lang suddenly opened his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The same scene was happening deep in the Pacific Ocean on Earth, in the world inside his body. The eyes of the giant beast that was more than 90,000 kilometers tall opened instantly. Still a first-level realm master, but with the blessing of these 10,081 times perfect genes, the innate secret method bestowed by the universe, the myriad origins returned to the abyss. The eyes of the 4 sacred beasts' clones were shining, and they were extremely excited. The innate secret method, all sources return to the abyss. The requirements for use are, one's own genes reach 10,081 times, immortality, and the amplitude of the divine body reaches 100 times. Once unleashed, the divine power will burn, and the divine body will transform into a ruined world, trapping the enemy within. At the same time, the divine power will continuously be transformed into the enemy's energy and laws to replenish itself. When fighting in the ruins, one's own strength will skyrocket, and one will eventually be able to trap the enemy in one place, cut through their divine bodies, and completely turn them into nothingness. The stronger the enemy, the larger the divine body that is cut will be, and the maximum diameter of the ruins can reach 1 light year. And the most important thing is that this secret method is engraved on Zhou Lang's consciousness. Therefore, both Zhou Lang himself and the clones of the 4 symbols divine beasts can use it. However, at present, he cannot use it because he has not yet reached the immortal realm. Once I break through the immortal realm, this will definitely be a powerful trump card. A divine body of over 90,000 kilometers will definitely be able to handle most battles. Thinking of this, the clones of the 4 symbols divine beasts continued to check the secret innate abilities after transforming into the 4 symbols. The innate secret technique of spacetime prison, the requirements for casting are the 4 sacred beasts. After casting, one can freely control the laws of time and space within a certain range, and the control range depends on the strength. It seems that this is a combination of the innate secrets of the 4 sacred beasts, and the decision is based on strength. The clones of the 4 elephants divine beasts lit up slightly, and with themselves as the center, the space and time within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers instantly froze. The next moment, the figures of the clones of the 4 elephants divine beasts instantly appeared tens of millions of kilometers away. I have complete control over space and time within a range of tens of millions of kilometers. Now, my biggest weakness in facing the immortal king has disappeared. Although there is still a gap compared to the top ones, the power cannot be underestimated. The 4 divine beasts clones curled up a smile at the corner of their mouths, and then their bodies split again, transforming into the 4 divine beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. this. However, the world inside the body, which has expanded in area, remains unchanged. Although the world inside my body has grown, it lacks sufficient cosmic crystals, making it seem a bit thin overall. The Azure Dragon clone looked down at the inner world below. The diameter of 1 billion kilometers and the diameter of 1 trillion kilometers, although the numbers have only increased by 100 times, the area has expanded by 1,000,000 times. The original 5 continents now seemed insignificant in the entire world inside the body. To evolve the inner world of 1 trillion kilometers in diameter into the real world, it would require approximately 1 trillion Hunyuan units of cosmic crystals. At this moment, Zhou Lang felt dizzy. Forget it. I'd better merge my soul into the land of origin and slowly guide the power of the universe. My attainments in the law of time have reached the level of a king, but in the law of space, I'm only at the peak of realm lord, not even immortal. In that case, I'll transform into the 4 symbols divine beasts and devote all my energy to studying the law of space. Thinking of this, the 4 symbols divine beast appeared again, and then its figure shrank and turned into a handsome and strange beast only 3 meters tall. At the bottom of the Pacific Ocean, the originally white sphere turned into a chaotic and hazy color. The next moment, a light flashed and a handsome beast over 3 meters tall appeared. The strange beast raised its foot and disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the Wuchen spacetime of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. What a shame about the 2 innate secrets. Myriad origins return to the ruins, whether I'm the original body or the clone, can't use it yet, and the spacetime prison can only be used by the 4 symbols clones. Even the clone states of the 4 sacred beasts, such as Azure Dragon, can't be used. Forget it, let's go challenge Tongtian Mountain first. Zhou Lang opened his eyes, shook his head with a hint of regret, and then directly clicked to apply. He had already prepared to apply, but he forgot that in the original book, perfect genetic creatures could receive the gift of the universe's will. Fortunately, even the Lord of the Universe cannot detect this gift, only the strongest can sense it. The strongest human being, the Great Axe, is still in the cosmic ocean, so there is no need to worry. Tongtian Mountain is divided into 3 levels: the foot of the mountain, the middle of the mountain and the top of the mountain. The middle of the mountain is 10 times more difficult than the foot of the mountain, and the top of the mountain is 10 times more difficult than the middle of the mountain. The cosmic level original Tongtian Mountain requires an understanding of the 12th floor of the Tongtian Bridge. However, this is too easy for Zhou Lang now. You can easily pass through the universe level original Tongtian Mountain. However, Zhou Lang has to wait until he reaches the realm of Realm Master before he can receive the 100 million points. With Zhou Lang's current realm, he had just passed the universe level original Tongtian Mountain and did not cause any waves. This is only natural. Not to mention the universe level original Tongtian Mountain. Everyone knows that when Zhou Lang becomes the master of the realm, he will naturally be able to pass through the realm level original Tongtian Mountain. After all, Zhou Lang has now accumulated 18 levels of perception on the Tongtian Bridge, and to pass the realm master level original Tongtian Mountain, he only needs to have 20 levels of perception. No one would doubt that Zhou Lang, as a cosmic level genius, would see his talent decline when he reached the realm master level. Teacher, when he passed the universe level original Tongtian Mountain, Zhou Lang was teleported to the residence of the 9 Swords Master on Thunder Island. Did you successfully pass Tongtian Mountain? Seeing Zhou Lang, the 9 Swords Master's face was full of smiles. Yes, I have passed. This time I came here to ask the teacher, do I still need to stay at the cosmic level? Zhou Lang's words made the 9 Swords Master's smile even brighter. I think you've already had this idea in mind. The 9 Swords Master nodded and walked towards Zhou Lang. Your own accumulation is sufficient now, but the resources are still far from enough. I have selected a few tasks for you. You can choose them later and try to obtain as many resources as possible. This will be of great help to you in the future. As the 9 Swords Master spoke, he sent an email to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang opened the email and saw that there were only 5 tasks in total. 2 of them are dangerous level and 3 are desperate level. Given your current strength, desperate missions pose little risk to you. Therefore, accumulating more resources now is the most appropriate option. Thank you for your teachings, teacher. Although the 9 Swords Master's words were not very clear, Zhou Lang already understood. Simply put, it means taking advantage of the opportunity to acquire more resources. Moreover, since the company set these rules for geniuses, the intention was to allow geniuses to make more use of opportunities. Companies are not afraid of geniuses getting too many resources. After all, as long as one can cultivate an immortal being, it would be a huge profit. Based on the situation of the company's 4 secret realms, those who become immortal in the secret realm of the end times are basically immortal military lords, and among the immortal military lords, they are the pinnacle existences. Occasionally, there are some who are on the verge of becoming a marquis. In the secret realm of heaven and earth, most of them are marquises, and occasionally there are a few marquises of a higher level. In the Taichu secret realm, almost the weakest ones are at the peak of the marquis level, and occasionally there will be a king. As for the original secret realm, people basically go there to achieve immortality. Therefore, even if a company obtains a lot of resources, As long as there is a genius who can become immortal, it will be a profit. After bidding farewell to the Nine Swords Master, Zhou Lang regained consciousness and was about to go into seclusion when he received an email from the Lord of Yuho. The Dark Teacher is back? When Zhou Lang saw the email from Lord Yuho, his eyes suddenly lit up. The teacher of the 5th level Lord of the Universe is finally back. Then, Zhou Lang logged back into the virtual universe and was teleported to the hall of the Lord of Yuho. Senior brother, you're welcome, little brother. I'll take you to see the teacher. The Lord of Yuho smiled and waved his hand, and then an invisible force enveloped Zhou Lang, and the two instantly appeared in a little-known dimension of the virtual space. The existence of the teacher is a top secret among the human race, so there is no teacher's palace on Thunder Island. The teacher usually has his own independent dimension in the virtual universe, and not many people in the entire clan have the authority to enter and exit. Junior brother, you must remember that you must not reveal the existence of the teacher to others, otherwise you will be treated as a traitor. In front of a palace that stretched for tens of thousands of kilometers, the Lord of Yuho looked serious and warned Zhou Lang again. Don't worry, brother. I know what's important. Zhou Lang nodded to show that he understood. According to the original work, only someone with the power of the Lord of the Universe can know the identity of the Lord of Darkness. To the outside world, the Lord of Darkness always hides himself well. It is estimated that in addition to humans, other top races also have hidden masters of the universe. You too, come in. A voice came from the hall, and in an instant, Zhou Lang felt as if he was trapped in endless darkness. The next moment, when Zhou Lang regained consciousness, he found himself in the main hall. On the throne of the hall, a bald man wearing a black robe lined with silver-black armor sat there. When Zhou Lang looked at the other person, the previous feeling of endless darkness came over him again. Junior brother, why don't you bow to the teacher when you see him? The Lord of Yuho reminded him with a smile, and Zhou Lang came back to his senses. Zhou Lang, meet the teacher. Zhou Lang saluted the Lord of Darkness respectfully, but a wave of emotion welled up in his heart. He was indeed a top-tier 5th-order Lord of the Universe, especially one who practiced the illusionary realm. He was truly awe-inspiring. Get up! The Lord of Darkness spoke. Although his voice was cold, it was soft in nature. When he looked at Zhou Lang, his eyes were full of warmth. When you first entered the Chaos City, my incarnation just disappeared. I didn't expect that in just a few decades, you have undergone such a huge change. It's really amazing. The Lord of Darkness said with a smile. I've gained a lot from returning from the universe ocean this time. Since you've already accepted me as your master, I naturally can't be stingy. However, your current strength is still a little weak, and you don't need to go out. The real good things will be given to you when you become a realm master and head to the outer battlefield. As for the apprenticeship gift, Yuho, you can go and deliver it to your junior brother on my behalf. Yes, teacher. When the Lord of Yuho heard the words of the Lord of Darkness, he immediately bowed and agreed respectfully. Thank you, teacher. Sorry to bother you, senior brother, Zhou Lang said hurriedly, but the Lord of Darkness waved his hand, appearing very casual. My disciples don't pay attention to these empty formalities. You follow the path of time, so I will demonstrate it to you. When Zhou Lang left the Dark Lord's virtual universe, 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, the Dark Lord constantly explained the laws of time to Zhou Lang, and he would personally demonstrate any doubts he had. Teacher Dark is indeed the top existence in the universe. Zhou Lang opened his eyes flashing with excitement. I have benefited greatly from the teacher's guidance this time. Coupled with the previous demonstration of the law of time by the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace, I am full of confidence in successfully passing the 19th level of Tongtian Bridge before reaching the Domain Lord level. As for the 20th level, breaking through to the Domain Lord level will definitely not be a problem. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang opened the list of training tasks. He directly skipped the 2 dangerous tasks provided by the Nine Swords Master. After completing these 3 desperate level tasks, I can directly break through to the Domain Master level, and then challenge the Tongtian Bridge and the original Tongtian Mountain of the Domain Master level. After that, I will give up the Outer Realm and directly break through to the Realm Master level to venture into the Outer Realm battlefield. Pondering silently, Zhou Lang began accepting missions. The 3 desperate level missions were Cloud Palace, Giant Axe Arena, Death Star, Cosmic Mercenary, Alliance, and Blood Demon Continent, the universe's first bank. These 3 missions were specially selected for him by the Nine Swords Venerables, their only common denominator being slaughter. The more slaughtered, the greater the reward. For Zhou Lang, strength wasn't a concern, and he didn't need an inheritance right now. Accumulating resources was his most important goal, preparing for a breakthrough to the Realm Master or even Immortal level. In the Cloud Palace's mission world, Zhou Lang spent 87 years completing his mission. During this time, he also participated in the Primordial Secret Realm's Cosmic Level qualifying tournament. Because Zhou Lang, Luofeng, and Bolan were all geniuses, the Primordial Secret Realm offered 3 spots. Therefore, 4 people from the Primordial Secret Realm needed to be eliminated in order to compete with the top 3 from the Primordial Secret Realm for the final spot. Of the 3 elders from the Primordial Secret Realm, Sima Yan and Maro both reached the 7th level of Tongtian Bridge, while Fido reached the 8th. Zhou Lang challenged
Tongtian Bridge for the last time before leaving Chaos City, successfully reaching the 18th level. Luo Feng reached the 15th. After leaving Chaos City, the two never challenged Tongtian Bridge again, but their strength continued to improve. As for Bolin, he had already reached the 6th level before leaving, but was defeated at the 7th. After leaving, over 80 years before the qualifying tournament began, Bolin finally reached the 7th level and struggled for a long time at the 8th level, ultimately losing. As a result, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng each received 2 spots, while Bolin, Fido, Sima Yan, and Moro competed with the top 3 players from the Taichu district for the final spot in the primordial secret realm. Ultimately, Sima Yan, who had the highest realm, secured the spot. After the qualifying round, Luo Feng became the direct disciple of the Chaos City Lord. During the Cloud Palace mission, Zhou Lang earned a total of 30 million points and resources worth 170 million Hunyuan units. During the Death Star mission, he spent 147 years competing in another qualifying battle.
This time, Bolin emerged as a rising star and successfully entered the primordial secret realm, but his strength was still far behind Zhou Lang and Luo Feng. Compared to the original novel, due to the lack of Hong's romantic relationship, Luo Feng did not break through to the domain lord level earlier, so he was able to complete more
missions at the universe level and accumulate more resources.
During the Death Star mission, Zhou Lang obtained 50 million points and resources worth 80 million Hunyuan units. Finally, Zhou Lang's mission on the Blood Demon continent took only 3 years, yet he reaped the greatest rewards, earning a total of 120 million points and 350 million Hunyuan units worth of resources. After these 3 missions, Zhou Lang had earned a total of 200 million points and 600 million Hunyuan units of resources. For him, these missions, while challenging, were easy and presented no danger at all.
Your Highness, welcome back.
When Zhou Lang finished his mission in the Blood Demon continent and returned to the Wuchen spacetime, the guard commander Ron led everyone to respectfully greet him at the gate of the manor. Except for the first time in the Shuelua world when Zhou Lang applied to go back to Earth, Ron stayed with him all the time.
The rest of the missions were completed by Ron in the Wuchen spacetime. Thank you for your hard work, Ron.
Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, then returned to the manor. After taking a shower, he went to the study and sat cross-legged. The 3 desperate level missions have all been completed.
Now it's time to break through to the domain lord level.
After that, through Tongtian Bridge and Tongtian Mountain, you can directly enter the realm lord level.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang sent an email to Luo Feng. Unexpectedly, Luo Feng called him just after he sent it. Lungzi, are you planning to break through to the domain lord level? As soon as the call was connected, Luo Feng couldn't wait to ask. That's right, I no longer need to stay at the universe level. Moreover, once I break through to the domain lord level, as long as I pass through the primordial Tongtian Mountain, I will be ready to directly enter the realm lord level.
Zhou Lang nodded, while Luo Feng on the opposite side was stunned when he heard this.
Realm lord level? Lungzi, are you planning to go to the outer battlefield? Are you ready? Luo Feng frowned.
He naturally understood where a genius from the original secret realm would go after breaking through to the realm master level. The battlefield outside the domain, where thousands of races fought each other, was like a battlefield with blood and flesh flying everywhere.
Countless lives perished every day. Don't worry, lunatic. You have to keep working hard too.
There's no point in staying at the cosmic level for another 1,000 years.
Our goal has never
been to become a genius with higher talent.
Genius is just another word for weak. Only by becoming truly strong can you control your own destiny.
Zhou Lang finished speaking and immediately hung up the call.
Meanwhile, Luo Feng, who was carrying out his mission, was momentarily bewildered.
The sun was rising, and Luo Feng looked up.
Babada, I've made up my mind.
Soon, Luo Feng stood up with a determined look. After this mission, I will break through to the domain lord level. However, I don't plan to reach the realm lord level as quickly as the prodigal son.
I want to go home and see the world.
After breaking through to the domain lord level, I can be sent to the Qianwu Universe Kingdom as an inspector and live with my family for 100 years. Looking at the rising sun, Luo Feng's eyes were firm. Over the years, he had gained a lot from his missions, and he felt a little lost. Zhou Lang's words had awakened him.
Genius is just another name for weakness. So what if he was the greatest genius in human history? Only by becoming strong can one truly control their own destiny. Luo Feng, I support your decision.
Babada jumped out from Luo Feng's arm guard screen, and seeing Luo Feng's determined expression, he expressed his support. Before the genius competition, when Luo Feng became a disciple of the Lord of Qianwu, Babada already had full confidence in him. However, he hadn't anticipated Luo Feng's growth to such a degree. The Lord of Chaos, a great being among the human race. Previously, Babada had only occasionally heard of such legends while following Hanbo. But since following Luo Feng, he had not only witnessed these great beings firsthand, but he had even been accepted as a personal disciple by the Lord of Chaos. As long as Luo Feng doesn't die, his achievements will definitely surpass his master, and the opportunity for revenge will definitely come.
Babada, Babata was excited. After all, his initial plan was simply to trick Zhou Lang into avenging Hu Yanba. Although Luo Feng hadn't deceived Zhou Lang at the time and had told him the truth, Babata still felt a little uneasy. Now, he was no longer worried. He just had to wait for Luo Feng to mature. Revenge would be easy. Zhou Lang was unaware of the exchange between Luo Feng and Babata. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Lang began his breakthrough. When a gray sphere appeared and gradually expanded to the same size as Zhou Lang's pronucleus, it finally merged perfectly with Zhou Lang's pronucleus. Zhou Lang's pronuclear space, which originally had a diameter of nearly 100,000 kilometers, also began to expand continuously. 100,000 kilometers, 200,000 kilometers, 300,000 kilometers. Finally, the diameter of Zhou Lang's pronuclear space reached 1,000,000 kilometers before it stopped. The energy of the domain master level is 10 times stronger than the universe level. Zhou Lang's mouth curled up into a smile, and the next moment, a system panel that only he could see opened. Name, Zhou Lang. Age, 322. Bloodline, God-eating rat. Click to view detailed introduction. Gene multiples, 5,788 times. Level, domain master level 1. Affinity with the laws of time, space, light, and fire. Rule affinity, none. Avatars, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise. Realm, complete light law, complete flame law, time law recognition. Innate magical power, God Devourer. Click to view detailed introduction. Huaying, click to view detailed introduction. Time stands still, click to view detailed information. Zhou Lang smiled slightly as he looked at the information on the system panel. Over the years, he had not only devoured the blood crystal but even the corpses he had purchased. However, the genes added to the corpses subsequently became increasingly scarce. Over the past 200 years, Zhou Lang had devoured all the remaining corpses and ultimately only multiplied the genetic load by a few hundred times. In contrast, the situation with the blood crystals was somewhat different. Zhou Lang had devoured over 10,000 of them, yet the genetic load remained constant, with each 100 crystals doubling the load. I really don't know if my devouring speed will increase when I reach the domain lord level. I'm not in a hurry to challenge Tontian Bridge and Tontian Mountain for now. I'd better try devouring the blood luo crystal first. Just when Zhou Lang was about to try to devour the blood crystal, a system prompt suddenly came from his mind. Mission, enter the city to cultivate and reach the lower god realm. Quest reward, Death Puppet *100. The mission has been completed. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. Mission, enter the city to cultivate and reach the lower god realm. Quest reward, Death Puppet *100. The mission has been completed. The reward has been issued. Please check it carefully. The system prompts kept ringing in his mind, and Zhou Lang couldn't help but frown slightly. Domain lords correspond to lower gods? System, what's going on with your level correspondence? It can't be that just because lower gods possess divine domains, a domain lord with a domain is also a lower god, right? He complained in his heart, but the system remained silent. Zhou Lang was already used to it. He then shook his head, withdrew his thoughts, and turned his attention to the reward he had obtained this time. Death puppets, in the original novel, are only used to attract attention on the plain battlefield or used by lower and middle gods to enhance their strength. I wonder what effect they will have in the universe of devouring the stars. Death puppet, made of G9 grade metal. Each death puppet has the strength of a peak king. It needs to be controlled when attacking. 100 puppets working together can temporarily fight against the invincible king. When Zhou Lang saw the information from the death puppet, his eyes lit up. I'm about to go to the outer battlefield. These 100 death puppets will definitely be a great help to me. He narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile playing on the corner of his mouth. The thorny dragon vine at the limit of the king, plus the 100 death puppets at the peak of the king. Facing the king's invincibility, Zhou Lang also had the confidence to escape. Also, there's this top-notch treasure that Teacher Dark gave me. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang took out a world ring, which contained the top treasure given to him by the Lord of Darkness, which could seal the meteorite. A total of 365 meteorites with a diameter of thousands of kilometers can suppress the laws of space and time within a radius of 1 light year. Moreover, this is only the apprenticeship gift. Before he enters the battlefield outside the domain, the Lord of Darkness will give him other gifts. Afterwards, Zhou Lang did not rush to log into the virtual universe, but turned his consciousness to the prokaryotic space. In the pronuclear space, the corpse had been completely devoured, and apart from his precious armor, there was only a large amount of blood crystal. A blood luo crystal is only the size of a thumb, and more than 1 million blood luo crystals are enough to form a small hill. A pitch-black vortex appeared, enveloping and swallowing a blood crystal. I can completely devour a blood crystal in about a day. At this rate, I still have about 100 years to increase my genes to 10,081 times. Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. 100 years ago, he might still be on the battlefield outside the domain. Perfect genes, I will definitely be able to obtain the secret method bestowed by the universe. However, the pronucleus will definitely be difficult to break by then. Forget it, don't think about it for now. Let's go to Tongtian
Tongtian Bridge and Tongtian Mountain first. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang directly logged into the virtual universe and teleported to the Tongtian Bridge Plain. After leaving Chaos City, more than 200 years later, Zhou Lang came to the Tongtian Bridge Plain for the first time. When Guardian Baffin saw Zhou Lang starting to break through the overpass, he immediately started sending emails. A large number of high-level cosmic masters, cosmic overlords, and cosmic masters appeared on the Tongtian Bridge Plain to watch. In a special dimension of the virtual universe, in front of the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Yuho, a screen opened, and the picture showed Zhou Lang. Junior brother has already broken through to the Domain Lord level. It seems he is determined to succeed this time. I just don't know what level he plans to break through to this time. The Lord of Yuho spoke with a smile, while the Lord of Darkness frowned slightly. Based on his previous experience, he will definitely have no problem passing the 20th floor this time. As for the 21st floor, it's still a bit dangerous, but if he can calm down for a while, he will definitely be able to pass it. There was a hint of joy in the Dark Lord's tone. He did not have many disciples. In addition to the Lord of Yuho, he also had a disciple of the Overlord of the Universe and a disciple of a high-level universe venerable. Finally, there is Zhou Lang, the youngest and weakest. However, Zhou Lang is the most talented among his disciples. When he was at the Domain Lord level, he had already reached the peak of the Immortal King's understanding, and would even be able to step into the threshold of the Universe Lord soon. As long as he doesn't die in the future, Zhou Lang will become the master of the universe and will definitely be stronger than Yuho.
However, thinking of this, the Lord of Darkness couldn't help but feel some resentment towards his senior brother, the Lord of Chaos City. Zhou Lang's talent is obvious to all.
Although his identity information has always been strictly protected, other races, especially the mechanical race, the demon race and the insect race, must have heard of it long ago.
Moreover, these three tribes have ranked Zhou Lang's assassination first for a long time, but they have never found an opportunity.
Therefore, the Lord of Darkness suggested to the Lord of Chaos that Zhou Lang be temporarily exempted from the Domain Lord level and realm Lord level battles, and that he be sent out again after he achieved immortality. However, the Lord of Chaos still rejected this proposal. The Lord of Darkness understood the Chaos City Lord's considerations. This time, Zhou Lang was exempted from the outer domain and outer domain battlefield experience due to his exceptional talent and his mentor's protection. In the future, would a less gifted individual
still enjoy the privilege of being exempted from the outer domain battlefield and only participate in the outer domain battlefield? Or would someone with even more mediocre talent seek other preferential treatment? Some rules, once opened, are difficult to reverse. The Lord of Darkness was powerless to do anything about this. Junior brother has indeed successfully passed the 19th level. It seems the 20th level won't be too difficult for him either. The Lord of the Dark Marquis spoke, and the Lord of Darkness nodded slightly. Judging from Zhou Lang's combat performance, the previous 3 months of instruction had not been in vain. He had almost mastered it. Congratulations, Master. In a few thousand epochs, you will have another disciple from the Lord of the Universe. Among the human race's disciples, your achievements are second only to those of our Grandmaster, said the Lord of the Dark Marquis. The Lord of Darkness could hardly conceal his smile. He truly lived up to the title of humanity's second greatest teacher. Not only the Lord of the Netherworld and the Lord of Darkness, but also the other Universe Masters and Universe Masters who watched Zhou Lang break through the Tongtian Bridge came to a similar conclusion. They all agreed that Zhou Lang had no problem breaking through the 20th level, but crossing the 21st level would still be a challenge for him. In the Tongtian Bridge Plain, on the 21st floor of the Zhoguang Tongtian Bridge, Zhou Lang was still wearing the black nightmare armor and holding the red flame spear. Domain Lord level. If you can reach the 21st level, you will be worthy of being the first genius in human history. The gatekeeper was also wearing black nightmare armor and holding a red flame spear. He looked exactly like Zhou Lang. But you can only go so far. So much nonsense. Zhou Lang snorted coldly, waving the spear in his hand, and the space around him instantly froze. Space is blocked, time is paused. The next moment, Zhou Lang's figure seemed to accelerate 1,000 times, and he instantly appeared behind the gatekeeper. How is that possible? The gatekeeper looked at the spear protruding from his chest with a look of disbelief. Have you begun to comprehend the laws of space? However, before Zhou Lang could answer, the gatekeeper disappeared without a trace. How is it possible? He actually passed the 21st floor. Incredible, really incredible, everyone exclaimed. Although Zhou Lang's attainments in the law of space are not yet comparable to those in the law of time, they are no less than those of the average, high-ranking king. Moreover, his comprehension of the law of time is already approaching that of a time venerable. This is truly remarkable. Cultivating time and space together, isn't Zhou Lang afraid? A high-ranking venerable asked, but quickly realized that Zhou Lang didn't seem to be intimidated. If an ordinary genius were to cultivate time and space together, they would naturally scoff. But Zhou Lang was different. His understanding of the laws of time was approaching that of a venerable, and clearly this wasn't his limit. Given this state, comprehending the laws of space didn't seem out of place. At this time,
Zhou Lang had already stepped onto the Tongtian Bridge on the 22nd floor.
Unsurprisingly, he was killed instantly.
On the Tongtian Bridge, the higher the level, the more obvious the difference in strength.
The 22nd level of Tongtian Bridge was already at the same level of comprehension as his teacher, the 9
Swords Venerable, and the 9 Swords Venerable was not far from breaking through to the 22nd level. However, Zhou Lang had only touched the threshold, and the gap between the two was still huge. After leaving the Tongtian Bridge plain, Zhou Lang did not stop and went directly to the Tongtian Mountain plain.
The original Tongtian Mountain at
the Domain Lord level only needed to pass the 16th level of the Tongtian Bridge to gain enlightenment, which was not surprising to Zhou Lang.
In the study, Zhou Lang opened his eyes.
Xiaoling, reply to Teacher Tongnan Wang, Teacher Jin, Senior Brother Yuo, and Teacher Hei for me.
Leave the rest alone for now.
After giving these instructions, Zhou Lang immediately applied for 6,000 units of Domain Lord level nutrient solution.
However, with his authority, these did not need to be reviewed at all.
What surprised Zhou Lang was that the person who came to deliver the resources was actually King Tongnan.
Teacher, why are you here in person?
Zhou Lang looked at the Tongnan king in front of him, puzzled.
No matter how wealthy the virtual universe company was, it wouldn't let an invincible king transport resources, right? I'm not only here to deliver resources, but I'm also here to test your realm.
King Tongnan said with a smile, but don't worry, I'll be in charge
of the test. As for the results, they will be directly handled by the virtual universe system. I no longer have the authority to know them.
Having said that, King Tongnan's smile revealed a hint of bitterness and relief. His disciple had surpassed him in his understanding of the principles, though there was still a considerable gap in realm.
Tongnan Wang felt both happy and somewhat helpless.
Seeing his disciple surpass him, while he himself remained stuck at the same level, making no progress at all.
Thank you, teacher. After hearing King Tongnan's explanation, Zhou Lang seemed to understand. He guessed that the higher-ups probably thought he was about to be directly transferred out. However, teacher, once I reach the 9th level of Domain Lord, I will directly break through to the Realm Lord level. Zhou Lang's words made the smile on King Tongnan's face freeze. Zhou Lang, do you know what the members of the primordial secret realm should do after breaking through to the Realm Master level? I see. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded slightly. Teacher, don't worry. I'm confident that I can leave the extraterritorial battlefield alive. Snort.
From the 9th level of the universe grade to the 1st level of the Domain Lord grade, it represents a major leap forward, a true qualitative leap.
However,
from the 1st level of the Domain Lord grade to the 9th level is merely a matter of quantitative accumulation.
As a genius from the original secret
realm of the virtual universe company, Zhou Lang naturally doesn't need to waste time on gradual accumulation, especially since Zhou Lang's gene multiplier
is now over 5,000 times that of an average human.
If he were to accumulate energy gradually, it would likely take tens of thousands of years. With the support of the virtual universe company, Zhou Lang advanced from the 1st level of Domain Master to the 9th level in just
3 months.
Next, I'll break through directly to the Realm Master level and then head to the outer battlefield. He emerged from the nutrient chamber, sat cross-legged without hesitation, and began his breakthrough. His energy had already accumulated to its limit, and his comprehension of the laws was even more of a given. Zhou Lang successfully broke through to the Realm Master level without any surprises. The world within his body was 1 billion kilometers in diameter, with a mountain range of monsters at its core.
Magnolia Continent, Dragon Blood Continent, and the center is the mountain range of monsters. Zhou Lang gazed at his inner world and nodded slightly. This billion-kilometer diameter inner world was as vast as the inner world of the Azure Dragon clone when it was first born. Let's first pass through the primordial Tongtian Mountain, a Realm Master level entity. 100 billion points, plus 100 million for the Universe level entity and 3 billion for the Domain Master level entity.
I won't have to worry about points in a short time.
Teacher,
Tongnan Wang, as an invincible king, only has about 100 billion points on hand. Moreover, with my current authority, I can fully exchange points with Hunyuan units, so I won't be short of points in the future. With this thought, Zhou Lang immediately entered the virtual universe and headed for the Tongtian mountain plain.
Your Highness, Zhou Lang, how did you break through to the Realm Lord level so quickly?
At the foot of Tongtian Mountain, the Minotaur looked at him, his astonishment evident. It had only been 3 months since Zhou Lang had broken through the original Domain Lord level Tongtian Mountain.
A breakthrough to the Realm Lord level so quickly? Alright, cut the crap, I'm in a hurry. Zhou Lang didn't want to exchange pleasantries.
As soon as he finished speaking, he struck swiftly.
Instant kill, instant kill, instant kill again.
Whether at the foot of the mountain, mid-mountain, or the summit, Zhou Lang's strikes were always fatal. Zhou Lang had already reached the 18th level of enlightenment when he left Primal Chaos City, and now he had already passed the 21st level.
For Zhou Lang, the Realm Master level original Tongtian Mountain was simply a place to earn points. Zhou Lang didn't continue to challenge Tongtian Bridge and directly exited the virtual universe.
Although he had broken through to the Realm Master level. For the 22nd level of Tongtian Bridge, Zhou Lang was only confident that he would not be killed instantly. He was not qualified to pass it yet. Xiaoling, help me apply for the upgrade resources from the first level of Realm Master to the 9th level of Realm Master.
After exiting the virtual universe, Zhou Lang asked Zhou Ling to apply for the resources. Then, his gaze turned to the world within his body. The digestion speed of the blood luo crystal is really fast. Looking at the blood luo crystal being gradually digested in his body, Zhou Lang's eyes flashed with surprise. Almost one per minute? This scene made Zhou Lang's face full of surprise. At this rate, in less than a year, can we achieve the perfect gene? Opening his eyes, Zhou Lang was filled with anticipation. Then, he would once again possess the innate secrets bestowed by the universe. While it was likely only usable after reaching the immortal realm and possessing a divine body, becoming a genetically perfected being would undoubtedly be a tremendous boost to Zhou Lang's strength. I was thinking of bringing my 4 symbols clones with me when I enter the extraterritorial battlefield this time, but now it seems that's no longer necessary. Zhou Lang's breakthrough to the Realm Lord level was not concealed, as any breakthrough would be known to the other Realm Lords in the Primordial Zone. The one who came to deliver resources this time was once again Tong Nan Wang. The two had already discussed this 3 months ago. Furthermore, Zhou Lang's current assets were even greater than Tong Nan Wang's, so Tong Nan Wang could no longer offer any assistance. However, Zhou Lang still treated Tong Nan Wang with the courtesy of a disciple. The nutrient solution required for a Realm Lord is significantly greater than that for a Domain Lord. After seeing off Queen Tongnan, Zhou Lang entered the nutrient chamber. Meanwhile, within his inner world, he continuously devoured blood crystals. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a month, 2 months, 3 months, time slowly slipped by. Due to his continuous genetic improvement, Zhou Lang applied for resources once more. Fortunately, for Zhou Lang now, the company would not refuse a request for these basic resources. Yes, in the blink of an eye, more than 9 months had passed. The last one. Zhou Lang looked at the blood luo crystal shrouded in a black vortex in his inner world, his eyes filled with anticipation. A minute passed in a flash, but this time, Zhou Lang really felt that time pass like years. When the last trace of blood completely dissipated, boom! At this moment, Zhou Lang had already reached the 6th level of Realm Master, and the diameter of his inner world instantly expanded to 6 billion kilometers. Finally, when the diameter of his inner world reached 6 trillion kilometers, he finally stopped. Zhou Lang's consciousness returned to the origin of the universe again. A point of light was inserted into his mind, and then Zhou Lang was ejected. Still no one noticed his change. The innate secret method, the empty court of all changes. Requirements for use. One's own genes must reach 10,081 times, one must enter the immortal realm, and the amplitude of the divine body must reach 100 times. After casting the spell, the divine power burns and the divine body turns into an empty courtyard. The maximum diameter of the empty courtyard is 1 light year, and it can be divided into 10,081 empty courtyard spaces. This method can actively adjust the spatial laws within the empty court, restrict the enemy, and strengthen oneself. When the enemy is injured, its power can be absorbed to strengthen the empty court. The more the empty space is divided, the less restricted it is. In extreme cases, it can even cause an explosion in the air. A secret technique that leans towards the laws of space? And this secret technique seems more suitable for bullying weak opponents or serving as a support? Feeling the secret method he had obtained this time, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. The secret technique obtained by the 4 symbols divine beasts is a purely combat secret technique. This time, the secret technique feels more like an auxiliary skill. If I could cooperate with the 4 symbols clones, I should be able to display considerable strength. It's a pity that I can't use it now. The corners of Zhou Lang's mouth rose slightly, but it was the same as the world inside the body of the 4 symbols clones. There is no replenishment of the origin of the universe like when you first break through to become a realm master. Now Zhou Lang can only rely on himself to slowly absorb it and then build the world inside his body. Luckily, I applied for a new batch of resources beforehand, otherwise this breakthrough wouldn't be enough. Zhou Lang began to absorb again in order to break through the realm. 1 year later, Zhou Lang, a 9th level realm master, walked out of the nutrition cabin. It's time to purchase resources and prepare for the extraterritorial battlefield. Zhou Lang raised the corner of his mouth and immediately gave an order to Zhou Ling. Xiao Ling, start placing orders according to the previous shopping list. Use Hunyuan units first. If you don't have enough Hunyuan units, you can use points to purchase. Senior brother. Inside the manor, Zhou Lang saluted the Lord of Yuho who had come. You're welcome. I'm here to bring you a gift from our teacher. He's about to leave for the cosmic ocean again, and he asked me to convey a message. You must return alive. The Lord of Yuho gave the instructions with a stern expression, and Zhou Lang nodded seriously. Don't worry, brother. I cherish my life very much. Zhou Lang's words brought a smile to the face of Lord Yuho, and then he took out a world ring from his arms and handed it to Zhou Lang. Inside are gifts prepared for you by our teacher and several of our brothers. There are 3 seals, one for me, one for for junior brother Yuanshu, and one for junior brother Xiankong.
If you encounter any danger, just crush them.
We will be there in no time. Thank you, brother.
Hearing what senior brother Yuho said, Zhou Lang immediately expressed his gratitude. Venerable Yuanshu is the second disciple of the Dark Teacher and the Overlord of the Universe, while Venerable Xiankong is the third disciple of the Dark Teacher and the high-level Universe Venerable. In addition, there is a detector inside, which is enough for you to use in the battlefield outside the domain. Most importantly, this is the treasure given to you by the teacher. As the Lord of Yuho spoke, Zhou Lang's gaze had already been cast towards the interior of the world ring.
A dark golden feather about 9 inches long was floating in it.
The Void Escape Feather is a special type of ordinary treasure.
Once activated, it can merge into space, teleporting up to a maximum distance of 1 million light-years.
Space blockades are ineffective against those below the level of
the Lord of the Universe.
After merging into space, it leaves behind 72 Void Phantoms, carrying the imprint of life. These Void Phantoms will drift freely in space, confusing anyone below the level of the Lord of the Universe. After Zhou Lang recognized Lingyu as his master, information quickly flooded into his mind.
Junior brother, come back alive.
The Lord of Yuho spoke again, and Zhou Lang nodded firmly in response.
When you come back, treat me to a drink. Ah, okay, I'll wait for you. After handing all the things to Zhou Lang, Lord Yuho said goodbye and left.
The detection radius has reached 30 billion kilometers.
This should be the highest level detector within the human race, right? Zhou Lang looked at the detector sent by senior brother Yuho and couldn't help but raise his brows slightly.
Outside of the virtual universe, humans' other technologies cannot compare with those of the mechanical race.
For equipment like detectors, the mechanical family is more powerful.
However, a 30 billion kilometer detector is something that even most of the kings of the mechanical race may not be able to possess. Also, I have the sealing meteorite that Teacher Dark gave me. It can detect an area within a light-year radius.
After entering the extraterritorial battlefield, I don't have to worry about anything else.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang smiled, logged into the virtual universe and said goodbye to the 3 teachers, then returned to Black Dragon Island and met Luo Feng. Luo Feng had broken through to the domain lord level a year ago and was sent out to become one of the 4 giants of the Qianwu branch of the virtual universe.
Without Hong's interference in the original novel, the secrets of the earth have not been exposed yet. However, my military merit requirement is too high.
In the original novel, the virtual universe company only required 10 trillion military merits for Luo Feng, but I need 10 trillion military merits. A peak king requires about 10 trillion military merits, so I have to kill at least 10 peak kings. Looking at the email sent by virtual universe company, Zhou Lang couldn't help but shake his head, but he didn't feel worried. With my current perfect genes and my understanding of the laws comparable to that of a venerable, plus the precious treasures, the death puppet, and the
thorn dragon vine.
Although I don't have a divine body, I am not afraid of the invincible king. If a real fight breaks out, the outcome is still uncertain.
After calculating his own strength, Zhou Lang was full of confidence.
These days, transport spacecraft have been constantly entering and leaving Zhou Lang's territory, and a large amount of cargo has been collected by him. These goods also cost Zhou Lang a lot of Hunyuan units and points. He spent all the remaining 3.7 billion Hunyuan units he had, and even spent more than 7 billion points.
Fortunately, Zhou Lang is not short of points now.
After passing the Realm Master level original Tongtian Mountain, Zhou Lang's points have exceeded 100 billion. Such a huge amount of points is mainly used to purchase resources for the Thorn Dragon Vine to restore its divine body.
Everything was ready. 3 months later, when Zhou Lang arrived at Mingsha Star and entered the extraterritorial battlefield. The reason why he did not choose to go to the Niao Star like Luo Feng in the original novel was mainly because the Mingsha Star was closer. In the original novel, Luo Feng chose the Niao Star because he had just left the Wulong Star Field, one of the garbage star fields, and the Niao Star was the closest Space Army transportation station to the Wulong Star Field. The Mingsha planet Zhou Lang arrived on, like the Niao planet, is one of humanity's 8 major logistics bases.
Here, Zhou Lang hit a divine seal of the Thorn Dragon Vine, which served as a
transmission signal for the Divine Kingdom.
The Qinglong clone's Thorn Dragon Vine Divine Kingdom was established in the spatial gap surrounding Earth, while Zhou Lang's original Thorn Dragon Vine Divine Kingdom was located in the spatial gap outside the Virtual Universe Company headquarters.
The best location for a Divine Kingdom is an uninhabited area, preferably one with minimal
war. While the area surrounding the Virtual Universe Company headquarters is not considered uninhabited, the Zerg, Demon, and Mechanoid races likely had no idea that war would break out there. Zhou Lang chose a spot on the edge of the square and sat down, closing his eyes to rest.
Surrounding him were numerous realm lords, domain lords, and universe-level beings chatting. Although Zhou Lang
had concealed the law mark between his brows as a realm lord, some still approached him for conversation.
However, Zhou Lang maintained a cool attitude, and gradually, no one bothered him anymore.
My rank is undoubtedly that of a realm lord general, which means I need 1 billion military merits to move freely, but that's not a problem for me.
Once I I've accumulated enough military merits. I'll settle down in Chaos City for a while. Before leaving Chaos City, I've already become a permanent resident. Furthermore, unlike Luo Feng, I no longer need other resources. The path ahead is clear, and the path of the beast god is not an option for me. Therefore, after the extraterritorial battlefield, I will devote myself to cultivation in Chaos City until I create a secret technique, break through the world within, and achieve immortality. Zhou Lang pondered his next move. For other realm lords, the treacherous battlefields beyond the boundaries were nerve-wracking, but for Zhou Lang, there was nothing to fear. Compared to the Chaos City Lord, the Dark Lord valued his disciples more, unlike the Chaos City Lord, who was forced to be fair in every way simply because he ruled over the human race. Therefore, Zhou Lang's strength was more than enough to guarantee his safety. Soon, after everyone gathered, they were divided into different gathering points according to their realms and granted permissions. To Zhou Lang's surprise, among the 100 realm lords, he was the only one who had the authority of a realm lord general. The authorization granting is over. Now, everyone follow me. You will be collectively teleported to the battlefield outside the domain. The female immortal who had just checked the authorization for Zhou Lang and others spoke. You have been teleported to the third battlefield this time. The third battlefield? Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. The average mortality rate is 96.2%, ranking 5th among the 11 battlefields. The safety is better than the 7th battlefield in the original book. It's a pity that we won't have the chance to see the Star Tower this time. Zhou Lang was thinking in his heart. The female immortal had already brought everyone to a hall with a diameter of thousands of kilometers. At Barracks 083 on the third battlefield, Zhou Lang was surrounded by many people upon his arrival. A realm lord general that was a very attractive prospect for any elite squad. Zhou Lang didn't rush to agree, opting instead to approach them. While he didn't care about the team members' abilities, if their personalities didn't mesh, getting along would be a hassle. Over an hour later, Zhou Lang sat at a dining table, facing an immortal deity clad in cyan armor and sporting a single cyan horn with spiral patterns on its forehead. This was Taro, a wind element immortal deity. Taro's team was highly regarded among the teams led by immortal deities. He was formidable, nearing the top of the ranks of the immortal army lords. However, his team was currently short one member, with all other members being realm master generals. How about it, God Eater? Want to join my team? Talo looked at Zhou Lang with a smile on his face. He was filled with emotion at the name Zhou Lang had given him. God Eater, for a realm lord general to use that name, he was either a fool or someone with a lot of strength to rely on. However, anyone who could cultivate to the realm lord level and be recognized as a realm lord general could definitely not be a fool. They must have their own strength. Okay, I'll join. Zhou Lang thought for a moment and made a decisive decision. Welcome, God Eater. I'll take you to meet my teammates now. Hearing Zhou Lang's agreement, Talo smiled. His team was already full, and all of them were realm lords. God Eater, let me introduce you. This is Xinghe, this is Tsangchuan, and this is Wire. The 8 realm lords were 2 women and 6 men. Although Zhou Lang had just joined, the others were still very friendly towards him. God Eater, what is your military merit requirement? The question was asked by a female realm master, her face covered with tiny fiery red scales, and a dragon tail was visible under her battle skirt. 1 billion. What? 1 billion? As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, the members of Team Talo all showed surprised expressions and looked at him in unison. Captain, we made a lot of money this time. Yes, Captain, a realm lord general with 1 billion military merits. Captain, in this case, we can go to a higher level battlefield, right? That's right, Captain. The other team members began to speak, and Talo's gaze fell on Zhou Lang. God Eater, will rest for 3 days before setting off. This is your first time entering an extraterritorial battlefield, so our first stop will be on the periphery. Once you're familiar with the battlefield, we'll move deeper, Talo said. The other team members looked at each other, all agreeing. Obviously, although everyone had their own opinions just now, once Tarlo made a decision, no one objected. His prestige in the team remained high. God Eater, what do you think? Talo nodded slightly, his gaze returning to Zhou Lang. As captain, he not only focused on his team's gains, but also considered their strength and safety. The reason his team trusted him wasn't just because of his immense strength, but also because he genuinely cared about his teammates, prioritizing their safety. The mortality rate on the extraterritorial battlefield was simply too high. I have no objection. Zhou Lang nodded. As long as he completed the battlefield mission worth 1 billion points, he would be able to move freely. To obtain 10 trillion points, he would need to kill at least 10 peak kings, which was also a big challenge for him. Very good, then everyone, rest well for the next 3 days. We'll set off in 3 days. Seeing that the new team member was not arrogant and was willing to obey the decision, Tarlo nodded slightly. A strong and reasonable team member was exactly what he wanted. Over the course of 3 days, Zhou Lang and his teammates gradually became familiar with each other. The strongest forces in the area, Talo's team was heading to were only high-ranking military commanders, posing no danger to Zhou Lang. Therefore,
Therefore, he simply relaxed for the past 3 days. 3 days later, an E-class spaceship took off from the AAA-class Divine Base. An area outside the Divine Base had been specially cleared to facilitate the ship's acceleration. After 5 days of traversing the dark universe, the spaceship finally reached a vast expanse of land. A thunderstorm brewed over 1,000,000 miles above the continent, with occasional bursts of mature lightning striking across thousands of miles. The thunderstorm corridor, the primary battlefield for the realm lords and immortal army lords of the entire third battlefield, consists of 98 islands. The smallest is over 3 trillion kilometers in diameter, and the largest is a full 1.5 light-years across. However, even on the largest islands, marquee-level immortals have appeared. The island we arrived at this time ranks 67th, with a diameter of over 400 and 600 billion kilometers. The entire third battlefield is enveloped in a thunderstorm over 140 light-years in diameter. The closer to the center, the more intense the thunderstorm. It is said that the strongest thunderstorms, even king-level immortals, dare not withstand head-on. This island is almost entirely populated by immortal teams. God Eater, this is your first time participating in a battle. Observe first, and then join the fray once you're familiar with it, Talo explained to Zhou Lang as the spaceship soared over the continent. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, not refusing. At the same time, in the direction of Island 67, more than 3 million kilometers away, a space crack suddenly opened. A Hema demon, roughly 3 kilometers tall and nearly 10 kilometers long, resembling an earth wolf, flew out of space. Marquee. Nya Yen, don't give me a chance, the wolf demon cursed, unleashing his spaceship and turning on its detectors. One immortal military lord, 9 realm lords? Looks like I've been transported to a small outlying island. Just in time, damn Marquee Nya Yen. The wolf demon cursed inwardly before entering the world ring. With a puppet piloting the spaceship, they flew towards Zhou Lang and his group. 3 million kilometers was but a fleeting moment for him. Talo and the others hadn't noticed the approaching demons, but Zhou Lang was different. His detector could detect 30 billion kilometers, a top-tier sensor rivaled only by the mechanical race. Even ordinary immortal kings couldn't match it. They had to be at least at the peak of the king realm. However, Zhou Lang didn't open his mouth to remind them. After all, he could indeed protect several people. If he reminded them directly now, it would require explanation, which would be troublesome. Boom! The next moment, the E9 class spaceship exploded. Although the lounge was constructed of F9 class metal, the impact momentarily stunned everyone. Oh no, we're under attack. Quick, everyone, prepare for battle. Talo's face drastically changed. He put the lounge into his world ring, but when he saw the attacker's appearance, his expression changed drastically. Marquee level, take your men and leave quickly. Talo's face turned pale and he quickly spoke to remind him. Leave? How can you possibly get away? The wolf demon snorted coldly, raised its front paws, and swung them towards Talo. The space was shaking violently, and Talo's face became paler and paler. He wanted to resist, but the tremors around him prevented him from even using the laws. Stop! A low voice sounded, and the next moment, the wolf demon's front paws stopped in midair, and its ferocious face also froze. Time passes slowly. Zhou Lang took a step forward and appeared in front of the wolf demon. Flame, rise! Under the horrified gazes of Talo and the other 9 people, Zhou Lang simply stretched out his right hand and pointed lightly. A raging flame burst out from the body of the wolf demon, and in an instant, the wolf demon was reduced to ashes. Are you all right? Zhou Lang asked, and the space around him returned to calm. The fear on the faces of Talo and others was still there, and their eyes were full of solemnity when they looked at Zhou Lang. God Eater, you? Talo finally spoke, his complicated gaze always fixed on Zhou Lang. I'm sorry, since this is my first time entering an extraterritorial battlefield, I have to team up with you. Now that I have enough military merit, I plan to act alone from now on. Zhou Lang explained with a smile on his face. The wolf monster that was just killed was awarded the title of Marquis and was rewarded with 10 billion military merits. The World Master General only needs to accumulate 1 billion military merits to obtain free status. Therefore, Zhou Lang can now move freely. Everyone, thank you very much for your help these past few days. See you again if there's a chance. Zhou Lang waved his hand and put all the relics of the wolf demon clan into his pocket, then took out an E-class spaceship and flew away. Zhou Lang knew how to save money. In the off-world battlefield, spaceships are easily damaged, so there is no need to purchase F-class spaceships. Use an E-class spaceship and build an F9 class metal lounge. When the spaceship is destroyed, you can simply move the lounge to another spaceship. Captain, God Eater just left like that? Watching Zhou Lang's spaceship gradually fly away, many team members gathered around Talo to ask questions. Yeah, let's go. We are no match for such a strong man. Talo nodded slightly. He was well aware of the gap between himself and Zhou Lang. He simply achieved immortality by relying on low-level laws. If there are no major opportunities, this life will be just like this. And what about Zhou Lang? Realm Lord level easily kills Marquis level immortals. That's the level of a Marquis who has realized immortality. Zhou Lang killed it with just one move. move, without even leaving a trace of its soul.
Such strength is truly terrifying. Let's go.
Since the God Devourer is not here, with our strength, it's just right for us to venture onto Island 67. Talos spoke, and the rest of the team came to their senses and entered the ship to resume their adventure.
Although the God Eater is powerful, the gap between them is too big. It is unrealistic to rely on the God Eater.
They can only rely on themselves for everything. And on the other side, inside the spaceship, Zhou Lang was drinking and planning to continue fighting on the battlefield outside the domain. With 100 trillion military merits, to kill a few of these junior marquises, you have to kill 999,999 of them. Zhou Lang shook his head and put down his wine glass. Xiaoling, open the map of the third battlefield.
Following Zhou Lang's instructions, a projection appeared before his eyes.
The entire third battlefield was shrouded in a massive thunderstorm, with the strongest warriors concentrated in the core nebula area. It is said that the thunderstorms there can instantly annihilate the immortality of a king, and that being a king is the mainstream there.
If that is the case, then let's go there. Zhou Lang made a decision quickly.
Xiaoling, set the target area, the core nebula.
Yes, master.
As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, Xiaoling immediately accelerated the spaceship. The core nebula is an area 12 light-years in diameter where thunderstorms rage.
Although there are fewer battles, the intensity of the battles is even greater. Core nebula location. Zhou Lang's spaceship just flew out from the dark universe. Master, a human ally has sent out a distress signal, and it's 37 million kilometers away from us.
When Xiaoling spoke, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up.
What level?
The one who sent out the distress signal was King Shixian, a powerful warrior from the Golden Horn clan who barely managed to become a king.
Based on the distress signal he sent out,
3 demon kings are hunting him down, a primary level king, the Starfall king, and 2 high-level kings, the Thousand Princess king and the Shadow Eating king. While Xiaoling was speaking, the information of the 3 people was displayed. Hurry over here and send a message to King Shixian, telling him that I'm heading his way and asking him to flee this way as well.
As Zhou Lang gave the instructions, he put away the spaceship.
The thorny dragon vines wrapped around him, and the next moment, he appeared 30 million kilometers away. It's not that he can't teleport farther, but the space within millions of miles ahead has been blocked.
In the distance, a figure with a bluish-gray complexion and a human-like appearance was desperately trying to escape.
And behind it, 3 figures were chasing closely. One of the figures looked very much like a lion on Earth, but it had 3 heads. The other figure resembled a giant snake, except that its body was magnified millions of times.
The last figure looked like a white bull. Human friend, save me.
The figure with blue-gray skin and human-like appearance saw Zhou Lang coming and shouted loudly.
Humans?
There are actually humans who don't know how to live or die and come here. The one who spoke was a demon whose body shape seemed a bit like a white bull. The Starfall king of the demon clan, one of the royal clans of the Baikuei clan. Zhou Lang's eyes swept over the falling star king, and with a wave of his right hand, 365 asteroids with a diameter of thousands of kilometers confined the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers around it.
Sealing the meteorite, this is the apprenticeship gift given to teacher Zhou Lang by the Lord of Darkness.
The maximum sealing range can reach 1 light-year.
Stop!
Zhou Lang pointed his finger, and the 3 figures in front of him, King Xingyan, King Yingxi and King Shenji, stopped instantly.
Time seemed to be frozen for the 3 people. When Zhou Lang walked in front of them, the divine bodies of the 3 people instantly turned into nothingness. How is it possible? Over 30% of my divine body was annihilated in an instant?
King Xingyue looked at Zhou Lang in shock, with fear in his eyes. King Yingxi and King Shenji also looked at him in disbelief. Not good, Your Highness. Quickly ignite your divine power and escape. King Yingxi and King Shenji spoke quickly, and King Xingyan did not dare to delay and quickly began to burn his divine body.
Poof!
Zhou Lang snorted coldly, and the black armor on his body surged, turning into 10 thick vines that were 1,000,000 miles long, surrounding the surroundings.
Starlight!
Zhou Lang used his arm as a spearhead, and his whole body turned into a long spear, stabbing towards the falling Star King like a meteor.
Your Highness, hurry up!
King Yingxi and King Shenji's expressions changed drastically, and they immediately stood in front of King Xingyun.
Bang!
The next moment, both of them flew backwards,
annihilating over 20% of the divine body in one strike?
The 2 men's faces changed drastically. Zhou Lang had already annihilated more than 10% of their divine bodies with just 1 casual attack.
In addition, now, their strength is less than half.
You know, they were in a state of burning divine bodies just now. King Yingxi and King Shenji had solemn expressions on their faces.
At least they are at the king limit. Damn it, this is just the outermost part of the nebula. Even the king peak is rarely seen here, so how could there be a king limit?
No matter how he cursed in his heart, Zhou Lang's attack was unstoppable.
Someone from the human realm of the king has arrived at the outer edge of the nebula.
King Yingxi and King Shenji sounded the alarm at the same time, then they looked at each other, and divine power surged in their bodies.
Want to self-destruct?
Zhou Lang curled his lips into a sneer.
Time paused. Cut.
When Zhou Lang's voice sounded, time stopped instantly. King Yingxi and King Shenji showed unwillingness on on their faces, but the immortal mark in their bodies was constantly being erased.
No.
In the distance, the falling Star King had already escaped to the edge of the seal, but 10 vines appeared around him and trapped him.
Damn it, I can't be enslaved.
King Xingyue looked at Zhou Lang, who was gradually approaching him, cursed in his heart, and hurriedly uploaded Zhou Lang's information.
Boom.
A huge roar was heard, and the shock wave after the explosion spread over tens of thousands of kilometers around. However, the area around 3,000 kilometers in the center was the most powerful, causing the vines of the thorn dragon vine to be shattered. The range of more than 3,000 kilometers only caused the outer scales of the thorn dragon vine to break. After the falling Star King self-destructed, the vine fragments of the thorn dragon vine began to condense again and eventually recovered completely.
Possessing an immortal body, he can recover instantly as long as the immortal mark in his cells is not completely erased.
1 was promoted to the primary level of king, and 2 were promoted to the advanced level of king.
The total military merit is 210 trillion. It's not bad. At this rate, the mission requirements should be completed soon. Zhou Lang glanced at the military merit system and nodded slightly. Come back.
Zhou Lang took back the thorny dragon vine and the sealed meteorite, then turned to look at King Shixian of the Golden Horn Clan.
Thank you very much for saving my life, my friend.
I am King Shixian of the Golden Horn Clan. King Shixian had a bluish-gray complexion and looked at Zhou Lang with awe in his eyes.
He easily killed 2 high-level kings and forced a low-level king to self-destruct.
This was definitely the limit of being a king, and it might even be close to being invincible.
You're welcome. I'm the God Eater. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded.
The Golden Horn tribe was a relatively famous tribe among the many subordinate human tribes. They also appeared in the original novel. Luo Feng follows the path of the beast god, and the Golden Horn clan will definitely be involved.
God Devourer? Is this your first time entering an extraterritorial battlefield?
After hearing Zhou Lang's introduction, King Shixian thought for a moment and realized that he had never heard of this name.
Indeed, we have just entered the extraterritorial battlefield.
Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, and a hint of excitement suddenly flashed in King Shixian's eyes. I'll be relying heavily on the God Devourer King's life-saving grace this time.
Why don't we go back to base together and I'll treat you to a drink? Let's talk about it later when we have a chance. I want to go to the central area of the nebula and take a look.
Zhou Lang shook his head and rejected King Shixian's invitation. Zhou Lang had some guesses about King Shixian's purpose.
As a subordinate group of humans, the Golden Horn tribe's road to survival is not smooth.
They made friends with geniuses and strong people in the human race, just to make the lives of the Golden Horn tribe a little better.
Zhou Lang was reluctant to comment on this. However, I really don't feel like drinking at the moment.
In that case, we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. However, God Devourer King, please do not teleport in the central area of this nebula unless it's an emergency. King Shixian was not surprised by Zhou Lang's answer, but he still gave him a reminder. The center of the nebula is where thunderstorms are most concentrated, and the conditions there are very unstable.
If you teleport randomly, you are likely to be hit by a thunderstorm.
Therefore, here, no one will teleport easily unless it is an emergency.
I see. Thanks for letting me know. Zhou Lang was stunned after hearing this. He indeed had not found this information in the virtual universe.
In other words, these contents are common sense and do not require special reminders. But Zhou Lang is the one who knows nothing about common sense.
You're welcome. I should be the one to express my gratitude. It was you, God Devourer, who saved my life.
King Shixian smiled and waved his hand.
The human alliance should help each other. I'll take my leave now.
After collecting the legacies of the 3 demon kings, Zhou Lang said goodbye to King Shixian. However, Zhou Lang killed 2 high-level kings in one battle and forced a low-level king to self-destruct. The news began to spread gradually.
A powerful human being who has reached the limit of being crowned king?
The kings of the demon race frowned as they looked at the message uploaded by King Xingyue before his death.
The ultimate king?
If I could have a soul slave who could reach the ultimate king, my strength would be greatly enhanced. The top races infiltrated each other, and the news learned by the demon race was also known to other races. A Zerg queen was in her own hive, a hint of anticipation flashing across her delicate face.
The ultimate king? My master just gifted me with the latest technology. This ultimate king can be my opponent.
In a pyramid spaceship, a mechanical immortal looked at the message he had just received, tapping his fingers on the table.
The king's limit? This should be a good opponent. God-devouring king? What an arrogant title.
Zhou Lang's appearance caused a storm in the entire third battlefield. As an eyewitness to the incident, after returning to the base of the gods, King Shixian was immediately invited by many familiar kings to inquire about the matter of the God-devouring king.
Are you sure that even high-ranking kings don't have the chance to self-destruct?
A human king stared at King Shixian in surprise, seeming to be incredulous. The highest level of kings don't even have the chance to self-destruct.
How can this be considered the limit of becoming a king? At least he has the strength to be close to being crowned an invincible king, right? With such strength, what are they doing in an overseas battlefield? Are you kidding me? Is a war going to break out out soon? Or is there some precious treasure that has been revealed that we don't know about? And, God Eater, I have never heard of this name before. I can confirm that all of this happened right in front of me. I think the God Devourer King's strength is at least close to being crowned invincible. King Shixian nodded slightly, feeling a little emotional. At that time, he really thought he was going to be forced to self-destruct. As a subordinate tribe, even if he were to be resurrected, the debts he would bear would be enough to give the tribe a headache. Fortunately, he met the God-eating king who had just arrived at the extraterritorial battlefield. Compared with the hostile tribes, the human tribe is more curious about the God-eater king. After all, they were all kings. Although they might not know each other, they had at least heard of each other's titles. However, the name God-eating king had never appeared before. In the human alliance, no information about the God-eater was found. This also means that the God-eater did not join the home alliance. A mysterious existence with no past record actually appeared on the battlefield outside the domain, and was at least close to the level of being an invincible king. This aroused the curiosity of many people. However, Zhou Lang knew nothing about this for the time being. He drove the probe towards the center of the nebula. Master, I have received a call request from your instructor, King Tongnan. Teacher Tongnan Wang? When Zhou Lang heard Zhou Ling's words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he still answered the call. Teacher, Zhou Lang, the God Devourer from the extraterritorial battlefield. That should be you, right? The figure of King Tongnan appeared, looking at Zhou Lang with a smile and asking, It's indeed me, but how did you know that, teacher? Zhou Lang nodded, feeling a little confused. Ha ha, you brat, even the top leaders of the king's clan didn't have the chance to self-destruct. The news about you is spreading everywhere. The kings in the outer battlefields are all trying to find out about you, and I've also heard about you from others. An invincible king who has never appeared before has just stepped onto the battlefield outside the domain. I immediately thought, it must be you. King Tongnan smiled particularly happily, looking at Zhou Lang with satisfaction in his eyes. He is only at the realm master level, but he is as powerful as himself. Even in terms of understanding the laws, King Tongnan firmly believed that Zhou Lang had surpassed himself. Although they were only a master-disciple relationship, King Tongnan was still filled with joy. Teacher, please keep my identity secret. After leaving the extraterritorial battlefield, this identity should no longer be used. Zhou Lang smiled slightly, and King Tongnan also smiled and nodded. Don't worry, I will handle things with due caution. Be careful on the battlefield outside the domain and don't be careless. Thank you for the reminder, teacher. After chatting with King Tongnan for a few words, Zhou Lang hung up the call. Master, a fight has been detected in the area 10 million kilometers ahead. It's between the Mechanical Clan and the Zerg Clan. As soon as the call ended, Zhou Ling's voice came, and Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. Then he folded up the spaceship and flew forward. Under the warning from King Shixian, Zhou Lang naturally did not dare to teleport easily. We were lucky before and didn't encounter any thunderstorms. But if you are unlucky next time and happen to encounter a thunderstorm, it will be really terrible. At a distance of thousands of kilometers, Zhou Lang quickly arrived at the edge of the battle. Compared with the human and demon races, the battle between the mechanical race and the insect race seems much more massive. Dense Zerg warriors and a large number of mechanical puppets are intertwined together. The two sides engaged in fierce fighting in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and many Zerg warriors and mechanical puppets fell. However, the real warring parties on the battlefield were now in the Hyven spaceship and did not take action personally. The Zerg Immortals are at least at the king level, and the fact that the mechanicals have been able to fight the Zerg Immortals for such a long time means they are probably also at the king level. Zhou Lang watched the two warring parties in the distance and assessed their strength in his mind. Zhou Lang was able to spot the warring parties from thousands of kilometers away, which naturally attracted the other side's attention. In particular, there is the mechanical race here. Apart from the virtual universe of the human race, the mechanical race's other technologies are the most advanced in the universe. Is it the human race, God-devouring king? Neither the Zerg nor the mechanical race could find any intelligence about Zhou Lang before, but after entering the battlefield outside the domain and killing two high-ranking kings, Zhou Lang's information had been obtained by all races. Therefore, when Zhou Lang appeared, both the king of the mechanical clan and the king of the Zerg clan recognized his identity. So, the moment Zhou Lang approached, both sides stopped at the same time. All the Zerg warriors were guarding around the mother nest, while the mechanical puppets were surrounding the mechanical pyramid. God Devourer King, how about we join forces and take out the Skeleton King first? The Zerg Queen's spiritual fluctuations came with a hint of charm, and Zhou Lang curled up the corners of his mouth in a sneer. Star Killer King, please don't use your little tricks on me. Besides, why should I join forces? After meeting both parties, Zhou Lang had already checked the identities of the Skeleton King and the Star Killer King through the virtual universe system. The Skeleton King is the ultimate king of the mechanical clan, while the Star Killer King is the ultimate king of the Zerg clan. Both of them are well-known figures in this third battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Lang waved his right hand, and 365 meteorites instantly sealed off the area within tens of millions millions of miles around him. God Devourer King, do you want to take on the two of us alone?
Zhou Lang's actions surprised both King Haiyu and King Xingshi. Originally, because of Zhou Lang's arrival, both of them were preparing to evacuate separately. After all, the three parties are of different races, and each has the strength to become a king. Continuing to fight will have no other possibility except consuming the divine body. However, what King Skeleton and King Starkiller did not expect was that King God Devourer actually took action without hesitation. Moreover, judging from the situation, it is obvious that he is preparing to deal with both of them at the same time.
How dare he do that? Everyone is at the top of the list, so why are you fighting two of them?
When Zhou Lang sealed the surrounding space, King of Skeletons and King of Starkillers had also completed their communication.
Joint attack. Kill.
As both sides gave orders, the Zerg warriors and mechanical puppets attacked Zhou Lang. Countless immortal Zergs attacked together, forming an attack towards Zhou Lang. A large number of F9 grade metal-made mechanical puppets also flew towards Zhou Lang.
I'll give you something fun to play.
A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face, and with a wave of his hand, hundreds of death puppets appeared beside him. The death puppet is not very tall, about 3 meters, and is completely black. Long Tang, I'll leave this skeleton king to you.
You will lead these death puppets. Master, leave it to me.
As Zhou Lang finished speaking, the thorn dragon vine responded. Afterwards, the black armor on Zhou Lang's body squirmed and eventually turned into 720 huge vines, each of which was over 10 million kilometers long, covering the surrounding space. Under the command of the thorn dragon vine, hundreds of death puppets rushed directly into the team of mechanical puppets and started to destroy them. It happened so quickly that the communication between Zhou Lang and the thorn dragon vine took only a moment. The combined attack of countless immortal Zerg warriors was approaching an area more than 10 kilometers in front of Zhou Lang. The precious red flame spear was given to Azure Dragon's clone. Now the only thing I can use is the red shadow spear that the teacher gave me. Looking at the approaching joint attack, a scarlet spear appeared in Zhou Lang's hand.
Starlight.
The spear in Zhou Lang's hand thrust out like a meteor streaking across the night sky.
Fast. It's almost as fast as it can be.
Under the influence of the law of time, Zhou Lang seemed to have fired only one shot, but in fact, he had already fired tens of millions of shots.
Boom.
The combined attack of the meteor and the Zerg warrior collided instantly, and the waves spread in all directions. If I can defeat the Zerg queen at the ultimate level of king, the power dormant in her enslavement will be of great benefit to me.
Zhou Lang thought to himself and was not in a hurry to defeat the opponent.
As for the skeleton king of the mechanical clan, Zhou Lang had no intention of enslaving him.
It is well known that the mechanoids are extremely difficult to enslave. Recognizing the master, this logic is deeply rooted in the nature of the mechanical people. From the day they are born, they will be enslaved by the higher level mechanical race, and all mechanical races have a common master, the mechanical father god. However, this is only a procedural recognition of ownership. In the original work, apart from the original ancestor who enslaved the master of the universe of the mechanical race, there is no other clear case of the mechanical race being enslaved by souls. Therefore, Zhou Lang was unwilling to waste time on this. On the other hand, the thorn dragon vine itself can exert the strength to the limit of becoming a king. In addition, there are 100 death puppets made of G9 grade metal, each of which is comparable to the peak of the king. By joining forces, even the invincible king can compete for a short time. For a moment, the battle between the two sides seemed to be at a stalemate.
King Skeleton was fine, but King Starkiller seemed a little anxious. Her battles with the God Eater seemed evenly matched, but she lost a lot of Zerg warriors every time.
If it was an ordinary Zerg warrior, it would be fine.
But every time, it was her main fighting Zerg that was lost. The 10-kilometer high mother nest continues to produce Zerg warriors, but if this continues, her resources will eventually be exhausted. What's more, every counterattack by the God-eating king brought him closer to her. Now, the distance between the two sides has approached tens of thousands of kilometers.
Damn it, why? Why doesn't soul attack work on him?
In the mother nest, the Star Killer King became increasingly anxious. Since the beginning of the war, she has been using soul attacks, but the devouring God King's expression remained unchanged, completely unaffected.
Could it be that the true strength of this God-devouring king lies in his soul attainments? Star Killer King began to question himself.
The Zerg queens are all soul masters. Such a situation is rare.
Zhou Lang didn't know what the Star Killer King was thinking, but we can make some guesses.
After all, a soul defense main artifact, or a treasure, can directly make one immune to soul attacks and soul enslavement below the 5th level Lord of the Universe. Even if the Star Killer King is very skilled in the soul, it will be of no use to Zhou Lang.
Damn it, I don't believe it.
Seeing the God Devourer King approaching again, the Star Killer King roared and his divine body began to burn.
I've been waiting for this moment. Zhou Lang's mouth curled up. My spiritual attainments are not high. The only soul secret technique he practiced, the 1000 Seal Soul Lock, was just an ordinary secret technique. Therefore, the best way to enslave is to consume the Zerg Queen's divine body. Perhaps he sensed Zhou Lang's plan.
Or maybe he was planning to take advantage of Zhou Lang's killing of the Star Killer King. The battle between the Skeleton King and the Thorn Dragon Vine seemed unremarkable. Even most of the time, King Skeleton was dodging attacks from the Thorn Dragon Vines and the Death Puppets.
G9 level metal puppets.
If this group of puppets can be presented to the master's strength will definitely be greatly improved. A spherical Skeleton King stared at the 100 death puppets controlled by the Thorn Dragon Vine, with data flashing on them. First, let the God Devourer King and the Star Killer King be defeated, and then I will take action. The plan of the King of Skeletons seems perfect.
Unfortunately, one thing was missed: Zhou Lang's true strength. No.
In just a moment, the situation on the battlefield suddenly reversed.
Zhou Lang, who was originally evenly matched with the Star Killer King, suddenly launched an attack.
At this time, the Star Killer King had already burned his divine body, and the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. The two sides fought, but her divine body was constantly burned, but she was unable to cause any harm to Zhou Lang.
1%, 2%, 10%, 20%. Damn it, why hasn't this guy burned his divine body yet? And why is his defense so strong? Star Killer King's face was gloomy.
In just a short while, her divine power had burned more than 40%. Now he can't even display half of his strength.
On the other hand, the God-eating King's strength remains as solid as a rock.
When his body burned more than 50%, Star Killer realized that he could not wait any longer.
Revenge me.
He sent out the news that the God-Eater King was killed, but in the next moment,
no.
The Star Killer King screamed in terror, and the God Devourer King, who had been in a stalemate with him, erupted again. The spear in his hand suddenly became huge and smashed down from the sky.
A deafening roar followed. A single move caused me to lose nearly 1% of my divine body? Star Killer King's face was filled with fear.
He didn't care about anything else but wanted to self-destruct.
Time paused. Zhou Lang snorted coldly.
His divine body had already lost over 50%, and the Star Slayer King's strength was less than 10%.
He actually dared to dream of self-destructing? Thousand Seal Soul Lock.
At the moment when time stopped around the Star Killer King, Zhou Lang rushed into the mother nest at a rapid speed. Inside the mother nest, the Star Killer King's terrified expression froze instantly, and a mark flew out from Zhou Lang's forehead and went straight into the Star Killer King's mind. Back in the Genius War, I also relied on time suspension to kill the Zerg Queen. I never thought that just a few hundred years later, I would be able to enslave the Zerg Queen who had reached the king limit in the extraterritorial battlefield. Damn it, as expected, all Zerg Queens are soul masters. Looking at the Zerg Queen who almost failed to be enslaved, Zhou Lang couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in his heart.
Fortunately, the slavery was finally successfully completed. Noah, meet the master.
The enslaved Zerg Queen knelt in front of Zhou Lang with a look of reverence on her face. You go in first to recover your divine body.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly, took out a world ring, and motioned her to enter first. Noah's divine body has been damaged by nearly 60%, and her current strength is less than 10%. The next battle is of no significance to her.
As the Zerg army began to recover, the Skeleton King in the distance finally became a little panicked.
How is this possible? Enslaving the Zerg Queen? The God Devourer King actually has such profound attainments in the realm of the soul?
Thinking of this, King Skeleton stopped fighting with the Thorn Dragon Vine and prepared to escape from the battlefield.
Can you leave?
At this moment, Zhou Lang instantly appeared in front of King Haiyu's spaceship.
Boom! Master, please avenge me.
A few minutes later, King Kaiyu blew himself up with endless hatred. TSK, it turns out that the price of becoming the king is still high.
Zhou Lang checked King Haiyu's assets and couldn't help but smile.
The various technological creations of the mechanical race are very expensive among the human race. A rough estimate is that the income is at least close to 100 billion Han yuan. Shaoling, the destination is still set to the central area. Zhou Lang took out the spaceship, walked into the lounge, and told Zhou Ling. However, before Zhou Lang could carefully check King Haiyu's assets, a prompt in his mind made him lose his senses for a moment. The host is detected to be in an extremely dangerous plane battlefield, and a mission is hereby issued. Mission: survive 1,000 years in the plane battlefield. Quest reward: Material Defense Artifact *1, Universe Rare Object *1. Mission description: the plane battlefield is extremely dangerous. Please be careful.
The system prompt sounded, and Zhou Lang opened the system panel to check the latest release tasks. The extraterritorial battlefield is the plane battlefield?
Zhou Lang shook his head helplessly and said nothing more.
1,000 years is not a problem for me.
The material defense main artifact is definitely a treasure, so it's not a loss at all. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang no longer paid attention to the system. He had long been disappointed with the intelligence of this system anyway. He forced the king of the universe to self-destruct and enslaved the king of the Starkiller. The king of the God Devourer once again became famous among the kings of the alien races.
Obviously, the God-eating king's strength has reached the level of being invincible.
An invincible king who is also a completely unfamiliar existence is bound to make many kings of foreign races nervous. The main reason is that, generally speaking, the king limit is already the top strength in the extraterritorial battlefield, and the invincible king rarely appears. disappears, unless there is a major event such as the birth of a treasure in the extraterritorial battlefield. For a time, the kings of foreign races became extremely cautious. Zhou Lang was not completely ignorant of this. After all, alien races had spies among humans, and humans naturally had spies among alien races. Through King Shixian, Zhou Lang also got to know some people in the king-making circle. Through these enthronements, Zhou Lang learned some intelligence about the alien races. Given Zhou Lang's current strength, the extraterritorial battlefield is not very dangerous. At the same time, on Earth deep in the Pacific Ocean, inside a world ring, the clones of the four sacred beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, are each comprehending the laws. Perhaps, it's time to leave Earth. The Azure Dragon clone opened his eyes, a hint of thought flashing in them. Luo Feng is currently working at the Qianwu branch. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to come and attack Earth. The life auras of the clone and the original body are different, so it's very suitable for them to act separately. Thinking of this, the White Tiger clone also opened his eyes and entered the world inside his body. The Azure Dragon clone walked out directly from the world ring. With the detection methods of the Earth, it is impossible to find the figure of Qinglong's clone. Currently, there are human probes throughout the solar system. However, the F9 class spacecraft carried by Qinglong's clone cannot be detected by human detectors. After so many years, I'm back on Xiulong Star. It really feels like revisiting an old place. The Azure Dragon clone transformed into a human form, with horns on its forehead, green scales on its cheeks, and wearing a green robe. Walking on the streets of Xiulong Star, I can't help but feel a lot of emotions. Let's not get into the human form for now. As the Azure Dragon clone, you don't have to join the human race in the future. The Star Beast Alliance or the Demon race are both good choices. The aura surrounding the Azure Dragon clone made passers-by around afraid to get close. Both Universe First Bank and Universe Galaxy Bank have bearer accounts. This type of account can only be used by the individual himself. Once the individual dies unexpectedly, his relatives or disciples will not be able to inherit it. But this is just right for Qinglong's clone. After applying for a bank card, Qinglong's clone purchased an anonymous account and intelligent life in the virtual universe, and then left Xiulong Star. And on the battlefield outside the domain. Oh no, the God Devourer King is coming. Run. No, God Devouring King, my teacher will never let you go. Damn it, avenge me. Zhou Lang roamed the core area of the extraterritorial battlefield. No matter how powerful the alien immortals were, they would either self-destruct or be enslaved when they met Zhou Lang. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years have passed. Finally, the invincible soul slave of the king, from today on, I finally possess it. Looking at the Shaili man who was killed and fell into a deep sleep and was enslaved by him, Zhou Lang smiled. King Jinmi, a member of the Shaili tribe. The Shaili tribe is a subordinate race of the mechanical tribe, and there is a top cosmic overlord in the tribe. Therefore, the Shaili tribe is also highly valued among the allies of the mechanical tribe. They came to the extraterritorial battlefield to seek trouble with Zhou Lang because Zhou Lang had previously killed a slave of the mechanical universe overlord. This King Jinmi was sent by the overlord of the universe to cause trouble for Zhou Lang. Not only is there King Jinmi, but there is also an invincible king of the mechanical clan. Zhou Lang successfully killed the mechanical clan's King Feng Wudi despite the Thorn Dragon Vine God being seriously injured and losing 12 death puppets. Afterwards, he killed King Jinmi until his soul fell into slumber, and only then did he successfully enslave him. It's been over 100 years. It's time to go back to the base. Zhou Lang put King Jinmi into the world ring and used a large amount of resources to restore King Jinmi's damaged body. It takes a lot of resources to completely restore the invincible divine body of a king, but for Zhou Lang now, this is not a problem at all. In the world ring, King Cinder is not the first soul slave. At this time, there are a total of 327 soul slaves in the world ring. The lowest level of these 327 soul slaves is at the peak of kinghood, and there are 38 at the extreme level of kinghood. However, there is only one king who is invincible, King Jinmi. However, these are only the soul slaves that Zhou Lang openly enslaves. After all, there are many spectators on most battlefields. There were also 17 soul slaves who did not even pass on the message when they were enslaved by Zhou Lang. Therefore, after Zhou Lang recovered from their injuries, these soul slaves returned to their tribe. Soul slaves have a different kind of fanaticism towards their masters, and are usually no different from normal people. They have joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, and it is impossible to distinguish them. On the return spacecraft, Zhou Lang logged into the virtual universe. Prodigal Son. During this period, Zhou Lang spent most of his time in the Yinlan community. As soon as Zhou Lang came online, Luo Feng found him. Hey, isn't this Inspector Luo, one of the four great leaders? Please take a seat. Zhou Lang said with a smile, but his body did not move. Luo Feng rolled his eyes at Zhou Lang and raised his middle finger at him. My company's mission has been completed. My teacher recommended that I go to the Golden Horn tribe. I'm on my way there now. Sitting on the sofa opposite Zhou Lang, Luo Feng spoke directly. The rock holy water was intercepted by Zhou Lang in advance, and without Pansy, the fire Fire Phoenix organization was quickly destroyed. Therefore, after Luo Feng became the inspector of Qianwu Universe, his mission naturally changed. However, without all the messy things that happened to Hong in the original novel, and Luo Feng was also the direct disciple of the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom.
Compared with the original novel, Luo Feng's life in Qianwu Universe is naturally more comfortable now. Golden Horn Tribe?
Hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. That place is very suitable for you to follow the path of the Golden Sky Beast God. I met a king of the Golden Horn clan in the battlefield outside the domain.
I will send him an email.
Then you can stay in the Golden Horn clan Holy Land for a few more years. Especially the statues in the Golden Horn tribe's Holy Land, they are very suitable for you. As he spoke, Zhou Lang sent an email to King Shixian. Not to mention that Zhou Lang himself saved King Shixian's life.
Luo Feng, the Lord of Chaos City and the direct disciple of the Lord of Qianwu Country, is enough to attract the attention of the Golden Horn clan. No problem.
Just mention my name when you get to the Golden Horn tribe.
It works great.
Looking at King Shixian's reply, Zhou Lang nodded slightly.
Longzi, is the outer battlefield really that good?
Looking at Zhou Lang, a hint of longing flashed in Luo Feng's eyes, although he always calls his earthling clone his true self.
But in fact, Luo Feng's current true form is a golden horned giant beast. The tyrannical golden horned beast itself has also been influencing Luo Feng. Fight and kill. These things made Luo Feng's blood boil. But
his term of office had not yet ended, so it was inconvenient for him to leave immediately.
And
after becoming a realm master, he also needs to go out and gain experience. In fact, the Virtual Universe Company provides two directions of training options for many world master level geniuses: the secret realm of the universe and the extraterritorial battlefield. Although there are frequent killings and extremely high death rates in the extraterritorial battlefields, this does not mean that there are no dangers in the secret realm of the universe. In some secret realms of the universe, even the overlord of the universe may fall due to a momentary negligence. However, it was obvious that Luo Feng was more interested in the slaughter on the battlefield outside the domain. Of course it's fun. Let me tell you, I have now enslaved hundreds of king's servants, and even a king who is as powerful as my instructor, King Tongnan, Zhou Lang said with a smile, describing to Luo Feng the various beauties of the battlefield outside the domain.
But at this moment, an email arrived, causing Zhou Lang to frown slightly.
The sender of the email was his guard leader, Ron. The email mentioned that a group of people claiming to be special envoys of Hongmeng came to invite Zhou Lang to join Hongmeng.
They are currently waiting in Zhou Lang's manor in the virtual universe. For Feng Wang, my identity is confidential.
However, for Hongmeng, it is normal to know my news. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang immediately ended his conversation with Luo Feng and teleported back to his own manor in Yusang Mountain.
Your Highness Zhou Lang, we are the special envoys of the Hong League, and we have come here to invite you to join the Hong League. Among the 9 kings, the leader was a human with an extra vertical eye on his forehead, and the other 8 were all aliens with different appearances, not much different from humans on Earth. Everyone, please come in and speak. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and led 9 people into the manor. Please sit down. When Zhou Lang made the invitation, everyone seemed a little flattered. After all, Zhou Lang is famous on the battlefield outside the domain, and they have heard the name of the God-eating king a lot recently. If Hongmeng had not issued the task, they would not even have imagined that this person was just a realm master. The strength of the realm master level is enough to compete with the king. If one can break through to immortality, wouldn't he directly become the supreme lord of the universe, or even the overlord of the universe? Everyone, you haven't introduced yourselves yet? I am a human, King Yunnan. The human king with a vertical eye between his eyebrows spoke quickly. The Tantu tribe, King Yuning. The Yunom king of the Qin clan. The 9 crown kings introduced themselves one after another, and Zhou Lang listened one by one. Your Highness, we sincerely invite you to join the Hongmeng. The Hongmeng is a highly inclusive organization, composed of the human race and other cosmic races. The human King Yunnan began to briefly introduce the situation of Hongmeng, and then turned his gaze to Zhou Lang. I wonder if His Highness Zhou Lang is willing to join the Hong Alliance. Of course I do. Zhou Lang replied with a smile. The Hongmeng, or Human Alliance, was established by kings and above of humanity and its subordinate tribes. Almost all of his teachers and senior brothers, as long as they had reached the level of being crown king, joined this organization. Ding! As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, a star condensed in the air and eventually turned into a stream of light, landing on the arm guard of Zhou Lang's armor and turning into a small star. Buzz! A light flashed in the hall and turned into a human figure, whose gender was difficult to distinguish. The powerful pressure made Zhou Lang and 10 others unable to even look up. The human shadow looked down at Zhou Lang. Human Zhou Lang, welcome to the Hong Alliance. From now on, you are a member of the Hong Alliance. Fighting for the Hong Alliance and for humanity is the mission of every powerful human, and it is also your mission. The human figure disappeared after saying this. This should be the suppressed ancestor, right? Zhou Lang looked at the place where the human light and shadow disappeared, thinking silently in his heart. Your Highness Zhou Lang, welcome to the Hongmeng Alliance. You are currently a 1-star
member, the lowest level. You can inquire about your specific information before entering Hongmeng City, Prince Yunnan said with a smile, and Zhou Lang also had a smile on his face. Everyone, business is done, why don't we have a feast together? Zhou Lang made the proposal, and the 9 kings naturally would not refuse. Although Zhou Lang has not yet broken through to become immortal, with his strength, as long as he does not die, his future achievements will not be limited to becoming a king, so everyone is also interested in making friends with him. The guests and hosts were all happy. After the 9 people left, Zhou Lang began to look up relevant information about Hongmeng. There are about 100,000 humans who have been crowned kings, but if the kings of other races are included, the number of kings in the entire Hong Alliance has exceeded 3 million. After a brief understanding, Zhou Lang was immediately teleported to the special plane where Hongmeng City was located. Master, according to the message sent by the Hongmeng, your residence is the same as that of the other king-level masters, which is 3,200 square meters. The interior environment can be designed according to your preferences. After being teleported for hundreds of years, the residence in the virtual universe is at least an area of tens to hundreds of kilometers. Zhou Lang felt a little depressed on the first floor. However, he didn't care. With his strength, he will be rated as a 4-star member soon and will be able to enter the inner city. An apprentice's body is so fragile. Zhou Lang felt his body, shook his head, and walked out of the residence. The outer city of Hongmeng City is full of powerful kings, and every 10,000 powerful kings will be assigned to a community. Looking up, there are densely packed stars floating in the sky. Every member of the Hongmeng Alliance can find the corresponding star on it. God-devouring king? Zhou Lang had just walked out of his residence and was strolling in the community when a surprised voice rang out. He turned around and saw that it was King Shixian. Ah, God-devourer king, I knew you would be invited too. King Shixian smiled and walked forward to greet Zhou Lang. King Shixian, long time no see. Zhou Lang also smiled and nodded. It was obvious that all the people in his community were new members of the Hongmeng. Come on, God-devouring king. I'll treat you. Thank you for saving my life. King Shixian had wanted to treat Zhou Lang to a drink last time, but Zhou Lang had declined. Meeting him this time in Hongmeng City, King Shixian naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by, and Zhou Lang didn't refuse. He had just arrived, and he'd been thinking about learning more. He'd also collected quite a few valuable items over the years. If he'd bought them through the clan, the price would always be low, but if he could find a buyer within the Hongmeng, he could make a lot of money. News of the God-devourer king's arrival in Hongmeng City spread quickly. Initially, everyone thought he'd simply changed his name, but now, since he'd only just joined the Hongmeng, he hadn't previously ventured into the universe. Furthermore, given his record on the outer battlefields, he'd likely soon relocate to the inner city. Consequently, numerous crown kings, especially those from other races, began seeking Zhou Lang's connections. While the Hong League is an alliance of various races, it is ultimately centered around humans. Another title for the Hong League is the Human Race Alliance, and human kings, especially those who are invincible, hold exceptionally high status within the Hong League. These alien kings are high-ranking individuals within their respective races. To survive, they are compelled to befriend talented and powerful individuals within the human race, hoping to ensure the survival of their respective races. Zhou Lang wasn't averse to this, and he also took the opportunity to advertise the various spoils he had for sale. In particular, he had a detector that had earned him the title of Invincible King of the Mechanical Clan. While it wasn't as impressive as the 30 billion kilometer diameter detector gifted by senior brother Jojo, a 10 billion kilometer diameter detector was still considered top tier these days. This was captured from the Mechanical Clan. With Zhou Lang's promotion, he quickly negotiated several deals in Hongmeng City and only needed to return to the Divine Base to make the transactions. At this moment, Zhou Lang's consciousness was still in the virtual universe, but he suddenly returned and found that the spaceship was damaged and even the lounge was in tatters. God-Eater King, die. God-devouring King, prepare to die. As soon as Zhou Lang appeared, several attacks came towards him. Humph, the demon race. Zhou Lang snorted coldly, and his body seemed to be accelerated millions of times, instantly widening the distance of more than 100,000 kilometers. Xiaoling, what happened? Why didn't the detector detect anything? He held the red shadow spear in his hand and looked at the 4 demon kings running towards him. Doubts arose in his heart. Even among the mechanical race, his detector is considered top-notch. How could he not see the lurking enemy? Master, Xiaoling doesn't know either. There is indeed no trace of the other party on the detector. Zhou Ling's tone carried a hint of grievance, so Zhou Lang stopped asking questions and turned his gaze to the 4 demons. 1 royal spacetime nightmare beast, 3 royal families of the Epidemic Heart Clan, the Void Crow Clan, and the Bai Kuei Clan. Zhou Lang raised his brows slightly, having already found the information of these 4 demons in the virtual universe. The Royal Time and Space Nightmare Beast is named King Shirhen, the Royal Epidemic Heart Clan is named King Yuenji, the Royal Virtual Crow Clan is named King Shueyu, and the Royal Baikuei Clan is named King Eclipse Star. Among the 4 kings, King Shirhen is invincible level, King Yuanji and King Eclipse can barely be considered invincible, and King Shuayu is at the limit of being in king. Kill the Blood Prison King first.
Zhou Lang made a decision quickly. Town.
365 meteorites appeared instantly, sealing off the surrounding area within tens of millions of miles.
Still,
Zhou Lang waved the red shadow spear in his hand, and the time around the Blood Prison King stopped.
Open.
To Zhou Lang's surprise, the silver pupils of King Shurhen flashed, and he actually stopped his time for a moment.
Although the Blood Hell King was still moving slowly, he was able to move.
As expected of the invincible king who has cultivated the laws of time, a rare one among the kings, Zhou Lang was not too surprised, but instead became somewhat interested in the other party. As one of the royal family, the Spacetime Nightmare Beast has an extraordinary status among the Demon Clan and is naturally close to the laws of space and time. This allows the Spacetime Nightmare Beast clan to come into contact with the laws of time during the kingship stage, which is extremely rare. Most of the kingships are based on the laws of space, and most of the new venerables are also space venerables. Although there is no difference between the law of time and the law of space, the law of time is too abstract, which often leads many immortals to choose the law of space.
In that case, let's try this trick. Starlight.
The red shadow spear thrust out and instantly turned into a million-mile-long spear, smashing towards the Blood Prison King as fast as a meteor.
Block it for me.
The Blood Hell King's expression changed drastically as he saw the meteor approaching, and the laws of space densely covered his body.
Boom.
There was a loud bang, and the explosion sounded over tens of thousands of kilometers around.
Damn it, one strike caused me to lose 3% of my divine body? After the explosion, the Blood Prison King's face turned pale.
Fortunately, the Time Hen King and the other two had already arrived beside the Blood Prison King.
God-devouring king, you killed my brother, you must die today. The Eclipse King roared and rushed towards Zhou Lang first. Your brother? Are you talking about that loser Starfall King? Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly and instantly understood who the Eclipse King was referring to. Damn it!
Zhou Lang's words made Eclipse King look slightly unhappy, but he did not refute.
God-devouring king, today is the day you die.
King Shurhen, King Yuanji and King Shuayu followed closely behind.
Kill me? Then let's see if you have the ability. Zhou Lang showed disdain on his face.
The next moment, vines around his body grew outwards, transforming into a giant plant covering 1,000,000 miles, facing the Blood Prison King directly. At the same time, the remaining 88 death puppets also joined forces to deal with the Blood Hell King. The battle affected an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around. Compared with Zhou Lang, the expressions of the four demons looked even uglier. Every time they clashed, their divine bodies would suffer some losses, especially those of King Yuanji and King Eclipse Star. Both of them were crowned kings with great difficulty. After several collisions, the losses of their divine bodies had exceeded 10%, while King Shurhen's divine body had also suffered losses of over 5%. Damn it, in this situation, we will definitely suffer in the end. King Shurhen's face was gloomy, and then he waved his hand, and dozens of soul slaves appeared around him.
There are kings from the peak to the limit, and there is even one who barely becomes a king. Soul slave? Do you think you're the only one who has one?
Zhou Lang snorted coldly, and 38 extreme kings appeared on the battlefield. The invincible King Jinmi was still recovering his divine body, so Zhou Lang did not release him.
The Zerg Star Killer King? The Cliffthread Tribe's Tui King? The Gangwon Tribe's Yuani King?
Looking at the 38 kings who suddenly appeared around them, the four demons' expressions changed slightly.
The slaves self-destructed, accompanied by a deafening explosion.
The area within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers is now completely engulfed in battle. King Yuanji and King Eclipse each released their soul slaves, while Zhou Lang still had nearly 300 slaves at the peak of the king level. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, Zhou Lang has a clear advantage. There have been more than 300 battles between the kings.
Such a huge commotion is enough to attract the attention of other tribes. King Shurhen is leading his troops in battle against King Shurhen? It can trigger a battle between two invincible kings and hundreds of other kings. Could it be that a great treasure is about to be revealed? The God Devourer King and the Time Scar King are fighting for a precious treasure. A valuable treasure has appeared, and the Time Scar King and the God Devouring King are fighting for it with all their might. Various news spread quickly among the kings in the extraterritorial battlefield.
A large number of crown kings began to rush towards the area where Zhou Lang and others were fighting.
God Devourer King, do you really have a treasure? God Devourer King, do you need my help? God Devourer King. Human kings searched for Zhou Lang everywhere in the virtual universe, trying to obtain accurate information.
However, during the battle, Zhou Lang had no time to pay attention to these things.
Ha ha ha, God Devouring King, I'm here to help you.
A loud laugh rang out, and a human king rushed into the battlefield with weapon in hand.
King Shurhen, I'm here to help you. Another demon king came to join the battle. 500, 1,000, 2,000.
The entire battlefield eventually gathered more than 5,000 kings. The weakest among them are at the peak of the king level.
There are 7 people who have been crowned the Invincible King.
The human race crowned the Invincible God-Eating King. The Invincible King of Gold and Stone, the king of the Golden Horn tribe, a vassal of the human race. The demon clan crowned the invincible Time Scar King as their king.
King Jin Yen of the Actinium clan, a vassal of the demon clan.
The Zerg crowned the invincible king of 10,000 hearts. The Mechanical clan crowned the invincible Heartscar King. King Huanluan of the Changtua clan, a vassal of the Mechanical clan. In addition to these 7 invincible kings, there are more than 10 who are close to being invincible kings, and more than 300 who have reached the limit of being kings.
6 invincible kings, if they can be enslaved? Moreover, there are also those who are close to the invincible kings, and so many kings.
Zhou Lang's eyes flickered, and he had already begun to formulate a plan in his mind. All human beings who are crown kings must leave this place within 3 breaths. All human beings who are crown kings must leave this place within 3 breaths. Zhou Lang's voice echoed all around, and many kings looked at each other and looked at him in disbelief.
What does the God Devourer King want to do? He's not planning to challenge all the crown kings alone, is he? Is he crazy? It's incredible.
The familiar kings began to discuss, and on the human king's side, those who knew Zhou Lang's identity began to quietly withdraw. Under the leadership of a leader, the kings of the human race and those of the human vassal tribes quickly retreated to an area thousands of miles away. The number of kings who originally numbered over 5,000 has now been reduced to less than 4,000.
God Devourer King, are you really okay on your own?
King Jinshur of the Golden Horn clan looked at Zhou Lang with some concern, but Zhou Lang just shook his head slightly. King Jinshur, thank you for your help today. I'll treat you to a drink later.
Zhou Lang spoke, and a smile appeared on King Jinshur's face. Isn't that what he came here for?
Zhou Lang's identity has now almost spread among the kings, and many kings of other races also know his origins. His status as a realm lord allowed him to be accepted into the Hom Alliance. He was originally a disciple of the Lord of Yuho and had a close relationship with Luo Feng, a disciple of the Lord of Chaos City. Because of his many identities, the Golden Horn clan treated Zhou Lang very well.
Zhou Lang also had a good impression of the Golden Horn tribe. In addition to Luo Feng's help, King Jinshur's quick arrival was itself a gesture of goodwill. Zhou Lang was also happy to make friends with the Golden Horn tribe. Everyone, it seems that the God Devourer King wants to challenge all of us alone. What do you think?
King Jinshur left without anyone stopping him, while King Shurhan stared at Zhou Lang and spoke.
The other 4 invincible kings looked at each other and surrounded Zhou Lang. More than 3,000 people have been crowned kings, so don't even think about leaving today, Zhou Lang said with a smile, and the next moment his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Teleport? How is that possible? The surrounding space has been sealed off. That's impossible. The expressions of many crown kings changed drastically, and then 72 figures of Zhou Lang scurried around like ghosts. Fake. This is fake too. This is fake too. Many crown kings took action one after another, and the 72 figures of Zhou Lang disappeared in a flash. No.
The expression of a peak-level king changed drastically, and his spear fell straight from the air.
Save me. Feng Wang Dianfeng hurriedly fought back, but the next moment he fell into a deep sleep. 2 strikes put a peak-level king into a deep sleep. Even the invincible king couldn't do that. Damn it. No, save me. Save me. Revenge me. Zhou Lang's figure kept disappearing, and his shadow confused many kings.
Every time he appeared, he could easily kill a peak king. Among the more than 3,000 kings, most of them were at the peak of their careers, but now they were dying or falling into a deep sleep one after another. In an instant, many kings seemed to be facing a formidable enemy.
Damn it, I'm leaving. The God Devourer King is too powerful. I am definitely no match for him. I should leave as soon as possible. Hurry up, hurry up.
Many people who were at the peak of becoming kings, and even those who were at the limit of becoming kings, fled outside. However, the reason why Zhou Lang can teleport freely is because he has a treasure.
But they didn't have that and could only fly hard.
However, Zhou Lang's soul slaves, thorn dragon vines and death puppets joined forces to stop them. Many peak kings and extreme kings fell into a deep sleep or were killed with hatred.
Damn it, we can't let him go on like this.
King Shurhan and the other 5 invincible kings looked grim.
Zhou Lang's teleportation speed made it impossible for them to catch up. Now even if the blockade of the surrounding space was lifted, it would be of no avail.
Zhou Lang himself also used the precious meteorite to block the space. Even if they unlocked the blockade of space, they would not be able to teleport.
The peak kings and the limit kings are constantly falling, but they are powerless to do anything. God Devouring King, come and fight me if you have the guts.
King Shurhan seemed furious, because just now, King Yuanji and King Eclipse had been killed by Zhou Lang. As for the Blood Prison King, as a king at the limit of his power, he had already fallen before the kings of other races arrived.
Since you want to die so badly, I will grant your wish. All of you humans will be crowned kings and guard the 4 directions for me. No foreign king will be allowed to escape. Zhou Lang said loudly and instantly appeared in front of King Shurhan. Zhou Yu.
The spear in his hand turned into 1,000,000 kilometers in size and smashed down towards King Shurhan. The space around the Time Scar King began to collapse, and time became chaotic.
No!
Watching the spear smashing down, King Shurhan wanted to raise his hand to fight back, but in the next moment, time went back to the moment he raised his hand. Puff! King Shirhan was blown away hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and his expression suddenly changed drastically.
One hit. Just one hit.
The loss of his divine body has actually exceeded 10%.
Space-time fission.
The next moment, Zhou Lang appeared in front of King Shirhan again, and this time the attack turned into a stab. The surrounding space turned into countless fragments and began to wash over the body of King Shirhan.
King Shirhan was filled with resentment. If I die, you won't have an easy life. Boom.
King Shirhan chose to self-destruct his divine body without hesitation. One strike could cause him to lose 10% of his divine body. The strength of both sides is simply not on the same level.
He doesn't want to become someone else's soul slave.
As the invincible king, he believed that he would be resurrected by his tribe. The explosion affected a range of hundreds of thousands of kilometers, and many people at the peak and limit of the king level in the surrounding area were seriously injured or even died. However, at the center of the explosion, Zhou Lang walked out of a palace. This palace is extremely huge, covering tens of thousands of miles, and its walls are dotted with murals of thousands of planets. This is the palace's most valuable treasure, the Thousand-Star Palace, which was the welcome gift sent by senior brother Yuho.
Next, it's the four of you. Zhou Lang smiled and looked at the remaining four invincible kings.
However, what made him feel helpless was that, except for the mechanical clan's vassal King Zhuanluan of the Chengtua clan and the demon clan's vassal King Zhuanluan of the Actinium clan, the Zerg clan's crown king, the invincible King Wanxin, and the mechanical clan's crown king, the invincible King Xinhen, chose to self-destruct without hesitation upon seeing this. The two invincible kings' self-explosions killed almost all the peak and extreme kings within the range.
The reason why King Huanluan and King Huanluan did not self-destruct was because they were the strongest in their respective tribes. That's right, their ethnic group doesn't even have a universe lord. If they really died, the demon race probably wouldn't resurrect them.
However, Zhou Lang will not show mercy to those who dare not die. In the end, there were no surprises in the outcome for the two.
Zhou Lang now has two more soul slaves who are crowned as invincible kings.
The legacy of 3,000 kings made Zhou Lang's wealth increase significantly in this battle. Especially there are several people who have inherited the legacy of being invincible kings, and these people are destined to possess valuable treasures. As Zhou Lang continued to collect the inheritance, Zhou Ling spoke. Master, the Hongmeng sent a message that your authority has been upgraded to 4 stars. When Zhou Ling's voice sounded, Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted. In one battle, he killed more than 3,000 kings, including 5 invincible kings. If Hongmeng was not stupid, he would definitely upgrade his star level. But what's a 4-star rating? I can kill other invincible kings at will, so you should at least give me a 5-star rating, right? Zhou Lang secretly complained in his heart, but did not pay much attention to it. The Hongmeng, after all, was just a part of the human forces. As a core member of the human race, Zhou Lang didn't think these were the most important. With the help of the soul slaves, Zhou Lang quickly collected the spoils. 5 invincible kings, a total of 7 precious treasures, really good. Zhou Lang checked his harvest and the smile on his face became more obvious.
Xiaoling, can you give me a rough estimate of how many Han Yuan units these resources are worth?
Master, the total value of all the remaining king-level divine bodies and various resources is approximately 30 trillion Han Yuan units.
If you are not
in a hurry to deal with them and take your time, a rough estimate is that the selling price should be able to increase to 50 trillion Han Yuan units. After Zhou Ling finished speaking, Zhou Lang immediately laughed. A treasure weighs about 10 trillion Han Yuan units.
So, it doesn't seem like much.
He looked at the 7 treasures he had put away, and couldn't help but recall the prices of things above the Han Yuan unit, then shook his head. 30 trillion Han Yuan units are at most 3 levels of treasure points, and 50 trillion Han Yuan units are at most 5 levels of treasure points. You guys, sort and store all these supplies. Zhou Lang sent all his living soul slaves into the world ring containing supplies and gave an order casually.
Receive.
Then, Zhou Lang waved his hand and took back the 365 meteorites. In the distance, many kings of the human race and its vassal races dared to approach.
God Devourer King, I admire you.
King Jinshi, as the invincible king, was the first to walk up to Zhou Lang. Looking at Zhou Lang's gaze, King Jinshi spoke sincerely. He had reached the realm of invincible power over 100,000 epochs ago. Yet, for so long, he hadn't made the slightest progress.
And what about Zhou Lang?
It has only been a few hundred years since I started practicing. At the realm lord level, both in terms of strength and understanding of the laws, they far surpassed him.
This was an all-round crushing defeat. However, King Jinshi didn't feel jealous.
He had no conflict of interest with Zhou Lang, and his primary goal was to befriend him. From this perspective, the stronger Zhou Lang became, the better it would be for him.
God Devouring King, congratulations. God Devourer King, I admire you. God Devourer King.
Many other kings of the human race and its vassal races also came to Zhou Lang and offered their congratulations.
Zhou Lang's identity was no longer a secret.
For a realm lord to reach this level was unprecedented.
Everyone.
When Zhou Lang spoke, more than 1,000 powerful kings shut up and looked at him in unison.
You all helped me intercept many foreign kings before. I don't have any other treasures here.
These are 1,365 world rings, which contain the spoils of this battle.
Whatever you get is yours.
As Zhou Lang spoke, he waved his hand and thousands of world rings appeared in front of him.
Ha 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 ha, I've always had good luck. In that case, I won't be polite.
The many kings looked at each other, and no one took the initiative to act. King Jinshi laughed and picked up the space ring closest to him.
In that case, I won't be polite. I'll try my luck too. I'm coming too.
Under the leadership of King Jinshi, the other kings also took action and each took a world ring.
Thank you, God-devouring king.
King Jinshi said with a smile, and many kings also hurriedly expressed their gratitude.
No problem, everyone. I'm going back to the divine base. Bye. Zhou Lang waved his hand casually.
The thousands of world rings contained only a few 100 million Hunyuan units of resources, and the most contained only a little over a billion. Although the number of kings who had escaped and were intercepted wasn't large, they had helped after all, and it was considered a token of gratitude. For Zhou Lang right now, it wasn't a big deal.
It's just right. I'm also planning to go back and rest. If God Devourer doesn't mind, would you mind if we go together?
When King Jinshi heard Zhou Lang say this, his eyes lit up.
No problem, please. Zhou Lang didn't refuse, and instead retrieved an F-class spaceship. The two of them boarded and departed.
As for the other kings, none of them uttered a single word. Even a few who had barely reached the invincible realm
of kings remained silent.
Zhou Lang's strength was such that only the Goldstone King could communicate with him normally. If the others followed, they would inevitably appear reserved, so it was better not to follow. As Zhou Lang and King Jinshi were heading towards the divine base, Zhou Lang single-handedly confronted 3,000 Seal Kings and slew them all. Even word began to spread that the 5 Seal Kings were invincible.
Zhou Lang, he finally grew up.
In the Zerg territory, a beautiful Zerg queen sat in the Zerg nest, with a sigh in her tone.
Zhou Lang, damn it, we should have sent someone to assassinate him.
In the territory of the Demon Clan, 2 great beings were shrouded in divine light, and their voices rang out like thunder.
Zhou Lang, the possibility of becoming the top overlord of the universe has reached 100%. He must be killed.
In the territory of the Mechanical Clan, an oval-shaped, pitch-black existence was shining. In the universe, the name of the God-devouring king began to spread, and he became an invincible king with the strength of a realm master.
Zhou Lang's name continued to spread among various races. And in Chaos City, Zhou Lang, Junior brother, your disciple is really surprising.
In the Chaos Ruins, the Lord of Chaos City stared at the latest news with flickering eyes.
Luo Feng seems to have relaxed a bit in his interactions with his family recently, so, thinking of this, the Lord of Chaos City sent Luo Feng the battle video of Zhou Lang fighting alone against more than 3,000 kings. Inside Chaos City, the 9 Swords Reverend, who had become its guardian, burst into laughter upon hearing the news. 9 Swords, come quickly. Kanglin is trying to challenge me in the virtual universe again. Want to join us and see what's going on? Lord Qianwu, who had also become a guard of Primal Chaos City, approached the 9 Swords Master and asked with a chuckle, Qianwu, how did you know that my disciple killed over 3,000 kings in a single battle, and that 5 of them were invincible?
The 9 Swords Master was a little stunned.
Have I asked? By the way, your disciple is still at the Domain Lord level, right? The 4 Giants of Qianwu. This name is really impressive.
The Venerable 9 Swords spoke, and the King of Qianwu immediately turned black in his face. He had already learned the truth of the matter through the virtual universe.
Let's go, it's boring. The Qianwu King turned and left.
Taking advantage of the opportunity he had taken to trick so many venerable kings, the Qianwu King had also repaid some of his debts, which made him feel better. At the same time, he could also tease the venerables he had tricked in the virtual universe.
After all, he was a guard in Chaos City, and these venerables couldn't do anything to him. But today, Zhou Jin's words, and the news he had heard had put the Lord of Qianwu in a very bad mood. After returning to the virtual universe and punishing Venerable Kanglin, the Lord of Qianwu was transported to the Qianwu continent. Luo Feng came to see me on his own initiative?
The King of Qianwu originally wanted to summon Luo Feng over, but he didn't expect Luo Feng to take the initiative to find him.
Teacher, Luo Feng's expression was somewhat solemn.
Seeing this, the King of Qianwu couldn't help but frown slightly.
Luo Feng, did you encounter any difficulties during your exile? It doesn't matter. Qianwu universe is your territory, so just tell me. Luo Feng, who was originally in a heavy mood, couldn't help but feel a warm current in his heart when he heard this. Thank you for your concern, teacher. Actually, it's not about the outside. Luo Feng forced a smile. Teacher, I'm ready to break through to the Realm Master level. Oh, breaking through to the Realm Master level? What? Are you really ready?
The Qianwu King was stunned for a moment, then reacted and hurriedly dissuaded
him.
Luo Feng, you need to think carefully. If you're not prepared and rush into a breakthrough, it won't be beneficial to your future cultivation. Although the King of Qianwu was choked by the 9 Swords Venerable, he asked Luo Feng to come over to persuade him to practice well, but he did not want to disrupt Luo Feng's practice plan.
Is it because of Zhou Lang? King Qianwu quickly thought of the reason, and Luo Feng also nodded.
I saw the video of Zhou Lang's battle in the extraterritorial battlefield.
Who was so bored as to send you this video?
The Lord of Qianwu State curled his lips.
Wasn't this disrupting Luo Feng's mentality? Luo Feng gave him a strange look, thinking that this teacher was so brave. It's the Chaos City Lord Teacher. Cough cough cough.
Upon hearing Luo Feng's words, the king of Qianwu suddenly coughed a few times and his eyes wandered around.
Well, Luo Feng, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You don't have to compare yourself with Zhou Lang. You just need to compete with yourself.
The king of Qianwu hurriedly spoke up, trying to change the subject, and Luo Feng did not dwell on it.
Teacher, I have thought all this through clearly.
I have indeed indulged myself for too long during this period.
Being with my family makes me feel very relaxed.
But in the universe, strength is always the most important thing. Therefore, I decided to immediately start breaking through to the Realm Master level after leaving the Golden Horn clan.
Luo Feng nodded, then spoke seriously.
But please rest assured, teacher, I won't be like that reckless person Zhou Lang, who rushed to the outer battlefield right after breaking through. After I break through to the Realm Master, I will practice in peace and quiet in Chaos City for a while. After I pass through the original Tongtian mountain of the Realm Master level, I will set off to the battlefield outside the domain.
Whatever that reckless man Zhou Lang can do, I can also achieve. Have you really made up your mind, lunatic? In the silver-blue community of the virtual universe, Zhou Lang looked at Luo Feng opposite him with a slightly frown.
In the original novel, Luo Feng seemed to have been lingering in the Domain Lord realm for quite some time.
If you choose to break through to the Realm Master in advance just to follow me, it seems unnecessary. Don't worry, I won't act rashly.
After hearing what Zhou Lang said, Luo Feng responded with a smile.
I recently found a treasure on Earth. I can't give it to you, and I can't really explain what it is. But you asked me to go to the Junkstar region to take a look, and I did. I found a lot of good stuff. I can give it to you to try after you return from the battlefield outside the region.
There was a hint of regret in Luo Feng's tone, and Zhou Lang's brows raised slightly.
What Luo Feng discovered should be the 9 Tribulations secret book and the weapons, armor and general's armor.
But the problem is, he has not practiced the 9 Tribulations secret book, so he naturally cannot use it.
What is even more puzzling is that in the original novel, Luo Feng seemed to have been assassinated in the garbage star field. But why didn't he happen this time? It's still a long time before I leave the extraterritorial battlefield, so you don't have to wait for me.
Zhou Lang shook his hand, while Luo Feng looked at him with strange eyes.
How many military merits do you need?
More than 3,000 to become a king, and the lowest is the peak of the king.
Isn't this enough to allow you to leave the outer battlefield? That's not a problem. Zhou Lang shook his head.
His military merits were already sufficient.
One peak king meant 100 trillion military merits, with over 3,000
plus those at the limit king, barely invincible king, and invincible king. Zhou Lang could have already left the outer domain battlefield.
However, the system mission is not yet complete.
The main artifact of material defense is absolutely a treasure, plus a rare item from heaven and earth. Zhou Lang only needs to stay in the battlefield outside the domain for 1,000 years, which is really a great deal. I just want to stay in the extraterritorial battlefield for a while longer. Besides, 100,000 military merits can be exchanged for 1 point.
My current military merits can be exchanged for more than 1 trillion points.
I think that by the time I leave the extraterritorial battlefield, I should have no shortage of points.
Zhou Lang said this, raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Feng.
After hearing what Zhou Lang said, the poor Luo Feng's breathing became rapid.
Lonzi, I'm going to log off and break through first. Luo Feng said goodbye in a hurry without waiting for Zhou Lang to speak. Zhou Lang shook his head, feeling no unhappiness, and left the virtual universe. At this time, he had returned to the base of the gods. The title of God-Eating King earned Zhou Lang the respect of all immortals in the base of gods, and in the universe. Almost, finally escaped. On the Qingyan boat, the Qinglong clone looked back with lingering fear, then urged the thorny dragon vine and quickly entered the dark universe.
Fortunately, I was able to merge into the 4 symbols clones, otherwise I would have to return to my original body this time. The Azure Dragon's clone transformed into a young man with 2 horns on his head and his cheeks covered with green dragon scales.
Since leaving Qilong Star, Qinglong's clone began to travel in the universe.
More than 10 years ago, Qinglong's clone broke into a secret realm in the universe, but he did not expect to encounter the greatest danger in the secret realm as soon as he entered. If it weren't for the Qinjianzu, the Qinglong clone might have died tragically on the spot.
But what exactly is this place?
After traveling at 500 times the speed of light for more than a month, the Azure Dragon clone let the Thorn Dragon Vine control the green smoke boat to leave the dark universe, and then took out an F-class spaceship and floated in the universe.
There is actually a planet with life? More than half a month later, Qinglong's clone discovered a planet with life and then controlled the spacecraft to land on it. How did you end up in the demon tribe's territory?
A day later, after investigating inside the planet,
Qinglong's clone looked helpless. This is a demon commercial planet named Kyanlangsing, and its ruler is a demon royal family of the Realm Master level, the Heli clan. Because humans possess the bug level existence of the virtual universe, universe, they can manage the entire human territory in the form of a cosmic kingdom, but the demon race cannot do it. Even if the demons are in a star region, they can only communicate with each other through their minds and cannot meet their virtual images, which is somewhat similar to the telephones on Earth. This leads to chaos in the demon clan's grassroots management. Usually, powerful people occupy a large number of planets, but the demon clan does not take this seriously, as long as these powerful people are willing to submit to the demon clan. It seems there's nothing wrong with the four symbols clones roaming the universe as demons. The life auras of the original and the clones are completely different, and they have two pronuclei. Even the strongest in the universe can't see the connection between the two. Furthermore, the appearance of the Azure Dragon clone is most suitable for the demon race or the Star Beast Alliance. Thinking of this, the eyes of the Azure Dragon clone suddenly flashed with light. Soon, he made a decision and chose to stay in the demon clan and join the ranks of the demon clan. This decision did not have any substantial impact on Zhou Lang himself. Apart from occasionally going to the center of the nebula to kill, Zhou Lang spent most of his time on the base of the gods, drinking, and having fun with humans and their vassal kings. Time passes slowly. 37 years later, Luo Feng successfully broke through to the Realm Master level. However, Luo Feng did not directly step into the extraterritorial battlefield, but applied to enter Chaos City. More than 800 years have passed in the outside world. Luo Feng passed through the original Tongtian Mountain, which was at the Realm Master level, and left Chaos City. Similar to the original novel, Luo Feng once again came to the Garbage Star Field and then entered the 7th battlefield. Zhou Lang occasionally chatted with Luo Feng in the virtual universe and had some understanding of all this. Run! The God-Eating King is coming. Damn, why is this guy back again? Hurry, run! In the center of the nebula, Zhou Lang had just appeared when a large number of alien kings around him changed their expressions and fled desperately into the distance. After all, Zhou Lang is now an extraordinary existence in the entire 3rd battlefield. The agreement stipulates that strong people of the rank of Venerable and above are prohibited from entering the battlefield outside the domain. However, if a strong man of the Chaos City Lord's level wants to come in, he can still do it. Occasionally, the demons and others would not say much. There is no other reason. That's because the Chaos City Lord is extremely powerful, even terrifying, and he has a clone. But ordinary Venerables dare not violate this agreement. But what about Zhou Lang? His true realm is only at the Realm Master level. But even so, ordinary Venerables may not be his opponents. Being crowned as the Invincible King only means being comparable to the most ordinary Universe Master, not that one can defeat the most ordinary Universe Master. Even the top invincible kings like King Jinyan and King Tongnan can only escape from the Venerable at best. And what about Zhou Lang? He can even directly slaughter the Invincible King. With this kind of strength in the entire 3rd battlefield, Zhou Lang has nothing to fear unless a high-level master comes. As for those who were crowned kings, it's just delivering food. This also led to the fact that in the past few hundred years, the foreign kings in the 3rd battlefield chose to withdraw. The battlefield outside the domain is so vast, there is no need to fight to the death here. It is said that most of the kings chose to go to the 7th battlefield. Escape? Can you escape? Zhou Lang sneered and waved his hand, and 365 meteorites flew out, completely blocking the surrounding area of tens of millions of miles. There are less than 100 people who have been crowned kings. How boring. Soon, Zhou Lang appeared again, put away the meteorite, and then ignored the human race or vassal kings who came to greet him, and left directly on the spaceship. Brother, is your idea reliable? For more than 800 years, I have been traveling around here almost every few decades, but during this time, I haven't even seen a single Venerable or Universe Master come to kill me? In the virtual universe, Zhou Lang looked at the hall of Lord Yuho with some helplessness. It seems that I overestimated the courage of those guys. Our plan has failed. Junior brother, get ready and leave the battlefield outside the domain. I will wait for you there. The Lord of Yuho shook his head helplessly. When the God-Eating King killed 3,000 kings in a battle, the Lord of Yuho excitedly found Zhou Lang and prepared to conduct a sting operation on the battlefield outside the domain. Unfortunately, aliens are not so easy to be lured. No matter how Zhou Lang colluded on the battlefield outside the domain, the alien race was unwilling to be fooled. At the same time, within the demon clan's territory, teacher, where are we going? The Qinglong clone looked at the huge strange beast crawling in the palace and asked. The strange beast had a serrated shell and a cone-shaped weapon on its tail. It was resting with its eyes closed. I'll take you to broaden your horizons. Also, Qinglong, you usually think highly of yourself, but the universe is too vast, and geniuses emerge endlessly. This time, you will also be able to see a true genius. One of the two great ancestors of the demon race, Jinjiao, opened his eyes and looked at his most outstanding disciple with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. More than 300 years ago, the father god of the mechanical clan sent him a message to discuss the assassination of the god-eating king Zhou Lang. So, Jinjiao returned from the cosmic sea after discussing with the Dream Demon clan. I didn't expect that as soon as I returned to the original universe, I discovered the genius Qinglong. The god devourer king is very powerful, but my
my disciple is not bad either.
Thinking of this, Jinjiao smiled. A true genius? Teacher, how talented is he?
A hint of curiosity flashed in Qinglong's eyes, and then he asked,
The human race's god-devouring king, do you think he's a genius? The shockhorn monster spoke with a hint of amazement in its tone.
According to intelligence gathered by the tribe, the god-devourer king is no more than 1,000 years old.
With such strength, he's truly worthy of our joint assassination.
This time, not only are the mechanicals participating, but the demon ancestors and the Zerg have also been invited, and even the mechanical father god has joined.
He's truly powerful. Even I'm no match for him.
The Azure Dragon clone nodded solemnly, showing no sign of complacency. At this time, the master of the virtual universe was standing by.
Junior brother, what are you thinking about?
The Lord of the Nether Marquis asked, looking at the suddenly silent Zhou Lang.
A strange
light flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes, and he looked up at the Lord of the Nether Marquis.
Senior brother, I have a path in the demon clan.
Although the risk is high, the profit is also very considerable.
Brother, I have a way in the demon tribe.
Although the risk is great, the profit is also considerable. Zhou Lang raised his head and looked towards the Lord of Yuho with a smile on his face.
What?
The Lord of Yuho was stunned for a moment and looked at Zhou Lang with some confusion.
Brother, the thing is, I have an avatar in the demon clan.
Seeing that Lord Yuho still didn't understand, Zhou Lang began to explain briefly. You're saying that you have another clone, one with a completely different life force than yours, that has joined the demon race and is now a disciple
of their ancestor, Jinyao? And Jinyao Zhu is taking your clone to discuss with the mechanical race and the insect race how to assassinate you?
The Lord of Yuho felt that he had lived for so many years, and as the Lord of the universe, he had witnessed countless things. However, this move of Zhou Lang was the first time he had heard of it.
That's right, brother, do you want to try some fishing? Zhou Lang nodded and looked at the Lord of Yuho with anticipation. If this operation succeeds, at least we can trick a top cosmic overlord, right?
After all, with the strength Zhou Lang has shown now, he can escape even from a high-level venerable.
Maybe even the Lord of the universe will come to assassinate him?
However, this possibility is very small. Even if the top overlord of the universe dies, he can be resurrected, but if the master of the universe dies, there is really nothing that can be done.
Wait here for a moment. I'll go find Uncle Chaos.
The Lord of Yoho's expression turned serious. As one of the high-ranking officials of the human race, Lord Yuho realized that this was a good opportunity to inflict heavy damage on the demon race, the mechanical race, and the insect race. If all this is done properly, it might not be impossible for the human race to take advantage of the opportunity to seize the territory of the next cosmic country.
With a larger territory, humanity will be able to cultivate more geniuses. Just thinking about it made Lord Yuho feel excited. The next moment, the Lord of Yuho appeared in the Chaos City in the virtual universe. Uncle Master, the Lord of Yuho came to Chaos Ruins and greeted the Lord of Chaos City. Yuho, aren't you fishing with your junior apprentice brother? Seeing the Lord of Yuho coming, the Lord of Chaos City asked with a smile.
Uncle Master, I hope you can contact the founder of the Great Axe and convene a Great Axe conference.
Are you serious? After hearing the words of Lord Yuho, the Lord of Chaos City did not refuse immediately. As a high-ranking figure in the human race, Lord Yuho would never act without a purpose. It was obvious that he did have something major to discuss that would affect the entire human race. The Great Axe is already preparing to return from the cosmic ocean. It is estimated that it will be able to return to the original universe in 100 years.
Okay, Uncle Master, I will explain it in detail when we convene the Great Axe conference 100 years from now.
The Lord of Yuho nodded.
It would probably take more than 100 years for the demons, machines and insects to discuss the details of the assassination.
This kind of large-scale assassination would likely require the top cosmic overlord or even the Lord of the universe to carry it out within the territory of China and its three races joining forces. It would be impossible to complete it without 1,800 years. After all, the hatred between humans and the demons, insects and machines is like a blood feud, which does not mean that the other three races can coexist peacefully. The reason they joined forces this time was simply because Zhou Lang's appearance made them feel threatened. At this time, within the territory of the mechanical clan, on a planet, the entire planet and the surrounding galaxies are being controlled by the three most powerful beings in the universe. Human beings have to retreat in the virtual universe of the universe. This is the power of the strongest being in the universe. Jinjiao, why did you bring a little guy with you?
The translucent white skin of the Zerg Queen seemed to be sparkling with light, making her look particularly charming. The Qinglong clone looked at the other party and felt dizzy. Jinjiao snorted coldly, and the sound kept echoing in the mind of Qinglong's clone.
Okay, let's get back to the topic.
The voice of the mechanical father sounded, and an oval black sphere appeared before him.
The God Devourer King is too threatening. He has a 100% chance of becoming a top universe overlord.
If he becomes a master of the universe, he will be at least a 4th-level master, and there's a chance he'll be a 5th-level master. The mechanical father god spoke in a concise and clear tone, but the expressions of Jinjiao and the Zerg Queen did not look good. In less than 2,000 years, such a genius appeared in the human race. This is definitely not good news for the three races. How to assassinate him? With the power that the God-devouring king has displayed now, even the high-level cosmic masters cannot stop him. As a disciple of Yu-Ho, he must possess a treasure that is precious or even the most precious to save his life. Even if the universe overlord or the top universe overlord takes action, they are not completely sure of it. At the very least, the Lord of the Universe has to take action. This is within the territory of the human race. Who are you going to send? The Zerg Queen spoke. Although Jinjiao did not agree, his expression clearly showed agreement. The mechanical race can send a third-level universe lord from a subordinate race. The mechanical race's father god spoke again. The Zerg Queen and Jinjiao were silent, and they looked at each other. So what about the timing of the assassination? It's impossible to carry out the assassination within the human race's territory. Even a Tier 3 Lord of the Universe would never return alive if they entered the human race's territory, Jinjiao said. The mechanical race's father god immediately responded. The outer domain battlefield opens once every 1,000 epochs. Let's start it early. By then, the universe lords can also participate. Then, a direct assassination attempt will have a 98% success rate. As the mechanical father god finished his words, the Zerg Queen and Jinjiao didn't immediately agree. If the mechanical race had produced a third-rank universe master, then both the Zerg and the demon races would surely produce one as well. If successful, everything would be fine. But if it failed, the extraterritorial battlefield, which had been maintained for countless epochs, would likely collapse due to this failed assassination attempt. Humanity might even seize this opportunity to expand its territory. Is it really worth taking such a huge risk to assassinate a human genius? The Zerg Queen and the mechanical father god exchanged glances, a flicker of hesitation in their eyes. Worth it. The God-Devourer King's threat is too great. Whether he becomes a top cosmic overlord or ascends to a 5th-tier cosmic master, he will pose a massive threat to other races. He must be killed. Suppressing him is the top priority. I agree. The demon tribe will also send a Tier 3 universe master. The Zerg tribe will do the same. Jinjiao and the Zerg Queen agreed almost simultaneously. However, despite their agreement to the assassination plan, such a large-scale operation was clearly not something that could be completed in a short period of time. At this time, the battlefield outside the domain completely blocked. I can't even receive information from the Azure Dragon clone. Is this the strength of the universe's most powerful being, a true god? Zhou Lang thought, a strange look flashing in his eyes as he held his wine glass. Even when the Azure Dragon clone was trapped in the secret realm of the universe, Zhou Lang's thoughts hadn't been isolated. But now, he had lost all information about the Azure Dragon clone. Just wait, it's not like they will never let go of the territory. Zhou Lang was not too worried. Master, your senior brother, Lord Yuho, has sent a message, Zhou Ling said. Zhou Lang was about to connect to the virtual universe when a system notification sounded in his mind. Mission, survive 1,000 years in the plain battlefield. Quest reward, material defense artifact *1, universe rare object *1. The mission has been completed, and the mission rewards have been issued. Mission accomplished? Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly, but still separated a trace of his consciousness to enter the virtual universe. Senior brother. Arriving at the main hall, Zhou Lang saluted the Lord of Yuho. No need to be so polite. The Lord of the Dark Marquis waved his hand, a smile on his face. I've already discussed this matter with Uncle Chaos, and will have a result soon. However, you may have to stay in the outer battlefield for a while longer. Brother, don't worry. The outer realm battlefield presents no danger to me at this stage. Hearing the words of the Lord of the Nether Marquis, Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand. Most of the kings in the third battlefield, frightened by Zhou Lang's title as the God Devourer, fled and moved to the 7th battlefield. Unfortunately, these kings, far from the God Devourer, now had to face the Sword River King and the Silver Wing King. I wonder if Uncle Chaos gave the Wu Yui to the madman. Zhou Lang's thoughts were somewhat scattered. Be careful. It's best to stay in the divine base for the time being. Okay, I'll let you know when there's news. I've been waiting outside the extraterritorial battlefield, so you can rest assured. The Lord of the Marquis of Hell said, and Zhou Lang took his leave. For the main artifact of material defense, I'd better choose the Black Nightmare armor. This armor can at least withstand the attack of the Lord of the Universe, right? Zhou Lang quickly determined the appearance of the main artifact of material defense. Black Nightmare armor, a high-level armor treasure, capable of weakening attacks to 1/10,000th of their original value. Zhou Lang smiled as he gazed upon the black armor before him. With the impending assassination attempt imminent, this high-level armor treasure arrived just in time. With the glazed ring on his soul and the Black Nightmare armor, Zhou Lang had nothing to fear, even if the demons, Zerg, and Mechanoids sent out their masters of the universe. At least he wouldn't die before the human master of the universe arrived. I'm in a good mood. Why not go out and kill a few aliens to celebrate and become king? Thinking of this, Zhou Lang directly boarded the spaceship and left the god base. Time passes by in this slow pace. In the third battlefield, nothing major happened except that Zhou Lang occasionally went out to avoid the pursuit of the alien king. However, on the seventh battlefield, a human king suddenly emerged. The peak of becoming a king, the limit of becoming a king. With every fight, this human king constantly breaks his own strength record. In the end, he was hailed as the king of Daoha by many alien races. At the same time, in the territory of the Mechanical Clan Father God, the Zerg Queen and the Demon Clan Jinjiao, who had just received the news, fell into silence for a moment.
Does the original universe favor the human race? A god-eating king just appeared, and now he is planning an assassination, and now a Knife River king has appeared? After a moment, Jinjiao finally spoke. The god-devouring king is the biggest threat. The Blade River king is just an ordinary invincible king.
There is no need to take him seriously. Indeed, even if King Daohai is invincible, the possibility of him finally breaking through to become a venerable is very slim. But King God Devouring is different. As a realm lord, his comprehension of the laws is already so powerful. If he succeeds in breaking through to immortality, he will definitely become the top overlord of the universe. As soon as Jin Yaozu finished speaking, the Zerg Queen nodded slightly to express her agreement. The Azure Dragon clone followed Demon Ancestor closely, his face serious, yet he couldn't help but laugh wildly. He thought to himself, his teacher was truly full of confidence.
Knife River King, no need to worry about him at all?
He hoped his teacher would maintain this confidence in the years to come.
After all, the current Luo Feng was far more powerful than he was in the original novel.
The three tribes' deliberations were not over, they continued. Time flew by, 1 year, 2 years, 2.5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 25 years, 100 years, 200 years, 250 years. The three true gods had been deliberating for a full 250 years to assassinate a realm lord. Since the decision has been made, we will start a war in the extraterritorial battlefield 100 years later.
The demon ancestor Jin spoke, and the Zerg Queen nodded slightly. The success rate of assassinating the god-eating king is 100%.
Data streams flashed around the mechanical father god, and then the three of them restored the space around them. The domain was withdrawn, and Zhou Lang reconnected with the Azure Dragon clone. Both sides quickly received their respective intelligence that had been disconnected for 500 years. When the Azure Dragon clone followed the demon ancestor out of the mechanical clan's territory, Zhou Lang had just returned to the divine base from the extraterritorial battlefield and logged
into the virtual universe without hesitation. Brother Yuho, the assassination plan has been finalized, Zhou Lang said, and the Lord of Yoho's eyes flashed with excitement.
Wait here.
The next moment, the Lord of the Dark Marquis vanished, arriving in the chaos ruins of the virtual universe. Originally, the Chaos City Lord was alone in the chaos
ruins, but now a tall figure, dressed like a wild man, appeared.
It was none other than the only human race to possess the strongest power in the universe, Great Axe. Uncle Chaos, the founder of the Giant Axe.
The Lord of Yuho spoke. The Lord of Chaos City and the founder of the Giant Axe did not speak, but just nodded slightly. The next moment, all the lords of the universe from all human races appeared in a special plane of the virtual universe, the Great Axe Conference.
Plane.
This was a true high-level meeting among the human race, a grand event that only the lords of the universe could participate in.
The five most powerful forces, the Virtual Universe Company, the Giant Axe Arena, the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank, and the Universe First Bank.
A total of 18 lords of the universe gathered together at this time, and even the Lord of Darkness who had originally set out for the Universe Sea has returned. Everyone, my disciple Zhou Lang has confirmed that the assassination plan of the demon race, the insect race and the mechanical race has
been finalized. Each of the three races will send a third-level universe lord. As for the assassination location, it will be chosen in the extraterritorial battlefield.
The three races are ready to start the extraterritorial battlefield war in advance. The Lord of Darkness spoke, and many universe lords looked at each other, and then their eyes focused on the founder of the Giant Axe sitting in the main seat.
If all three third-level universe lords can be killed, the territory of our human race can at least expand to a higher-level universe country. So, let's talk about how we should deal with it when that time comes.
The founder of the Giant Axe spoke, and then many universe lords began to discuss.
A high-level cosmic nation not only represents the expansion of human territory, but also means an increase in genius and even a wealth of resources.
For the lords of the universe, the resources of a high-level cosmic nation are nothing, but for the universe overlords and universe venerables under their command, they are rare opportunities. As the core of the assassination plan, Zhou Lang wasn't eligible to participate in the Great Axe Conference, but he wasn't idle either.
Madman, are you still claiming to be the master of the Star Tower? Zhou Lang asked Luo Feng across from him in the virtual universe.
In the original novel, Luo Feng came into contact with the treasures of the sacrificial pagoda while being hunted, and thus began to identify with the Star Pagoda. However, Luo Feng's current strength far surpasses that of the original novel, so it seems he was the one who proactively sought the Star Pagoda. Pagoda.
However, Zhou Lang had a vague feeling that Luo Feng's initiative in seeking the Star Pagoda might not have been entirely voluntary. After all, the Nine Tribulations secret
code had already been found by Luo Feng, and the hermit could not have been unaware of this.
It was likely that the hermit was secretly guiding Luo Feng there. That's right, it may take thousands of years. Luo Feng nodded.
It has only been less than 1,000 years since he started recognizing his master, so he did not feel too much difficulty.
Good luck. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, but he couldn't help Luo Feng.
This wasn't about strength or understanding of the laws, but rather about willpower.
Upon leaving Chaos City, Luo Feng's willpower seemed slightly weaker than in the original novel.
However, after 1,000 years, his willpower had greatly improved.
Therefore, Zhou Lang wasn't worried about Luo Feng failing. As for whether he needed to warn Luo Feng to be careful, within the Star Tower, Luo Feng was absolutely safe.
As the strongest Lone Ranger, Swashanka was a force that none of the various races in the universe dared to cross. Furthermore, even if the Star Tower were attacked by the strongest being in the entire original universe, it would remain unscathed. Therefore, there was no need to worry about Luo Feng's safety.
My senior brother wants to talk to me. Let's talk sometime.
After receiving the email from the Lord of the Nether Marquis, Zhou Lang said goodbye to Luo Feng. However, he didn't notice the solemn
expression on Luo Feng's face after he left. The Star Tower's test of willpower exceeded Luo Feng's expectations. Ever since he first left Chaos City, Luo Feng had realized his willpower was somewhat weak and had begun actively improving it. Following Zhou Lang's advice, Luo Feng frequently discussed relevant information with Hong and Lei Shun. Especially during his time as a domain lord, Luo Feng
studied extensively the works of Earth's sages. He believed that his willpower at the Realm Lord level far surpassed that of most immortals, but he hadn't expected the Star Tower to be so demanding.
For my family and for the Earth, I must not fail. Luo Feng's eyes flashed with determination, and then he withdrew from the virtual universe.
At this time, within the Demon Clan's territory, disciple, you must cultivate diligently during this period. The human race's god-devouring king
is undoubtedly dead, but your talent is not bad either.
In recent years, the human race has seen the emergence of talents like the Sword River
King and the Silver Wing King. You must not let your guard down.
The decisive battle will soon begin, and you will then enter the Outer Realm for
training. Come find me before you enter.
Demon Ancestor Jin placed the Azure Dragon clone on a planet and casually gave him some instructions.
Yes, teacher, I understand.
Qinglong's clone nodded in agreement.
Your Highness Qinglong, Your Highness Qinglong, Your Highness Qinglong.
This was the planet Jin Yaozu had arranged for the Azure Dragon clone.
The entire planet and its surrounding galaxies were now its territory. I wonder what gift this cheap teacher will prepare for me then.
Returning to the main hall, the Azure Dragon clone sat cross-legged, his
mind racing.
As the strongest being, the demon race was vastly different from the human race, and he would surely bestow upon me many valuable gifts.
Perhaps a treasure set?
At the very least, a top-tier precious set? Otherwise, it would seem unworthy of his cheap teacher's power. Putting aside his thoughts, the Azure Dragon clone logged into the virtual universe using an anonymous account. This was a common practice among many races.
The anonymous accounts offered by the
Virtual Universe Company were not only for slaves, but also for numerous alien races. After logging in, the Azure Dragon clone was directly transported to the Dark Lord's special dimension.
Greetings, teacher. Greetings, senior brother Yuho.
In the main hall, the Lord of Darkness sat on the throne, with Zhou Lang himself and the Lord of Yuho standing beside him.
That's right.
I was worried about your ability to survive in the future, but now it seems I can rest assured. The Lord of Darkness looked at the Azure Dragon clone and nodded with a smile.
Thank you for your concern, teacher.
Zhou Lang and Qinglong's clone saluted in unison, and the Lord of Darkness waved his hand. You must remember the plan clearly. Although you are protected by the treasure, the other party is the master of the universe after all, so you must not be careless.
For this reason, I have
applied for a set of treasure suits for you from the Master's clan, and senior brother Yuho will give it to you later. The Lord of Darkness spoke, and there was a gleam in Zhou Lang's eyes.
Teacher, I don't need to return this treasure, right?
You wish. The Lord of Darkness rolled his eyes at Zhou Lang. There are 4 pieces in the treasure set: an ordinary attack spear, a high-level armor treasure, a top soul treasure, and a top palace treasure.
The value of
these things cannot be exchanged for 10 high-level universe countries. But, having said that, the Lord of Darkness tapped the throne lightly with his fingers.
An ordinary spear attack treasure. You can stay after this mission is over. Thank you, teacher.
Zhou Lang immediately thanked the Lord of Darkness upon hearing his words.
Although it was just an ordinary treasure, who would refuse something that was given for free? Alright, stop playing tricks. By the way, are you planning on staying in the demon tribe with this clone of yours? The Lord of Darkness smiled and gently tapped Zhou Lang with his finger, then asked, is there anything important happening recently?
There is nothing important at the moment, and Demon Ancestor Jin plans to let Qinglong's clone enter the battlefield outside the
domain for training during the final battle.
He will also give me some treasure treasures at that time? Zhou Lang answered with a smile on his face. After hearing this, the Lord of Darkness smiled and shook his head, his tone becoming serious. You are truly capable of tricking the treasure out of the demon ancestor.
However, Zhou Lang, you must remember that you are a human.
The Dark Lord's smile gradually faded, a hint of seriousness appearing on his face as he stared closely at Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang and the Azure Dragon clone immediately responded, "Please rest assured, teacher.
I will always be a human."
Hearing Zhou Lang's words, the Lord of Darkness nodded with satisfaction, thinking to himself that what happened to the Yenshin clan must not be allowed to happen again among the human race. On the battlefield outside the domain, the decisive battle suddenly broke out.
Without any warning, it happened instantly.
Moreover, the demons, insects and machines attacked at the same time, and a large number of cosmic masters joined the battle. The human race was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Therefore, on the battlefield outside the domain, the human race was defeated. Fortunately, however, the human race itself has a fixed passage leading to the battlefield outside the domain.
Under such circumstances, humans naturally would not think about saving resources. In less than a day, the first batch of supporting universe lords had arrived at various extraterritorial battlefields. More human and alien venerables are also being urgently dispatched. A large number of human venerables and venerables of human allies joined the battlefield. Although this is not enough for the human race to regain the lost battlefield. After all, this time it was a joint offensive by the Zerg, demon, and mechanical races. The human race can only barely hold on to prevent the battlefield from further spreading. Even so, the pressure on the human race is still enormous. Among the 6 top clans, the Crystal Clan and the Prison Clan do not participate in the extraterritorial battlefield. At this time, the extraterritorial battlefield is the place where the 4 top races, humans, insects, demons, and machines compete. Generally speaking, it is a melee situation. The Zerg may be attacking the human race today, but if they encounter the demon race or the mechanical race, they will never show mercy. It is even possible that the Terrans and Zerg would temporarily join forces as long as they could make the other race pay a price. Therefore, overall, the strength of the 4 tribes in the extraterritorial battlefield, and even their strength outside the extraterritorial battlefield, are comparable. Now that the 3 races have united, the human race can barely resist, which is already a very good performance. At the same time, outside the extraterritorial battlefield, in addition to the Lord of Darkness, there are other lords of the universe of the human race, as well as lords of the universe of the humans affiliated races, totaling more than 40 people. Led by the strongest being in the universe, the Great Axe Founder, they gathered outside the extraterritorial battlefield. Xinjiao, Mechanical Father, Zerg Queen, what are you planning to do? Are you planning to start the final battle early? Do you want to fight to the death with our human race? The Great Axe Founder spoke angrily. However, this anger is not fake. In order to prevent the 3 races from noticing anything unusual, the start of the decisive battle was kept secret from the human race except the Lord of the Universe. Even the Lord of the Universe of the subordinate race knew nothing about this. Therefore, on the battlefield outside the domain, the human race suffered heavy losses. Great Axe, it's just launching the decisive battle in advance. Why are you so angry?
Xinjiao looked at the giant axe with a smile and a look of disapproval on his face. The reason why they dared to launch the decisive battle in advance was because they had a plan in mind. The human race would never formally go to war with these 3 tribes over such a small matter.
Yes, it's really just a small thing.
For ordinary people, an extraterritorial battlefield involving countless people and even a large number of cosmic masters is undoubtedly a major event. But for those in power in each ethnic group, this is really just a small matter. The battles among the 4 tribes are by no means limited to the battlefield outside the domain.
Humph, I want to see to what extent you 3 tribes can work together. The founder of the giant axe snorted coldly and said no more.
Xinjiao did not respond after hearing the words of the founder of the giant axe, but he was a little worried. Not only Xinjiao, the Zerg Queen and the Mechanical Father God also felt the same way. Although the 3 tribes are now in a cooperative relationship, but this relationship is limited to the assassination of the God-eating king.
As for the others, killing is profit.
Thus, less than 10 years after the decisive battle began in the extraterritorial battlefield, the alliance between the demons, insects, and machines had collapsed. It was not because the 3 tribes planned to assassinate the God-eating king failed. The 3 tribes' respective 3rd-level universe masters were already ready to take action at any time. Naturally, it is impossible to let the plan fail. However, the 3 tribes have been fighting each other for countless years. In the short term, even with orders from higher-ups, they can only cooperate reluctantly. But as time goes by,
how can there be no friction when people who have deep hatred for each other cooperate with each other?
As a result, the extraterritorial battlefield where the human race, which had been losing ground and barely holding on, restored the balance among the 4 races. At this time, in the base of gods, Zhou Lang opened his eyes. This wonder of heaven and earth is really good. It can actually help me understand the laws of space. He looked at the palm-sized piece of glass crystal in his hand, feeling a mixture of emotions. This piece of glass crystal is the mission reward wore together with the main material defense artifact, the Black Nightmare Armor, a rare treasure in heaven and earth. Kongshir Lioli, a rare object born naturally from the heaven and earth. Holding Kongshir Lioli in hand, one can control an area of space with a maximum range of 1 light-year. This rare object from heaven and earth can barely be considered a treasure. However, this control did not mean blocking the space, nor did it mean instantaneous movement. It allowed Zhou Lang to easily consult the laws of space within the space he controlled. It's still too late to start learning the law of space, and the gap between it and the law of time is still quite large. However, the Azure Dragon clone has already entered the extraterritorial battlefield, and the treasure of the demon ancestor has also been obtained. Next, the time for the protagonist to appear is about to come. Zhou Lang curled his lips into a smile. 3 years ago, the incarnation of the demon-shocking ancestor found the Azure Dragon clone and bestowed upon him 3 treasures: a common spear-shaped treasure, a common defensive treasure, and a high-level palace-shaped treasure. Afterward, the demon-shocking ancestor allowed the Azure Dragon clone to freely choose a battlefield outside the domain, except for the 3rd battlefield. The Azure Dragon clone chose the 7th battlefield. In the intervening 3 years, he had earned the title of 4-Elephant King. Next, let me see. I didn't expect that the 3 tribes actually sent out the lineup in the original book to besiege Luo Feng. At the beginning, Luo Feng in the original book was at the Venerable Realm. Although he had the combat power of the Lord of the Universe, only 9 Lords of the Universe took action, and most of them were to intercept the Lords of the Universe of the human race and the Hong League. The only one who really took action was the Lord of Banff. But now, there are actually 3 third-level Lords of the Universe, and they all attacked me. It was other people who intercepted the strong men of humans and the Hong League. These 3 tribes really think highly of me. Zhou Lang was secretly proud in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. He waved his hand, took out a spaceship, and left the God base. The God Devourer King has left the base. Outside the extraterritorial battlefield, 3 figures opened their eyes simultaneously. They were the Zerg Alliance's Banflord, the Demon Alliance's Tongling Lord, and the Mechanical Alliance's Nyan Lord. All 3 were 3rd-rank Universe Lords, their target directly targeting the God Devourer King, Zhou Lang. Lord Banff, this time we rely heavily on you. If you can directly control the God Devourer King, the 3 of us will be safest. The Lord of Tongling spoke, and the Lord of Nyan nodded slightly. As the Lords of the Universe, a subordinate race of the Pinnacle race, they had no choice but to assassinate the God Devourer King. In front of so many Lords of the Universe, even the strongest, assassinating humanity's most renowned genius was truly daunting. Yet, they had to do it. I understand, but given the God Devourer King's status within the tribe, I'm afraid he might possess a soul-related treasure. I can't guarantee success. The Banff Lord nodded slightly, his expression solemn. In reality, they never worried about whether they could kill a realm lord. What truly worried them was how they could escape after slaying the God Devourer King. If they survived, they would reap a huge profit, but if they died, they couldn't be resurrected. Could the tribe keep the treasure they had obtained? Would the Peak tribe honor their agreement? The 3 felt helpless, unable to find the answer, but they were forced to take this step. This was the universe, the survival of the fittest. In the 3rd battlefield outside the domain, the surrounding space exploded, and Zhou Lang fled in panic from the center of the explosion. Pa, is this a cosmic venerable? Even if it's just a novice cosmic venerable, if I didn't have so many treasures, I probably wouldn't be able to escape. He glanced back at the area thousands of miles behind him, still feeling a lingering fear. Just now, he faced a demon race cosmic junior master. His understanding of the laws far surpassed that of a junior master. In terms of precious treasures, Zhou Lang's equipment rivaled that of a typical cosmic master. However, Zhou Lang's realm was only that of a realm master, while his opponent was a master. The difference in their life essences was too great. Even so, Zhou Lang forced the junior master to self-destruct, but he was nearly killed by the explosion. If it weren't for the protection of the Thousand Star Palace, this would have been truly dangerous. I haven't caught any fish yet. I need to be careful. I can't expose my treasure. Zhou Lang looked around and took the initiative to withdraw from the venerable level battlefield. He knew that once he broke through to the immortal realm, he would be able to slaughter venerable level enemies at will, but for now, it was better to bully the king. No wonder the 3 tribes are willing to pay such a huge price to eradicate the God-eating king. He is only at the realm lord level, but he can force a universe lord to self-destruct, while he himself remains unharmed. Since the birth of the primordial universe, this is the 2nd shocking genius to appear in human history. Lord Nyan, a vassal of the mechanical tribe, looked at Zhou Lang's performance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alright, stop talking, Lord Banfu. Now it's up to you, the Lord of Tongling said. The Lord of Banfu nodded slightly. The next moment, his spiritual power extended to the battlefield. God Devouring King, I'm here to discuss a business deal with you. A king who had managed to escape Zhou Lang's killing distanced himself from Zhou Lang, and then hurriedly communicated with him through voice transmission. Here I come. The moment he heard the other party speak, a gleam of light flashed flashed in Zhou Lang's eyes. He already knew the details of the assassination, so when King Feng spoke, Zhou Lang knew in his heart that the Lord of the Universe who attempted to assassinate him had appeared.
What business?
Zhou Lang did not refuse directly, but at the same time, he had already logged into the virtual universe. This time, after logging in, he appeared directly in the plain hall of his mentor, the Lord of Darkness.
3 figures stood in the hall.
As soon as Zhou Lang appeared, he bowed to them and said, "Teacher, Uncle Chaos, founder of the Great Axe, we can close the net now."
Teacher, Uncle Chaos, founder of the Great Axe, it's time to close the net. Zhou Lang spoke, and the 3 figures in the hall all smiled.
Darkness, you remain hidden in the shadows.
If things go wrong, you will emerge to remedy the situation. Chaos, this time, I'm counting on you, the Great Axe founder said, and the Dark Lord in Chaos City Lord nodded slightly.
Then, the Lord of Darkness turned his gaze to Zhou Lang.
Go ahead and perform your tricks well. This time, we must not let the alien universe masters and universe masters who enter the extraterritorial battlefield escape.
The Dark Lord's tone was calm, but Zhou Lang felt as if an endless sea of blood was surging in his heart. Among the alien universe masters, only the Lord of Banfu, the Lord of Tongling and the Lord of Nyan had come to assassinate him. However, they are all third-level universe masters. They all play an important role in the alliance of demons, insects, and machines.
Moreover, once the Lord of the Universe falls, he cannot be resurrected.
Not to mention the 3 races cosmic masters who entered the extraterritorial battlefield this time, there are at least tens of thousands of them. If they really fall, the human race will probably tear off a piece of territory from the territories of the 3 races. Tens of thousands of cosmic masters were killed, and if divided equally among each clan, there would be more than 3,000 of them.
Although the Lord of the Universe can be resurrected, the energy required for resurrection is completely incomparable to that of the immortal.
1 or 2 cosmic masters would be fine, but if there were thousands of them, the cosmic masters of the 3 tribes might not be able to be fully resurrected even if they died of exhaustion, unless the 3 tribes used their reserve resources. However, the resources needed to resurrect thousands of cosmic masters are enough to make the development of the 3 races for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of epochs go to waste.
Zhou Lang's figure disappeared in the virtual universe.
At this moment, the 3 lords of the universe hiding above him frowned slightly.
Something is wrong. This God-Devourer King must possess a soul-related treasure.
He is not affected by my soul penetration. The Lord of Banff spoke, and the next moment, the expressions of the 3 people changed drastically. Before the 3 of them could break through the space and escape, a river instantly surrounded them.
Chaos City Lord, Qianbo clone? Damn it, isn't he still in the Universe Sea?
The Lord of Banfu seemed a little anxious. The Lord of Tongling and the Lord of Nyan did not care about anything else at this time and took action to resist.
Those who plot against our human genius will die.
Holding a mottled and scarred stone stick, the incomparably tall clone of the Chaos City Lord Qianbo stepped out of space and smashed straight towards the Lord of Nyan.
Damn it, how could this happen?
Outside the extraterritorial battlefield, the expressions of the demon ancestor, the mechanical father god, and the Zerg queen changed drastically.
Humph, Jinjiao, thank you for telling me this news. From now on, you and I will join forces.
The founder of the giant axe said that the mechanical father god and the Zerg queen focused their eyes on the demon ancestor. With their intelligence, they naturally understood that the founder of the great axe was trying to sow discord. However, the assassination mission failed, and the human race learned the news in advance, and the tribe was bound to suffer heavy losses. Although both of them are the strongest in their respective tribes, they also need to obey the crowd.
It doesn't matter within one's own race, but what about subordinate races?
The Zerg Alliance and the Mechanical Alliance still need to be maintained.
The mission failed because the demon tribe leaked the information. It's all the demon clan's fault. This reason sounds extremely reasonable. As for being sorry to the demon clan, everyone present has fought for countless epochs. Who doesn't have hatred towards each other? We are all enemies anyway, so what does it matter if there is more hatred?
Not only the mechanical father god and the Zerg queen thought of this.
Jinjiao understood the same thing. After all, after so many epochs of fighting, Jinjiao was convinced of the thoughts of the mechanical father god and the Zerg queen. Therefore, without any hesitation, he disappeared from the spot. The Lord of the Demon Universe, kill.
When the demon ancestor Jin appeared again, he was already in front of the Lord of the Universe, who was part of the Demon Alliance. Then, he directly attacked the Zerg Alliance.
Great Axe, what are you waiting for? The demon ancestor's tone was cold, as if he and the giant axe were not allies, but enemies.
But this is normal. After all, I was tricked.
If he didn't want to suffer too great a loss, demon ancestor Jin would never have cooperated with the giant axe.
Ha ha ha, Jinjiao, don't worry, I will help you block the mechanical father god and the Zerg queen.
Giant axe laughed loudly, walked up to the mechanical father god and the Zerg queen, and stopped them.
At this time, in the battlefield outside the domain,
kill.
Led by the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace, a large number of cosmic overlords appeared and began to massacre the cosmic masters of the demon race, the insect race, and the mechanical race. However, it is obvious that the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace and many other cosmic overlords still make choices when when slaughtering.
Finally,
For example, when it comes to the demon clan's venerable ones, they will basically be let go if possible. But for the Zerg and mechanical lords, being besieged by 3 or 4 cosmic overlords is no problem.
Damn it, the demons betrayed the alliance. Kill the demons. Kill the damn demons.
Whether it is the Zerg or the mechanical clan, they are now on the battlefield outside the domain, but they still have some understanding of information from the outside world. Although it is unclear why the demons, Zerg and machines would unite together, it is certain that the demons betrayed the alliance. Traitors will never be forgiven. Therefore, a large number of Zerg and mechanical lords were willing to drag the demon lords to be buried with them, even at the cost of their lives. Damn the Zerg and the mechanic.
Fight them. Even death won't make things easier for them.
Although the venerables of the demon race did not understand the reason for the betrayal, they found the so-called betrayal by the Zerg and mechanical races ridiculous. For so many eras, there has never been a day when the 4 top clans have not been scheming against each other.
Is it really cooperation if it is said to be cooperation? Is it uncommon to stab someone in the back after collaborating? It's just that the Zerg and the Mechans are too naive. At this time, Zhou Lang, who triggered the entire war, was already in a palace. The Hall of 10,000 Stars is a supreme palace-type treasure. The precious treasures of the 1,000-star palace that Zhou Lang possessed were imitated from those of the 10,000-star palace. TSK, Uncle Chaos's killing clones are here. These 3 Banflords are in such a pity. Zhou Lang looked through the outside world and saw that the Qianbao River had trapped the 3 lords of Banff. A Chaos City lord, who was about 3 meters tall, wearing dark red armor and had a scaly tail, stepped into the Qianbao River and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The murderous clone of the Lord of Chaos can kill even the strongest in the original universe. The 3 third-level universe masters can't escape this time. Of course, what is even worse is the cosmic masters in the extraterritorial battlefield. Originally, the strongest person participating in the extraterritorial battlefield was only a mid-level universe master, like Zhou Lang's 9 Swords master teacher. However, the human race has already hidden a large number of cosmic overlords, and even top overlords such as the Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace. When the Lord of Chaos City took action, a large number of cosmic overlords also attacked. Even without morality, 2 or 3 cosmic overlords besieged a cosmic master, and a large number of cosmic masters of the Zerg and mechanical races died on the battlefield outside the domain. The cosmic masters of the demon race were not having an easy time either.
The cosmic masters of the Zerg and mechanical races regarded them as traitors and would rather die than take a demon race cosmic master with them. As for the battlefield outside the domain, the 3 races of demons, insects, and machines had already broken up and started attacking each other, but the insects and machines did not mention it.
Zhou Lang, who was at the center, watched the battle calmly.
With the protection of a top-level palace-type treasure, Zhou Lang was not worried at all about being attacked by anyone.
What's more, Zhou Lang was wearing the Black Nightmare armor.
The Zerg, demons and machines brazenly tore up the agreement and started the decisive battle just over 10 years in advance, but the final battle lasted less than a day. After the Chaos City Lord killed the Lord of Banff, the Lord of Tongling and the Lord of Nyan, the Zerg and mechanical tribes led their people to evacuate. The demon ancestor Jin looked at the large number of universe lords who were killed and injured on the battlefield outside the
domain.
In the end, he just glanced at the founder of the giant axe and left with the Lord of the universe of the Demon Alliance. At this time, in the Wanqing Hall in the extraterritorial battlefield. Congratulations to the host for winning the plane battlefield. The host can survive in the extraterritorial battlefield for 1,000 years and make outstanding contributions to the victory of the extraterritorial battlefield. Special reward, material attack main artifact *1, main god's power *100 drops. The system prompt sounded suddenly. Zhou Lang rolled his eyes but was too lazy to complain. Anyway, it's become a habit. Meet the Lord of Chaos City. After putting away the 10,000 Stars Palace, Zhou Lang saluted the Lord of Chaos City. You're pretty good. The Chaos City Lord's Qianbo clone has been withdrawn, and the clone in charge of killing looked at Zhou Lang and nodded slightly. Before Zhou Lang could answer, the figure of the Chaos City Lord had disappeared. Although the extraterritorial battlefield was won, the human race's war did not stop. The demon race, the insect race and the mechanical race each lost a master of the universe, and each race lost more than 3,000 cosmic masters. This is definitely a great opportunity for mankind. In the worst-case scenario, humans will be able to gain the territory of one more advanced cosmic country, and it is not impossible to gain the territory of 3 more advanced cosmic countries. As the true ruler of the human race, these matters need to be arranged by the Chaos City Lord. Master, your teacher, the Lord of Darkness, sent an email. Zhou Lang packed up the palace and prepared to leave the extraterritorial battlefield when suddenly Zhou Ling's voice echoed in his mind. Teacher asked me to return to the Chaos City of the initial universe right now? He glanced at the words of the Dark Teacher and felt a little dazed. Nearly 2,000 years have passed since leaving Chaos City. This time, after entering Chaos City, I have comprehended the laws of time and space to the utmost. Next, I will prepare for the breakthrough
to immortality. Brother, let's go. I'll take you to the initial universe. Senior brother Yuho Lord suddenly appeared beside Zhou Lang and spoke. Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Thank you for your help, senior brother. It's nothing. The Lord of Yuho smiled and shook his head. Thanks to you this time, after sending you to Chaos City, I still have to keep busy. So many cosmic masters of the three tribes have died. In the coming time, the human race's territory will undergo a large-scale expansion, and this is all thanks to you, junior brother. Greetings, teacher, and Uncle Chaos. In the chaos ruins of Chaos City, Zhou Lang and the Lord of Yuho saluted the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Chaos City together. Ah, our great hero is back. The Lord of Chaos nodded slightly, while the Lord of Darkness said with a smile, thank you for your praise, teacher. Zhou Lang had a smile on his face, and then he took out the treasure he had obtained before, but he accepted the ordinary treasure spear without hesitation. You have made great contributions in this battle. One treasure alone is clearly not enough to reward you, so, the tribe will reward you with 20 treasure points. If you want anything else, you can redeem it yourself. The Lord of Chaos City continued, and Zhou Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. These 20 treasure points are equivalent to an ordinary high-level treasure. Thank you, Uncle Chaos. Zhou Lang quickly expressed his gratitude. Alright, stay in Chaos City and practice for the time being. I've been here recently, so if you have any questions, feel free to come and see me. The Lord of Darkness said this, and Zhou Lang bowed and took his leave. Yes, disciple, I'll take my leave. Looking at Zhou Lang's departing back, the Lord of Chaos City nodded slightly. Darkness, your disciple is truly remarkable. The Lord of Chaos said with a smile, and the Lord of Darkness also smiled. Brother, your little disciple is also very good. The Lord of Darkness has also paid some attention to Luo Feng's affairs during this period. Although he didn't understand why Luo Feng hadn't made any moves in the past 1,000 years, as a realm lord, he already possessed the invincible strength to become a king, and even successfully passed the 20th level of the Tongtian Bridge. Although there is still a gap compared to Zhou Lang, Luo Feng is definitely not bad either. On the other side, Zhou Lang came to the residence of the Nine Swords Venerable and paid a visit to the Nine Swords Venerable. Afterwards, he returned to his residence in Chaos City. By passing the 18th level of the Tongtian Bridge, he will be able to have a permanent residence in Chaos City. Zhou Lang had reached this level when he first came to Chaos City. However, this was Zhou Lang's first visit since the mansion was built. I haven't crossed the Tongtian Bridge for nearly 2,000 years. Let's see how far I can go this time. In the study, Zhou Lang sat cross-legged and logged into the virtual universe. Zhou Lang, long time no see. When Zhou Lang stepped into the dimension of Tongtian Bridge, Baffin greeted him with a smile and also sent a group email. Long time no see. Is there anyone in the Zugwang Tongshan Bridge? No, just go ahead. Baffin nodded, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. For nearly 2,000 years, Zhou Lang has not challenged the Tongtian Bridge again, and Baffin also wants to know what level he can reach now. In the extraterritorial battlefield, Zhou Lang's name as the God-devouring king has long been widely known, so his true information has almost been decrypted. After all, Zhou Lang's strength has reached the level of Universe Master. The Universe Lord is considered a high-level figure even among the entire race. The Supreme Human Conference consists of two major conferences. The Great Axe Conference is attended only by the Lord of the Universe, while the Human Conference is open to anyone who has reached the level of Universe Master. Therefore, although Zhou Lang is still a master-level member of the original Secret Realm, in terms of status, he is almost on par with the high-level Cosmic Masters. Baffin sent a lot of emails, but not many people came to see Zhou Lang cross the Sky Bridge this time. The Demon Race, the Insect Race, and the Mechanical Race have all lost a large number of Cosmic Masters. Now is the time when they need strong human beings. Only a few high-level Cosmic Masters who remain have time to come and watch, and Zhou Lang did not disappoint them. At the Domain Lord level, Zhou Lang broke through the 21st level but was defeated at the 22nd level. After breaking through to the Realm Lord level, Zhou Lang only broke through the Realm Lord level original Tongtian Mountain and did not challenge the Tongtian Bridge again. For nearly 2,000 years, Zhou Lang has spent most of his time comprehending the laws of space. 22nd floor, 23rd floor, 24th floor. The number of floors of the Tongtian Bridge continues to rise. The high-level Cosmic Masters and Cosmic Overlords who were watching Zhou Lang break through the levels all seemed silent at this time, because in terms of understanding the laws, Zhou Lang has surpassed them. The Sky Bridge of Universe, 26th floor. As a Realm Master, reaching the 26th level, you are humanity's greatest genius since the establishment of the Tongtian Bridge. If you can pass it, it means you have reached the level of enlightenment of the Lord of the Universe. However, stop here, and try again after you break through to immortality. Zhou Lang still chose the warrior. The other party was holding a spear, but his face was not clear. Really? I think I have a chance of passing. A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face, but his eyes gradually became serious. The Zugwang Tongshan Bridge has only 27 floors. At this time, Zhou Lang was already standing on the second to last floor. This is the understanding of the laws at the level of the Lord of the Universe. In other words, both the laws of time and space must
be fully understood. However, in reality, Zhou Lang is still some distance away from fully understanding the laws of space. Despite this, Zhou Lang still believes he has a chance. Although his understanding of the laws of space is still a little lacking, his understanding and application of the laws of time far surpasses the laws of space. However, as soon as the battle began, Zhou Lang realized his mistake. The difference between fully understanding the laws of time and space and just a hair's breadth away from it may seem small, but it actually makes a world of difference. In less than 3 seconds, Zhou Lang appeared on the plain island of Tongtian Bridge again. However, he did not feel lost, but there was a gleam in his eyes. After saying goodbye to Bathan, Zhou Lang left the virtual universe and went straight to the Chaos Monument's secret room in the City Lord's mansion. The Chaos Monument of Zhoguang was unguarded, so Zhou Lang used all his remaining viewing times without hesitation. When he left Chaos City, he had passed the 18th level of the Tongtian Bridge and had 10 chances left to view the Chaos Monument. And now, after the challenge of the 25th level, Zhou Lang has 7 more chances. He used up 17 chances at once. In the secret room, Zhou Lang sat cross-legged, his eyes fixed on the last picture of the Zhoguang Chaos Monument. A figure held a sword in his hand, and the shadow of the sword instantly covered the entire universe. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. Until the 108th day of entering the secret room of the Zhoguang Chaos Monument. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Lang opened his eyes and laughed. Finally, I have comprehended all the laws of time and space. The next step is to prepare for the breakthrough and become an immortal. If I can fully comprehend the laws of time and space, I should be able to successfully solve the bug and become the master of the universe, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Lang's eyes flashed with excitement. However, he soon fell into trouble again. In the original novel, Luo Feng's inner world with a diameter of trillion kilometers was broken by creating the ultimate secret method. So how should I deal with the world inside my body, which has a diameter of 100 trillion kilometers? Logically, if one comprehends the lower laws, one can directly achieve immortality. However, my nucleus was too hard at the time, so I couldn't break through. Now, I have fully comprehended the laws of time and space, but I still cannot break through directly. Is it because the world inside me is too solid to be broken through? Thinking of this, Zhou Lang couldn't help but frown. This is no small matter. Let's go to Satsa Sky Bridge first, and then ask the teacher. He muttered to himself, shook his head, stood up, and opened the door of the secret room. Zhou Lang, you? Kendry looked at Zhou Lang walking out of the secret room with some confusion. He has been guarding the Chaos Monument for many years. Everyone who comes here wants to stay in there for a while longer, so how could anyone come out on their own initiative? Unless it is? Thinking of this, Kendry's eyes couldn't help but become hot. Zhou Lang, have you completely understood? With a smile on his face, Zhou Lang just nodded without saying anything more. Less than 2,000 years old, what a monster. Looking at Zhou Lang's leaving back, Candeli felt a lot of emotions in his heart. On the other side, after returning to the mansion, Zhou Lang logged into the virtual universe again. This time, he successfully passed the 27th level of the Zhoguang Tongshan Bridge. Buzz. The moment Zhou Lang passed the 27th floor, the entire virtual universe shook. A grand atmosphere enveloped the entire virtual universe. All planes, as long as they are in the virtual universe, can feel this grand aura. Countless fireworks bloomed in the sky, as if in celebration. Zhou Lang, who was at the center of the incident, suddenly noticed that the scene in front of him had changed. Nothingness, a void of space. A smiling man in a white robe was looking at Zhou Lang, and there was an oval silver-white sphere next to the man. Hello, Zhou Lang. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan, and I'm the teacher of your teacher, the Lord of Darkness. You should address me as Grandmaster. Yuan spoke with a smile. Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, then bowed. Greetings, Grandmaster. Aren't you afraid that I'm lying to you? Seeing Zhou Lang salute decisively, Yuan was a little surprised. I was in the virtual universe at the time. You were able to directly take over the most important strategic equipment of this human race. There should be no reason for you to lie to me. Zhou Lang said. Yuan nodded slightly. He has a good character. Then, Yuan stretched out his right hand, and the distance between the two of them was instantly shortened. His fingers gently touched Zhou Lang's forehead. A large amount of information flooded into Zhou Lang's mind. This is a semi-finished secret technique I deduced. Consider it a meeting gift. Zhou Lang, are you willing to become my disciple? Zhou Lang had just sorted out the information in his mind when Yuan Zhu's words made him stunned for a moment. But soon, Zhou Lang reacted and bowed respectfully to the original ancestor. Disciple greets the teacher. Good. Seeing Zhou Lang saluting, Yuan Zhu smiled happily and nodded. From now on, you can come here once every 100 years and ask me any questions you have. As for the other apprenticeship gifts, Chaos will give them to you at the appropriate time. After all, it's not easy for me to see you. Now, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. After the original ancestor spoke, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. He was worried about how to break the pronucleus in his body and had no idea about the secret method. Isn't this an opportunity? So Zhou Lang hurriedly asked. Teacher, the world inside my disciple's body. 10 days later, in the Chaos City mansion, Zhou Lang finally opened his eyes.
Teacher Yuanzu is indeed the strongest and most talented person of the human race.
He sighed, then stood up and walked towards the city lord's mansion.
Junior brother Zhou Lang, the teacher has been waiting for you.
Venerable Giyi was waiting at the door of the city lord's mansion. When he saw Zhou Lang coming, he greeted him with a smile on his face. The two were from the same sect, so it was perfectly reasonable for the Giyi master to call Zhou Lang his junior brother. But now that Zhou Lang had become Yuanzu's disciple, he was, in terms of seniority, the Giyi master's uncle.
However, this situation was not uncommon in the universe.
Furthermore, before leaving the virtual universe, Yuanzu had already instructed Zhou Lang to keep this matter secret for the time being, keeping it known only to the Chaos City Lord and the Lord of Darkness.
Sorry to bother you, senior brother Giyi. Zhou Lang responded politely.
You're welcome, junior brother. Venerable Giyi led Zhou Lang forward with a smile on his face. They arrived at the Chaos Ruins and Venerable Giyi said goodbye. The Lord of Chaos City then focused his attention on Zhou Lang.
I didn't expect the teacher to think so highly of you. He thinks you might be able to rescue him,
the Lord of Chaos City said with a smile.
Zhou Lang just smiled lightly and did not respond.
According to the teacher, this set of treasures will be handed over to you. The Lord of Chaos City said nothing more and took out a world ring and handed it to Zhou Lang.
Thank you, senior brother Han Dun.
Zhou Lang said gratefully. After leaving the city lord's mansion and returning to the Chaos Ruins, Zhou Lang began to claim the world ring as his master.
Contained within the ring were 4 supreme treasures. A top-tier supreme treasure, the 10,000 star
river, composed of 13,600 planets with a diameter of 30,000 kilometers, each of which was a treasure of the highest caliber, and together they formed a top-tier supreme treasure. A peak-tier palace-class supreme treasure, the 10,000 star palace, gifted to Zhou Lang by his tribe when he faced an assassination attempt. A peak-tier attack-class supreme treasure, the long spear, and a peak-tier ranged attack-class supreme treasure, the javelin.
With this
collection of peak-tier and top-tier supreme treasures alone, Zhou Lang would have no problem confronting a 5th-tier universe lord once he reached the level of universe master, not to mention his own understanding of the laws. Right now, my most important task is to create a secret technique, Zhou Lang pondered. While the secret techniques his original teacher had passed down to him were semi-finished, they were at least 8th-level techniques. What he needed to do now was to fully integrate everything his teacher had taught him. However, before that, he should first observe the effects of the Lord God's power. With this in mind, Zhou Lang contacted the system and claimed his mission reward. The primary artifact for physical attack was undoubtedly the Scarlet Flame Spear, a high-level treasure like the Black Nightmare armor. The divine power was contained in a small bottle, barely full, only half filled with pitch-black liquid, emitting waves of powerful aura.
Can the simple law of light actually reach this level of power? Zhou Lang couldn't help but be surprised as he felt the power contained in it.
The power of the Dark Lord, if activated, can amplify strength by hundreds of times if the attributes match. If the attributes don't match, it can amplify
strength by 100 times. This is limited to those below the 5th rank Universe Lord. For those above the 5th rank, it's useless. The description of the Lord's power was concise and clear, and Zhou Lang's eyes lit up instantly.
With his current strength, how much stronger could he become if it were amplified?
By hundreds of times? Could he defeat a 2nd rank Universe Lord head-on? As for a 3rd rank Universe Lord, Zhou Lang didn't dare to hope for it just yet.
I can't use this thing for the time being, but it will definitely be a good thing to turn the tide in future battles.
Zhou Lang put the bottle away and then put it into the world inside his body. Then, Zhou Lang directly logged into the virtual universe. However, he did not appear in any existing dimension of the virtual universe, but in a newly created dimension.
This was a dimension that the virtual universe had opened up for him, a dimension that belonged exclusively to Zhou Lang.
Settings, First Order Universe Master, 1000-fold genes, no treasure.
Zhou Lang spoke, and a figure appeared in front of him instantly. A kilometer-long pitch-black centipede appeared in front of Zhou Lang. Kill! He rushed forward with the condensed red flame spear in his hand.
A moment later, Zhou Lang was defeated. However, he didn't lose heart. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to review the battle. Fight, review, and fight again. After entering Chaos City, Zhou Lang began his retreat.
Meanwhile, in the outside world, the war between humans, demons, Zerg, and machines intensified. Traitors are always
the most hated. While the demons clearly hadn't betrayed, the Zerg and machines didn't care.
Consequently, humans also continuously attacked Zerg and machine territories. The Zerg and the mechanic races always put a lot of energy into fighting the demon race, and the human race was happy with this.
They never attacked the demon
race when it was weak, but instead launched a fierce offensive against the Zerg and mechanic races. In this way, the human race's territory continued to expand. Meanwhile, while the Zerg and mechanoids lost considerable territory to humans, they also managed to wreak some victory on the demonic race.
While this loss couldn't be reversed, at least the battle report wasn't as bleak.
Consequently, the demonic race suffered the greatest losses. Furthermore, the humans had previously slain tens of thousands of cosmic supremes beings from the three races. During this time, the cosmic masters of the Zerg, demonic, and mechanoid races were
busy resurrecting themselves.
While this consumed resources, it was still preferable to allowing the humans to capture a significant portion of their territory. After all, the expansion of the human race's territory means theirs is shrinking. This makes the human race's advantage even more pronounced. In the struggle for survival among the peak races, there can be no slackness.
However, the demon race was not entirely unsuccessful.
In the battles against the Zerg and mechanic races, the newly crowned Demon King, the invincible Four Elephants King, reigned supreme. He successfully slew 2 Zerg Cosmic Lords and 1 Mechanic Cosmic Lord. Due to the human race's virtual universe, their ability to maintain confidentiality was naturally far superior to that of the demons, mechanic races, and Zerg.
Consequently, the Four Elephants King's identity was unfortunately leaked.
Upon hearing this news, the Zerg and mechanic races were enraged.
By the disciple of Jinjiao, the demon ancestor, a realm master-level demon. Having failed to slay the human god-devouring king, now another demon Four Elephants King has emerged?
Then, within the mechanical clan's territory, on a planet, the Zerg Queen and the mechanical clan's father god simultaneously appeared. If the Azure Dragon clone were present, it would undoubtedly recognize this planet as the very place where the demon ancestor had previously discussed assassinating Zhou Lang himself. This time, the two had again come to discuss assassination, only their target had changed from the human god-devouring king to the demon Four-Elephant King. Compared with the last action, this time there was no Qinglong clone as an insider, and Zhou Lang was completely unaware of it. The assassination attempt on the god-devourer king failed.
Someone must have leaked the news.
This time, we will not select from affiliated races, but directly from our own race. My mechanical race will produce a 4th-level universe master. The Four Symbols King must die. The voice of the mechanical race's father god rang out, and the Zerg Queen nodded solemnly.
The human race and the demon race each had a demon-level genius.
This was not a good thing for either the Zerg or the mechanical race. Meanwhile, on the battlefield between the demons and the Zerg, a massive divine beast, nearly 100,000 kilometers in size, pursued a cosmic venerable, a Zerg vassal. The beast had the head of a dragon, the body of a tiger, and a tortoise-shell back.
Its wings spread out, obscuring the sky and the sun, its tail waving in the air.
Its neck was covered in dark green scales, then white fur, and finally, a fiery red feather. Above the beast's head, a spear measuring over 1,000,000 kilometers in length hovered. Venerable Tuo Jian, don't run. You will never escape. I have completely sealed off the surrounding space. Prepare to die. The Four Symbols Clones spoke, their voices booming like thunder. However, the universe venerable in front of them did not respond, but simply rushed forward.
If you don't accept my toast, then you'll have to drink the punishment. In that case, let the space-time prison take care of you. The Four Symbols divine beast used its innate
secret technique, the space-time prison, which allowed it to freely control the laws of time and space within its range. The range of control was related to its strength. Come back, the Four Symbols clone shouted, and the time on the madly running universe master began to reverse. He was originally running hard but was gradually pulled back and finally stood in front of the Four Symbols clone. Die! The long spear thrust out, and the expression on the face of the venerable was still the same as when he was running before. He had no idea that he was in a desperate situation. Boom! At the moment when the universe master died, a stream of green water completely enveloped the Four Symbols clones. The next moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared, a woman in light gauze and a purple oval ball of light. Lord of the Zerg? Lord of the Zerg? The Four Symbols clones were startled when they saw the 2 figures before them. These 2 were both 4th-order cosmic masters of the Zerg and mechanoid races, not subordinate races, but masters of their own races.
You dare to kill my apprentice? That's simply lawless.
Before the 2 masters of the universe could make a move, the Four Symbols clone directly spit out a world ring, and the demon ancestor walked out of it.
Not good. Let's go. The 2 masters of the universe changed their expressions and prepared to escape. Run? Can you escape? The demon ancestor snorted coldly and flicked his tail.
The protective treasure of the mechanical clan lord was useless, and he could only watch the attack of the demon ancestor approaching.
Boom! 1 hit.
With just 1 strike, the lord of the was completely killed.
Poof! Immediately afterwards, the demon ancestor let out a muffled groan.
In the battle in the original universe, he displayed power beyond that of the lord of the universe and even killed the lord of the universe, but his divine body was also injured. However, for the demon ancestor Jin, this was still a huge gain. The loss of a 4th-level universe master by the mechanical race was definitely a huge blow. After all, this is not the lord of the universe of a subordinate race, but the lord of the universe of the mechanical race itself. Just as the demon ancestor was about to launch another attack, the spatial fluctuations around the Lord of the Thousand Swords disappeared instantly, and the Lord of the Thousand Swords disappeared without a trace. The demon ancestor Jin looked at the place where the Lord of the Chiji disappeared and snorted coldly.
You run fast. Thank you, teacher.
In the Starry Sky, the 4 clones expressed their gratitude to the demon ancestor Jin.
No problem. problem?
The demon ancestor Jin looked at the 4 clones with a smile and couldn't help feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. This time, although the demon race was plotted against by the human race, the Zerg and the mechanical race joined forces to attack the demon race's territory. However, his apprentice brought him a huge surprise. The god-eating king of the human race is indeed powerful, but he may not be comparable to his own disciples. After all, the human race's god-eating king has never been heard of having a clone, and his disciples not only have clones, they can even merge the clones into one, transforming into creatures with 10,081 times the perfect genes.
They are simply the biological sons of the original universe. Disciple, this battle won't last long. Your contribution is sufficient. Now follow me back to practice. Your inner world is too vast.
Without a sufficiently powerful secret technique, you will eventually die of old age at the level of a realm master. The demon ancestor Jin spoke, and the 4 symbols clones nodded, then transformed into the 4 divine beasts: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. The 4 sacred beasts merged into one, and the azure dragon clone remained outside.
Let's go.
This time, I will take you into my little universe and activate time acceleration just for you. The demon ancestor said this, and the azure dragon clone's eyes flashed with light as he put away the treasure.
Thank you, teacher. You little brat. I have had countless disciples in my life, but over the endless years, the other disciples have long since passed away, and now you are the only one left. In the future, this lineage of the demon race will be handed over to you. As Jin Yaozu spoke, he opened a cosmic channel and flew in with his azure dragon clone. However, the demon ancestor Jin did not notice that a strange look flashed in the eyes of the azure dragon clone. The diameter of the demon ancestor's microcosm is 100 million light-years.
The azure dragon clone followed him and appeared in a magnificent hall. Here are the secrets of the powerful members of the demonic alliance, ranging from the most common and inferior secrets to the most powerful secrets of the Lord of the Universe.
Next, you can watch directly.
If you need a sparring partner, there are also immortal level and cosmic masters here. I have set the time here to accelerate 1,000 times, and I hope you can break through as soon as possible. After Jin Yaozu finished his instructions and waited for Qinglong's clone to start practicing, he left.
And in Chaos City, in Zhou Lang's mansion,
these secret techniques obtained by the azure dragon clone have given me a lot of inspiration.
Zhou Lang opened his eyes and thought,
with my current understanding, creating the ultimate secret method will definitely not be a problem, but obviously, the ultimate secret method cannot allow me to break the original core. As for the Cosmic Light Chaos Monument, I have fully comprehended it, but the path I will take now is different from that of the Cosmic Light Chaos Monument.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang's eyes became firm.
The 52 Chaos Monuments of the human race can be created by anyone who reaches the level of a Cosmic Venerable. The creator of these 52 Chaos Monuments may not be the strongest, but he has taken a unique path. It just so happens that I need to give up the Chaos Monument of Zhouguang now, so I will create a Chaos Monument of my own from scratch. Thinking of this, Zhou Lang closed his eyes, logged into the virtual universe, and came to his own dimension. The path I took initially was that of time and light, but now I am cultivating both time and space.
The Chaos City Lord's Cosmic Chaos Monument is about traveling both time and space.
But there are 3 paths in the Chaos Monument of the universe: practicing together in time and space, and walking alone in time or space.
In the original novel, Bolin followed the path of time and space cultivation, but now, due to the influence of me and Luofeng, Bolin has been following the path of space from the very beginning.
Sitting cross-legged, Zhou Lang kept thinking. It doesn't mean that you can leave behind a Chaos Monument just because you have enough strength. The most important thing is that the Chaos Monument left behind is a road that has never been traveled before.
Fellow practitioners of time and space, the Chaos Monument of the universe already exists.
Taking time as the starting point, we will eventually embark on the path of cultivating together through time and space, starting with the creation of the secret method. The next moment, Zhou Lang, who was originally sitting cross-legged, stood up instantly, and a spear appeared in his hand.
Record all the secret techniques I perform.
As soon as Zhou Lang opened his mouth, the virtual universe system recorded all the secret techniques he performed. Beginning with analyzing the essence of time and combining it with the laws of light, a total of 10,081 secret techniques can be created.
For Zhou Lang, both ordinary and peak-level secret techniques can be easily created.
Moreover, the importance of these secret techniques lies not in their power, but in the analysis of the laws. Zhou Lang's original body stayed in Chaos City, while Qinglong's clone went to the demon ancestor's microcosm.
The 2 most famous geniuses in the original universe disappeared quietly in the universe. The battle between humans, demons, insects, and machines is finally coming to an end.
In just less than 3,000 years, the territory of the human race has expanded to more than 3 advanced cosmic countries. The Zerg and the mechanical race each lost the territory of an advanced cosmic country, and the situation of the demon race was particularly tragic, because the Zerg and the mechanical race took revenge on the demon race for all the losses they suffered at the hands of the human race.
But that's how it is. The strongest of the 4 top races, namely humans, demons, insects, and machines, are still still present and cannot be fundamentally exterminated. Therefore, this war that affected countless races gradually subsided. For the human race, this is undoubtedly the most ideal outcome. As the territory expands, the opportunities for geniuses to emerge in the future will greatly increase, which in itself forms a virtuous circle. However, there has been a lot of internal debate over which cosmic master should be the leader of the three newly added advanced cosmic countries. Thus, the Supreme Council of the human race was convened.
Let me participate too?
Zhou Lang, who had just exited the virtual universe, felt a little nervous when he saw the sudden visit from Venerable Gi.
That's right.
The company is currently planning to select 2 venerables, and the Giant Axe Arena will select another venerable to serve as the leader.
The company currently has 3 candidates: Venerable Langhua, Venerable Kanglan, and Venerable Jiujin.
Venerable Gi smiled, and when Teacher Jiujian's name was mentioned, Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, then reacted.
I think Master Jiujian is absolutely capable of becoming the ruler of a universe.
Zhou Lang spoke, but in his heart he was thinking that he should prepare a treasure for the teacher. Jian He Luo in the original work is very suitable for Teacher Jiujian, but the original star has not yet been opened. I'll get it for you after the primordial star opens. I have an ordinary treasure spear in my hand now. Although it doesn't quite match your name, 9 swords, I think you won't mind.
The teacher thinks so too. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Venerable Gi chuckled.
Zhou Lang's reputation is quite big now, and others probably don't want to offend him. Moreover, although being the ruler of the universe sounds impressive, it is actually a hassle for most cosmic masters. What's more, there must be a lot of trivial matters in the newly developed universe country. Before the Supreme Council meeting, the company will hold an internal meeting to unify the statements. At that time, the Supreme Council will only need to submit the list. After all, I certainly wouldn't convene a Supreme Council meeting solely for the sake of the status of a cosmic nation's leader. There are still many matters concerning the development of the human race that need to be decided. Having said this, Venerable Gi paused and lowered his voice.
However, we are just here to make up the numbers. The real meeting has already ended. The teachers are just here to inform us.
Venerable Gi's words made Zhou Lang suddenly realize. As the saying goes, hold big meetings for small matters and small meetings for big matters. Normally, he is already familiar with slacking off during meetings.
Let's go to the virtual universe first. After the company decides on the quota, we can report it.
After everything was explained, Venerable Gi spoke and logged into the virtual universe with Zhou Lang and came to the temple at the headquarters of the virtual universe company.
Compared with the temple of the Supreme Council, the temple where the virtual universe company holds meetings is much simpler.
Except for the 4 lords of the universe at the top, the rest of the venerables can choose their seats at will.
Teacher, Lord Qianwu.
As soon as Zhou Lang was teleported here, he saw the 9 swords venerable in Qianwu, and hurried forward to salute.
Zhou Lang, you're here.
When the 9 swords master saw Zhou Lang, his face was full of smiles. He really didn't expect that the disciple he accepted in the past would grow to this point now. Even though he has not yet achieved immortality, he is already able to participate in headquarters meetings. You know, even the invincible kings like King Jinyan and King Lonyu are not qualified to attend this meeting. However, thinking of his disciple's performance on the battlefield outside the domain, Venerable 9 Swords felt relieved.
Teacher, do you want to be the ruler of the universe?
Zhou Lang spoke, causing the 9 Swords master to hesitate for a moment.
Teacher, just speak your mind.
It would be great if I could take on the role, but my ability is limited. The 9th level Venerable laughed at himself. Venerable Kanglan has a grudge against the king of Qianwu. His strength is slightly inferior to Qianwu, but he is also a high-level venerable.
Venerable Longhua's strength is close to that of a universe overlord. And what about himself? Just a mid-level cosmic master.
Venerable 9 Swords knew very well that the reason he was nominated this time was simply because he was Zhou Lang's teacher.
Don't worry, teacher. It will definitely work. Zhou Lang smiled and spoke.
Just as the 9 Swords venerable was about to ask something else, a breath suddenly came from above.
Many venerables saluted and said, "Greetings to the Lord of Chaos City. Everyone, please sit down." The Lord of Chaos City said this, and many cosmic masters immediately took their seats.
At this time, the Lord of Ice Peak, the Lord of Dragon and the Lord of Yuho also appeared at the same time. Only the Lord of Darkness, who was hiding in the dark, did not show up. The top executives of the entire virtual universe company have gathered together at this moment.
Who will be the new leader of the universe? Tell us what you think.
The Lord of Chaos City glanced around and spoke, his voice echoing throughout the temple.
I think.
As soon as the Chaos City Lord finished speaking, Zhou Lang stood up, and the eyes of many universe venerables and lords of the universe all turned to Zhou Lang. My teacher, the Reverend 9 Swords, is very suitable to be the ruler of a cosmic nation.
Who is in favor and who is against? Who's for? Who's against?
Zhou Lang spoke, his eyes scanning the temple, and many junior and intermediate universe masters avoided his sight.
The high-level cosmic masters and cosmic overlords all looked at Zhou Lang with smiles.
This little guy in front of them, who is less than 5,000 years old, can actually stand shoulder to shoulder with them.
Everyone admired Zhou Lang's talent.
However,
However, his talent was only used to help his teacher gain a position as the ruler of the universe.
No one would raise any objections. There is another cosmic kingdom. Who do you think is more suitable?
No one objected to Zhou Jian becoming the ruler of one of the cosmic countries, so the Lord of Chaos City immediately finalized it and continued. The ruler of the second cosmic country was captured by Venerable Manhwa without any surprise. Venerable Kangland is just here to make up the numbers.
Well, in that case, let's go to the Human Council. After everything was confirmed, the Lord of Chaos City took the lead in initiating the transmission.
Next came the three lords of the universe, the Lord of Ice Peak, the Lord of Dragon Walk, and the Lord of Yuho. The Lord of the Sky Eclipse Palace followed closely behind.
Zhou Lang was teleported away with many other venerables.
Inside the Temple of the Gods. When Zhou Lang was teleported here, he was guided to the same area as his teacher, the Venerable Nine Swords, and sat on a 10-meter wide throne. There are currently 3,764 human venerables, with the company and the Great Axe Arena having the most, with approximately over 700 venerables each.
The rest are scattered among the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank and the Universe First Bank. Of course, there are still some venerables within the Great Axe Founders microcosm, probably less than 800.
The Nine Swords Master, sitting on the throne, explained to Zhou Lang.
Zhou Lang actually didn't have much enthusiasm for this meeting.
After all, everything announced here had already been discussed by many lords of the universe. The arrival of many cosmic masters was just to serve as audience. Major events of the human race were confirmed one after another, and Zhou Lang was basically just killing time.
More than a month later,
after the Supreme Council of Humanity ended, Zhou Lang directly left the virtual universe and came to the door of the residence of the Nine Swords Master.
Teacher.
Inside the mansion, Zhou Lang saluted the Nine Swords Master.
This time you are leaving to serve as the ruler of the universe. This is a small gift from me, your disciple. Please accept it, Master.
Zhou Lang said, taking out a world ring and handing it to the Nine Swords Master.
Teacher, this is my disciple's filial respect to you. Please don't refuse it.
Venerable Nine Swords originally wanted to refuse, thinking that it was inappropriate for a teacher to accept things from his disciple. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhou Lang. In that case, I'll shamelessly accept it. After hesitating for a moment, the Nine Swords Master nodded slightly and took the world ring. The master and disciple chatted for a while before Zhou Lang left.
Treasure?
After Zhou Lang left, the Nine Swords Master claimed to be the master of the world ring. Seeing the precious spear inside, he couldn't help but be surprised. Taking Zhou Lang as my disciple was truly the best decision I've made in my life. The Nine Swords Master smiled and shook his head, then stood up and headed towards the residence of the Lord of Qianwu.
Nine Swords?
You're here, come, sit down and talk. My disciple Luo Feng just contacted me and said he'll be back in about 1,000 years. Seeing the arrival of the Nine Swords Master, Qianwu greeted him with a smile. There has been little news about Luo Feng over the past few thousand years, which has made the king of Qianwu somewhat worried. But now it's good. Luo Feng said he will be back in 1,000 years at most.
Qianwu, how did you know that my disciple sent me a treasure?
The Nine Swords Master smiled as he sat opposite the Lord of Qianwu and took out his most precious spear.
The originally smiling face of the king of Qianwu suddenly turned gloomy. Who asked you this? Zhou Lang was unaware of his teacher's childish behavior. The Human Supreme Council was just an episode.
After the end, Zhou Lang was still immersed in the work of creating his own chaos monument. The Azure Dragon clone created a secret method in the demon ancestors microcosm.
Zhou Lang himself created secret techniques in the virtual universe. Zhou Lang can meet the ancestor once every 100 years to ask him for advice, and the Qinglong clone can ask the demon ancestor once every 10 years or so.
With the answers and guidance of the two true gods, the number of secret techniques created by Zhou Lang continued to increase.
765 years after the end of the human parliament, outside the 7th extraterritorial battlefield, finally out,
Luo Feng looked at the familiar starry sky and universe around him, and couldn't help but feel emotional. Moyun, teleport to headquarters. Luo Feng spoke, and Moyun Tang led him into the kingdom of God, and then teleported him from the kingdom of God to the divine power coordinates outside the virtual universe headquarters.
Your Highness, back at the manor in the primitive area, Luo Feng's guard Captain Dylan greeted him with joy. Long time no see, Dylan. Luo Feng smiled. Although he occasionally met Dylan in the virtual universe over the past thousands of years, this was the first time they met again in reality.
Especially at the beginning, Luo Feng went to claim the Star Tower with the mentality of certain death, which made him seem very pessimistic. But fortunately, everything worked out.
Babata, I've applied to enter Chaos City.
After all these years, it's time for me to continue observing the Chaos Monument and challenge the Tongtian Bridge,
Luo Feng said, and Babata immediately initiated an application through the virtual universe system.
Luo Feng already has a permanent residence in the virtual universe, but he still needs to apply for a passage to and from the original universe because he needs someone to escort him.
Luo Feng's return was unknown.
His contemporaries were still languishing at the domain master level, and over the past past few thousand years, the Great Axe Arena had hosted another genius tournament, and the Virtual Universe Company had also held a powerful competition.
However, these have nothing to do with Luo Feng.
Long time no see, prodigal. After arriving in Chaos City and meeting the King of Qianwu and the Lord of Chaos City, Luo Feng went straight to Zhou Lang's mansion. The moment he saw Zhou Lang, fighting spirit flashed in his eyes. It's been a long time, lunatic, Zhou Lang said with a smile. The fighting spirit in Luo Feng's eyes did not escape his eyes.
It's been so long since we last met. Let's have a fight.
Sitting opposite Zhou Lang, Luo Feng spoke, and Zhou Lang agreed without hesitation.
Let's fight in the virtual universe. As soon as the words fell, the two of them logged into the virtual universe. Is this your plane? Luo Feng looked at the plane that Zhou Lang invited and asked in surprise. That's right. Come on, let me see if you have wasted these thousands of years. Zhou Lang responded with a smile.
The battle between the two lasted only a few minutes, but the result was obvious.
The gap between Zhou Lang and Luo Feng was still significant. Okay, don't be so dejected. I'll be leaving Chaos City soon. You're leaving right after I arrived?
Zhou Lang's words made Luo Feng stunned for a moment.
It's none of your business.
Zhou Lang shook his head, his tone firm. My cultivation has reached a critical moment, and this trip is to seek a breakthrough.
Crazy, you have to work hard and quickly deal with your third clone. By the time we meet next time, I will have already made a breakthrough. Zhou Lang's words made Luo Feng's expression serious.
Once he achieved another breakthrough, it would be a step towards immortality.
Zhou Lang's comprehension of the laws would make him a cosmic venerable, a cosmic overlord, or even the master of the universe. Luo Feng's mind was in turmoil.
After saying goodbye to Zhou Lang, he directly applied to enter the secret room of the Zhouyu Chaos Monument.
Come on, madman. Zhou Lang watched Luo Feng's departing figure with a faint smile. He never worried that Luo Feng would be hurt by this. After all, although Luo Feng was slightly inferior in terms of gene multipliers and law comprehension, his state of mind and will were actually much stronger.
The Nine Swords Master has already gone to serve as the Lord of the Universe, so Zhou Lang went directly to the Chaos Ruins to say goodbye to the Lord of Darkness.
Go ahead. I hope you've made a breakthrough the next time we meet. The Lord of Darkness was not surprised that Zhou Lang was about to leave Chaos City. Although the training environment in Chaos City was excellent, he could not become a strong man by staying here alone. Disciple, I'm leaving. After bidding farewell to the Lord of Darkness, Zhou Lang left the original universe. The first step is to go back to Earth.
Outside the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, Zhou Lang looked around and then came to a desolate planet. He arrived at Bylon Star through the teleportation of the Kingdom of God.
Meet the Master. On Bylon Star, the cosmic level slaves that Zhou Lang left behind are still there. However, these slaves are of little use to Earth. From now on, you will be free.
Zhou Lang searched in his inner world for a while, found the controller, destroyed it, and then said,
"Thank you, Master. Please take me in." To Zhou Lang's surprise, these slaves did not leave, but instead asked him to take them in. From now on, stay on Earth. Zhou Lang did not refuse. Several cosmic level, as well as some stellar level and planetary level slaves remained on Earth and could still be of some use.
After returning to Earth, it took Zhou Lang 2.5 years before he set foot in the vast universe again.
At the same time, in the small universe hall of Jinyaozu, the Qinglong clone opened his eyes. Teacher, my cultivation has accumulated enough strength. Next, I want to venture into the universe.
The Azure Dragon's clone said that the demon ancestor Jin was sitting in the center of the hall. He didn't open his eyes, but just nodded slightly.
Go ahead. I hope you can break through yourself when we meet next time.
As the demon ancestor's voice fell, a cosmic channel slowly unfolded in front of the Azure Dragon clone. The Azure Dragon's clone saluted the demon ancestor.
Thank you for your teachings, teacher. The next moment, Qinglong's clone stepped into the cosmic channel.
In the demon clan's territory, a passage quietly opened and the Azure Dragon's clone walked out.
Next, you must reunite with me first. Next, reunite with me first.
In the demon clan's territory, the Azure Dragon's clone appeared and looked around. The thorny dragon vines opened the kingdom of God, and the Azure Dragon's clone stepped into it. When he came out again, he was already outside the Qilong Star.
It's been a long time since I've been here.
The Azure Dragon clone transformed into a middle-aged man approximately 2 meters tall, with dragon horns on his forehead and green scales,
covering his cheeks.
Walking through the streets of Qianglong City, the Azure Dragon clone couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Although the demon race, like humans, is one of the most advanced races, their planetary cities appear less prosperous than those of humans.
After all, even the mechanical race's technology cannot achieve a virtual universe at the level of the entire universe.
Poor communication has slowed the commercial development of other races.
Moreover, demons rarely reduced their size. For example, when Azure Dragon's clone transformed into a human form, it was practically indistinguishable from the rest of the demons. At this time, Zhou Lang himself was not on the Qilong Star, but went to the Golden Horn tribe at the invitation of King Jinshi. Next, Zhou Lang prepared to wander in the universe.
After he completed the construction of the imagined Chaos Monument, it would be the moment to break through through the nucleus and achieve immortality. After relaxing on Xiaolong Star for a few years, Zhou Lang left the Golden Horn clan, and his Qinglong clone also left Xiaolong Star,
Suweilong Star region. The last time Zhou Lang came here was before the Genius Battle.
At that time, he had just been accepted as a disciple by the Nine Swords Venerable, who arranged a trial mission for him, asking him to kill a cosmic-level member of the Fire Phoenix organization. At the time, Zhou Lang was accompanied by his senior brother, Guang Yanho, so he leveraged Guang Yanho's power to successfully kill the Realm Lord Pan Shi. With Pan Shi's rock divine water,
Zhou Lang earned his first pot of gold.
It was this wealth that allowed Zhou Lang to purchase a large number of corpses to devour, increasing his gene multiplier in advance of the Genius Battle.
Amidst the spatial fluctuations, a grayish-white spaceship returned from the dark universe.
Not far away, from a planet, a streak of light flew out. It was Zhou Lang. The spaceship was folded up, and Xinglong's clone appeared, then merged into one with Zhou Lang. From now on, whether it's the God-devouring king or the Four Symbols King, these two titles can no longer be used. Furthermore, people must never associate the God-devouring king with the Four Symbols King. There are still many benefits for the Azure Dragon clone to continue to stay with the demon ancestor.
Zhou Lang waved his hand and took out a spaceship, which flew away.
This spaceship was not his shadow. After all, in order to distance himself from the God-devourer, it was naturally not appropriate to continue using it. According to my concept, there's only one remaining piece of the God-devouring Chaos Monument.
After I complete this piece, my secret technique will be officially complete.
In the spaceship's lounge, Zhou Lang held a wine glass and tapped the table lightly with his fingers.
Let's go check out Teacher's Nine Swords Universe Kingdom first. After all these years, the Universe Kingdom should have been basically established.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang instructed Zhou Ling to set the destination for the spacecraft. Afterwards, he logged into the virtual universe again, practicing while traveling, and soon arrived at the Nine Swords Universe Kingdom.
Although the Universe Kingdom was newly established, it did not appear desolate.
On the contrary, the entire Nine Swords Universe
Kingdom seemed quite prosperous.
The Universe Kingdom had only recently been established, and opportunities abounded almost everywhere. The Nine Swords Universe was originally the territory of the Zerg. After its establishment, a treasure hunt craze swept across the land, and some lucky individuals unexpectedly seized
opportunities and rose rapidly to prominence.
The luckiest among them was a realm master who was about to face his end.
In just 300 years, he broke through and became an immortal. Although this was merely the most common form of immortality, it was still immortality.
Across the entire universe, among the billions of races and countless individuals, only a handful could truly achieve immortality. In the heart of the Nine Swords universe, atop a vast continent, stood a temple. This was the current residence of the Nine Swords Reverend, or rather, the Lord of the Nine Swords Nation.
Teacher, led by King Longyu, Zhou Lang walked into the hall and saluted the Nine Swords Master on the throne.
Ha,
Zhou Lang, come and sit down.
Seeing Zhou Lang, the Nine Swords Master smiled.
Are you preparing for a breakthrough to immortality this time?
The Nine Swords Master looked at Zhou Lang curiously. Although he didn't know how strong his disciple was, he was certain that he was no match for him. However, Venerable Nine Swords did not know that the reason Zhou Lang always remained at the Realm Lord level was not because he had comprehended the laws, but because the world inside his body was too huge to break the nucleus.
Yes, it will take at most 10,000 years to break through.
Good. As soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, the Nine Swords Master nodded repeatedly, his heart full of curiosity.
What realm will his disciples reach after breaking through? Is he the overlord of the universe, or the top overlord of the universe?
Or perhaps, the Lord of the universe? Thinking of Zhou Lang's strength and his understanding of the laws, Venerable Nine Swords' mind was filled with thoughts.
Could it be that he would have a disciple of the Lord of the universe? However, Zhou Lang was unaware of this. After staying in the temple for 2 months, Zhou Lang left and began his journey of wandering in the universe. Just as Zhou Lang left Chaos City and embarked on his wandering journey, in Chaos City, Luo Feng was also writing his legendary story. For Luo Feng today, the Nine Sky Chaos Monument is no longer something difficult to comprehend. Only, in order to nurture the last clone at the Realm Master level, Luo Feng never chose to break through. Time passes quietly. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 5,000 years have passed in the blink of an eye. On a desolate planet in the Demon Clan's territory, the Azure Dragon's clone transformed into a human form and opened his eyes. It's been 5,000 years. It's time for a breakthrough.
Immediately afterwards, Zhou Lang's original body walked out of the demon's body and stepped into the kingdom of God.
Outside the headquarters of Virtual Universe Corporation, Zhou Lang walked out of the Divine Kingdom and immediately entered the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company. In the manner of Wuchen time and space, in the martial arts arena, he asked all the servants to leave.
5,000 years have passed, and I've wandered long enough.
Now it's time to break through.
Looking at the familiar environment around him, Zhou Lang smiled. The next moment, he closed his eyes, and in the world inside the prokaryotic body, on the Warcraft Mountains, Zhou Lang opened his eyes. The precious red flame spear appeared appeared in his hand. Bare, endless flames surrounded Zhou Lang, and the entire world inside his body was instantly shrouded in darkness. Buzz. An extremely tiny light lit up, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire world inside the body. Zhou Lang's voice resounded in the world inside his body. Open the sky. As Zhou Lang's voice rang out, his height, which was originally only 1.85 meters, began to rise continuously. 10 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lang's body had grown to more than 90,000 kilometers, and the precious spear in his hand pointed straight at the sky. Endless light instantly enveloped the entire world inside the body. The spear thrust out, as if traveling through endless time and space. Boom! The moment the pronucleus vibrates, it turns into powder in an instant. At the same time, in the demon clan's territory, the nucleus of the clone was also in turmoil at this moment. The sea of stars and mist, above the Tianji Mountains. The four avatars of Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise merged into one, transforming into the four symbols divine beasts. Hanging on the huge body that is nearly 100,000 kilometers long is the precious spear. Open up the land. The entire world inside the body radiated endless light, and eventually the light shrank and was enveloped by darkness. Only a faint light flickered on the tip of the gun. The spear thrust upwards again. Boom! The pronucleus vibrates and breaks. After 5,000 years, Zhou Lang finally completed his secret method. This secret method is divided into two forms. Open the sky, create land. They are all the pinnacle secret techniques of the Lord of the Universe. Zhou Lang thought to himself that if the two could be combined into one, it would definitely become the ultimate secret method of the Lord of the Universe. Boom! At the moment the pronucleus breaks. Whether it is Zhou Lang himself or the four clones, they are all connected to the origin of the universe. The original law of time and the original law of space descend together. In Wuchen time and space, in Zhou Lang's manner, endless divine power poured in, and Zhou Lang stood up. With the blessing of the divine power, his body began to expand. The same scene was also happening on the four clones in the demon clan's territory. Both Zhou Lang himself and the four clones possess 10,081 times the perfect genes. Moreover, after achieving immortality, the limit of Zhou Lang's divine body has reached nearly 100,000 kilometers. Fortunately, when one achieves immortality, divine power is endless. Someone made a breakthrough? It's Zhou Lang's manner. This is truly astonishing. Is this what it takes to become the Lord of the Universe? The sensation caused by Zhou Lang's breakthrough attracted countless people to stop and watch. In the entire Wuchen space and time, in addition to the prince of the original secret realm, there are also a large number of immortals, as well as the guards and servants of each prince. There are even people like Immortal who are guarding in secret. This little guy finally broke through. In the depths of Wuchen space and time, the Lord of Dragon opened his eyes and looked in the direction of Zhou Lang's breakthrough. TSK, the commotion I made when I broke through to become the Lord of the Universe was much smaller than the commotion this kid made when he broke through to become immortal. This guy broke through directly to the level of a venerable? That's right, this kid's comprehension of the laws is obviously stronger than most venerables. The Lord of Dragon movement looked at Zhou Lang's breakthrough and a smile appeared on his face. As a disciple of the Lord of Darkness, Zhou Lang is completely a member of the Virtual Universe Company. It's best not to break through to the Lord of the Universe again. For the human race right now, a top-level Lord of the Universe is far more valuable than a Lord of the Universe. The Lord of Dragon was looking forward to it silently. Although with Zhou Lang's comprehension of the laws, he would at least be a third-level Lord of the Universe after the breakthrough. However, the human race does not urgently need a third-level Master of the Universe. On the contrary, a top cosmic overlord would be of greater help to the human race. Well, there are no more breakthroughs. That's great. My Virtual Universe Company has added another top universe overlord. It's worth celebrating. The Dragon Lord had a bright smile on his face. However, this kid's divine body is too abnormal, close to 100,000 kilometers in diameter, coupled with his understanding of the laws and a collection of precious treasures. The ordinary Lord of the Universe is no match for him. Thinking of this, Lord Longxing logged into the Virtual Universe Company and sent an email. Only a moment passed. Except for the Lord of Darkness, the four lords of the universe of the Virtual Universe Company have all gathered. Top universe overlord, that's great. The human race doesn't lack universe masters for now, but they desperately need top universe overlords. When the Lord of Chaos City saw Zhou Lang's breakthrough, a rare smile appeared on his face. Junior brother really gave me a surprise. The Lord of Yuho looked at Zhou Lang and felt deeply moved. Zhou Lang has been practicing for less than 10,000 years. On the other side, the territory of the demon clan. Boom! Under the transformation of divine power, the bodies of the four sacred beasts gradually changed. Compared with Zhou Lang himself, the human race lacks top overlords, but the demon race does. Therefore, the four sacred beasts broke through one after another and directly entered the realm of the Lord of the Universe. Ha 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 ha. The four elephants' divine beast, whose body was nearly 100,000 kilometers long, slowly opened its eyes, and its laughter echoed in all directions. In the future, I will become become the master of the four symbols. The sound was as loud as thunder and spread in all directions. Good disciple. Immediately afterwards, the voice of the demon ancestor was heard. Meet the teacher. The four clones shrank in an instant and came to the side of the demon ancestor. Okay. Looking at the four clones who had become the masters of the universe, demon ancestor Jin nodded repeatedly, his face full of satisfaction. How is it? How strong are you now? The demon ancestor Jin looked at the four symbols divine beasts expectantly. He is currently in the fusion stage, and can be considered the top strength of a third-order universe master, if you look at it from the perspective of a clone. As soon as he finished speaking, the four symbols clones instantly transformed into the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. After the clone, he probably has the level of a second-order universe master. Not bad. The demon ancestor Jin nodded repeatedly, listening to the words of the azure dragon clone. You've just achieved a breakthrough, you don't have many treasures around you, and you don't have any particularly good secret techniques, yet you can display such strength. Come back to the clan with me first. Once you break through to become the lord of the universe, the clan will probably reward you. As he spoke, the demon ancestor Jin released a slave of the universe lord and opened the transmission channel to the kingdom of God. Even without good treasures and secret techniques, he was still able to display the strength of a third-order lord of the universe, which made his disciple feel extremely surprised. At the same time, Zhou Lang's original body also completed the breakthrough. After breaking through the immortal and venerable levels in succession, Zhou Lang took advantage of the opportunity to transform his divine body 100% to increase his divine power 100-fold, saving countless time. Junior brother, congratulations. The breakthrough was completed, and Zhou Lang's figure turned back to about 1.85 meters. The Lord of Yuho came to Zhou Lang's manor with a smile. Also traveling with them were the Lord of Chaos City, the Lord of Dragon Walk, and the Lord of Ice Peak. Greetings to senior brother Yuho, senior uncle Hundun, Lord Longxing, and senior uncle Bingfeng. Zhou Lang greeted the four people with a smile on his face. Good. The Lord of Chaos City looked at Zhou Lang and couldn't help but nodded. Although your realm is that of a universe venerable, your true combat power is no different from that of a universe lord. The great axe founder has not yet set foot in the universe sea. Next, I'm going to propose that you get a seat at the great axe council. When the Chaos City lord spoke, Zhou Lang was stunned. There is no shortage of top cosmic overlords among the human race. There is a palace master of Eclipse in the virtual universe company. However, even so, the Lord of Sky Eclipse Palace could not have a seat in the Great Axe Conference. Only the Lord of the Universe can participate in the Great Axe Conference. The Chaos City Lord proposed to let a top cosmic overlord join in, which in itself was a bold proposal. You are different from the Palace Master of the Sky Eclipse and the others. Seeing Zhou Lang's expression, the Lord of Chaos City understood his thoughts and continued to explain. The Sky Eclipse Palace Master and his companions can only escape from ordinary universe masters at best. But you are different. With your understanding of the laws and the treasures on your body, you are comparable to the Lord of the third-level universe. What's more, you are a third-level universe master who can be resurrected at any time and a third-level universe master who can split himself. You should be well aware of the value of this. Therefore, having you join the Great Axe Council is definitely good news for the human race. Thank you, Uncle Chaos. As soon as the Chaos City Lord finished speaking, Zhou Lang responded gratefully. Alright, Zhou Lang, you've made a breakthrough. This is worth celebrating. Now it's time to assign you a sphere of influence. The Lord of Yuho spoke, and the other lords of the universe nodded. In the entire virtual universe company, Uncle Chaos is responsible for everything, but Uncle Chaos focuses most of his energy on the development of the entire tribe. Uncle Bingfeng is in charge of military affairs, Lord Longxing manages the business and military departments, and I am mainly responsible for external liaison. Zhou Lang, which part are you going to take over? After Lord Yuho finished speaking, Lord Longxing and Lord Bingfeng looked at Zhou Lang expectantly. Brother, I just achieved a breakthrough and don't have much experience in management. Why don't you three take charge? Zhou Lang said hurriedly, vaguely feeling in his heart that the eyes of the Lord of Dragon and the Lord of Ice Peak seemed to dim a little. Zhou Lang isn't familiar enough with high-level affairs and isn't really suited to management. So, will the Nine Swords be in charge of the next 30 genius competitions? The Lord of Chaos City nodded slightly, then looked at the Lord of Yuho. Yes, Uncle Master, Jiao Jian has just broken through to the Venerable Realm. It hasn't been long since he reached that level, and he doesn't have many men under him. He is indeed in charge of the 30th genius competition. The Lord of Yuho nodded in response, and the Lord of Chaos City turned his gaze to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang, you've just achieved a breakthrough, and you don't have many people under you. Why don't you take charge of the next genius competition? This will give you a chance to scout out some geniuses for yourself. The Lord of Chaos City spoke, and Zhou Lang raised his brows slightly. It's better for my teacher to be in charge of the genius battle. As for the manpower, I will discuss it with teacher Jiao Jian. Zhou Lang said, and the others did not object. You're so engrossed in the conversation. Please take a seat. This is a special drink my clone found in the
demon tribe's territory. Everyone, please try it.
As Zhou Lang spoke, he took out a few glass bottles and motioned for everyone to sit down.
Then I won't be polite. Zhou Lang, when will your clone come back?
The Lord of Yuho asked with a smile, picked up a glass bottle, took a sip, and his eyes suddenly lit up.
There's no rush for now. Demon ancestor Jin just brought me back to the demon clan headquarters and personally appointed me as the next successor to his lineage.
Zhou Lang nodded in response, while the Chaos City Lord and others looked at each other, thinking secretly in their hearts.
In fact, for many masters of the universe, ethnicity is not really important.
Although the various races of the Lords of the Universe are all branches of the human race. But to be honest, if a master of the universe leads his people to break away from humans and become independent, even though they have lost the peak strength of the tribe, they cannot be bullied at will.
In the history of human race, there have been races that have separated from the human race and become independent. For example, the Yenshin clan was an example. And now, Zhou Lang's clone has become the successor of the demon clan's ancestor Jinyao. Obviously,
once Zhou Lang's clone reaches the strength of a 5th-level universe master, he will inevitably become the ruler of the Jinyaozu lineage.
In this case, Zhou Lang is just an ordinary high-level person in the human community.
The difference in mentality between the two is naturally self-evident. Under such circumstances, it is not impossible for Zhou Lang to switch to the demon clan and become a member of the demon clan.
For a moment, everyone fell silent. Zhou Lang understood this, but didn't say anything.
It was for this reason that he took the initiative to mention the treatment of his Qinglong clone in the demon clan. Although speaking out might arouse suspicion among the higher-ups, Zhou Lang believed that anyone who could cultivate to the level of
Lord of the Universe was definitely not stupid.
Rather than letting them suspect him, it would be better to adopt a gentle approach. I have already communicated with Great Axe.
A Great Axe meeting will be held in 3 days. I will make a proposal then.
If it is passed, I will notify you, Zhou Lang, to attend. The Lord of Chaos City spoke, breaking the silence. You also need to inform us of your becoming a Universe Supreme. Also, you can begin construction on your palace on Thunder Island.
Build it directly on the mountaintop. As for the design, you can decide for yourself.
Okay, I will. Zhou Lang nodded, and then the Lord of Yuho and others also stood up and said goodbye. You have just achieved immortality and are still building the kingdom of God, so we will not disturb you.
Soon, the 4 masters of the universe left. Your Highness.
After Lord Yuho and others left, Zhou Lang's guard leader Ron came to him, bowed slightly, and looked a little embarrassed.
Just stay by my side from now on.
Zhou Lang smiled gently as he looked at Ron in front of him. According to seniority, Ron was still his nephew.
Yes, thank you, Your Highness.
Ron responded hastily, his heart filled with joy. Having been assigned to lead Zhou Lang's guards, he not only wanted to protect him wholeheartedly but also hoped that
he would be a mentor after achieving immortality.
After all, judging by the average rate of immortality achieved by geniuses in the primordial secret realm, Zhou Lang was at least a legitimate king.
However, Luoan hadn't expected Zhou Lang to become a venerable immediately after achieving immortality.
This put him on par with his master, the 9-sword venerable.
And now,
Zhou Lang had invited him to stay with him. As an immortal military master, Luoan could at least achieve a marquisate in the future. This investment was undoubtedly a huge profit.
Zhou Lang left Wuchen spacetime.
The construction of a divine kingdom naturally required choosing a remote location, preferably one with few people. Therefore, he teleported directly to Bylon Star, then took out the 10,000 Stars Palace and continued to fly deeper.
In the solar system, Zhou Lang drove the 10,000 Stars Palace and traveled through the dark universe. Not far away, the space fluctuated slightly, and the Azure Dragon's clone also controlled a palace to fly out of the dark universe.
That is the supreme treasure, Sunluo Palace, the reward given by the demon clan to the Azure Dragon's clone. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Lang himself and Qinglong's clone entered the space mezzanine together.
The space mezzanine is usually divided into 3 layers.
The space debris layer, the kingdom of God layer, and the space torrent layer. Generally speaking, immortals will build the kingdom of God within the kingdom of God layer, and go deeper and deeper over time. Just like the thorny dragon vines of Zhou Lang himself and Qinglong's clone. At this moment, they happened to see the kingdom of God with 2 thorn dragon vines. After entering the torrent layer, Zhou Lang and Qinglong's clone acted separately.
That should be about it.
In the torrent layer, Zhou Lang flew for more than 10 days and finally found a piece of space debris with a maximum diameter of 700 trillion kilometers and a minimum diameter of 160 trillion kilometers. Above the space debris, a huge phantom of a world appeared. The two gradually approached each other and eventually merged into one. The surrounding space debris began to scatter in all directions.
Finally, a world successfully descended.
The next moment, Zhou Lang took a big step forward and entered the interior of the Kingdom of God.
Stand.
In the center of the Kingdom of God, as Zhou Lang himself spoke, a white temple appeared, emitting the aura of the laws of time and space. Then, Zhou Lang's mind moved, and the 5 hell continents and 2 oceans in the world inside his body appeared. At this time, Qinglong's clone also found suitable space fragments and established his own Kingdom of God. God. At the same time, the Magnolia continent also appeared in the kingdom of God.
The three clones, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise, walked out of the Azure Dragon's body and stayed in the kingdom of God to take charge,
while Zhou Lang and Xinglong's clone were busy building the kingdom of God.
The atmosphere at the Great Axe Conference in the virtual universe was tense. I disagree.
Zhou Lang is indeed very powerful, but he is not the Lord of the universe. It is not appropriate for him to join the Great Axe Conference. As soon as the Lord of Chaos City finished speaking, the Lord of the Universe, Lord of Void Gold, of the Giant Axe Arena, spoke up to refute him.
That's right. Although Zhou Lang is powerful, he cannot break the rules. Yeah, I think Zhou Lang shouldn't be allowed to join. That's right.
Except for the Lord of the Universe of the Virtual Universe Company, the other Lords of the Universe spoke out one after another, especially the Lord of the Universe of the Giant Axe Arena, who voiced the most intense opposition. Although everyone is the master of the human universe, this does not mean that there is no competition for interests among each other.
The seats at the Great Axe Conference not only represent the true top leaders of humanity, but also represent their respective interests. Currently, Virtual Universe and Giant Axe Arena each have 5 seats.
If Zhou Lang joins, the Virtual Universe Company will have 6 seats. Although it seems to be just one more seat, in some cases, this seat may determine huge interests.
No matter what, the Great Axe Arena will not compromise easily. I believe my apprentice should be admitted to the Great Axe Council. While many lords of the universe were discussing, a figure suddenly appeared on the chair next to the Lord of Chaos City. Darkness, didn't you just go to the Cosmic Ocean? Darkness, you've been really busy these past few years, running between the Cosmic Sea and the Primordial Universe.
Indeed, indeed.
Many lords of the universe seemed somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the Lord of Darkness.
After all, after the battles with the demons, insects and machines ended, the Lord of Darkness returned to the Cosmic Ocean. It has only been a few thousand years, and he is back again.
It seems that some time has been wasted on the road.
My disciple should have a seat.
As far as I know, Demon Ancestor Jin has already appointed Zhou Lang's clone as the successor of his lineage. I think everyone should understand what this means. What happened to the Yenshin clan must never happen again.
The Lord of Darkness did not respond to the greetings of the other lords of the universe, but spoke bluntly.
As soon as these words were spoken, many masters of the universe fell silent.
Indeed, if Zhou Lang cannot be properly appeased, and if he turns to the demon clan, the situation will be dire.
I agree.
After a moment, the Lord of Void Gold, who had previously taken the lead in opposing, spoke again, but this time he took the lead in agreeing.
Agree.
The Giant Axe Fighting Arena, which had originally opposed it the most, also fell silent at this moment. And now, a consensus has been reached in the Giant Axe Arena.
No one from either the Universe Mercenary Alliance, the Universe Galaxy Bank or the Universe First Bank has raised any objections. Moreover, the Dark Lord's point of view does have its merits.
At the very least, the events of the Yenshin clan must not be repeated. Looking back, the sudden betrayal of the Yenshin tribe was a big blow to the human race.
Then let's decide.
Seeing that everyone agreed, the Great Axe founder sitting on the black chair slowly spoke, breaking the silence.
However, what do you think of Zhou Lang's arrangement? As soon as the Great Axe founder finished speaking, the many lords of the universe immediately fell into deep thought. It wasn't that they didn't want to assign tasks to Zhou Lang, but there didn't seem to be anything suitable for him to do at the moment. Zhou Lang probably doesn't want to be entangled in trivial matters. Don't assign him anything for the time being.
Besides, he has no management experience, the Lord of Darkness said, and the lords of the universes all turned their eyes to him. However, since Zhou Lang has joined the Great Axe Conference, then according to common sense, the tribe's rewards should also be fulfilled, right? Someone raised the question.
This won't do.
The Lord of Void Gold spoke again. If Zhou Lang takes the tribe's reward now, will he be given another reward when he becomes the master of the universe? He questioned.
That's right, either he gets the reward now, or he can no longer receive rewards from the tribe after he becomes the master of the universe. Another voice echoed. That's right. Everyone began to whisper and discuss. This time, not only the Lord of the Universe and the Giant Axe Arena objected, but the other lords of the universe also spoke up. Then let's do this.
After Zhou Lang makes this choice and becomes the Lord of the Universe, he can no longer choose again.
What do you think?
The Lord of Chaos City proposed, and the Lord of Darkness also realized that this matter could only be determined in this way, so he no longer objected.
Okay, that's decided. Darkness, you go and notify Zhou Lang and ask him to come over. By the way, introduce everyone to Zhou Lang. The founder of the Giant Axe nodded and said.
While the Great Axe meeting was nominally a Great Axe meeting, in reality, the Chaos City Lord presided over most of the meetings.
Great Axe's role was primarily to make the final decision. In terms of tribe management, Great Axe's experience and methods were far inferior to those of the Chaos City Lord.
Meanwhile, on Earth, in the already constructed Kingdom of God, Zhou Lang was preparing for his vacation.
He opened the email from Dark Teacher and thought to himself, the Great Axe Conference? Then let's go check it out. He said to Xiao Ling, log into the virtual universe.
After receiving an email from the Dark Teacher, Zhou Lang discovered that he had obtained permission to teleport to the Great Axe Temple. After logging into the virtual universe and teleporting, Zhou Lang instantly appeared in the giant axe temple. Teacher, uncle, brother. After appearing, Zhou Lang greeted the Lord of Darkness and others, and the Lord of Darkness had a big smile on his face. Including Zhou Lang, there are only 19 people in the entire human race who are qualified to attend the Great Axe Conference. Among these people, Zhou Lang and Yu Ho are both disciples of the Lord of Darkness. Just thinking about this made the Lord of Darkness laugh out loud. Zhou Lang, you have already met the founder of the Great Axe. This one is the Lord of the Desolate Mirror, and that one is the Lord of the Void Gold. Under the introduction of the Lord of Darkness, Zhou Lang got to know the lords of the universe of the human race one by one. In the end, Zhou Lang was arranged to sit next to the Lord of Yu Ho. Alright, after Zhou Lang sat down, the founder of the giant axe spoke, and the eyes of many masters of the universe were focused on him. Recently, the tribe has expanded the territories of 3 more universes. These new universes are adjacent to the Zerg and the Mechanic. Therefore, you must increase your investment in these 3 new universes. The founder of the Great Axe explains some scattered matters. There have been frequent axe meetings recently, but there hasn't been much to discuss. Zhou Lang stayed in the giant axe temple for about a day, and the matter was completely over. Everyone, is there anything else? As soon as the founder of the Great Axe finished speaking, many masters of the universe shook their heads. In that case, then, please wait a moment. Zhou Lang spoke, and the founder of the Great Axe and many masters of the universe turned their eyes to Zhou Lang. I want to create a new Chaos Monument, but the Chaos Monument in Chaos City is made of special materials, so, as soon as Zhou Lang finished speaking, the eyes of many lords of the universe suddenly lit up. Zhou Lang, are you sure it's a completely different path? The Lord of Chaos City spoke first, and the other lords of the universe were also waiting for Zhou Lang's answer. Creating a new Chaos Monument represents a completely different meaning. It is not something that can be created just by being strong. For example, Zhou Lang's senior brother, Lord Yu Ho, although he is the master of the universe, he did not create his own Chaos Monument. The reason is simple, the Lord of Yu Ho has not taken a new path. However, some primary cosmic masters can leave behind Chaos Monuments because they are taking a completely new path. Among the 52 Chaos Monuments representing the Tongtian Bridge, the Great Axe Tongtian Bridge has the highest number of layers, with a total of 32 layers. The lowest level of the Tongtian Bridge has only 21 floors. This means that only the primary cosmic masters left behind the inheritance. I can confirm this. How about this? I'll demonstrate it to you on the spot. Zhou Lang nodded. He understood that the material of the Chaos Monument was by no means ordinary. Even for the human race, it would inevitably cost a lot of resources to refine one. Without gathering any weapons, Zhou Lang used his fingers as guns and thrust forward. The slow finger, when it finally fell, was like the Big Bang, filled with endless changes in time and space. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the face of the Chaos City Lord. Next, I will arrange for the refining of the Chaos Monument. Zhou Lang, hurry back to Chaos City to claim the treasure awarded to you by the tribe. The Lord of Chaos City spoke, and Zhou Lang looked at the Dark Teacher in confusion. Normally, the tribe's reward treasures will not be distributed until they have broken through to become the Lord of the Universe, but since you have already joined the Great Axe Conference, you can receive the reward in advance. Of course, you are already a high-ranking member of the tribe, and from now on, you will also be required to give back to the tribe. After the Lord of Darkness finished speaking, Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Disciple understands. Alright, in that case, the Chaos City Lord will be in charge of Zhou Lang's Chaos Monument. This Great Axe Conference ends here. The founder of Great Axe announced the end of this Great Axe meeting. I'll wait for you in Chaos City. Before going offline, the Lord of Chaos City looked at Zhou Lang, appearing a little anxious. Compared to the hands-off founder of the Great Axe, the Chaos City Lord is the human race that is truly responsible. A brand new Chaos Monument is of great significance to the human race. The Chaos City Lord's eagerness is understandable. Zhou Lang logged off only after adding other lords of the universe as friends. On Earth, in the military residential area of Yian District, Zhou Lang opened his eyes. We just left Chaos City and now we have to go back. But it's not bad. The 52 Chaos Monuments will become 53. Zhou Lang couldn't help but smile. Thinking of this, he teleported away without hesitation through the kingdom of the Thorn Dragon Vine. As for the Azure Dragon's clone, he has also left the Earth and returned to the Demon Clan's territory. However, the 3 clones of White Tiger, Vermilion Bird and Black Tortoise are still stationed inside the Kingdom of God. If there is an emergency on Earth or the Azure Dragon clone needs help, they can be instantly transmitted through the Kingdom of God. This time when entering Chaos City, Zhou Lang did not need anyone to guide him. Instead, the virtual universe assigned him a task, asking him to take a group of Realm Masters to Chaos City. Lord God Eater, these are the Realm Masters who are about to enter Chaos City. An immortal envoy with more than 30 Realm Masters came to Zhou Lang and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sir. Many Realm Masters also saluted and paid their respects. Let's go. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and took out a spaceship that that was over 300 meters long and looked like a giant wolf. This is a kind of metal life which was given as a reward for the original mission. It's a pity that Zhou Lang didn't have the chance to use it at that time, as he already had precious treasures such as the Qing Yen boat. And this spaceship, just as he guessed, can give life to the spaceship and improve its performance as long as it is integrated with the spaceship.
Unfortunately, for Zhou Lang today, this does not have much practical value. Many world masters boarded the spaceship one after another, and the giant wolf raised its 4 hooves and leaped into the air. Lord God Eater, I am the guiding envoy this time.
After arriving at Chaos City, an immortal marquis was responsible for guiding Zhou Lang.
He handed these realm masters over to the other party and walked towards Chaos City. Teacher, uncle. In the Chaos Ruins, the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Chaos City were both there. Zhou Lang stepped forward and saluted them. The Chaos Monument is already under construction and will be completed in approximately 300 years. You can first go and claim your tribe's reward.
You can choose any high-level treasure as long as the tribe has it. Treasure points are not required.
The Lord of Chaos City nodded slightly and looked at Zhou Lang with increasingly gentle eyes.
In his opinion, as long as Zhou Lang can make the human race stronger, he is a good person.
The Chaos City Lord left behind his killing clone.
Zhou Lang felt that the other party's smile was a bit creepy, so he quickly said goodbye.
Yes, disciple, I'll take my leave. Chaos City, a side hall. Among all human beings, only a few can step into Chaos City.
Among these people, only a few can enter this side hall.
TSK, the human race is so wealthy.
Zhou Lang looked at the precious treasures on the exchange list and felt deeply moved.
The 6 peak ethnic groups, the Crystal Clan and the Prison Clan, each operate independently. The territories of the 4 top races, humans, demons, insects and machines, are intertwined and adjacent, and there are constant conflicts between them.
But when it comes to the abundance of wealth, humans are undoubtedly superior.
I don't seem to be lacking any high-level treasures right now. These are probably the most valuable ones.
A total of 3 treasures were displayed on the virtual screen in front of Zhou Lang. A high-level domain treasure, a replica of Jinliu River and Xianbao River. A palace-type high-grade treasure,
the Glazed Pavilion. A special high-level wing-type treasure, the Starlight Wings. Then I choose you, Zhenliu. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lang made a decision.
He already possessed palace-type treasures, and wings were not particularly necessary for him now. Since this is a reward from the tribe, Zhou Lang does not need to pay the treasure points himself. I won't be exchanging the other treasures I have for the time being. I don't need them urgently, so let's just leave it at that. Zhou Lang did not choose to continue the redemption, and there were still 20 treasure points in his account that were previously awarded. Jinliu River is a river of treasures that is 80 million miles long, containing 8,000 top-notch treasures with complementary defects. When separated, they are equivalent to 8,000 ordinary treasures, but when put together, they become a high-level treasure. Even in the hands of the Lord of the Universe, this kind of high-level domain treasure is rare.
After getting the treasure, Zhou Lang did not go to Chaos Ruins again. After returning to his mansion, Zhou Lang logged into the virtual universe. After years of practice, he decided to relax a bit, so he asked Zhou Ling to add a lot of virtual games for him. During the next 300 years of waiting for the Chaos Monument to be refined, Zhou Lang planned to spend it in a virtual game. In the outside world, in the Demon Clan's territory. Qinglong, are you sure you are ready? The demon ancestor Jinjiao stared at the Azure Dragon clone with a serious face. Teacher, don't worry. My other 3 clones are all in the divine realm. Even if I encounter danger, I can just self-destruct. It's no problem.
The Azure Dragon's clone responded with a smile, and demon ancestor Jin nodded slightly, his expression becoming much more relaxed.
In that case, I won't try to persuade you any further.
Once you reach the cosmic sea, you must be cautious.
You know the location of the dream demon ancestor. If you are in danger, you can ask him for help. That's right, Qinglong's clone plans to go on an adventure in the cosmic sea.
Anyway, I have a clone, so I can have fun without worrying about losing my life. Although for the Lord of the Universe, the resources required to recondense an avatar are extremely huge, not to mention the Azure Dragon clone which has 8,000 times more genes.
However, it is better than complete destruction.
Be careful, there are many powerful people lurking in the Sea of the Universe, especially the 3 Jedi.
Even the strongest in the universe can fall.
Therefore, disciple, you must be careful.
The demon ancestor Jin gave the instructions with a slightly uneasy look, and the Azure Dragon clone nodded slightly. Teacher, don't worry, I will be careful. Well, go and prepare.
The dream demon ancestor is not here, so I need to take charge of the clan. This time when we go to the cosmic sea, I will let the Lord of the Luan take you. The demon ancestor said this, and the Azure Dragon clone immediately said goodbye. Qingfeng Realm, Lucheng Mountain, and Universe Ship, the 3 most dangerous places. Returning to his palace, the Azure Dragon clone looked at the information about the Universe Sea that demon ancestor Jin had sent him. At the same time, compare it with the memories of the previous life. More than 10 days later, Qinglong's clone waited for the demon clan's Lord of the Universe outside the hall. The Lord of the Xuanqi, the Lord of the 4th level universe of the demon race, and a subordinate of the demon demon ancestor Jin.
Your Highness, although the Lord of the Luoyu was stronger, he still called the Azure Dragon's clone Your Highness when he saw him. After all, demon ancestor Jin has personally ordered that the Azure Dragon clone will be the successor in the future.
Therefore, within the demon clan, especially the lineage of Jinyaozu, the status of Qinglong's clone is comparable to that of the 5th level master of the universe.
Thank you for your help. The Qinglong clone spoke, and the two exchanged greetings before arriving at the Toya black hole. There are two ways to enter the cosmic ocean from the original universe. One is to enter the space layer, then teleport to the end of the space layer, and then break through the cosmic membrane. The other way is through this Toya black hole. The Lord of the gave a detailed explanation to the Azure Dragon clone.
Although he had seen relevant information in the original work, Qinglong's clone still listened carefully. In case any details not mentioned in the original book are missed, that is no small matter. The map of the cosmic sea obtained by the Azure Dragon clone is the most detailed map within the demon clan, and it is transmitted with the help of the Toya black hole. The next moment, the two of them were in the ocean of the universe. The chaotic air currents around were rolling endlessly. Looking back, you can see the endless membrane of the primordial universe. Through the wormhole outside the Toya black hole, the Azure Dragon clone and the Lord of the Luoya successfully entered the depths of the cosmic sea.
Your Highness, would you like to explore with me? No, I want to make my own way.
The Azure Dragon's clone spoke, and the Lord of the Xuani couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing it.
The cosmic ocean is full of dangers.
Even if he is the 4th level master of the universe, he still has to be cautious. If he were to bring another Qinglong clone, especially a newcomer, the pressure on him would be too great. Then please be careful, Your Highness. If you need any help, please let me know at any time and I will come as quickly as possible, the Lord of the Luochi said, and then said goodbye to the Qinglong clone. Looking at the Lord of the Luochi leaving, the eyes of the Qinglong clone flickered slightly. In addition to wanting to venture out on his own, there was actually a bigger reason why he didn't travel with the Lord of the.
Because, just as the Azure Dragon's clone stepped into the cosmic sea, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the main universe. I hereby reward you with a gift package. The cosmic sea is the main universe? Then what is the origin continent? What about Hongmeng space?
Qinglong's clone secretly complained in his heart, but did not dwell on it. Anyway, this system has been abnormal for thousands of years.
Open the gift package.
Without hesitation, he chose to open the gift package. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the heavenly artifact of your choice *1.
Heavenly artifact? The Qinglong clone looked at the system panel and was shocked. If we calculate based on the levels of the Lord and the God, is the heavenly God artifact considered a main artifact or a supreme artifact?
The Qinglong clone thought in his heart, then shook his head.
No matter what level it is, let's take it out and try it out first. I'm not lacking in defense, so I'll choose an offensive type.
It still needs to be in the shape of a gun. One more day off. Panlong's new book is on the shelves. As the title says, in order to prepare for the 20,000 word update, I haven't slept for 2 days and 1 night. I really can't update here today, please forgive me. By the way, Panlong's new book is now on the shelves.
I would like to ask for your support. Panlong, the Golden Horn Giant.
There is also a completed old book called Panlong.
Panlong, I give myself a task. Xianran Spear, top treasure.
The Azure Dragon clone's front claws tightly grasped a giant spear that was nearly 200,000 kilometers long. The information sent by the system made Qinglong's clone feel extremely happy.
It is a top-level treasure that is rarely seen even by a Lord of the Universe like the Lord of Chaos City.
With the Qianwen spear, if I can fuse into the 4 symbols divine beasts, my combat power will surely reach that of a 4th level universe master.
My biggest weakness right now is my secret technique. If I can improve my secret technique as quickly as possible, even a 5th order universe master would be no match for me. The Qinglong clone put away the Qianren spear, feeling extremely excited. Just practicing asceticism alone won't allow me to make rapid progress. I need a lot of fighting.
Thinking of this, Qinglong's clone chose a direction according to the map in his mind and started flying.
At the same time, in the Chaos City of the initial universe, Zhou Lang, you can start now.
In the Chaos Ruins, the Lord of Chaos City looked at Zhou Lang expectantly, while the Lord of Darkness smiled beside him. A huge stone monument stood in front of the 3 people.
Yes, Uncle Master.
Zhou Lang nodded, and the red flame spear appeared in his hand.
Ha!
Zhou Lang closed his eyes, exhaled a breath of foul air, then opened his eyes, thrust out with the spear in his hand, and pictures appeared on the stone tablet. The first picture only has the simplest shadow of a gun.
The second picture shows 3 gun shadows.
The third picture shows 9 gun shadows. In the fourth picture, a spear pierces a star. In the fifth picture, the spear pierces the entire galaxy. In the sixth picture, a black mouse howls towards the sky.
The seventh picture shows a dense crowd of enemies in front of the black rat. The eighth picture still shows a black mouse, but the enemy has become the entire universe. In the ninth picture, a black rat devours the entire universe.
After the 9 pictures appeared, Zhou Lang did not stop. He wrote the word God Eater in the universal language of the universe next
to them. The God-devouring Chaos Monument, that's a good name. Seeing the Chaos Monument in front of him, the Chaos City Lord couldn't help but nod in praise. My disciple's Chaos Monument must be good.
The Lord of Darkness said this with a smile, but the Lord of Chaos City felt a little helpless. In terms of strength he is indeed stronger, but in terms of teaching disciples, he is not as good as the Lord of Darkness.
The most powerful of his disciples is only the Overlord of the universe.
There is no need to say much about the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of the universe.
Zhou Lang's understanding of the laws has reached the level of the Lord of the universe.
It is only because of his ethnicity that he remains at the level of the Lord of the universe.
Moreover, in terms of combat power, Zhou Lang's strength is not inferior to that of the third-level universe master.
After all, whether it is the human race or other races, the top cosmic overlords can only be compared with the first-level universe masters at most.
Theoretically, such a weak Lord of the universe exists, but it is indeed rare. This is also why, although the top cosmic overlords can be comparable to the Lord of the universe to a certain extent, they still do not receive the same treatment as the Lord of the universe. But Zhou Lang happened to be an exception.
Teacher, Uncle Master, I will go to the virtual universe to create the Tongtian Bridge first. Putting away the red flame spear, Zhou Lang turned his gaze to the Lord of Darkness and the Lord of Chaos City.
Go ahead. This is your Chaos Monument.
You will deliver it to Kandri yourself later.
The Lord of Darkness smiled and nodded, and Zhou Lang immediately logged into the virtual universe.
Lord God-Eater. In the Tongtian Bridge plane, the plane guardian Baffin saluted Zhou Lang.
No need to be polite, I'm here to build the Tongtian Bridge.
After Zhou Lang opened his mouth, he communicated directly with the virtual universe system. Although Zhou Lang has not studied the fields of illusionists or psychics in depth, at his current level, he can skillfully use either method. With the help of the virtual universe, Zhou Lang's work became easier.
More than an hour later, boom, a majestic aura descended upon the Tongtian Bridge plane.
Outside the Tongtian Bridge Island, a new Tongtian Bridge appeared next to the original 52 Tongtian bridges,
the God-devouring Sky Bridge. There are 28 floors in total. The construction of the new Tongtian Bridge is currently known only to the top leaders. After exiting the virtual universe, Zhou Lang brought his Chaos Monument to the secret room in the City Lord's mansion. There were originally 52 Canleys, but now there are 53. On the newly built secret room, there are 5 universal words of the universe written, God-devouring Chaos Monument,
Lord God-Eater. When Kandeli saw Zhou Lang coming, he bowed slightly. He is just a mid-level venerable, and his strength is relatively weak among the mid-level venerables.
It's just that his clone's ability to protect his life is strong.
The clone technique he used could only retain half of the strength, which would certainly not be enough to cope with the situation in battle, but it was extremely convenient for exploration and other purposes.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly, then put the Chaos Monument back into the secret room.
More than 10,000 years ago, Zhou Lang came here for the first time in order to observe the Zhoguang Chaos Monument. Who would have thought that just over 10,000 years later, he would actually create a Chaos Monument himself and place it inside? Although Zhou Lang had always believed that he could reach the pinnacle of the universe, he did not expect that all this would happen so quickly.
Well, the Chaos Monument has been successfully created.
However, no one in my lineage has yet to cultivate it.
Does that mean I will have to personally teach those who cultivate the God-devouring Chaos Monument in the future? Walking out of the secret room, Zhou Lang couldn't help but frown. There is no problem with teaching in the early stages, but if no immortal disciples are born for a long time, do I have to keep teaching? How about taking in a disciple?
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang raised his brows slightly.
If he could teach a disciple, and then have the disciple recruit disciples in the future, wouldn't the God-devouring lineage be able to develop rapidly? The upcoming Universe Genius competition will still be hosted by teacher Zhou Jian. Please pay more attention to it then.
After making the decision in his heart, Zhou Lang felt a little relieved.
Crazy? What a rare guest. Aren't you in the ancestral god cult? As soon as he returned to the mansion, Luo Feng came to find Zhou Lang. I just came back and I won't be leaving Chaos City for the time being.
Luo Feng had a smile on his face.
This trip to the Zushan sect was a huge gain.
The most important thing is that the last clone has also been conceived.
Jiuyo clone.
According to Luo Feng's idea, Jiuyo clone will specifically provide a clone of divine power. He did not seek to achieve a light-year level divine body like the Lord of the Nine Netherworlds. As long as he had a divine body of several million to tens of millions of kilometers, it would not matter if he burned divine power at any time during the battle.
Why? Did you get a good harvest? Seeing Luo Feng smile, Zhou Lang knew that Luo Feng must have gained a lot this time. Moreover, Luo Feng at this moment is even more powerful than in the original book.
Perhaps in addition to the Jiuyo clone, he also gained other things.
Luo Feng nodded with a smile.
It is indeed not small, and my instructor, King Jinyan, should be about to break through to the venerable level. Luo Feng had a smile on his face when he arrived at Zhou Lang's residence, but a frown on his face when he left.
Thinking of what had just happened, Luo Feng couldn't help but feel a little angry. Your teacher is about to break through to the venerable level. This is really good.
Zhou Lang said with congratulations on his face. By the way, how did you know that I created a new chaos monument? Luo Feng gritted his teeth in his heart and almost couldn't help but punch Zhou Lang in the face. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Luo Feng shook his head and returned to his mansion. How could he have his own chaos monument so quickly? Luo Feng felt helpless. He closed his eyes and practiced for a while, then opened his eyes, his face full of pain and unwillingness. Zhou Lang was not clear about Luo Feng's emotions, but he could probably guess a little. The Azure Dragon clone roamed the cosmic sea, while Zhou Lang himself remained secure within Chaos City. Within Chaos City, a new chaos monument quietly appeared, and word of this gradually spread. However, due to the recent absence of genius and powerful battles, and the inability of cultivators who had arrived in Chaos City during the Realm Master era to change their training, Zhou Lang's god-devouring chaos monument remained unused for the time being. Chaos City, Zhou Lang's residence. Greetings, Lord God Devourer. Bolin awkwardly approached Zhou Lang, bowing slightly, his heart brimming with emotion. He could still vividly remember the time Bolin was instantly defeated by Zhou Lang in the genius battle. However, Bolin wasn't discouraged. Instead, his fighting spirit soared, convinced that he would eventually catch up to Zhou Lang. However, over 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye, and not only was Bolin unable to catch up with Zhou Lang, but even Luo Feng was gradually fading away. Fortunately, both Zhou Lang and Luo Feng had already far surpassed him, which in turn prevented Bolin from considering them as his targets. The huge gap between the two made him lose the motivation to compare. But that didn't mean Bolin wasn't disturbed. He even discovered a new Tongtian bridge in the Tongtian Bridge Plain, the god-devouring Tongtian Bridge. It had 28 floors. He was well aware of this. Today, he had just crossed the Tongtian Bridge when he received an email from Zhou Lang requesting a meeting. After over 10,000 years, Bolin had completed his Domain Lord exile period and had recently broken through to the Realm Lord level. As a core member, having reached either the Domain Lord or Realm Lord level, he was eligible to continue his cultivation within Chaos City. Currently, Bolin has successfully passed the 12th level of Tongtian Bridge and is stuck at the 13th level. While there's a slight gap compared to Luo Feng during his Realm Master period in the original novel, it's not significant. Luo Feng in the original novel managed to reach the 13th level with a sheer effort. While Bolin might appear somewhat inferior to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, in reality, geniuses at this level only appear once every 10,000 epochs. The 12th level is a formidable level even among immortal military masters. The 15th level represents the realization of a Marquis, and Bolin isn't far off. After all, Zhou Lang had already seen the video of Bolin's challenge to the 13th level, and in the end, it was just a matter of one move. There's no need to be so polite between you and me. Please sit down. Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand, motioning Bolin to take a seat. Thank you, Your Excellency. Bolin continued to bow, and Zhou Lang sighed helplessly. At this moment, Zhou Lang realized that a thick barrier had been built between him and Bolin. Bolin, seeing the achievements between Luo Feng and me, do you feel bad? Zhou Lang spoke, and Bolin's stern face looked even uglier. Isn't the Lord God-Eater coming here on purpose to make fun of me? Bolin's tone was stiff, but Zhou Lang smiled and shook his head. Your self-esteem is still so strong. Bolin wanted to refute, but Zhou Lang raised his hand to stop him. Back then, the same batch of geniuses entered Chaos City. Over 10,000 years have passed. I've already achieved the status of a venerable, and Luo Feng won't be far behind either. And what about you, Bolin? Are you really content with this? Zhou Lang's words made Bolin's face even gloomier, but he did not refute. Be my apprentice, Bolin, Zhou Lang said. Bolin suddenly looked up and looked at Zhou Lang with disbelief on his face. You don't have to give me an answer right now. Zhou Lang stood up and walked forward. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. If you come after 3 days, you'll become my disciple. If you don't come, just pretend I never said anything. Bolin nodded slightly, stood up and bowed to take his leave. Even after leaving Zhou Lang's mansion and returning to his temporary residence, Zhou Lang's words were still echoing in his mind, and he didn't know what to feel. Go ask the teacher. Bolin looked around in confusion, and finally chose to log into the virtual universe. This was the second time he felt confused. The first time was when he heard the news that Zhou Lang had become a venerable. In the space of the virtual universe, in the center of Noah's continent, inside the temple of Noah. Teacher, Bolin said respectfully to King Noah, who was sitting on the throne. You're here. Upon seeing his youngest disciple, a smile involuntarily crossed King Noah's face. Although Bolin's performance wasn't as good as Luo Feng, the disciple of King Qianwu, or Zhou Lang, the disciple of King Zhujian, Noah was still satisfied. As long as Bolin continued to progress steadily, he was certain to achieve immortality, and even invincibility was possible. Teacher, I met the God-Eater Lord today, Bolin said, and King Noah raised his eyebrows slightly. What did you talk about? Lord Noah already knew this disciple. If it were just a simple meeting between friends, Bolin would never have shown such an expression, nor would he have brought up the matter. The God Devourer asked me to become his disciple. You didn't agree? As soon as Bolin finished speaking, King Noah seemed a little anxious.
Teacher, do you also think I should become your disciple? Bolin seemed somewhat bewildered by the Noah King's response, while recent rumors circulating within the human race indicated
that venerable Zhou Lang could rival a formidable figure like the Sky Eclipse Palace Master. His own teacher was also a high-ranking venerable.
The gap couldn't be that great, right? You don't understand.
King Noah sighed, looking somewhat lost. As a teacher, he naturally hoped that his students would become more and more outstanding. The reason the God Devourer failed to reach the Lord of the Universe is simply because of the needs of the human race. If he wanted to, he could break through in an instant. Moreover, within the human race, the God Devourer's status is on the same level as the Lord of the Universe.
King Noah explained, and Bolin was even more shocked. Has Zhou Lang really become this powerful?
The next moment, Bolin bowed again to Lord Noah and said firmly, God Devourer asked me to consider it, and I have made a decision. God Devourer has given me 3 days to consider it, and I have made my decision. Bolin spoke, but the king of Yuanshan on the throne frowned slightly. He really didn't expect that the God-devouring venerable would value his disciples so much. You know, in the universe, it has always been extremely strict for strong people to accept disciples.
Not to mention the human race like the God-eating venerable, or even the existence that stands at the pinnacle of the primitive universe.
Even if it is an ordinary immortal, there will be no time for consideration when accepting a disciple.
Either you become my disciple, or you have no chance.
This was the first time he had heard of someone like the God-eating venerable giving 3 days to consider. Disciple, no matter what choice you make, your master will support you. The God-devourer is indeed powerful, but your master is not far behind.
I still have the ability to support your cultivation.
The king of Yuanshan spoke after a moment of silence, and Bolin couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. Teacher, I have decided to become the disciple of the God-devourer. Although he had already prepared himself for the possibility that Bolin would reject the God-devourer, the Yuanshan king still hoped that Bolin would become his disciple. Not to mention the gap in the understanding of the laws between himself and the God-devourer. The treasures in the God-devourer's hands alone are much more than his.
Not to mention that the God-devouring lord's network of contacts is definitely much stronger than his own.
The king of Yuanshan still values his disciple Bolin very much.
Disciple, go.
The king of Yuanshan stood up, walked to Bolin, and patted him gently on the shoulder.
Every powerful person has more than one teacher on their path to growth. Your help is running out, and you should move forward. Thank you, teacher. Bolin knelt down and said sincerely.
Zhou Lang didn't expect that less than an hour after Bolin left, he returned to his mansion.
How? Made a decision? Zhou Lang looked at Bolin with a smile.
Bolin took a step forward, knelt down in front of Zhou Lang, and said in a firm voice, please accept me as your disciple.
Okay, get up. Zhou Lang laughed and helped Bolin up.
You are my first disciple, and you will become the eldest senior disciple of my lineage in the future. Zhou Lang looked at Bolin with a smile on his face and took out a world ring. Inside this ring is a set of valuable treasures, including the scarlet flame spear, the black nightmare armor, and the shattered light-glazed ring. These are all the treasures I used when I was a domain lord.
I am now giving them to you.
There is also a spaceship called Shadow inside, which was given to me by my master, your grandmaster, the Lord of the Nine Swords Kingdom. Later, by chance, I obtained metal life and fused it, reaching 150 times the speed of light, which is enough for you to use.
When you leave Chaos City to train, Master will prepare other things for you.
After saying that, Zhou Lang stuffed the world ring directly into Bolin's hand.
Thank you, teacher. Bolin took the world ring and was extremely shocked.
A treasure, the life spaceship.
These are rare even in the hands of teacher Yuanshan. Is this the pinnacle of human existence?
You are a cultivator of the Chaos Monument lineage. Although my path as a disciple is different from yours, as the saying goes, different paths lead to the same destination. I will demonstrate it to you, so watch carefully. Zhou Lang said, waving his right hand, and the space around Bolin gradually changed. A black rat the size of a palm appeared and howled towards the sky. The moment he saw the black rat, Bolin was completely enlightened. Space, this is space. Bolin felt that the black rat in front of him was covered with traces of space. The eyes, claws, tail, and even every hair on the body are all explanations of the laws of space. No, this spatial law is too perfect. If I try to comprehend it all, I will end up with nothing. Thinking of this, Bolin took the initiative to withdraw his attention from the entire mouse, and finally focused his gaze on the mouse's tail area. Here,
this is the best place for me to gain enlightenment. Bolin was completely immersed in his thoughts, while Zhou Lang nodded with a smile.
Then, Zhou Lang waved his hand, and a light shield enveloped Bolin, ensuring that no one could disturb him.
1 day, 2 days, 2.5 days. 1 month, 2 months. It was 2.5 months later that Bolin came to his senses and looked at Zhou Lang in front of him. Thank you, teacher. Bolin stood up and saluted Zhou Lang respectfully. This gift came from Bolin's heart. Go ahead. If you have any questions, you can always find me in the virtual space. I have opened the portal to my temple on Thunder Island for you. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded. In the original book, Bolin's talent is not weak.
Although Bolin initially held himself in high esteem, choosing to cultivate with fellow spacetime practitioners, he finally came to his senses over 200 years later, surpassed
by Luo Feng. Ultimately, in the original novel, Bolin also achieved the status of Lord of the Universe, while Luo Feng's influence later in the novel led to the emergence of
numerous true gods among the human race. This did not mean the Lord of the Universe was weak.
After billions of epochs of human history, only 18 Lords of the Universe have emerged.
Even accounting for those who perished in battle, the total number remains around 30.
Bolin's achievement of Lord of the Universe is a testament to his extraordinary talent. Right, Zhou Lang pondered and took out another world ring. There are some books in it. If you have time, you can read more. Baran took the interspatial ring with doubt, but didn't protest.
By this point, he had completely considered himself Zhou Lang's disciple. If the teacher told him to, he naturally had to do it.
In the original novel, Baran needed over 200 years to awaken due to Luo Feng's overtaking.
Now, from the very beginning, Baran was suppressed by Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, leaving him no room for self-importance.
Go! Zhou Lang nodded slightly and watched Bolin leave. Bolin, long time no see. Just at the door of Zhou Lang's mansion, as soon as Bolin walked out, Luo Feng also walked over. Luo Feng, long time no see.
Bolin nodded slightly, his eyes gleaming with fighting spirit. Although surpassing God Eater's teacher was impossible right away, there might still be a chance to surpass Luo Feng.
I have something to talk to Longzi about. Wuka said we will have a party in the virtual universe in a few days. Don't forget it then. Luo Feng greeted Bolin and walked directly into Zhou Lang's mansion. Is it a bit strange? Luo Feng looked back after entering the mansion.
There seemed to be nothing unusual about Bolin's back, but he always felt that something was wrong.
Forget it, business is more important. He shook his head and walked into the hall. Prodigal, Luo Feng said as soon as he entered the room. Hey, lunatic, how did you know that Bolin became my disciple? Hey, lunatic, how did you know that Bolin became my disciple? The fist becomes hard.
Looking at Zhou Lang with a smile on his face, Luo Feng couldn't help but clench his fists.
Ahem. Seeing Luo Feng clenching his fists, Zhou Lang couldn't help but cough twice. Tell me, what do you want from me? Hoo. Don't be angry, don't be angry.
Luo Feng closed his eyes and took a few deep breaths before he calmed down a little.
You should have known about the special nature of Earth a long time ago, right? When Luo Feng spoke,
he couldn't help but recall the time when Zhou Lang suggested that he venture into the Sea of Illusion when he had just left Chaos City.
Luo Feng also asked him to ask Hong and Leishan for advice on cultivating his state of mind. I know a little, but not much.
Zhou Lang said this, raising his right hand and making a triangle with his thumb and index finger.
But, madman, how did you know that?
Zhou Lang thought to himself, although he knew that Luo Feng learned about the peculiarity of the earth because he became a disciple of Zuoshan Ku, he still asked another question out of curiosity.
Secret. Luo Feng raised his eyebrows. It's not that he didn't want to tell Zhou Lang.
After all, having the strongest person in the universe as a teacher would definitely enhance his reputation. But unfortunately, Master Zuoshank did not allow him to reveal the fact that he had become his disciple, so he had no choice but to keep it secret.
Now that you bring this up, what are you going to do? I'm thinking that Earth's development seems a little too slow. Given Earth's unique characteristics, humans should be able to achieve greater things. Luo Feng spoke with a serious face.
For him, although he has been taken care of by the human community over the years, deep down in his heart, the human community still ranks behind the Earth. After all, the Earth is Luo Feng's root, and this is what he always believes. Of course, in Luo Feng's opinion, the most ideal situation is that the Earth can rise in the future and become an existence like the Manka people.
Do whatever you want, Earth, I will protect it.
Hearing Luo Feng's words, Zhou Lang nodded slightly and responded directly. According to the setting of the original work, the value of the Earth is equivalent to a supreme treasure. And now, Zhou Lang's importance to the human race is no less than a powerful treasure. Not only because of Zhou Lang's own strength and talent, but also because his clone is a disciple of the demon ancestor Jinyaozu, and is also the successor personally designated by Jinyaozu.
This is really too precious for the human race. No matter how precious the Earth is, it is impossible for humans to obtain it by force as described in the original book. Okay, I understand. After hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng finally felt relieved. Since Zhou Lang understands the uniqueness of the Earth and dares to say such words, it obviously proves that he has the ability to protect the Earth. Having known Zhou Lang for so many years, Luo Feng understood that Zhou Lang would never promise anything beyond his ability. By the way, Wuka said there will be a party in the virtual universe in a few days. Remember to attend. Before leaving, Luo Feng reminded Zhou Lang again.
In fact, in this genius battle, except for Bolin who felt a little uncomfortable, the relationship between the others remained close even though they knew that Zhou Lang had become the lord of the universe. Especially Wuka, this guy was very active when he was in the Taichu area. When Zhou Lang was at the cosmic level, almost all gatherings were convened by Wuka. After the news of Zhou Lang becoming a venerable came out, Wuka was the first person to come and build relationships with him.
Zhou Lang didn't think there was anything wrong with this. Besides, this year's genius competition is hosted by teacher Zhou Jian. Snort! resort. Wuka and the others were born with the mark of Master Jiujin,
and now he has become one of the top human leaders, so Teacher Jiujin naturally comes under Zhou Lang's command.
Correspondingly, the same is true for Wuka and others.
On the other hand, after leaving Zhou Lang's mansion, Luo Feng returned to his own mansion and directly logged into the virtual universe. In the virtual universe's Qianwu continent, in the Yinlan community of Black Dragon Island, Luo Feng appeared in front of Hong and Lei Shun. In the past few years, Hong and Lei Shun wandered in the universe and were later absorbed into the core layers of the virtual universe company and the giant axe fighting arena respectively. Today, Lei Shun is the master of the Tian area of the virtual universe company, while Hong is the master of the bloody battle secret realm of the giant axe arena. The core of the giant axe arena and the virtual universe company is also divided into 4 levels, from high to low, namely the giant axe, bloody battle, mad battle, and fighting battle. When Luo Feng appeared, Hong and Lei Shun looked at him curiously. After the two joined the virtual universe company and the giant axe fighting arena respectively, Zhou Lang specifically looked for them.
He specifically instructed Hong and Lei Shun not to venture into the illusion sea. Although they didn't understand the reason, seeing Zhou Lang's initial expression, they agreed.
Over the years, despite occasional points shortfalls, the two never set foot in the illusion sea. It's worth noting that Zhou Lang had given them some points as compensation for their initial agreement. However, this time, Luo Feng called the two to meet, but he didn't know the reason. Hong, Lei Shun, next, you two will challenge the Sea of Illusion and try your best,
Luo Feng said.
Hong and Lei Shun looked at each other and looked at him with confusion. Lungzi also agreed to this matter. Don't worry. Luo Feng noticed the concerns of the two and spoke directly to comfort them. Moreover, the better you perform this time, the more beneficial it will be for your future development. As soon as the words fell, Hong and Lei Shun looked at each other and finally nodded firmly.
The next moment, the two teleported away. Compared to the original novel, Hong's challenge to the Sea of Illusions was nearly 10,000 years later.
The Sea of Illusions consists of 21 islands, symbolizing the will to reach the level
of a cosmic supreme.
As the two most powerful minds on Earth, neither Hong nor Lei Shun felt the slightest pressure upon entering the Sea of Illusions. In a matter of moments, their achievements were quickly reported to the human higher-ups. Of course, this also included Zhou Lang. Seeing the email sent to him, Zhou Lang's mouth curled up slightly. Inside the Chaos Ruins, the Chaos City Lord looked at the email, his eyes slightly erratic.
Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, now we have Hong and Lei Shun, what will happen to the Earth?
Soon, the Lord of Chaos City sent a group email, preparing to hold a big axe conference. Recently, neither the founder of the Great Axe nor the Lord of Darkness and other cosmic masters have traveled to the Cosmic Sea. Therefore, not long after, the top leaders of the human race gathered in the Great Axe Temple.
Everyone, did you all receive the email?
Zhou Lang, is there anything special about Earth? The Chaos City Lord asked, his gaze fixed on Zhou Lang intensely. If so, the human race's strength would once again experience a significant increase. Earth does have its own unique qualities.
Zhou Lang nodded with a smile, a hint of laughter playing on his lips.
However, this unique quality can only belong to Earthlings.
This is absolutely non-negotiable.
Earth. At this time, more than 100 years have passed since Hong and Lei Shun revealed their true feelings. At the beginning, after the Giant Axe conference ended, Hong was accepted as a disciple by the founder of the Giant Axe, and Lei Shun was also accepted as a disciple by the Lord of Dragon. The Earth today has not changed much compared to the past.
The only difference is the former Australian continent.
This place was originally transformed into a monster zoo at Zhou Lang's suggestion.
But as Zhou Lang and Luo Feng entered the universe, this so-called zoo lost its value, and eventually, the monsters on Earth were also sent to other planets.
However, 100 years ago, the transformed Australian continent became the Earth Resort. Faith, a world master of the ape tribe, is accompanied by his wife Nora. Relying on the relationship with King Jinyan, Faith successfully purchased a spot at the Earth Resort, spending 10 Han Yuan units. This was also due to the fact that he and King Jinyan were of the same clan and enjoyed many discounts.
At first, Faith felt that the quota was too much of a loss.
The 10 Han Yuan units are only allowed to operate within the resort and must not leave the area. And once the child is born, you must leave immediately, no reason is allowed. He even didn't understand why he should give birth to a child here.
But when he actually came here, Faith felt that it was all worth it. Here are the Venerable's clansmen and even the descendants of the Lord of the Universe.
Although he was not sure of the reason, Faith chose to believe in the wisdom of the Venerable and the Lord of the Universe, and firmly believed that as long as he followed them, he would not go wrong.
How much is this?
On the street, Faith picked up an apple and asked casually, 10 universe coins per pound. The vendor glanced at him, but Faith was already used to this and simply transferred the money to pay. He has lived here for nearly 100 years, so he is naturally familiar with the prices.
At first, Faith tried to bargain.
But once, he saw a descendant of the Universe Lord who was sent away from the Earth without even a refund for arguing with a vendor because he was dissatisfied with the prices. From then on, Faith understood that no matter how high the prices were, he had to be patient. When the descendants of that venerable master learned that they would be sent away from the Earth, Earth. They did not use their status to intimidate the humans on Earth. Instead, they begged them not to send them away. Although the two Earth humans escorting him were only at the cosmic level, while he was at the realm master level, he did not resist at all. There are definitely benefits to having a child born on Earth, although Faith doesn't know what those benefits are. Longzi, this is a great idea. This way, Earth will have enough startup capital and won't have to rely on us too for everything. In the virtual space, the Silver Blue community has become an independent island. In the Earth community, Luo Feng sat opposite Zhou Lang and said with a smile. More than 100 years ago, after Zhou Lang mentioned the special features of the Earth to other masters of the universe, he did not completely monopolize the Earth's resources.
Moreover, the Earth lineage cannot always rely solely on Zhou Lang and Luo Feng.
As a result, the Australian mainland was transformed into a resort.
There is only one condition to enter the resort: pay money. As long as there are enough Hunyuan units, offspring can be born on Earth. However, there is one thing: the offspring must leave the Earth immediately after birth and must not leave the Australian continent.
In order to deter those who want to make trouble, Zhou Lang specially found King Tongnan, who is now guarding outside the Earth. As for the fees collected and the consumption of the many cosmic races in the Australian continent, they are all deposited into the account on Earth.
The account is managed by the company of Luo Feng's wife Su Xin.
These funds will eventually be used to benefit the geniuses of the Earth. However, so far, there are still not many truly outstanding geniuses on Earth. Apart from Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Hong and Lei Xin, the most outstanding one is Luo Feng's son.
However, this is not a bad thing. As long as time is sufficient, more geniuses will always emerge from the Earth lineage. These are just minor details. As long as we remain strong, the Earth will remain standing.
Zhou Lang waved his hands, appearing indifferent, and Luo Feng also put away his smile. The reason why the Earth can take the initiative is precisely because of Zhou Lang's powerful strength.
Other lords of the universe and the human race also had to follow Zhou Lang's advice.
If we were weak, the secrets of the Earth would have been exposed long ago, and the fate of the Earth would probably be much bleaker.
Wanderer, I have decided to leave Chaos City and wander the universe.
As soon as Luo Feng finished speaking, Zhou Lang looked up at him.
Are you ready to break through?
I'm still a little short of that, so I plan to wander around the universe and broaden my horizons. Luo Feng shook his head, but then he smiled excitedly. Although I am not as good as you and can break through to the Lord of the Universe at any time, it should not be a problem for me to pass the immortal realm and directly achieve the venerable realm.
As he spoke, Luo Feng looked at Zhou Lang provocatively. Okay, when you break through, we'll have a sparring match. Zhou Lang understood what Luo Feng meant. Once Luo Feng breaks through to the venerable level, the gap between him and Luo Feng will be further narrowed.
By that time, in addition to his leading understanding of the laws, Zhou Lang will also have an advantage in terms of treasures. However, this is just a regular treasure. Don't forget, Luo Feng still has the Star Tower, the most precious treasure of the gods. How come I was ahead for so long, but Luo Feng caught up so quickly?
After exiting the virtual universe, Zhou Lang opened his eyes in the Chaos City and felt depressed. System, stop pretending to be dead, at least take a breath.
Zhou Lang communicated with the system in his mind, but the system did not respond at all. It seems that people still have to rely on themselves. He shook his head helplessly, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Now that things have come to this, Zhou Lang doesn't think he will be weaker than Luo Feng in the future.
Teacher. Bolin came to Zhou Lang's residence and saluted Zhou Lang respectfully. Sit. Seeing Bolin, Zhou Lang smiled. Over the past 100 years, Bolin has never disappointed Zhou Lang.
Half a year after he became Zhou Lang's apprentice, he passed the 14th level of Tongtian Bridge. It took him another 30 years to break through the 15th level, and he successfully passed the 16th level not long ago.
Teacher, I came here this time to say goodbye to you. When Bolin spoke, Zhou Lang's expression became serious. Are you ready this time? Are you going to the secret realm of the universe or the battlefield outside the domain? Disciple is ready. I'm going to the outer battlefield. Bolin left.
Before he left, Zhou Lang gave Bolin 2 treasures and 1 valuable treasure. An ordinary precious long sword, an ordinary precious armor, and the 1,000 Star Palace, a replica of the 10,000 Star Palace given by senior brother Yuo. With the protection of these precious treasures, Zhou Lang no longer worried about Bolin's safety. As Zhou Lang's eldest disciple, his concern for Bolin is evident. Not long after, Luo Feng found Zhou Lang and said goodbye to him. Longzi, I want to revive teacher Hianbo. When Luo Feng spoke, Zhou Lang was stunned for a moment, realizing that he had almost forgotten about this matter.
Babata also floated beside Luo Feng, looking at Zhou Lang expectantly. I'll go find senior brother Yuho. The treasure points I have are enough to revive teacher Hianbo. Zhou Lang spoke and agreed without hesitation.
The fact that I was able to leave the Earth was also thanks to Hu Yanbo's legacy.
Resurrecting Hianbo is our unshirkable responsibility. Moreover, Zhou Lang is also Hu Yanbo's registered disciple. Luo Feng nodded. In fact, he had also looked for the Lord of Chaos City before.
The Lord of Chaos City said that he could advance the cost of resurrecting Hu Yanbo, but Luo Feng still refused.
However, Babata seemed a little anxious anxious recently, so Luo Feng thought of Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang is also Hu Yanba's disciple.
It is natural and reasonable for a disciple to contribute money to his teacher's resurrection.
A few days later,
through the kingdom of the thorny dragonvine, Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and the Lord of Yuho appeared outside the Earth and then boarded a spaceship and headed towards the former Yunma star. In the Milky Way, the meteorite was once a powerful existence.
As the residence of immortal strongmen, Yunma star is extremely brilliant. However, with Hu Yanba's escape, the Yunma star was completely destroyed.
Today, only some meteorite fragments remain.
Master,
looking at the ruined meteorite star below, Babata's voice trembled slightly.
Brother, this is it. Zhou Lang spoke, and the Lord of Yuho nodded slightly and took a step forward. Get up. Following the order of Lord Yuho, the surrounding time and space began to reverse rapidly, as if a movie was being played in reverse.
The originally ruined meteorite star gradually recovered, and many figures appeared. Finally, time freezes at a certain moment. A triangular, blood-red spaceship emerged. Many figures appeared in the spaceship. Even Babata himself was among them.
Is this it? The Lord of Yuho asked, and Babata beside Luo Feng nodded repeatedly. Certainly. After receiving the reply, the Lord of Yuho lightly pointed his finger, and Hu Yanbo and his 9 soul slaves were all locked. Time and space reversal.
For the Lord of Yuho, the price of resurrecting the Venerable is indeed not small.
However, the strongest power of Hu Yanbo and his soul slaves is only Immortal Marquis, which is completely beyond the pressure range of Lord Yuho.
In fact, if it weren't for the unified resurrection of the tribe once every 1,000 years, the Lord of Yuho would never have resurrected such a weak immortal.
Babata, Hyanbo, a bald man in a black robe, and 9 soul slaves appeared in front of him. Hyanbo looked at Babata in surprise. Boss. Babata flew to Hyanbo excitedly. More than 60,000 years. If it weren't for Luo Feng and Zhou Lang, Babata wouldn't even know that the dead could be resurrected. And now, after more than 60,000 years of separation, they are finally reunited.
Babata briefly explained what had happened, leaving Hyanbo and the other 10 people stunned. The Lord of the Universe reversed time and space to resurrect himself, and his disciples inherited his legacy after his death.
All these things shocked Hu Yanba.
After all, before his death, the most powerful being known was only the Lord of the Qianwu universe.
Lord of the Universe?
An immortal who was barely granted the title of nobility was not qualified to understand these things.
Thank you, sir.
Hu Yanbo bowed to the Lord of Yuho, but the Lord of Yuho smiled and pointed at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng.
You should thank your 2 disciples. Zhou Lang contributed 0.1 treasure points to your resurrection this time. The Lord of Yuho said. Hyanbo looked at Zhou Lang and Luo Feng with an unnatural expression, hesitating about how to address them. Teacher Hu Yanba. Zhou Lang and Luo Feng stepped forward and saluted calmly. The 2 of them did indeed take Hu Yanba as their master, although their strength now far exceeds Hu Yanba's.
However, they were not such as to bully their teachers. At this time, Babata also explained to Hyanbo the value of the treasure point.
Thank you both.
In the end, Hu Yanba still did not call Zhou Lang and Luo Feng his disciples.
Zhou Lang and Luo Feng expressed their understanding of Hu Yanba's caution.
After chatting for a few sentences, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng said goodbye to the Lord of Yuho and left.
However, before leaving, both of them added Hu Yanba's virtual account as a friend. I understand, prodigal son.
I plan to stay on Earth for a while, spend time with my parents, and then wander the universe.
Luo Feng bids farewell to Zhou Lang outside the Earth. Anyway, they can meet again in the virtual universe.
Moreover, with Luo Feng's current strength and the treasures on him, it is not easy for him to die. After returning to Chaos City with senior brother Yuho, Zhou Lang continued to immerse himself in guiding the Earth lineage.
The Earth has completely entered the interstellar age.
With Zhou Lang and Luo Feng as the 2 pillars, and Hong and Lei Shin as disciples of the strongest and the master of the universe respectively, the Earth lineage rose rapidly and became a force that could not be ignored among the human race. However, at present, apart from these 4 people, no one else has any remarkable performance. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 years had passed.
Is another genius competition about to begin? Zhou Lang looked at the email sent by teacher Jiujian and couldn't help but frown slightly. All of Master Jiujian's lineage is now under his command. In this battle of geniuses, perhaps a genius will choose the god-devouring chaos monument. Therefore, Zhou Lang greeted the Lord of Nine Swords country in advance, hoping to receive an email before the genius war began. We can go and take a look. I hope that a few of our Earth lineage can break into the top 10,000 of the Qianwu universe. A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face.
As for whether anyone from the Earth lineage could make it to the finals, Zhou Lang didn't have too many expectations. After all, he is most familiar with the Earth lineage.
Luo Feng was busy wandering in the universe, while Han and Lei Shin entered the outer battlefield and the secret realm of the universe respectively. They are all in constant practice. Only Zhou Lang is the most leisurely, teaching the geniuses of the Earth and the virtual universe every day. Master, there's an email from Wei Wen.
As soon as Zhou Lang exited the virtual universe, Zhou Ling hurriedly reminded him.
Zhou Lang opened the email and his face instantly darkened. Wei Wen's email only contained one sentence. Prodigal, save me. Seeing the content of the email, Zhou Lang's face instantly became serious. Xiaoling, immediately find the last place Wei Wen was seen. Zhou Lang hurriedly stood up, gave instructions to Zhou Ling, and quickly left Chaos City. Master, I've found out. Wei Wen was last seen on a planet called Tanchuang in the Morton High universe, a small nation in the Yu Intermediate universe. Zhou Ling responded, while Zhou Lang had already arrived at the door of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. Ron, his former leader of the guard, was waiting outside. Tankyuxing, hurry, Zhou Lang said coldly. Ron didn't dare to ask more questions and immediately started the transmission to the Kingdom of God. A moment later, Zhou Lang and Ron appeared in the void of the middle universe of Yu. Your Excellency, this place is about 20 light-years away from the planet Tancho. As Ron spoke, Zhou Lang quickly took out the 10,000 Stars Palace and flew towards his destination. On the altar star. Boy, if you dare to mess with our young master, you'll have to keep your eyes open in your next life. Wei Wen was grabbed by the neck by a realm master who stared at him with a mocking expression. Not to mention here, even in the entire human territory, my young master is a well-known figure. How dare a thing like you compete with our young master for the auction item? Behind the realm lord, a domain lord level man was leisurely drinking tea and eating snacks, being served by a group of maids. Alright, drag him out and execute him immediately. The domain lord level man glanced at him casually and waved his hand nonchalantly. Yes, master. Upon hearing the order, the realm lord who was pinching Wei Wen's neck immediately bowed in response, then dragged Wei Wen out. Let's see who dares. Endless pressure instantly enveloped the entire Tancheng star. Whether they were at the planetary level, the realm master level, or even the master of the Tanja planet, the Tanja Ho, all looked up at the sky with fear on their faces. At this moment, a giant nearly 100,000 kilometers tall stretched out his hand and grasped the entire planet Tancho in his palm. Swish! The next moment, Wei Wen, the domain lord level young master, the realm lord level guard beside him, and the lord of Tanja Star, Tanja Ho, were all instantly teleported outside Tanja Star. Who gave you the courage to touch my brother, the God Devourer? Zhou Lang's voice echoed throughout the galaxy. People on the surrounding planets can all see Zhou Lang's huge body, which is nearly 100,000 kilometers long, in the starry sky. Your Excellency? The lord of Tancheng Star, Tancheng Ho, turned pale suddenly when he heard Zhou Lang's words. He didn't even know what was going on, but he was sure that he was in big trouble. Have mercy, your majesty, have mercy. Without any hesitation, Tanchi Ho immediately begged for mercy. Buzz. Before Zhou Lang could say anything, the void next to him suddenly shook, and Luo Feng's figure appeared from the void. Wei Wen, are you okay? Luo Feng felt relieved when he saw Zhou Lang and turned to ask Wei Wen. It's okay, luckily the prodigal son arrived in time. Wei Wen shook his head, feeling a mixture of emotions. If it weren't for Zhou Lang, he might have really died this time. At this time, the face of the domain lord level young master had turned pale. He knew in his heart that he was in big trouble. However, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. This is just a misunderstanding. My father is King Dunan, and my ancestor is Venerable Yen Mo. This is really a misunderstanding. The domain lord level young master thought to himself. Although Zhou Lang is also a venerable, the ancestor of his lineage is the flame demon venerable. Both parties are respected, so it's no big deal. In the end, it's just an apology. Flame demon venerable? Hearing the words of the domain lord, Zhou Lang curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. King Junan, venerable flame demon, come here and meet me. Zhou Lang ignored the little guy and directly sent an email to King Dunan and Lord Yen Mo through the virtual universe. King Dunan and Venerable Yen Mo, who were far away in Chaos City, felt confused when they saw the email sent by Zhou Lang. What happened? At the same time, Venerable Flame Demon was also a little nervous. He had once had conflicts with the Lord of Nine Swords, the teacher of the God Devourer. But now the power of the Lord of the Nine Swords kingdom far exceeds his own, not to mention the God Devourer, who is one of the highest level of human beings. He can't be here to take revenge on me, right? But soon, the Flame Demon Venerable shook his head. The conflict between him and the Lord of the Nine Swords kingdom was at most just a verbal dispute, far from being an enemy. The God-eating Lord is one of the highest-ranking humans after all, and there is no way he would cause trouble for me over such a small matter. Not good. Otherwise, if this continues, the human race will probably become divided and divided. But, apart from this, is there any other connection between me and the God-eating Lord? Father, King Jinan also came to the residence of Venerable Yanma. King Nan is just a peak king. However, as the strongest among the descendants of the Flame Demon Venerable, he is still valued by the Flame Demon Venerable. However, when King Jinan came in, his face looked a little gloomy. What exactly happened? Seeing King Sunan's expression, Venerable Yen Mo felt a tightness in his heart. One of my descendants offended the God Devourer. What? Upon hearing King Nan's words, Venerable Yenma's expression suddenly changed. What is going on? Venerable Flame Demon asked hurriedly. I'm not very clear about the specific circumstances, but I do know that my junior offended a friend of the God Devourer. Now the God Devourer is relentless and vows to kill him. King Nan shook
shook his head and told Venerable Yanma what his son had said. Are you sure your junior didn't do anything outrageous? Venerable Flame Demon asked, and King Nan shook his head in response. He didn't elaborate, but father, I have some doubts about the fact that my offspring usually does nothing. King Junan did not say the second half of the sentence, and Venerable Yanma closed his eyes helplessly.
My heart finally settled down.
As a cosmic sage after all, Venerable Flame Demon naturally knows the situation of those playboys in the universe.
In my own race, I am the only cosmic master, but among the human group, I am definitely a high-level existence.
Not to mention the descendants of his own son, that is his own grandson.
If the grandson of a cosmic master becomes a playboy, how lawless would that be? The Flame Demon Venerable didn't even dare to think any further. Forget it, let's go. After a while, the Flame Demon Venerable opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh.
The two left Chaos City together, and then teleported to the Middle Universe country of Yu through the Kingdom of God, and came to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng at the fastest speed. Seeing the treasure palace above Zhou Lang's head, holding the treasure spear, and being nearly 100,000 miles tall, the Flame Demon Venerable showed an ugly smile on his face.
Meet the God Devourer.
Venerable Flame Demon had an embarrassed smile on his face and saluted Zhou Lang together with King Nan. Humph, Venerable Flame Demon, you are truly good at educating the younger generation. Zhou Lang snorted coldly, staring directly at the Flame Demon Venerable, exerting powerful pressure on him. Misunderstanding, Lord God Eater, I am not familiar with this person.
The Flame Demon Venerable's expression suddenly changed and he begged for mercy. Grandfather, save me.
As soon as the Flame Demon Venerable finished speaking, the Domain Lord level young master immediately asked for help.
Shut up! The Flame Demon Venerable immediately roared, stopping the Domain Lord level descendant from shouting. Kill! God Devouring Venerable, what my descendant did has nothing to do with me. Do you now acknowledge that he is your descendant?
Zhou Lang asked, while Venerable Flame Demon lowered his head, feeling uneasy. King Junan has served in the outer battlefield for 100,000 years and has killed at least 10 peak kings.
Venerable Yanmo, go.
Find my teacher, the Lord of the Nine Swords Kingdom.
From now on, you will stay by my teacher's side. Do you have any objections?
After Zhou Lang finished speaking, Venerable Flame Demon's eyes suddenly lit up.
No, absolutely not. Thank you, Lord God Devourer.
Venerable Flame Demon responded quickly, while Zhou Lang killed the Domain Lord and many Realm Lord level guards. In this regard, Venerable Flame Demon not only did not feel sad, but became even happier.
Kill!
Although his descendants had offended the God Devourer, he not only became a subordinate of the God Devourer, but the price was only an unknown grandson and his son going to the battlefield outside the domain for 100,000 years.
This is such a great deal.
He secretly felt fortunate that he had never joined any side, which was why he appeared relatively weak among the middle-level venerables over the years. And now, the God-devouring venerable has just stepped into the upper echelons, and the only venerable under his command is the Lord of the Nine Swords Kingdom.
Now that I have joined and become his confidant, what is there to hesitate about? As for you, then, Zhou Lang turned his gaze to Marquis Yu.
From now on, you will stay by Wei Wen's side and serve as his bodyguard for 1,000,000 years.
Do you have any objections?
No, thank you very much, Your Excellency. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Marquis Yu's face was full of smiles. Being able to establish a relationship with a venerable, especially a powerful venerable, Yu felt that he had found a treasure.
Okay, this matter is over. Everyone can go home.
After Zhou Lang finished speaking, he shrank and put the Yuxing back to its original place. Venerable Flame Demon also left with King Dunan.
The star of Yu, inside the castle of Yu City.
Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, and Wei Wen were sitting in a small courtyard, while Marquis Yu was waiting outside. Hey Wei Wen, you're still at the Domain Lord level.
If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been dead.
Zhou Lang couldn't help but tease Wei Wen as he looked at him, who had just been promoted to the Domain Lord level.
Yeah, on, you can't go on like this. You have to at least become immortal. Luo Feng also nodded. He was in the secret realm of the universe before, and after receiving Wei Wen's email, he immediately teleported. Fortunately, one of Luo Feng's soul slaves had the teleportation coordinates near the star Yu, otherwise the arrival would have been even slower. This time, you must come back to Chaos City with me. Don't even think about leaving until you become immortal.
Zhou Lang spoke, and Luo Feng nodded in agreement.
Wei Wen just lowered his head and did not refute.
This time, he truly felt the threat of death. Over the years, Wei Wen has been wandering in the universe and has seen many beautiful sights. Although the universe still follows the law of the jungle, Wei Wen is at least at the Domain Lord level, and the laws within the human territory are relatively complete. He has never been to any dangerous place and has only traveled around various well-known planets. However, this is the first time in tens of thousands of years that we have encountered such a dangerous situation.
Alright, then it's settled. Crazy, you go first. I'll take Wei Wen to Chaos City first.
Zhou Lang said. Luo Feng nodded in agreement, said goodbye to Wei Wen and teleported away again.
Prodigal, did I cause trouble for you and the madman this time? After Luo Feng left, Zhou Lang took Wei Wen to prepare for the teleportation to the Kingdom of God, and Wei Wen asked.
Zhou Zhou Lang turned to look at Wei Wen and replied with a smile, not really. For Crazy and I, the trouble you caused is nothing more than a word. However, we can't always keep an eye on you, so it would be better if you improve your strength and enhance your self-protection ability. That way, Crazy and I can feel more at ease. The universe is not peaceful, and there are many big things to happen in the future. Zhou Lang spoke, and Wei Wen glanced at him suspiciously, but didn't ask any further questions. This time, Wei Wen felt a sense of alarm. Traveling the universe was indeed appealing, but improving one's strength was paramount. As the prodigal and the madman had said, one must at least reach the level of immortality. After returning to Primal Chaos City with Wei Wen, Zhou Lang handed him over to the Primal Chaos City's guide before returning to his own residence. Neither Zhou Lang nor Luo Feng had high hopes for Wei Wen's cultivation talent. Their expectations were low. As long as he could achieve immortality, that would be enough. Regardless, Zhou Lang and Luo Feng were certain to achieve a breakthrough in the cycle of reincarnation before the third epoch. By then, Wei Wen could live peacefully in both Zhou Lang's and Luo Feng's microcosms. Your Excellency. In the virtual universe, King Longyu came to Zhou Lang's temple and saluted him. King Longyu, long time no see. Is there anything the teacher wants to talk to me about? Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at King Longyu. Your Excellency, this year's genius competition has begun again, and the selection of various advanced cosmic countries has begun. King Longyu replied. Oh, Zhou Lang was immediately interested. With only Bo Lan remaining in his own lineage, it did seem a bit deserted. As for Wei Wen, Zhou Lang hadn't asked him to choose the god-devouring chaos monument. For no other reason than that, with Wei Wen's talent, it would be a waste of time for him to study in his own lineage. You go tell the teacher, I'll be there later, Zhou Lang said, and King Longyu immediately took his leave. Zhou Lang was directly teleported to Qianwu continent. A new round of talent competitions has begun. Compared to the previous rounds featuring Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, this one features a significantly larger number of talents from the Qianwu universe. This is primarily due to the rise of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, followed by the addition of Hong and Lei Shun. Qianwu has simply increased its investment in talent within the universe. In both this round and the previous talent competition held at the Giant Axe Arena, the Qianwu universe has performed remarkably well. Of course, reaching the achievements of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng was still far from easy. Zhou Lang, in particular, still held the title of humanity's greatest genius. Luo Feng, on the other hand, was showing signs of catching up. Zhou Lang went straight to the Earth's residential complex. Mr. Jia, long time no see. You kid, you haven't been back for such a long time. You almost forgot about me, an old man. When Zhou Lang saw Jia Yi, a smile appeared on his face, but there was a hint of blame in Jia Yi's tone. That's not true, Mr. Jia. Are there any geniuses from Earth participating in this year's talent competition? Zhou Lang quickly denied it with a smile and then quickly changed the subject. There are 3 participants, but 2 of them probably won't even make it past the Qianwu universe's knockout rounds. But one should be able to break into the top 1,000 of the Qianwu universe. As for how far they can go after that, I'm not sure. By the way, he's only in his 40s now. Oh, hearing Jia Yi's words, Zhou Lang raised his eyebrows slightly. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Lang took Jia Yi and teleported to his own exclusive dimension. There are no special broadcast footage for the knockout rounds for the general public. After all, it is too troublesome to broadcast nearly 1 trillion geniuses one by one. But if it is a top human like Zhou Lang, he can watch it anytime he wants. It's this kid. His name is Luo Yuan. He's the 17th generation grandson of Luo Feng. In front of them, on a virtual screen, a young man who looked to be in his 20s appeared, holding his sword and slaughtering the geniuses in his world area. For a warrior, appearance cannot determine the true age. Just like Zhou Lang, although he is nearly 20,000 years old, his face still retains the appearance of his youth. Oh, the law of fire? He has already reached the 9th level of the realm. As for how well he has comprehended the law, it is not clear yet. Zhou Lang watched the boy's performance on the screen and raised his eyebrows slightly again. He usually cultivates in the virtual universe. I heard him say that a realm master valued him and accepted him as a disciple. I don't know much else about him. Jia Yi spoke, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Since this young man is Luo Feng's descendant, with Luo Feng's current status, there must be many people who want to make friends with him. I'm afraid that the realm masters who accepted Luo Yuan as their disciple were all designated by the Luo family. With the strength he's shown so far, it's no problem for him to enter the top 1,000 of Qianwu Universe country. After the elimination rounds, I'll send someone to teach him for 3 years, Zhou Lang said after thinking for a moment, and Jia Yi also smiled. Today, the Silver Blue Universe Kingdom centered on the Earth is managed by Jia Yi. Zhou Lang and his friends were completely hands-off. However, thanks to the reputation of Zhou Lang and others, no one dared to make things difficult for Jia Yi. In addition, Luo Feng is also a disciple of the Lord of Qianwu Kingdom. The Silver Blue Empire has an extremely special status in the Qianwu universe, and there is no need to say more about the Earth. However, the time of Earth's rise was too short, and Zhou Lang and a few others were just just there to hold the fort. Jia naturally hoped that more geniuses would emerge on Earth so as to consolidate the Earth's position. For Luo Yuan, the knockout round was not dangerous and he eventually qualified as the first in the world.
I will be visiting other cosmic countries next. As for the teacher I recommended, he will be going to Earth in a while.
I'd like to trouble Mr. Jia to receive him then. After the elimination round, Zhou Lang said goodbye to Jia Yi and teleported to the Nine Swords continent.
Teacher.
In the Nine Swords temple in the central area of the Nine Swords continent, Zhou Lang saluted the King of Nine Swords.
Okay, Zhou Lang, you're here. You've watched this year's genius competition, haven't you?
Compared to your class, it's really far behind. The King of Nine Swords laughed heartily, stood up and walked in front of Zhou Lang, then complained somewhat helplessly.
However, this kind of battle between geniuses without many outstanding talents is actually the norm.
It is always a minority to be able to have 4 super geniuses like Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Bolin, and Rong Jun in one class. It is even difficult to predict whether geniuses of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's level will appear again in the human race in the future. At least, they have reached a level unprecedented in history.
There's no rush. Sensei can still host many more talent competitions.
He'll definitely come across 1 or 2 good talents.
Zhou Lang had a smile on his face and didn't care about it. Teacher, where is senior brother Guanyan lately?
Zhou Lang came here this time to look for Guanyan Ho, or Guanyan King. At the beginning, after Guanyan Ho said goodbye to Zhou Lang, he entered the battlefield outside the domain. Later, before Zhou Lang entered the extraterritorial battlefield at the Realm Master stage, Guanyan Ho had already reached the level of
being crowned as a king.
He then left the extraterritorial battlefield and began to adventure in the secret realms of various universes.
Guanyan, he just came out of a secret cosmic realm 2 days ago.
Although the King of Nine Swords Kingdom did not know why Zhou Lang was looking for King Guanyan, he still responded.
Zhou Lang nodded slightly, then sent a message to King Guanyan. Teacher, junior brother.
King Guanyan soon appeared and, after being teleported to the Nine Swords Temple, he greeted Zhou Lang and the Nine Swords King. Although Zhou Lang was now at the top of the human race, King Guanyan still seemed very friendly when talking to him.
Brother, I came to you this time to ask you to do me a favor.
As Zhou Lang spoke, he sent an email to King Guanyan.
The email contained a video of Luo Yuan's performance in the elimination round.
This little guy has some talent. What do you want, junior brother? After watching the video, King Guanyan turned his gaze to Zhou Lang. I hope that senior brother can teach this little fellow for a while.
If senior brother thinks it's suitable, you can accept him as your apprentice. Zhou Lang smiled, and King Guanyan did not refuse. No problem, but junior brother. King Guanyan spoke and paused.
If this little fellow doesn't suit my personality, the best I can do is accept him as a nominal disciple.
That's entirely up to you, senior brother. I'm just acting as a go-between. You can follow your own ideas. Zhou Lang did not put pressure on King Guanyan.
In the universe, any powerful being is extremely cautious when accepting a disciple, especially a personal disciple. After all, a close relationship between master and disciple often means they could become future comrades in arms.
Both character and talent must be absolutely reliable.
Something like the descendant of the Flame Demon Venerable betraying the Flame Demon Venerable is almost impossible for a master-disciple relationship to occur.
Okay, then I'll go over and check on this kid first. King Guanyan nodded in agreement. Zhou Lang had already sent him Luo Yuan's basic information.
As soon as he finished speaking, King Guanyan said goodbye to the Lord of Nine Swords and left.
Disciple, I thank you on behalf of your senior brother. After King Guanyan left, the Lord of Nine Swords looked at Zhou Lang with emotion and expressed his gratitude. After all, the Lord of Nine Swords was able to find out that Luo Yuan was Luo Feng's descendant. Zhou Lang waved his hand indifferently. Teacher, you are too kind.
You are my teacher, and I have helped you a lot. It is natural for brothers to support each other. In Chaos City, Zhou Lang slowly opened his eyes. The quality of this year's genius battle is really unsatisfactory. It's really not that easy for my god-devouring lineage to wait for a qualified successor. He sighed secretly in his heart, but did not show too much anxiety.
There's still plenty of time anyway. The human territory is so vast and the number of geniuses is so huge that there will always be 1 or 2 suitable geniuses. Master, your disciple Bolin sent a message.
Zhou Ling reminded him. Zhou Lang opened the email, glanced at it, and raised his eyebrows slightly.
That's not bad.
He was able to achieve such an achievement in such a short time.
I wonder if Borlin in this life can surpass the realm of the Lord of the Universe in the original book. The content of the email was Borlin's report on his performance in the extraterritorial battlefield.
Last time, the demons, insects and machines joined forces to break the tacit understanding between the 4 top races. However, humanity gained the territories of 3 more advanced cosmic nations. Therefore, there was no subsequent entanglement, and the extraterritorial battlefield still existed.
However, the losses among the demons, insects and machines were not just in territory.
The loss of a large number of cosmic masters has led to a significant reduction in the number of immortals among the 3 races. Therefore, in the current extraterritorial wars, the human race always always has the greatest advantage. This forced the three tribes to unite again. Although they were still fighting each other not long ago, on the battlefield outside the domain, in order to avoid being completely driven out by the human race, they had no choice but to cooperate. However, the so-called alliance is actually only true cooperation when facing the immortality of the human race. The fighting between the three tribes has never decreased. At this time, he was far away in the ocean of the universe. Lord Azure Dragon, we were the first to discover this treasure. You'd better leave quickly. Two creatures, each thousands of kilometers long and covered with thousands of pairs of blood-red eyes, shouted sternly at the Azure Dragon's clone. Lord of Angta, Lord of Angtu, the treasure belongs to those who are virtuous. Defeat me first. The Qinglong clone smiled coldly, and a huge spear tens of millions of miles long appeared above his head. Poof! After hearing what Qinglong's clone said, the two looked at each other, and finally snorted coldly and turned away. The two of them are just second-level universe masters. After these four lords of the universe came to the sea of the universe, they killed a third-level lord of the universe in a duel and hunted down a fourth-level lord of the universe. Only the strongest in the universe can suppress such a record. Ordinary masters of the universe would not dare to get entangled with the lord of the Azure Dragon. Just now, the two of them also wanted to see if they could scare Qinglong away. However, the lord of the Azure Dragon obviously did not care about their existence. Snort! Looking at the two people fleeing in an instant, the Qinglong clone just snorted coldly and did not chase after them. There are many dangers in the cosmic sea, and the Azure Dragon clone will not take action unless it is necessary. It's just an ordinary treasure. What a pity. When the treasure came out, the Azure Dragon's clone couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a little regretful. An ordinary treasure is definitely a precious thing to the Lord of the Universe, or even the top overlord of the universe. Unfortunately, it is useless to Qinglong's clone. After all, ordinary treasures are nothing compared to him. Give it to me later and exchange it for treasure points. The Qinglong clone shook his head, put the treasure away, and then found a direction to continue flying. Over the years, Qinglong's clone has been wandering in the sea of the universe. However, he did not go to the Three Jedi. The fake map of Qingjia Peak in the original novel has not yet been released. I have maps from both the human and demon tribes. You can go take a look first. Anyway, I have my clone and my true self, so even if I die, it's just a waste of some precious treasures. They are all external things. Thinking of this, Qinglong's clone flew towards Qingjia Peak. My current strength, with the blessing of the Thousand Rin Spear, has reached the level of a fifth-order universe master. If my clones merge into one, my strength should be able to increase further. However, the interior of Qingjia Peak is too dangerous, so let's explore the periphery first. When he arrived at the outskirts of Qingjia Peak and looked at the huge mountain in front of him, Qinglong's clone couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Inside the Qingjia Peak, there are usually the strongest people in the universe, or some powerful masters of the universe, such as the Lord of Darkness. Although Qinglong has clones in his original body, he still chooses to act cautiously. After all, the beasts inside Qingjia Peak are not easy to deal with. They feed on the universe. Furthermore, Qinglong's clone has also obtained many treasures over the years. Although most of them are ordinary treasures, both the clone and the original body are actually not short of treasures. Besides, the system might reward you with some treasures one day, so there is no need to take any risks at all. The Azure Dragon's clone was traveling in the ocean of the universe, while Zhou Lang himself stayed in the Chaos City. In the blink of an eye, several years have passed, and this year's genius competition has come to an end. The Lord of the Nine Swords Kingdom entered Chaos City with a new batch of geniuses, among whom was a young man from Earth named Luo Yuan. Is this the Chaos City that our ancestors visited in the past? Luo Yuan followed the guide and walked into the city lord's mansion, his face full of surprise. Because of his teacher, Luo Yuan reluctantly joined the core layer of the Apocalypse Zone. Compared to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's performance, he was obviously far behind, but he was still in the core layer. In the Apocalypse Zone, only Zhou Lang, Luo Feng, Hong, and Lei Shen surpassed him on Earth. The teacher once told us that we must be cautious in choosing the Chaos Monuments. We only have half an hour, and there are 53 Chaos Monuments in total. We can't waste time. Luo Yuan's eyes swept over the pictures of the Chaos Monuments, and finally landed on one picture. There was only a shadow of a gun in the picture. When Luo Yuan saw it, he felt a resonance in his heart. The God-devouring Chaos Monument? That's it. Luo Yuan made a quick decision. I choose the God-devouring Chaos Monument, he said firmly. At the same time, in a mansion somewhere in Chaos City. Oh, senior brother, this kid chose the God-devouring Chaos Monument. Did you say that a long time ago? Zhou Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly when he saw Luo Yuan's choice. Junior brother, how can you slander others at will? King Guangyan rolled his eyes, picked up the wine jug on the table and poured himself another glass. The wines here at Zhou Lang are all top grade, worth tens of thousands of Han Yuan units per glass. It's not that King Guangyan can't afford them, but he just can't drink them often. But Zhou Lang didn't care about it at all. In his eyes, the Han Yuan unit was just a string of numbers. It's fate. Zhou Lang didn't question King Guangyan's words. After all, if he really did it, King King Guanyan would admit it, and Zhou Lang wouldn't have much to say.
If that's the case, then it's naturally not done.
Brother, you can tell this kid that if he can pass the third level of the Tongtian Bridge before leaving Chaos City, I will accept him as a registered disciple.
Inside the secret room of the Chaos Monument, not many geniuses choose the god-devouring Chaos Monument. Apart from Luo Yuan, there are only 3. Is this the god-devouring Chaos Monument?
Luo Yuan stared at the 9 pictures on the stone tablet in front of him, feeling dazed. Except for the first picture, which gave him some insights, the following 8 pictures were like heavenly books to him. There are only 7 days, no time to lose. Luo Yuan glanced at the other 3 geniuses who were already sitting cross-legged and beginning to comprehend, and hurriedly found a place to sit down. He turned his gaze to the first picture, completely immersed in his understanding of the god-devouring Chaos Monument.
Come out, come out, come out.
In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Kendry's voice echoed in the chamber. Luo Yuan wanted to ponder it for a while longer, but the voice kept flooding into his mind like a tide.
Not long after, Luo Yuan had to stop his comprehension.
Standing at the door of the secret room, he looked back at the Chaos Monument with some reluctance in his heart. If you can pass the third level of Tongtian Bridge within 30 years, you will be accepted as a registered disciple by a great being? As soon as he left the god-devouring Chaos Monument, Luo Yuan arrived at the residence of his teacher, King Guanyan. It wasn't long before he heard the news. Please rest assured, Master, I will definitely be able to pass the third level of the Tongtian Bridge,
Luo Yuan said firmly.
Disciple, please don't put too much pressure on yourself.
King Guanyan smiled and waved his hand.
You haven't seen the Tongtian Bridge in person yet, so you don't know how difficult it is. In this year's genius competition, perhaps only after you leave Chaos City will a genius emerge who can break through the third level of the Tongtian Bridge.
So, my disciple, don't worry too much. Even if you can't make it past the third level, I can still secure a place for you to attend the class. King Guanyan had a smile on his face, but Luo Yuan was a little surprised. Is this Tongtian Bridge really that difficult? But Luo Yuan did not ask this question out loud, but a feeling of dissatisfaction surged in his heart. After bidding farewell to Queen Guanyan, Luo Yuan found a residence nearby, then logged into the virtual universe and teleported to the Tongtian Bridge Plane. Hello, Luo Yuan.
I am the guardian of the Tongtian Bridge Plane.
My name is Beifan, but I prefer others to call me Lord Guardian. Greetings, Lord Guardian. Luo Yuan bowed slightly and greeted Beifan.
There are 53 sky bridges in total. The tallest has 32 floors, and the shortest has only 21. The god-devouring sky bridge you chose has 28 floors.
Beifan began with a brief introduction.
Outside Tongtian Bridge, compared to the highly anticipated genius battle between Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, almost no one paid attention to Luo Yuan's battle. Only some marquee-level warriors were watching. There was not even a king, let alone the venerable level and the Lord of the Universe level.
Luo Yuan's first attempt at crossing the overpass was not satisfactory.
Before entering the Tongtian Bridge, he was full of hope for himself, thinking that he could at least make it through the first level. Unfortunately, no matter how beautiful the ideal is, the reality is cruel. On the first level, Luo Yuan only held on for a short while before being ruthlessly defeated.
Is it that strong?
Standing on the small island of Tongtian Bridge Plain, Luo Yuan looked at the god-devouring Tongtian Bridge in front of him, feeling a little dazed. Is this really something that can be passed by the cosmic level? There was a dazed look in his eyes. Although he persisted for a while, in fact, the gatekeeper was just playing with him. When the gatekeeper used all his strength, Luo Yuan understood that he was going to be killed instantly. 3 floors, is that really possible? At this moment, Luo Yuan seemed to understand the profound meaning of what his teacher said. Don't put too much pressure on yourself.
Luo Yuan, how is it?
A voice sounded behind him. When he turned around, he saw a young girl with small white scales on her cheeks and a snake's tail on her lower body. She is a snake person, a branch of the human race.
Killed instantly. Luo Yuan shook his head bitterly.
This time, only 2 people from the Qianwu Universe Kingdom made it to the finals. One was Luo Yuan, and the other was the Snake Man girl Sonia in front of him.
Normal. Sonia was smiling, showing no sign of loss.
Monday, the top-ranked man in our class, was also eliminated in the first round.
Don't lose heart. Sonia comforted him, but Luo Yuan just smiled bitterly.
She didn't know that she had been noticed by a great being. If she could pass the third level before leaving Chaos City, she would be able to become his registered disciple.
I'm leaving first.
After saying goodbye to Sonia, Luo Yuan left the Tongtian Bridge Plain.
However, Luo Yuan did not exit the virtual universe, but came to Yuxiang Mountain. He is just a member of the Doomsday Zone.
Virtual Universe Corporation Headquarters. Members of the Primitive Zone enjoy the best treatment, and each has a vast territory. Members of the Taichu District were treated slightly worse and lived in the manor. Members of the Tian area can only live in villas. As for the members of the Doomsday Zone, they are treated the worst and can only live in tube-shaped buildings.
This is true in both the real world and the virtual universe.
This is not because the Virtual Universe Company does not have enough territory, but to stimulate competition among internal geniuses. geniuses.
Luo Yuan did not stop and went straight to the public area of Yuxiang Mountain. In the public area, a woman was standing quietly. When Luo Yuan saw her, he immediately walked up to her. "Greetings, ancestor." He saluted the woman in front of him. "No need to be so polite." Su Xian had a smile on her face. She looked at Luo Yuan and nodded secretly.
"Although there has been some help from my mother's family over the years, no one has ever become successful."
Among the Luo family, Luo Yuan was the first person to join the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company with his own abilities. When Su Xian first learned the news, he contacted Luo Feng specifically. "Sit." Su Xian looked kind and gestured for them to sit down together, but Luo Yuan was obviously a little nervous. "Don't be nervous, kid." Su Xian noticed Luo Yuan's nervousness and spoke gently.
Her gentle words made Luo Yuan relax a little.
"Luo Feng is in the secret realm of the universe recently, so he asked me to come and see you. You are able to join the Virtual Universe Company, and the family will definitely reward you generously. If you encounter any difficult issues within the company, you can come to me." Su Xian smiled and Luo Yuan nodded. "Thank you, ancestor." He immediately stood up and bowed deeply to express his gratitude. "No need for formalities. I heard that you have become a disciple of King Guanyan." Su Xian waved her hand, and Luo Yuan sat down again.
He nodded in response.
"The teacher is very good to me. If it weren't for the teacher's guidance, I wouldn't be able to enter the Doomsday Zone." "You mean, the Chaos Monument you chose as the God-devouring Chaos Monument?" Su Xian raised her eyebrows slightly, her eyes fixed on Luo Yuan in front of her. Su Xian knew who the creator of the God-devouring Chaos Monument was.
She even clearly remembered the gritting of teeth in anger when Luo Feng mentioned that Zhou Lang had created his own Chaos Monument when they met in the virtual universe.
"Yes,
after I chose the Chaos Monument, Master Guanyan Wang said that if I could conquer the third level of the God-devouring Sky Bridge within 30 years of staying in Chaos City, a great being would accept me as his disciple."
"Oh," Luo Yuan's words brought a smile to Su Xian's face.
"In that case, please wait a moment.
Someone else will come to see you soon." Su Xian smiled and immediately sent an email to Luo Feng. In the universe,
Luo Feng, who was adventuring in the secret realm of the universe, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the message sent by his wife.
"Luo Yuan is my 17th generation grandson. If Lanzi really wants to take him in as his disciple, doesn't that mean Lanzi is of the same generation as my 16th generation grandson?" Luo Feng's eyes sparkled with a thought, thinking, is there such a good thing?
Although seniority in the universe cannot be calculated so easily, this does not prevent him from mentioning this matter in passing when he goes to Zhou Lang in the future.
Afterwards, Luo Feng released his spiritual root slaves and directly entered the world ring and logged into the virtual universe. Yuxiang Mountain, public area. Luo Feng appeared.
Although he hadn't yet achieved immortality, he was still a realm master in the primitive zone, able to enter and exit freely.
"Greetings, ancestor." When Luo Feng appeared, Luo Yuan was surprised and then hurriedly stood up and saluted. "No need to be so polite." Luo Feng smiled and waved, then sat down next to Su Xian.
"You've successfully joined the Virtual Universe Company and become a member of the Doomsday Zone, so I can't help but reward you. Let me put it this way, I've ordered some secret techniques in your name that will help you comprehend the God-devouring Chaos Monument.
For the next 30 years, you can come to me once a year, and I'll guide you.
I hope you'll be able to pass the third level of the Tongtian Bridge in 30 years.
Luo Feng smiled.
Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic and quickly expressed his gratitude.
Luo Yuan naturally didn't know that his ancestor actually just wanted to compete with his brothers. Although Luo Feng knew that as long as he asked, Zhou Lang would definitely agree. But then again, the relationship between master and disciple in the universe is often closer than that of family.
Therefore, whether a master chooses a disciple or a disciple chooses a master, the decision is not made lightly.
If Luo Yuan fails
to meet Zhou Lang's requirements within the next 30 years, then it would be best for him not to become Zhou Lang's disciple.
This is exactly the same as Zhou Lang's decision not to force King Guanyan to accept Luo Yuan as his disciple.
In the public area, Luo Yuan and Luo Feng said goodbye and returned to their rooms in the Doomsday area.
However, Luo Yuan was still puzzled as to why. Clearly, at the beginning, Patriarch Luo Feng was still adventuring in the secret realm of the universe, but upon hearing that he had chosen the God-devouring Chaos Monument and might be accepted as a disciple by a great being, Patriarch Luo Feng actually came to see him in person and offered such great help. I must not let down the expectations of Elder Luo Feng and Elder Su Xian. Luo Yuan swore to himself. Zhou Lang was unaware of Luo Feng and Su Xian's actions. The level of this year's genius competition was truly low. It wasn't until the 13th year that the top contender barely made it past the first level of Tongtian Bridge. However, the human elite had long since grown accustomed to this. Since the establishment of the genius competition system, this level of talent had become the norm. Even if it weren't for geniuses of Zhou Lang and Luo Feng's caliber, a genius like Bolans would only appear once every 10,000 epochs. In the 18th year, the second place
place in the genius competition successfully passed the first level of Tongtian Bridge. In the 28th year, except for Luo Yuan, all the geniuses of this session had passed the first level of Tongtian Bridge, but no one could break through the second level, not even the first place of this session.
As for Luo Yuan, apart from the initial hunting of chaos beasts outside Chaos City, he spent the rest of his time concentrating on cultivation in his residence.
However, Zhou Lang did not pay much attention to this. 10 days before this group of geniuses completed 30 years in Chaos City, the Lord of the Nine Swords Kingdom appeared above Chaos City. Poof! With a cold snort, the faces of the surviving geniuses turned pale. There are still 10 days left. Those who need to cross the Tongtian Bridge should go ahead and cross it. Those who need to comprehend the Chaos Monument should go ahead and comprehend it. Let's disperse. As soon as the Nine Swords King finished speaking, many geniuses left, but Luo Yuan did not move.
Greetings to the Grandmaster and to the teacher.
Luo Yuan respectfully saluted the Lord of Nine Swords and King Guanyan.
Teacher, senior brother.
Before he finished speaking, a voice rang out.
Greetings, Your Excellency.
Many immortals including King Longyu behind the Lord of Nine Swords bowed in greeting.
No need to be so polite.
Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand, his eyes swept towards Luo Yuan with a smile on his face.
I've met this person. Now you should call me Uncle Master.
Luo Yuan was about to salute, but he was not sure how to address Zhou Lang.
Greetings, Uncle Master.
He bowed slightly, and Zhou Lang smiled and waved again. Teacher, come to my place for a drink. Zhou Lang nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the King of Nine Swords. Well, Guanyan did say that you have quite a few good wines. The Lord of Nine Swords Kingdom readily agreed with a smile on his face. Everyone left, leaving only Luo Yuan and King Guanyan.
Teacher, why are my master and uncle smiling at me so strangely?
Luo Yuan looked at King Guanyan with a puzzled look on his face, but King Guanyan smiled and shook his head.
You'll understand this later, okay? 30 years of experience should be enough, right? Seeing that King Guanyan did not speak directly, Luo Yuan stopped asking and nodded.
Disciple is ready to cross the Tongtian Bridge now.
Good. King Guanyan smiled slightly and patted Luo Yuan on the shoulder. Go ahead.
As soon as King Guanyan finished speaking, he hurriedly flew towards Zhou Lang's mansion.
If it's too late, the wine will be gone, which will be terrible. Luo Yuan returned to his residence and logged directly into the virtual universe. Luo Yuan.
On the small island in the Tongtian Bridge plain, Sonia, a woman from the Snake Tribe, greeted Luo Yuan with a smile.
Are you here to break through the Sky Bridge as well? I've tried 7 times and still haven't been able to break through the second level.
Sonia's smile gradually faded and she looked a little lost. Luo Yuan nodded slightly, raised his foot and walked towards the God-devouring bridge. This time, I must get through the third level. On the Tongtian Bridge plain, Zhou Lang, the Nine Swords King, King Guanyan, and King Longyu appeared one after another. The quality of the genius battle at this point was truly disappointing. Even during the
last attempt at Tongtian Bridge in Chaos City, no one paid attention.
Zhou Lang and his companions had a clear purpose in coming here, to see if Luo Yuan could successfully pass the third level of Tongtian Bridge.
Prodigal Luo Feng suddenly appeared and greeted Zhou Lang with a smile.
Lord of the Nine Swords, King Longyu, and King Guanyan. Luo Feng then bowed slightly and greeted the 3 kings. Crazy man, your descendants have made great progress in recent years.
Is it you who are helping them? The 3 rulers of the Nine Swords Kingdom nodded, and Zhou Lang walked to Luo Feng with a smile. After so many years, I finally cultivated a descendant worthy of attention.
Of course, I had to put in some effort.
Luo Feng smiled, but he would never admit in
his heart that the biggest purpose of teaching Luo Yuan was actually to make fun of Zhou Lang and his 16th generation grandson after he became his disciple.
Which level do you think he can get through this time? Zhou Lang looked at the smile on Luo Feng's face.
He always felt that this guy was hiding something, but he couldn't tell what it was. The third level is definitely no problem, but the fourth isn't so certain.
Luo Feng seemed frustrated at this. His talent was indeed too low. He had been
giving Luo Yuan special training over the years, but in his opinion, his progress was still not significant. After all, whether he could pass the fourth level
of Tongtian Bridge, even after 30 years in Chaos City, was still an unknown.
Shouldn't he have been able to clear the 8th level on his first try, and then directly pass the 12th level 30 years later? However, Luo Feng didn't put too much pressure on Luo Yuan. After all, talent wasn't everything. For now, Luo Yuan is undoubtedly the primary target of training for the entire Luo family, and indeed for the entire Earth. Therefore, with the support of abundant resources, Luo Yuan will surely receive even better training, and his future achievements are uncertain. As expected, just as Luo Feng had anticipated, Luo Yuan easily passed the first 2 levels. Although he struggled for a long time on the 3rd level, he ultimately succeeded. Reaching the 4th floor, Luo Yuan's face was solemn, sword in hand, staring at the gatekeeper across from him, a sense of unease building within him.
The disparity between the 2 sides was simply too great.
His attacks posed no threat to the gatekeeper at all, while he had to fight with all his might against every move. Alright, time to end it, the gatekeeper said, slashing down with his sword. When Luo Yuan opened his eyes again, he was standing on the island of the Tongtian Bridge Plain. Meanwhile, after Luo Yuan completed the Tongtian Bridge Challenge, Beifan, the gatekeeper of the Tongtian Bridge Plain, immediately sent an email to all the geniuses in Chaos City.
Luo Yuan passed the third level?
In a residence somewhere in Chaos City, the Snake Man girl Sonia saw Baffin's email and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes.
How is it possible? Luo Yuan actually passed the third level? A man with a single horn on his forehead looked at the email in astonishment. He was
the first place winner of this genius competition, but he had only passed the first level so far, and the second level was still a long way off. All the surviving geniuses were filled with disbelief and sent emails to Luo Yuan one after another. However, Luo Yuan no longer had the heart to care about these things.
Just after exiting the virtual universe, Luo Yuan received an email. Master, there's an email signed by the God Devourer, Luo Yuan's intelligent life said. Luo Yuan opened the email without hesitation. There was no other information on the email, only an address. Luo Yuan exhaled a breath and walked out of the residence excitedly. In front of a mansion in Chaos City, Luo Yuan calmed down and walked in.
There was no one inside, which made Luo Yuan feel a little confused. After confirming the address on the email, he walked in with determination.
When Luo Yuan walked into the hall, he was momentarily dazed.
Inside, his teacher, King Guangyan, his grandmaster, the Lord of the Nine Swords Kingdom, King Longyu, and the uncle he had met before were all gathered together drinking.
Silly boy, what are you standing there for? Come here.
King Guangyan saw Luo Yuan, who looked a little dazed, and greeted him with a smile.
Teacher, Grandmaster, Uncle Master,
Lord King Longyu. Luo Yuan walked into the hall and saluted the four people, but he didn't know what to say for a moment.
Alright, silly boy, let me formally introduce you now. This is your uncle, the God Devourer. He is one of the greatest beings in our human race. Besides, your uncle is also a human from your Earth.
King Guangyan said this with a smile on his face. Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment, then he understood.
Are you the ancestor of Zhou Lang? Luo Yuan asked, and Zhou Lang nodded with a smile.
At this time, the entire Earth, or China, regarded Zhou Lang and Luo Feng as the ancestors of mankind. Luo Yuan was right to call himself the ancestor of mankind.
Luo Yuan. Then, Zhou Lang looked at Luo Yuan. Will you accept me as your master? Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Yuan's heart couldn't help but feel a surge of blood.
He had heard and seen the stories of the ancestor of mankind since he was a child. During this period of time, he met his ancestor in the virtual universe almost every year.
The sense of mystery that had long since dissipated now reappears in Zhou Lang.
Although this was the second time they met, he didn't even know the other person's identity last time.
Thousands of thoughts were swirling in his mind, but Luo Yuan's movements were not slow.
Please accept me as your disciple.
Luo Yuan knelt down in front of Zhou Lang and spoke loudly. Okay, from today on, you will be my registered disciple.
If you can break through the original Tongtian mountain of the Realm Master level during your Realm Master period, then you will be my direct disciple. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded, waving his sleeves, and Luo Yuan stood up from the ground.
I will not let my teacher down.
Luo Yuan responded hurriedly, but the three rulers of the Nine Swords Kingdom shook their heads slightly. Boy, it's not easy to pass the Realm Master level original Tongtian mountain. In the past tens of millions of epochs, only two people have succeeded. One of them is your ancestor, and the other is your god-devouring ancestor, so you must not slack off. King Guangyan said this. Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment, but then a determined light flashed in his eyes.
Disciple will definitely work hard. Looking at Luo Yuan's determined expression, Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Just talking about this mentality, it is quite good. However, what humans on Earth lack the least is their state of mind. In terms of talent, Luo Yuan is still a little lacking, but judging from Zhou Lang's current resources, talent is not a problem. The most important thing is his state of mind. Since you have become my disciple, I naturally cannot be stingy. Here are some things. Consider them as a gift for your apprenticeship.
As Zhou Lang spoke, he took out a world ring and handed it to Luo Yuan.
Thank you, teacher. Luo Yuan did not refuse.
He knew in his heart that the resources given by the teacher to his disciple were a token of his kindness, and there was no need to be polite.
I've transferred 1 billion Hunyuan units into your account.
If you need to purchase any resources, you can use them directly. As for points, as a member of the Doomsday Zone, you're limited in the number of missions you can take on, and earning points is relatively difficult, so it's best to use them effectively. For daily resources, if you can use Hunyuan units to purchase them, try to do so.
Yes, thank you, teacher.
Zhou Lang began to explain, and Luo Yuan bowed respectfully in response.
You've already passed the third level.
You now have 3 chances to comprehend.
You haven't done so in 30 years, so this time you should be able to gain a lot of insights.
After you come out of the Chaos Monument's secret room, come visit me again.
You can go now.
Yes, teacher, Grandmaster, Lord Longyu King, I will take my leave. Luo Yuan nodded, saluted the 4 people, then turned and left the mansion.
Junior brother, how far do you think this kid Luo Yuan can go? King Guangyan looked at Luo Yuan's back and spoke, while Zhou Lang shook his head.
Talent can be compensated with resources resources, but the final path still depends on oneself. My eldest disciple, Bolin, did not follow my god-devouring lineage.
Luo Yuan is considered the first disciple of my god-devouring lineage.
As long as his character and understanding are sufficient, I have the ability to support him in training him to the level of a venerable. What I worry about most is his lack of character and understanding. Zhou Lang said this, and the other three nodded slightly.
Although talent is important, it sometimes does not represent everything.
For the virtual universe company in the Great Axe Arena, character and understanding cannot be directly measured, but talent can be quantified. Therefore, the battle between geniuses is mainly carried out according to their respective understanding of the laws.
And saying that Luo Yuan's talent is not good enough is only compared with the geniuses of all human races and geniuses in history.
As a member of the Doomsday Zone in this genius battle, Luo Yuan has surpassed billions of geniuses from 1011 advanced cosmic countries and ranked among the top 1000.
Luo Yuan was unaware of Zhou Lang and others' evaluation of him. After leaving Zhou Lang's mansion, Luo Yuan went straight to the secret room of the Chaos Monument, God-devouring Chaos Monument. At the beginning, including Luo Yuan, there were only 4 geniuses who chose to enter. But 30 years later, the other 3 geniuses had all died outside Chaos City. Chaos City was not absolutely safe. Come out, come out, come out.
7 days later, Kandari's voice came into the secret room.
Luo Yuan had to wake up from his comprehension and reluctantly left the Chaos Monument's secret room. Teacher. Returning to Zhou Lang's residence, Luo Yuan saluted Zhou Lang. You've previously pursued the path of analyzing the essence of space, which is a good point. You should understand that the essence of space has a total of 108 variations. If you can fully comprehend the first 36 variations, then you'll be able to fully comprehend the first image on the God-devouring Chaos Monument. As Zhou Lang spoke, he waved his right hand in front of Luo Yuan. A dark scratch appeared in space, unable to reflect even light. Although it was just a scratch, Luo Yuan seemed to have realized the essence of endless space. In an instant, he was immersed in enlightenment. Zhou Lang looked at Luo Yuan, who was beginning to gain insights, and nodded slightly. In fact,
with Zhou Lang's current strength and status, Luo Yuan, a little guy who has only passed the 3rd level of Tongtian Bridge, is not qualified to become his disciple. But this little guy is the first person on Earth in many years to enter the core layer of the virtual universe company on his own, and he is also the descendant of Luo Feng.
Zhou Lang undoubtedly loves the house and the people in it.
However, if Luo Yuan is unable to improve in the future and cannot pass through the Realm Lord level original Tongtian Bridge, then being Zhou Lang's registered disciple will be the highest achievement he can achieve in his life.
2 days passed in a flash. Luo Yuan was still immersed in his thoughts.
Zhou Lang waved his hand, and Luo Yuan's figure floated behind him and came to the sky above Chaos City. The spaceship of the Lord of Nine Swords Kingdom is already waiting.
This, brother, I leave it to you.
Zhou Lang handed Luo Yuan, who was in the process of gaining insights, to King Guangyan.
Don't worry. King Guangyan smiled and nodded, then took Luo Yuan into the spaceship. The tail of the big fish spaceship swung gently and instantly disappeared above Chaos City. How you go forward depends on you. Looking at the void in front of him, Zhou Lang said softly. At the same time, in the mysterious realm of the ancestor, buzz, a powerful aura swept over. Has anyone reached the realm of a venerable? Who is it? Over there is the human King Jinyan. King Jinyan actually achieved the status of a venerable?
The arrival of the origin of the universe made King Jinyan the focus of everyone's attention.
Trapped outside the threshold of the venerable for countless epochs.
Now, he has become the venerable of space. King Jinyan, no, he should be called Venerable Jinyan, and he couldn't help laughing.
Congratulations, Venerable Jinyan. Congratulations,
Jinyan, congratulations. Everyone offered their congratulations, and Venerable Jinyan responded with a smile.
However, I couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions in my heart. Back then, he was just Luo Feng's instructor.
Afterwards, the reward Luo Feng gave him was beyond imagination.
Time passes slowly.
The news that King Jinyan had achieved the status of Universal Lord quickly spread among the upper echelons of the entire human race.
Has King Jinyan become a venerable?
In the mansion of Chaos City, when Zhou Lang received this news, he couldn't help but think of King Tongnan, who had served as his instructor above the earth.
Teacher Tongnan Wang didn't take the path of integrating the laws, but he may not be without opportunities.
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang stood up, walked out of the mansion, and left Chaos City. He was teleported directly outside the earth. Look forward. In his sight, there stood a palace complex on the earth that stretched for hundreds of kilometers.
Many world master level figures came in and out. This is the palace of King Tongnan.
In the original novel, the earth nominally belongs to Luo Feng, but in reality it belongs to the human race. Therefore, several venerable ones were stationed there.
But now, the earth belongs completely to Zhou Lang.
The resort quota on earth is also a commodity sold by Zhou Lang, and all the proceeds belong to the earth. The human race naturally would not send anyone to guard it.
Zhou Lang didn't care about this. He took a step forward and entered the palace. Teacher Tongnan Wang. Zhou Lang shouted to King Tongnan in the palace. class.
Seeing Zhou Lang coming, King Tongnan was stunned for a moment, then stood up.
Why are you here? Teacher Tongnan Wang, do you want to break through to the realm of the venerable?
Inside the hall, Zhou Lang smiled as he looked at King Tongnan opposite him. King Tongnan's smile froze instantly and was then replaced by surprise. As a close friend of Venerable Jinyan, he naturally knew that Jinyan had successfully broken through. King Tongnan stayed in the realm of becoming a king for too long, so long that he almost lost his enterprising spirit. Helplessly, he was stuck at this level. He was only a step away from success, yet it seemed as difficult to cross as an insurmountable chasm. Teacher, you don't practice the law of fusion, so the inheritance from the ancestral god sect won't be of much help to you. For the next 300 years, I will demonstrate the laws of space to you at any time.
Whether you can break through is entirely up to you.
When Zhou Lang spoke, a hint of surprise flashed in King Tongnan's eyes. To have a great being demonstrate the laws to oneself day after day for 300 years is a treatment that no one in human history can possibly match.
Thank you.
King Tongnan looked solemn as he stood up and bowed deeply to Zhou Lang. Zhou Lang did not avoid this salute. After all, the relationship between King Tongnan and Zhou Lang is just that of a teacher and a student, and cannot be called a master and apprentice at all. The reason Zhou Lang gave King Tongnan this opportunity was actually because he had nothing to do recently, so he gladly accepted the gift.
In that case, teacher, let's get started,
Zhou Lang said with a smile and then waved. The scene inside the temple where the two were located changed instantly, and they were surrounded by endless starry sky,
planets, galaxies, star fields.
King Tongnan felt that he was completely immersed in the laws of endless space. Soon, the planet closest to him began to change. The original planet exploded and eventually reunited, turning into a black rat the size of a planet.
As if the start button was pressed, meteorites, asteroids, planets, stars, everything in the universe exploded and eventually turned into countless black rats of all sizes.
Rats vary in size, with the smallest being only tens of kilometers across and the largest spreading over tens of thousands of kilometers. The entire universe turned into a world of rats, and countless rats roared to the sky. And in the eyes of King Tongnan, all of this is the manifestation of the laws of space. Looking at King Tongnan, who was concentrating on cultivation, Zhou Lang nodded slightly. Those who are stuck at the level of being an invincible king, whether it is King Tongnan, King Longyu, or the former King Jinyan, actually only need an opportunity. Once you cross this opportunity, you can successfully break through to the venerable level. If we cannot get through it, we may remain stagnant for thousands of years, or even thousands of epochs. King Tongnan naturally wouldn't have any significant gains in a short period of time, and Zhou Lang didn't pay much attention to him and directly logged into the virtual universe. At the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company, in a room in the Doomsday Zone, Luo Yuan opened his eyes. A hint of confusion flashed across his eyes, but he quickly recovered.
Has it been over a month? Luo Yuan glanced at the time and looked around at the familiar yet unfamiliar room.
It feels familiar because he spends almost every day here in the virtual universe. It feels strange because this is his first time here in reality. I've made a big improvement this time, and I should be able to pass the 4th level of Tongtian Bridge, but I still need to improve my cultivation first.
Thinking of this, Luo Yuan directly logged into the virtual universe and submitted an application for the use of nutrient solution and nutrient capsule.
Although the living conditions in the Doomsday Zone were much worse and there were no servants to serve, the application for nutrient capsules and nutrient solution was quickly approved. Moreover, Luo Yuan did not have any other special opportunities, and his gene multiplier was only 1. There was nothing unexpected about this application, and the virtual universe quickly approved it. After the nutrition capsule was delivered, Luo Yuan immediately entered it and logged into the virtual universe at the same time. Before I left, the principles that Teacher Rinzu demonstrated to me were of great help to me. I have too few points, so I will go explore the Sea of Illusion and the Immortal Altar next.
Thinking this in his mind, Luo Yuan quickly submitted his application.
However, compared to when he crossed the Sky Bridge, many venerables gathered above the Sea of Illusion.
In the eyes of many venerables, Luo Yuan's talent was not outstanding, and even seemed a little inferior in their eyes. However, many venerables were curious about Luo Yuan's state of mind.
They also began to understand something about the peculiarities of the Earth. Otherwise, the venerables would not have spent so much resources to send their offspring to Earth to reproduce and thrive. However, all of this was just words from the mouth of the God Devourer.
No one can confirm it.
Although as a great existence of the human race, the God-eating Lord will definitely not lie to everyone.
But what you hear is not as good as what you see.
Yes. Now, they have to verify it carefully. The Fantasy Sea contains a total of 21 islands.
Passing the 21st island means possessing the will of a cosmic master. If strength cannot be improved, then the state of mind and will cannot be transformed into reality.
But if your strength is improved, your state of mind and will become particularly important.
On the first 3 islands, Luo Yuan encountered almost no obstacles and passed through them almost instantly every time.
When he appeared on the 4th island, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of many venerables.
This Luo Yuan's state state of mind is indeed extraordinary. Yes, the first 3 levels were passed almost instantly. The 4th level was also passed almost instantly. At his level, it's truly remarkable. Amidst the idle chatter of the many venerables, Luo Yuan continued forward, passing the 5th, 6th, and 7th islands in turn. Although Luo Yuan's speed of passing was obviously much slower from the 8th seat onwards, but this did not stop him at all. On the 12th island, Luo Yuan persisted for several minutes, but ultimately failed. He has only just reached the cosmic level of will and state of mind, even though he has reached the immortal level. That's amazing. The Earth is truly magical. I just don't know what secrets the Earth holds. These venerable ones, either through their own forces or through their descendants, all had people born on Earth. After seeing Luo Yuan's state of mind at this time, they no longer had any doubts. There are only 21 levels in the Sea of Illusion. Passing through them means possessing the will of a cosmic master. But this does not mean that all cosmic masters can pass smoothly. It can even be said that, let alone the universe master, many lords of the universe may not even have the will to reach the level of a cosmic master. Just as Luo Yuan passed through the Sea of Illusion, inside the first battlefield of the extraterritorial battlefield, a new king-like human was born. His name is Extraterritorial Battlefield, the first battlefield, the core area. Dressed in white, holding a bloody sword, Bolin glanced around, and the 2 kings of the demon and mechanical tribes who were fighting fiercely felt threatened instantly. Blood Sword King. The 2 kings of the demon clan and the mechanical clan immediately recognized Bolin's identity. The Blood Sword King, the human king who recently emerged on the battlefield outside the domain. Killing you 2 will give me enough merit to accumulate in the extraterritorial battlefield. Bolin's face was stern, and his eyes wandered between the 2 kings, who were only of the primary rank. His own understanding of the laws is at most at the initial level of becoming a king. However, before setting off, the set of treasures given to him by his teacher was enough to allow him to reach the limit of becoming a king, and even barely become invincible. Therefore, facing these 2 junior kings, Bolin did not take them seriously. What's more, for Bolin at the moment, collecting military merits is only a secondary goal. Even if he killed 2 people this time, Bolin would not leave the battlefield outside the domain. At least, he will only consider leaving when his strength reaches the level of being invincible. This was the requirement that Bolin set for himself. He couldn't expect to become the pillar of the human race as his teacher did after a breakthrough. But if I can achieve the invincible level of being crowned king after the breakthrough, it can be regarded as a repayment for the teacher's kindness. Kill. Thinking of this, Bolin once again set his sights on the enthronement of the demon clan and the mechanical clan king. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood-red sword in Bolin's hand suddenly stabbed out. Buzz. The surrounding space was instantly confined, and millions of blood-red sword shadows completely enveloped the demon and mechanical kings. Damn it, a random move caused me to lose 3% of my divine body? The demon king had a gloomy expression on his face. The blood sword king had obviously just casually struck with his sword just now, but even with a casual strike, he still lost 3% of his divine body even though he had tried his best to resist. What if the other party attacks with all his strength? In comparison, the king of the mechanical clan is even more terrifying. With that move just now, he lost 5% of his divine body, unable to compete. This thought appeared in the minds of the demon king and the mechanical king at the same time. The next moment, the 2 men who had been fighting fiercely before Bolin arrived chose to join forces without any communication and attacked Bolin together. Bolin snorted coldly and suddenly threw the sword in his hand, turning it into a huge blood-red sword hundreds of thousands of miles long. Cut! Bolin's voice echoed all around, and the blood-red sword suddenly fell. No! The demon clan and the mechanical clan king resisted at the same time, but it was still futile. The strength of the 2 is completely different from that of Bolin. I just passively took the beating all the time. When the loss of the divine body exceeded 20%, the king of the mechanical clan took the brunt and chose to self-destruct. However, the demon king did not choose to self-destruct but prepared to escape. The demon clan needs to wait in line to be crowned as the king and resurrected, and he doesn't know when he can wait. Instead of waiting for the tribe to be resurrected at an unknown time, it is better to give it a try. Maybe you can escape. But soon, the demon king realized how wrong his judgment was. No! When Bolin's soul seeped into the body of the demon king, his face was filled with horror. Soul slavery is worse than death. Unfortunately, his divine body had suffered too much damage at this time, and it was too late for him to self-destruct. Owner. Just a few minutes later, the demon king looked at Bolin with fanaticism on his face and saluted respectfully. Bolin did not respond, but just waved his hand and put the other party into the world ring. Master, your teacher sent an email. After the battle was over, Bolin took out the spaceship and his intelligent life appeared. Oh, an email from the teacher? Hearing the words of the intelligent life, Bolin raised his eyebrows slightly. Do I have a new junior brother? He glanced at the email sent by Zhou Lang and tapped his fingers lightly on the sofa. Afterwards, Bolin directly logged into the virtual universe and sent a friend request to Luo Yuan. Zhou Lang has broken through and automatically left his status as the master of the
original area. But Bolin and Luo Feng still haven't made a breakthrough, so he is still the master of the primitive area like Luo Feng. Since thousands of years ago, Bolin has always occupied the position of the master of the primitive area, second only to Luo Feng. Yuxiang Mountain, in the public area. Hello, senior brother. After Luo Yuan received Bolin's email, he immediately went to the public area and saluted Bolin. No need to be so polite. Bolin nodded slightly, his expression still grim. I'm currently in the outer battlefield. I'll give you the apprenticeship gift after I leave. From now on, if I have free time, you can come to me if you have any questions. This is the teacher's arrangement. As soon as he finished speaking, Bolin turned around and left without waiting for Luo Yuan's response. Looking at Bolin's back, Luo Yuan opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. In fact, Bolin was not targeting Luo Yuan, but that was just his character. Not to mention facing Luo Yuan, even when communicating with Zhou Lang, he had a cold face. Ever since Luo Yuan officially became Zhou Lang's apprentice, Luo Feng has not stayed in the virtual universe to provide guidance. After all, Luo Yuan's real teacher is Zhou Lang, so Zhou Lang should naturally be responsible for teaching. Luo Feng is still busy with his breakthrough, and the reason he was able to spare 30 years to teach Luo Yuan is because he wanted to show off his seniority in front of Zhou Lang. Otherwise, as the 17th generation descendant, Luo Feng might not value him so much. However, Luo Yuan soon realized that Bolin had no objection to him, but that was just his nature. In the following days, Luo Yuan practiced in the nutrition cabin and asked Bolin for advice when he encountered something he didn't understand. Bolin gave his guidance without reservation. With Bolin's current level of cultivation, it is more than enough for him to teach Luo Yuan. A month later, Luo Yuan walked out of the nutrition cabin, feeling his own strength of the 9th level of the universe, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. The nutrition cabin actually directly improved his strength. Luo Yuan had heard since he was a child that this kind of treatment was only enjoyed by geniuses from the main line of the Luo family, but obviously, this has nothing to do with him. However, Luo Yuan's status in the Luo family is no longer the same as before. Except for the two ancestors Luo Feng and Su Xian and their descendants, no other members of the Luo family dared to put on airs in front of him. After all, Luo Yuan is not only a descendant of the Luo family, but also a disciple of Zhou Lang, the ancestor of mankind, even if he is just a nominal disciple. For such a long time, my ancestor once specifically told me to pay attention to the cosmic level cultivation tasks. Luo Yuan wiped his body clean, sat cross-legged, and a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Shueluo world, the ancestor specifically asked me to go there. Outside the earth, in the hall, King Tongnan was always immersed in the understanding of the laws. Zhou Lang occasionally adjusted the rules, and spent the rest of his time creating secret techniques in the virtual space. 10 years, 20 years, 100 years, 200 years. Zhou Lang has been practicing the rules for King Tongnan in the hall outside the earth for 250 years. In the black mouse Starry Sky, King Tongnan finally opened his eyes. Buzz. The next moment, the origin of the universe descended. Zhou Lang, who was originally creating secret techniques in the virtual universe, suddenly opened his eyes. Finally, I've made a breakthrough. All these years of practicing the laws have not been in vain. Seeing this scene, Zhou Lang smiled. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Lang waved his hand to put away the lost Starry Sky in the hall, and at the same time broadcast the scene of King Tongnan's breakthrough to the entire human race on Earth. However, since King Tongnan's face was blurry, people whose strength could not reach Zhou Lang's level could not see his true appearance at all. What's this? Just a hint of it makes me feel overwhelmed. What a powerful existence. Is this the birth of a venerable one? Has the invincible king outside made a breakthrough? Many humans on Earth do not know King Tongnan and have no idea about his current condition. However, the cosmic humans born on Earth are very clear about all of this. After all, those who can come to Earth are at least descendants of the invincible king. What's going on? They also knew that there was an invincible king sitting in the sky above the Earth. There are even many people who know the identity of King Tongnan. An invincible breakthrough to become a king, which attracted the original laws of the universe. There was no other possibility except to break through to the venerable. However, the Earth is still too remote after all. Although the Earth is well known among the human community due to its special nature, it is different from the situation in the original work. In the original novel, when the Earth was exposed, Luo Feng had not yet grown up, and now, Zhou Lang has already grown into one of the pinnacle beings of humanity. No one would risk offending Zhou Lang by coming near the Earth. This also led to King Tongnan's breakthrough, which was currently only known to humans on Earth. After a moment, King Tongnan restrained his aura and walked in front of Zhou Lang. Thank you. King Tongnan bowed to Zhou Lang, who smiled and helped him up. Teacher, you are too polite. From now on, I must address you as Venerable Tongnan. Zhou Lang's words made King Tongnan's smile even brighter. I still want to thank you. If you hadn't practiced the rules for over 200 years, I wouldn't have been able to break through. King Tongnan, no, he should be called Venerable Tongnan. His face was full of emotion at this moment. A supreme being has been practicing the laws for himself for more than 200 years.
years. If this were to be spread out, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Teacher has been promoted to venerable, so you have to treat us next time. Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand without mentioning the matter any further. Venerable Tongnan has already labeled his own sect, and he is also his own instructor. These 200 years of practicing the rules are definitely worth it. Moreover, if Venerable Tongnan had not been so incompetent, he might not have made any breakthroughs even if he had practiced for another 2,000 or 20,000 years. Ultimately, your understanding of the laws ultimately depends on yourself. No problem. What do you want to drink today? I'll treat you. Venerable Tongnan smiled and nodded in agreement, and at the same time sent emails to his friends. In the holy land of Eudaeoman in the Shuelua world, teacher asked me to log into the virtual universe? Luo Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the email sent by Zhou Lang. A hint of doubt flashed through his mind. After arriving in the Shuelua world, he stayed in the Eudaeoman Holy Land after finding Neko. Now, Neko has become a world master and can protect Luo Yuan. Although he had doubts in his heart, Luo Yuan quickly logged into the virtual universe. Senior brother? As soon as he was teleported to the teacher's temple, Luo Yuan found that Bolin was already waiting there. Hello, senior brother. Luo Yuan stepped forward and saluted. When they first met, Luo Yuan felt that Bolin was quite cold, but after getting along with him later, he realized that Bolin was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Most of the time, it was Bolin who taught him. After all, with Luo Yuan's current level, Bolin is fully capable of teaching him. Bolin nodded slightly, and the next moment, Zhou Lang appeared in the temple. Meet the teacher. Meet the teacher. Bolin and Luo Yuan hurriedly bowed and Zhou Lang waved with a smile. Today, an elder has broken through to the venerable level and held a banquet, so I brought you two here to broaden your horizons. Come with me. As he spoke, Zhou Lang waved his hand and instantly teleported Bolin, Luo Yuan and the other two to the temple of Venerable Tongnan. This is Venerable Tongnan. At this time, Venerable Tongnan was the only one in the hall, and the other guests had not arrived yet. Zhou Lang brought Bolin and Luo Yuan and introduced them to them one by one. Greetings, Venerable Tongnan. Without hesitation, Bolin and Luo Yuan immediately saluted Venerable Tongnan. After all, Venerable Tongnan is only Zhou Lang's instructor. Zhou Lang acknowledges this relationship, but he does not need to force his disciples to agree as well. Venerable Tongnan was also well aware of this and smiled and nodded to Bolin and Luo Yuan. I don't have any disciples around me. If your excellency doesn't mind, could you let these two little guys help me welcome the guests? Venerable Tongnan looked at Zhou Lang, and Zhou Lang nodded slightly in agreement. This was a good opportunity for Bolin and Luo Yuan, so they said to them directly, you two go to the temple gate to welcome the guests. Yes, teacher. Bolin and Luo Yuan responded respectfully in unison, and then an old man walked in from outside the temple and took them away. Venerable Tongnan said that there was no one around to greet the guests, but it was just a polite remark. The main purpose was to make Bolin and Luo Yuan familiar to the many venerables and immortal kings. Despite being Zhou Lang's disciples, Bolin and Luo Yuan didn't care too much about it, but this was also a kind of care from Venerable Tongnan for them. Time passed slowly, and the first to arrive were a group of immortals, among whom the largest number were kings. Venerable Tongnan has made many good friends since his birth. The first venerable to arrive was Venerable Jinyan, who had just achieved a breakthrough not long ago. Luo Feng also came with Venerable Jinyan. Although Luo Feng was still wandering in the universe at this time, it was not a problem for him to take some time out to attend the banquet. Venerable Tongnan was very generous in treating the guests, and the cost of this banquet was probably not a small amount. However, Venerable Tongnan has now become a venerable, and the Hanyuan unit is nothing to him. Although Venerable Tongnan was the protagonist of the banquet, because Zhou Lang was present, the guests came forward to greet Zhou Lang first. In order to avoid stealing the limelight from his host, Zhou Lang did not stay long. He only left Bolin and Luo Yuan behind, and he and Luo Feng left early. How about it? Returning to his own temple, Zhou Lang asked Luo Feng in front of him. It's not enough yet. I'm afraid it will take another 10,000 years. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. Although his accumulation was not as deep as Zhou Lang's, he also had 10,081 times more perfect genes. To break through that inner world with a diameter of 1 trillion kilometers was no easy task. However, Zhou Lang couldn't help but be surprised when he heard that Luo Feng only needed 10,000 years to break through the world inside his body. In the original novel, Luo Feng spent a full 50,000 years before he successfully broke through. Moreover, Luo Feng's goal of breakthrough in the original work is to go from immortal to venerable. It is indeed quite good that we can achieve a breakthrough 40,000 years ahead of schedule. Compared to the original, the current Luo Feng is undoubtedly stronger. Longzi, you better work harder, or I'll catch up with you. Thinking of this, Luo Feng showed a bright smile on his face. Don't worry, I will definitely surprise you when the time comes. Zhou Lang had a smile on his face, but he felt a little anxious in his heart. We must hurry up and create the secret technique. Otherwise, Luo Feng will catch up with us or surpass us. That would be embarrassing. However, Zhou Lang naturally would not confess these thoughts to Luo Feng. 3 days later, Luo Yuan
and Bo Lan were teleported to Zhou Lang's hall together. Teacher, ancestor, teacher, Luo Feng. Luo Yuan and Bo Lan saluted Zhou Lang and Luo Feng at the same time. Zhou Lang nodded slightly, and Luo Feng turned his gaze to Luo Yuan. After so many years of accumulation, it's time to challenge the Tongtian Bridge. Luo Feng spoke, and Luo Yuan was stunned for a moment. With your teacher's strength, countless geniuses have wanted to become his disciples, but they have all been rejected, and you haven't even made it past the 4th level of Tongtian Bridge yet. This is not good for your teacher's reputation. Yes, teacher, ancestor, I will go to cross the Tongtian Bridge right now. Luo Yuan came back to his senses and nodded quickly. He had been staying in the Shuelua world for many years. Although his strength had improved, he had never paid attention to this matter. It's okay, no rush. Zhou Lang smiled and waved his hand. Although Luo Yuan is still at the 3rd level of Tongtian Bridge, he is now a member of the Taichu district. This alone is quite impressive. Although Luo Yuan did not challenge Tongtian Bridge in recent years, he never missed the qualifying match. The Virtual Universe Company's core-level talent qualification competition is held every 100 years at the universe level, once every 1,000 years at the domain lord level, and once every 10,000 years at the realm lord level. The first time Luo Yuan participated in the genius battle, he successfully entered the Tian district. The second time he was promoted to the Taichu district. However, in the third battle with the original area, he was ultimately defeated and stayed in the Taichu area. Also, don't listen to your ancestors' nonsense. I don't care about those rumors. Besides, you can also ask your ancestor. He also faced doubts in the past. However, these doubts never affected him. He just followed his heart. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Yuan and Bo Lan nodded thoughtfully, but Luo Feng next to them rolled his eyes helplessly at Zhou Lang. But after all, Zhou Lang was teaching his apprentice, so he didn't want to interrupt. And, Bo Lan. Zhou Lang then turned his gaze to Bo Lan. You've spent enough time in the outer battlefield. The difference in your comprehension to the king level isn't too far off, and it's mainly reflected in your combat power. Return to Chaos City and accumulate some experience, then you can begin your breakthrough. Yes, teacher. Bo Lan nodded in response. Over the years, Bo Lan's strength has been constantly improving, and he has reached the level of being barely able to be crowned an invincible king. But the teacher is right, there is no essential difference in the understanding of the laws at the king level. The difference in combat power is the key. Alright, you two go down. Zhou Lang waved his hand, and Bo Lan and Luo Yuan bowed and took their leave. Bo Lan has accumulated enough experience. If he breaks through, his title of invincible king will spread quickly. However, if he wants to break through to the level of a venerable, he needs an opportunity. Luo Feng spoke only after Bo Lan and Luo Yuan left. As for Luo Yuan, from the current perspective, being a marquis is already his limit. If there is an opportunity later, being a king may not be impossible, but as for the venerable, there is almost no chance. When mentioning Luo Yuan, Luo Feng seemed a little helpless. After all, this is his own offspring, so he certainly wouldn't mind if he could give him some support. No problem. Zhou Lang smiled and shook his head. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. As long as we are here, nothing will happen to the earth and the Luo family. Over the long years, there will always be some useful people born. That's true. Hearing Zhou Lang's words, Luo Feng smiled and nodded. But you have to speed up. My teacher is Lord Zhoujian, your teacher is Venerable Tongnan, Lord Qianwu, and your mentor Venerable Jinyan. We only have these 4 venerables in our lineage. Although Venerable Yanma is under the command of teacher Zhoujian, it is still difficult to predict whether he will be of use in the future. After I reach the venerable realm, I also want to create a chaos monument, but talent cultivation is not an easy task. It is common to fail to cultivate a genius after tens of thousands or even more than 100,000 years. Luo Feng said helplessly. He hasn't accepted a disciple yet. While Neko of the Shuelua world is a master and disciple, it's not a true master-disciple relationship in name only. Furthermore, Neko is a human from the mystical realm, and his future talent for growth is limited. It's okay, just keep an eye on it. Zhou Lang shook his head. He and Luo Feng were both earthlings. After their breakthroughs, they would definitely leave the virtual universe company and establish a new lineage. While human venerables would be assigned to their ranks, they wouldn't be their trusted advisors, making many arrangements difficult. Moreover, in the original novel, a clone of Zuoshanka's disciple is a venerable member of the human race. Although Zuoshanka is a special case, it cannot be ruled out that other people or forces have similar existences in this race. You are still too young and your foundation is not strong enough, Luo Feng said helplessly. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave first. I'll make preparations to accept you as my disciple. After Luo Feng finished speaking, he stood up and said goodbye to Zhou Lang. Let Venerable Jinyan also go to guard outside the earth. We were short of manpower before, but now that he has made a breakthrough, he can go and accompany Venerable Tongnan. Okay. Luo Feng nodded and walked out of the hall. I will inform teacher Jinyan. After saying this, Luo Feng left the hall. Looking at Luo Feng's back, Zhou Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. Continue to create the secret method, the strongest secret method. It's almost done. Extraterritorial
extraterritorial battlefield. Oh no, it's the human Blood Sword King. Run. Damn it, hasn't the Blood Sword King appeared for decades? Run.
On a battlefield where a king was being crowned, Bolan's figure appeared, and many kings of foreign races began to flee in panic. This invincible being who barely managed to be crowned the king is almost a symbol of invincibility in the battlefield outside the domain. Coupled with the reputation that the Blood Sword King had accumulated over the years, many top powerhouses had no choice but to retreat.
Bolan looked around, but did not chase after the fleeing foreign kings. He no longer needs to kill immortals to gain military merit. Teacher God Eater said that I have to find my own way.
Looking forward, a trace of confusion flashed in Bolan's eyes. Since he embarked on the path of cultivation, he has been following in the footsteps of his predecessors.
Unlike Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, Bolan has not yet been able to break away from the shadow of his predecessors. Teacher Shirshin is right.
I can no longer continue to follow the path of my predecessors. I should leave the outer battlefield, return to Chaos City, and find my own path.
After making up his mind, Bolan took out the spaceship without hesitation and headed straight for the god's base.
His military achievements are already sufficient, and he can leave the battlefield outside the domain at any time. At the same time, in the Shueluo world, a spaceship quietly set sail and flew towards the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company.
Luo Yuan also bid farewell to Neko and left the Shueluo world.
Unfortunately, he only fused one blood Luo crystal, and this was the result of training his will in the vortex of evil spirits.
For Luo Yuan, the path to becoming the beast god is extremely difficult. After Bolan returned to Chaos City, he stayed in the city to comprehend the Chaos Monument. Luo Yuan quickly broke through to the Domain Lord level and then entered the original secret realm. The Domain Lord level needed to be sent out, and Luo Yuan did not choose the Qianwu Universe Kingdom. Instead, he followed Zhou Lang's advice and chose the Jiujin Universe Kingdom.
100 years, 1,000 years.
Hundreds or thousands of years are not even a moment for the primitive universe.
Luo Yuan did not stay at the Domain Lord level for too long before breaking through to the Realm Lord level.
After receiving the treasure bestowed by Zhou Lang, he entered the battlefield outside the domain. In just 300 years, a powerful man who barely qualified to be crowned king appeared on the battlefield outside the domain.
After staying in Chaos City for 3,000 years, Bolan left and returned to the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company to practice in seclusion. Luo Yuan spent more than 1,700 years on the battlefield outside the domain. With the strength of the king's primary level, he was awarded the title King of the Fire Realm. In the second 1,000 years since entering the extraterritorial battle, Luo Yuan left the extraterritorial battlefield and returned to Chaos City to practice in seclusion. And in the 6th millennium, when Bolan was in the headquarters of the Virtual Universe Company,
I've accumulated enough. Now it's time to break through. But before that, let's go see Master God Eater first. Bolan opened his eyes, took a step forward, and left his manor.
The 4 secret realms of the Virtual Universe Company: primordial, beginning, heaven and earth, and end of the world. In the virtual universe, they are in the same dimension,
but in reality, they are not actually in the same universe.
However, the original secret realm, as the most promising secret realm, is the area closest to the headquarters. In the central area of the headquarters, thousands of palaces are densely packed inside the Thousand Treasures River.
Bolan entered one of the palaces.
Teacher. He bowed respectfully to the figure on the throne and spoke.
Are you ready?
Zhou Lang stopped deducing the secret method and turned his gaze to Bolan below.
Disciple is ready. Bolan nodded, and Zhou Lang smiled. After this breakthrough, you will be crowned an immortal king. From now on, you will stay by my side.
Zhou Lang spoke, and Bolan immediately nodded in agreement. Even among direct disciples, few can always follow their teacher, let alone the pinnacle of the human race like the God-eating teacher. Being able to be by his side is also a great help to him.
Go meet Lord Nolan, and then you can break through,
Zhou Lang said, and Bolan bowed and took his leave.
King Nolan is in charge of the Nolan Universe Kingdom all year round and is not at the headquarters. Therefore, after returning to the manor, Bolan logged into the virtual universe. After a brief chat with King Nolan, Bolan said goodbye and left.
However, he did not exit the virtual universe directly, but came to a marginal continent of Nolan Continent.
Teacher.
In the community room, Bolan bowed respectfully and spoke to an old man who looked to be in his 70s or 80s.
My judgment was correct.
If I let you stay by my side forever, it would be a waste of your talent.
The father-in-law looked at Bolan with approval. He was just an ordinary immortal military leader, and he initially taught Bolan only out of a momentary interest.
Ever since the Battle of Geniuses, his understanding of the laws could no longer help Bolan. However, the old man was still satisfied with this disciple.
Thank you, teacher.
Bolan knelt down respectfully in front of the old man to express his gratitude.
Go ahead, break through.
The old man knew why Bolan came to see him, and nodded with a smile. After exiting the virtual universe, Bolan opened his eyes, his heart full of anticipation.
Let's start the breakthrough.
The next moment, he no longer suppressed his understanding of the laws, and the last trace of the law of light was thoroughly analyzed by him.
Boom!
The original laws of the universe universe descended over Bolan's manor. Compared with the spectacular scene when Zhou Lang broke through, Bolan's breakthrough seemed much inferior. But even so, the geniuses and immortals in the entire Wuchen space and time were still suppressed and had nowhere to hide. Virtual Universe Corporation headquarters. At the moment when Bolan broke through, Zhou Lang opened his eyes. His gaze penetrated the space and locked onto Bolan's figure. Being crowned king and invincible, immortality is definitely not the end for Bolan.
I finally have someone I can rely on. Zhou Lang smiled and nodded.
In the surrounding palaces, many people also turned their eyes to Bolan. Bolan was once a genius second only to Zhou Lang and Luo Feng, and now he is Zhou Lang's disciple, so naturally he attracted a lot of attention.
However, as an immortal king, many venerables would naturally not come specifically to congratulate him.
However, as Zhou Lang's disciple, Zhou Lang naturally had to give encouragement after the breakthrough. The original laws of the universe gradually dissipated, and Bolan's divine body was finally transformed. However, Bolan did not have a clone, and his genetic multiplier was only one, which resulted in his divine body not being very powerful. At the moment when Bolan broke through, Zhou Lang stood up and walked out of the hall.
Drop.
Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating your disciple to the upper god realm. Disciple training gift pack has been distributed. Please check it out. The system in my mind, which had not sounded for nearly 10,000 years, suddenly issued a prompt sound.
System? The higher gods are crowned as immortals? This doesn't seem right, does it?
Zhou Lang communicated with the system, but still received no response.
He shook his head and stopped dwelling on it. Anyway, it's a good thing to get the reward.
He took a step forward and arrived above the Berlin Manor.
Teacher.
After completing the transformation of his divine body, Bolan saw Zhou Lang and hurried forward to salute.
Good.
Zhou Lang looked at Bolan, who had already broken through, and a smile appeared on his face. Next, establish the kingdom of God as soon as possible. Your current combat power has surpassed the average invincible king, and you can also resist the primary universe master,
Zhou Lang said with a smile. Bolan had the treasure he gave him, and even ordinary primary cosmic masters could not pose a threat to him.
Yes, teacher. Bolan bowed in response, his heart filled with emotion.
Immortality, be crowned as the immortal king. He finally reached this level. Next is the Lord of the Universe, the Master of the Universe.
As to whether he could break through, Bolan had no doubt. However, his divine body is still his weak point, and he will need to spend more energy in the future.
Go ahead, I'll wait for you in the temple.
Zhou Lang nodded and returned to his hall.
System, open the gift package.
He sat on the throne, contacted the system, and opened the reward package. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully obtained 7 dark godheads and 1 supreme artifact of your choice.
The system prompt sounded, and Zhou Lang saw 7 translucent glass crystals in the system space.
These crystals exude a dark aura and appear mysterious.
Main godhead? Zhou Lang frowned. What are the consequences of devouring the world and refining the main godhead? That's not right. He shook his head, rejecting the idea. In the original novel of Pan Long, the god-eating rat couldn't devour the main godhead, but can I do it now?
Thinking of this, Zhou Lang felt excited, then stood up and walked out of the Virtual Universe Company headquarters. The company's headquarters is suppressed by the Qianbao River and cannot be transported to the Kingdom of God. Outside the company, he went directly into his own Kingdom of God.
After tens of thousands of years of development, Zhou Lang's Kingdom of God expanded again.
A large number of living creatures have appeared on the Magnolia continent and the Dragon Blood continent. However, it is still unknown how long it will take for intelligent creatures and humans to evolve. Zhou Lang waved his hand, and 7 translucent glass crystals appeared in front of him.
1 upper main godhead, 2 middle main godheads, and 4 lower main godheads.
He scanned the area and quickly discerned the rank of the main godhead.
In the original novel, the rank of the main godhead can only be known after refining, but obviously, this is not the Panlong universe.
Try to devour a lower-level main godhead first. Thinking of this, a lower-level main godhead hovered above the Warcraft Mountains in the center of the Kingdom of God.
Good. It can be swallowed.
Feeling the changes in the Kingdom of God, Zhou Lang's eyes lit up. However, the speed of devouring seems to be a bit slow. It takes hundreds of years to devour a lower-level main godhead. He carefully sensed the speed at which the main godhead was being devoured, and felt a little helpless, but the swallowing speed was beyond his control.
The Supreme Divine Artifact should be similar to the Heavenly Divine Artifact, right?
Zhou Lang frowned and thought for a moment, and finally chose the Material Attack Supreme Artifact. This time it is still in the shape of a red flame spear. Red flame spear, top treasure. Feeling the information coming from his mind, he reached out and grasped the spear. Now, even my true self can face a 5th Order Universe Master. A smile appeared on Zhou Lang's face, then he put away his spear and left the temple. After returning to the Virtual Universe Company, Zhou Lang waited for nearly 2 months, and Bolan finally arrived at the temple.
Meet the teacher.
A rare smile appeared on Bolan's face.
However, this is normal.
After all, breaking through to immortality is definitely a huge improvement for Bolan.
From now on, just stay by my side. It's the teacher. Bolan bowed in response.
Zhou Lang wanted to say something, but his eyes suddenly suddenly looked outside the temple.
Prodigal son. Luo Feng appeared outside the temple. You're back, does that mean you're sure?
Looking at Luo Feng outside the temple, Zhou Lang raised his brows slightly.
Almost. I just came back from Earth. Luo Feng walked into the temple with a smile on his face and turned his gaze to Bolin. Breakthrough?
It was just a short while ago that we broke through.
Bolin nodded and looked at Luo Feng with a serious look.
Even though he had already broken through to immortality, Bolin still felt that there was a huge gap between him and Luo Feng.
Even Bolin felt a little uneasy. If Luo Feng wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Congratulations. Thank you. The exchange between Luo Feng and Bolin made Zhou Lang cover his face. Okay, lunatic, when are you going to break through?
Zhou Lang interrupted their conversation and turned to Luo Feng to ask.
Wait a little longer. I want to make some adjustments.
Maybe in the next moment, or maybe I have to wait for hundreds of years.
Luo Feng had a relaxed smile on his face.
Now that he was back, he was 100% sure of a breakthrough. As for adjustments, it was just a matter of adjusting his mindset. Then I'll wait for your breakthrough.
Zhou Lang nodded in response. He knew why Luo Feng came to him.
Ever since he came to Earth, Luo Feng had always been suppressed by him.
Although the gap between the two is getting smaller as their realm improves, it still exists.
After Luo Feng breaks through, perhaps that will be the time when the gap between them is the smallest. However, looking at Zhou Lang's smile, Luo Feng felt a little confused. He didn't understand why, but Zhou Lang's smile always made him feel like something was not right, but he couldn't put his finger on why. In fact, Zhou Lang was thinking in his heart that after 100 years, when the main godhead was completely devoured, he would definitely undergo some different changes. This change might bring surprises to myself, and of course, it would also bring surprises to Luo Feng. Furthermore, once Luo Feng breaks through, he will definitely become the top overlord of the universe, the kind of heaven-defying existence that can challenge the Lord of the universe head-on.
It is enough for the human race to have such a cosmic overlord.
In other words, after Luo Feng breaks through, Zhou Lang no longer needs to suppress his strength and can choose to break through to become the Lord of the universe.
For Zhou Lang, wanting to break through is actually just a matter of thought. I just came here to tell you. I'm leaving now. I won't keep you waiting too long. Luo Feng couldn't understand what Zhou Lang's mysterious smile meant, so he didn't think about it anymore and said goodbye. Okay, everything went well.
Zhou Lang nodded, watched Luo Feng leave, and then turned his gaze to Bolin.
You've just achieved a breakthrough. Next, I'll demonstrate the laws of space to you. Then you can stay here and practice.